Shiliang Prefecture. Don't do it. Second brother, let go of me. Don't toast Ziliankai, don't eat it. Penalty drinks. Today, my brother insists on dealing with you, you little bitch. Miss, are you okay? Bye-bye, May, you killed your second brother 7. Quickly search all the rooms here. Miss, hurry back to your room and pretend nothing happened. If you get caught here, everything will be over. But what about you? Miss, you treat your servant like a sister's. Now is the time for the servant to repay you. You need to remember. You are Huangi General Am, the daughter of your army, Shiliang Mo. We must no longer let others bully us like this. Oh my God, second young master is dead. Catch that bitch. Hurry up to the room and bring the young lady over as well. White Plum. Madam, please spare me. Second lady of the Han family mansion. I didn't intentionally hurt second young master. Got hurt. You despicable maid killed my son with your own hands. White Plum. Ernyang, please see that Bai Mei has been following the rules and regulations for many years. Let her go. Sister Mo has arrived. You are not strict under your rule, allowing slaves to harm their families. Now you still have to protect this lowly servant who kills the Lord. Did our country's government actually raise you, an unfilial and unjust daughter? Drag away the young lady. Beat that lowly maid staff to 30 pieces and send it to the kiln. Don't, second mother. Please don't. Sending it to the kiln is to let Bai Mei be humiliated to death alive. Since the young lady shamelessly protects us, let's fight together. Miss, you go quickly. Look at her, she's still a young lady. Even a servant is stronger than her who gave her such a biological mother. My daughter lives a life of competing with dogs for food, and my mother doesn't even ask. Drag Moj away and send that cheap girl to the kiln. Since Mo's legs are all broken, she is still so stubborn. Let her watch the punishment carefully. White Plum, don't do it. Please don't take anything from me anymore. I have nothing left. Mother, please save Bai Mei. If you don't come out again, I'll die here to show you. Lu Mama is dead, and Bai Mei is also dead. What's the point of me surviving? Mother. Mother of Lan Ling Shiliang Mo, sir, please go back. I am already an outsider and will not participate in any worldly affairs. From now on, please don't come looking for me again. Why? Why have you been ignoring me for so many years? Let me suffer from bullying. I am your daughter. Since you don't want me, why did you give birth to me? Why do you want me to survive? If possible, I would rather have you. I have never been born before. Ha ha ha, come and take a look. Look at her servant-like appearance. A young lady actually competes with dogs for food. Second brother, please let me go. This girl is really good. Her skin is so tender. Hee, today I'll let you taste the taste of being a woman. Let go of me. White Plum. It's useless to die without playing twice. Ha 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 ha. Why should I survive? Damn it, man, it's me. Why, father? Why did you abandon me? I have already given everything for you. Because you're going to die for me. More useful. See. No. Where am I? These memories? What is it? I will never let them go. My head hurts so much. Kill them. Kill them. Surprisingly, it's like this. So you, like me, were abandoned by loved ones and lost everything. They all stepped on us and wanted us to die. Since it is so, don't blame us for crawling back from hell. Let them pay the price step by step. 3 months later. Don't you just rely on being from the 4th young master's house. Green Chow, I haven't lifted my hand yet, but I dare to pretend to be half a master. Bullying on my head. Purple orchid, fourth young master's housekeeping maid, green Chiao. Dare you say you didn't take my green snow containing aromatic fat? You stole something from me and are still cursing here. Who are you showing this fox-like appearance to? What does it have to do with you that the green snow contains aromatic fat that I went to get from Sister Mo? Be careful if you keep making up stories. I'll tear open your mouth. What is this doing? The legitimate daughter of Xinduanyan County, Xiliang. What is worth arguing about and fighting in public? Red Lotus. County Master. This green snow containing aromatic sebum is not a valuable thing. Just a few days ago, the maid who was specifically scheduled to come here disappeared. The servant and old Kieo share the same room, but I don't know why she also has this thing in her hand. Just asked her. Isn't it just a box of rouge paste? It's still this extremely strange green color. Sister Honglian, do you know that although this ointment is not valuable, but fortunately, Mo Jia has done it very delicately. Now applying this pink green on the face can make the skin appear translucent, delicate, and not too white. Oh, it's Miss Mo. Oh no, you shouldn't talk too much. The county lord hates Mo Jia the most. Why did I mention this person in front of her? Unexpectedly, Mo Jia was punished last time, and I don't know if her legs and feet are okay. I actually had the intention to create these cosmetics since the incident originated from her. I'll go take a look. Broken Jade Pavilion. Miss is not doing well. The county lord has arrived. What's there to panic about? Something happened in February. By Shincher, the only people who serve in the young lady's yard are me, and by Mama, who does rough work. Miss, although she still speaks very little, it feels like she has changed into a different person. It always makes people feel. I'm a little scared. Let's go. It's time to welcome the county lord finally here. If she doesn't come, I won't be able to start singing this big play. I heard that Sister Mo is in a good mood adjusting her makeup in the yard. It seems that your legs and feet are very good. Unfortunately, the second brother barely managed to retrieve his life, but still remained unconscious. Thank you, County Lord, for your concern. Moore has been struggling these days, although she can get out of bed these days, but we can only adjust some flower and grass makeup in the yard. It's just a way to pass the time. This is the Xiliang Immortal. The original owner was the daughter of Lady Lan, the wife of the Duke of China, and should have been the eldest daughter with a noble status back then. The Blue Lady disguised herself as a man and joined the army, causing a stir throughout the city. Thanks to the support of General Lan and the Emperor, she married into the prestigious family of Xiliang, 100 years old. After the death of General Blue, the Blue clan declined. Launcher has been fasting and reciting Buddhist scriptures behind closed doors for over a decade, yet she remains indifferent to her original master. The Han family, who had not been in the industry for long, was also granted the title of ordinary wife and the second rank Imperial decreed by the royal family from then on. Only the second wife of the Guigong mansion, Han Shi, was known to the world. As the legitimate daughter of the Han family, Xiliang Xian's title as the legitimate daughter of the original clan was taken over. Only the daughter of the Blue family was written. This is what made those maids argue so badly. Sister Mo, what are all these things? Why does rouge have these black and gray ones? Can these strange colors really be applied to the face? This thing is really hard to explain. Why don't the county lord invite Miss Honglian to sit here like this? I applied makeup to her once. If it's really not good, washing it with water here is EO. In that case, you go ahead. If she dares to put on a messy makeup, make her look good at me. That. Excuse me. Okay. This is. When did Xiliang Mo learn such skills? Even the maids in the palace probably don't have such skills. Miss Honglian is really good. Her color used to be light and elegant, otherwise my aunt would have done it too. Yeah, Sister Mo, this thing is really good. It caused a lot of disputes in the yard, no wonder she couldn't live in peace. Moore knows that there are often inappropriate things in her handling of things, which may lead to misunderstandings among the girls. Here are some homemade cosmetics made by Moore, although they are not valuable. But it was freshly made from fresh flowers that were only picked yesterday. The county lord rarely came over today and took it back to reward the capable servants. Consider it as Morris' apology and hope the county lord forgives Xiliang has the best face, even though he doesn't like me. But which girl doesn't love these cosmetics? She's just afraid of losing her identity and deliberately stabbing me with cold words. Since Sister Mo has expressed her feelings, I won't embarrass you anymore. It's rare that Xiliang Mo forgave her this time because of her understanding today. Respectfully bid farewell to the county lord. Miss, fortunately, this time we didn't let the county lord and his team take advantage of it again. Your leg can't be hurt anymore. Now that you've been standing for too long, your leg hurts. If you hurt it again, you'll really never be able to walk again. If they have the ability to come and take advantage of me again, I would be very eager to do so. Compared to this fourth miss, it's almost time to discuss marriage, isn't it? I heard that after selecting for a long time, the wife of Wang Yusher personally came to the door as the guarantor. Miss Si. Xiliang Dan is the legitimate sister of Xiliang Immortal and was born from the same mother as Xiliang Immortal. But they have no idea. They are a fool who only knows how to play hard. It's perfect for surgery. Yes, the servant listened to the rough sweeping outside the Xiangxue pavilion by Miss Si, and the maid raised her mouth. She's from the same hometown as the maid. We usually talk to each other. Let's have more tea with her these days. We still have a lot of small things to trouble her with. 3 days later. Xiliang Mo, you little bitch. You're not going to see Miss Si with me yet. Coming. Miss Orange Moon, what happened? How dare you pretend to be garlic? The maid of Orange Moon and Western Liang Dan, the damn things you brought to the county lord a few days ago actually made our fourth miss feel uncomfortable. Miss Si, it was during the marriage discussion that you caused such a big trouble. Madam will definitely not spare it. How could Miss Four, who gave those things to the county lord to reward the servants, use them? A person like Miss Si, who is delicate in appearance and expensive in meat, is indeed not suitable for use. How dare you shirk responsibility for causing such a thing? Contrary to this half-slave, Xiliang Mo dared to confront me. Give me a lesson, this little bitch. Let Miss Four vent her anger. Do you dare? I'm a master no matter what. What right do you dog slaves have to touch me? Do you dare to call me a dog slave? What if a master who is not even as good as a slave dares to kill him with his master's money in front of me? What do you do? Let go of us, miss. What the hell is going on here? Madam Imperial Censor Aunt Ma. The Imperial Censorate arrived faster than I had imagined. Second, Madam, look at Mog. Madam dislikes 11 Liangma the most. She might have completely broken her leg this time. Watch your mouth. You dare to chew your tongue recklessly in front of the madam. I made the Imperial Censorate laugh. It's because our mansion is not strict in its management. I hope you can forgive me, Madam Hai Han. It turns out that even a servant of the Guigong mansion could treat his master like this, shouting and killing. It really opened my wife's eyes. Wang Yusher is tough and rigid, and he never buys anyone's account, whether he impeached this or that. Unfortunately, the suspicious emperor also highly valued him. As a result, the wife of the Imperial Censor is also a straightforward person. If this matter were to be brought to the attention of the Imperial Censor Wang, he would not be strict with his husband's family governance. They are all servants, not busy with the marriage of several young ladies accompanying the madam these days. Plus, Miss Si is also gentle and kind, which is why she raised such a stubborn slave as Orange Moon. We need to quickly resolve this matter and prevent the wife from being caught by the Imperial Censorate. The servant requests a 3-month fine on her own. Not to be taken as a precedent, why don't you drag out this vicious troublemaker and beat him to death? Madam, I have realized my mistake. Please spare me. I dare not again. What you have offended, miss, I will never spare you. Miss, please spare me. I have a mother who is sick under the bed and younger siblings who want to take care of me. Please have mercy and let me go this time. At this point, dragging me into the water is truly a despicable servant who deserves no loss. It's clear that Hansher wanted to kill her, but came to beg me. If I don't plead for her, I'll end up with a reputation for being mean and ungrateful. You don't come over here. I dare not do it anymore. Please let me go. Don't shut up this lowly slave and drag him down. Even a servant could scare her like this, but it would only cause me trouble. Shiliang Mo, this shameless scoundrel. Don't die. How did things end up like this? It's her. Everything was calculated by her. This is the young lady, isn't she? Your mother is running away for your sisters these days. Tomorrow is a small feast for you, miss. With such good colors, your mother will definitely find a good family for you. I thought it was not Mrs. Han who was at fault for this matter, just like Aunt Ma, but this child was so scared that it shows that Mrs. Han not only has a harsh nature, but also conceals peace, which is really despicable. Sister has always been shy and unwilling to meet people, but today she has a connection with Madam the Imperial Censoride's intention was to have Shiliang Mo attend the viewing banquet. This bitch sent to marry a wealthy merchant or become a concubine is considered cheap. What qualifications does she have to attend the beauty banquet? This girl is clearly a legitimate daughter. How could she be so destitute that she is not even as good as a servant? Oh no, Madam made a lot of clothes for Mo, but Mo refused to let Dan Jia keep them all for self-cultivation and cultivation in front of Buddha. Tomorrow is a good day for Sister Mo. You can't refuse anymore. It's more. Thank you, second Madam. This girl is so pitiful that she dare not call Han her mother. Does Han really think I'm blind when she plays such a play? Go to your sister's place. I haven't seen her for a few days, but I miss you, yes. You've caused me so much trouble. Let Dan give her a good lesson. It's better to hit her until she can't get out of bed tomorrow. Xiangxue Pavilion. Bitch, how dare you come over? Miss Dan Si from Shiliang, second daughter of Mrs. Han, what are you hiding from? You made my face look like this and even killed Orange Moon. Look, I won't beat you to death. Miss Si, how dare I harm Miss Orange Moon? I just read a prescription in an ancient book that says it can moisturize the skin. I want to pick flower petals to make a woman look more beautiful unexpectedly. Encountering Miss Orange Moon and pulling me away was not a big deal. The lady censor said that Orange Moon didn't follow the rules. What prescription can you come up with? Yes, I have already made a small bottle. Miss C's face was originally due to the misuse of something, which caused her to behave like this. I can guarantee that using this tomorrow's fourth miss will definitely outshine the crowd. I'll trust you for now. You'd better keep your word, otherwise I'll scratch your face tomorrow. Shiliang Dan, you can be arrogant now. Once you use my things, the days ahead will be even more exciting. The next day, fourth sister's makeup looks really beautiful today, even more beautiful than Princess Lingrong. Miss Moon, fifth of Shiliang, the most beautiful woman in Beijing, should be the fourth sister Miss Miki Mitsumi from Shiliang Shuangjing, but Mo's hands are so skillful that she still needs to take good care of Miss Si in the future. Being able to serve me is foo-fund. Let's spare you for today and go pour out the bucket of respect in the clean room. Serve and wash the respectful bucket. These people really treat me like a servant. Miss Si, I'm still waiting for the last layer of jasmine lip balm to be freshly ground before applying it to you. Mouth fat needs to be applied to your lips. If you touch the toilet, it will. I don't know if Frost sister can help sister. It's our sister's blessing to work for Miss 4, isn't it? How dare you, little hoof, instruct me, the third young lady of Jingwagong, to pour the toilet? How did you do things for me and humiliate you? By the way, how could Shiliang Mo touch the urine bucket with her hand that still needs to touch up my makeup? But even the little commoner Shiliang Shuang dared to resist me. Of course not, it's my pleasure. If it weren't for today's mutual viewing banquet, I wouldn't have offended Shiliang Dan. Where do I need to endure such humiliation? Frost sister, how could you do this? Even if you're not satisfied, you can't throw a urine bucket at Miss Si. You bitch, how dare you pee on me? I'll beat you to death, you impatient bitch. It's not me, it's Shiliang Mo who tripped me. Miss 4, please stop fighting. Today is a mutual viewing banquet. You don't have enough time to dress up again. Miss Si, please spare me. Damn Shiliang Frost, if it weren't for her, how could I have been in such a hurry, embarrassed, and almost late? Okay, don't sit on the side in a huff. Today, you are the protagonist in the top left corner, and the little prince sitting in the mansion of Prince Da. Can you see clearly? It's said to be a mutual viewing banquet of the Shiliang family, but the protagonist is just Dan or I'm going to enter the palace today, so naturally I can't be too flashy. This is the first outstanding young master in the capital city, who was once praised by the emperor as the shining young master of Tsinghua University. Does the Duke of Da have a gust of wind? Oh, aren't there 5 young ladies in the mansion and in their prime? Why are there only 4 today? More, Mrs. Han is not planning to say that the young lady is sick and unable to come out, is she? Madam Imperial Censor, why does the Imperial Censory keep getting along with me? Go and get Miss Mo to come out too. At times like this, it's time for her to come out and meet people, and not because of such trivial matters that make people talk. Prince Ning Ho, I heard that the young lady in the Guigong mansion has been spoiled since childhood and has no one to teach her how to behave. She is rude and has an average appearance, which is why Han or Fu didn't let her come out. I am not aware of the affairs of other people's mansions. I just heard that the regulations of the Jingwa government are very strict, so it shouldn't be too strict. It is better for the crown prince not to discuss others' affairs with his own heart. Daughter has met her father and mother. Mrs. Ning Ho, this is Miss, isn't she? Why does she look so small and only about the same age as Miss Wu? Mrs. Ning Ho has always been a troublemaker. This is mocking my mistreatment of my eldest daughter. Mo Jia has always been a picky person, and no one can do anything about this girl. Moore is also tired. Please sit down quickly. Fortunately, Aunt Ma had already prepared new clothes for Shiliang Mo before she arrived just now, not to be caught by the Imperial Censorate like last time. I don't know what books Miss Mo usually reads or plays. Mo doesn't read much on weekdays. Read some female precepts with her sisters during leisure time, needle and thread. Also read some books to learn about etiquette and female history. Good, good. No talent is a virtuous woman. She is indeed a knowledgeable, rational, gentle, and virtuous person, truly deserving of the title of the daughter of Mrs. Lon Kaiwan Tem. Unlike some people who claim to be talented women but have no female rules at all. How dare Shiliang Mo speak recklessly? He's so tired that Sienna and I are ridiculed. What blue lady? I am the lady of the Shiliang family. Of course, Sister Mo has virtue. By the way, you can clean up fourth sister's room. Don't let the smell of night pot urine fumigate fourth sister. Just now, it was clearly Shiliang Mo who tripped me up. She caused me to be caught off guard by Shiliang Dan, yet she still dares to make a name for herself here. Schwarma moo moo moo. I thought Shiliang Dan was stupid enough, but I didn't expect there to be even dumber ones like birds of a feather. Shiliang Shuang wants to trample me into a servant, but she doesn't want to expose my family's shortcomings. How could Lady Han and Duke Jingwu be willing to be pointed at and criticized? In history, Huang Xiang, 111, Kong Rong, and Li Si's sister have been feeling unwell these days. As the eldest daughter, I will lead by example and cherish my younger sister. Just serving the sick, where can one bear the word virtuous? Now that my fourth sister is in good health, it is also my duty as the eldest sister to reassure my father and mother. I heard that Shiliang Mo is the least favored daughter, but I didn't expect her to have such etiquette, grace, and the demeanor of a noble lady. If the eldest daughter can be virtuous and filial, what about the good family tradition of Duke Jingwa? Han Wei, I don't know which good family is fortunate enough to marry such a virtuous woman back home. Everyone praised Myo. Sister Mo. Mog's cleverness really surprised the county lord. A few days ago, while picking flowers outside the private school in the mansion, I heard the teacher telling a story. By Mama said if I could tell 2 stories, people will think that I am very smart to make a good family. If you want to marry into a good family, honestly serve your fourth sister. When my fourth sister gets married, I will ask my mother for mercy and make you a wealthy grandmother. It turns out that someone taught me, and indeed, it's me who overestimated this stupid girl. If she's too quick-witted, she really can't stay. Miss, how could the county lord let you marry into a wealthy family? You are the real eldest daughter. Besides, the royal family must have a prince from the whole family. What are you thinking? I'm not on the family tree, so what's a legitimate eldest daughter? As for why it's not necessarily a good idea for the wives and concubines of the prince's family to be married together in groups. I would rather marry into that well-off family and live a simple life as a couple for a long time. Ah, don't you like the young prince of the Dewang mansion, who is the best young master in the capital? That kind of 7 goods with empty skin might be ruined inside. And if it looks good, it can be eaten as food. You've been watching the prince for so long, I don't need to leave you the osmanthus meatballs here either. Miss, I was wrong. What else did you hide? Do I also want something delicious? I didn't expect a little spoiled commoner girl to deceive the head of Duanyan County, who is famous for her intelligence in the capital city. He even demoted my king to be inferior to a commoner. Interesting. If Prince De had set his sights on another woman, I wonder if Shiliang Dan would have gone crazy with anger. Madam, please be careful and take a look. It's time for Moer to marry someone. I think Prince Ning Ho is also quite good. Why does the master suddenly care about Shiliang Mo, sir? I don't know. Sister Mo has a fast gait on her legs, which makes it difficult for her to walk. Even if I were to be a concubine to Prince Ning Ho, I'm afraid she wouldn't be favored. It's better to be a grandmother from an ordinary wealthy family. I didn't ask how Mori used to be at home in the past, but she is actually the eldest daughter of the mansion. I owe honor a lot. Even if Mori's marriage cannot be too modest, it must be appropriate for the family. Also, make more clothes for Moga and don't make people laugh at our country's government for not being able to afford a daughter. Yes, I will definitely find a good family for that girl. I have seen my mother before, but I don't know why she called Mori here. Madam Min, is this the young lady that many husbands have been inquiring about recently? As expected, she has a beautiful appearance and looks like she has an excellent temperament. This is the first official media. Mrs. Min is here today for your marriage. Marriage affairs. Miss is quite shy. Don't worry, even though you're young, Lord Yu is just a middle-aged man in his prime at the age of 48. At home, the 8 concubines were all younger and more beautiful than the young lady, who was also a legitimate wife. I will definitely receive the favor of the Marquis. He, the betrothal gift is worth 100. Has the marriage of the mother and daughter been arranged? Does the Lord know what the hell is this? Yu Ho is even older than Duke Jinghua and has 8 concubines. This Han man actually wants me to marry him as a filling man. It's simply deceiving people too much. It has already been finalized and the gungtai has been replaced. Is it possible that you are still dissatisfied with this marriage? My daughter, dare not. Originally, I had not fully understood Silly Yifeng's character and was still considering the next plan. Now it seems that it is necessary to proceed. Isn't this a receipt that was just submitted to the Emperor this morning? The approval was obtained so quickly. Peaceful, it was returned at the age of 9,000, and it is said that the Ministry of War has been spending too much money on silver and food recently. Now that the Huai River is approaching the flood season, the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Household are not allowed to provide disaster relief. 9,000 years old. That means the Emperor didn't see the folds again. When will the Emperor become obsessed with Huang Lao's technique? The power of the court is now in the hands of the 9,000-year-old. And even all memorials have to go through the 9,000-year-old review process. But he's just a eunuch who formed a party for personal gain, yet he still dares to exercise the power of the Emperor on his behalf. Who? More, what are these? Sir Moer realized his mistake. You stole dim sum. When was the mansion so poor that even the ladies couldn't eat enough? I just reminded Han a few days ago, and he just ignored my words. Sir, thank you for your kindness these days, but Mama has been sick, and Moer's monthly allowance only allows her to drink a few pills, so that's why. More dare not do it again. Get up, I will instruct the madam to increase your monthly silver payment. You're about to get married, and your health doesn't look good. You should take care of yourself. Thank you, sir, for your memory, sir and Marquis. You are of the same rank, and since both of them think it's good, then naturally it's not wrong. But my daughter has never learned to become a head of the household, and I don't know if she can get along well with the 8 concubines in the family. Yu-Ho. Madam actually chose Yu-Ho for Mori. Yu-Ho is famous for his lust, but I married my eldest daughter. In the eyes of everyone in the court, what have I become? It's just that Madam said to marry and become a legitimate wife, so why don't you also learn to be a board member? Yes, sure enough, this cheap dad is not a good thing. If that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Sister M.O., these are 4 sets of clothes newly made by the sewing workshop, along with a set of jewelry and a few hairpin rings. Madam said that starting from this month, your monthly allowance will increase from 1 or 2 taels of silver to 5 taels of silver. In the future, you won't have to steal food in front of the Lord anymore. I have Aunt Lao Ma now. Humph. Aunt Ma is going to be so angry. Who should let them bully us? I heard that the Marquis went to his wife's yard for dinner today but got into an argument with her and even smashed a few bowls. The Marquis turned around and went to Aunt Lou's yard. The lady was so angry that she cried and didn't even have lunch. I'm crying now. There are still many days to cry in the future. But the Marquis has no intention of interfering with the marriage of the young lady. After all, the lady is the lady. Nature cannot rely on Duke Jinghua. Huan Yu, who was by Shiliang Shuang's side, heard that he was going to be sent out to make go over these days and comfort her well, while also revealing some information to the maidservants. Huan Yu Xiang Shuang's maid Yu said Han cousin has a crush on Shiliang Mo. It's impossible for Madam to promise me to her cousin. She can't let Shiliang Mo marry into her mother's house. Sister, why are you staring at me? It's not like I stole my cousin. The news has spread among the maidservants that Bai Rui privately flaunted everywhere. You ask Huan Yu, she must have heard it too. This idiot Han cousin is the legitimate second son of Han Shangshu, the Minister of Personnel, and also the nephew of his wife. He is the new Jiren of this year. My aunt is also the Emperor's favorite concubine, Han Guifei, who holds the same position as the Vice Empress and has a promising future ahead. How could Madam let her marry her cousin? There is such a thing, but I thought it was a rumor and didn't say anything because I was afraid the young lady would get upset after hearing it. Something useless. That little horny hoof. After discussing Yu-Ho's marriage, he still dared to seduce my cousin. No wonder she was putting on a show at the small banquet just to catch her cousin's attention. If sister doesn't want Mojie to succeed, there's nothing she can do. Tomorrow night, Yu-Ho and Han Biao-Ge will both come home to attend the banquet, right? This is a good opportunity. You mean? By the way, if hired, it's a wife. If fled, it's a concubine. If Shiliang Mo falls out of love with Yu-Ho before marriage tomorrow, she will have to be carried in as a concubine through a side door. As for cousin Han, Huan Yu, please help me deliver a letter to my cousin Han. I'm going to meet cousin Han tomorrow night. Miss Mo, please stay for a moment. Han or Gongzi, please go to the bamboo forest in the backyard to have a conversation. He has something to tell you. The banquet is about to begin. Han Gongzi, if there is anything, he cannot wait and insists on meeting privately. The young master only said that it is very important and related to his lifelong hope with Miss Mo that she can attend the appointment. Okay, then I'll just go there. This bitch really thought Han Biao would ask her out for a dream. Whisper softly. When Shiliang Mo arrives at the bamboo forest, Marquis Yu is waiting to spend a peaceful night with her. Sister, don't worry. Honor's cousin should also be waiting for you at Bibbo Pavilion. You should go quickly. Then please take your wife and sisters with you later. As long as Madam sees that my cousin and I are in love, this marriage is almost settled. Although it is impolite for unmarried men and women to meet privately, but just saying its cousin's going to put on lotus lanterns together doesn't count as a private meeting. Don't worry, sister. Bibbo Pavilion in Shiliang Prefecture. Second cousin. My cousin misses me so much, second cousin. Gifts cannot be ruined. Didn't we agree to put lotus lanterns on cousin? You will eventually be mine. Don't be shy. I have already prepared a betrothal gift of £100 for my cousin, who is about to make an engagement. This young lady is really the youngest daughter's family. What kind of cousin sex game is she playing? Cousin, you be lighter. Who is inside? What are you guys doing here? Why is it you and my second cousin? What are you still staring at? Quickly bring back this shameless dead girl. Mother is not like that. The person you ho is waiting for here should be Shiliang Mo. I was just inviting my cousin Han to light the river lanterns. Third sister, are you looking for me? How did you two get together? It was you, Shiliang Mo, who designed me. Clearly, my second cousin and I had already made an appointment. Miss Shuang, although you are my cousin, you cannot slander me like this. I met my eldest cousin by chance in the bamboo forest and only went to help her after she sprained her foot. The Lord also knows about this. I asked my nephew to accompany Mo and her sister over. Mo.gf sent someone to notify that she twisted her foot in the bamboo forest, but for some reason, none of the guards in the forest were there. I can only ask Wei Ge to help me take the boat, but I don't want to watch a shameful scene here. Please invite Yu Ho to sit in the front hall. Also, take Miss San away and temporarily ban her from going to bed to prepare for marriage. I think we need to change people for this marriage. Who dares to chew on half a sentence tonight and kill them all for sale? Cousin, are your feet okay? Thank you for not telling Madam that it was Moore who invited you to the bamboo forest. Moore originally wanted to ask her cousin to plead with his wife not to betroth Moore to Yu Ho, but she didn't expect these incidents to arise. Big cousin, you know I never like others to bully the weak. I will tell my aunt about you if she insists on you marrying me. I will help you. Wait for me. It seems that Han Wei is going to have a fight with Mrs. Han. How about it? I told you my marriage wouldn't happen. Although the method may be a bit damaging, it is also Miss San's own fault. If it weren't for her intention to harm others, we wouldn't have taken advantage of it. Thanks to Huang Yu's cooperation, he secretly informed us of the news and even exchanged Miss San's letter for us. Shiliang Shuang's self-proclaimed talented woman Huang Yu also learned a lot of poetry and books with her last time. Han Wei only casually praised Huang Yu a few words, which made the narrow-minded Shiliang Shuang jealous. 11. Liang Shuang disregarded the feelings of the master and servant and insisted on sending Huang Yu to marry the lame son of the second steward. How could Huang Yu not harbor hatred? So it's really a good thing you guys did. Thanks to the county lord's prudence and foresight, I quietly followed you. Otherwise, everyone will be kept in the dark by you. I was careless and didn't expect Shiliang Xian's suspicion to be so strong. Can you spare us, Hong Jin? I can give you whatever you want if you're serious. How much money are you planning to give me? I'll think about it. The maid of Hong Jin, Shiliang Immortal Humph, idiot, isn't it a win-win situation for me to take this money and expose her to the county lord? Do you want to know? Then go get it yourself. Miss, hurry up and help. What about Miss? Step on it. Significant. I didn't expect this old man from Shiliang to have such an interesting daughter. If the Duke likes the small ones, he will let someone take care of them. The last one has been buried for some time now. Hee, it's not urgent. The days ahead are long. Don't even think about it. Auntie, why can't I marry Moore? You said that in order to strengthen the relationship between the Han family and the Shiliang tribe, I can only marry a woman from the Shiliang family. You once wanted me to marry cousin Shuang as your concubine, but you also saw tonight's situation. Even the father would not allow Wei to marry such an immoral woman. If it weren't for my sister's strong support in the palace, I would have been planning step by step in this Jinghua mansion. Do you think Han's family can have today's glory? Now you're using your father to suppress me. Auntie, that's not what I meant. My birth mother went early and treated you as a mother, but I really don't understand. Where, please don't bring up this matter again. In the future anyone can marry Shiliang Mo, but my Han family cannot be compatible with her. Do you understand that your aunt and father have their own arrangements for your marriage? It's Wei who understands now. Is it true that my cousin Moer and I have no fate left? So you're her daughter. Who is it? My body, I can't move anymore. Hee hee, you're really wary. Woo woo. Hee hee. Ah, how dare he dare. TSK, a naive and sensitive little girl, but she's not very interesting either. Don't do it. Can. Bastard. Not bad, it's a bit more interesting than I thought. Little girl, the days ahead are still long. Don't make the seat boring. No. Don't touch me. Miss, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Dream? Is it really a dream? But why is my feeling so real? Miss. Don't worry, please help me up today. We still have to pay respects to the Marquis, but it's not too late. Maybe it's just a dream, right? Young Master Biao mentioned the young lady's marriage to the second lady, but was harshly scolded by the second lady. It's just an expected thing. Han Weisheng has a kind nature but lacks any independent opinions. Even if I marry, I will only be a concubine with Mrs. Han around. He will only be instigated and dare not treat me well, which is not a good match from the beginning. Miss, why have you been going over to pay respects to the Lord recently? Although the Lord cancelled your marriage with Marquis Yu, it was not to help you. It's just that Miss Sam lost someone herself. Don't say such things again in the future. We just need to be grateful in front of the Lord. Yes. Sister Mo has come to pay her respects to the Lord again. It was Mo who personally made chilled jasmine mint dew to light the fire for the Lord when it was hot. Sir is busy with important matters and inconvenient. It's not a big deal, it's just that the person sent by Prince De is discussing things with the Lord. What kind of princess asked you to come and get Mo's gung tai? The young prince met the young lady at the banquet that day and praised her for her virtuous temperament, making her a concubine. My dear queen hopes to bring the young lady's gung tai to reunite. Maybe the Duke's mansion will have double happiness. This is a post from the Lotus Appreciation Banquet of the Empress Dowager, specially ordered by Prince De to be sent to the young lady. I know about the Lotus viewing banquet and I will pass it on to Moore. As for the marriage, please reply to the young prince. I need to reconsider this matter. Absurd. Si Lufeng actually wants to marry me and Shiliang Dan together. That's right, I did intend to seduce Si Lufeng at the time, but he was so direct. Did he intentionally do this to teach me how to look down on him? My situation is so difficult now, and this so-called good news will only make me die faster. We must stop this matter. Please pay respects to the Lord and grandmother, and forgive Moer's rudeness. Moore just accidentally heard the request from the prince's mansion outside the door, but Moore wants to ask the Lord and the old lady to make the decision. Moore doesn't want or can't marry the prince's mansion. Oh, since ancient times, children's marriages have been arranged by their parents and matchmakers. The Lord said that the daughter's family should not have said these things, but the first daughter knows that the fourth sister has already discussed with Prince de Shao to become the eldest sister in person, and I cannot compete for favor with the younger sister. Second, if our sisters occupy the positions of the chief and side imperial concubines in the royal palace, I'm afraid it will make people criticize us for climbing the De Wang mansion in the Jinghua Palace, which is not appropriate for my father Grandma Shiliang, the old lady. It's hard for you to think so far and meticulously in your boudoir. Leave this matter to your father. He has his own limits and won't let you suffer too much. I'm not feeling well. I only recite scriptures and recuperate in my room for a few years without coming out. I didn't expect Sister Mo to grow up so big and end up so sensible. Not to mention anything else, the old lady only asked you if the Dewang mansion is much better than you are in the mansion. If you really go there, Dan will have to give you a few points. Are you really unwilling to go? This old lady also believed that I was a cunning and scheming person. After listening to second lady's instigation, I'm afraid she won't believe a word of the reasons I said in front of Duke Jinghua for considering the government's interests. In these years, the original owner's life has been difficult, but she only cares about Xiliang Dan. She doesn't even know where her heart has gone. Oh, I'm just trying to seduce Silly Feng, so what, even if it's just for my own sake? I don't want a mother is not the soft persimmon pinching mother you know. You also deserve it. If Moore wants to marry the little prince, Moore would rather die to show her will. Moore knows her position in the mansion and has had enough of being trampled on. Knowing that forced marriage is still a constant struggle, why bother belittling yourself and putting the rest of your life in such a quagmire? Moore only requests my father and old lady to discuss a normal marriage for me, considering that Moore also has the surname Xiliang. I don't seek to achieve great success, but rather to have a peaceful and successful marriage. You are truly a kind-hearted and sincere child. It has been difficult for you in these years. Don't worry, Grandma will choose a good marriage for you. Get lost, let me in. Xiliang Mo, you slutty fox, not enough to seduce my cousin, but still dare to seduce the little prince and aunt. I have to tear your face apart. Dan, what are you doing? Do you still have the demeanor of a noble lady? How can you marry into the royal palace with your shrew-like appearance? Father, you actually cursed me for this bitch. I can't marry into the royal palace. Is this bitch worthy? She doesn't even deserve to lift my shoes. Old lady, be careful. More, the granddaughter's safety has caused shock to the old lady. My granddaughter's disobedience and unfilial behavior led to a misunderstanding from my younger sister. Please punish me, old lady. What should we do about this? Why did you rush over, you silly child? This whip is well whipped. I thought it would take some time to get into the old lady's eyes. Xiliang Dan, this idiot, is like bringing him to my door as a ladder. Reverse, reverse. It's simply disrespectful. Take Miss Si to the ancestral hall and kneel down for me. This girl actually disregarded her grandmother's safety and acted recklessly like this. Father, grandmother, it's not like that. I didn't mean to hurt the old lady. It's all that bitch. That's enough. Pass on my words, Sister Mo. Filial and respectful from today on. Raise her monthly salary to the same level as Miss Four and treat her equally as Miss Four. Send Jean Yu and a few big maids to serve her. We must not let her be bullied at will anymore. Miss Si is disobedient and unfilial. Starting today, she will stay in the room to copy books and reflect on herself in order to cultivate her character. Without my permission, she is not allowed to step out of the room. Woo-woo. For what? Why is that bitch on an equal footing with me? How could my father and grandmother treat me like this and make me kneel all night? It was my mother who was careless in the beginning. If I had known it was a disaster, I should have sent it far away. Yeah, I don't know when this girl started to change. Now she is the red person in the eyes of her father and old lady, not as easy to deal with as before. The night Xuanmei was framed, I even sent Hong Jing to track her, but Hong Jing never came back. Today, a body was unexpectedly discovered. Unfortunately, there is not a single piece of evidence to prove that this matter is related to her. Father also doesn't like to make a big fuss about a maid's affairs, so it can only be left unresolved. That slut is just as despicable as her slutty mother. She spared her dog's life just to suffer for her slutty mother. She dared to seduce Danner's fiancée mother. Don't worry, Dan, my wife, can make her despicable mother barely survive and unable to meet anyone, just as she can make her go to hell. On the day of the lotus viewing banquet. Miss, today the second lady and the others seemed too calm. I thought she would try to prevent you from entering the palace to attend the lotus viewing banquet, but I didn't expect her to do nothing. Is it because the old lady has been treating you well lately that they dare not give you any trouble? Good to me. The old lady didn't remember being good to me more than a decade ago. Why is she being good to me now? Don't you know? She is using me to elevate the character of Mo Xiliang Dan. She will pity me not because I saved her, But because I apologized and reminded her she doted on her throughout her life and almost got beaten up by her younger generation. Sending Jean Yu and those maidservants over is just a way to monitor me under the guise of serving me. Miss. What happened? No. This person is these cold eyes are like. Infernal. Thank you very much. This kindness will be repaid. Miss M.O. Thank you for saving me. Your Highness M.O. Mower is very good. All right, I'll take you to get your injury treated right away. The speed of this face change is really interesting. Who are you, walking in broad daylight while wearing a mask? Such a shameless person is indeed a lackey of eunuchs from the Ministry of Rights. This is the famous eunuch of the Imperial Household Department, who is 9,000 years old and truly lives up to his name, demonic and wanton. But so what, whether they were bloody or cruel, it was these people who saved me. I have noted down this favor. Of course, Moore, are you okay? I also remember the grudge clearly. You're just greedy for novelty. Which wealthy young man did you like and told his mother that it was a good thing? Why did he just roll out of the car? Such a loss of composure in public. It was Moore who realized her mistake. Moore will never dare again. Moore shouldn't have insisted on following her into the palace. Please spare Moore's life, mother. I'll go back now. What accident? Madame Han dared to take the life of Shiliang Mo in front of me. It's clear that this lowly slave was instructed to tamper with the car in an attempt to harm his master's life. Whether favored or not, Shiliang Mo is still a post I intentionally sent to welcome Anne's concubine into the palace, or a gift I gave her. Mrs. Han, is this hitting me in the face in public? Someone instructed who dares to instruct the coachman to do such a thing. Your Highness, spare your life. Didn't you see that the young lady from Shiliang's house is afraid of becoming like that? Besides Mrs. Han, who else is there after all? It's the stepmother. What do you mean, sir? But she's just a cheap girl. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. This is our domestic affair where the wicked servant committed the murder. I will definitely investigate and find out the person behind it who instructed Mumu not to let Moore suffer any injustice. Miss S.I. doesn't seem to agree with me. It's difficult for Madame Wang to understand the situation, Your Highness. This is accusing me. This is your wicked servant, so I'll leave it to you to handle. There's no need to completely offend Madame Han over this matter now. Just to make them understand that this king is not someone who can be easily fooled. Miss M.O. doesn't seem to be injured. It's probably too crowded to accommodate Miss M.O. in Mrs. Han's car. Please ask Miss M.O. to get dressed up in my king's car. I will take her to the palace properly. Thank you, little prince. Why? I am clearly the fiancé AE of the prince. Why? Thank you very much, little prince. Today, Miss M.O. Xiao Wang heard that you once refused marriage in front of the duke, saying that if he wanted you to marry Xiao Wang, he would rather die. Little prince, you are very good. It's just that Moore doesn't want to sacrifice her life for the sake of her elusive future without reason. If 11 Liangma says that she has no intention of being rich, noble, or prosperous, she will believe these empty words. But she bluntly stated that fate is the most important thing about her own sex. If it weren't for my momentary impulse, how could Mrs. Han kill her today? Little prince, there's no need to take it to heart. Shiliang Mo is very good. It's Shiliang Mo, you're great. Miss has arrived. We're a bit late. I heard the last boat bound for Yuhuan and Huanbi Lake is about to depart. Hey, Prince and Miss, why are you all crowded in the corner? By Rui, this idiot. Huanbi Lake. Sorry, Miss M.O. Lu Wanner's Shiliang Dan handkerchief delivery. The eunuch in charge of the ship said that the ship is already full and no one can board anymore. Could you please wait for one more flight? This is the last ship when entering the palace. The council's aunt said if you miss the time, you will be questioned by the nobles. Then we have no control over it if it affects the safety of a ship. Can you bear it? Yes? Dan, are you afraid that the little prince will be seduced by me? You are so stubborn and foolish, and sooner or later you will lose to me. What nonsense are you talking about, bitch? Ah. Help! More. Miss. Thank you, little prince. More. Shiliang Mo, you despicable maid. Although it was my little prince who fell into the water, he actually saved Shiliang Mo first, and I could only be caught by a few eunuchs. Everyone saw clearly what just happened, didn't they? Shiliang Dan is simply a fool. Even if I don't like Moer anymore, I shouldn't have committed a public attack like this. It's obvious that Shiliang Dan wanted to push Miss Mo into the water, but he used too much force and fell down himself, right the most poisonous woman's heart. You have all been deceived. It's obvious that that bitch deliberately provoked me and planned to push me into the water. I tear apart your hypocritical fake face, you bitch. Bold. Who dares to make noise in front of 9,000 years old and kneel down quickly? 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. 9,000 years old, 9,000 plus 1,000. Long live. I only heard that 9,000 years old, relying on the emperor's favor and trust, controlled the court and became a king with a different surname. The lower generation of nobles have to endure this great humiliation and call him uncle. It's just a pity. Even if a eunuch gains control of a vast empire, there will be no successor. So my nephew is also here. I haven't seen you for days. I heard that you have arranged a marriage and are seeking to marry two young ladies from Jinghua. Just look up and show me, don't embarrass yourself. The fourth daughter of Jinghua Mansion, Shiliang Cc Liang. I have seen the eldest daughter of Jinghua Mansion, Shiliang Mo. 9,000 years old, 1,000 years old, 10,000 blessings. It's the owner of those eyes. The 9,000-year-old, who is famous throughout the world, surprisingly has such stunning beauty. No wonder Shiliang Dan lost his composure with such a sinister and mysterious appearance. My nephew has a special eye, and this Miss 4 is indeed unique. Presenting ugliness. My nephew was impolite. Shiliang Dan, a woman who is not successful enough and has more than failures, has caused me to almost lose face in front of Bai Li Qing. I happen to be interested in visiting Huanbi Lake with Prince Jinghua's eldest daughter, Shiliang Mo Xiaozi. 9,000 years old, I'm interested in Shiliang Mo. Few of the people he is interested in can survive, right? Thank you, Lord Qinsui. Just catching a cold. I'm worried that Sister Si might need to freshen up a boat for a while. Can I also borrow your precious treasure? Zai Lianzi. Does Miss 4 need to freshen up? It's me. Look how clean this grooming is. Help! Help! Miss Mo, you should give it a try. More dare not. More just wants to thank the 1,000-year-old man on the long street for his help today. Miss Mo is actually a smart person, but do you know that Duke Jinghua and I can be considered political enemies? As for Miss Mo, who just used my seat's hand to teach your 4 sisters a lesson, you are not afraid. I peeled your skin. Of course Moer is afraid, but she still has to do it because Moer has both requests and grievances. What about Silliu Feng? Aren't you planning to marry into the Silliu family? If he knew you had surrendered to this throne, wouldn't he not tolerate you? Why does this hand feel so familiar? This bite mark? No, it's impossible. Isn't that a dream? But did Miss Mo remember anything? For example, some unknown spring dreams? It's you. Good boy. Although I like your rebellious and interesting appearance, I don't like you being too stubborn. You need to remember you still have a long way to go to please me. My patience is limited. It's more Xie Qiansui's teachings. What do you think, Xilianzi? This woman dares to use the 1,000-year-old lord and shows disrespect towards you. The crime is to peel 6 pieces of non-bone skin. Moreover, she is a member of the Jinghua family and must be guarded against. Yeah, she looks gentle and respectful on the surface. The killing intent in the eyes is not hidden at all. Lan Ling's daughter is not at all like her selfish, cowardly, and incompetent mother, but that's exactly what makes things interesting. It's time for Lan Ling to repay the debt owed to me. If Xiaochu wants my life, let me see your skills. No, 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 it's better to die than to interest you, a 9,000-year-old man. Yuayuan Lake Island. Moer, how are you 9,000 years old? Didn't do anything to you, did he? Don't worry, Qinsui just chatted with me. A few more words. There is a difference between men and women, little prince. Don't worry. Since that's the case, why don't you go take a break first? The Emperor and Empress have not arrived yet. Before the lotus viewing banquet begins, I will have someone bring you some surprise tea. Moer, this is because she doesn't want to get close to me for fear of inviting another fatal disaster. Manhua typing, Princess's personal maid. Miss, forgiveness is all the fault of Manhua. Sister, don't be nervous. My young lady has always had a kind heart and won't blame her sister. Just need to trouble my sister to find a place for the young lady to change clothes. This is Xilan, who went to serve beside the Han family. What does Han want to do with arranging this play? Big tone so Xilan can represent me as a young lady. Why don't you come and sit in my seat? Xilan made a mistake. The lady is worried that the young lady may catch a cold, so please go change her clothes first. Anyway, we must lead Shiliang Mo there, otherwise madam won't forgive me. Just know your mistake. You are a capable person in front of your mother. If you lose your composure in front of everyone next time, I won't be able to save you since your mother requires you to lead the way, please. Miss, I'm not feeling well in my stomach and I want to go to Gong's room. Go ahead. Han put in a lot of effort to have Xilan and Manhua take me to this place. What did she want to do to make these two people leave again? Mayor, are you sure there's no one here? Of course, I had Manhua guard this place. How could anyone be here? 5 mouths. Why are you in such a hurry? Originally, Han sure wanted to use a knife to kill someone and designed a plot for me to witness an affair. The person who can have an affair in this place must have an extraordinary identity. How could they keep me alive? Xian, my good person, please slow down. I'm going to die. Are you sure you want to slow down? Who are these two people, Mei Xian? 5 mouths so painful. Why am I here? What else is there to say? It's not enough to make sure no one is there. You handle the rest thoroughly, That's really ruthless. If I were discovered, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have a chance to struggle. Since you are doing everything possible to take my life, Han, be prepared to pay the price. I hope you can withstand it this time. I beg your pardon? Xilan is dead. The eunuch said that Xilan accidentally fell off the corridor and broke her neck on the rocks, but no one saw Mo. Mother, are you looking for me? This bitch didn't actually die. It's good that Mo is okay. You haven't come back for so long. Mother is still worried that something might have happened to you. The mother is so concerned about her daughter that she is deeply moved in her heart. My daughter will definitely repay her mother well. Mrs. Han, you have already given me 2 big gifts today. Next, it's my turn to repay you. Let your beloved daughter be ruined and lose her love forever. The ladies from the top companies in the draft have all put in their best effort. The performance of Shiliang Dan on the chain is already stunning. Shiliang Xian has been practicing hard in the mansion for many days, and it seems it's time to come on stage. Your Majesty, the fourth Miss of Jinghua Mansion is indeed quite good. Your Majesty, my daughter is only skilled in carving insects. Big sister has amazing skills and has been preparing for a long time to present 10 to Your Majesty. What is this stupid girl doing? If you want to retaliate against Shiliang Mo, this is not the right time. If she loses her dignity in front of the Emperor, it will affect the entire Shiliang family. Oh, then I want to see which one is the young lady from the Jinghua Mansion. My daughter has been dull since childhood and only knows some basic skills in makeup when raised in the boudoir. If the Emperor doesn't mind tarnishing his eyes, the courtiers are willing to make a fool of themselves and bring a smile to the Emperor. Got it. Heart-to-heart painting platform core. Is it also a skill to play with makeup in front of the Emperor? Do you want to make rouge paintings by dissolving makeup in water? It's nothing new anymore. This is a front and back painting together. Does this young lady not even understand the basic principles of painting? The face of the lady she painted is so blurry that it's hard to see clearly, right? Hee hee, is she drawing monsters? Hey, what is this doing? This is the skill that Moer presented to the Emperor. Painted skin. Painting skin and people is difficult to paint bones, knowing people's faces, but not their hearts. I offer this little skill to make Your Majesty and all the Empresses laugh. I wish Your Majesty eternal intelligence and insight. All wicked people cannot escape Your Majesty's gaze without their masks. Your Majesty, in my court, the 4 seas will surely rise flat, the seas clear, the rivers yen. What a beautiful canvas every day. Officials bring a pile of memorials to bother me, but it's not as happy as a little girl who can make me happy. There are many rewards and rewards. I don't know what Your Majesty wants to reward this young lady for. It's 9,000 years old. In Wei Chen's opinion, it is better to reward Miss Mo with the position of county head. Aiching is exempt from gifts. Thank you, Lord Chen Sui, for your kindness without receiving any merit. Lu Moer is just using small skills like carving insects to gain a smile from the sage. How dare he be rewarded? Shiliang Mo wants to climb onto Sinner's head and dream. If the Imperial censor finds out, they might think that our country's government has seduced us with bizarre and skillful techniques. Han's sharp mouth may seem righteous, but she belittles my performance as a bizarre and skillful move. Compared to Moer's boudoir game, Sienner has prepared a special performance for the Emperor. Please enjoy it. Oh my God, he is the head of Duanyang County. She's actually dancing right away. Lanner, is that you? Queen Han did it intentionally. They didn't hesitate to let Shiliang Xian imitate that woman, even though they knew the Emperor had never forgotten that person for over a decade. The dance of Shiliang Immortal is indeed more perfect than usual when practicing in the mansion. However, the higher you jump, the more painful your fall will be. Why did the horse suddenly go crazy? Quickly protect the Emperor. Someone, come and protect the driver. Your Majesty, please leave quickly. Come on, only by trampling the horse can the Emperor be frightened. It seems that you have a great connection with the horse. Oh my God, that 9,000-year-old actually saved someone. Who wants you to meddle in other people's affairs? The little fox doesn't want to thank me anymore at this moment. Thank you, Qian Sui Yi, for saving the little girl. I am extremely grateful. Just reluctantly thanking me, I reluctantly accept it. How absurd! What the hell is going on here? Your Majesty, please forgive me. Qian Sui Yi, this Shiliang Mo is really audacious. Although I was saved by you, I didn't know what to do. If I hadn't saved her, I would have fulfilled her wish. The tablecloth covering the horse has calming spices. The horse is already under control, and if she deliberately avoids it, she will only get kicked and injured slightly. She carefully arranged this play to protect her driver and get injured, but was interrupted by this seat. I don't know how much resentment I hold in my heart, but it's just about intentionally sabotaging her good things. Watching her get angry and helpless is really interesting, and it was my younger sister who didn't control her mouth properly and was frightened, which caused Your Majesty to. Please forgive her for punishing my daughter, Your Majesty. This girl, it was clearly my younger sister who made the mistake. Not only did she take the risk to save her, but she also took responsibility for her mistake. But it was the daughter of the Shiliang family who committed the crime and also the daughter of the Shiliang family who rescued the driver. Should it be punished or rewarded? Your Majesty's reward and punishment are sufficient. Exactly so. Princess 11 Liangma, the eldest daughter of Duke Jinghua, was awarded the title of first-class Princess Jinmin for her meritorious service in rescuing the driver. Reward 1,000 taels of gold, 10 boxes of jewels, 500 hectares of fertile land, and a fiefdom of Liang County in the County Princess's mansion. More, how dare more be? As for the rough leader of Duanyang County, his horse was startled and stopped driving. Considering that he is still young, he will be held accountable for his first offense with 30 major penalties. Your Majesty, please don't. Sienna, Your Majesty is now furious. If you want to provoke me, I will plead for your sister's mercy. What should Your Majesty do? Your Majesty, it is absolutely unacceptable. I am willing to bear the loss on behalf of my daughter, as it was an unintentional mistake. Let Sienna be publicly punished with 30 lashes by the Emperor, not to mention that she will be unable to be a person in the capital in the future. This is going to break her leg. Play for time. Princess Jinmin, can you bear to see your sister punished? You are sisters. How can you get better if you are insulted by your anger? Indulgence and recklessness, I ordered it. Are you forcing me? Your Majesty, if I only care, it will be chaotic. Okay, since your mother, Lady Cixi, and Lady Xiaofu, as well as the Lord of Duanyang County, will each receive 15 major rewards, that's enough. Your Majesty, please spare your life. Set out. Did the mother remember that her daughter almost had her legs broken by you? The pain of a broken leg is too clear for more. My sister's punishment may prevent her from dancing again. This is just a little interest that Moa repays to her mother. My daughter will continue to be filial to you in the future. Shiliang Mo was designed by you as a fairy, right? You poisonous woman, my husband won't let you go. Miss Guigong sighed. Don't worry. The old lady and the Duke of the country are both smart people who succeed and defeat the enemy. Princess Jinmin. The beautiful name of the princess is about to spread throughout the capital city. At the age of 9,000, I would like to invite the princess for a brief introduction. Please show your respect, princess. There is no reason to refuse when Chen Sui invites Moa Pet if he is surprised. Hee. Princess Jinmin is really a heroine among women. She was not surprised at all when she first came here. Before the age of 1,000, Moa dare not be impolite. Oh. What about this? Fuck you. Does the little girl eat melon seeds? What does Mr. Chitos want me to do? I want to defeat my stepmother and younger sister, and my heart desires glory, wealth, and prosperity. I want to have a fulfilling husband. What else do you want, girl? Please, no one can bully me, humiliate me, or oppress me again. Those who deceive, humiliate, and oppress me are all worthless and unattainable, that's all. Okay, that's all. This seat can help you with arm strength. What does Chen Sui want? Let's wait until you have the Jinghua mansion in your hands before we talk. How does Chen Sui feel? Not bad, girl. You have a smooth and delicate skin texture. I also think it's good. The taste of Chen Sui must be very good. This is your return gift to the frivolous little girl. Moore said she begged no one to bully or humiliate me again. Since you have promised to help me, a nobleman like you, Moore, with her eloquent words, of course she will not let you break your promise. The little girl is bold, and her eloquence is also impressive, but there won't be a next time, will there? Of course, Moore believes that Chen Sui also doesn't want to have a next time. He has seen the princess here. Madam, he the servant is a second-class steward in the palace and has entered the register of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. She is a person given to the princess by the palace. Chen Sui instructed that if the princess can safely leave this door today, the servant will be the princess's person. Bailaking, is this an honest way to put eyeliner around me from now on? I'll have to worry more about Moore's affairs, Mama. Anyway, let me see what kind of wonderful person the person sent by Bailaking is. Do you still dare to come back get me, this rebellious woman? What is Mother doing? It seems that the people in the mansion have not received the news of my coronation yet. I'm sure Han suppressed the Imperial edict and wanted to teach me a lesson before it was announced, even if the Imperial decree is announced later. If she charges me with disobeying her legitimate mother and deducts my princess status, it will be meaningless. Do you dare to ask today? You shamelessly seduced Prince De in public. Corrupt women's morals have also implicated my legitimate mother, who has been punished. As someone who is disrespectful to the sect like you, I just broke my leg, shaved my head, and sent it to the ancestral temple. With the style of the main sect, no one else can say anything wrong. Shut up this little bitch's mouth and hit her. Mother, why did you falsely accuse your daughter? You know it's not like this if you blame your daughter for not protecting your second sister in front of the Emperor. My daughter gave up her legs to accompany my younger sister. What's wrong with stopping? Oh, Princess Jinming, what's going on? This is the first time we have seen such a novel event after so many edicts in our family. How dare someone be so rude and reckless to the princess personally appointed by His Majesty? What princess? How could Mo Jiab be the princess? Madam didn't say anything. Mrs. Han naturally didn't want to say it because if it weren't for the princess's rescue today, the entire Jinghua mansion is about to die due to the accidental injury of the Emperor by the head of Duanyang County. It's clear that it was our young lady who risked her life to save the Emperor that didn't blame the government. The young lady was injured by the groom in the mansion today and fell off the carriage. She was pushed into the river again by Miss Si, and despite encountering so many things, she still protected her family. Madam, you also slandered the young lady. Stop talking, by Xin. Mrs. Li San from the third room. Madam Han, have you gone crazy? My own daughter almost killed someone, yet she dared to deceive us into coming to rectify the princess. Do you want to drag the entire Guigong mansion down to be buried with you in order to be happy? Unexpectedly, the Jinghua mansion had no rules and regulations, and even a top-notch royal enfeoffment princess would be beaten and killed by servants. This is the following heinous act. I rushed back as soon as I received the news that Moore had been ennobled, but I didn't expect to encounter this scene as soon as I came back. If this matter is not handled properly today, I'm afraid it will cause more trouble if the nanny and eunuch report it to the palace. This is Sishan, the second grade of the Shanggong Bureau bestowed upon the princess by the palace. From what you see, then, Your Majesty personally enfeoffed these servants, Princess. To humiliate the princess is to trample on the face of the royal family. The crime of such great disrespect is committed by all those involved in this matter in Mrs. Han's room when executed according to the law of the offending official. Madam, help me, madam, I don't want my heart to die. Who dares to touch my people? Lord Guigong, you have all been deceived by the despicable hooves of Shiliang Mo. What kind of rescue? It's clear that she tampered with Xiener's horse. Shut up, are you sick and confused? Why is the master so cruel to me? Moore, your mother is still seriously injured. It must be because she was scared today that she did this foolish thing. You have always been kind and kind. Don't argue with her. Don't argue with her. Jing Guigong really favors the Han family. At this point, he still has to protect this woman. Father said, so how about leaving the household chores of taking care of my second sister, who is injured and frightened, to my third aunt? Bitch, do you want to take control of my family? I am the head of the household. That's enough, let's do everything according to Moor's wishes. Now that Moor has become the queen of the princess, why can't she understand the situation? Let's temporarily leave the affairs of the mansion to Mrs. Lee Sand from the third room. Those despicable maidservants who dared to offend the princess were all taken down and dealt with. Shiliang Mo, you have such poisonous thoughts. Help! It seems that it will take a long time to dispose of everyone in my mother's room tonight. Except for those who serve the old lady, everyone needs to take turns going to observe the punishment for an hour as a warning to others. From today on, everyone in the mansion should also learn new rules. Why did Duke choose Shiliang Mo, this audacious and reckless girl? Anwei Maid, the servant, looked at her as if she knew nothing about what happened back then and what the governor was looking for. I don't know now, but I may not know in the future. Her face is very useful, not to mention she has some cleverness. It's also interesting to play with. This wicked beast. This little thing looks quite like hers. You can take this little thing to her place. Yes, also. Send the rich milk soup commonly used by the noble consort to that girl with the taste of foozy. That girl's breasts are too small to feel well. Miss, today is your princess's coronation banquet. I heard that even members of your own family have come. Yeah, that's right. In all these years, my daughter, who is not favored, has never had the opportunity to meet anyone from our family. Jingwa Gong is the second wife of the Shiliang family and does not have the right of inheritance as the head of the family. Although he broke through a world with all his abilities, but the people of my family always looked down upon him because of his non-legitimate identity. By the way, let Mrs. He stay in the yard today after being calm for such a long time. If someone wants to cause trouble, it would be the most suitable day. Miss, let the servant guard the yard for you. By Mama having more things to do in front of the young lady, Mama's broad knowledge will definitely help her. There are servants in this yard, nothing will happen. By Mama has been serving the original owner for many years. In the past, she only cared about the rough sweeping work in the yard and never had much to do. Today is a rare positive experience. Since Grandma is willing to help Moore guard the yard, please be more careful. This princess is really impressive. Shiliang cigarettes, Miss Shiliang's family. She's just an uncultured wild girl, and I don't know what your majesty is thinking, but she was granted the title of princess. Isn't it just right? Shiliang, the charming lady of the Shiliang family. It's time for our family to select people to pay tribute to the Heck people again. The noble status of the princess makes her the most suitable queen of Hehe. Grandma has ordered Uncle to take her back home at some time as long as she becomes the queen of Hehe. Haha. That's right. Let's just wait and see how she can secure the position of the filthy queen of Hehe, who is no different from a prostitute. Oh, is that so? By humorous new maid, they actually want me to be the queen of Hehe. Hehe was originally the most primitive and harsh place in neighboring countries. This sounds good to me, but if I send it over, it's a dead end, miss. Should we make early plans to deal with this matter? I have my own discretion in this matter. You did a great job. Mama is truly a wonderful person with unique vision. After dealing with the people in the mansion, she promoted several new maids into the courtyard. These maidservants have their own strengths in handling affairs, and with time, they will surely achieve great success. The princess's coronation banquet is currently taking place in the room. What a wonderful princess hiding here to slack off. Moore drank some wine just to dissipate the alcohol here. What interesting thing was the princess laughing at just now? I don't know if I'm willing to share with Xiao Wang. Laugh at some people who don't measure themselves, some people who are just annoying. Ten Zhang in the mortal world, everyone can resist their delusions. Unexpectedly, the princess also has insights into Buddhist philosophy. Does Xiao Wang have the honor to speak arrogantly with the princess? The little prince is joking. Not good. Miss Yenner died in the princess's yard. What? More is of great importance. I'll accompany you then, no need. Little prince, this is an internal matter of the Shiliang family, and he's here for more. The young prince is engaged to his fourth sister and should not interfere. More, why do you refuse me like this even though you clearly have intentions for me? My daughter, why did you die so tragically? The young lady felt a little hot halfway through her drink and went out for a walk. We were knocked unconscious as soon as we arrived near the princess's yard, and when we woke up, Miss had already. I have checked the injuries and confirmed that Miss Yin was strangled to death after being raped. She must have struggled before she died, with blood foam in her nails and from that person also. This is what I found on Miss Yenner. Isn't this the princess's thing? The only princess in the mansion who has a mermaid veil is the one who has just received the Imperial gift. This is my thing, but what does it mean? I didn't insult the tobacco girl, did I? Mrs. Zhao is the eldest wife of the Shiliang family. Don't play dumb for me. Yenner's death is clearly related to you. What kind of relationship does the man who raped Yenner have with you? He even has your private belongings. The Jinghua mansion where Moer is located is a branch of the Shiliang family. Our country's government has always been heavily guarded, and it is an inevitable day for guests to enter today. Maybe some young master took the princess's clothes and was seen by Miss Yenner before killing her and silencing her. Shuangmei means that the princess is having an affair with someone else. I gave my personal belongings to that man during a private meeting, but was bumped into by Yin Jie, so I took action against her. Shiliang Frost, who seems to be well behaved during this period, was actually planning this matter. In a few days, it will be her joyous day with Marquis Yu. She wants to seek revenge before getting married. I didn't say that. The princess recognized me with a ghost in her heart, which actually blames me. Since you suspect this princess, she has to ask clearly. Yunyang, you said Miss Yenner was drinking too much to cool down, but my yard is located in the most remote part of the inner courtyard, separated from the banquet by several small paths. How could you come over so coincidentally with Miss Yenner? It's not like I came all the way here to admire the newly built water lily pond in my yard, right? We came over specifically to see the water lily when Miss Yenner said she wanted to. This idiot, is it? Unfortunately, there have never been any water lilies planted in the princess's yard. You shameless girl, how dare you lie and not bring it to justice? Report that the man suspected of killing Miss Yen of Shiliang by the princess has been caught by the servant. The servant has been guarding the yard all day and accidentally discovered this thief sneaking out of the yard. I learned some martial arts from Lady Lan in my early years and went to chase after this thief. You are the crown prince of Ningho, Lufeng. You killed my daughter. Is it easy to find out at a glance? Let me examine this person's injury and compare the depth of the scratch on Miss Yenner's finger with this person's to reveal the truth. What about him? I think this young master is someone who has a mutual affection with the princess. Just why be so cruel and harm innocent Miss Yenner? That's right, I was having an affair with the princess, but was accidentally caught by Miss Yenner. I was just careless. It was the princess who had someone take action to silence her. See, it's true. Since you said you have an affair with this princess, Lufeng, the princess asked you. What is the princess's birth date and birth chart, and what are her strengths? What year, month, time, and place did she meet you, and what is her token of trust? Do you have any witnesses? What's the name of the girl next to the princess? Do you have the signature of Shui Tao, the princess's favorite? I just started dating the princess, only in front of flowers and under the moon, so I don't quite remember. The princess is best at drawing skins. She has no witnesses and doesn't know the princess's maid, but I have Shui Tao's signature. It's ridiculous that the princess has been detained by the prefect Rick since childhood, and even her basic needs have become a problem, let alone her handwriting. Don't you even know this? She's never good at writing, let alone Shui Tao's signature. Just compare the books in the room and you'll know what? What? By mama, give me a palm on his mouth. Stop fighting, don't hit me. Just use my move. I have an affair with Yenner, I beg your pardon? I have been in contact with Yenner for over a year now, but Yenner said that the Shiliam family wants to send her into the palace, and she wants to cut off contact with me. I couldn't help but feel angry for a moment later. Yunyang said she could help me escape. You bitch, why on earth did you harm my daughter like this? Ah. She died and committed suicide by taking poison. What should we do about this? If Yunyang dies without evidence, we don't know who is trying to frame the princess. Yeah, but Frost doesn't have to worry. The crime of slandering the princess cannot be easily escaped. As for Lu Feng, it's up to Mrs. Zhao to handle it herself. Ah. Help! Shiliang Mo, you bitch, why did you do this to me? Frost's sister spoke ill of this princess today, but sister is just asking you to wash your mouth. Even if you tell your father, he must still support me in teaching you. I don't. Madam, this medicine is too bitter, princess. Bitter medicine. You have suffered too much physical damage in earlier years, so you need to take good care of yourself. What kind of ghost medicine is this sent by Bailaking? Although I have confirmed with several doctors that this is indeed a good medicine for nourishing the body, it is also too bitter, isn't it? I absolutely cannot let the young lady know that this is the medicine prepared by Mr. Chitos because he thinks her chest is not big enough. Make up for it. Make up for it, make up for it. What kind of colored bird is this? What the hell is this gift from Bailaking? This is called the blood kite, a special bird that is worshipped in the southernmost regions. It is said to be born of the phoenix and the eagle. Rats, this is clearly a parrot. Look at the handsome coo. Miss Frost has already lost half of her life. If we continue, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on. Bitch, I'll kill you. It's better to drag you to death than marry a terrible old man. Don't worry, sister. If you want to die, sister, I don't want you to die, bitch, bitch. Do you think I can't do anything to you without evidence that you framed me? I'm telling you, without any evidence, it's as easy as pie for you to live or die. I will definitely take good care of you these days until you marry Marquis. It's still a long time. If Marquis knew how much you hated him, he would definitely treat you well. I just had a working nanny. I've known each other for so many years, but I don't know how good Mama's body and hands are. It's so hard for Mama to keep it a secret from Moore. The old man is a disciple of the elusive real person, entrusted by Lady Lan to secretly protect the young lady for many years. If she had shown her kung fu early, Han might not have been able to tolerate aging, so she would have had to endure it. Is that so? My mother, who doesn't take care of things, actually has intentions, which really surprises me. By Mama, the disciple of the elusive real person, must have even higher martial arts skills than Jingwu Gong. It's really generous to have such a skilled player by my side, Blue Feather. Miss, in fact, Madam has also been living a difficult life. Can Grandma teach Moore some martial arts from today on? Moore doesn't need to be as strong and capable as a nanny to save her life. As long as the young lady needs servants, I will do my best to plan for her. Still so vigilant. You can't do it anymore. If you do it to this girl again, it might really anger her, however. Well, let's just force it like this. Humph, little girl. You should thank me very much. Half a month later, Shiliam Shuang was tied up and put on a sedan chair. The anger of the bride aroused the wrath of Marquis Yu. Yu Ho forced her to marry Ding Dui, and she almost became a resentful partner by punching and kicking people every day. Miss, this is a great improvement. In just over 10 days, your Dantian has begun to gather internal energy. In theory, it's impossible for your body to recover so easily after being damaged for so many years. I don't know why I always feel like my sleep has been particularly heavy these days, but after waking up, the circulation of breath was particularly smooth, as if someone had connected it for me. Mrs., you from our family has come over. I heard that the person who went to Hihi to get married has already been selected and asked you to come and pay their respects. Moore has met the old lady. The princess is so big that she doesn't have to bow to her elders for the first time. Who are you trying to deceive by just saying hello Shiliang Mo? This bitch clearly died because of her smoking. Do you think there is a problem with the rules and regulations of the celestial court, where elders and children are in order but hierarchy prevails? Why don't we go to the emperor's place to clarify and let the new rules of the female sister educate the subjects of the world? You're talking nonsense. I didn't mean it at all. Sister Wu, it's not me who wants to make things difficult for you. The bickering between sisters can be ignored, but the mama beside her is a second-grade female official given by the palace originally. Lady Sishan beside the Empress Dowager couldn't help you anymore. I, as a servant, serve by the side of the Empress Dowager. I have heard of the most important etiquette and rules in the Shiliang family, but I do not want to be greatly disappointed. Miss Wu's disrespectful behavior may require me to report it truthfully when I return to the palace. Yu Lao Tai Jun, the main mother of the Shiliang family, what Grandma said is extremely wrong. We neglected to discipline ourselves. I don't know what kind of lesson Grandma thinks should be taught. The crime of disrespect is rewarded with 10 strokes of rouge. Palace rules cannot be violated, Grandma. Please. What I am the proud young lady of the Shiliang family. Shiliang Mo is just a daughter of a branch family, old Chinpa. How dare you? This punishment is made of 6 specially made bamboo strips, which are equivalent to 10 blows with a regular bamboo fan. It can make the flesh and blood under the skin, lips, and tongue of the victim completely rotten, but the face looks like it has been painted with rouge, so it is called Yinji Yan. Miss Wu understands now. Wooers should learn about hierarchy. Since the princess is so rational, she should also understand filial piety. Marriage requires the knowledge of parents and the advice of matchmakers. This is natural. You just need to understand I have discussed your marriage with your parents. Every generation of Heyi monarchs would demand to marry the noble daughter of the heavenly court, and since Emperor Taizu, it has always been the daughter of the Shiliang family who gets married and gets married. If the daughter who is married dies, she will seek to take the next one. Your noble status makes it perfect for you to marry Princess Heyi. In a few days, pack up your things and come to my house to stay. Study the rules well to avoid embarrassing yourself after getting married. What? Are you trying to defy your elders and make your own decisions? Your engagement is not successful. More dare not. Since the old lady has made a decision, more should obey her orders. Big sister. So it's Sister Wu. What's going on? It's quite unusual for 11 Liangyue to come to me. I heard that my family wants you to marry into Heyi. You must not agree. The Queen of Heyi sounds good, but after marrying the King of Heyi, it's equivalent to the prohibition of all male members of their royal family. The Queen, whether she is a father, brother, uncle, nephew, or nephew, can enjoy it until she is exhausted and almost never survives beyond 20. The former queen married at the age of 10 and only lived for a few years. These beasts from the Shiliang family originally had this idea in mind. For the sake of their glory and wealth, they sent innocent girls one by one to that wolf den. Big sister. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Wu. Just in the past, Sister Wu used to be close to Sister Shuang, but she didn't expect to care so much about me. Big Sister Yuer has always wanted to care about you, but I'm just a commoner. Mrs. Han used to be so dominant that I wouldn't dare to confront her. You don't blame me, do you? Big sister naturally doesn't blame you. You and my sisters need to help each other in the future. 11 Liangyue was a shrewd person who immediately turned to me when she saw Han's downfall and 11 Liangshuang being married to Marquis Yu, but she is still a usable person. As for the group of borers in the Shiliang family, it seems that it's time to clean them up properly. You're quite ruthless, little girl. Why be polite to shameless people? You're right, sir. 9,000 years old. I just said that I'm usually very alert. How could I sleep so deeply these days? Indeed, this scoundrel has tampered with it. Not stealing incense and jade, but elegance. Can the bones and joints of this perverted hand be bent and disassembled at will? Moreover, what I have done can be considered a noble sentiment. Little girl, do you think that your improved skills these days are really due to your diligent practice? Could it be the credit of the 1,000-year-old master of the Golden Needle Crossing Cave? You're not stupid. There's no need to be too grateful for the selflessness of this seat. There will be a place where you can be used in the future. Take off your clothes and lie down. After finishing the work, I still need to go back to sleep. I'm exhausted from submitting too many memorials today. This Golden Needle Crossing hole doesn't need to be half naked every time, does it, this shameless old thief? Of course, you are all a member of this seat, so I naturally need to be more careful. 9,000-year-old master is busy with official duties, so there is no need to work hard for his daughter anymore. The little girl doesn't seek quick martial arts skills either. You are rejecting this seat. I dare not. If Mr. Chitos insists on being kind, there is no other way for the little girl. Girl, on the day you beg for this throne, I hope you still have such backbone. The Anglican Church has taken care of everything. All 126 people have been dealt with. I chose 10 of the best ones with human skin on their backs and sent them to the incense factory to make fans and drums. 12 of the best women's hair extensions were sent to the Erong Fong. Left and right, those things are not very interesting. Oh, by the way, Xialianzi and the others already have got children. Why don't I take that girl in and treat her as my goddaughter? Gone daughter. Well, it's a pity that I'm a little older and can't enjoy changing diapers, spanking, acting coquettishly, biting people. I do have this one now, not biting people. Be it so. Tomorrow, go ask the embroiderers to prepare some belly bands for your future ladies to send. Also, the best white satin is required for my daughter's menstrual belt. What are you thinking? I can't change the diaper or menstrual belt for the little girl. It always makes me feel uncomfortable. Miss, you slept really well today. The noise outside didn't wake you up. That old monster hasn't bothered me these past few days. How could I not sleep well? It's really lively outside. It seems that the wedding ceremony between fourth sister and Prince Dill went smoothly today. Wedding is engaged. I'm afraid something might happen later. Our gift has already been sent to the young lady, and the clever calculation of this ceremony is bound to be impossible to complete. I'm going to my home in Shiliang in a few days, and there are still many things to pack up today. Let's not go out to join the excitement and wait in the yard to watch the play. Miss C's skin has become increasingly watery and tender these days. Come on, you're such a beautiful young prince who probably won't even be able to look down on those ordinary women. Although Shiliang Mo's cheap embryo is annoying, the ointments she made before were really good. Why is my skin itching so much today? Maybe the powder I applied today was a bit heavy. Don't scratch. Endure. On a big day, makeup should be thicker. But if I even feel itchy in my body, it's not because the threads on my clothes are not hidden properly. Can you hold on a little longer? It's time for you to enter the hall when the auspicious time has arrived. After the ceremony of wending is over, I have to peel off the skin of those embroiderers. I can't even make a good piece of clothing. Let's go. My daughter is virtuous, and virtuous. She can take advantage of the blessings of heaven to marry a suitable person. Prayers and blessings. It's so itchy, it's so uncomfortable, I'm so dizzy. What's wrong with Shiliang Dan? What kind of disorder is this in public? If Mo. Moore would never be so impolite. Please exchange tokens between Miss Dan and Prince De. Miss Dan. Oh, wow. German Princess Si Lufong's stepmother. What the hell is going on here? Miss Dan's face. Dan, what's wrong with you? It's so itchy. Little prince, help me. Dan, quickly let go of the little prince. Cool and refreshing, so comfortable. This woman is crazy. We need to stop her quickly. What are you still staring at? Hurry up and send the young lady back to her room. Mrs. Han, you'd better explain clearly what's going on here. Dan, she has been feeling unwell these past few days, which made the Queen laugh. Even if I feel unwell, I wouldn't be so impolite. I'm afraid the De Wang mansion won't be able to accommodate such a disobedient daughter-in-law in front of everyone. He reached out and scratched his chest, even pulling out half of his belly band. What did it look like today? Even our De Wang mansion is going to become someone else's joke. Princess. I think we should cancel today's ceremony and wait for Miss Dan to recover before making any plans. How could this happen? Why did it end up like this? It's Shiliang Mo. It must be Shiliang Mo, this bitch. What did you say, husband? Dan's condition is only itching and sensitivity caused by pollen, not poisoning. This is what the Imperial physician just diagnosed. Several Imperial physicians in the palace have been here. Your well-taken care of daughter doesn't have any serious illnesses at all, just a slight allergy that caused her to lose her marriage. Impossible. Clearly, it was Shiliang Mo who did the good deed. Only she has this kind of snake-like heart. Sienna rode the horse in shock, and you said it was Moore who caused it. This time, Danner is allergic, and you said it was Moore who designed it. When are you going to target Moore? She's also my daughter. I told you before that I would give her a good marriage proposal. You're better off. First, Marquis Yu is now partnering with those members of our family to marry her to He. Why do you have to be so cheap to her? You're favoring her now. She's just a bastard born of Lonsher and others. Do you also want to hold her in your hands and indulge her to harm your own children? Wearing this green hat for so many years is not enough. Shut your mouth. If you keep talking nonsense, I will dismiss you. Wagong Yi. Lan Ling is my legitimate wife. She used to be, she is now, and she will be in the future. Yi and Moore are the bloodline of my silent West Liang, and you'd better remember how you got married back then. How did I forget? 20 years of sailing through thick and thin still cannot withstand the lowly seed born to a promiscuous woman who stands out from the wall. It's true that Lang Xian is as iron, haha. If you have the intention to slander Lan Ling and Moore, why don't you think about how to take care of your two daughters? Sienna's leg is already crippled, and the doctor on Danner's face also said that the scratch is too deep and cannot be fully restored. What? What? Danner has been disfigured. The last time I confronted Moore to protect you was because you were not up to par. If you're so useless again, don't blame me for not caring. Our country's government cannot afford to have nothing useful. Miss, why are you so amazing? Yeah, even the Imperial physician couldn't find any problems with Miss C's makeup. I have no problem separating the makeup and powder of Shiliang Dan. The problem is that she just likes to use it together. If you want to blame me, blame Shiliang Dan for pursuing beauty. Even now, he is using the makeup he took from me before. Long-term use of medicated powder with 5-stone powder can cause problems with just a cup of regular chrysanthemum tea. Miss is the most powerful. Although I don't understand, I still think it's very powerful. Miss is the smartest. You two little rascals, if you praise me again, I won't take you to my home in Shiliang tomorrow. You guys stay and guard this yard, okay? By Jing, by May's sister. Miss, can we really not follow along? How many days are you going to stay? I also want to stay by your side. After all, Han's accumulated power in the mansion for more than 20 years cannot be eliminated overnight. Besides, there's an old lady with an attitude and strength that's unclear. I need you to help me keep an eye on the yard and not let them catch any evidence. And it's probably more dangerous at my home in Shiliang. Bai Mei has already died, and now I have the strength to retrieve Bai Mu Yi, who was kicked out earlier. This is Bai Mei's only sister. I can't let anything happen to her. Don't worry, miss. I'm in the yard. I will definitely guard the yard and wait for you to come back. Then I'll leave it to you guys. The next day. Dan, my poor Dan. Mother Shiliang Mo has left. She must have gone and never returned to her home. Yeah, that's right, since she can never come back, there's no need to keep her yard. It's time to clean up properly. Xiao Bai, are you fat? You've only been here for a few days. How do I feel like you've gained a lot of weight? Soft, soft, don't itch so much. Take down everyone for me. County Lord, what are you doing? The County Lord has a set of 4 treasures of the steady bestowed by His Majesty, which are now missing. A witness said they saw the girl from the broken jade pavilion steal from our County Lord. Now we need to search for her. If you are sensible, please make way for the County Lord. How can this be? This is the princess's yard. Don't you want to live anymore? What witnesses are you clearly slandering? Ah. Go in and search for me. Princess, your princess will soon become a human sleeping bitch. Do you think she can come back safely? No, you insulted our princess. What a despicable maid who doesn't know her life or death. The County Lord is going to crush your face and tear your mouth today. Let you also taste the pain of Danner being disfigured. Ha ha ha. If Shiliang Mo knew that all the karma she had caused should be on her trusted maid, her expression would definitely be wonderful. Ah. Go die, go die. What the hell is this? The County Lord found the thing, and it's in this room. Shiliang Xian, you wicked woman with a heart full of snakes and scorpions. You're a useless imperial gift. Anyone with discerning eyes knows that you came to frame and accuse the princess when she wasn't around. I'm going to kill you to avenge my sister. Are you the younger sister of that short-lived Bai Mei? You look really similar. Since you are so loyal, then be as loyal as your sister. This girl will reward you all. Don't do it. Nowadays, the maids in the fragmented jade pavilion dare to steal the imperial gifts and protect each other, causing the County Lord to kill them all. Yes. Shiliang Mo, you broke my leg, washed my mother's yard with blood, and destroyed Diana's face. Now it's just interest. You have to pay off the rest properly. Side door of Shiliang's main house. Miss, are you okay? I don't know why my chest suddenly felt a little stuffy just now. I always feel like there's a bad premonition that something bad is going to happen. Respectfully welcome the princess. The Xianma Pavilion where the County Lord stayed for a few days has been cleaned up. Please move, princess. It's been a while since Mrs. Zhao disappeared. Sister Yin is no longer with us. Please accept our condolences and accept the change. Princess, there's no need to test me. My cigarette is dead and my charm is ruined. But in the end, it's all their own fault. I dare not hold a grudge against the princess. Just ask the princess to spare me and my only remaining son for the sake of my good looks. Madam is overthinking. Anyway, we are still a family. Whatever Moa can do, she must do her best. Over the years, none of the women sent to Hehe for marriage have been virgins. Be careful. Miss Zhao, what is the meaning of the words in this note? Mrs. Zhao, this is a confession to me. The message in the note should be true. Please have someone guard the door of the yard these nights and do not use the food that is delivered for now. Let's use the dry food we brought to top it up. Everyone should be alert. I'll give the order now. Sure enough, it's here. 5. I can't move my body. Damn it, what should we do? The little girl is still so ruthless. The person who came was surprised, not unexpected. Surprise you, what the hell? Come and see the good show. It's actually a secret passage. I was on high alert, but I didn't expect them to set up a mechanism directly in my room. I was so confused that I took action. I estimate that Bai Mama and others outside have already been lured away or knocked unconscious. Oh no, the white jade is still down there. I want to save you, little girl. Then go ahead. What a ghost. Ninger, she's Ninger. Didn't Ninger die in Hehe? Isn't Ninger the former Queen Hehe who was sent over at the age of 10? Is that you, fourth brother? Why are you doing this to Ninger? Ninger is only 10 years old. Ninger has nothing to do with fourth brother. It's all because Emperor Taizu always wants our family to be close to Hehe. Hehe customs are no different from animals. How could our Shiliang family be insulted like this? It's better for our own people to break through the bodies of our biological daughter. It can not only humiliate the Hehe people severely, but also prevent my daughter of Shiliang from losing her innocence and dignity to barbarians. No, she has a shadow. She's not a ghost. It's me. Why didn't you come to find me, my good cousins? Since you know, do your duty as a daughter of the Shiliang family and lie obediently in bed to avoid making everyone's faces look bad. What kind of despicable eyes dare to glance at my 1,000-year-old daughter? My eyes. It doesn't feel as good as the eyes of the old man Li Shanshu last time when stepping on it. Who is my beloved daughter? It's definitely not me. I don't have such a father. Thousand-year-old master, what are you doing? Qin Sui heard that some of your subordinates are good at peeling human skin to make fans. More wants to ask you for 5 pieces of human skin palace fan materials, which will be provided by my cousins. I heard that the skin peeled off alive is delicate to the touch, and if you use the tattoo method to pierce paint into it, a human skin fan will last for a long time, with bright colors like new. If you are interested in trying it out, you may not know how old it is. That's quite interesting. However, I still don't like my beloved daughter dressed like this for other men to admire freely. Maid hasn't followed your young lady's instructions to take action yet. Shiliang Mo, it's shameless that you colluded with eunuchs and traitors to use swords and knives against your own relatives. You are betraying the ancestors of the Shiliang family, and even under the 9 springs, you will not be spared. If this decadent Shiliang tribe were my ancestors, I have subverted it, so what? No help. The most heart-wrenching harm in this world does not come from external injuries, but from the betrayal of the person one deeply loves. If those girls who died in vain could see you end up like this, they could also rest in peace just like me in my past life. Little girl, why don't we go out and admire the moon? We always listen to these things shouting, but it's really disappointing. Here we are. Stinky girl, do you want to smash this seat to death? Do you have a problem with someone standing on a treetop watching the moon? At least pick a branch and stand there. Only by coming up can we have a panoramic view of the mountains and small mountains. Why are you afraid of heights? Just now, peeling someone's skin was like peeling melon seeds, but I didn't see you scared. Qin Sui, how strong the wind is here. If it blows and damages your beautiful face, it won't be good. Let's go down, okay? Not good, sir. I'm going to admire the moon today. At the same time, the dark guards guarding under the trees, it's not right for me to litter Meizu 7 Mei Lu. Miss Great, you're fine. It's all my fault. I was so confused. If anything happens to you, I won't have the face to live anymore. Old and useless, being led away by those thieves, leaving the young lady alone and helpless. I'm fine. Where are the others? In order to protect the other members of the Broken Jade Pavilion, you left most of the guards in the mansion. The people we brought were defeated by the Shiliang family, those thieves designed to lure away the elderly and leave other guards guarding the entrance of the young lady, but they were all killed by people sent by the Shiliang family. 10 guards died. Qin Sui Moore wants to know if you have already known about the filthy affairs of the Shiliang family and anticipated what Moore would encounter tonight. If you had warned me early, my guards wouldn't have had to sacrifice you for nothing today. Why should I help you save people? Who do you think you are? By the way, what am I? I'm just a chess piece in his hand that gets carried away by the master's 3-point and color. The lesson taught by Lord Chinsway is that the little girl has overstepped her bounds. More, you're much more heartless than your mother. That's good, but it's not enough. Just some guards waiting for you to learn how to be cruel to yourself only by using all the available people around you and stepping on the blood path paved by your confidence can you reach the highest point. Don't disappoint me, otherwise. No, I will never be like you, who don't understand emotions and become a monster that only knows how to kill. The highest scenery that can be reached by stepping on the blood of the person I love is only endless darkness and coldness. I don't need it. Good child, come and tell me what you want to do next. Help. Moore is a person who repays kindness and seeks revenge. The century-old Western Liang family has buried the hopes and hopes of so many people. Let Moore burn all the sins here with her own hands. This fire, as the flame of the stars that burned away the darkness and decay of the Shiliang family, will eventually ignite the prairie fire. It's running out of water. It's running out of water. Hurry up and put out the fire. What the hell is going on here? Those bastard kids, let them teach Shiliang Mo a lesson. Is it necessary for them to make the house burn down? This fire has engulfed all the surrounding houses. It's just infuriating me. Lao Taijun 3 charred corpses were found in the room. What are you doing? In a panic, just send someone to notify the Jinghua mansion about the body. Shiliang Mo's little hooves have indeed been burned up. Notify the Jinghua public office of what? Oh, how could this fire be so big? Fortunately, Moore got lost while going out to relax tonight and didn't have time to return to her room. Otherwise, she would have been burned to death inside by now. Shiliang Mo. You're here, you're there. The 3 charred corpses of Lao Taijun, its uncle and the others. Lao Taijun. You wicked beast, you wicked beast. Surprisingly, my children and grandchildren. Compared to those heartless animals who disregard human ethics, Moore cannot live up to this stigma, but Moore is strange. I just went out to relax. Why did my uncle and his friends come to my room late at night and just happen to have a fire and get burned to death? The princess was frightened and should rest earlier. As for other matters, please handle them when the princess leaves them to my concubine. This fire is obviously caused by the princess herself. The cause of death of uncle and his friends is also suspicious. If we continue to investigate, no one will be able to handle it. Let's go back. Baiyu, I'm afraid this family won't have time to entertain the princess even after a fire. Let's sell this face to Mrs. Zhao today. The Imperial decree has arrived. Princess Jinming, Shiliang Mo, the legitimate daughter of Shiliang's family, Shiliang Wu, received the order. Princess Jinming, the eldest daughter of Duke Jinghua, Shiliang Mahang Huan Uzi Shushan Huier Rocheng Lan Ji Li Jiao Long Xian. The Ministry of Revenue is walking, and the eldest daughter of 11 Lianghe is charming and famous. Hui Xiaoxian and her husband enter the palace together to prepare for the selection of the Crown Prince Liang Di. What Shiliang Mo, this evil obstacle is going to be sent to Hehe for marriage. We have already written it into a memorial and presented it to your majesty. Why should she still choose Crown Prince Liang Di? Wu is Shiliang Mo, whom we had prepared early to send into the palace. What is this? Lao Taijun is too presumptuous. Your family and Shiliang only provided a list. I, as a noble princess of the heavenly court, am willing to marry you. Your majesty cannot bear to part with me. Your majesty has already rejected this list, don't you know? Excuse me, sir, the old lady received some stimulation today and her speech was not very pleasant. Please forgive me, sir, how dare you be? Although the old lady and princess are your juniors, their rank and title are respected in front of your majesty. You don't seem like an elder with a single curse, and your mind is unclear. This eunuch and Shiliang Mo, you little bitch. Lao Taijun. Princess. What the hell is going on here? It's because I didn't take good care of her and let the princess down that day. Help, no, stop it. This is the princess's yard. You can't go against it. What's wrong with punishing the maidservants in this courtyard for stealing the gifts bestowed by the county lord Anti-San? This is to favor Shiliang Mo, since Shiliang Mo helped Mrs. Lee San take control of the family from her mother's hands. Mrs. Lee San always listens to her orders and doesn't even care about us. Shiliang Immortal secretly surrounded the broken jade pavilion with his troops without telling anyone. How can I explain to the person who reminded me to protect Shiliang Mo before she left, who hated me for being one step late? Now that I am in charge of the county head of Jinghua Public Mansion, I should be responsible for verifying that the Imperial gift has been lost. If the magistrate of Ijie uses vigilante justice to imprison the people of the magistrate, and it reaches the palace, the magistrate may not be able to punish it. Okay, Auntie is threatening me. If you are against me like this, you won't be afraid of 11 Liangma. If she doesn't come back, she won't be able to catch her. The county lord is joking. I'm just following the rules. The county lord's reputation is not very good now, and it's better to be more cautious when dealing with things. Do you think so? Auntie San taught her a lesson. Since Auntie San is in charge of household chores, Sienner can trust you with peace of mind. After the county lord left, I quickly hired a doctor. I just came too late to save those girls who were killed. Miss Bairue's hands and feet have already been connected, but her face is probably ruined. White Crystal Girl was not messed up, but this 11-tong broken arm, it was my carelessness that allowed the county lord to show off. Please forgive me. It is not my fault. I am incompetent. If I had directly killed all the Han family's veins back then, there wouldn't be today's disaster. Princess, don't blame yourself. You have left most of the guards behind and are now in danger. Princess Ningen, what are you doing here? The Duke heard that the young lady has returned and asked the young one to pass on a message for you to remember, miss. It was originally a case of boiling the same root together. Why is it too urgent? It was originally a case of boiling the same root together. Why is it too urgent? At this moment, the Duke of China came to talk to me about family affection. Is he afraid that I might do something to her beloved daughter? Why didn't I see him when he sent me to my home and asked me to become the Queen of He? This father is concerned about half of the father-daughter relationship. The princess must not harbor resentment towards the Duke of the country. Forbidden, after all, the county's proactive Jade Lord has already softened the county lord, and only your servants have not harmed you. But unfortunately, these servants make me feel more heartbroken than their so-called close relatives. What should I do? I will not let the people of the broken Jade Pavilion suffer these pains for nothing. The Han family owes me a debt, mainly to them in this county. Repayment 1,000 times, 10,000 times. So the blood kite that I sent was also injured. Duke, please forgive me. I will send someone to peel off the skin of the head of Duanyan County. No need, that girl is the most protective. She probably wants to personally handle the liquidation. My beloved daughter cannot be a useless person who can't even handle this matter well. Speaking of which, she's almost there too, isn't she? Is this outfit stunning enough for me, or should I change into another outfit? After all, if you want to knock melon seeds with your beloved daughter, as a father, you have to set an example for your daughter. That girl's clothes are too shabby. But the princess said she can't come to accompany you today. I will go and inform the princess as per your instructions. The Leather Palace fans of the Shiliang family have been made. Please invite her to come and watch and eat melon seeds with you. The princess said she's been very busy lately. Please feel free to do so. Is it? Then send these fans along with the gift of this seat to her. My daughter is so busy, so naturally I need to love her well. Grandpa, these are. Upon hearing that the young lady had been nominated for the position of Crown Prince Liangdi, the 9,000-year-old master ordered our family to send some gifts to add makeup to her. Isn't the Siamese Rouge, Honeydew, Dongju Jade, and laid with gold, a precious item in the palace? How did Lord Qinsui give such a generous gift? These are all priceless treasures with great reputation. I heard that the princess wanted to take a look, but the emperor did not allow it. How could 9,000 give these treasures to this bitch? There are always small things everywhere. Chitos has always been generous to those who do things for themselves. If anyone can't get along with the princess, then they can't get along with 9,000 years old doing things for oneself. I've been hiding for so long. Do you want to dismantle my platform and let everyone know that I'm colluding with him? This old monster is clearly seeking revenge for my refusal to accept him. Excuse me, sir. Please thank Mr. Chitos for me. Making spices and cosmetics as tribute to the dog army is just a small act done by a young woman for her own country. How can she bear such rewards? The princess humbly apologized. Since the gift has been delivered to the servant, I will go back and restore the order. It's not that I didn't make an effort to deceive the princess. It's just that she's too cunning to speak nonsense. Mama, I still need to go to Moshyang Pavilion. Please put these gifts in the vault. Wait a moment. I happened to be at the old lady's place when I just received the notification that Grandpa Lien came to give gifts. The old lady said she also wants to take a look at the treasures sent from the palace and ask you to send them to her. Mogia has always been a filial person and will not disobey the old lady's request, right? It's been a long time since Mogia came to see me, this old lady. I heard that you haven't been having a good time with your sister recently. You are always sisters. Why did you hurt your feelings for some lowly servants? The old lady spoke too harshly, and Morin naturally knows the importance. Since I ascended to the position of princess, the old lady has claimed to be sick and has not seen me in bed. Now, for the sake of Shiliang Immortal, we finally need to take action. Your sensible grandmother can rest assured, but now you have to participate in the selection of the Crown Prince Liangbi, but you haven't received an invitation yet. I don't know how many rumors and gossip there are outside. To be honest with you, your parents raised Sienna as a national mother from a young age. When selecting the crown princess, Sienna was only 10 years old and had no qualifications to compete. Later on, as the crown prince's position became increasingly abundant, we set our sights on His Majesty's draft. But in recent years, several virtuous ladies have had consecutive miscarriages and died. The crown princess is also seriously ill in bed and is on the verge of collapse. The Empress Dowager finally had the idea of refilling the Eastern Palace for the crown prince. You are sisters. You should help each other, Grandma. You can take Sienna with you here. I'm sure the Emperor won't say much. Moore naturally also wants to help second sister, but she has limited mobility in her legs and is already disabled. How can she enter the palace? Shiliang Immortal was despised by the Emperor, so they set their sights on the crown prince and tried to force me to bring Shiliang Immortal to participate in the selection. Oh, it's really beautiful to think about. Don't worry about this. Your mother and I have prepared special embroidered shoes, and when Sienna wears them, she can't tell that her legs are lame as long as she can win the favor of the crown prince. Even if her legs are slightly damaged, the crown prince probably won't care. Grandmother, as long as big sister is willing to help Sienna, she will definitely not disappoint your expectations. The old lady thinks carefully and will obey her orders. There's another thing, Sienna is not in good health. People outside are always pushed high and low. Now my grandmother is in charge of mixing the 2 sets of head noodles and fragrant powder given by Mr. Chitos together. Consider it as you giving your second sister makeup, as a gift. People outside dare not underestimate you when they see that our girl can wear these precious things that even the master cannot wear. This can also show others your demeanor. I see. So, Moore actually needs to thank her grandmother for her hard work in building this good reputation for Moore. You can all understand my grandmother's hard work. That's good. My grandmother is getting old, and now she hopes that you will watch over and help each other, and together we can shine a bright light on the family's reputation in Shiliang. Shiliang Mo, what you promised your grandmother just now is true. Are you willing to help me run for Prince Liangbi regardless of past grievances? It's hard for you to stop playing these sisters' tricks. Since you know, why don't you ask me? I, Shiliang Mo, have never been a good person. You bloodied my shattered jade pavilion, but I remember this grudge after my sister becomes so reckless. Probably anyone in this mansion can step on me, the princess. What do you want? They're just some servants. I'll compensate you if you still don't let go of your hatred. Then I'll send the servants in my yard over to you to kill, so you can always vent your anger, right? Shiliang Mo, I don't believe you're not interested in the position of crown princess. As long as you are willing to help me, we will enter the palace together with the assistance of my Aunt Han Guifei in the future. The harem is not your sister's world. What are you doing? Bitch second sister is really good at temperament, but unfortunately, older sister always holds a grudge. Although the autumn lotus is beautiful, there are only 2 or 3 left. Why don't you pick it and take good care of it? When the selection is made, sister will personally pin it on your hair. Big sister said that Sienna loves autumn lotus the third most. Shiliang mo, this bitch. I won't let you go. I will never let you go. Miss, are we just letting go of Shiliang Xian and helping her participate in the selection? Don't worry, it's just interest. I'll give them whatever they want, but whether they have the chance to enjoy it or not, it's up to them. 10 days later. Is it really impossible to completely remove these full scars, miss? Don't be sad for me. You brought me a scar-removing elixir worth $1,000 and personally helped me regulate it every day, which is why I have recovered so well. Bai Rui doesn't think this is a scar. This is my mark of protecting the young lady. Although I didn't do well enough, I also caused harm to Bai Jing and other sisters. What I didn't do well was that I was incompetent after Bai Jing lost her hand. I had someone send her to Zhuangzi for recuperation. If you're scared, I can also have someone send you away. I live in this endless hell of struggle. Yesterday, I could make his life worse than death. Perhaps tomorrow it will be my turn. As people around me, you may also end up in a worse situation than before. This road is destined to be rugged, dark, and bloody. I can't escape anymore, but you still have a choice. Miss, since you gave me a new name and identity, I have been your person. If you want to bloodblade your enemy, I will hold the knife and wipe the blood for you. If you fail, I am willing to sacrifice myself with you, my servant. Miss, I have been following you since I was young. Even if you drive me away, I won't leave. If we fail, we will reunite with Sister by May and the others under the Yellow Spring. If you are your servant in hell, you are not afraid. No, I will never fail. Even if it's to protect the people around me, I will never lose. Don't worry, I will never allow anyone to take anything from my hands again. I will make those who have bullied us pay the price one by one. Moxiang Morris Lip Shop. I heard that Moxiang has recently launched new products. Miss Moxiang's other newly debugged products are really good. Yeah, the most popular place in Beijing now is the Moxiang Pavilion. Even the princess often comes to visit. Recently, our store's revenue has been getting better and better. Since the news of your participation in the selection of Prince Liangdi spread, this fragrant powder has been sold for 10 taels of silver per box, and some people have been competing for it. They just wanted to please me when they saw that I had become a princess, gained the emperor's favor, and might become a crown princess. It is well known that the crown princess's time is running out when it is said that she will be chosen as the crown prince's consort. Miss Taiping, Princess Chang has arrived. It can be considered as coming since the distinguished guest has arrived. It's time for the grand performance to begin. I have met Princess Da Chang. Princess Taiping, the younger sister of the current Emperor Seningson. I heard that you have made a new batch of high-quality fragrant dew here. Princess, these are the series of rouges and fragrances prepared by Moore for you. What are they? Newly popular dragon claw chrysanthemum, rosewood, iris, bergamot, and South Sea pearls are made after 10 sunscreens, 10 sifts, and 10 grinds. Moore has been making it herself for a month and a half, but this is the only set that fits the princess's skin perfectly. It looks good. Tomorrow is the day when the crown prince selects Liangdi. I wonder if Jinmin is ready. I can't control whether I'm prepared or not, so why bother? We women are born without the right to choose. Marriage is all arranged by our parents and arranged by matchmakers. Princess, don't you understand this all too well? You're right. Back then, I was so proud that my entire life was cut off by just one sentence from my elder brother, and I was sent to Shidi to marry him. From what you said, it seems that you have no intention of benefiting Prince Liangdi. Why can't even the crown prince fall into your sight? You women sing with joy, but you don't know if there is that person in the princess's eyes. Nothing can enter her heart, no matter how good it is. You. Make the princess laugh, however. Moore thought she shouldn't have to worry too much about being selected as the crown prince Liangdi. After all, she has two younger sisters who are stunning in the world. You said Xiliang immortal. Isn't she already despised by the prince? She still wants to marry the crown prince. Does the princess not know about this matter? My mother told me that I could bring my sister to participate in the selection on that day. My younger sister is the most talented woman in the capital, and the Empress Han Guifei in the palace has already taken care of this matter with full confidence. I went back to the palace today because I felt tired. The palace will send someone to pick it up, so you don't need to give it away. Xiliang immortal. This palace will surely meet the ignorant ruler of Duanyang County. What, is it just because that old woman thinks I'm not worthy of His Highness the Crown Prince that the county lord cannot participate in the selection of Prince Liangdi? Sister, you must not slander the princess like this. If it weren't for Sidi's invasion, the princess would have been His Majesty's most beloved younger sister. Back then I can only barely draw with them, and both sides will suffer. Your Majesty will not agree to marry the only eligible princess at that time. At that time, the princess's appearance was unparalleled, and countless talented people in Kyoto sought her out but could not. However, she sacrificed her whole life for the sake of the people of the world and married far away. However, 10 years later, the princess's husband, Prince Sidi, died in an internal conflict within the royal family. The princess had no children and refused to stay in Sidi. Sidi was busy with internal strife, so she agreed to send the princess back. The princess sacrificed so much, but after returning home, she still has to endure these rumors and ridicule. What is she? An old widow who lost her husband is restless and wants to interfere with the prince's marriage. In my opinion, she just doesn't like us young girls who are pure and innocent. Why should I pay attention to her? A pure and clean county magistrate from Duanyang. Xiliang immortal, I want you to pay the price for your careless words today. Lianer, you did a great job. Thank you for your kind love, princess. I'm just a little bit skilled at imitating others' voices. Miss, the servant still doesn't understand. How do you know that the princess will definitely come to us today? Why does Princess Moxian care so much about the prince's marriage? A few months ago, I was caught by Han's designer in the palace having an affair with a man and a woman. At first, I thought it was His Majesty's consort who was having an affair, but later on, after investigation, I found out. The palace maid who splashed water on me, Manhua, is the personal palace maid of Princess Taiping, and on that day, the princess was indeed absent from the banquet for a period of time. After the princess visited Moxiang several times to buy rouge, I even confirmed from her voice that she was the one who had an affair that day. Then I began to have Madame He investigate the movements of the princes and nobles at the lotus viewing banquet that day. The most suspicious princes have not entered the palace. The two illegitimate princes are in the school, and only the crown prince is resting in the East Palace. There is no one else except the crown prince who can pass through without obstruction and carry a close ally. Aunt-nephew incest may seem unbelievable, but ruling out all possibilities is the only answer. That's why Princess Taiping cares so much about the prince's marriage. No wonder you are certain that she will come to you today, and tomorrow she will be selecting and testing you. She is here. Why do you think none of the concubines in the crown prince's eastern palace have a good ending? Even the crown princess fell seriously ill due to a miscarriage. There aren't so many coincidences in this cannibalistic palace. What do you mean it was the princess who moved her hand? Nowadays, the immortal of Xiliang wants to seize the throne of the crown princess first, but insults the princess later. Princess Taiping has always been ruthless and will definitely repay the Xiliang immortal well. Let's borrow the princess's knife and give them a big gift. Take all of these away. The Crown Prince, Empress Dowager, is really dedicated to this selection and has given special instructions for you to also carefully search. These portraits were specially sent over by the Empress. Choosing anyone makes no difference. No matter what kind of woman enters this palace, she will always become a different person. Besides, hasn't the Queen Mother already chosen someone internally? The Empress has always cared for you and will definitely respect your opinions. At the end of the day, women are all greedy and selfish things, yes, just like Xining Xian. Whoever gets the position of Liangdi is fine as long as they don't cause any major problems and let them fight to the death. This prince won't care, but if there are any more restless ones, don't blame the crown prince for not being polite. Princess Qian Sui requests to meet. Qian Sui won in these days, due to the failure to protect the blood kite sent by the 1,000-year-old lord. The blood kite was injured and Moer felt uneasy, so she dared not come to see you. Now that Moer has set up a plan, she only needs to wait for the line to be closed before the Han family and her daughter can repay their blood debts and ease the heart of the 1,000-year-old lord. Please forgive me, Lord Chitos. The key is not to hold a grudge against me anymore and cause trouble. My daughter came to my father's arms to show him if you've lost weight in the past few days. Qian Sui Yi, are you joking? How could you give birth to my 15-year-old daughter when you are in your prime and surrounded by beautiful trees and graceful winds? Let go, you bastard. As a eunuch, don't live like a hungry pervert all day long. There are so many people who want to take care of me, but you are the most obedient, interesting, and understand my heart. My beloved daughter's little tongue is so smooth and sweet. Show me if she has two little tongues. Thank you for the love of the 1,000-year-old master. Just the graceful and handsome appearance of the 1,000-year-old lady, with the posture of Piu Lu, really dare not inherit the incense of the 1,000-year-old lady. You're refusing, oh no. The young lady admires Qian Sui and only wants to recognize him as her master to inherit your teachings today. Mort brought the Nangshan sachet embroidered for you with her own hands, and as a token of appreciation, please accept it with a smile. Well, the sachet is inside here. Ah. It's not allowed there. Why haven't I found this seat, or did you hide it in your bellyband, girl? Ah. Girl. Are you crazy? Where exactly did I come across Bailaking? But this area and texture don't seem like what a eunuch could have at all. No, it's impossible. I didn't expect you to be so enthusiastic, girl. Let me see what other skills you have. I'll get up immediately. Qian Sui Xian Gongzi knelt outside the dream-like courtyard and insisted on seeing you. Cough, it's an old slave. Sorry to bother you. Moer didn't do it intentionally. It was only in a moment of panic that Moer, who was as timid as a mouse, became impolite. As timid as a mouse. If you are as timid as a mouse, there is probably no one bolder than you in the world. It's all Moer's fault. Please forgive me, Mr. Chitos. You stay here and go out to deal with important matters first. I was able to survive for 100 miles just now. I'm afraid I really had murderous intentions, but is that because of my disrespect or because I'm worried that I might discover his secret? But Bailaking entered the palace at the age of 10 and started as a low-level eunuch in the cold palace. How could she evade the annual purification inspection of the Ministry of Internal Affairs without any power? If he really didn't have the rumors circulating outside that he only gained his current status by serving His Majesty with lust, is it true? No Wan Yang. Duke Xingyan realized her mistake. Please spare Wan Yang. She's really just my disciple. It's Xian Yin who intends to seduce Wan Yang, not Wan Yang. Xian Yin, what did you say when you prayed to the 1,000-year-old Lord to buy you now that you have been seduced by Wan Yang, a foreign spy, to betray our company's ceremonial supervisor? You still have the face to plead with Lord Qian Sui for mercy. All things that are not worth dying should be postponed. Bailaking, you demon have a cruel heart and nature, and you have no idea what knowledge is. I curse you one day. If you hold up a sincere heart, it will be trampled upon by others. Love will not be cut to pieces, nor will it be a good death. Have you heard enough? Why don't you come out? Qian Sui joked that Moer has not yet cultivated to the point of being round and smooth. How can she roll out to make you laugh? Qian Sui. What exactly is this pool of colorful smoke? What are you staring at? Take off your clothes and take care of this shower. More dare not desecrate the eyes of the 1,000-year-old master with her tiny body if Lord Chinsway needs it. Why don't you let Madam He summon your beautiful concubine to serve you? What, don't you want to become my teacher? I can't even do this small thing. Or do you want to be the pet of this seat? When our pets please us with their bodies as they do now. Chinsway Yi, you cannot. What's wrong with this seat? What if you can take this seat again? I'll just take off your pants once. Isn't it just looking at a eunuch's big underwear as a modern person? I'm still afraid that you won't succeed. Ha ha ha. It's really an honor to win a smile from the 1,000-year-old man. Beileking was indeed in a terrible state just now, as if she was about to devour her life alive. Is it because of Xian Yan's words? It's just that it's hard for you to be so willing to please me. I will fulfill your filial piety and accept you, my dear disciple. Thank you, Master. My disciple will surely earnestly offer his master as a token of eternal life for you to take care of your old age and end your life with 3 sticks of incense in the morning and evening. May I also bless you, my disciple, to achieve great success and prosperity, so that you can sail westward and ascend to the Pure Land as soon as possible. I took this sachet as my teacher. This girl, I can't hear her. She's cursing me. Just one thing you need to remember is that I never like useless people. Waste that cannot even protect the things bestowed by this seat has no value in existence. If you can't satisfy me, then stay in my backyard. I believe your father would agree to exchange you for 100,000 dan of grain and supplies at the border. My disciple will not disappoint your careful guidance. After the selection banquet of the Crown Prince, I will ask the Mo people such as Shiliangxian to spit out what they have swallowed and attach the capital. All right, take off all your clothes and come over. It's over. It's not over. Your meridians are slender, and when you were young, your body lacked too much. If you can't relax your muscles, it will be difficult for you to achieve success in this life. Since you don't want to cultivate your muscles and bones in this Tian Shan white jade marrow washing pool, then forget it. Isn't that why I'm here today? I need to become stronger, at least not to become a burden to those around me. This body has suffered too much since childhood, and it's almost impossible to rely on orthodox cultivation methods to speed up. Only Beileking can help me. So far away from being a teacher. Don't blame me for not reminding you that this mist of demon mist is the most poisonous master in the world. Only the water of demon mist in this marrow washing pool can restrain it. If it weren't for the golden needle degree caved in this seat, the poison of extreme cold and the water of extreme heat would make you suffer from the pain of bone and flesh decay. Although it doesn't affect the cleaning effect, are you sure you can handle it? No need to bother, master, if you can't even endure this pain. Mower is not worthy of being your disciple. It's so cold, so hot, it's so uncomfortable. I have already said that your body cannot withstand it. Night. Mower hurts. I thought she was smart and soft, but I can't believe she's even more stubborn than your mother. Forget it, sleep well. When you wake up, everything will be over. Go away. The old monster has dispersed. Stupid girl, do you want to die? Master, were you just flirting with me again? I beg your pardon? After completing the conditioned reflex, I said it out loud. My disciple fell asleep for a moment. No wonder I feel so relaxed when I wake up, as if my Ren and Du meridians have been unblocked. Beileking actually gave me an injection. Thank you, Master, for washing the tendons and raft marrow of my disciple's golden needle acupoint. I will definitely study diligently and live up to your teachings when I return home. Did this seat let you go? Tomorrow is the selection banquet for Crown Prince Liangdi. As a teacher, I want to know how you plan to become a disciple. Marrying the Crown Prince is a shortcut, but the risk is also the greatest. Moore doesn't think that if she has to take this path, she will find a way to lose the election, but if you intend for Moore to marry the crown prince, Moore will also comply. Now your majesty's health is in decline. If Balakin can control the successor of the future heavenly kingdom, he can naturally ensure the longevity of his power. At this moment, you are obedient. Just do it according to your idea, and we will send a few members of our sect to follow you. You can use them whenever you want. The members of the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Charm are top-notch assassins who only carry out the slaughter orders of Balaking. Balaking, this is send someone to protect me. Is it because I almost got into trouble at my home in Shiliang before? Thank you, Master. What am I thinking? How could Balaking care about the life or death of a chess piece just to make better use of me? Do. Why spend real yuan washing the tendons and raft marrow for the princess? Clearly, you still have poison on you. Jin Yuan is the foundation of a warrior's life. Practicing hard is not easy, but he has to self-harm for an unrelated person. My subordinate made a mistake. The list of people entering the palace this time does not include the name of the County Lord of Duanyang. County Lord, please return. Isn't Shiliangxian despised by the Emperor? How come she still has the face to dress up and participate in the selection of Crown Prince Liangbi? What about the most talented woman in Beijing? If I had her, she would have been hanged around the neck long ago and wouldn't have survived. My father-in-law's sister is not here to attend the banquet at the Crown Prince's palace, but to visit the noble consort. The selection banquet was organized by the Queen in a low-key manner, inviting noble women and nobles to come in the name of a chrysanthemum appreciation banquet. It's not unreasonable for Shiliang Immortal to forcefully find an excuse to enter the palace. It's the token of the eunuch I have offended the princess, please. Dear ladies, please come to the East Palace to admire the flowers without any restraint. It's rare for the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace to be so hot and absent from court with the princes for a day. Everyone, let's enjoy the flowers and compose poetry together to relax. It's Empress. Yeah, Empress Longin. It said that the Queen's eyeliner should be everywhere. According to the standards selected by the Empress, those who are arrogant and obsessed with the Crown Prince's side while resisting fox-like behavior will first be eliminated. Another issue is the timid and stingy behavior. Someone like me who clearly feels a sense of belonging and has no intention of assisting the Crown Prince wholeheartedly. More. Be careful not to let the sunlight hurt your eyes. Long time no see, Your Highness. It's been a long time since we last met. How are you? Moore has indeed come to select Crown Prince Liangdi. Why did she come to this selection banquet even though she was clearly interested in me? Princess Dodao is a clever person. Last time at the Lotus viewing banquet, I was shocked and only saw you from afar. I haven't even taken a closer look at you, this girl. The Empress Dowager is well. Blue Feather. This Princess Jinming, how could it be so similar to Blue Feather? Everyone only thought she was the daughter of Duke Jinghua, but they didn't expect her to be from Blue Feather. The Queen also knows Blue Feather, and it seems that the two of them have a deep connection. Your Majesty, are you okay? There's nothing to worry about. This palace is just a bit tired. Ching sound. Isn't that Shiliangxian? Shiliangxian is playing the piano. Shiliang Immortal always manages to find creative ways to become the center of attention for everyone. Her piano skills are already excellent, and today's performance is particularly elegant among these restless birds and swallows. It's just a pity. A very ugly person help. Oh my God, where did you come from? Why did you specifically choose Shiliang Immortal to chase after her? Ha ha ha, this time I really stole the show. Look at the feet of Shiliang Immortal. All concubines entering the palace must be physically sound. How dare the Western Liang Immortal conceal her leg disease and attend the selection banquet for the Crown Prince Liangdi? Isn't this a great crime of deceiving the ruler? Your name was not included in the invitation letter for the selection banquet hosted by the Lord of Duanyang County. I am not. I just came to visit the noble consort. Goddess, spare your life. Sienna got lost for a while and mistakenly entered the selection banquet. Please forgive the sins of the immortal in front of the noble Empress Dowager. Okay, even you dare to use Han Guifei to suppress this palace. Han Guifei's palace and this place are one east and one west. Being able to get lost here is also an eye-opener for this palace. Someone here Duanyan County Magistrates improper conduct at the selection banquet, coarse behavior, 10 blame points. After the punishment is over, take her out of the palace and don't let her get lost again. No, don't. Help your majesty, spare your life. Shiliang Mo, you bitch, you're plotting against me. Mower, don't look or listen. You'll be scared, I'll take you back, let's go. Second sister has committed such a heinous crime. The Empress, in the face of the noble consort, has already given a lenient punishment. I can no longer protect her. In the carriage so painful, Shiliang Mo, this bitch, killed her. I'm going to kill her. I'm going to make life worse than death for her. How did you rush the car to die? Red Lotus. Oh, let go of me. Pain. What do you want to do? Who sent you here? If you let me go, I can give you double the money. No amount of money can save you, you bitch. The head of Duanyan County, Bingqingyu, is the most talented woman in the capital city. She is skilled in writing beautiful hairpin flowers, small regular script, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. So you think that with these, you can become a woman for the crown prince? Cough, cough. The Lord of Duanyan County will reward you all. Don't play around. She still has to pick up guests, yes. Get lost, let go of me. If you dare to touch me, I will kill you. Little bitch, wait a minute. She's a bitch with 1,000 riders and 10,000 sleepers. How dare she pretend? Don't do it, Shiliang Immortal. You are also worthy of fighting with this palace. How dare shall think that the crown prince's palace wants you to live better than death? Is there anything happening to the lady of the Duke at this hour? Shiliang Mo, let her come out, madam. Shiliang Moxian has not returned since attending the selection banquet today. I sent people to search all night but couldn't find it. Where did you hide Sienna? If Ernyang cares, it's chaotic today. The second sister of the palace banquet angered the Empress Dowager and was punished to ride back alone in a carriage. Everyone can see this. I was sent back by the little prince and not on the same road as my sister. How can I hide her? All right, what Mogs said doesn't make sense either. What did I tell you before you came? If you want to continue arguing, go back. Mogs' mother is anxious. Don't take offense. Mother knows that she has neglected you during this period and made you sad. You see, this is the gift you gave to Sienna before. After careful consideration, I think it's still yours. Is it appropriate to give it back to you in the face of your father? Please forgive your mother and your sister. Ernyang is joking, it's just superficial things. How could Moor hold a grudge for such a thing? My sister's disappearance is beyond my control. Don't toast, don't eat fine wine. Who else but you would resort to violence against a gentle and kind child like Sienna? You ruined her selection banquet, isn't that enough? Do you still want to kill her now? Han Wanyin, shut your mouth. My husband. Moor's father wants to talk to you. Bairui Mama, there's nothing to avoid if you stay behind. Bai Mama and Bairui are not outsiders. They have been protecting me since I was young and growing up. When Moor had no food to eat, they even gave me their meager portion, which is why I am still alive today. If you have anything to say, just say it. Are you blaming me for not being kind enough to take care of you? Guagong Yi is Moor's biological father. How could Moor dare to be so unfilial? Moor, as a father, knows that she owes you a lot over the years. It's just that Sienna is your sister. Sisters help each other better than sisters fight for father. Now that you're still young, you'll understand as you get older. Lord Guagong, you came here because you believed that I had caused my second sister to disappear and convicted me in your heart. Unfortunately, I really don't know where second sister went. I suggest you report to the military and horse bureau of the 5 cities tomorrow. If there is government intervention, we can definitely find out the whereabouts of second sister. It's late at night now. Please rest in peace, Your Highness. Being a father doesn't mean that. Anyway, think about it again. Wait a minute. Did Earnyang forget something? Didn't you just say you wanted to return what was taken from me? Or are you going to break your promise just because Moer didn't know about her sister's situation? Don't put down anything yet. How dare my mother? If the young lady is pursued by the Duke in the future, this matter is indeed unrelated to us. My father can only trace the hands of Princess Dachang no matter how much he tries to investigate. Can he still confront Princess Dachang for the sake of Xiliang Immortal? We just need to wait and watch the show. There's no need to dirty our hands. In 4 days' time, Miss Xiliang Xian has been retrieved. Oh, I'm still alive. I heard she was found in a broken carriage. When discovered, he was already emaciated, covered in dirt and filth, and his lower body was bleeding profusely. Princess Dachang intentionally spared the life of Xiliang Immortal. She wants Xiliang Immortal to live and taste everything she has suffered before to make Xiliang Xian lose her proud chastity, beauty, and talent. She can only watch in despair as others get everything she wants. Although the Han family blocked the news, Princess Dachang still managed to spread the secret of Xiliang Immortal's loss of chastity in the capital city. Nowadays, Xiliang Immortal has destroyed a woman who has lost her virginity and is despised by the royal family. There will no longer be a family willing to accept her. Mei Lu, give this to your master. By the way, may I ask if the elderly person is satisfied with the answer sheet submitted by the disciple? Princess, this thing is called Hanshao half-step madness. After persuasion, she would laugh uncontrollably after taking half a step, and then become hot all over, unable to dance naked. However, this princess has not tested it yet. If we could improve it, it would be imperceptible to Bai Li Qing. It would be even better if I could get a glimpse of the truth behind his crotch. As expected, the master-apprentice princess and the governor are truly a perfect match. Everything they create is so terrifying. Beautiful woman with big breasts, beautiful woman with big breasts. The hobby of this bird seems to be exactly the same as its original owner. If it weren't for your cooperation in teaching Xiliang Xian a lesson and daring to rub against my princess's chest, you would have become a braised bird long ago. Xiliang is speechless. Are you still ignoring your daughter? Xianer and Danner have become like this. You only know how to hang out with those few fox-like concubines every day. Can you still be considered a father for avoiding me and not seeing you? Look at what Danner's face looks like. Xianer is still unconscious and her life or death is uncertain. When will you continue to favor that bitch Xiliang Mo? Don't pull my veil, don't look, I don't want to be looked at. Dan is sick. What are you bringing her here for? I've already said that this matter has nothing to do with Moer. Let's stop here. Do you want the Duke's mansion to confront Princess Dachang? What? Princess Taiping, why did she treat Xianer like this? Yes, Princess Dachang and the Crown Prince have an affair. Is it because Xianer seduced the Crown Prince at the banquet? Or I designed Xiliang Mo to crush the princess's affair with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? The princess only killed Xianer after being discovered by her. Nonsense, nonsense. I know that this matter must be related to Xiliang Mo's little hooves. If you want to protect the daughter of that blue lady, what else can I do? Madam seems to know something recently. She has been in frequent contact with the palace. Please send someone to pay attention to her. Yes, that princess's side. I owe them my mother and daughter. Back then, these days, I've noticed that Sister Mo looks even more like Blue Feather. This child doesn't look like that person or me, and instead, he's becoming more and more like Blue Feather. Just protect her well. Schwammer has already married Marquis Yu, Xianer, and Danner, and destroyed Yuer. Yuer is still young, and now I only have one daughter to rely on. Palace. Gaga Gaga. What kind of tricks did 9,000 years old invent to torture people? This pervert. This half-step swaying with a smile is indeed a wonderful thing. I don't know what will happen to the beloved disciple in this seat. It's really exciting. May, go and inform our beloved disciple to come over. My beloved disciple is so filial, and I must reward her well. Adults come after me. Moore has met her master. You came here. Master, are you planning to emulate King Zhou of Shang? This is a blessing for you. With a smile on your face, you said you haven't tested it yet after making slight improvements. I conducted a large-scale experiment as a teacher. Look how interesting it is. This seat has allowed these ministers to ascend to the fairyland ahead of schedule. Haha. How about more come and have a drink with my teacher? Pain. Cabula King poisoned and executed the eunuch party. Hee. Despicable, you guys actually put 10 incense sticks on soft tendons. Is the fragrance I smelled when I came in just now the poisonous fragrance that has the ability to disperse energy and paralyze hands and feet? King, you eunuch have committed heinous crimes and dare to harm my followers. I advise you not to act recklessly. Your body is poisonous. The golden thread of King will be strangled if it kills someone invisibly close. I have always been kind, and compassionate towards all sentient beings. Where could I offend you to the point of taking my life as a living bodhisattva? Shameless. Who are you? Hero, save me. The little girl is a commoner girl stolen by this shameless and despicable Yin man. This eunuch killed the little girl's parents and bullied her every day, forcing her to eat. Please save the little girl's life and eliminate harm for the people. Right. Food forcefully snatching women from civilians. What's wrong? You are allowed to be shameless. I am not allowed to be despicable. It's none of my business to come and kill you, of course, but... My disciple, you really make my teacher sad. Why did you abandon the ancestral temple built by the people in the suburbs of Beijing and leave today, even though you only said yesterday to inspect it for me? You treacherous and wicked woman dare to play with us. I heard that the warriors of the truth cult are extremely brave. Today, as soon as I saw them, it turned out to be so. It's just a pity it's not me who's truly poisoned, but you guys. You're about to die. Nonsense. Since you know our identities, I'll keep you even more. Kill this witch for me. When did you poison it? As soon as I walked in, I smelled the fragrance of the room, a rare scent of Tournea cordyceps. The little girl is not talented, but she happens to love developing fragrances the most. This medicine can paralyze the nerves and cause more rapid attacks after drinking alcohol, and the antidote is saffron. I'm sure you all took the knowledge medicine first, so as I passed by the incense burner, I added some spice to restrain the red flowers. Otherwise, why do you think I'm wasting so much time and procrastinating? Don't you know that the person who talks the most nonsense during the war dies the fastest? He is indeed a good disciple as a teacher. Master, you have been under the influence of the learning for so long. Now should be the time when your hands and feet are most numb. Why hold on until the end of your strength? If you die now, everyone will think you were killed by someone from the Truth Church. How did you kill your disciple? With your eyes? Master, how can you think of me as pure and shameless as you? It really hurts my heart. Nonsense, both your master and apprentice are shameless and perfectly matched. My disciple just wants to take this opportunity to show filial piety to you, the old man. Don't worry, this is not some poison. This red and green pill is a pear, and inside it is a pair of goo insects called Chu Li insects. The person who is affected by the goo will not be harmed in any way. This little bug can also regulate their meridians and qi, with only one benefit. The two people who swallowed this pair of insects must not have more than one hand area of contact, otherwise the green insects will feel very uncomfortable. When it feels uncomfortable, the host will also feel uncomfortable and lose control of urination and defecation. Master, it's really bad that such an elegant person has urinary incontinence. Does the disciple hate the touch of a teacher so much? Master, you always need to consider Moor's reputation. People who know about it say that Master is not strict in imparting knowledge and skills, and those who are particularly ignorant think that Moor is just as shameless as you. Master, don't be angry. Moor has always respected her master. May I ask, Master, how should we deal with these Chinli believers who dare to offend you now? If the goal is achieved, we still need to give this vengeful old monster a smooth ride. The Chinli sect has been making a lot of noise in the south, using the concept of the miraculous arrival of wicked people at the end of the world to demonstrate the life of believers, which has bewitched many people to join the sect. This cult has impure purposes, and once it gathers, it can easily become a disaster. Bala King issued a decree to go down and teach, forcing the government and garrison to suppress this, which naturally became the enemy of these believers. Leave the ringleader and 3 other believers to be killed without mercy. Isn't my disciple always bold and daring? Why don't he dare to look up at this world? Master, you haven't been poisoned at all, have you? What I can notice, by Li Qing couldn't possibly not know he was able to cover the sky with one hand and stand firm in the court, and this kind of assassination has already experienced countless times. I was too arrogant and underestimated the abilities of this millennium-old demon. Didn't you always study various poisonous powders and fats? Why didn't you notice that the wine I passed into your mouth had a red flower flavor? I originally planned to surprise you by showing you the performances of the Lee Sex jumping clown these days, but I didn't expect you to also prepare an interesting skit for me. Master, just be a disciple and entertain your relatives with colorful clothes. Oh, wow! The banquet is not over yet. Please return to your seats and take your seats. Someone brings back fine wine and delicious food. Don't let those ignorant little insects ruin our fun. Take good care of the adults, yes. What a beautiful song and dance. I offer a toast to all the distinguished guests. Chen Sui is wise. Master, if you want to intimidate those courtiers who dare to collude with the Chinli sect behind your back, why bother dragging innocent bystanders like me? My Moor is indeed smart, but she is easily fooled by her intelligence. Don't think that just because you are favored by your teacher, you can act recklessly. You're just a little kid, and you don't know what phone use scolding of the goo is since childhood. Don't even think about me. I don't take it seriously. Even if I can't touch you as a teacher, there are 1,000 ways to share the ultimate pleasure of bed with you every day. Do you want to give it a try? Master is wrong. It's my disciple. Do you have any instructions for me to take care of myself? I dare not disobey you anymore. One day, I will definitely beat up by Li Qing's beautiful face so much that his mother doesn't even know which onion he is. It's great to call you here as a teacher. I have something to instruct you to do. It seems that your relationship with your father is not very good these days. Don't argue with your old man anymore. I want you to gain his trust and become the person he trusts the most. If there were any collusion, treason, or other incidents that required the entire family to be executed in the Jingwa mansion, Master, I'm afraid Moor may not be able to serve you anymore. Don't worry. Duke Jingwa of the Humorous is the gateway to the north of the country. We still rely on him to guard this throne for the court and not destroy the Great Wall. As a teacher, I just want one thing from him. It's Moor who understands now. This is the first time Bala King has instructed me to do something. What exactly is it that Bala King cannot obtain from Duke Jingwa on her own? I must figure it out. Bala King won't be able to play with me like a puppet forever. Get the hell out of here. Don't touch me. Get lost. Get lost, sinner. Don't be afraid. It's my mother. Mother, please take your medicine obediently here. Okay, we'll get better after taking the medicine. Don't come over here. You guys roll away. Silver Granny, madam, please leave the matter of feeding the county lord medicine to the servants. Someone has come to the Shanshu mansion again and asked about your thoughts on that matter. Would you like to reply with a message now that Sienna is crazy? I don't have the heart to deal with that little bitch. Since my brother thinks it's great, let's do it this way. Anyway, Wei also liked that little bitch before, so let him marry Shiliang Mo first. Not only can it torture that little hoof, but it can also force that bitch Lan to hand over what they've been searching for over 20 years. If my brother can get that thing, the Han family won't have to fear the queen anymore, but I want Shiliang Mo, that bitch, to marry her and die. Madam, please think carefully. I will send someone to reply to the message. Han Wei was also invited to the family banquet today. Are you sure this news is true? It's true, miss. Is it true that the Han family wants to marry you to the Han family, as we previously leaked information about? Is there nothing to be afraid if Han wants to present Princess Ben's marriage as she did in the past fond dream? Father, second mother, and Mower are a bit late. My cousin hasn't seen me for a long time. Mower seems to have grown a bit longer and looks even better than before. My aunt used to disagree with our marriage, but now we can finally be together. Han Gongzi. Mower. What Han Gongzi didn't Mower call her cousin before? They were all from her own family. Why did she lose points without seeing a joke? In the past, Mower was young and immature at the age of 7. Men and women have different seats. Confucius also said that men and women should not violate the teachings of the sages when giving gifts to unmarried children. What kind of arrogant little hooves when you marry into the Han family? I'll see how I torture you. Husband, how do you feel about today's events? Brother has seen many famous ladies from prestigious families for Wei, but Wei refused. We asked for a long time before we found out that he favored Moji in his heart. Wei, do you know that he is the eldest son of the Changfang family? He has a gentle temperament and has also passed the Imperial examination. This year, he was ranked 7th in the Imperial examination and is now a scholar. Moore won't feel wronged when she gets married if the elder sister requests the Emperor's decree for this marriage. The Emperor will definitely agree. Note that the sister here refers to Han Guifei. Are you truly planning for Moore? I won't hide it from you, husband. Sienna and Danner have become like this now. I'm really scared. All I want now is for my 2 daughters to be okay and not to fight with Moore anymore. Wei intends to marry me, but there's really nothing she can do about it. You know I've always loved him like a child. Mo Jierer is the eldest daughter. Instead of continuing to argue, it's better to let her marry off as soon as possible so that I can continue to plan for Sienna and Danner. They are in such a difficult situation now that they cannot afford to delay. Hard for you to think of. It's just that this marriage is not a matter of grievance. More, for her husband's sake, could you please take a break and invite them to marry? Thank you, husband. Miss, are you really going to marry Mr. Han Wei? They are clearly uneasy and kind-hearted, afraid that even if the young lady marries, she will have worries about her family and life. I remember a few months ago, someone said that Han Gongzi was a good match. Of course, young Master Biao doesn't have any malicious intentions, but he can't resist having this aunt, let alone being a member of the Han family. Yes, it was manageable to marry him with his gentle temperament, but he is from the Han family. I don't have any delusions of marrying into a wealthy and prosperous family, nor do I expect to have a harmonious relationship with Qin Se, let alone anything else. I just want someone with one heart. What I need is a husband who can be controlled by me, who won't interfere and is powerless as I am. To put it simply, miss, you're just looking for one money. Many people are foolish. Who made you so smart? I have reached my age and the marriage of my eldest daughter is inevitable. Instead of being forced by them to marry someone they can't control, it's better to take the initiative and act on your own. The game set up during this period is also about to come to an end. Princess, what is your preferred person? Marrying a eunuch who is 9,000 years old. 9,000 years old. Ha ha ha. Xiao Bai, I've been wanting bird feathers to make red feather jewelry for a long time. How about pulling out all your feathers to make it? You cursed me to marry the perverted eunuch and kill the demon. Got it wrong, got it wrong. Palace. Concubines, I pay my respects to your majesty and the Empress Dowager. AI Fei, let's start. Why did you come here today, but then you fell in love with something you wanted? Han Wan Yu, noble consort, Lady Han, sister your majesty, you enjoy making fun of others. They're not that greedy. They have something important to do today. My younger sister is the most adorable. How could she be greedy? What's the big deal today, this fox charm? I came today to invite my nephew to marry Miss Jinming, Princess Xiliang Mo of Jinghua Mansion. My family's childhood sweetheart, Wei and Princess Jinming have an extraordinary friendship. Both of us have the intention to help them. Coincidentally, the Empress is also here today to discuss with me the selection of the Crown Prince Liangbi. The Empress was also quite fond of Princess Jinming before, but it seems that this princess has a different heart. I used to have a preference for Jinming, but the Crown Prince Liangbi needed to be young and virtuous. Lan Ling's daughter is indeed as charming as her mother. This princess's early romance is too frivolous. How can she match the dignity of the Crown Prince? It would be suitable to have a younger sister, maternal family, and nephew. Empress, you. Queen, how dare this old woman humiliate Wei? What's a good day today? Both empresses are here with your majesty, and I can hear laughter and joy from afar. Why did I Qing come? But Zhou Jinren's golden pearl dragon and tiger pill has been refined. It was Zhou Jinren who said he was on fire and suddenly heard a strange fragrance around him. Thanks to your majesty's blessings, this golden pearl dragon and tiger pill, which has been refined and burned for 99 days, has been refined. Okay. Sure enough, after fasting and bathing for 9 days, I finally received a pill bestowed upon me by the old lord of the Shanqing Palace. Beilaking, this demon, seduced your majesty to go down and cultivate some immortal. He invited a bunch of Taoist priests to refine pills and sing scriptures every day. As a result, His Majesty's body has become increasingly weak, and he has been entrusted with full authority to handle the affairs of the court. I don't know what these medicines are. Your Majesty, is this medicine the Empress Dowager? This pill is a pure yang fire pill that can only be taken in one pill and can only be used to supply your Majesty. The pure Yin Phoenix body of the Empress is probably not suitable for taking. The Queen doesn't need to worry. If one day I ascend to immortality, I will definitely come to pick up the Empress. I don't know what joyous occasion your Majesty and the Empresses were discussing just now, but I was fortunate enough to hear it. Princess Jinming of the Jinghua family, Ifei, wants to marry her and her nephew. I heard that those two children were childhood sweethearts who were the most compatible. That's quite a coincidence. This young lady from the Jinghua family, Princess Jinming, is the daughter of our old friend. Your Majesty doesn't remember, does he? Princess Jinming was the former Huangni general, Lan Shi, who left. A few days ago, when I went to Wei Chen to see that little princess, she really looked more and more like the Naimu Palace. Is Xi Ling's daughter? She seems to have a daughter. Is her daughter getting married at this age? Yeah, that's right. That little princess is a wonderful person with a similar appearance to Lady Lan, but her temperament is quite different. Your Majesty, why not invite her into the palace to reminisce about the past? Okay, let's announce another day that Princess Jinming will come into the palace and have a good meeting. Is the young lady feeling cold? It's a bit windy today. Why don't you go back? It's okay, it's just a little itchy on the nose. I haven't met the person I'm going to meet today yet. It's rare that this osmanthus flower has bloomed. Let's walk a little longer. I always feel like someone is plotting against me. Could it be that old monster who dug me another hole? Miss, are you sure you want to do this? I always feel inappropriate. Little prince, he may indeed like you, but those shallow likes cannot protect you at all. If he really liked you, he wouldn't have been engaged to Xiliang Dan. If it weren't for us ruining the banquet of Wending, they would have been unmarried already. When you are forced to attend the selection banquet for Prince Liangbi, he will stop you. I know Si Lufeng likes me, but that little liking is not enough to make him give up his future. Marriage only has meaning if it is based on equal utilization value between both parties. That's why I worked hard to clear the obstacles between me and him. I must make myself more valuable in order to qualify for a mutually beneficial relationship with him. As for love, what is it in the face of survival? But that kind of marriage there is no happiness for you. Princess coming. Little prince, why are you here? The osmanthus flowers bloom best in this part of the capital. I come here to relax during my leisure time. I didn't expect to meet the princess today. It's really a blessing for me. Moore didn't know that the little prince often came here, but Moore was disturbed today. Moore will go back first. Wait, Moore. I have heard that the Empress has no intention of making you the Crown Prince Liangbi. Why do you still avoid me like this? The young prince and his wife are not related. Although Moore was not elected as Crown Prince Liangbi, my second mother has arranged for me to marry Han Wei's cousin. Let's invite the young prince to have a wedding banquet after our big wedding in the future. Are you really satisfied with this marriage, Moore? Moore is now esteemed as a princess with a noble status. At first, I couldn't offend the Crown Prince and Empress, so I had to give up on Moore. But why should someone like Han Wei argue with me? It's all the parents' orders and matchmakers' words. Moore is not satisfied with anything, it's just fate. Moore, if you trust me, I won't let you suffer any injustice. The banquet of wedding between me and Xiliang Dan has not been completed yet. In total, the Jingwa government still owes me a wife, doesn't it? Little prince, you have already betrothed to your fourth sister. Moore will consider it as if she has never heard such words from you before. Moore, let's go first. Did you actually fall in love with a man like Si Lufeng? This girl really has no taste. Do you think Silly Yifeng would genuinely want to marry her for such superficial reasons? Naive. In vain, I also spent some time trying to use the Emperor's hand to push off the marriage of the Han family for her. She's actually so close to the bug. Silly Yifeng. Do you want to let Madame He stop it? Duke Si Liufeng's goal is probably also on that thing. Marrying the princess is just for use. Why stop it? Just see if that girl can achieve her wish. Everything is just her own choice. Duke, you only care about orphan students like this. Praetorium Phone, what did you say? German princess, you don't want to marry Xiliang Dan. Mother knows that marrying a woman like Xiliang Dan, who has a bad character, has wronged you. But behind the Xiliang Dan lies the Jingwa mansion. After your father died in battle on the battlefield, the De Wang mansion gradually declined. We must revive the De Wang mansion through marriage alliances. The German princess was originally a concubine of the royal palace and was the younger sister of the former princess who was born out of wedlock. Her relationship was very close. Both sisters married Prince De at the same time, while the rear concubine and the former princess became pregnant and gave birth to a daughter. After the death of the former queen due to illness, she was promoted to the position of queen consort. In order to take care of her sister and orphans, she did not want to have children anymore and only regarded Silly Yifeng as a parent-child upbringing. Mother and child have no intention of withdrawing from the marriage of Jingwa Mansion, but the marriage alliance between the Guigong Mansion and my mansion did not specify that it must be a marriage alliance with Miss Si, did it? You mean? Mother doesn't think that Miss Jinming, Princess Xiliang Mo of Jingwa Mansion, is a better match for her son. Princess Jinming has a noble status and has made great contributions to your majesty's salvation. Her name, the Moxiang Pavilion, is also well known and loved by the empresses and princesses in the palace. What's more, this princess may have that thing on her, as she was born to Lady Lan Ling. Mrs. Han probably wanted her to marry into the Han family because of this. If that's the case, we'll have to act quickly. Instead, we're not divorcing, but marrying Xiliang Mo 11 Liang Dan caused such a big mess that the Jingwa government should not say anything about it anymore. Don't worry, good wind. Mother will definitely do as you wish. Thank you very much, Mother. Mom, did you listen to me? When will I be able to marry the little prince? The prince's mansion has not made a statement yet. People outside are mocking us, saying that the prince's mansion wants to withdraw from marriage management. You can't manage it. Dan, can't you please make my mother quieter? Your sister finally fell asleep after much effort. Sister, sister, you all know that sister, but you don't realize that sister is no longer useful. Although I dare not openly mention my sister's disappearance, many rumors and gossip have been spread outside. She's fine now. She's also a useless person. Watch your mouth. How many times have I taught you that sisters are united in their determination to break the gold? Your sister has become like this, and you don't think about how to help her. Your mind is only focused on getting married, but you still have a sense of shame. Mother, you hit me before. My older sister was better than me in everything. You, grandmother, and father all favored my older sister, so forget it now that my sister is useless. You still hit me for her sake. You can only be so biased towards your sister for the rest of your life. That's also your retribution. This is the arrogant and domineering daughter you taught. No wonder the DeWang mansion wants to divorce her. What? They want to divorce? Dan is just suffering from a minor illness. Do they not want fame anymore? This is hitting the face of our country's government. My husband, we cannot tolerate it. Even if we unite with the Imperial censor to report to the Jinwan Palace, we must still ask the Emperor and the Empress Dowager to make decisions for us. Do you still think you haven't embarrassed me enough? Even if Dan and Mo don't get married, they still have to get married. Husband, I beg your pardon? Today, the German queen raised objections to the marriage alliance with our mansion. My husband naturally did not agree to their withdrawal from the marriage. In the end, they proposed a compromise solution, which was to let Moore marry in place of Dana. After careful consideration, I can only do so. With Dana's temperament, marrying the young prince may not be long before the palace becomes chaotic. We'll choose another good marriage for Dana after her affair becomes popular. Are you crazy? Dana is the legitimate daughter who has officially entered the family tree. How could you let the wild seed of land's lowly life ride on Dana's head? Shut your mouth. I say for the last time that Blue Feather is the lady of Jinghua, who has been honored by the court. Don't forget your identity. Besides, if it weren't for your good daughter who did something ugly, why would I have been threatened to withdraw from the marriage? Cough, 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 cough. If you have the ability to make the prince's mansion change its mind, just go ahead. I heard that Shiliang Dan also knew about this news, but she didn't make a big fuss like usual, just locked herself up and hasn't gone out yet due to habit issues. All of Moore's pajamas are designed and customized by herself, so they may differ from ancient styles. The maidservants all said that Ziliangdan had gone too far in sadness and had changed her personality greatly, but the servant always feels that this matter is not right. Jiangshan is easy to change, but its nature is difficult to change. Starting from today, people in the courtyard are not allowed to leave the broken jade pavilion unless necessary. It's by you. Understood. White Jade is dressing me up from today on. I will personally deliver daily supplements to the Duke of China whenever I go out. I arrange for a few sturdy Dobozi to follow me openly. How could Shiliang Dan not fulfill her malicious intentions when she wants revenge on her sister? Princess Yugong has something to attend to today. Mr. Ning, Moore is just here to deliver some homemade flower tea and has no intention of disturbing his father. Could you please bring these things in? Since I became the princess, Duke Jinghua has been wary of me, so I no longer have to personally bring tea over every day. We need to make him take off his guard and not rush for the moment. Thanks to my father. Do you still remember me? Guagong Yi, this is the tea that the princess personally brought in just now. The main subordinate of the county said, "Thank you, father." Do you still remember her? Father, I know Moore has a grudge in her heart, even though she never says it, but she never calls me father. But now did she think that I rejected her marriage to Han Wei and let her marry Si Lufeng, so she was grateful to me. But she didn't know that changing her marriage partner was a last resort under half pressure from the DeWang mansion. This silly child probably thought I suggested changing her marriage partner for her. Can you help me pour tea? On the 10th day that Moore continuously sent flower tea to Duke Jinghua. Mr. Ning, I made dim sum for my father today. Excuse me. The Duke ordered the princess to come in today. Father, dry and red in autumn and winter. This is the top quality product sent from southern Yunnan. Adding red dates and goji berries is the most nourishing for qi and blood. Still so stubborn, this expression is very similar to the real blue feather from the beginning. No matter what, Moer is always the daughter of me and Lan Ling. Can you polish the ink for your father if you are interested today? Please stay and accompany me to paint for my father. Yes. Half a month later. You must have been lazy again yesterday when you were asked to practice handwriting for 2 hours every day after returning home. Father, I really don't have any talent for writing. I'm almost able to recognize characters, right? Lazy girl is always looking for excuses to be lazy. Why can big sister go in, but I can't? When did father become so biased? Get lost. Dan, what are you doing? How many times have I told you? Take a look and see if you still look like a noblewoman. Father Dan has been in a bad mood these days, which is why he has made some verbal clashes anyway. The matter of marriage, I'm sorry, my younger sister has already blamed me. I shouldn't have let her also blame her father. Big sister is really good at talking. No wonder my father loves you so much. Who can match my sister's skill in riding a bearded horse? My sister said it's rare for me to come here today to taste the dim sum made by my sister. Go to hell, bitch. Help. Father, quickly dodge. Are you crazy, Shiliang Dan? Father. Father's dagger is poisonous. Sister 4, you can kill me, but how could you attack my father? How much he has loved you since childhood, how can you bear it? You pretentious slut, what are you pretending to be weak when you know martial arts? It was clearly your intention just now. Father actually favors you, such a pretentious bitch. You're really blind. Shut up, you rebellious woman. What happened to the Lord Ningen? Go call Dr. Chen Jun over. And lock Miss 4 in the firewood room. No one is allowed to let her out without my orders. For the sake of the reputation of the Jingwa government, Jingwa suppressed the assassination of his sister and father by Liang Dan, but he was completely disappointed with 11 Liang Dan. Shiliang Dan was imprisoned in a firewood room and starved for 3 days before being ordered by Duke Jingwa to be sent to Zhuangzi in the outskirts without his permission. You are never allowed to return home again, husband. Please spare. Dan Han knelt down and even knocked his head open, but he couldn't make Duke Jingwa retract his order. At the same time, Moer and Silly Yifeng's wedding date has also been set. Upon hearing this, members of the Shiliang family proposed to open an ancestral temple and include the name of Shiliang Mo in the genealogy, making her a legitimate daughter. Miss, you have carefully considered and calculated that Miss C's depression is just a disguise. We usually stay at home, and even on the way in and out of Jingwa Gong study, you brought many old ladies. Miss Si only has the opportunity to work in the study. Now Miss 4 is completely useless if the wedding is lost and sent to that rundown village. It's no different from being kicked out of the house, and I don't know when I can come back, let alone get married. I remember Mrs. Li San was in charge of this matter, right? Grandma helped me convey to her that going to Zhuangzi is for self-cultivation and character building, not for pleasure and amusement. Let her temper her 4th sister well to prevent any future troubles. Old slave knows what to do. Miss Si is no longer afraid. Just Miss, have you figured out how to deal with the Shiliang family? Last time you burned down our family, they suddenly showed such kindness and wanted to include your name in the genealogy, which is really alarming. Mama, don't worry. Moer has her own limits. If some people have ulterior motives and want to become ghosts, Moer will naturally give them a ride. Mama, can you tell me about my mother's relationship with the Lan family? Why did the young lady remember to ask this? Is the madam unwilling to come out to attend the Mrs. ancestral ceremony? Because she has only been indifferent to the world for many years. Please don't mind. If Mama doesn't want to say anything, I have other ways to find out. There must be many channels to gather information at the age of 9,000. The old slave is not very clear about what happened to the young lady back then. Miss Lan Ling's father is Marshal Lan Bing, and they have a great love for Marshal Yin, and Marshal's wife Princess Anyang wanted to marry the Marshal as a concubine, but was politely refused by the Marshal. Under jealousy, the princess tampered with the wife during childbirth, causing her to die in difficult labor. The Marshal was filled with grief and anger, holding onto the newborn Miss Bluefeather and intending to crash and die in front of the Imperial Secretariat. The late emperor felt guilty towards the Marquis, so he married Princess Anyang to the Jurchen clan and conferred the title of princess upon her, allowing her to freely enter and exit the palace. After that, he personally raised the extremely favored emperor. Blue Ling, without the restraint of her birth mother, has a lively personality. Since childhood, she disguised herself as a man and followed the Marshal into and out of the battlefield. She repeatedly made military achievements and was awarded the title of General of Phoenix Wings by the late emperor. Later on, Lan Ling met 11 Liang Wuyin on the battlefield and fought side by side, dedicating her life to it. Lan Ling deeply loved Xiliang and had no intention of marrying him. Xiliang's family demanded that she give up her military position, remove her princess title, and return home. A few years later, when the new emperor ascended to the throne and Ling had no children, Yuan Liang's family married Han as their concubine. Marshal Lan Bing passed away due to serious illness, and the Han family invited the fallen Lan family, who were unable to prevent this matter, as per the imperial decree of the new emperor. Madame Lan Ling was heartbroken when she realized she was pregnant with a young lady, and after giving birth to you, she went into seclusion. So this is the story of a foolish woman who gave up everything but was hurt by an unfaithful man, and from then on, she hated the man and even her own daughter. How ridiculous! How can a stupid woman like Lan Ling, who can't see her situation clearly and feels sorry for herself, be my mother? Madam. She just can't recognize people clearly. She was always your mother when she was only in her teens. Isn't Moa only in her teens now? Blue Feather, while in the royal family, loves her own palm and heavy army. Some of her fathers are also adopted daughters of the former Empress, but she only saw the flowers blooming like brocade and couldn't see the burning oil below, which made this person's life miserable and even implicated the innocent daughter, making her life worse than a pig or a dog mother. I didn't have to rely on her or the Xiliang family to get to where I am today. The Xiliang family must still admit today that I am the legitimate daughter. Miss and Mrs. Ku have also been silently protecting you. Even the collaboration between 90 years old and you may be due to. I hope you can understand in the future, madam. A few days later, the ancestral hall of the Xiliang family. Under the admonition of the clan leader to the heavens and earth, Xiliang Mo officially ascended to the throne of the Xiliang family and confirmed the name of the legitimate daughter. Miss Wan Fu. Get up from today on, I am truly the eldest daughter of the Jinghua Palace. Whoa, great! After waiting for so many years, Miss has finally been officially recognized sister by May. Have you seen the spirit of heaven? Moa, you did a great job on this trip. The ceremony is almost completed, and the rest is to bring the genealogy back to the Qiushan family temple for worship. As soon as my father received military orders, he won't accompany you to Ningen, and half of the guards will escort you at that time. You can also recuperate in the hot springs of Akiyama, where the healing effect is excellent. If my father is busy, he will take care of important matters at home and abroad. What a coincidence after all, Qiushan is a deep mountain with sparse population. At this time, Duke Jinghua was led away, but it's okay. He left and I happened to meet that troublesome old monster to deal with the Xiliang family. They should create a reason for Beilaking to help out. Achoo! Why is the car so unstable? Let the wind come in and it's getting cold, Qian Sui Yi. Be careful of your dog's head. It's just that maybe the disciple of this sect is thinking of this sect. That girl even made an appointment with me tonight to meet in Akiyama. I'm not sure, but now she's eagerly waiting. This seat is always so unforgettable. I don't think the princess is thinking about how to plot against you. You feel a slight chill in the wind. Autumn Mountain hot spring therapy is the best option, but you can also meet the princess on the way. The princess didn't make it clear in her letter. Maybe there's something important she wants to discuss with you. What important matter can that little fox have looking at it? It means nothing more than that she's afraid that I won't agree to trouble that brat Si Lufeng with her marriage. The ungrateful girl chose someone with ill intentions, and sooner or later she will suffer. Forget it, slow down a bit. My weak body can't shake. Yes. Autumn Mountain. The Crown Prince is here. Recently, spies have reported frequent movements by members of the Tianli sect. We suspect that this is their hideout. Everyone, change clothes and leave 50 people to guard these small paths leading in and out of the mountains. Notify the military and horse bureau of the 5 cities, Jingjiaoying, not to let anyone go. Others, please follow me and carefully infiltrate by. The Crown Prince went to investigate and asked his subordinates to report to the Jingjiaoying and the military bureau to capture them all. How can I explain to the Empress and the Grand Tutor if there is any damage to your body? As a daughter of 1,000, the term Grand Tutor here refers to the Crown Prince's Grand Tutor, who is 100 miles away. No one can reject the decision made by the Crown Prince. Do you also want to threaten the Crown Prince? Follow the orders of the Crown Prince to infiltrate. Autumn Mountain. After purifying oneself in this hot spring, bringing the family genealogy into the ancestral temple for worship will end. You've been exhausted these past few days, my servant. You've been working hard. You guys go rest now. You've been working hard these past few days too. Okay, I finally fell asleep. Unfortunately, such a pure and innocent beauty is about to suffer humiliation and fall into mud at the hands of those rough and coarse people. Shiliang men, a descendant of the Shiliang family but dying in the water, can also be considered washing away a body of dirt. Is that so? Does Moer still need to be grateful for your kindness, cousin? You haven't received any sweat-inducing medication. How could it be that you clearly drank tea? We prepared it for you. You. How could this be possible? Get a big axe in front of Lu Ban's gate. The techniques of adding medicine to food and drinks are all used by our princess, who is old and still has the audacity to use them as a way to embarrass herself. How to enjoy the Mongolian hot spring smoke of this princess? You knew we would come. Old lady, you stingy subordinate would be so kind as to open a temple for me. I just didn't expect that the Shiliang family actually seduced the Tianli sect. This is really great news. Miss, everyone outside has been taken care of by our people. You came just in time to strip off the clothes of these Tianli believers and put them on. Autumn Mountain is quite big, and the Tianli sect is definitely not limited to these people. It's always good to make some preparations first. I don't even know how many days they haven't taken a shower when they have to change into these stinky men's clothes. Stop complaining. Meiwu Meilu Meichi each gave these people this medicine to take. Received. What do you want to do? These are all veterinary drugs used for aphrodisiac mating. I have made some improvements to make the L person more lost. The intelligent chi makes the blood churn violently and abnormally. Although restoring some strength may not be enough to escape, it is enough to do certain things. Since you like to defile innocent women so much, why don't you try it yourself? How suitable for you to mate under a man's crotch until death. There must be many Tianli believers hidden outside the Autumn Mountain. It's safer for him to venture out and hide here, and besides, Qingli Dang is also approaching the 100-mile mark. Report to the princess that all 16 people have been killed, and her subordinates have beheaded 14 people, Shiliang men, and the host died of a body and abdomen rupture. Very good. Send someone out to ambush outside. Once the members of the Tianli sect enter, immediately set fire and cause chaos. Someone has arrived. It's all hidden. Master, hold on, I'll go find medicine for you right away. I'm all right, this temple doesn't seem right. There's no one inside. Don't take it lightly. Damn it, I didn't expect there to be so many Tianli believers in Qiushan. If it weren't for underestimating the enemy for a while, how could the Crown Prince have almost completely wiped out and fallen to this point? Fortunately, there are elite secret guards protecting him to escape here. These people are Tianli believers. The room is too dark to see their faces clearly. Who is there? There is someone else's scent in the room. Meichi protects Bairue. Yes. These people are not ordinary Tianli believers. There are too many of them, with Mei Wu and the others still protecting Bairue and Baiyu. They are not their opponents. Meizu 6 and Meizu 7, immediately take Bairue and the others away as quickly as possible, otherwise I will die here. Beileking's death warrant given to Meizu 6 and Meizu 7 is to prioritize protecting me, and as for other maids, they can sacrifice themselves. I can only threaten my life to force them to protect Bairue and Baiyu. Yes. Miss. Get out. With such strong internal strength, there is no chance of winning a frontal attack. Look at me, 100 snakes and 1,000 spider venom powder incense burner ash. Get lost, idiot. You despicable Tianli believer. Just go to hell with this prince. Being able to accompany the crown prince is also your blessing. Princess Shen Weilong Wu. Unable to find the princess. If you can't find it, go find it again, otherwise. Just raise your head and come see the seat. Yes. Duke, there's no need to get angry. It's not good to hurt your body. The princess is so clever, she must be lucky. People have their own destiny. The Duke rushed over as soon as he received news from the Ministry of Film that there were Tianli believers appearing on the Autumn Mountain. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived here, news came that the princess had gone missing, and even the Meizu 5, Meizu 6, Meizu 7 and others sent out had lost contact. 1191. Who said I was worried about that stinky girl? It's just a chess piece and plaything of this seat. But the people of the Tianli sect occupied Qiushan as a stronghold, and the Minister of Rights was unaware that such a thing was caused by those bandits. How did you watch the useless eunuchs of the Ministry of Rights throw away their faces? Jian subordinate knowledge of guilt. Before the people in this seat played enough, only I could touch and kill. Even if someone covets their eyes, they have to gouge out their eyeballs. There is another thing. Just received news that the Crown Prince is also pursuing the remnants of the Tianli sect and has gone missing. Then instruct the people from the film department to search for that girl and also investigate where that idiot Si Chengqian has gone. His life is still useful for now. They are all disciples of the 1,000-year-old master, and the treatment is really polarized. It's just a side note. Check the whereabouts of the Crown Prince of a country. It's true that people have different fates. 5 mouths. Where am I now? So painful. I didn't expect to survive like this, and I don't know if there was a concussion. 5 mouths. That silly big guy is still alive. Ask this girl to accompany you to death without even looking at who she is. Go to hell by yourself. Go die, die. Crown Prince. How could it be him? It's really the Crown Prince. Last night there was no light in the room, and I couldn't see his face clearly. What should I do? Killing him is the easiest way. If he wakes up and finds out that I pushed him off the cliff to punish me, it will be troublesome. But he probably didn't see me clearly last night, otherwise he would have called out my name long ago. Saving him may give him an extra powerful bargaining chip. Forget it. If you need help in the midst of wealth and danger, just save it. Maybe one day when the great demon Beileking falls, the kindness of saving the Crown Prince will still be my trump card. All right, Prince, that's all I can do. I have bandaged everything that can be bandaged, and the remaining medicine on my body is also cheaper for you. If you can't hold on by yourself, it's not my fault for any shortcomings. I'm already injured like this, and I have to take care of this troublemaker. What am I doing here? Let's go to sleep quickly. Water, water. You're ruthless. Don't you want to drink water, you bastard? Why are you smoking? You're so thirsty, forget it, you don't need to take the medicine anymore. I owe you something, but during the fall, you see, I used it as a meat cushion, so I sacrificed a bit. This deal needs to be worth the return ticket. Well, big heart. Uh-huh, uh-huh. What are you doing? Didn't you just shed your mouth when you died? What's going crazy about this? Calm one's mind and spirit in. Surprisingly, she mistook me for Princess Taiping. It seems that you don't dislike your princess aunt as much as you seem to. For S.I. Chengqian, the Taiping princess who controlled him and killed many of his wives and concubines, but also unconditionally consolidated his position as heir to the throne for many years. Is it more love or more hate? This is truly a thought-provoking question. It's her, Princess Jinming. Last night, it wasn't Aunt Ning Xian, but Xiliang Mo who bandaged me and saved me with oral medicine. But why is she wearing clothes from the Tianli sect? I remember being pushed down by a small leader of the Tianli sect last night. Xiliang Mo has not been selected for the selection banquet of Liangdi, but she did it for me. Is it true that a woman who sacrifices her chastity like this still has feelings for me? Just because you saved the Crown Prince accepted you. Let's sleep a little longer. Her body is so soft and cool anyway, she will have to share the same bed with me sooner or later. It's okay to bring her over to relieve my high fever and feel comfortable, isn't it? Your Highness, what are you doing? You bastard dared to take advantage of this girl. I'm sorry. Mora was scared so much that she lost her composure for a moment. Your Highness, are you okay? Han, it's okay. The Crown Prince fell asleep for a while and the princess acted impulsively. Why is the princess here? This matter is a long story. Mora came to our temple to offer sacrifices, but encountered chaos from the Tianli sect. I and the girls changed into clothes belonging to the Tianli sect and wanted to escape, but we were discovered in the end. I was forced off a cliff by a stupid and fat villain like a pig. I didn't expect Mora to wake up and meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness, your life is in danger, so Mora had to bandage your wound and take care of you all night long. God bless you to finally wake up. Thank you for saving me, Princess. Why do I always feel like something's wrong? Last night, I was in a daze and seemed to have been beaten up. Could it be that I was dreaming? Your Highness, it is not advisable to stay here for a long time. You have limited mobility. Mora, come and help you. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. The north has also been cleaned up, so only the steepest southern cliff remains. The Tianli believers in the entire Autumn Mountain area were almost ordered to be executed by the governor. Autumn Mountain may be bleeding like a river now, but the princess still has no news. Report to the Duke that the Ministry of Charm has found Charm 6, Charm 7, as well as the 2 princess maids and 1 nanny they are carrying. Let Mei Lu and Mei Qi return and go to the prison to receive their own punishment. If Xiaolianzi still can't find anyone within 2 hours, then you should be like Meizu 6 and Meizu 7, right? My subordinates have already sent additional personnel to the south. Please rest assured, Duke. This isn't that the parrot you gave to the princess. Gaga. Parrot, you're tall. I'm a divine bird born of a phoenix and an eagle. Stupid humans still don't follow this mythical bird. Set out, follow this fat bird, it seems to have some meaning. You're a fat bird, your whole family is fat birds. You are dissatisfied with this seat. Never mind, the bird won't fight with eunuchs. Just as everyone was anxiously searching for the 2 of them, Mora and Cai Chenqian were. Cool, enjoy a hot spring. It's so lucky to have met a hot spring. Jinming, don't worry, although the mother does not agree, this palace will still be responsible for you. Jinming. Throw the crown prince back to the capital city. Everyone, get out of this seat. It's the voice of that demon. Where did the clothes go? My dear disciple, are you looking for this? Demon father, you have come to master. How can you hide when you see me as your teacher, but don't mind letting other men see you all? Aren't you a man? You're not considered a man either. Master, what are you doing? I haven't been to a hot spring for a long time. As a teacher, the scenery here is so beautiful. Why don't we let you, my disciple, serve as our teacher? Who has provoked this demon again? No, I have to escape quickly. This demon state is not right. Just walked in innocent bystanders. The close eunuch Xia Shengzi Beilaking Xia Shengzi just came to deliver clothes on behalf of Duke Lian. Xia Shengzi didn't see anything. This strong chi. Very good, very good. You don't even want your face to hide as a teacher. Let go of me. Call, what are you crazy about? Uh-huh. 5 mouths. I can't breathe, my chest hurts so much. Woo-woo. Call. What's your older man's nervous expression? You don't have to put in so much effort to kill me. Isn't it you who wants to kill the master? This ungrateful little fox dared to point his sword at me. Do I want to be trapped underwater for life and death? I didn't really want to take your life. If you don't believe me, just kill me. Sorry, you wouldn't dare either. Beilaking is healing my injuries. He actually helped me connect the Ren and do meridians. Why? I'm just a chess piece. Why would Bai Li Qing sacrifice more than 10 years of internal strength? Can Jin Yuan help me open the Rendu's second pulse? As a teacher, I just can't bear to have such a foolish disciple. It's ridiculous that even a fool like S.I. Chengqian can't beat him. Why did I feel at ease despite still saying such unpleasant words? It seems like as long as he's around, I don't have to worry about anything. God is always fair. He gave Beilaking immense power and a stunning appearance, as well as a flawed body and even a twisted and cruel heart and personality. I originally suspected that he was not a real eunuch, but now he is serving. I am so close to his body that there is almost no gap left, but no man can be completely unresponsive. Unfortunately, if a man really... Why did you also bow down under the guise of being a teacher? Unfortunately, as a teacher with such good colors, I accepted you, an ugly and heartless thing, as my disciple. What am I thinking? What a pity it's Master Qing. Your beauty and misfortune should be offered to all sentient beings for worship. My teacher asked you, how could you get involved with the Crown Prince and create such a scene? What do you mean by being together? Is there someone who says that about their disciple? I should know better than my master why the Crown Prince led people up the mountain to eradicate the Tianli sect. Right, I just didn't expect that the collusion between the members of the Xiliang family and the Tianli sect would lead to such a situation due to a momentary carelessness and accidental collision. It seems that the people of the Xiliang family live too leisurely and are so interested in political affairs. I really underestimated them. So, are you really planning to marry that kid Silly Yufeng? Is there a better candidate than Master? Sifeng is currently my best target. You don't want to become the Crown Prince Liangdi, so you can be ruthless towards the Crown Prince. So what about Silly Yufeng? If one day I want you to kill him or even destroy the entire Dewang mansion, what would you do? Even if you can execute orders without hesitation, what if you are pregnant with a child who is sexually promiscuous? The Dewang mansion is an important pillar of the Qing school in the court, and it poses no threat to Bai Li Qing. Therefore, I chose the Silu style, but if one day 100 miles of green cannot accommodate the prince's mansion, I can use my marriage as a bargaining chip to manipulate my husband. But can I also include the child in the calculation? There won't be any children. Silu Fong, and I will not have children if I can't get pure emotions or even involve my own children like Lon, then I'd rather not have children. Good teacher, I just like that about you. You need to remember to be tough on others and even harder on yourself so that you can move forward without anyone stopping you. But how can you avoid him touching you? The disciple of my teacher is so tempting that even a normal man would love and cherish you when he sees you like this. Even if you drink aphrodisiacs, it cannot be completely guaranteed. Besides, as a teacher, how could I bear to see my disciple suffer such a physical injury? Master, what exactly do you want? It's simple. Just don't let Sillyfing touch you. As for the instrumentalist, there are naturally plenty of methods, so you don't have to worry. Of course, I believe in Master's abilities. Since that's the case, my beloved disciple is getting married. What would you like me to give you as a teacher? Why don't I be your teacher and teach you the beauty of the joy between men and women? So that you won't feel lonely after marriage without the comfort of a man. That's okay, no need for you to worry. Don't be polite. Being a teacher is voluntary. But I didn't do it voluntarily. 5. Even if you're not a man, being a child can make you want to be immortal and die. What did you feed me? This is the golden ghost acacia fruit, a strong spring fruit that can activate chi and blood, and is very helpful for practicing martial arts. I originally wanted to enjoy it alone as a teacher, but now with my beloved disciple by my side, I naturally need to practice double. Oh, wow master, it's so hot. Don't resist it, take it slow. If the little girl forcefully resists luck, be careful not to get angry and become a demon. She cannot practice martial arts for the rest of her life. Alright, don't look at it anymore, otherwise I won't be able to take action as a teacher. It's obvious that it's already as soft as spring water, but it's still stubbornly staring at me. They hurt. Let me love you well, my teacher. Master. Don't do it. Well, do you like being a teacher like this to you? Ah. Good. Master, it's so uncomfortable. What a sensitive little doll. Be a good teacher. This will teach you how to sink into Dantian. Oh, wow. Master. Unexpectedly, it lured me to break the barrier of being able to resist. I really know that evil makes people wish they could eat her, including her belt and bones girl. It's not that I won't let you go as a teacher. This is the first time someone has been able to make me break through. Now that your skills have improved, what should you do as a teacher? It seems that as a teacher, I can only use you for cultivation. 5 mouths. Unfortunately, not being able to truly double cultivate this fruit is a bit wasteful. I'll let you go for now. One day, the teacher will truly take you. One day later the body is hollowed out. Princess, this is specially sent by the 1,000-year-old Lord. It's just cooked to nourish the young. Drink while it's hot. How long did Lord Chitos ravage the princess before he turned her into this? Thank you for taking care of my father and disciple, my son. Miss, we're back. Just come back. I'm also worried that Meilu and Meichi won't be able to protect you well. Miss, please make the decision for Bairue. King Bearwee was defiled by someone and lost her body and face, living on without face. What the hell is going on here? Who is it? Are they those Tianli believers? It's Meichi. 1 day ago. Release me. I have to go save the young lady. I can't leave her there. Shut up. We may have accidentally entered the palace of the Tianli sect. There are enemy camps ahead and pursuers behind. If I were to escape alone, it would be easy, but this woman frowned. Help! Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to catch a few maids from the Jingwa mansion on this trip. TSK, TSK, TSK. These women are really tender. Just take them back to the campsite quickly. Moji, let go of me. People from the Tianli sect have no other choice. Ah. What do you do? Who else is hiding there? It turns out to be my own brother. Is this woman good? Where did you get her? Why don't you share it with us? The woman captured by Lord Gun himself is mine. Dare you touch her and give it a try? Fortunately, I just changed into clothes of a Tianli believer on the way to get away with it. I chopped off your stuff. Don't let go of me. Ah, wow. Don't do it. No. Isn't that just one woman? Let's go, let's go. I'm already very restless, so I quickly solved it with these women. Huh, we've finally gone far. I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you. I will definitely kill you. It doesn't matter to me. The one who wants me to die is none other than you. If you have any resentment, just come and kill me. I'm waiting for you. Miss, I have lost my body. I have no eyes left to survive. Wait a moment. You shouldn't have lost your virginity. Touching the core of a person's heart is like kissing God. You won't lose your child. You're still a virgin. Meichi acted in this scene to save you, not really to defile you. I don't think it's true. I've been stripped of my virginity by men. Bairuanu is a human, and there is no difference between a man and a woman. This feudal concept of chastity that oppresses women should never exist. There is nothing more important than one's own life. You haven't done anything wrong, and you shouldn't feel guilty about it. I understand that Bai Xinshin has resentment in her heart. But there's no need for you to take action. Maisie 7 and Maisie 6 failed this mission, and the Duke has ordered them to be sent to prison and punished. The judicial prison is aimed at those who enter the private chambers of the Imperial Household Department and the Imperial Guard. It is always unlucky. Even if he manages to come out alive, he would probably be half disabled. Punished, but Mei Lu and the others were just following the orders of the young lady, and because they saved us, they will be punished. Meibu has Meibu's rules. They are trained dead soldiers, and completing their tasks is the meaning of their survival. Miss Shui, please plead with Mr. Chitos for mercy. I, Mei Lu First Road, have already suffered serious injuries in order to protect Baiyu. I cannot let the adults be punished for this. Miss, I also beg you. You're right. With Meichi's skills, he could have run away alone. He did those things to protect me. Although I have grievances, I cannot let him suffer and die for me again. Did you hear that? Madame Yi Bairue and Baiyu both said that. How can a master remain indifferent? This matter was ultimately ordered by Moer. Please ask for a favor from Lord Chinsui on behalf of Moer. 3 days later. Sister Mo is really a good color. This is the fabric that the 1,000-year-old man gave her, right? Si Hanyu Si Liufeng's half-sister S. Even the Empress Dowager cannot compare to your sister's appearance. No wonder your brother is so obsessed with you. Sister, just say this in private in the boudoir. I heard that my younger sister came over today and brought a treasure to give to her. I'm really looking forward to it. Si Hanyu came here specifically to meet his sister-in-law in advance, but who knows what she's up to. You are a greedy person. Don't let someone sell you for just 1 or 2 silver coins and help others with money. What if I really have shallow eyelid? Sister needs to know that her life in the mansion is not better than that of a younger sister, with love, protection, and parents. My brother has several other courtyards and shops in Jiangnan to provide food and drink for my sister for a lifetime without worrying about wearing gold and silver. Sister, if you really have shallow eyelids, why don't you go there? The woman that my brother is interested in is truly extraordinary. It turns out that she had already noticed my arrival. Did the little prince ask you to tell me these words? Is this telling me to stay away from right and wrong? It seems that Baileking's gift to me has really caught the attention of many people. I'm worried that my sister might be deceived by someone with ulterior motives. My brother's days are just glamorous on the surface, and there haven't been many comfortable days in the past decade. It's rare for my brother to be so devoted to my sister. I just hope you can live a comfortable life and not be harmed by petty people. My father was ordered to patrol the southeastern border camp and secretly investigate the case of embezzlement of food and supplies. However, on the way, he suddenly encountered bandits from the Miao region, causing chaos, and died in battle. But Miao Jiang and we have always been too unlikely to have bandits. They are clearly assassins disguised as bandits. This case shocked the Imperial Household Department, and according to the law, they ordered people to investigate. At that time, the deputy director of the Ministry of Rights hastily killed a group of refugees and bandits, and then cremated his father's body on the grounds that the hot weather in the southeast was not suitable for preserving the body. My brother happened to be left to play in Sagami Prefecture to escape this disaster, but he didn't even see his father for the last 5 times. Deputy Director of Ceremonial Supervision, could it be that? It is the current Grand Tutor of the Crown Prince, who is the commander of the Imperial Guards and the head of the Imperial Household Department, 9,000 years old. My brother watched with his own eyes as 9,000-year-old burned his father's body. No matter how much he begged him, he wouldn't let him see his father for the last time. Those Jinyui even kicked my brother out. That year, my brother was just a young child. Why bother? By Li Qing and Si Lu Feng. Surprisingly, there may be a grudge against killing one's father. No wonder Beileking has such a strange attitude towards my marriage to Siliafeng. Is this old fox trying to use me to restrain the prince's mansion? Since my younger sister honestly told me these things and didn't hide them from her, I was indeed commissioned to make a lot of rouge for Lord Chitos, which is why Lord Chitos gave me some rewards. Sister looks like a floating duckweed and can only flatter others, otherwise how can she have a way out? You also know that my legitimate mother and sister are not easy to get along with. Originally, Shiliang Mo was just going to curry favor with those eunuchs, and the jewelry was just a gift. Since that's the case, there's no need to worry. Sister, if you leave this door, you will be my brother's person. My brother will definitely be able to protect you thoroughly. Look, this is a treasure that my brother and I gave to my sister. This cat's eye stones, rose gold plate, phoenix feather ring, and precious gold ring are hard to find and most suitable for my sister. Thank you very much, sister. Very good. I didn't expect to start fighting with my future husband before I even entered the gates of the Dewang mansion. Big sister, little prince, this is... What else is there to be interesting about? If it weren't for his instructions, Sihan Yi would have come specifically to test me. It's hard for him to doubt my relationship with Beileking so much and still be willing to marry me. Who knows what my future husband is up to? Just, Baiyu, please help me freshen up. Today is a farewell banquet with others waiting. Sister, this collar is truly exquisite, beautiful, and exquisitely crafted. Only with such a good appearance like my sister does she deserve to be so intoxicating. Big sister has become more beautiful and noble, but she is still cold and indifferent to me. No matter how much I try to please her, she doesn't care. I'm the only one among the sisters who really admire her. That's the only natural beauty of a young lady. I feel sorry for her, but I don't know how many men dream of it. This is clearly mocking our young lady's misconduct, dressed so beautifully. I thought it was her farewell banquet. It's been a long time since I last saw my younger sister, but she has become increasingly wealthy and beautiful. It seems that Marquis Yu must be extremely fond of his younger sister. Look at the grandeur all over her. It's not a waste of my younger sister's admiration for Yu Ho and her lifelong commitment to earning this third-rank Imperial decree wife. What are you making up, you bastard? Madam Yu, please be careful when speaking. Sister Mo is the eldest daughter of the Duke's mansion and also the future German princess of Princess Jinming. How dare you speak so shamelessly and insult your elder sister? So what? My wife also holds a third-rank Imperial decree after marrying Marquis Yu. My heart was as cold as ashes for a while. It was not easy for me to pick myself up and win the love of that dead old man, regain the control of the main mother's family, and become a third-rank Imperial wife. I thought I could finally step on Shiliang Mo's feet, but now this bitch can still have such a good marriage like me. Not much, Princess Hanyu. Please take a seat. This small matter doesn't require Princess Hanyu's intervention, Madam He. Ah. How dare you? Remember the Shiliang Frost. It was the princess who made this decision for you, which made you rich and prosperous for a lifetime, that you have come to where you are today. If this princess can make you a marquis's wife, then mud can also make you fall into poverty. If you don't behave yourself, the fate of Shiliang immortal sisters is your fate. My princess doesn't want your beautiful neck to be broken the next time she steps on the king. What? This is the marriage proposal between Silly Yufeng and Princess Jinming. It's impossible. Jinming is already a member of this palace. What nonsense are you talking about? When did you become involved with this Jinming? Did you? No, it isn't the child, and the princess spending a night alone in the wilderness may damage her reputation, so she originally planned to recover her body and then apply to her mother for permission to propose marriage to Duke Jinghua, the elder brother of the Land Empress. Your Highness, this matter is not good for either you or the princess. Please do not bring it up again in the future. The Prince Jingda's mansion has a good reputation among the Qing and Lu factions in the court, so it may not be appropriate for it to affect their relationship. This palace naturally understands the pros and cons involved. I have already promised to marry her. One moment she was still attentive to me, and the next moment she was discussing marriage with other men, which is really despicable. Child, please step down first. This bastard is just a mess. He doesn't even understand that Shiliang Mo could be his. Even if that girl and Chengqian are really siblings, what's the point? Everyone thinks she's the daughter of Duke Jinghua and Lan Ling. That's enough. Why did the Empress suffer so much after all these years? She couldn't get through with herself, in the opinion of Wei Chen. If the Empress had not stopped the marriage of the Crown Prince and formed an alliance with the Jinghua mansion, it might have been a good thing. Brother, who else can threaten Chengqian's position? I have lived in the shadow of that bitch for the first half of my life. Do you still want me to rely on her daughter's protection to solidify Chengqian's position? No, I never want to become the Empress Dowager and face that heart-wrenching face every day. Shiliang's family, bring everyone up here. Yes. Step on it. It's you, this troublemaker. How dare you break into our house in the middle of the night and treat us like this? What exactly do you want to do? What does my niece not want to do? I just want to destroy the Shiliang family and take your lives. You're such a despicable person. Is this the etiquette your father taught you? How does the old lord like the gift of his niece, but compared to the gifts of your animal nephews and nieces who can even attack their own daughters, it may not be enough. You did indeed kill Tinger and Aching. You killed my son. Oh, you're talking about them. The princess asked the eunuch to skin them and personally light a fire to send them to the underworld. Look at how beautiful the fans made of this skin are. You actually colluded with the eunuchs of the Ministry of Rights, you vicious bitch. I only hate why I didn't kill you that day and let you, this shameless bitch, come back and rebel against our ancestors. My cousin is the most beloved child in my uncle's heart, so my uncle is willing to collude with the Tianli sect until my death. But that's the cult that Lord Chitos intends to eradicate, and it's you who sent me on the path of destruction, isn't that? But what about it? If Uncle could reveal the secrets of the Tianli sect and assist 9,000 in breaking this cult, my niece can plead with Mr. Chitos for leniency in handling our family's crimes. Perhaps in the future, the glory of revitalizing the Shiliang family will all fall on my uncle. Join the 9,000-year-old party, yeah, who is more powerful than 9,000 years old. If I can really seek refuge after the age of 9,000, it's still up to me to control everything. Okay. As for Shiliang Mo's lowly life, it can be taken later. Why, mother, this bitch killed my mistress. I will never lose to this bitch, and you must not bow your head. My son from the Yu family can only live standing and will never die kneeling down. Mother, since childhood, you have only had a fourth child in your eyes. I'm doing it for the Shiliang family. Have you gone crazy? Don't think I don't know what you're up to. They all thought that after offering the Tianli sect, you could give them glory and wealth, but in fact, you have no intention of letting us live. Sure enough, Jiang is still old and spicy. He saw through my plan at a glance. Since the old lady doesn't like this kind of gameplay, how about we switch to another one? No matter what method is used, as long as it can make Lord Yu speak up, the princess spared his life and recommended him to the 9,000-year-old. If the Lord doesn't get the answer he wants in half an hour, then in this county, you can offer your skin and go to hell together. You are so vicious that you forced your relatives to fight each other. Is it still rare for siblings of the Shiliang aristocratic family to fight against each other? I don't care if there are so many incidents. Lao Tai Jun, please speak up, mother. You can't live just for your deceased fourth brother. I am also your biological child. Do you want to sacrifice me too? Do you still have the backbone of a man from the Shiliang family? Wasn't I planning for many years to sacrifice my own daughter for you, the roots of the Shiliang family? You're just like this. What? No seeds? Do you still consider yourself a high-ranking old lady who can curse every day? Stop talking nonsense and don't drag us into the water if you want to die. Damn it, you're always biased towards your big room. Forget it, we didn't catch the good news, but now we still want to be buried with us. Tell me, I don't want to die. How does it feel for Lord Yu to be hurt by his own flesh and blood? It must be very wonderful and interesting, right? Little fairy bitch, you bitch. It's just that it seems like you can't ask anything anymore. Tomorrow is our princess's big day, and today she will accompany you on your journey. I am also a member of the Shiliang family, so I will follow the rule that once the Shiliang family dies, they can only die at the hands of their own people. I'll give you a chance, but only one of you can survive, provided that kill others. This is the last chance given to you by the princess. You should cherish it well. You fairy with a heart like a snake and scorpion, how could you harm my descendants so badly? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Ah. Take good care of Lady Yu and don't let her die so easily. This great show has just begun. Ah. I don't want to die, okay? Do you dare to chop me? Stop it, why don't you dare? Do you think you're still the arrogant legitimate son? I've endured you long enough. If you dare to touch my woman, I will kill you. Stop it. How to deal with the female relatives of Miss Shiliang's family? Don't touch them for now. Without a man in the Shiliang family, there would be no roots. As for my master, I will explain it to him. Madame Zhao has already left the Shiliang family at my suggestion. It's not good for her to be treated well by the Shiliang family. She didn't even plan to plead for her husband. It's EO. It's already ugly time, princess. Go back and rest. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm probably the first bride to have bloody hands on the eve of her wedding. I don't know if Silly Feng would dare to share a bed with me if he saw my face like this. Miss, you must be happy. Grandma, I will definitely live a comfortable and contented life. Happiness is a marriage with impure goals from the beginning. Si Lufeng and I are just taking what we need. How can we have happiness? More, I will never disappoint you in this lifetime. Believe me, I will always have only you. Little Prince Moore trusts you. I'm so exhausted. Silly Yufeng probably needs to be drunk for a while before he can come in. Hurry up and bring my pastry up now. Bird's nest soup has already been prepared, and Bai has gone to bring it to Xin for you. Don't overeat and let the little prince discover that no bride would lift her head to eat on her own. Got it, Bai Rui. Come back quickly. In ancient times, there were many rules and regulations. At the same time, Bai Rui was. Meichi, why did you suddenly pull me into this room? Release me quickly. On that day, the Duke asked us to return to the Ministry of Rights, the prison, and receive punishment. It was you who pleaded with the princess for mercy. Did the governor release me? I heard from the princess that prison is very scary. You saved me, so I naturally won't watch you die. You don't need to thank me. As for those things, forget about them. Forget it, that means you're not planning on killing me anymore. Kill you? Kill you? How can I beat you up? I was pressured by you to beg for help. I helped you plead for mercy, and you thanked me without saying a word. Are you still mocking me for not being skilled enough? Oh, I see. Do you want me to thank you now? You don't need to keep it for yourself, do you? What are you doing? Are you sick? I still need to bring soup to the young lady. Is that how you stop people when thanking them? Is there still any sincerity? I think I should also make you a promise. Is this promise enough? You are shameless. What's wrong with you? Didn't I just satisfy her and show enough sincerity? Could it be that she likes to be a bit rough like the courtesan with the red sleeves? Do you prefer to be tied with a rope or hung up to feel happy? You're bullying me. I'm going to tell the young lady to ask Jiu Qian Sui to skin you, woo-woo. Don't cry, it's because you asked me for sincerity, so I gave it to you. I'm not bullying you, I just want to marry you. What? What are you? You want to marry me? Yeah, right. You've already been seen and touched by me. Can you still marry another man, madam? He said that you are different from the girl with red sleeves. After thinking for a long time, I think the best way to thank you is to marry you. As for the money, you don't have to worry. I won't marry anyone else, you shameless disciple. So full. But where did Bairui go all night without seeing anyone? Just now, it was the bird's nest soup that Imama brought for her. It must be the county horsemaster who has arrived. Hurry up and go out to greet the little princess. Purple clothes, the color of this slut bag. Are you surprised that my teacher has come to your bridal chamber? Is it really because of getting married that the color is exceptionally good today? Master, today is my wedding day. You are too bold. If caught by Siliafing returning, I wouldn't be able to wash myself clean even if I jumped into the Yellow River. What, do you really want him to come? I won't be able to come tonight. I don't know which bed I'm going to be on and have sex with other women. What does master mean? I didn't want to hurt your feelings as a teacher, but since you want to know, let me show you a good show as a teacher. Oh, little prince left click. Jin Yang Si Liufeng's Maid, your highness, they really like you so much, and you will be good to them for the rest of your life. Silly girl, you are my first woman. Am I not treating you well enough after all these years? But you're getting married today, princess. My dear Jin Yang, am I not by your side? Don't cry, I'll give you whatever you want. Ah, your highness. Your husband is really easily swayed. This seat was just induced by someone, and the maid in charge of the room gave him a little aphrodisiac before he couldn't wait to climb onto the bed facing the other party. My beloved disciple is heartbroken. What can I be sad about? Both Si Lufeng and I have always taken what we needed. I won't interfere as long as he doesn't bully me, whether he wants to have 3 wives and 4 concubines or search for flowers and willows. I am very clear about it. Si Liufeng's so-called love is only based on my identity. If I wasn't valuable to the princess, he wouldn't have been able to marry me. I just didn't expect it. On my wedding night, he hit me in the face like this, thinking that he would mess around with the maid and make me a laughingstock for everyone. Only. We won't listen to these annoying noises anymore. Let's go back. Thank you, master, for bringing Moore back. It's late at night. Please go back to sleep, master. Why are you rushing away as a teacher? I forgot what you came to do tonight as a teacher. Tonight is my bridal chamber night with Siliafeng, not with you, master. Besides, can you do it? Can't I be a teacher? It seems that my disciple has forgotten that day. Even if I can't be a teacher, I can still satisfy your lust in the wild hot springs. You have lust, and your whole family has lust. This old monster clearly fed me aphrodisiacs that day. As humans, we have desires to love what we love and hate. Demons block and kill demons. Buddhas block and kill Buddhas. Why not do everything I want? Master lives comfortably with flowers and brocade. Life has its ups and downs, and you never leave any room for it. Even if you fall from the peak one day, you will suffer from the cold wind and be cut into countless pieces. Glory and wealth are like clouds and smoke. The country is beautiful in color, but the red powder skeleton moon maiden, how many people in this world can take my life? All things in the world are chess games. Even if there are thousands of cuts, what's the point? If I were to die, there would probably be countless souls on this golden spring road, respectfully welcoming birth and accompanying burial, or bringing joy and sorrow to the heavens. What's so scary about a person who doesn't even care about life and death? Is Bai Li Qing fearless because she is already at the pinnacle of power, or is she playing the game of life because she has nothing to love? Today is your wedding night, girl. Why do we have to discuss these boring Zen philosophical devices? Do you think you can handle being a teacher just by chatting about these irrelevant things? The last lesson I taught as a teacher in a wild hot spring wasn't finished yet. Why don't we continue? Master, I am not your pet. I'm a girl and a person. Can you just grab me and kiss and hug me when it's okay? Can you show me some respect? Of course, you are not a pet. You are a beloved disciple of the teacher, so the teacher dotes on you, loves you, teaches you martial arts, and helps you deal with the aftermath. But don't forget that I never do anything without benefits. Or did you think that when you came to me to make a deal, I would make you give a request? Can we not use this method? As a teacher, I never like to force others in this regard. If you don't want to be a teacher, naturally you don't have to force yourself to change clothes for me. From the very beginning, Bai Li Qing had already understood my tricks and was just interested in playing with me. Now he finally wants to ask for compensation, which is very fair. I have obtained what I wanted from Baileking in this transaction, but I was unable to provide Baileking with the corresponding things. Since he wants my body, what if he gives it away? It has already been decided since I am reborn, hasn't it? As long as I can seek revenge, I can give up anything. Don't go. Master Mower is willing. As a teacher, I know you are not willing to accept it, but you must remember that before you have the ability to replace me, kill me. You don't belong to yourself, you don't belong to anyone. You belong to me. Did you kill him? So Baileking has always known my hatred, unwillingness, anger, and murderous intent towards him in my heart. I will never let my master down. Master Teacher. Don't be here, Master. Go to bed. Turn off the lights. Even if the lights are turned off, I can still see it. As a teacher, why pretend? It's not the first time you've been honest with your teacher. Moreover, your body is more honest than what you say. Master, you don't go too far. It's obvious that he always plays with me and makes it seem like I really did something. Unduly. Do you want to try doing something even more outrageous to your beloved disciple as a teacher? Since you don't want to see it, feel it carefully. Wait. Woo-woo, Master. This despicable little girl. No way, not yet. I don't know if this is torturing you or if I'm torturing myself. I'll just spare you tonight. The next day. I didn't expect that on my wedding night. My husband didn't come home all night and spend time with the maid. I actually spent it with another man. Princess, are you awake? Come in. Princess Jinjiao's trusted maid, the servant of the young queen, is the one by her side, Yiliang, Chang Jingyu. Today, she is here to serve you with breakfast. The queen has already stood up and is waiting for you to offer her tea ceremony later. The German queen sent her personal maid to serve breakfast for me. This is because she knew that silly Ufong didn't return home last night and expressed her comfort to me. I don't know where the little prince has gone, young princess. We can meet the little prince in Sueju Hall for a while first. What does Jingyu girl mean? Even if the prince had something to attend to last night, he should have returned early this morning. Where is the first day to offer tea ceremony? The bride walked into the hall to pay respects to the elders in the family. The little prince is too much. Is this going to make our young lady the laughingstock? White jade is fine. Since this is a rule in the royal palace, then that's good enough. The queen has always liked her children to be elegant and beautiful. The appearance of the young princess is like a lotus flower. It's best to choose some light-colored clothes today, which can highlight the ethereal and beautiful colors of the young princess. Really? Baiyu, please take out the clothes that you were instructed to prepare yesterday and change them for me. Yes. What else is there, Jingyu? No, it's just that the young queen's clothes are luxurious and gorgeous, so Jingyu was taken aback by them. Please ask the young princess to change her clothes. Mother. Sorry for being late for my husband last night. Little prince, let's go first and pay our respects to the elders. It's ridiculous. What's there to explain? Let's go too. Finally, I've had my son's cup of tea. You're a married person after all. Look at this beautiful colored daughter-in-law. You should take good care of her. Jinmin reminds me of when I was a girl before mother gave a false compliment. I remember Jingyu just said that the queen likes plain colors, and I didn't hear her right. Princess Xiao, please. It's so hot. Mother boiled this tea, please be careful. Jinmin is really meticulous. Ah. Mother, how are you? I'm fine. Most of the tea spilled on the ground. Young princess, what's wrong with you? You burned 7 princesses on the first day of your visit. When I took the tea, it was just so hot. The tea prepared by the master and I, who has never been a servant in the Wangong mansion, is like this. I thought it was because the rules in the 2 mansions were different, that's why. I also reminded my mother to be careful when making this hot tea. You silly girl, why is the tea still in your hand when it's so hot? The palace has turned over, and the tea forest is perfect. Tea hemp is perfect. Even if it's disrespectful or unlucky to my husband's family, it's just a matter of personal status. We have never been so careless in preparing tea at home, let alone on such an occasion. It's obvious that someone took the opportunity to make things difficult for Moore. If Moore couldn't help but spill the tea just now, it's really unreasonable. Chin Steward, how do you manage the maid? Why don't you drag down the tea girl and dispose of her? Jingyan Chin Steward's little girl. Little prince, spare your life. Today's tea was prepared by Sister Jingyu for me. It was my negligence that led me to make such a big mistake. Chin Grand Steward, today is your day of great joy for the little prince. Punishing you is unlucky. The girls were too tired yesterday and made some mistakes in the exam. It's better to deduct a month's worth of monthly silver. The butler said that the day is a good day for my son, and it's just the day when Jinmin enters the mansion. Since the mother consort won't investigate, then let the girl go. Although the burn on the mother's body is not serious, she still needs to follow the doctor's instructions and rest well. I'll have someone bring the snow cream later. Okay, I know my son is filial, but today your wife was also injured. She is a princess on the Imperial family's jade certificate. Is her identity different? You still need to care more. Your father's most prestigious mansion in the world is also based on his long-standing good reputation and has established a foothold in the Shenger dynasty. What happened last night? My mother doesn't want it to happen again. Last night, my son was momentarily confused. I originally wanted to go to the new house, but it was just Jin Yang. Don't go to Jin Yang's place in the future. After all, he comes from a humble background. If you want a newcomer, you can wait for a year according to the rules, or wait for Jinmin to have a body. Mother consort will naturally find some good ones for you. I think she's also a smart and polite person who will think of you naturally. Ilo. Mother, there's no need to say. Last night was Elle's son, right? I'll go back and explain to Moore that she has always been gentle and considerate, and she will definitely blame me. Little prince, may I help you change clothes and escort you out? The little prince, who is cold in the sky and earth, should be careful not to let the queen and the servant is worried. When did someone worry about my king's affairs turn to your servant's worries as a servant? You should behave yourself and not think that you can climb onto your master's head. What identity does a mere servant use to scold the young queen? Is this meant to make people laugh at our De Wang mansion's lack of distinction between status? Considering that you are the mother's consort and maid, the Japanese king has spared you today. Next time you make this mistake again, don't blame me. You're not polite. Today is a day of quiet tea, peaceful rain, and a row of things. It's your respect. Although Princess Jingyu is somewhat jealous of the young princess, you know Jingyu's nature. How could I do such an ignorant little gesture? Have you watched Jingyu grow up since childhood? Am I that kind of person in your heart? Get up now, my queen Juera has always been calm and courteous. Today, I just assumed that you were momentarily lost in your thoughts. Yeah, I watched this child grow up, and besides, she's still mine. How can I doubt her? I have already told Fomer that I will make amends for you when the young queen becomes pregnant. It's still possible for my queen to praise you as a noble concubine. Just remember that Shiliang Mo has a valuable identity, and is not just a little girl who is easily manipulated. If you offend her again, she won't even be able to step down from this stage. Yuer has been taught. Also, be careful not to let that bitch get into trouble again. Li Jingyang, last night's incident. My queen doesn't want to see us again, and the De Wang mansion can't afford to lose this person. Jingyu will make sure she knows what her duty is. What does Manager Qin mean? Just let go of that naughty girl like this. Last night, the young prince did not enter the princess's new house, and they still treated Princess De like this, which is too protective. I'm not even angry. Why are you angry? Let's be low-key when we first enter the palace and see what kind of monsters and demons there are. Princess, how did you wash off the medicine that the doctor applied? Your hands are almost blistered. Silly girl, she just looked red at the time. Sharp, I have already infused my power into my fingers to separate the heat of that teacup. Otherwise, how could Princess De go and serve that teacup? Princess, you are too cunning. Of course, I still have to pretend to be injured when doing the play or the whole set, but we all need to be more careful about the butler Qin. You can't directly conflict with him, understand? Yes. Hello, little prince. You all go down first. My king has something to tell the young queen. Move it, don't move. Go down now. Your girls are really loyal. I don't even listen to what the king says. Is it difficult for me to find some cunning girls by my side? The little prince didn't know that the second wife and sisters in my house were not good friends. More, since you're married to me, just rest assured my husband will definitely protect you for the rest of your life, little prince. If you truly protected me, the scene in the morning shouldn't have ended like this. Men always hope that women will accept sweet words as truth, but unfortunately, I am not that stupid woman. Cough, by the way, I couldn't go back to my new house because I got drunk for my husband last night. Don't take it to heart. Don't worry, husband. Moore can save her. Moore, you look so beautiful. You neglected your husband last night. How about you make up for it now? What should I do? The little prince and queen have sent servants to deliver people to the young princess. The little prince is Miss Jingyu. Come in. According to tradition, the young princess should have 4 eldest maids, 4 second-class maids, 4 third-class maids, and 4 grandmothers in her room. The monthly allowance for silver is 100 taels, but now the German queen is wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism, so the food, clothing, and expenses of the masters in the mansion have been halved. So, the young queen has arranged for 2 eldest maidens, 2 second-class maidens, 2 third-class maidens, and 2 maidservants, who are in their 60s. Do you think there's anything wrong with that? My mother truly has a kind heart. My eldest daughter is exempt from using only those 3 dowry items in the room, and the rest will be arranged by Miss Jingyu. The German queen is not like a thrifty person, even to the Buddha. She would not be so frugal throughout the entire mansion. Speaking of breakfast, it's just an example for ordinary wealthy families, far less so than ordinary noble families. I thought it was just for a moment. Is there any problem with the expenses in the government? What's wrong with Moore? Does Moore feel dissatisfied? You have nothing to eat. Okay, after lunch, we will also enter the palace to thank the Empress and His Majesty for their marriage. I didn't expect my brother's children to be so old. What kind of wife did you marry? Look up and show me. Greetings to the Emperor. You, is it really Blue Sister's child? The eyebrows and eyes are so similar to Sister Blue. How could your Majesty look at Moore with such eyes? Does he value Moore more than I imagined? If that's really the case, then I have to treat Moore even better. Oh, this is Prince de bringing his little wife to face Saint Cian. The little princess looks much better than her skinny and emaciated appearance 6 months ago, but she has some feminine charm. It seems that after tasting the joys of the human world at night, the bridal chamber is indeed different. The old monster got cheap and sold himself out shamelessly. Thank you, Mr. Chitos, for your praise. Your wife is gentle and shy, and I'm afraid I won't be able to laugh at you like this. Gentle and shy, a shallow and ignorant young man has never seen her kill anyone, nor has he ever seen her dare to jump up and run away without a trace. Aiching's mouth has always been venomous. Girl, you're still young, can't you handle such a joke? Good boy, you worked hard today too. After you go back, you should take good care of yourself. The Emperor's attitude towards me seems to be different now. Could it be that Balaking did something? Thank you, Your Majesty. Do you think she will never forgive me for the rest of her life? Your Majesty, there's no need to think too much. All love and hate are just illusions. All the past is gone. Wawolin Sister, Blue Sister. Inviting Moon Pavilion. The princess has a maid who calls herself Miss Jean coming to pay her respects to you. She waited outside for a long time, making a fuss. If you don't see her, she won't leave. I heard she's an old lady serving the little prince. What should I do? This prince's mansion is truly audacious, but even a lowly concubine like a plaything dares to threaten the young queen. Grandma, there's no need to be angry. I had already anticipated it. Let her in, it belongs to the young prince. Since I am a concubine, let's meet her. The young princess is well. The lowly concubine is the one who serves the little prince. Today, she came to pay her respects and invite the young queen to have tea. Is that so? But the little prince has never mentioned you to the young princess. According to the rules of wealthy families, it is not allowed for men to have concubines before marrying their legitimate wife. Are you saying that the prince's mansion and those who have broken the household registration system generally do not know etiquette? When you are holding concubines to me now. What the young queen said is that Jean Yang has not yet shown her face, but the little prince promised me that as long as the young queen enters the door and I show her face, he will give her a slap in the face on your wedding night. The little prince stayed at Jean Yang's place. Since the little prince has promised you, you can go find the little prince or the queen to make the decision. Why should you find the young queen? Isn't a normal wife supposed to be hit when she hears this? Why doesn't she care at all? Originally, Jean Yang didn't want to be so abrupt. Just Jean Yang is afraid that the child in her belly can't wait. What? This child is the bloodline of the little prince. The princess looks kind and probably wouldn't harm the child of the lowly concubine, would she? The maid in charge of the house had a high school child who was pregnant before her newly married mistress. And doing such a thing is simply a disgrace to the family's reputation. It's nothing more than Si Lufeng humiliating the princess on her wedding night. This kind of scandal can actually be done. Very good, don't worry, my queen will naturally report to her. Maybe soon you will have to carry your aunt. Then there will be the young princess. Oh, it seems like tonight will be quite lively. Do you think we should take action if the people of the Duke's mansion bully Miss like this? What kind of action? It's that girl who wants to marry herself, and besides, I've been working so hard on weekdays and haven't seen any memorials. I've piled up a whole house. Do you still think I'm not tired enough? Human beauty and physical weakness, not low 100 cubic meters. Do you remember that even the memorials couldn't be approved? That's so why did you come tonight then? Don't come over on time every day and night to harass the princess. Those who help handle the memorial are even losing their father-in-law's hair. Can you be a rapist? Of course you are. I'm going to seduce the little whore in this seat. What are you saying? Jean Yang is pregnant. I clearly asked someone to give her some aphrodisiac. How could she get pregnant? Mo Yuan didn't want to disturb his mother so late. It was just a big matter. Jean Yang is now pregnant, and the little prince has promised to carry her as a concubine after her daughter-in-law enters the house. My wife thinks that it will always be the bloodline of the prince, or will it show face to Jean Yang when the child is born? Mother consort doesn't have to worry about her husband. Having 3 wives and 4 concubines is always inevitable. It is the duty of a daughter-in-law to spread branches and leaves for the sake of her children. As long as my husband is happy, I will never make things difficult for him. More. It's all for my husband, not for you anymore. My husband. Do you know how to bully him or to do? Have you ever thought about how to let the people at the Imperial censorate know if this matter spreads? What face does the prince's mansion have when the scandal of a noble newlywed woman secretly having a pearl fetus spreads? This, after all, Jean Yang has served me for many years and is considerate and gentle. I promise to carry her as a concubine. Mother, there's no need to be angry. This is really our family's business. As long as everyone keeps their mouths shut, how could they reveal it? Si Lu Feng, this scumbag, is still thinking about that mistress at this moment. At the end of the day, they're just trying to force me to make a statement and accept that child and Jean Yang's acceptance. Moore has really wronged you. This is for the sake of my husband. I'm sorry, but how can you punish me? Both my husband and I are willing to do so. Okay, then punish your husband for loving more in the future and not letting her down again. Moore hiss. What's going on here? I never saw you injured when I entered the palace in the afternoon, just half an hour after having a meal. It was Jean Yang who made it. No, it's not. This Jean Yang is becoming more and more extravagant. Jin Ming, you will also be the head of a household in the future. How can you indulge the lower class without distinguishing their status due to your temperament and softness? How can we deter these unscrupulous servants in the future? My wife never knew this truth. Even in the government office, there are no concubines who can bypass their legitimate wives. It's just that Jean Yang is pregnant. If something happens to her daughter-in-law, it's even more difficult to explain. Wouldn't it make things difficult for her husband? You are my queen, and of course I believe you. I won't believe anyone else. Moore is actually afraid that something will happen to Jean Yang, and I will be biased towards Jean Yang to endure being bullied. Lock that lowly maid up in the firewood room and do not release her without the king's order. Isn't it true that anyone can act recklessly without punishment for their mistakes? Don't let anyone think that anyone can conceive the flesh and blood of this king. Moore, today you have been wronged. Let your husband compensate you well. Little prince, your little prince is doing very well. It's better to go to the clouds and reign with me instead of caring about that useless man. Master, is this person really a eunuch? This figure is also great. How you deserve more than his flawless seat, don't you? What a dazzling golden chrysanthemum. Master, please don't use so many idioms seriously. Speaking with a sinister, mysterious, and domineering tone, as usual, would be more in line with your unbeatable image in the East. Heart. What is Dongfang Wudong? Cough. That's a kind of Jianghu titles describe a person's unparalleled power and unparalleled style, unmatched by anyone else, and like you, there's no such thing as S. It's rare that you, a fool who can't write big characters well, could come up with such a majestic word. All right, in the future, the nickname for being a teacher in the martial arts world will be called Dongfang Unbeatable, right? Master Xingming, Dongfang unbeaten, Wenqing, Wuda, self-centered. All right, there's no need to flatter you as a teacher. Don't let Siliafeng, that ugly man, eat your tofu in the future. The little prince. Let him sleep on the ground. Sending him a good night's dream means there's no need to worry. Ah, Master, what have you done to the little prince? Can't you explain to me clearly how I should handle picking up J-Girl? What do you care about him? For don't forget that you are a plaything belonging to this seat. Indulge you, what do you do? Didn't my master say I was just a plaything? As a playful disciple, he served his master well. Is it? Since you said today that you want to serve as a teacher, then as a teacher, fulfill your filial piety. Wait. As a teacher, definitely. Make you lose your soul every night. Master. Beilaking is leaving. You go to sleep for a while longer. It's still dark outside. TSK, TSK. Let him fall asleep like this. I want to touch my beloved disciple. Don't even mention the door, there's no crack. It's Mower. I forgot how to carry Mower to bed last night. I didn't expect to have such a wonderful time with Mower. It's just that I seem to have exerted too much force, and I don't know if Mower hurts or not. Mower. Master, this breakfast has already been heated for the third time. Got it. Little Prince, I almost forgot that Siliafeng was thrown onto the bed by Beilaking. Mower's body still hurts. When did that old monster throw a fake UNPA up? Is it chicken blood or duck blood on top? Why do I feel so sore all over my body? Last night, I told you to don't be too indulgent, but you nonsense, you were thrown on the floor by leeching and slept for half a night. How could it not hurt? Even for my husband, I couldn't help but feel compelled. Master, you are ready now. Don't forget today's female tea ceremony. Got it, Mower, let's get ready to freshen up. Sister-in-law. Hanyu was waiting for you early this morning. What gift did you bring to Hanyu? Hanyu must not be rude. What is this doing? Can't a daughter even get close to her sister-in-law? Why do our own people talk about those empty-headed and brainless rituals? What my sister said is at the farewell banquet earlier, my wife and Hanyu's sister became close friends as soon as they met. I still keep the circle of jewelry she gave me. It seems that Hanyu is truly pure and straightforward. It was a good intention to tell me about Beilaking back then, but unfortunately used by Siliafeng to test me. Princess. Someone came to the palace and brought many rewards, saying they were meant for the young queen. Princess Jinmin was bestowed upon you by your majesty. Your majesty has also instructed that in the future, if you have time, you can visit the palace more often to see him. Thank you, your majesty, for your kindness. Mower has won the favor of his majesty so much. My younger sister, illegitimate daughter, Hanxiang, Lufeng, half-sister sister-in-law is really amazing. The palace really dotes on you. It's just the protection of our ancestors. These are all royal gifts and cannot be eaten or used. They can only be served with 3 sticks of incense per day. If the logistics of the imperial gift is left out without authorization, it will be a great disrespect if it is investigated. These things are mine, and no one can touch a single hair. The rewards received in the palace yesterday have already been taken away by the German queen. She can't expect this. Xiliang Mo is too narrow-minded. Although the regulations are like this, it's just talk. Who doesn't use rewards for daily use? Not good. Miss Jean had a miscarriage. What, I was locked up in the firewood room last night and had a miscarriage today. No, Miss Jean was fine yesterday, but when she came back from the young queen, she wasn't doing well anymore. Perhaps Miss Jean collided with the young queen, but at least the young queen took care of Miss Jin's body and forgave her. That's also the bone and blood of the little prince. It's only a pity that Jin Yang bumped into her sister-in-law and took her life. The young queen looked so weak, but she was a good hand. As soon as he entered the door, she let Jin Yang slip the tire. Is it the rule of the De Wang mansion that even a small housekeeper and maid can question their daughter-in-law like this? That's right, this was originally a scandal. A concubine is just a servant and maid used to serve her legitimate wife, let alone a lowly concubine without status. Only with the permission of the mother can one conceive the child of their master. But Xiliang Mo just walked in and needs to deal with Jin Yang. Should she also restrain her opinions or ask me? Little prince, do you really think Moer did this? Whether or not Moer is a husband, she doesn't mind just a lowly maid. Just kill her. Did you forget, little prince? Only yesterday did Moer mention that she wanted to carry Jin Yang as her aunt, but it turns out you never believed in Moer. Moer. The young princess seems to have a deficiency in her body. I heard that the young princess is Princess Jinming of the Jinghua mansion. How could she have these symptoms accumulated over the years? Sure enough, Xiliang Mo is not favored by Second Lady Han. I'm afraid she was abused in her early years, but I never expected Second Lady Han to do such a thing. This disease can be very serious. Of course, it requires long-term recuperation. Little prince, please don't have too much fun with your consort in the future. I'm afraid the king won't be able to tolerate too much rain and dew from you. Besides, the young queen is afraid that she can only have children after she is 20, otherwise it will be difficult to ensure the safety of both mother and son. The princess, the young prince, knew long ago that she couldn't have children before the age of 20. The person who was instructed by 90 years old to bribe the imperial physician. So yesterday I found out that Miss Jean had a child, but it was bitter. Although she still wanted to spread branches and leaves for you in her heart. According to the rules, the young prince may take concubines if his wife is not pregnant for a year. The princess knew that the young prince would eventually take a concubine and have children, so how could she go and get rid of Miss Jin's child? Little prince, it wasn't my concubine who harmed Jin Yang's child. Yesterday, Jin Yang came and insisted that the princess drink her tea. The princess tried to help her when she was pregnant, but she was pushed by her and hurt her hand. The princess is still holding back and not saying that she's a good thief, so come and take a beating. Yeah, if I knew that my princess was being bullied by a maid who was in charge of the entire house, Your Majesty and Empress Dowager would feel so heartbroken. Mother consort and Fonger both know that Jinming, you are gentle and kind, and would never do such a thing. It must be that shameless hoof that accidentally slipped and falsely accused you. Please ask the doctor who takes care of Jin Yang to leave and remove all the maidservants who serve her. Starting from today, let her start from the lowest third-class maid and go to the kitchen to boil water. Yes, Jin Yang has fallen out of favor, and Xiliang Mo cannot have children before the age of 20. As long as I spread this news, what face will Xiliang Mo have to face others? When the princess promotes me to be an aunt, I will give birth to my concubine's eldest son. In the future, I will not be the master of the royal residence. Little prince, I have no respect for you. Moer, don't worry. Even if we can't have our own children, I will treat you as always. Besides, it's just a few years. We will definitely have an heir, however, if this were to spread. I, the servant, naturally won't say anything. Little prince and princess, don't you know what kind of person Jingyu is? You'd better keep your mouth shut. Only those present know about this matter. It is impossible for Himama and others to betray their master. If this matter spreads and loses the face of the royal family, the king can only blame it on you. Okay, that's it, Jingyu. You must be cautious in your words and actions, otherwise my queen will not spare you. This girl really ignored my previous advice. Do you think no one can tell what she's up to in her heart? If I don't hit her again, I don't know what kind of trouble she's going to cause. Yes. Woo-woo. Ah. Good boy, what's wrong with this? Who dares to give us Rain's grievances? Woo-woo, adoptive father. Why doesn't the queen love me as much as before since Xiliang Mo married? And even the little prince accused me because she clearly stated that she couldn't have children before the age of 10, which is the truth. So what if it gets out? Oh no, the queen ordered me not to say it out loud. Can a good child not even trust their father? Don't worry, even if you reveal it as a father, you have the confidence to make the queen and the others dare not blame you for so many years. I have been the chief aide of the old prince of virtue and the mentor of the little prince. How could they not give me a little face? Don't you know who the final say in the palace? My adoptive father is naturally respected by the young prince. It's just me, but I couldn't get the little prince's half-hearted expression. Do you really want to marry the little prince? Then being a father will satisfy you, and my daughter can only become a regular wife unless she doesn't want to. That Shiliang Mo is really annoying. Don't worry, once her adoptive father obtains what she has in her hands, she will have no further use value. After the same current wind leaves. The two grandmothers are too cunning. This lifetime of singing and matching may not necessarily be someone who talks about books and has excellent business. Is my mama good at acting? It's like she was a big singer in her previous life, but I don't know if she's singing in the green or the flower rolls business. Mutual encouragement. It's still the mama who is amazing. She saw Jin Yang's conspiracy early and arranged for the Imperial physician to play this scene. Not only did she clear up the princess's injustice and settle Jin Yang's situation, but she also made up a plan that she couldn't bear the rain and dew, and decided that the princess would have to serve her in the future to solve the problem. It can be said that killing 3 birds with 1 stone is like killing 3 birds with 3 arrows. There are still doubts about this matter. Jin Yang's collision with the main mother like this, even if she gets hit so hard that her tires slip, cannot shake my position. At most, it only gives me a fierce reputation. Perhaps someone behind her is encouraging her. Let's send someone to watch her first. Since Jin Yang is willing to have her own child, there's no need for Meichi to find a chance to have a child. Feed her a bowl of juezi soup. The servant looked at the young Prince Siliafeng, who may not be insincere, but had some genuine feelings for the princess. Grandma used to be speechless in Shiliang, drinking a cup of wine and laughing while watching the sun rise and the moon fall on the border of the blue feather desert, welcoming foreign invaders and wielding knives together. Both of them are the only ones who can recite the moon and call each other the twin gems of the military. Do you think there is some sincerity between them? That there should be some, but what's there? It's just love that's fragile, can't resist 2 rumors, can't resist power like mountains. But miss, you should always believe that not all men in this world are unfaithful and heartless, mama. I just hope that in July, you can be happy, sir. He's different, if it's Xiao Wang. What's the difference, unless it's a eunuch? Never mind, let's not talk about eunuchs anymore. That demon only knows how to play around in the world and doesn't even know what love is. Move everything out of this bitch's room for me. What kind of silk with luxurious furniture? This is not something that a third-class maid can use. Are you against it? How dare you act so recklessly towards your master? How come I don't know when you became the master? It's just a plaything of the little prince, and everywhere he sees himself as his concubine. Now that the little prince realizes that you are just a bed-crawling girl who only knows how to use children to frame the main mother, he naturally cannot spare you. Move everything away from me. Stop. These are all rewards given to me by the little prince. I don't believe it. How could the young prince trust Shiliang Mo like this without asking? So painful. Help. The young prince has ordered the evacuation of the doctor who treated you. No one will save you anymore. Just wait here until you die. Jinyu, do you think that without me, the person in the heart of the little prince would be you? I'm telling you, we are all slaves. Life is like grass and weeds. One day, you will be like me. So painful. Am I going to die like this? I'm not willing to accept it. Do you want to live? You can survive by taking this medicine, but its properties will leave you childless for the rest of your life. Who are you? Why are you helping me? You don't have to worry about who I am. My master asked me to come. If you use it in the future, my master will naturally find a way to get you out of this place. The medicine needs to be self-prescribed, self-determined, and left behind. It's up to you to decide. I don't want to die. I don't want to die like this. Is this for me? Isn't it for you? Is it for another man? Let's put these rough jobs aside for now. Can you find out if there's anything like that on Shiliang Mo? So you came here today to ask about this matter, not to accompany me. She only got married 2 days ago, and so many things happened. Do you think I'm not a headache enough? You hang out with that little fairy Jingyan every day, and you feel like I, like her, don't have to worry about anything, just hang out with men. Farewell, husband. Your son has a bad body and wants to make Ro Sumu. You have wrongly accused me. Jingyan is my niece. She took Jin Yan's money and tampered with the teacup, burning you. I don't know how much I feel sorry for her. If it weren't for her being the only bloodline in my hometown, she would have been killed long ago. You will deceive me. Who is your wife? I don't even look at you, but you deserve to be a prince. I've been an unnamed prince here for over a decade now, haven't I? I don't mean to rush you either. We originally planned to wait for Shiliang Mo to conceive, but she can't give birth to us for now. How could we wait so long? I still want to marry you openly and honestly. I also hope to get that thing as soon as possible. It's just that Ziliankai has been able to walk step by step from Han's side to where she is today, which is not easy to deceive. Besides, I heard that she doesn't have a good relationship with Lon and may not know the whereabouts of that thing. She doesn't know. We'll use her life to force Launcher. If Launcher really doesn't care about her, then she's useless. If she recognizes me, I can still make her an ordinary wife for Fulmer and help us, become our legitimate wife. If she doesn't recognize her appearance, let Fulmer rest and ruin her reputation. It's not always Yuer crying to you again. That girl has a big heart and doesn't want to reveal her identity. How can she marry Fulmer as her legitimate wife? After all, Fulmer is not my biological child and has a proud temperament. Over the years, many noble women have looked down upon her. What do you mean? Ziyuer is our child, but she is a servant who cannot even recognize her own parents. What you are most sorry for is her now. You still look down on her. Are you trying to force me? I know I'm sorry for this child, but what can I do? All right, let's not talk about these things. What we have or what we don't have. A few days ago, my husband was too busy outside and never returned home, but he died as a husband. Please take 5 bites lightly, okay? Fatty Xiaobai, come down here for me. Don't not one. Gaga, this is a newly found good thing by the mythical bird, filled with the chest scent that the bird likes. It would be the best place to make a nest. Xiaobai, if you don't listen anymore, my mother will pull out all your hair. Let me show you naked how to seduce that female crow outside. Princess, please let Xiaobai go. He's still young and immature. In the future, Baiyu will make you a few more eye masks and belly bands of that kind. I don't know how the princess came up with this idea. Making such a belly band is too bold. It's still small. This colored bird rode onto someone else's mother crow yesterday, so please spoil it. Little prince, are you here early today? Moore, you're feeling better now. Quickly lie in bed and pretend to be sick. It's all Moore's poor health that worries her husband. What are you saying? You just need to rest well and be happy as your husband. By the way, today, I checked your dowry. Chin, the butler, and the people below all laughed and said they had married a golden doll for their husband. Jing Wagong is really generous. Han Shi, such a strict person, has prepared a lot of things for you, but I don't know what Lady Lan gave to my wife. Well, husband, why are you asking this? First, they confiscated everything I received on my first day in the palace, and now they even took advantage of me pretending to be sick to secretly open my warehouse with someone. Is the Dewang mansion crazy? Is it really easy to bully me, Shiliang Mo, by stealing the dowry and personal belongings of a new bride like this? It's nothing. It's just that Han was so harsh on you back then, thinking to her husband that it must have been something that Lady Lan bought for you. Tomorrow, I'm going back home. Are you also going to meet Lady Lan? The little prince naturally thought about dressing for his concubine, but when I was young, my mother didn't like me. I saw my mother for 15 years. It was the day when my big servant girl who was in love with my sisters was killed by Hansher. I once begged my mother to save her, but my mother said, "She is already an outsider, so I don't have to go looking for her anymore from now on." This is the mother of a concubine. Since she never needs a concubine, she doesn't have a mother. There's no need to bring up this matter again. Well, since Moore doesn't want to mention Lady Lawn, then I won't mention her again in the future. Don't cry. You're crying so hard that your heart hurts for your husband. Little prince, please don't do this. Didn't Li Xingshu say that we're not suitable yet unsuited? Don't worry, my husband will be very gentle and won't hurt your body like last night. You also need to understand whether my husband is. He's a scumbag, selfish and self-centered. The essence is in my mind. Even though I am sick, the doctor has warned me not to have sexual intercourse. In order to understand your desires, the other party must disregard their health and cater to you. Little prince, if you want to take care of yourself quickly and become pregnant with all the children, please ask the young prince to go to another maid's office, so that others won't criticize me for being physically and mentally cruel and forcing me to die. The old people around the prince really can't afford to take care of me. Moore has already dealt with that bitch Jin Yang for her husband. If you still don't get angry, you'll take her life even if you can't sleep with your husband today and won't go to anyone else's place. You'll only be here to accompany you. Master, can you say hello before every appearance even if I'm not having sex with my husband or suddenly seeing you in the middle of the night? You demon, isn't it a waste of your master's careful guidance over the past 6 months to scare you to death with this divine posture? My disciple still plans to send you to your death. Farewell to the end. Why do you wish you could go to master? I'll drive Hishi as soon as possible so that you can have fun outside. It hurts just by looking at it. I think Silly Yifeng will feel a whole body ache again tomorrow when he wakes up. Master, you can't come every night in the future. I knocked my husband unconscious and you can replace him if caught by someone. If you kill the person you bumped into, then it's over. There's no secret about you being a teacher. If the teacher catches you having sex with that ugly man, Si Lufeng. As a teacher, let all the men from the De Wang mansion enter the palace to accompany the Imperial carriage. Master, I'm afraid I won't be able to serve you if I occasionally feel the cold. Do you think I'm a fool like Si Lufeng, you little fox? As soon as you pout your tail, you can guess what kind of hemorrhoids have grown on your anus. Master, you do this every night. Where can I bear it? Disciple, you only have hemorrhoids on your anus, and you still have internal hemorrhoids, external hemorrhoids, and internal and external difficulties. Let me tell you something for my teacher. Although you have married into the prince's mansion, as long as you report your illness, hide your strength, and bide your time, your main energy must still be focused on the Duke of Jinghua. This old monster was still moving his feet a second ago, and suddenly got down to business. Can you provide the conversion process? Last time you let me get closer to him. Now I have basically replaced the position of Shiliang Xian and Shiliang Dan in his mind. What exactly do you want me to do? My teacher wants you to get a martial token with the blue family emblem engraved on it from the hands of Duke Jinghua. This token was bestowed by the late emperor and is said to command the armies and horses of the world. One token can command all the troops of the world. This is too hasty, even if there are 2 tiger talismans, and different armies use different tiger talismans. You're right. The so-called token that can make the world's soldiers lose money is just a legend if it was indeed used by the Grand Marshal to mobilize troops and generals back then. Even the newly crowned emperor wanted to reclaim it. New emperor wants blue family's token. Could it be that the rapid decline of the blue family and the withdrawal of blue feather from the court back then were both related to this token? As a teacher, I feel that these clothes are a bit stuffy. Old monsters can make people lose their appetite. Sergeant Quolin, Marshal, who is also your maternal grandfather, was loyal to the previous emperor. After the new emperor ascended the throne, he handed over this token, but the new emperor doesn't trust Marshal Blue at all, thinking that the token he handed over is fake, which is why the Blue family's rapid decline occurred. The running dog, Pengliang Gongzang, is nothing more than that. Since you know that token is just a tool that harms people, what are you going to do here? Do you want to frame me? My father is plotting rebellion. You don't need to test yourself as a teacher. I didn't have any plans with that old man. There is another suspicious element on that token, but it has nothing to do with the military and horses of the world. Inside, there is a treasure hidden by the Grand Marshal for many years, and what he wants is the one who serves as his teacher. Don't worry, you will benefit from receiving the item. Thank you, Master. Our master and disciple also had an intimate night talk for a long time. As a teacher, we suddenly realized that our disciple seems to have a growing admiration for being a teacher. Why don't we rest early as teachers to satisfy you? Endure, endure, endure. I must endure. Master, I don't have any needs. There was no past, no present, no future, especially when facing a eunuch 10 times more beautiful than me. DC, you're overthinking it. Good night, see you tomorrow morning. You may look amazing, with a small chest and a thick waist, but your beauty as a teacher is naturally innate. You don't have to be too insecure. As a teacher, you will still reluctantly satisfy your lust. Master, you. 5 mouths. Spring night is short and bitter, so please don't be shy anymore. Let's enjoy this ultimate pleasure with our teacher. The stinky old monster tossed around others all night and didn't let them sleep well. It wasn't even dawn, so he asked me to get up and help him change clothes. I'm afraid I won't be able to come and visit you during my 3-day inspection of the Jiangi camp. You can handle the low-level wind on your own and don't let him take advantage of you, Master. Don't worry. You'd better never come back. Chest. Ga. Obstructive and still unable to leave. He stole something from this divine bird again. You, the dead eunuch, should be remembered by Sharma. What is it? Is the eye mask still sewn on? It seems a bit too big. Master, this is my disciple's thing that was hard-won and almost damaged by Xiao Bai. Since you have presented this item to my teacher, I will accept your filial piety with a smile. The teacher has left. The old monster knows you like to steal my things. My princess won't let you know what it means to lose face and throw it at grandma's house within 3 months. My name is not Shiliang Mo. Hardcore coming. You take this bellyband to Moxiang and collaborate with the weaving workshop to sew 10,000 pieces of 2-piece small bellybands like this and start selling them from the brothel. I really want to sell it, but this bellyband is too bold. Sell even if it's half sold and half given to brothel girls at a price lower than cost. It's important to make this new type of bellyband popular among women in Beijing within 3 months. Today is a rare sunny day for the princess after the snowfall. The new clothes my sister is wearing are very beautiful, like the cloak I bought with Meichi the day before yesterday. What are you saying? I don't understand. Xiaolu, you have a beautiful Ruixin sister, so what about me? Sister Yu is naturally good, very nice. This little mouth is so sweet. This morning, I saw you busy preparing for the car and didn't see you having dinner with anyone else. Don't go hungry, thank you, Sister Yu. Wow, Xiaolu, you just dared to laugh at me. Are you lucky enough, Sister Rui? It hurts so much this morning. I watched Baiyu make pancakes and she gave me a piece. She's not even worthy of death. It turns out they were all for you. Why do you suddenly feel a chill? Let go, death gaze, let go. I was hiding when I saw you, but I had such a great time playing with Meizu. Why is it suddenly so cold? The brothers of the Meizu tribe have said before that when the first woman says no, she either says no or yes. Anyway, just listen to the other way around. The second woman likes shiny things such as gold, silver, pearls, jewelry, and so on. Anyway, I still need to seize the opportunity and try to get her to agree to marry me. I don't know if Bai Rui and Meichi's family can succeed. Last time, Bai Rui was only focused on crying to me and telling me about Meichi Yao Ji. She even forcibly kissed her and asked her about her thoughts. She was in a state of confusion herself. How did you get there? Soon husband, why do you have to accompany my concubine back today when you feel cold? It's better to go back to the palace first. It was that guy Baileking who made silly Yifeng lie on the ground all night. How could the floor not catch a cold after sleeping all night in this weather? More, today is your day of returning home. Even if your leg is broken, I have to accompany you back together to prevent rumors of anything bad happening to you from spreading. The little prince knows your thoughts as a white concubine. Please lie down and rest for a while. We will go see the doctor. I feel really uneasy seeing you like this. How could he insist on accompanying me back home even though he's sick if it weren't for his plot against the Jingwa government and me? Is there a better candidate than Master? Silly Yifeng is currently my best target. At first, I thought Silly Yifeng was a simple one, but I really took a glance at it. You don't want to become the Crown Prince Liamdi, so you can be ruthless towards the Crown Prince. No wonder Bai Li, who killed 1,000 knives, asked me so many times before whether he really wanted to marry Qing to Si Lufeng. This millennium-old demon clearly only knew that the De Wang mansion was not simple and deliberately watched me fall into a pit. The young queen has returned home. Let's set off firecrackers. Let's set off firecrackers. Welcome the young queen back home with respect. Hissing. Oh, wow, Bu Ma Dao Jing, put off the firecrackers quickly. Pooh. Princess, are you okay? I'm fine, little prince. My husband. The young prince was infected with wind cold and was also hit by bruises from cars and horses, with some internal attachments. Guan Laoi Zhang, although there is no life-threatening situation, it still requires some time for recuperation. Thank you, old Dr. Bairue. Please accept our princess's small gift, old doctor. Princess, there's no need to do this. I will do my best as a doctor, and secondly, it depends on the old lady's face. Otherwise, even if the German queen personally invites me, I may not come out for a consultation. Lord Yasho, are you disliking the things my granddaughter gave me? Then take a look at how Xie is doing with me. The old lady has a heart. Today, Moa returned home. A few days ago, she was given several jars of good wine in her womb. I heard it's 15-year aged wine from Xinghua village. If the old doctor doesn't mind, why don't you stay and have 2 cups of Imperial wine? No need, I'm ready to go back to the palace now. The princess would rather show more filial piety to the old lady and Mrs. Han if she had the leisure to offer false hospitality to me here. Since all the old friends are here, why don't we eat before leaving? Okay, since it's an invitation from the old lady, I'll have to bother you too. This old doctor's demeanor is quite impressive. Don't worry, the old doctor is highly skilled in medicine but has a straightforward personality and a strange temper. He doesn't buy anyone's credit, even if he's 9,000 years old, he doesn't give face, so he has gained the trust of His Majesty. Instead, the old lady only has some friendship with him. He was the one who treated Danner and Siener in the first place. Your second mother refused to trust other doctors. I just don't know how to explain to the German queen after such an accident happened today. Does my father really think it was just an accident? This is not the first time Han has used the trick of causing accidents to the carriage due to horse fright. I don't know if she's stupid enough to think of a second way, or if she thinks I'm just as stupid as her. Moore knows that Enyang is your wife who has been working hard for the government for many years to give birth to your children. Now that the 2 younger sisters look like that, the older brother is stationed at the border all year round, and the older brother is lying in bed with a mouth disease. He naturally sympathizes with the second mother. But today, Prince De is also in the car. Enyang resents me for attacking me, and I have nothing to say now that the young prince has been injured. The German queen is not foolish. When the young prince wakes up, how can her daughter explain to them, is our country's government going to turn against the Prince De's mansion? You're getting older and more confused. You second mother, I'm afraid Prince Moerde needs you to explain more for your father. Don't worry. That's right, our Jingwa mansion must not let the Han family and the De Wang mansion become enemies. In the future, your father will definitely let your second mother cultivate herself in her own yard and not leave even a step. Princess Honor's wife failed to design for you and instead was ordered by the Duke to be imprisoned. I'm afraid she won't let you go easily. She came to me to settle the accounts just in time. If she doesn't come to this play today, she won't be able to continue singing. How can she live up to her duty of welcoming the princess with such a big formation when she enters today? Madamer, the young prince is recuperating inside. You cannot enter. Get lost to my wife, madam. Please respect yourself. We were ordered by the princess to guard the courtyard, and Yu Gongyi has just said that your son is not well and needs to rest in the room. The princess will naturally visit you when she is free. Oh, so my stepmother still has to wait for the little hooves of Si Kai Liang Mo to meet her. Our princess is the true lady of the Grand Duke's mansion. Madame Lan has once again been granted the title of a princess by His Majesty, and she has gone crazy on the Royal Jade Disc Scallion White Core Online. Only the old lady is qualified to have the princess pay her respects to the female relatives in the prestigious mansion. Okay, it's really like being bullied by a dog in the tiger falling plain. Even a lowly maid dared to bully my wife's head. Someone kill these lowly maidservants. Madamer, please calm down. The young princess invites you to gather in the pavilion. Your master's heirs are getting bigger and bigger, and he wants my wife, the legitimate mother, to meet her. Shiliang Mo, you little hoof. Isn't that Dana's favorite jade ruby? Siener's favorite famous calligraphy, paintings, and screens. Dana's favorite pink painted peony for ear vase. Surprisingly, all of them were moved over by Shiliang Mo. You despicable bitch didn't harm my son enough to even steal her belongings. It's really pitiful to see you so sick after not seeing second mother for some days. No wonder Dad often stays at Aunt Dong's place. I heard that Aunt Dong has a body, little bitch, you shameless thing. This jade ruby is a gift bestowed by the late Empress Dowager, but you are wrong release. Oh my. Ernyang forgot that I hate this jade ruby the most. 10-year-old cold winter snowy day. Shiliang Dan was holding this jade ruby in the garden, showing off to the ladies, but accidentally dropped it into the lake. I just passed by Shiliang Dan and pushed me into the water, saying I dropped it and forcing me to retrieve it. When by May and by Mama helped me find you ruby. You ordered me to kneel in the ancestral hall for an hour because I insulted the sacred object. Who let you be the daughter of that despicable woman, Lan Shi, and let you barely survive? It is already my wife's mercy that you repay kindness with ingratitude. Ernyang wrongly accused me. You see, Moer didn't take her sisters' lives either, leaving them struggling to survive. I heard that Shiliang Dan is doing well. Originally, she refused to eat plain food, so Mama let her try the taste of pig food. Guess what? After being hungry for 6 days, she rushed into the pigsty to grab pig food and even crushed a small pig to death. This is not good. Mammy made her stay in the toilet for 5 days again, and this time she almost dug up the cesspool. You bitch, what wicked hearts killed you and me? Ernyang, I didn't. I didn't intentionally break this jade ruby. Han Wanyin, are you crazy? Father Moer didn't intentionally break the jade ruby of the fourth sister. Just Auntie, in order to welcome the little prince, brought joy to these things and put on a show. But Ernyang refused. Moer coughed and coughed without holding onto her. Ernyang said this is an imperial gift. It's nothing, it's just a jade wish. No one here dares to say it out loud. Father and child seem to have suffered serious injuries to their second mother. Would hurry up and invite the old doctor. He should still be in the old lady's yard. Madam has been suffering from long-term stagnation in her heart and blood circulation, which has led to heart disease. And just now, there was a slight movement of fetal chi after the fall. I'll take some medication and then focus on recuperation. Does fetal chi mean that the wife is happy? Yeah, from the pulse, it's been a month already. So be careful, otherwise it may not be easy to raise a child at Madam's age. 1 month. Over the past 2 months, the Han family has been causing chaos all day, leaving their home unsettled. I have never been to her room at all. No, it's impossible. It's Shiliang Mo, that bitch who framed me. You despicable person, you dare to engage in such corrupt behavior and still talk nonsense everywhere. Father, calm down, this matter is significant. My mother has been married from the Han family for so many years and has always been very dignified and respectable. Perhaps there is really some misdiagnosis. Maybe it's better to invite a few more doctors to take a look. Don't pretend here. You set up this situation just to prevent my wife from turning over again. My wife is not only the eldest daughter of the Han family, the younger sister of the Shangshu, but also the eldest sister of Han Guifei. If you want to move my wife, you have to weigh carefully. Do you still dare to threaten my lord, you bitch, you bitch? To repay the principal, Madam Qingbai, I would like to invite Dr. Su Wen, who came from Su Daily Li, along with the Holy Hand. Please follow the instructions of the second lady. Both of you must thoroughly investigate whether there is anything dirty done by someone else inside my wife's body. Congratulations to the Duke of China for being delighted to have Lady Linner, who is over a month pregnant. Thank you, Doctor, for taking the doctors out. This can't be Xiao Xiliang, this bitch. Is there still Dong's horny hoof? My wife is not pregnant. Send Han back to her room and let her take good care of the fetus without my command. She is not allowed to take a step. I didn't expect Eun to end up like this today. Ziliankai, if you recognize me, it's best to let me out, otherwise, when my elder brother and sister find out about this matter, they will definitely not let you go. Eun is right. Han Guifei and Shangshu will soon know what happened today. I believe they will feel sad for you, and we will naturally hold a grand funeral for you to comfort their wounded hearts. What are you saying? What funeral? Please ask second sister to hit the road, but please rest assured that you don't have to worry about him having no one to take care of him in the future. Aunt Dong will take good care of him. No, it's impossible. I want to see the Duke of China. I am the main mother of the Guigong mansion and the second eldest daughter of the Han family. I have given birth to a son for him. Fa. Eun, don't forget that even though Big Brother was born by you, but on the genealogy, the Lan family is the true lady of the Duke who holds the Imperial decree of enfeoffment. How are you? If I'm nothing, then what are you? You hate me, you hate Sienner and Danner, you're just a bastard. A bastard born out of adultery with someone else and occupying the position of the eldest daughter of the Crown Prince's mansion. What? Why do you think the Duke and your mother are indifferent to you? Because you deserve to die. Allowing you to survive is already my greatest tolerance for you. Ha ha ha. If I had known this, I should have strangled you, bastard, as soon as you were born. Monsieur is just Han saying 8 things. Madamer has gone crazy. Please ask Auntie Sand to send her on her way as soon as possible. This is Lady Nature's madness. Urkezi cannot let this madness disturb the princess. You can go back and rest for a while. I will report to you after seeing off the second lady. Li, you and I are just a power struggle at the end of the day. We are still members of the Xiliang family. Why do we let that little bastard occupying the magpie's nest surpass you and me? As long as you release me and cooperate with me, with the power of my Han family, can't I give you more than that little bastard? So, can Mrs. Han give me your life? Li Shi, don't go too far unduly. Do you remember how my Yun brothers died that year, when you were in charge of the family and the warehouse caught fire? The old lady asked me to take over from you. You threw Yun Ji into the lake to gain power and let him drown. He's only 3 years old. How can you bear it? I didn't say anything more. This is all in the past. I can never get through the past I have endured for 3 years until today. Back when you drowned Yun Ji, I wanted you to taste this too. Someone here. What do you want to do? The excrement and urine in this bucket are all accumulated by the servants in the mansion over the years. Isn't second lady the most self-proclaimed and noble? I insist that you drown in the dirtiest place, with your mouth full of feces and urine, and die in extreme humiliation. No, you can't do this. Zone A. Don't kill me in a moment. Let the second lady slowly taste this delicious taste. The second lady comes from a noble background. What's good about it? Let her eat well and be full today before heading out. The county lord is already ahead. Got it, Ruir. Why don't you stay here and go out with Meichi? Miss, you. Thank you, princess. What are you doing, big bastard? Why do you hate me for avoiding me? Because I shouldn't have touched your body and kissed you without your consent. Even the clothes were given to the princess's hand before she accepted them. You're not stupid yet. It's really rare. What about this? Would you hate it? Really fragrant you. Here you go. They don't. This word is the most common thing that Chin Huakue says when serving me. The next second, she will hold me and beg for pleasure. That's right now. Very beautiful, suitable for you. What do you hate? Well, my butt is quite big and easy to raise. My waist is also slim and nice. I like it. Absolutely right. When women say they dislike it, they just like it. I like you, big-headed ghost, you shameless jerk. Do you still dare to hide? Why not avoid being attacked? Avoiding is the foundation of the Dark Guard. Girls, don't lift your legs at men casually. That's something only brothel girls do, Qinglu girl. Of course, you can be in front of me. Lift your legs up, get out of here, shameless. Don't touch me. If you dare to chase after me, I will die to show you I don't want to see you. 2. Jadi. The old doctor, Jingxi Liangma, thanks here. Princess, there's no need to be too polite. We're all 9,000 years old since Lord Chitos has instructed me to obey your orders. I will follow them. Moore knows the heart of the parents of the old doctor, Masayoshi. This time, you violated the principles of medical practice and slandered Han's pregnant child, so naturally you should apologize. Although you're full of bad water, you're so bad that you're perfectly matched with Chinger. Isn't that cute nickname referring to the old monster Balaking? If there's anything wrong in the future, just have Emilia send it to me. On the surface, we are still enemies. To avoid arousing suspicion from others, it's better to have fewer encounters. The Princess Country Company did not order the execution of Second Lady Han. Will your actions affect the Duke? Why didn't the Duke of the Kingdom kill Lady Han in a fit of anger today and save time later on? Do you think my father is completely irrational? I'm just waiting for him to come down the stairs after wearing a green hat. Why don't I follow his will and take myself out of it? Besides, who said Mrs. Han was killed? The old lady went to see Han once in the evening. Isn't she willing to do anything to maintain the face of the government? It's most appropriate for her to bear the blame of forcing her daughter-in-law out of the wall. Han must die tonight. I heard that the border has reached the time of changing defenses, and my elder brother has also returned from the border. If we wait for him to come back, things will change. Now that Han is dead, unless he is willing to dissect his mother's body, otherwise, the charge of Han's infidelity will forever hang on her head. The princess was thoughtful. By the way, you ordered someone to tidy up the Zhuangzi in Luoyang. The silver from Luoxiang Pavilion has also been taken out. Does the princess want to go and rest for a few days? It's easy to estimate that in a while, that millennium-old demon will be so angry that it wants to eat people. Let's avoid the demon's attack range first and wait for him to calm down before returning. Old monster, you must be so angry here alone. I couldn't even catch the princess's door. Oh, did this girl finally hit Han today? Mei Lu and Mei Qi have sent back the news that Miss Er is about to end the Han family. It's really dragging my feet to kill anyone. This disciple is still lacking in training. Why do you look at this seat like this? Is this seat beautiful? Beautiful. Duke, spare your life. Oh no, Duke hates people showing such obsession towards him the most. There are countless people who die under such circumstances. I actually violated the ban. Ah, why isn't my disciple always moved by the beauty of my food and color? Shouldn't the governor kick me hard and make me roll to the execution room? What's going on with this resentful tone of a deep boudoir and the thing on his head? Duke, what's that thing on your head looking extremely exquisite? Have you been wearing it to court these past 2 days? Why is that thing so similar to the round flesh thing that wrapped around the courtesan during my soul-stirring dance with red sleeve? I heard that girls are popular wearing this thing these days. This is the only windbreak I cover in the world gifted by our beloved disciple. It's quite interesting when the wind and snow are strong. It can block the wind and cover the eyes even when tired these days. Many courtiers have also privately inquired about this object, indicating that it is excellent. It's very delicate. Yes, I'd rather keep quiet. What, do you still want to keep that bitch, Han? The Han family is always the Han family. Han Guifei is in favor, and Danner, Siener, Jinger, and even Luer, who is still lying in bed, were all born to her. You can't bear it, can you? What did you sacrifice for the Han family now when you sacrificed for the blue feather back then? It's a shame to have such a wife just because Han died of a heart attack. The old lady, Mr. Yu, and the crown prince have returned. Counting the time, it's also time for him to get home. Let him in. The old lady hasn't seen my grandson for 3 years. Just Han can't keep the melon knife. Fortunately, Han never let Jinger get involved in the affairs of the inner house, nor did he give him much in the letter. You should know what you say and do. My son will never let Jinger know anything unnecessary. Son 11 Liangjing pays respects to grandmother. Good child, let your grandmother see you. For the past 3 years, I have been stationed at the border for your father day and night, and the sandstorms have worn you down. Zhu Kezhuang has already passed away his mother's life, and now his grandson is as tall as a child. Father and grandmother are both in good health, so the child can rest assured. Where is my mother? Your mother has contracted a cold and heart disease, and her health is not very good. She has been recuperating, cultivating herself, reciting Buddhist scriptures, and repenting these days. Don't bother your mother anymore. Let's talk about it later. In the past, my mother also spent a lot of time with my father, but my grandmother rarely inquired about him. What did my mother do this time that made my grandmother so angry? What kind of Buddhist repentance? Even I am not allowed to visit my mother and grandmother. This is clearly a disguised form of foot restriction. From today on, your child will stay in your grandmother's yard for 3 days. Yes, grandmother, I am not allowed to secretly visit my mother. Something happened to the old lady. Momo, and Li got married from bamboo. Madam, please come over. Why is this? Did Mrs. Li San cross the river and demolish the bridge to report the young lady? Perhaps it's because my daughter, who is not a national lord, had the audacity to kill the mistress of the Shiliang family, Lady Han who is talking nonsense and saying that you are not the daughter of Duke Jinghua. When a person is about to die, their words must have a clear meaning even if they don't. This is the nanny that Han told me before she died. Shouldn't you explain it to me? If I am truly the result of an affair between the Blue Clan and their lover, then the attitude of the Wild Seed country government towards me makes sense. What qualifications do I have to stand here and launch a fierce attack on the government by Duke Jinghua? Miss, you must remember that no matter what outsiders say, even if Jinyu Gong doesn't recognize you, all the blood flowing through your body is from him and Blue Feather. You are the legitimate eldest daughter of the Grand Marshal Blue of the State Council, with only Yi's bloodline. I didn't intentionally want to hide from you what happened back then. It's just that this matter has a wide range of implications, even related to the Holy One. Back then, as the leader of the Blue family car and a national general, Madam was also a freshman at the border. Your Majesty cannot trust her to sit in the position of the Grand General's wife, leaving Xiliang speechless and commanding the world's troops. Only when the Duke marries someone else and becomes estranged from the Blue clan can he dispel the suspicion of the Sacred Heart under the heavy design of His Majesty. The Duke mistakenly believed that you were not her biological child. Your Majesty Chu was just the 10th prince, the eldest mother, who passed away early without anyone to protect her. She almost died in the palace. In order to protect him, the late emperor sent him to the Blue Tomb to be raised and received the protection of the Blue family. Your Majesty and Lady grew up together as brothers and sisters, but we didn't expect that many years later, when Your Majesty ascended the throne, he would resort to such ruthless actions to destroy the marriage between the Blue family and her. Truly the most ruthless imperial family. If I were the Blue clan, I might as well have killed this 10th prince with a single blow back then. If the emperor can't kill the 10 sons now, will she just drag this anger onto her own daughter's head? No wonder the emperor reacted so strangely when he saw me back then. I'm afraid he felt guilty towards me because he remembered being protected by the Blue family but personally cutting off the Blue family. But what did the emperor do to make Xiliang so suspicious of his wife? Blue lady indeed, he is someone who is loved so much that he is blind in both eyes and heart. But she is ultimately your mother. Mrs. Lee's place has already been taken care of, and Han's body was also cleared before being taken away by the old lady's people. Let's go. I should also invite Anchuan to meet this big brother for the old lady. Who are you and why are you here? This girl, there should never have been a female relative in the family with such outstanding colors. Could it be a relative or a young lady from another household? Yes, it is grandmother, and her friends once wrote to me saying that they had prepared many famous portraits of noble women for me to choose from when I came back. Is she the girl my grandmother intended to marry me to? I haven't seen my big brother for 3 years, but he has become more and more like Duke Jinghua. But what about my identity? Let's wait for the old lady to personally introduce him. Wait a minute, Prince, how did you get here? The old slave is looking for you everywhere. The water is ready. Do you want to take a shower or schedule a meal? Han, did you move your hand? The old lady has always been sharp-witted and discerning. Naturally, everything in our Jade Mansion is under your watchful eye. Old lady can let you mess around below, but only one thing is not to damage the foundation of our national government otherwise. Don't blame the old lady for not caring and making your life worse than death. The old lady said so much just because she was afraid that Moore would attack her elder brother. Then please ask the old lady to take good care of Big Brother. Even if he doesn't hurt the tiger's heart, if the tiger does, it will hurt people's feelings, so Moore naturally had to pull out his tiger teeth and chop off his tiger claws. It's not good for you to give away a black-haired person if you have white hair. Moore has always thought that you are smarter than Mr. Yu from our family. You see, she fought with you all her life, but ended up in a miserable situation where all her descendants perished. But you live in a glorious place because your vision always allows you to see the world clearly. Which company's blood is flowing on Moore's body? You know better than me. My family, it's you. Does this child know that he may be your Majesty's child? Our family destroyed the 5 cities, and the military and horse bureau only claimed that it was a robbery by thieves. Could it be that your Majesty found out about her identity and vented his anger on the Xiliang family, who wanted to reconcile her with Hehe? Okay, I'll keep an eye on Jinger. You also need to remember how you promised my government. If I'm sorry again, you will always be raised. Don't forget this. But if Big Brother knew it was Moore who hurt his mother, he probably wouldn't be willing to forgive Moore. I'm afraid Big Brother will cause trouble for Moore because of this. Han's death today was ordered by me just because of her promiscuous behavior. She ruined the family and will be punished. Everything has nothing to do with you. Thank you, old lady. It's you. Jinger came to see your eldest sister. She has now married the young prince of the Dewang mansion, and coincidentally, it is also the day of her return home. I have seen Big Brother before. It turns out to be the eldest sister. Is it the girl that the old lady wants to introduce to me? My little sister. More, why did you rush back home after a rare trip my husband hasn't had the chance to reunite with my father-in-law yet? Little prince, your condition has already made Moore very uneasy. We should go home as soon as possible to save our mother from worrying. However, husband, please rest well, don't worry so much. Men are really annoying things, even more so for those who are thoughtful, calculating, and acting all day long is annoying to watch. It's better to come like by Li Qingming. Am I crazy? I actually think this old monster is better than Feng. Miss, I won't ask you for some of this enchanting fragrance. I have insomnia. Actually, I want to teach Meichi a lesson. Just you stupid girl who wants to learn from your master to poison men, be careful not to be drugged yourself. This thing has strong medicinal properties. Pay attention to the dosage when using it. What kind of people are you? Dare to offend the royal carriage in broad daylight. We are protective disciples of the Tianli Sect's Tianhanqi army, and today we have offended your royal carriage. I'll offend you later, little lady. Seeing your delicate skin and tender taste must be very enchanting. Kill those who disrespect the young lady, those who insult Sister Baiyu. I'm also going to die. 6 charms, 7 kills without mercy, only leaving behind all the people with clever character symbols on their necks in Yatada. Yes. 9,000-year-old people are indeed not normal people. People from the Meizu tribe are completely powerless against the Li believers in these days. This is not a massacre, this is simply a massacre. Why didn't I see my disciple for 3 days? How can you miss being a teacher so much? Master, there is no moer for breakfast. There are many delicious dim sum here. As a teacher, I am hungry. Would my disciple be willing to let me have a meal? The shameless Millennium Demon bloomed with debauchery early in the morning. Master, like you, when it comes to eating for the sake of heaven and humanity, women naturally have to play the Shang and Xiao in harmony. Surrounded by beautiful women, how to swallow the blood and flesh flying around here. I don't understand this, my dear disciple. Blood and flesh flying everywhere is actually another wonderful scene, paired with human flesh and salt offerings, which is the most wonderful. The finest and most tender part is the flesh and blood on the inner side of the human thigh. Hee master, you really love to joke around. Yes, everything that is just a joke is just a joke. This person is an existence that everyone looks up to, flipping clouds and covering rain. Everyone is afraid of him, but why is there such a thing in his eyes? Despair. Master, the sunlight is too glaring. Heart. What am I doing? Despite being in such a dangerous situation, the car was filled with bloody killings and constant cries of grief outside. My husband is still lying beside me. But I couldn't refuse him. Agio. Good boy, what did you call teacher just now? Call it again. Agio. Agio woo-woo. Damn. Not yet. This what's going on here? Did I get kicked in the brain by a donkey? I'm so hungry that even a eunuch can make me react. Alas, as a teacher, such a delicate body cannot withstand the excessive demands of my beloved disciple. Be gentle next time. As a teacher, I know that you are lonely and unable to bear the emptiness in your spring boudoir. Can I beat someone up in the team? Fists are hard. I really want to beat this face into dog poop. Incorrect according to the personality of this old monster. How can I stop until I'm half dead? How could he suddenly stop when he was rising up? What if my disciple is indeed lonely just now? He clearly deliberately didn't let me touch his body, did he? Is the master willing to comfort the disciple? What is he hiding? Yes? Are you not afraid of being unable to withstand the kindness and favor of being a teacher when your beloved disciple is so proactive? My disciple belongs to my master. Master can do whatever he wants to do to his disciple, of course. You. Miss, it's over now. Sorry to bother you, servant. Oh my God, miss, are you really that fierce? How dare you suppress that terrifying 9,000-year-old under your body? How to continue loving disciples. My disciple is impolite by Rui, this idiot. Except for the followers of Tianli, all the servants of the Dewang mansion have been executed and wiped out. I clearly only obey and kill all Tianli believers. Princess, please don't blame Mei Lu. I didn't stop them from doing this. If it weren't for this, how would we explain today's matter when we return to the prince's mansion? All right, take those 3 alive and interrogate them. By you is right. Only dead people won't reveal secrets. This is indeed the simplest and most efficient method. Ah, it's really a woman who can't stay, 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 stay. Princess, I thank you, Sister Baiyu, for interceding for us. Miss Baiyu, Xiaoluzi was very good just now, right? Kiss. What? What? Sister, do you like Xiaoluzi? Small Luzi. You don't like Xiaoluzi, Baiyu, sister. A liar. Hey, hey. Wait, Meilu. Who can tell me what's going on? It seems like I've become an unfaithful woman. It's clear that she's Meichi chasing after Bairui, but I have to chase after Mei Lu. Has the person in charge of the master's right supervision not yet interrogated and found any results? You seem calm in this room. At present, there is no result yet. Those members of the Tianli sect seem to know nothing but were ordered to attack the carriage and steal you and Siliyafeng. However, Tianli believers have been unusually active in the Beijing area recently. These believers, who usually turn into civilians, wear their religious uniforms and have a high reputation in the villages around the capital when they are in action to preach. Master, I'm afraid you need to be cautious. The teachings of Li must not be indulged in this day. The influence of religious beliefs on people's hearts and minds far exceeds your imagination, and some can even overturn the foundation of a day. Oh, is that so? At the end of the day, she's just a woman who has read a few history books and storybooks. Even if she's vicious and intelligent enough, what can she understand when it comes to politics and politics? If the master doesn't mind, then listen to the disciple's opinion of a woman. Most peasant uprisings in history have utilized religious slogans or doctrines. The Taiping Road of the Yellow Turban Uprising in the late Eastern Han Dynasty and the Five Do Rice Road of Sun in Lusun in the late Eastern Jin Dynasty, as well as the Taoism of Chen Shuozhen in the early Tang Dynasty. These doctrines, regardless of their slogans, have a core principle of equal wealth distribution. Although most peasant uprisings failed, it was the foundation of their influence on the Japanese Empire. The court is exhausted from running around to extinguish fires and wars, causing instability in the hearts of the people and chaos in the world. Most dynasties in history have been destroyed in this way. May I ask where a prosperous dynasty was replaced in the midst of public stability? The 1,000-mile embankment collapses in the ant nest. The 1,000-year-old lord still needs to take more precautions. I have always focused on foreign invaders at the border and never thought that a small cult would have such an impact, not only me, but also everyone in the court. I don't want her, as a close-knit woman, to be able to pinpoint the problem with precision. In your opinion, how should I proceed? Immediately dispatch a large army to eradicate all the spies from the Imperial Household Department and the Jinyui, and carry out small-scale strangulation. These people are nothing but poor and destitute, with no food to eat, and without clothes to cover their bodies, which is why they were misled. The Tianli sect developed so many followers with the crude but effective slogan of following Tianli to obtain rice and grain. If we use a tough hand to eliminate them, it will make them gain sympathy from the public opinion and be detrimental to the court. Public opinion. It's just a speech about people's livelihood. How about attacking with the spear of the child like this? The two religions of Buddhism and Taoism both teach people to practice mental anguish and eliminate one profession. In order to seek blessings in the afterlife, which has a strong foundation among the people, the court can vigorously develop these two sects to prevent one sect from dominating and labeling Tianli sect as a cult again. Give the Buddhists and Taoists rice, let them set up a kanji factory to help the poor. Let the believers of the Buddhists and Taoists fumigate the believers of the heavenly principles. If there is a conflict between the two, it is only a conflict between the followers. The government can act as a bystander and deal with it when necessary. The Tianli believers praise the two religions of Buddhism and Taoism. In this way, the court does not need to spend too much military and financial resources on this. Even if Tianli sect does not perish, it will never grow stronger. Not bad. This method is wonderful. If we follow the original method of this seat, we must have put in more effort. Defending the people's mouth is more important than defending the river. I believe my master also understands the notorious reputation of the Shirley supervisor, and the Jinyui is already bad enough. Why bother forcing them to do those evil deeds and suppress them forcefully? Minion, I only believe in using blood to stop bleeding, fighting to stop fighting, and killing to stop X. Master, you intentionally made the reputation of Shirley and Jinyui like this. Why don't you care about this supreme power? Bailaking once said that if he dies, he will be buried with all the people in the world. Glory and wealth are like clouds and smoke, stunning the country with beautiful colors. But the red powder skeleton, Bammy, how many people in this world can take my life? This person has no reverence for life and death, because the world is full of ups and downs, even if it involves countless cuts and tribulations. If my body dies on this underworld road, there will probably be countless souls respectfully welcoming me or letting the people accompany me, which is also a painful and happy thing. He doesn't care at all whether he has a future or not. Is Bai Li Qing fearless because she is already at the pinnacle of power, or is she playing the game of life because she has nothing to love? The beloved disciple of a teacher is really too smart. Just don't make yourself too smart. Without hope, there would be no king. So you can hold the lives, joys, sorrows, and joys of all sentient beings in your hands as a game. Whenever you become tired, you will destroy yourself and all sentient beings. My teacher told you that if you don't want to be that useless Yang Xiao, don't pry into my thoughts casually. Do you really think you're smart? You're just a toy. Why are you angry if you don't care about anything? Why get angry because your mind is being peeked through? She's actually testing me. Call. Cough, 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 cough. Is it interesting to test a teacher's bottom line with your own life? Damn it, how long has it been since I lost control like this? It's all this girl, this damn little girl. Why didn't Lord Chitos kill me? Don't tell me it's just for that token, or that even as a eunuch, you're still in love with me. If it weren't for that person, Shiliang Mo. As a teacher, of course I love you. You are my disciple, aren't you? Failed or couldn't force him to speak up. People like Bailaking can only try to uncover some clues when they are furious. Why on earth did he tolerate me so much? This is not just an attitude towards a toy. Who is the person in his mouth? Are you very disappointed? You don't need to know what you shouldn't know. Just know that you belong to me obediently under the wings of my teacher. Master, please be gentle. It hurts a bit. Wrong, Bai Li Qing, no one in this world can be my master, not even you. Do you refuse to answer and don't think you belong to me? One day you will accept this reality. Hiss. Sorry, my disciple's back hurts a lot, so I couldn't help but bite you. I'm sure Master won't mind. You wicked and disobedient girl who will be punished for your faults. But I couldn't bear to kill her and let her see through my bottom line. It's really when she's bad, it makes you want to swallow her in one gulp. When she peels her skin, cramps, and is stubborn, it makes you want to see her cry and beg for mercy. 5 mouths. Unfortunately, when you look at me so tenderly and charmingly now, it makes you want to pity and love me to the bone. Bailaking, what are you thinking in your heart? One day I must see it. Speaking of which, do you know that one of the people arrested today can be considered an acquaintance of yours, the young master of the Qin Grand Steward of the Dewang Mansion? Qin Ruhai. Is there any connection between the Grand Steward Qin and the Tianli sect, or is there any connection between the Tianli sect and the Prince's mansion? But today, the little prince and I were in the same car and acted in such a way that he completely disregarded his safety. Anyway, the Grand Steward Qin is not easy. He used to be the seat of Prince De, and we had a chance encounter before. There are not so many coincidences in the world. This day, Li Jiao was able to escape the surveillance of our ritual supervisor's spies. It's really impressive that they didn't let the eunuch find out their cult leader identity and didn't have the high-level guards arrested. Why don't we let Moore figure out a way to test and see if this so-called master is actually the Grand Steward Qin or someone else? It's better to eradicate the Tianli sect for my master as soon as possible. Since my beloved disciple has this intention, Jay has an interesting way to teach him. How about this such? Should we do this? That's how it was decided. Why haven't we found Feng and the others yet? How do you guys handle things? Mr. Zhang from Shentian Prefecture, Your Highness, please calm down. Our 5 cities military and horse bureau and Shentian Prefecture have dispatched additional personnel to search for the whereabouts of Prince De and the young princess. The purpose of this day's Li sect is to use this opportunity to threaten the court for demonstrations or to demand monetary rewards from the Dewang Mansion. No, it's absolutely possible. The princess, this butler is too rude when the nobles are talking. There's no room for him to interrupt as a servant. You. Come back. The little prince and the young queen have both returned. Mother consort. How did my son become like this? I scared my mother to death when I heard the news of your accident. My mother and husband have been suffering from a cold and the fever has not subsided yet. I encountered another thief today and finally managed to escape. Let's first ask our husband to invite Li Shengshou to come and take a look at the Moon Pavilion. The young princess and her maidservants should come and serve the young prince. This quiet reign. Poor child, are you scared? Hurry up and invite Moon Pavilion to freshen up. Due to this matter, it has caused a great deal of trouble and involved the Tian Li sect's Shentian Prefecture. I'm afraid Lord Zhang will have to ask you some questions later, Moore. This quiet reign is too unpredictable. Yes. Xiliang Mo unexpectedly returned unscathed, but Hai Hai hasn't received any news yet. What's going on here? Did something happen to Hai Hai? Mother, ladies and gentlemen, we have been waiting for a long time. The young princess had such a big fight that she and all the adults waited for you here for the whole hour. Grand Steward, are you here to reprimand the young princess on behalf of the Queen Mother? Qin Steward, you'd better pay attention to your identity. Although Xiliang Mo's late arrival is very unsatisfactory, what is this Qin Grand Steward? A servant who sells himself as a slave dares to sit with us and be so arrogant and domineering. The young princess dares to scold you, but all the adults are waiting for you. Your late arrival may make people think that the Jinghua Palace has never taught you what etiquette is. This damn bitch. The mother and daughter-in-law have been worried about the body of the little prince, watching him not eat and not being able to eat themselves. After working hard for a few days, I encountered another thief today. My wife was raised in a secluded boudoir since childhood, and never encountered such a thing. I felt dizzy just now when I was washing up in the room. I still had some reassurance and drank kanji water before I came here. The queen was less frightened today, and our imagination was not clear. We should wait for the young queen to set up some surprise training before asking again in 2 days. How can Moore let adults go for nothing? Please feel free to ask, sir. Moore also hopes that those thieves can be captured and brought to justice in July. The young princess still understands the great righteousness and is not like some servants who intentionally provoke and seek trouble. I wonder what happened to the young princess today when she was robbed. Actually, Moore is not very clear about it either. We just followed the original route home, but for some unknown reason, we accidentally entered an empty alley and were attacked. Almost all the guards in the royal palace were killed, but suddenly a hero fell from the sky and saved me. Wait for me, quickly leave. We had to run away all the way because we were afraid that those thieves would still be chasing us and we didn't dare to come out easily. We won't dare to come back until a few hours later when we confirm that everything is safe and the little prince's condition is slightly better. Great hero, I didn't see any great heroes on the scene. Moreover, the deaths of those Tianli believers were tragic. Why did the hero act so viciously like the style of a eunuch? Before I left, I informed the hero that he could come to the palace to thank him for his kindness. Could it be that the hero has already? What exactly is the hero? The entire vehicle of the Tianli believers was destroyed, but 3 people were missing from the bodies. Hai was among them. Could it be that hero who took away Hai? A knight claiming to be a purple-clothed guest is seeking an audience outside the palace of the Princess of Shubao. That's right, Ikuziji, that great hero is wearing a purple robe and carrying a long sword. The leader of the Void sect claims to have seen the queen and all the guests in purple clothes. Thank you, sect leader, for saving my son. I am deeply grateful for this, and I don't know how to express my gratitude. Your Highness, there's no need to be polite. It's my duty in the martial arts world to lend a helping hand when faced with injustice. I am honored that good people are also waiting for pictures, but this will make you a loyal friend under the influence of wealth since the Queen has spoken. I am not polite and will only stay with the German king to pay for a month. I haven't lived in vain for the past 3 months. I think the martial arts skills of the guards in your mansion are really unbearable. Even the disorganized members of the Tianli sect cannot compete with them. How about serving as the head of the guards in the next period? This person is highly skilled in martial arts and doesn't know how to stay in the royal palace for 3 months. This is probably. By the way, here's a meeting gift package that everyone will like. This is the head protector of the Tianli sect who attacked the frame of the Dewang mansion. Son, my only son. This despicable person dared to launch a surprise attack on our sect leader, so our sect leader subjected him to the Fenda Tianshi Jing Quo bone hand. Wait until he can no longer bear the pain and urinates before cutting off his head as a warning. Mixed 1. Please ask the sect leader to take back this head. The women here may be so frightened. Steward Qin was also startled. Someone will escort Steward Qin back to his room to rest. We cannot let Lao Qin expose his relationship with Li Jiao. He absolutely cannot recognize Qin Ruhai's corpse. No need, it's a small person who is impolite. The princess, this guest dressed in purple, is a great benefactor of our royal palace. If we don't agree to this request, wouldn't it make people laugh at our Dewang mansion? What the butler said is, my son is grateful for your help, sir. Naturally, I would like to invite you to stay and be a guest. Why not stay for 3 years as a regular customer without saying 3 months? The queen is indeed a cheerful person, and she has shown her respect. Why does this head seem to have these familiar faces? Earlier, I had previously stated that there must be an insider involved in this case. The impression that the young princess has of this person indicates that my speculation is correct. It would be better for the young princess to take a closer look. Jinming was so scared early in the morning. How could she identify that kind of thing with adults like this again? Jinming was still young and looked away in panic. My son, it's the greatest blessing that you all came back safely. Those bloody things are not something that we women should get involved in. Don't cause any bad luck and go back to your room to rest. Is it really just a coincidence that Jinming's maid and guards did not harm anyone in the Dewang mansion, but only Fenger did not survive? Yes. We didn't think it through properly. Then let's draw portraits of these thieves and bring them to the people in the Dewang mansion for identification. Are you crazy, bitch? My queen is crazy to see you. You did such a thing behind my back. Are you going to take action against Fenger? Don't you want the whereabouts of that token if Shiliang Mo is kidnapped? I don't believe that launcher will really not take out that token if I don't take phone with me. Won't it leave a loophole? Is it really that simple? Or do you think that Fulmer has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses? If you marry my queen, you can let Qin Ruhai replace Fulmer. Is that who I am in your heart? The Tianli sect was founded by me for you, with the idea that if I can achieve great things someday, I can legitimately listen to you. Lao Qin, you must remember what you said today. If it were you, I would. It's bound to be thunder in the sky. Qi Xin won't die well. Okay, I trust you. Fulmer is not your biological child, so you personally ruined his mother back then. How will he handle himself in the future when you expose him by protecting things like this? He will never know. I said I wouldn't inquire about your affairs outside. Just this time, if you make such a commotion, I'm afraid 50% of the military bureau and Shantian prefecture won't give up easily, like the sea. I will never give up on things like the sea. That purple-clothed guest made me cut off my children and grandchildren. I must peel off his skin and pull his tendons to comfort my son's spirit in heaven. Sure enough, this is the reason why he wants to keep Zetian as a guest in the royal palace. What should I do if Lao Qin loses control like this? What was that just now? It must be too tired. It's an illusion. I said, purple-clothed guest, how did you get to my queen's bed when you weren't in the guest room? That's because our sect leader intends to plot against you, the young queen, to supplement your yin and yang. Collecting yin to supplement yang requires you to be yang. Be careful not to collect too much yin, regulate yin and yang, and prevent menstrual disorders. Menstruation does not stop your getting more and more reckless, girl. All right, master, don't keep looking so ugly with this sesame face. Well, it seems that the decision to kill the martial arts master and strip him of his skin during the blood purge of the Kontong sect was a correct one. This blind gay fan being so ugly really affects the mood of the people in the martial arts world. It's not as beautiful and charming as this building, captivating the country and the city. Master, you are indeed unbeatable in the East, proficient in German and martial arts. Coco is really impressive, truly deserving of the title of spokesperson for girlish hearts, the pink and tender first husband. Stop flattery and ask where you will live as a teacher in the future. Don't you have a guest room? The prince's mansion is full of crises, and as a teacher, I have to take care of the delicate bodies of all the people in the world. If there is any damage, that would be great. As a teacher, I have decided whether living with my beloved disciple is the safest option. Master, you can't always poison the little prince, can you? You came here to spy on the person surnamed Qin. If someone finds out that we have any contact, wouldn't it be a waste of our previous efforts? Are you kidding? If this big demon lives here and has nothing to do, come and tease me. I don't even have any secrets. If the secret of the eye mask is discovered, I won't even have a chance to run away. Do you want to sleep in the same bed with that adulterer, Silly Yufeng? Weren't you the adulterer? As an adulterer, it is natural for him to have an affair with a little slut. How can you experience the beauty of this adulterer and whore with your beloved disciple without staying here? Master, shameless and promiscuous, it doesn't matter. But Moore is still young and cannot learn to be bad. Oh, what does the disciple want? Shameless and promiscuous. This girl has been more and more promiscuous since she found out about my bottom line and weaknesses. Of course, I dare not disobey my master. How about this? If it's convenient for me, I can put a plum blossom sign on the window. Master, come over when you see it. What if the teacher is unwilling? If the master is unwilling, then the disciple can only be impolite. Someone came. Thieves have broken into the palace. Capture the thief. This damn little girl running wildly. The feeling of driving a strong enemy out of territory for the first time is simply amazing. That's great. Mower, you can be considered back. Father, you still have to mourn. Your complexion is getting worse. Oh. It's okay to be a father. Give your second mother a stick of incense. After all these years, she will eventually even more understands. Let's use this. What's wrong with big sister? Now she doesn't even want to use Xin'er's fragrance. A few days ago, Lisher said that Duke Jinghua summoned the Xiliang Dan that was locked in Zhuangzi, even the Xiliang Immortal, who was brought into the palace by Han Guifei to recuperate, will come. I heard that Miss Er has gradually regained her sanity under the care of concubine Han. Without Han, she's afraid she won't do well when she returns home. Princess, you must be more careful. What did second sisters say? We are both sisters. You should take care of yourself. Don't be too sad. Sure enough, Xiliang Immortal looks more unpredictable than before. Then let me wait and see if she has any other inferior methods. Big sister, please stay. The two sisters have something to do today. Is Enyang's first sister. The younger sisters don't like it. They should stay away from their sister. Don't let Enyang get angry. It's been 2 months since I last saw Xiliang Dan, and she has become so haggard. It seems that Lisher has given her a lot of hardships. Big sister goes, but little sister is too young and ignorant. If my mother has already passed away today, please forgive me and Danner for being magnanimous. Let Danner come back and let me go. We were wrong before, and we really dare not do it again. Xiliang Immortal could humbly beg me like this. Oh, has she really changed her personality? Second sister doesn't have to give me such a big gift. Sister really can't bear it. Although we have had many disputes, I have never blamed you and Dane. The decision to send Danner to Zhuangzi was made by my father, and I am powerless to do anything about it. Father loves his sister. If her sister is willing to intercede for Danner, father will definitely agree. We used to be sorry for our sister, but my mother is dead. Does my sister have to let our sisters pay with their lives? Sister, please, I really don't want to go back to Zhuangzi anymore. Only my sister said that we are all sisters after all. I will do my best. It's just that the final outcome of this matter still needs to be decided by the father's sister. You really don't blame me anymore. Actually, it's all because your mother is not good. She made us bully you. You wouldn't have killed us all too, would you? In the future, I will do whatever my elder sister asks me to do as long as she gives me food to eat. What's wrong, little sister? What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't Enyang die of a heart attack? Do you think I would do such a thing? There are rumors both inside and outside the sisters' mansion that the mother had a private affair with someone. We all heard about the car accident you had when you returned home that day. You only told us what happened today, but our mother brought it upon herself. We dare not blame our sister. I have a clear conscience. Although I have no mother-daughter relationship with my second mother, her death has nothing to do with me. Why do my younger sisters keep insisting that I admit to being involved in my second mother's death? And when the fourth sister knows that the marriage between a man and a woman is arranged by their parents and arranged by a matchmaker, it's not up to me to take away the little prince. If you no longer hold grudges against me and the little prince for living together, the elder sister will always welcome you to visit the prince's mansion. Miss, what's wrong with you? You little girl, we still need to diligently cultivate our internal skills. Don't you know that we just walked through the gates of hell just now? Guimin pass, but didn't Miss Er and Miss Si come to beg for mercy just now? Begging for mercy? Oh, there were hundreds of archers buried on that road just now. If I speak carelessly, I'm afraid I'll end up with 1,000 arrows piercing through my heart. If I were an ordinary woman with no inner strength, I wouldn't have noticed it. We are not good at guarding, miss. Please punish us. What does this have to do with you? No matter how skilled your martial arts are, you cannot instantly strangle hundreds of archers. I underestimated those two sisters. I didn't think they could do this. But with those two people, I'm afraid they don't have the ability yet. The only one who can mobilize the army without obtaining military symbols through Duke Jinghua is probably my elder brother, who is a participating general. They went crazy and dared to mobilize the troops outside to surround and kill us. Aren't we afraid of the Duke and the palace investigating, miss? This matter is not trivial, but we must tell the Duke of the country to reclaim the military power from the Crown Prince's hands. No, we don't have any evidence right now. We can't be blamed by them, and my older brother didn't hit me today, probably because it's still uncertain whether Hansher really died at my hands. He is different from Shiliang Immortal's sisters. He is a man, if not a real blood feud. He still values the interests of major events and the overall situation more. Otherwise, he would have killed me today. What are we going to do? Let them be so reckless. Of course not. Isn't what they rely on is the trust of the Duke of the Western Liang dynasty. But what if the Duke no longer trusts this Crown Prince since they find this peaceful life uncomfortable? I'll give them a ride. A perfect ending like Hans. One day later. Oldest younger sister. I heard you pleaded with your father for Danner. Father has allowed Danner to stay. Thank you for helping Danner with her past affairs. Moore doesn't want to bring up the past anymore. Now that Moore has gotten married, she is no longer a member of the government. I only hope to live a good life for myself. Moore will return to the De Wang mansion today. Big brother and two younger sisters can take care of themselves. Moore did not deny her resentment towards the past. Although she no longer holds grudges, it can be considered as a clear statement that she does not want to be good with us anymore. If it were 3, I wouldn't easily forgive. What's this bitch pretending to be so generous? If I come back, I must punish those despicable maidservants who dare to attack me, as well as Li Shi and that despicable person. Enough. When are you guys going to argue? Didn't you understand what she meant? If there's a next time, she won't be lenient again. Brother, what do you mean? Are you helping Shiliang Mo now? Also, yesterday you had a chance to kill her and gave up, but you. We agreed that Moore would admit that she killed her mother, and I would shoot all my arrows, but she said it wasn't her. We both know that it was the old lady who dealt with her mother more. Are you crazy? She's our enemy. Just believe what she says. Shiliang Jing, are you still a brave man? How could a mother have a son like you who doesn't distinguish between us and the enemy? Shut up, you hit. I want to see how you explain to your mother how you treat your sister like this, even though your mother's bones have not yet turned cold and you have not been avenged for killing her. Siener, listen carefully. If Shiliang Mo really kills her mother, I will be the first to cut off her head to worship her. But for my brother, it's not the sword in your hand that you can use freely to eliminate dissident's eldest brother. This kind of opportunity no longer exists. Mobilizing troops to besiege the mansion can only be done once, otherwise it will definitely arouse my father's suspicion. Ziliankai, you're lucky this time. I must make you kneel down and beg for mercy if you don't want to die. What? Master is not here these days. After Miss returned to Jinghua, Duke Du said that the De Wang mansion was dull and boring, so he left. I'm so difficult I don't want to do it. Only allow me to pretend to be a purple-clothed guest and operate inside and outside the palace. Is this what an investigation looks like? He thinks it's boring because he's missing my pastime, but... Old monster, as soon as I'm not in my boudoir, I feel lonely and spring comes. They only keep pestering me all day long. Princess De, the elder sister, has arrived. Mother, why are you here? Princess Jinmin has an important matter to discuss with you. Mother, what's going on? What happened? Mother consort is preparing to let Fenger take Jingyu as her concubine. You have to take a concubine for the prince in less than a month since your daughter-in-law entered the house. Which legitimate family in Beijing took concubines less than a month after their wife entered the house? I don't intend to stop Silifeng from taking concubines, let alone wait for a year according to the rules. For the sake of the face of the Jinghua government and my identity, I should be able to wait for 6 months, right? Your mother's knowledge of this makes it difficult for you, but you have to wait for nearly 5 years before you can conceive. Fenger can't be without someone to take care of her. This hairband Li, the more severe his illness becomes on this day, why don't you show filial piety to Jingyu and open your face first? It can be considered a happy moment. You can relax. Jingyu has always been virtuous and virtuous. Jinjing will abide by her duties as a concubine. She's just here to serve Fenger. You treat her like a servant girl. Can my daughter-in-law still refuse, even though my mother has said so? Since she is the maid sent over by the mother consort, let her live in the little prince's study from now on, and there is no need for her to come to the inviting Mon pavilion. She's not a concubine, so there's no need to set rules. What, young princess, how can you make a servant a maid? Jinming Jingyu has been by my side for many years, and it's not an exaggeration for half of my daughter to be a mistress for an official family outside now. It is the mother's private desire that she stay in the mansion before betraying her to Fomer as a noble concubine. No matter how much the Empress values Jing, she is just a servant. My daughter-in-law is a princess appointed by the royal family and also the legitimate daughter of the Jinghua mansion. In less than a month after passing through the family, she let her husband take slaves and maidservants as noble concubines. If it's rumored that my daughter-in-law has no face, will the Wang mansion be embarrassed? Young princess, if you don't want Jingyu to serve the young prince, why bother asking so many? Princess Jinming, where did your subordinate come from? Such a bold and reckless lowly maid dared to attack in front of my queen. The servant Ishur is a second-class female official in charge of serving food beside the Empress Dowager in the palace. The palace rules and regulations that were once in charge of the new arrivals in the palace are now taught to Princess Jinming by the Imperial tutor who has met Princess De. It turns out that it's a loss for Lady He to respect her official duties. I dare not act just because I see Jingyu so disrespectful. If I have to drag a servant named Shenxing Si into the palace and she wants to serve the young prince, why not learn the rules? You. Quiet reign. Mother consort Jingyu is someone by your side, and naturally, your daughter-in-law will not mistreat her. However, even if a palace maid is elevated to become a noble, she must have a reputation. When Jingyu becomes pregnant with the son of the little prince, her daughter-in-law will naturally carry her as an aunt. How? Okay, let's do it this way. Princess, don't you think we should give Jingyu an explanation? You said you wanted Jingyu to be a noble concubine, but now let's not talk about noble concubines anymore. Jingyu is not even a lowly concubine, just a maid in charge of the house. Indulgence and recklessness. Xiaojiao, is that how you talk to your master? No wonder, madam, he just scolded you. It's really my queen who dotes on you so much every day, beloved. I am your biological daughter, but I can only live as a servant. This is your love. If it were Si Hiyu today, even if she is quite upright, you would still try your best to squeeze out Princess Jinming. What qualifications do you have to hit me? What are you saying? Who told you these words? I hope these words are false. What did Jingyu do in my last life? There would be a heartless and heartless mother like you. Princess, be careful. Oh no, this is a pedestrian walkway with people coming and going. What did you all hear just now? The maidservants didn't hear anything. You are all people who have been with me for many years. The queen naturally knows that you are loyal. Since I didn't hear anything, that's the best thing. If my queen hears about it, there will be those who chew their tongues. Don't blame my queen for not showing mercy. Thank you, princess. Only the dead keep secrets. None of these people can be left behind. I didn't expect Princess De to look so chaste and virtuous, but also unable to suppress her loneliness. Unexpectedly, he had an illegitimate daughter with a wild man and still boldly carried her by his side. Just who is the adulterer? Don't you think that the position of Grand Steward Qin in the palace is too transcendent? I will castrate you sooner or later. You pervert, make you look like the boss. Staring at me is like rubbing against Xiaoyer's tofu. What can you do? A gaze that sees through everything. Yeah, a lonely girl with hidden ambitions is really a perfect match. Princess De is not a sincere, kind, and soft-handed succubus. You will be of great use in the future if you save those servants silently. Is braised parrot delicious or stewed soup suitable? Yes. Miss Duke has returned to the palace. Get lost, she's gone back to the palace. What does this have to do with me? Are you the girl's eyeliner? Subordinates know their mistakes because the princess placed a plum blossom sign on the window. My subordinates came to report it. That stinky girl dared to drive this seat out. I will never easily forgive her this time. Plum blossom logo. I'll go back to the princess now. Subordinate, how long do I have to continue pretending to be a purple-clothed guest? Come back. If I told you to leave, you just left without making any decisions, right? Why don't you come in and take care of this seat's changing clothes? Sister Xian, why is that? Why did my mother treat me this way? If you hadn't told me about this, I wouldn't have known how long I would have been hiding it from the drum. My mother doesn't want me to know my true identity at all. Rain sister, everything is fate who makes us not the legitimate children. You see, Si Hanyu is a legitimate and obedient princess, and if she marries her, she must be a high-ranking official in the Takari clan. We are just at the mercy of others. If the queen doesn't allow me to be an ignorant playboy, I will be satisfied. Are you different? It was born in the queen's womb. If what? If it weren't for Hanyu, wouldn't you be the only biological daughter of the queen? The queen naturally can only give you all her love. Without Jade, you mean? Yeah, aren't you quite the legitimate wife of Brother Lu Feng? I have a way. As long as you listen to me, you can get everything you want. Little prince, don't blame Jingyu. Jingyu has already discussed with her father that those who hinder us, whether it's Si Hanyu or 11 Liangma, will disappear. In due course. You belong only to Jingyu. More. Oh, little prince. Master, you so comfortable. Don't stop, master. Enough is enough. Don't. Really don't want it anymore. Don't just call out 2 more times to listen. It's rare for someone else to take care of me on weekdays. Today, I also had a fun time taking care of someone. Master, are we discussing something important? Don't be angry, my dear disciple. We have to do the whole set of plays, otherwise we won't offend those who are peeping on the roof and watching the show. It's someone said by the Grand Steward Chain. What are Master's plans if our secret is discovered? What are you doing? Do you think that person hasn't seen me all yet? Make your own arrangements for the teacher. Don't worry, as a teacher, I will protect your innocence. Is there a master in the disciple or something like Sanbai? Since you, my disciple, are so determined to destroy the innocence of my teacher, I have no choice but to dedicate myself to righteousness. Play a complete set. This time, as a teacher, I will accompany my beloved disciple to perform in the Spring Palace Opera. Don't do it. Male and female intrigants. Don't do anything. Don't do that. Still like this. Master, teacher, someone. Don't do it, woo. Isn't someone just right? Woo. Handsome father, don't do it. Under the pavilion. Stop, I am truly willing to let go of my teacher. This is your punishment. If a disciple is so reckless, one must be prepared for punishment. Let me teach you how to respect and honor your teacher. How about the butler? Can you be confident? What you said today, I was originally thinking about causing some trouble for the thief. I don't know why, but Princess Jinming of the village found someone to love. I didn't expect that little bitch to have already hooked up with Zigagong and even flirted with him there. It really took no effort to get it. No wonder the princess she married into the royal palace, either because the young prince was sick or because the doctor instructed her not to have sex with the princess. How could there be such a strong and robust man as the butler by Jingyan's side? Xiaohuzi, in the future, please lead the purple-clothed guest to the Linglong Tower in the backyard. The matter has become a great steward with many rewards. The butler wants to reward my niece for what? You won't be afraid if the queen knocks over the vinegar jar. That domineering old woman will eventually find out what a lower-ranking lady is. By then, you will be the queen of this butler. Princess De has sent 2 maidservants over. Chen Sui Yi was too late last night. He even made the princess unconscious. It is said that Miss Jingyu had already taken care of the young prince last night and asked you to personally send her 2 maids over. My mother is really impatient. Just wait for me to get up. Jingyu, why are you here? Did you forget about last night, little prince? You last night was clearly. Congratulations, little prince, on your new beautiful mother. Jingyu was arranged by the mother consort for the young prince to have a full room. When I am weak and unable to serve the young prince, Jingyu will take care of you. Wait until Jingyu has a child before mentioning her aunt. These 2 girls were brought here by my mother to Jingyu. After that, they followed you. Princess Xie Xiao. My concubine has retired. More. Wait a minute. More. Little prince. I, Wei and Ma, lean towards each other. Your heart is naturally green, and you know that you are Mei Yu, and you are submissive to me. Now that I don't seek fame or status to serve you, I just want to know if this is not acceptable. What are you suffering from? Little prince, please have mercy and beg for rain. I am willing to give anything for you. 1 day later, Linglong Pavilion. The maid beside Chunhong Sihanyu. Princess Hanyu is already waiting for you on the tower. Princess Xiao. Is it? Hanyu has always been afraid of the cold. It's strange that he would invite me out to enjoy the snow scenery on such a snowy day. Hey, isn't this the young princess? Why are you here? Sir, Li Moer has an appointment with Princess Hanyu. Someone, Princess Hanyu has fallen from a building. Person B. Quickly capture the young queen. The young princess pushed the princess downstairs. Qin Steward's arrival is really timely. It seems that you have been waiting nearby for a long time. Do you think you can escape from harming Princess Hanyu? Go and invite the mother consort over. Since you are ready, please convict the mother consort. Tomb Jades. Hanyu, who is Hanyu? Who exactly is it that harmed my daughter? Princess, you must make the decision for Princess Hanyu. It was the young princess who had a private meeting with the purple-clothed guest, but was caught by Princess Hanyu. He pushed Princess Hanyu down the tower and killed her to silence her. Chunhong, please refrain from slandering the young queen. I didn't. The young princess said the young prince is weak and doesn't understand the pleasures of the boudoir. Like a useless person. It's not as good as the martial arts heroes like the purple-clothed master. Jinming, do you have anything else to say? Isn't it obvious the young queen was saved by this purple-clothed guest, and all the servants of the De Wang mansion died? It's not right that everyone around the princess is doing well. The little prince was unconscious. Where did you go and what did you do all day after you escaped? Isn't it all thanks to the young princess opening her mouth? Besides, on weekdays, only the young princess stays at the prince's mansion when she's in purple clothes. It's quite a coincidence that when the young queen returned to the palace, the guests in purple clothes were playing in the streets. That's strange. When do I go out for sightseeing? Do I have to check if the young queen is at home? You said the young queen killed Princess Hanyu, and the wall of the tower was chest high. How could a weak woman push Princess Hanyu down? I remember my sister-in-law seems to have martial arts skills. Yesterday, I saw my sister-in-law fly down from the Linglong Tower, as beautiful as a fairy. I didn't expect even Si Hanxiang to get involved. What happened today was really interesting, and I discovered many ghosts and monsters. Did Xianger say the wrong thing? All the performances are finished, right? So it's time for this princess to take the turn. Someone here. Bring Princess Hanyu up. What? No, it's impossible. Mother Consort Hanyu almost couldn't see you. What's going on here? You're okay now? It was the butler who pushed me down the tower. If it weren't for my sister-in-law and the daughter of the purple-clothed hero, she would have already passed away from Hentian. Now he still wants to use this to falsely accuse his sister-in-law and the purple-clothed hero. He asked Jingyan to tell me that his sister-in-law is hosting a banquet on the Linglong Tower. After I reached the top of the tower, he covered my mouth and tied me up, hanging me in a concealed spot on the 8th floor of the tower ridge. The pen butler also instructed Jing'an to wait for the purple-clothed guest and sister-in-law to be led to the tower. Then she cut off the rope that bound me and threw me to death. Finally, Chun Hong came to catch my sister-in-law and the purple-clothed guest for their alleged affair. It's really Chun Hong, you bastard, slandering Mower. Where did Jing'an go? Jing'an is here. Although the people of this mountain were lured to the top of the tower by Jing'an, I have the moon of hearing and distinguishing positions. I found Princess Hanyu, who was tied up. So I saved Princess Hanyu and used the trick to give Jing'an the princess's clothes, and leaving her behind the tower was to expose the true face of the Qing butler. What reason do I have to do this? It's all nonsense. Of course you have reason to do so. Because you are the traitor of the Tianli sect in the palace. Mr. Zhang, why are you here? I had someone notify them because my daughter-in-law had already recognized that the head of the Tianli cult member on that day was the only son of the Qing Grand Steward Qin Ruhai. Shiliang Mo, you clearly have an affair with this purple-clothed guest. You despicable adulterers and whores killed my son and brought me here. The small skills of carving insects still dare to embarrass themselves in front of the people of this mountain. Mr. Zhang will be entrusted to you. It wasn't me, it was Steward Qin who forced me. What should we do? The matter has been exposed. Don't speak if you can't speak. Now everything is clear. What other roles do you want to play in the future? Mower will definitely accompany you to the end. Tonight, let that 1,000-year-old demon feel proud and recover. I want to ask about the result of his interrogation of Steward Qin, not to see him. 1 hour later, no one came. Strangely, every time I plant a plum blossom, that old demon will appear in less than half an hour. 2 hours later. 3 hours later, I'm still waiting for a garden. I'll sleep by myself. Stinky old fox, Miss Ben will never plant plum blossoms on the windowsill again. You can sleep with yourself. At that time, Shiliang Mo thought that this night was just an accident, but she didn't expect it. Since that day, Beileking has come to the Dewang mansion again to look for her. Princess, why did you come to Qinsui Mansion? Didn't I take leave 3 days ago and tell you that I need to come back to Qinsui Mansion first? I'm here to find my master. Why can't I come? I haven't slept well for 3 days. Something must have happened to Beileking, otherwise we wouldn't have called all of Himama back suddenly. Madam, he always protects me, but in the end, she's a 100-mile green person. She knows everything but doesn't want to tell me. Qinsui is not at home today. You should go back. Mama, I want to hear the truth. If it's not convenient for you to tell me the truth, please convey it to my master on my behalf. Ask him to give me a definite letter so that I can make the next arrangements. Qinsui has been practicing martial arts for the past few days, and when he goes into seclusion, everything else needs to be temporarily slowed down. He instructed not to see anyone. Princess, what's going on? She used to be a person who was more clear-headed and understanding of current affairs than anyone else. This time, the 1,000-year-old gave such a clear order to leave the guests, but she seemed to be stubborn and didn't realize it. It's okay, then I'll wait in Master's room where he sees me on weekdays. I'll wait until whenever he leaves customs. Princess, please use it slowly. The miscellaneous household is waiting for you outside. If you need anything, just give us an order. Could you please take a nap, sir? Go ahead and change this eunuch's clothes. Yes. The training results of Feixiabai during this period depend on your performance this time. You have to help me find the location of that demon properly. Gaga just looking for someone else. Don't underestimate this divine bird. It's better to find that stinky eunuch. 060. That old eunuch has a lewd scent that can turn into a gray-headed mythical bird and be found. In recent days, Beileking has been appearing in the Imperial study. But he hasn't even informed me of his other arrangements. This strange situation is either because he is hiding what he is doing from me, and it is not beneficial to me, either something happened to him. Seclusion is just an excuse, and what's in the Imperial study is a fake. Run faster, run faster. Is this really by Li Qing's mansion? It's so desolate. Beileking has always pursued perfect luxury. How could such a dilapidated place be allowed to exist in the mansion? Here. There really is a dog hole. Dead fat bird, if I find out you're playing with me, you'll never sleep on your chest again in your lifetime. Sister, who are you? How could anyone be here incorrect? How did he find out that I was a woman while I was wearing eunuch clothes? Little brother, who are you and why are you here? There's nothing in the chained room yet, and all the walls are signs of being smashed. Who exactly is this young man? Luower has been here all along. There are bad guys keeping me here. I want my parents and my daughter. Shoo, be quiet, all right, don't cry. Sister has some candy for you to eat. Really? Luower wants to eat candy. Stop. Such strong internal strength. Who are you daring to break into here, princess? Princess, aren't you resting? Why are you here still dressed up like this? I just want to know where the master is. Since you have already discovered me, you either kill me to silence me or tell me what's going on. Only princess, come with me, see. If those toys in the backyard of the 1,000-year-old man were killed like this, it would be fine, but unfortunately, the Princess Chitos treated her differently. Mama, this young man belongs to the 1,000-year-old master. Love Pets Luower seems to be afraid of Mama and May. He should call himself Belilo. What, is he the son secretly born by his master? With almost fell down. He is the twin brother of the 1,000-year-old man, but he was foolish many years ago. Master is so old, but Luower, it clearly looks like a teenager. It's possible that Master is Luower's father. Lord Luo was poisoned, causing his body to stop developing. Don't be fooled by his current appearance. If he goes crazy, few people in the world can control him. The eunuch has already damaged several experts for him, so Beileking is unable to control her older brother. Are you worried that he might become an enemy and threaten your weakness, so you locked him up here? This is quite unusual. I thought Master would kill Bailuo without hesitation. How can someone like him tolerate the existence of such a burden and weakness? Princess, don't forget that now you can also be considered a burden to the 1,000-year-old lord. What right do you have to mock Mr. Chitos? Old body can only take you here, but whether Lord Chitos is willing to advise you or not depends on Lord Chitos's intentions. Let her in. It's the voice of Bai Li Qing. But why this sounds so weak? Master. My teacher knows that you inserted plum blossoms on the windowsill. It's just that I haven't been able to leave these days as a teacher, which makes you wait for nothing. Are you okay? Can you understand as a teacher that you care about me even losing composure and venturing deep into a completely unfamiliar place just to investigate the whereabouts of my teacher? Who cares about you? But you're not feeling well, are you? The eyes of the beloved disciple are indeed so sharp. If my teacher says that suddenly my practice goes wrong and I become obsessed, all my power will be lost. So you locked yourself in the room to avoid the enemy's assassination. Do you believe it? Ridiculous. If Beileking really loses all her skills, how could she possibly meet me? So my master trusts me in this situation. If I still let me in, I won't be afraid that my disciple will take advantage of me and have malicious intentions towards you. What a strong killing intent. Beileking wants to kill me. I'm not even his opponent. It's only me who got seriously injured under this palm strike. How I didn't lie to you, did I? What? Haha, just now, my dear disciple, you had a completely distrustful look on your face. Do you want to die? Even though I know my body looks like this, I still use it as a joke. He doesn't even have a shred of internal energy on him. Cough, why are you angry, my dear disciple? Haven't you always hated being a teacher and forced you to be someone who treats food like a teacher? Now is a great opportunity for you to kill your master and vent your hatred in your heart. Master. Mama, are you here? May not anyway. Balaking can't die yet. I need him, but at least he shouldn't have died at my hands now. He can't die. Is this old demon's body bottomless? It can absorb all my internal energy. His condition has stabilized, but my internal strength is completely gone. A polite form of address for a woman about one's own age mother. This is the first time I have seen 100-mile green sleeping in the same bed so many times. Every time I open my eyes, he stays awake as if he has never truly fallen asleep. He probably has many enemies. Has anyone really seen him sleeping? He's asleep now. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Can you verify a certain legend? After all, who in the world dares to pull open the crotch of a 9,000-year-old man and see what it is? It turns out that there really is such a thing as the heavenly body in this world. Why did I feel disappointed despite it being expected? Have you seen enough? Master, you are born today. Master, after seeing my disciple so many times, it's not much of a gesture of reciprocity, is it? But it's okay to commit ourselves to each other. If someone has seen the master's body, they will be responsible for you. So even if the lady and young master in your backyard were to split you into 8 pieces, it wouldn't be enough to divide you. You're really becoming more and more shameless like a teacher, you little girl. However, considering that you have been so dedicated to helping my teacher with treatment today, I won't argue with you anymore. Balaking's internal breath has surprisingly recovered. No, this strange situation of losing all internal energy is more like poisoning, and Yaoying is the same internal energy body that I possess as him. Okay, so it turns out that I was foolish enough to come to my door and make someone else's drug introduction after all the hard work. As a teacher, there are 5 days every year when I completely lose my internal energy due to poisoning in my body. Fresh blood is needed to get through the poisoning outbreak if there is a body with internal energy of the same origin. As a teacher, passing through the meridians and crossing chi can suppress the remaining poison. If you drink pure vaginal blood from the opponent's same vein continuously for 3 years, you can eliminate the toxins in your body. So you helped me cultivate my martial arts skills, even willing to spend 10 years of internal energy to unblock the Ren and do meridians for me. Just for today, it turns out it's all my own sentimentality. He put in a lot of effort just to cultivate a medicinal person. As a teacher, I never thought I would have to use you this time, but you personally invited me as your teacher, and I'm very happy about it. Girl, why do you have to worry about the cause and effect? That's all in the past. As a teacher, I never do cheap deals. Don't you know that? I only regret not killing you earlier. A little thing that speaks but acts insincerely. Since you missed the opportunity today and couldn't kill me, you were still a teacher until you had the ability to strike again. As a teacher, you should sleep whenever you have free time and practice with you when you have free time. You're shameless. If you are really so angry, next year at this time as a teacher, I will definitely have my disciple come to protect me. How about you take the life of a teacher and have 4 more chances? Does this world really make you so tired? The moonlight tonight is just right. Let's go out and have a few hearty drinks later. As a teacher, you won't be sleeping tonight. How? Master, could you please ask my disciple to lend you some more blood? Master can have as much disciple's blood as he wants, but don't forget what you just said. Use your life to repay. Your life belongs to me. You can't die without my permission. Do you know whose confidant the Prince Lu is? What? He's just a regular friend of Lu Shirlang. Do we need to go to someone else's house in the middle of the night for regular interactions? It was Lu Shirlang who said there is a night bright blade in his mansion and asked me to come and see it at night. Father, I really don't know why father is so angry. Did I do something wrong? My father suddenly called me over, and this was the scolding that came first. What exactly happened? Aunt Dong giving a knife is probably a bribe, right? How could an unfamiliar minister give you such a precious Yiming sword? To put it nicely, a close friend who doesn't know that you, as a border guard, are secretly making friends with an insider. Auntie, you'd better pay attention to your speaking etiquette. Shut up, I saw clearly that this is something found in your room. The evidence is here, it's just to make the Duke of the country believe that the Crown Prince doesn't have to lie and make such a poisonous oath. I have a clear conscience and naturally dare to take a poison oath. It's actually Auntie Dawn who has repeatedly tried to provoke me and my father. I think it's Auntie who has ulterior motives. When your mother was around, you were humble, and now you can't help but jump out just a lowly concubine. Do you think you can replace your mother? You. Tang's Jinger is right. I was indeed carried away by anger. He is the heir of the national government and cannot betray us. He just lost his mother, yet I doubt him like this. It's just that other people's fathers will explain for you. We'll discuss this matter after my father finds out. Don't leave the mansion casually during these days. Yes. Who exactly leaked military secrets and caused me to be suspected by my father? If I catch this delicate work, I will definitely cut him to pieces. Princess, I have already done what you instructed my subordinates to do. But even though we've all reached this level, we still can't bring down the Crown Prince just now. Not only did they fail to provoke their father and son, but they also angered the Duke of China. It's all because of Princess Jinming. I could have watched from afar and let them fight to the death before reaping the benefits. My older brother is the Duke of China, and naturally, he is different with great affection. We're just planting a thorn in the heart of the Duke first. You don't have to worry too much. The child in your belly is only a little over a month old and still growing up. When that thorn disappears from the heart of the Duke of Changhua, my big brother will be gone. Isn't your child the most beloved child of the Duke of China? Can I really tell the Duke about this child? Did Auntie forget her identity? Big brother, his height is high and his maternal family is from a noble family of concubines. The Han family also has military achievements. You're just from a brothel. If your child gets in the way of him, who do you think the old lady would choose to protect? Why has the Crown Prince's mansion only had the eldest son for so many years? You should know the reasons behind it better than I do. That what if I completely offend the Crown Prince today, will the old lady? Auntie has already had a falling out with Big Brother, so there's no need to hesitate anymore. We have to determine the winner. As long as you obediently listen to me, this princess guarantees that the younger brother in my aunt's womb will one day be able to ascend to the throne of the world. I must obey the princess's orders as a servant. Princess, do you really want to reuse Aunt Dong? If we hadn't drugged her to make her think she was pregnant? She wants to fight for the position of heir for her child, but she may still be acting like a fence now. It was thanks to you that she entered this mansion after being favored by the Duke for a few days. I was blinded by this wealth and honor, even forgetting that I entered the mansion to seek revenge for my younger brother. On the 7th day of Han's reign, you were almost surrounded and killed by the Crown Prince's troops, and it is clear that she also had her strategic planning. According to the servant, just send this shameless traitor to the western heaven with a grass rope. Maiware doesn't know if she got too close to Meilu. Look at this woman with a murderous aura, as if she were heiress robbing home's princess. We're talking about something important. Don't tease the servants anymore. I am already married. Li Shi became somewhat disheartened and lazy after Han Shi avenged his son. I'm afraid I don't have that much focus on the 11 Liangjing siblings. Dong Shi is a good knife. She has ambition. With her in the Shiliang family, there will be no peace. Oldest younger sister. Did you do all of this? Siener, what they said is true. Even your mother's death is related to you, princess. So what? The Crown Prince only now knows that it's too late. You can tell your father if he will believe you or me. I should have listened to Siener and her words and ordered 10,000 arrows to be shot at you, this despicable girl. Speaking of this matter, Moore has held a grudge for a long time. Moore heard that her second sister, who was recovering from illness in the palace and had lost her innocence, could still seduce your majesty with her broken body. Your majesty praises second sister for her beautiful and graceful appearance. Where else in the world is he not pitiful? He wants to bestow upon her the title of concubine Wan. In addition to the gift for the Crown Prince, Moore also prepared a return gift for her second sister. You're in trouble. Guess this time can you still keep second sister safe? Why? Why? Everyone hates me. Who said that? I love our little Tin the most. Sister Ling. Little fool, you hid and cried again just because other princes said a few unpleasant words to you. Everyone is in a hurry. Father came back from the military camp without eating and kept looking for you. Your Majesty even punished the princes to kneel all night, and you still feel that no one cares about you. Father, if he cares about me again, why didn't he throw me out of the palace? Prince, can you beat and scold me at will? Your Majesty sent you to our blue family to protect you. I have a father, Qing and Luo in this family, and everyone likes you. I don't like any Qing or Luo. They are just wild children brought back by General Blue from somewhere. They are in Ling, and you don't even have time to play with me anymore. You can't say that. Qing and Luo are not wild children. You are not me, nor are you. We just lost our mothers. That's why we need to cherish each other even more. Sister Ling, I was wrong. Don't cry. I won't say those words again. I'm just here to accompany you. Sister Ling, don't cry, Xiaoshi. Don't cry, Sister Ling. I will always be by Xiaoshi's side. Sister Ling promised me that ACA would always be by my side. But why coffee? Xiaoshi, I found someone I like. Would you be happy for me? Why didn't you promise to always be by my side? Why did you betray me? Why did you leave me? Let go of me, Your Majesty. Are you crazy? I'm already married. I won't allow you to leave. No one can take you away from me. Sister Ling, only I love you. What's good about Xiliang's silence? He knew I kept General Blue and used him to lead you into the palace, but he still doesn't dare to protect you. He's just a coward. Ling, you are mine. I love you, only I am worthy of having you. Why can I crown you as my consort, Sister Ling, after becoming a monk? Even though you have my child, Xiliang Wuyin has married Han as a concubine. And he had a child with Han before marriage, and Han had a child before she even entered the house. This kind of man doesn't love you at all. Ha, do you love me? You love me, so you killed my father, destroyed the blue family that helped you ascend to the throne with your own hands, and broke my wings. You love me, so you raped me and forced my husband to marry someone else, making him suspicious of me and the child in his belly. You don't understand love at all. From beginning to end, all you love is yourself. You can go now. After this child is born, I will be accompanied by a green lamp and an ancient Buddha who will no longer interfere with the world from now on. Neither you nor Xiliang should step into this Buddhist temple again. Otherwise, I will die in front of you all. Don't call not female 1000. Don't Ling, sister do. Your Majesty, what's wrong? It's a nightmare. I dreamed of Blue Sister. Blue Sister. I want to see Sister Lan, but why Sister Lan is so cruel to me that she doesn't want to see me? Madame Lan has a grudge against Your Majesty, but at least she stayed with your child, didn't she? By the way, more, I still have more. More must be the child of me and Sister Lan. Princess Jinming, I want to see her. Long live Your Majesty, long live, long live. Girl, get up. You've been married to the prince's mansion for some time now. My nephew treats you well. I heard that a few days ago when you and Lufeng were returning home, you were attacked by a Tianli believer and were quite frightened. Your Majesty, thank you for your concern. Moore is nothing, just the butler in the mansion is actually an insider of the Tianli sect and is trying to harm Princess Hanyu. After this incident, the mother consort fell ill due to shock, and the young prince was also ill for a long time without recovery. Moore is really uneasy in her heart. This is really unreasonable. This day, the Li sect is too bold and unrestrained. It's simply plotting rebellion. Perhaps the Tianli believers were just momentarily confused. If we want to punish the Tianli sect for plotting rebellion, we don't have to exterminate them all. Father, the Emperor cannot please forgive my son's recklessness. Father, my son heard outside the palace that his father was furious and worried about coming to the Emperor, so he entered without permission. The birthplace of Tianli sect is located in the southwest, where Jiodi and my heavenly kingdom meet. Shidi often invades the border areas of our country, and the local border residents are struggling to make ends meet, which is why they spontaneously gathered to pray for the way of justice. Ekhin believes that it is necessary to guide refugees to appease the people's hearts. If the crime of plotting rebellion is dealt with, it may provoke a popular uprising, provoking a popular uprising. Your Majesty has always implemented benevolent governance. Isn't the world now peaceful? Why are there still uprisings? Some people are plotting and inciting trouble inside. Although Moore just didn't have the intention to ask a question, it actually woke me up. The small southwestern border area unexpectedly became a threat to the Tianli sect and even caused trouble to the capital city. There must be someone planning a rebellion among them. How can such a conviction be made without evidence or evidence? Okay, that's it. Father knows that you have a kind heart, but you are still immature in handling things. The matter of Tianli sect will be investigated by the Minister of Rights. The Crown Prince doesn't need to worry anymore. As for Jinming, she looks very much like my deceased sister Princess Qingyuan. This child is also destined for me. She saved me before, and I have the heart to recognize her as my adopted daughter from now on. Crown Prince, you need to take care of this little sister more. Your Majesty, I'm afraid Long and Kimmer may not have the chance to become a father and daughter with Your Majesty. Your Majesty, have you forgotten? A few days ago, you ordered the preparation of conferring the title of Empress Dowager on Xin'er's sister. If Moore accepts Your Majesty as her adoptive father, wouldn't that be? The woman mentioned by Moore, Wan Pin, whom I had no intention of visiting a few days ago. A few days ago, when I went to the Han Guifei Palace, I took a bath in the back hall. I accidentally stumbled upon a young girl bathing in the pool and was fortunate enough to meet her. That's right. Speaking of which, that girl is the head of Duanyan County in Jinghua Prefecture. Moore heard that the envoy from Hehe has arrived in the capital city nowadays. The Heavenly Kingdom still needs the daughter of the Xiliang family and Qin He to become the Princess of Hehe. Your Majesty cannot tolerate the coldness of the family's hearts at this time. Since it is fortunate to have Xin'er's sister, Dang Dang Moore, and Your Majesty have no fate, shall we not then marry concubine Wan to Hehe? Isn't it a great honor for royal concubines and relatives from other countries? All right, I will issue another decree soon to bestow upon you the title of princess and bestow upon you the title of Jinming. Is that okay? Your Majesty's great love for Moore is deeply appreciated. My younger sister, who was originally full of dreams of entering the palace, went to great lengths to accompany His Majesty, but now she has left her hometown due to Moore. Moore is guilty. If she accepts Your Majesty's grace and allows the Imperial censors to speak to Your Majesty, wouldn't it be a great sin of loyalty and sensitivity? Jinming has long regarded His Majesty as a father. If there is truly a familial bond between father and daughter, why bother holding onto the title of Princess? Jinming doesn't need this glamorous and wealthy reputation, as long as she can be filial, obedient, and righteous to her father in the future. Good child, you are truly my good daughter. How could you consider this for me? I'll listen to you. As for the Xiliang immortal, since she went to great lengths to please me, let's do as she wishes. If it weren't for Moore's unintentional words, I wouldn't have thought of this. What is recuperating in the Han Guifei Palace that day? It was Empress Han who invited me over for tea, but I happened to run into the bathing Xiliang immortal. It was clearly planned by the two of them. Thank Your Majesty for your kindness. My second younger sister is now planning to marry Hiamoor, and I dare to ask Your Majesty to allow her to personally prepare for her younger sister's marriage. What's so difficult about this? Bailey Iching happens to be handling the memorial in the inner hall. You can go over and discuss with him. How about a good girl? But my wish came true. As a teacher, I never lied to you, did I? Yeah, Master, have you ever deceived your disciple? But you only said that His Majesty would definitely agree to all my requests. But I didn't tell my disciple why. For example, does my biological mother have an affair with the Emperor? And for example, I am not even my father's biological child. 1,000-year-old Lord Hehe's envoy is causing trouble in the city. They have become impatient in the city and are about to enter the palace to meet His Majesty. Then let's ascend to the palace. I will go over and summon all the officials to the palace later, and then invite your majesty to attend court. As a token of appreciation, don't you think you should help me tie up your gift? Master, wearing the disciple's heart is truly graceful and noble, like a banished immortal. We must let those rough people see the majesty of our Chitos Lord. If I remember correctly, Ambassador Hehe has been living near the Red Sleeve recruitment recently. They really like the girls in the brothel, so they must be very familiar with this. I'm masked. It seems that I have to prepare to escape today. Wanpin Shiliangxian received the order. According to the Imperial decree of the Heavenly Carrier today, Wanpin from Yuhua Palace comes from a prestigious family, Zhongxiang, Sun, Ishuan, Nais, Kiki, Yuan, Gongsu, Jiangsu, Shenlin, Fangui, and is recorded in the winter history. I hereby accept the imperial edict of the Empress to bestow upon you the title of Consort of the Faith and bestow upon you the marriage of the legitimate consort, the Khan of Hehe, to carry the good wishes of both countries. It's impossible that your majesty dotes on me so much. How could he let me go get married? Empress Xian, why don't you take the order quickly? Otherwise, it's not easy to bear the charge of disobeying orders. Shiliang Mo, you're the one who messed it up. I knew it was you, you bitch. I'm going to kill you. You wait as long as I, Shiliang Immortal, don't die at the ends of the earth. I will make you pay the price and make your life worse than death. It seems that Empress Dowager Xian is too happy and excited. I'm not in the mood to discuss marriage with you anymore, Your Majesty. Please rest assured that Your Majesty has instructed me to fully prepare for Your Majesty's wedding. I will definitely take good care of your marriage for you. Let you marry off gracefully. By Ho Dongyu, go back and immediately clean up the West Sea. Let Bai Rui inform his mother and the young prince that the main purpose of this county is to prepare for the marriage of his second sister because His Majesty is in a hurry. He needs to leave the Dewang mansion for a few days to go to Zhuangzi below to buy things. Fortunately, the preparation to escape was already made, which can be used as a reason for the marriage of Shiliang Immortal. It's much easier to control Charm 6 and Charm 7 with Bai Rui and Bai Yu. Yes, but doesn't the princess care about your affairs, Mr. With such a mindset and hatred towards you, I'm afraid many things will happen when she arrives. Don't worry, there are some things that we don't have to do ourselves, and there are people who can handle them for us, but there is still a lack of introduction. Introduction. Look, isn't the introduction here? Jinming, why did you refuse your father's decree to crown you as a princess? Do you really dislike Consort Xian? Prince Jinming just spoke very clearly in the Sanqing Hall. I am naturally sincere to second sister, but you misunderstood false. If it weren't for you bringing up the matter of Hehe's marriage, how could father have remembered to send Consort Xian to Hehe's marriage? You and concubine Xian are both sisters. Why do you use such vicious methods to kill her? It seems that Consort Xian's younger sister is truly lovable. Even the crown prince, who has always been cold and indifferent, has stood up for her like this. But if your highness is dissatisfied, just tell him Jinming cannot afford to be questioned by his highness. Jinming bids farewell. Xian is also Shiliang. This bitch, it's not enough to seduce the prince with that dirty body, but now I still remember to seduce Chengqian. This palace is going to kill her. Kill her. The play has been arranged. I don't know what kind of wedding gift Princess Da Chang will give to Shiliang Xian this time. Prince Hassan, what did you just say? Prince Hassan, this beautiful girl must be Royal Highness Princess. The beautiful 9,000-year-old Royal Highness Princess. If you like the belly pocket on your head, Prince Hassan has many. I can offer everything to you. Bellyband. Prince Hassan, are you sure this is a bellyband? I heard from flower girls that this bellyband has been very popular among noble women in the past month. Many noble ministers have given this rare garment as a gift to their wives. The clothes are so beautiful. I believe that the 9,000-year-old Royal Highness Princess will also fascinate us. If you really like to wear it on your head, I will definitely accompany Hassan to the end. Is it? Lousy wears you as an ancestor for 8 generations. You bastard, go die, die, die. It seems that some officials have recently eaten bear-heart leopard gall and dared to disregard the laws of the court. Lu went to the flower streets and alleys, slept in the flower beds, and even made these shameless things to please the flower girl. Since you all love this bra so much, from tomorrow onwards, anyone who has been to Flower Street should wear this thing to court if someone does not follow. I let him try the taste of having no children or grandchildren, which saved him the trouble of going to Flower Street in the future. Miss, we will carry this box to your room. What do you need to order us again? Thank you, big brothers. Mrs. Medicine is really effective. Meichi has been bumpy all the way and hasn't woken up yet. What are you watching me do? I just listened to the young lady's fate and asked you to take a nap today. Even Imama was managed to faint by the young lady. You can't blame me. Miss, where are you going? How long will by Mama and I force Imama and Meichi to escape? Ruer, I want to go to the toilet. If you don't want to let go of me, please help me get the vase on the table. Hey, you ready or not? It's tiring like this. How long do you need to pee? I don't know if it was you who refused to untie me, so I had to slowly aim. Go ahead, make sure to deliver the letter to the Duke. If you accidentally spill it on your hand, don't blame me. What do you dare? Why did you pee without saying hello? Well, I'm fine now, but I can't tie my belt. You know that quickly fasten I can't do it manually. There's really nothing I can do. You remembered it for me. This move is definitely from the 6 cults of charm and cannot be wrong. Men are not bad, women do not love, and they should occasionally cause trouble to women. Teasing or something can arouse the other person's shyness. Is this really what men have? You make me merry by, but I only care about my heart. Meichi, you disciple dang, I never want to see you again. Meichi. The order for strict inspection of entry and exit has been issued immediately, and anyone with suspicious behavior is not allowed to leave. Princess Ku said before that she would prepare a dowry for consort Xian and has already set off for Luoyang. She may have left the city long ago. Very good, very good. Unexpectedly running away from this seat, this disciple is becoming more and more visionary. Go and retrieve that little brat for me. The members of the Meizu department have already sent a call to Meizu 6 and Meizu 7, but they didn't reply, probably because they were restrained by the princess. Since the little fox has already decided to run, he naturally won't leave any clues for us to catch up with. Although she escaped, let her try the taste of the eunuch Skynet hunting order. Are you going to take the little princess? The Skynet Sniper Order is the highest level sniper order issued by the Imperial Household Department and the Royal Guards. Once this order is issued, there will be no death. The ultimate goal this time has been changed to capture alive. Didn't Meichi just receive a message saying that the girl and Baiyu are not with Baishin Xingxing Himama? She has been preparing for so long in Luoyang, and it is very likely that she will contact people there. Let Mrs. He keep an eye on the girls around her and arrest them immediately if there is any abnormality. Once she's caught back, we'll peel her skin and remove her bones. Fine-skinned tender meat tastes just fine without being greasy or fishy. First, peel off her fur and leave her with only tender meat inside and outside. Rub it clean with a pancreas and you can put it in the pot. Add some seasonings, fry, stew, boil, and serve a plate with good wine. It's time to start the meal. It seems that the people from the Jinyui of the 1,000-year-old lord have stopped the princess at the South City Gate just now. Sir, look at these 2 suspicious women. When checking the official records, I noticed that their route, citation book, and appearance were somewhat incorrect. One of them even disguised himself as a man and immediately stopped him. Their carriage may look ordinary from the outside, but inside, there are hidden compartments containing jewelry bestowed by the Imperial authorities. These 2 must have some issues. You arrested the wrong person. This carriage does belong to the runaway slave in this seat, but these 2 women are definitely not them. Officer, spare your life. There is a seriously ill younger brother in the slave family, And a young couple saw us begging in front of the clinic, so he gave us 20 taels and asked us to change into these clothes and drive this carriage out of the city. I really don't know if they are fugitives, all right. Let them go. It's not surprising that they can't make so much money from buying and selling in a year. If the sisters don't die, they will take off their skin. Since the arrival of the young princess, the old man no longer looks like the person made of ice like before, but if we can't find the little princess now, I'm afraid we'll be turned into ice again. Chinsway, let's not send someone out of the city immediately to chase after him. Where should we go? After the main road outside that leads to the 24 counties of the 8 states. I don't have that much time to waste on that girl. You can send someone to Luoyang to keep an eye on her. She thought we were using Imama's group as bait and wouldn't bite us, so she just bit us, but if she comes secretly, she will definitely find a way to contact her people in Luoyang. Incorrect. The little fox was tricked and wants to leave the city now. Hey, you guys. Our governor just ordered us to take the woman's carriage away as physical evidence. Please take it away, sir. It's really unlucky. If I had known, I wouldn't have accepted that person's money. Forget it. Go back quickly. By the way, the 2 girls from before, please stay for a moment. Our governor also said that the 2 of you have good looks. If you are interested in entering the 9,000-year-old mansion to serve the annual silver of 100 taels, someone will come over for questioning later. Just go up and say you're willing, or if you're not willing, forget it. Remember to ask that gentleman to treat you gently. Ha ha ha. You said those 2 factory guards wearing eunuchs left the city. Yes, they still say. Duke intends to hire someone to sleep with and take a liking to them. Dugong, please be gentle with our sisters. We are all delicate girls, but we cannot bear it. Bedtime attendant. Hee. Very good, very good. What are you still staring at? Go back to the Imperial Household Department immediately. We'll go to Luoyang today. Making you run once was my teacher's mistake, but the second time, dear disciple, you must wait patiently in Luoyang to become your teacher. Luoyang Shangyun Fong is the most prestigious restaurant in Luoyang. What's going on here? Recently, the eunuch's inspection has been too strict. Even the fierce ghost knife. It was discovered that the ghost head Shanjai master was captured 3 years ago. I heard that the beloved concubine of the 100-mile-old thief stole his rising sun Dan. I came to Luoyang to seek refuge with the treacherous man. That old thief was so angry that he surrounded Luoyang. The annual hairpin flower championship competition of the 100-mile-old thief on Dog Day is about to begin. I'm still waiting to win the championship and spend the spring night with the courtesans. Ha ha ha, the momentum is returning to Yongdan. Miss, you're laughing too loudly too. There are Jianghu people everywhere here. Today, we disguised ourselves to gather information. I finally managed to sneak into this heavily guarded Shangyun Fong. Oh. I've already told you that we just need to be a vegetable washing girl in the kitchen. You are so bold that you dare to walk out. How you were, please don't nag me. It's rare to get to Luoyang. How could I miss this opportunity to check and listen to news? On the 11th day of Qing Steward's arrest a few days ago, Xiao Bai intercepted this letter that another carrier pigeon wanted to spread at the Dewang Mansion. I believe there must be other members of the Tianli sect in the Dewang Mansion, and the level is not low. Since winning the championship is related to the Tianli sect, of course I have to come personally. My master's mind is unpredictable, although he still dotes on me now, but who knows what the future holds. I can't let him know everything without a trump card, so this matter cannot be investigated through Meizu 6 and Meizu 7. Do you understand? I understand. I just heard a rumor that all the distinguished guests from the Tianzi rooms in Shangyun Fong have arrived. Just the surrounding area is heavily guarded, and even a serving maid has to be checked repeatedly when entering and leaving. You haven't recovered your internal strength yet. Are you really going to take a risk and dive in today? Without entering the tiger's den, how can one obtain a tiger's son? It takes a lot of effort to package Shangyun Fong. Of course, I want to go and take a look at such a strict and powerful guest. Where did all these birds come from? The bad luck of the Chinese New Year. Successfully infiltrated. This thing is really useful. This way, We can sneak a peek into the next room and see this package of distinguished guests under the sky sign. Qing Grand Steward. The thieves of the eunuch failed to kill me this time. Didn't ye be captured and interrogated by Beilaking? When did ye escape from the Imperial Household Department? Why didn't Beilaking tell me? I will devote my whole life to eliminating the treacherous person in the Ministry of Rites and the purple-clothed guest who broke my arm. The leader of Qinli sect, the great prison of Qin Zuanju, the chief minister of rites, has always been known for its easy entry but difficult exit. Didn't you feel a bit too smooth when you escaped? Does the leader suspect his subordinates? If I wanted to betray the Qinli sect more than a decade ago, I wouldn't have had to go to great lengths to support you. Master, this is the divine dragon of the Qinli sect, who can't even catch that big demon. Wait a minute, how do I feel like this sound is a bit familiar? I naturally know the merits of Lord Qin, it's just that the eunuchs of the Ministry of Rites infiltrate every corner, and the eunuchs' methods are so cruel and despicable that they can't be prevented. Don't go to your heart. The Hairpin Flower Championship tournament is about to begin, and the leaders should be cautious. If we can subdue those reckless men in the martial arts world this time, we can make them all the pawns of our Qinli sect. Oh, why does the lock of this utility room seem to be broken? Oh no. It's not good to have spies. Capture the assassin. Capture this spy, and if he refuses, capture him and execute him on the spot. Damn it, my internal strength hasn't been restored. This cult leader has deep skills. How long have I been running away? Rainstorm Pear Flower Needle. He's from the Tang sect. Shuar Xiaobai, it's your turn to appear. Gaga, oh, my eyes, these stinky birds. That woman couldn't have escaped from here in such a short time. Search ship. You shouldn't force yourself to work like this. I didn't expect this ship to have sailed to the center of the lake. The people of the Qinli sect are too cunning. If I could jump off the boat and wander around normally, but now in this cold winter. This dead pervert. 5 mouths, you have made me increasingly satisfied with your ruthlessness. Unfortunately, I don't like your reckless behavior, Master Teacher. Damn it, how did Beilaking find it at this time? Who dares to get so close to you, this poisonous and wicked thing? Master, why are you here? It seems that we really have a telepathic connection. I'm so happy to be a teacher. It turns out that my beloved disciple still remembers being a teacher so much after making such a big gesture as a teacher. I also remember you very much remembering too. I wish I could tear you apart and have a good taste. Please step down. Master Jiang and I still have important matters to discuss. Someone has arrived. Please confirm if there is anyone in the room to avoid being exploited by spies again. The leader has profound skills. If the female thief had been hiding inside the house just now, she would have been discovered by the leader long ago. It's despicable that she hid in the next room, and I don't know how many things she eavesdropped on. Are you crazy? What's the situation now? Are you still playing this? Why don't we just take action against the people of the Tang sect, as the leader's spy is from the Tang sect? Tang sect is skilled in using hidden weapons and adept at dealing with poison. Acting in a mysterious and both righteous and evil manner, they neither want to associate with noble families nor disdain to associate with evil spirits and crooked ways. It may be troublesome for them to directly take action. Do you believe it or not? As a teacher, I will handle you here. This is a brothel with many things that can torture you. Don't do it, Master. I dare not do it again. Don't be discovered here. What about discovering? Just kill them all, girl. Open your mouth wide. Don't go too far. I endure not to let the enemies outside discover that it's not to satisfy your perverted desire to play with others. Hee hee. No, don't eat 100. It hurts so much. 5 days Jiang can make a sound. May not. First, observe its transformation. Even the most mysterious and inscrutable people in the Tang sect are still human, with men being the majority. Our Shan Yun Fong is full of weapons to deal with men. Who? Could it be that I misheard? The leader has always been vigilant. Since you think it's not safe here, let's leave. There are still many things to be prepared for tomorrow's hairpin flower championship ceremony. Well, let's go. Hee. I'm awake. How do you really want to kill me? Master speaks too harshly. Disciple dare not. It's always like this every time when I let go of my guard against him a little. He insisted on playing with me like this to force me. Look at this. It looks like this seemingly obedient, but there is a hint of disobedience in your eyes. I don't know why you look like this. Does it arouse men's desire to conquer more and more? Master cannot tolerate any disrespect towards you and wants to humiliate you. Why don't you use this method to conquer Siliafang? He hates you to the bone, but you will achieve a timeless story of love and death. So Terrible is by Li Qing, so averse to this kind of dragging young obsession, but he clearly has many young children. Tia. Don't say such things again in the future. It turns out it's time to set off fireworks on New Year's Eve. I never expected that this year's New Year's Eve would be celebrated together by us. Master, how did you spend New Year's Eve before? Let's talk about it. If you want to hear the story of being a teacher, just say it directly. There's no need to go around in circles and make people dislike it for nothing. Master, why do you always have to expose others' cautious thoughts? This is very annoying. As teachers to each other, I also dislike someone like you who seems obedient but is actually rebellious and unyielding. We both quite match the word you said. Well, love and kill each other. Who is his uncle's supervisor? He loves you too much and makes himself seven passionate. Come here, master. Tell me how you, with your snot and tears, have created a story of a great traitor that has been written into history, set a positive and hard-working benchmark and banner for our younger generation. Why did you just wake up and wish you could cut off the teacher's head with a knife? Your face and emotions changed so quickly. Yes, my disciple has always been able to bend and stretch, honest and upright. Master, please speak up. My disciple is already getting impatient with waiting. Isn't it despicable to put on an unyielding face and be angry with the enemy when you can't kill someone? It's better to take the opportunity to find his weakness. Story. Once upon a time, there was a daughter from a wealthy family who was born into a stunning family. Her family married her to someone else as a concubine in order to gain more benefits. This woman is highly favored by her husband and gave birth to twin sons for him. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Her husband is seriously ill and will pass away soon. The man wanted to leave his largest inheritance to his mother and son before he died, but this gift and love became a talisman for the woman and her child. That woman was thrown by the man's other wives and concubines and subjected to repeated abuse by the guards. And her children could only hide in the corner and watch their mother being insulted, being born with cut eyes, broken hands, and tongue. Those concubines peeled off his mother's beautiful skin and made fans, pulling her bones and making a human skin fan, for the fan is truly worthy of its name, Beauty Fan. Later, this child was rescued by another family and recognized as an adopted son. He thought he had an adopted sister and father who loved him. Unfortunately, his foster sister once again used him as a pawn for her foolish love. After taking the house of the biological father, the child found it his brother sent him to the eunuch, but this child survived and gradually gained power there. He turned all the women who had once skinned his mother into beauty fans. He wants to be bored and trapped alone in a nightmare that he will never wake up from. Why not become a nightmare for everyone and let everyone accompany him forever? You. Do you really believe this story? It's made up very touching. The disciple knows that the master is used to playing tricks on the disciple. Next time, let's tell my disciple the story about an ambitious and treacherous minister who harmed loyal and righteous people. It's too fake and boring. If one day my disciple takes the life of my teacher, have you figured out how to kill him? How will Master Xiang die? How about using it as a teacher to make another beauty fan? The best beauty fan must be made by taking human bones, grinding and peeling human skin as a teacher for painting. I just want to be the beauty fan in your hand. Tang Mei, the fourth junior brother of Tang sect. What's going on with the Li sect these days? They dare to monitor us so blatantly. We are here to attend the hairpin flower championship competition. The guests are guests. What is this? What is surveillance? Yesterday, they suddenly sent someone to prepare hot water for me and Xiaoyu to take a bath. She even asked the girl to take care of me and Xiaoyu, deliberately checking our bodies everywhere. Tang Lian, the second senior sister of Tang Min, I heard that there was a female assassin who was injured and escaped from the assassination of the Tianli sect yesterday. I think they suspect us. Tang Tian, senior brother of Tang Min, we have no grudges with the Tianli sect. Why do they doubt us? What about Xiaoyu? Speaking of which, I get angry. Xiaoyu got sick after being tossed around and caught a cold. That girl was already mentally ill and sickly. There are assassins. Stop. Capture the assassin. No. Rain. Master, shall we leave Luoyang like this? The matter between Tianli sect and Tangmin is not over yet. The people of Tangmin have always protected Tang Yu, who is also Tang Tian's fiancé. A.E. Tang Tian will not give up when he sees his fiancé A.E. die at the hands of the Tianli sect with his own eyes. We've already messed up the situation. There's no need to do the rest ourselves. The final battle of the Zanhua Championship is on January 15th. We just need to go back before then. Then you should also tell me why you came to this deserted border town. Like Lufeng, you're not really so kind as to prepare for the wedding of my younger sister, Xinfei. This is. Don't make a sound, just watch. Whisper softly. X. This won't go on like this. We have limited numbers, and these wolf packs are so numerous that we can hardly see the end. Do you want Beilicking to watch the people of Meizu die? No way. Squeezing. It's a vulture. Corpse-eating bird. Why do so many birds know how to eat this corpse? As a teacher, I didn't know you had become such a skilled bird control artist. I noticed before that as long as Xiaobai calls out twice, no matter how cold it is, there will be different breeds of female birds coming up and letting them have their luck, from sparrows and hens to peacocks in the sea. This guy has great abilities. This stupid bird still has this purpose. Pack up and welcome our envoy. Yao Kachin Akron's master, our leader asks you, poor Chinese, why did you allow your subordinates to kill so many of our brothers? Brother, these are the Hihisha bandits who treat wolves as their brothers and are extremely fierce and cruel. Even the Hihisha king's court has given them 3 points for all those who enter their territory. They will have wolves bite them as a welcoming ceremony. The Hihi people believe in martial arts. If they can persist for half an hour, they can enter their territory and enjoy their reception. Hee, so this is your welcoming ceremony for guests. Since that's the case, we just welcomed and praised your welcoming ceremony with this kind of ceremony. Why are you angry? You should be happy. You. It was she who summoned the corpse-eating bird just now. Are you sure you want to be her enemy? Lead the way. Your leader is still waiting for us. It seems that she is the woman who can summon the corpse-eating bird. Oh my God, this is so scary. The great wizard of the Ahisha bandits, the queen of the corpse eaters, please accept my respect and worship from Sua. Daughter of the undead, please forgive our rudeness. Vulture is the most difficult animal to tame in this desert. The Hihi people enjoy sky burials where vultures consume corpses, hence they are also known as the birds of the dead, thinking of Zayabelu's hand and this unexpected effect. Akron's master hasn't been seen for a long time. The leader of the sand bandits in the eagle's nest, I didn't expect you to bring such a special gift this time. This is not the person you should be thinking about, hey Asa. Isn't the gift you robbed of Princess Hihi today enough to satisfy you? Isn't Princess Hihi the immortal of Shiliang? These sand bandits dare to go crazy, even Princess Hihi. This is definitely related to Princess Chang, but what benefits can make Hayabusa take such a big risk, publicly challenging the Hegi and Central Plains dynasties? Oh, you mean this useless woman? Shiliang cuisine, it's indeed you. I knew there was someone so audacious as to hijack the wedding procession of the future Empress Hihi. It's really you, you bitch. You've already forced me to leave the Central Plains. What else do you want? You're right to say that I didn't do anything less to help you get kidnapped, so what can you do after all? It was me who induced Chang Gong to take the initiative. Since the Tu Ling Xian has given her body to you, she is now your woman. You still need me to demonstrate to the Hihi King's court, so naturally you want me to serve by your side, right? Xianer admires Dada Ling greatly and is willing to serve you. I promise that with me in the court, I will not hold you accountable for plundering and will help you regain the throne that originally belonged to you. Throne Heisa was originally the prince of the former king in front of the court of King Hihi. A few years ago, the former king was seized and killed by Hayasa's uncle. Heisa fled all the way and became the leader of the sand bandits, constantly opposing the Huan court. My little sister is really amazing. In a situation where the body is contaminated, one can still understand the situation of the enemy camp and turn around to seek ways to reverse the situation. Since you went crazy once, it seems that you have made a lot of progress. What do you think of Xiener's proposal, big leader? As long as you help me kill this bitch, Xiener will definitely repay you. Let this woman serve the brothers who are going out this time. After finishing the work, wash her clean and grill her until she's cooked. Tonight, we'll have the beauty meat. No, you can't do this to me. Why are you all helping this bitch? She's not human. She's so vicious and shameless. At this age, it's like 1,009 hooks and 1,000 in Aishirko. I know the person behind you has always been 9,000 years old. What is your relationship? If the little prince and father and son find out, they won't let you go. What do you think? What's the relationship between me and Qian Sui Yi? Your Highness, if you could save my daughter's life, she would do anything. Shiliang Mo can give it to you, and I can also give it to you. This seat feels dirty. Take her out. I would be delighted to offer the great consort of Hihi as a sacrifice to the King of Death. Shiliang Mo, I won't let you go even if I transform into a fierce ghost. I will come and take your life, cutting you into countless pieces. 10,000 ghosts. Unfortunately, I was originally a fierce ghost from hell. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the final battle day of the Hairpin Flower Championship Tournament. Feng Yin'er is also too beautiful. This year's courtesan must be Feng Yin'er. I will always support Feng Yin'er. Oh, what's wrong, master? Miss, isn't she dancing very well? Isn't it possible to control those martial artists without resorting to sensationalism? Oh, how have those people from Tangmin been lately? Ming or the master had foresight and sent people to suppress the people of Tang sect early on. They are all trapped in the stone chamber now, and even if they try to use their skills, they cannot escape. If it weren't for you publicly throwing Tang Yu into the lake, why would it have caused such a big disturbance? Next time before starting, think about Kyoki. If you don't like to use your brain to think, then you don't need this brain either. But that was instructed by the young lady. A foolish woman who lacks success and is prone to failure. Is she the leader of the sect, or is she the leader of the sect? What, do you also want to learn from Lord Qin and ride on top of our sect leader's subordinates? Dare not. Let's prepare for the upcoming competition. The top two teams in black and white are crucial. If there are any unexpected incidents with my position as the leader, you don't need to stay anymore. No matter what I do you still only see that woman in your eyes? I didn't expect Mr. from the De Wang mansion to be extremely skilled in dancing. Not only does he have a bold and unrestrained personality, like a child of the martial arts world, but he also possesses lightness skills. How could I not have noticed that the prince's mansion is so hidden? Humph, it's just a cheap imitation of you. That's also great. Can you blend my painted skin dance and Shi Liangxian's broken rose dance together to attract attention? It can also be considered as the skill of Si Mingxiang. Don't look at her. How did you prepare the entrance ceremony for the teacher? Rest assured that you will satisfy your master. What's going on here? Why is my internal energy rapidly losing? The techniques of the Li sect this day are too unconventional. Have they tampered with anything? The despicable person actually used hidden weapons. Kuei-shou is the leader of the Tianli sect who dares to arrogantly claim to be the leader before our sect leader arrives. The storms of the world send me to learn. As soon as I entered the martial arts world, time rushed by. Amidst Wang Yuan's domineering laughter and chatter unrivaling the drunkenness of life, green light cult, Western cult, as two. Please come and pay your respects to us soon. Only I am unbeaten in the sun, blue, and west green square autumn light, endless divine defeat, carrying the backbone of the religion to the west. Green light cult undefeated in the west. Have you heard of it? No, but the martial arts skills of the members of this sect are simply terrifying. The martial arts skills I just learned were too unconventional. This is the lost Shura Lion Roar skill, and I never expected that there would still be people in the world who could use it. Amitabha Buddha, I thank your sect for coming to your aid. May I ask what your sect's intention is for coming here? Ordering Foxtail. Our religion is the green light divine religion, which has been living and practicing outside the world for many years. The Western leader heard that the martial arts world is vying for the top position in the black and white realms. Although the leader is not concerned with worldly affairs, but I still can't bear to see some people with empty names recklessly come here to take the lead. Where did the yellow-mouthed child come from? He dares to speak so loudly without shame. The results of the competition just now have been released, and our leader is already the top scorer. Where did you come from? Go back there. The competition rules prohibit the use of hidden weapons. You stab people with hidden arrows, are despicable and shameless, and still want TE to dominate the top position. You can ask others if they are satisfied. Namely, what kind of hero does a strong king use hidden weapons to deal with? Isn't your Tianli sect very strong? Why are you acting like a shrinking turtle? If you're scared, admit your cowardice. Full of nonsense. Stop it. Why do you need to talk nonsense about something like this? MOD, since you can't speak, there's no need to speak. The West is unbeatable. How dare you, a demon, brutally kill someone from my Tianli sect? Disciples of Tianli sect, listen. Upholding martial arts justice and eliminating the cult of Green Light God. Are you out of your mind? Who gave you the courage and power to give such orders? Others deceive their superiors, master. You have swallowed your pride and lost the face of the Tianli sect. We have already released 10 fragrances of soft tendons in the plum blossom rain at the beginning. It's about to erupt now. It's easy to subdue these Jianghu barbarians, isn't it? I'm not afraid of opponents like gods, but I'm afraid of teammates like pigs. The master's decision to release the Grand Steward Qing was truly wise. Wait, it's not like that. How dare you imprison us, the villains of the Tianli sect? Thanks to the people of the Green Light cult saving us, we managed to escape. I, a disciple of the Tang sect, hereby swear to be at odds with your Tianli sect. Why do I keep treating you like my son? You, as a lowly servant, deserve to be the godfather of our leader. Don't think I don't know what you and that bitch have done. Withdrawal. Oh no, we cannot let the leader of the Tianli sect escape. This is Si Lufeng. The leader of the Tianli sect has already fled. This time they offended the pursuit of Tang men and other members of the martial arts world. Western leader, let's call it quits. If you keep playing like this, the people in the martial arts world will be scared. You see, it's getting late and we haven't had dinner yet. Since Mod thinks this scene is too boring, let's go. Also, yesterday your favorite fruit with roasted chicken is about to sell out. Let's drive. Only I am unbeaten in the Blue West. When Chang Wu de-unify the martial arts world. Fox, little benefactor, you are leaving now the position of leader. Our leader is already a person from outside the world, but he only took action when he couldn't bear to see any villains causing trouble. Elder Lichen is highly respected, but he was defeated by the deceitful plan of the Tianli sect. It is most suitable for you to take the lead. Amitabha Buddha's noble demeanor is what makes him drink, eat, and pass through the heart of the Buddha king. This Western invincibility, upon first hearing it, is extremely peaceful. Apart from the leader of the Green Light sect, no one else can afford it. Do you think there's something wrong with that Western guy and his boss, Ling Hu? Yes, yes, no, 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 no. Wow, these two look so beautiful, they must have legs. I said, Master, can your respected hand be separated from your disciple's buttocks now? My beloved disciple is really stingy. By the way, Master, I want to return to the Dewang mansion as soon as possible. This time, I have thoroughly investigated the background of the Dewang mansion. Hanxiang and the others should return to the capital. It's also time for me to go back. After you go back, your husband must have also recovered. What are your plans? What else can we do? Please show some warmth and concern to the little prince. After all, this is the good husband I spent a lot of effort marrying. Humph, if you can't speak, don't speak. Miss, you're angry and you're not going to coax me. Soothe him, sir. Praetorium. A month later. How do you do things? Tomorrow is a spring banquet, and the queen's spring clothes are not even ready. The princess forgives for adding the little princess's clothes this year. She is a noble in the palace and favored by the emperor, so we dare not neglect her. Those who don't have long eyes are busy making clothes for the little queen. What does this mean? Does it mean we have to rush to make the clothes of the little queen, so we don't care about our queen anymore? Never mind, it's not a big deal for young girls to be cute. What's there to argue between a widow and a little girl at my age? You guys go down. When the news of her adoptive father's passing came, the Empress Dowager seemed to have aged by more than 10 years suddenly, although I have also complained about my mother's refusal to recognize me. But now I can marry the little prince because my mother fought for me. Mother consort. Princess Jingyu, now only you are left. You are also someone who wants to be a mother. Don't lose your temper like this. The child in your belly is not yet 3 months old. It's time to be careful. Jingyu only hopes that this is a well-behaved girl. After all, the little princess doesn't have a child yet. If Mr. Yuer has a boy, it may not be good. There's nothing bad about it. Who can be blamed for her poor health? If she says she can't give birth now, she may not be able to give birth in the future. If it weren't for this woman reporting the case without authorization, how could Lao Qin have been chased and killed? Don't say anything about her, bad luck. I'll go check on Fonger. No need to look. That's the Tang sect's pursuit of wind and death, with extremely strong corrosiveness. If you touch it, you will die. You are also a sharp-witted person who jumped into the water and got killed just after getting contaminated with that poison. This injury doesn't heal that quickly. Mother, why did you come here? The Tianli sect has suffered such a heavy blow and may find it difficult to recover. If you can't do it, let's stop. Mother consort, how can you justify your words to Father Wang? Don't stop. Are you going to keep pretending to be sick to your wife? You keep running back and forth between the martial arts world and the capital by taking advantage of illness. Do you really want to fall ill? When we first got married, my son was indeed sick. Later, when I recovered, I continued to report my illness and leave. Don't worry, I won't fall easily. See. Take a look at this ledger yourself. The vitality of the Tianli sect has been greatly damaged. Has our royal palace not paid enough to fill this hole? Raising that group of useless people who eat free food is already struggling to make ends meet. Your wife is another finance enthusiast who lacks visual ability, carrying all the dowry and rewards into his own small storage room. He had no idea he wanted to help you. I thought marrying a god of wealth was a stingy hen who couldn't lay eggs. It's better to take a break. Mother, I know you blame Moore, but these things have nothing to do with Moore. Don't go too far. I want Moore's dowry, but not in such a ridiculous way. Okay, you're all not listening to advice. My queen wants to see what good results you can achieve. Mother, are you still thinking about that adulterer? He's already dead. Why are you still holding on? I received the letter informing me that you had an affair with Steward Qin and Jingyu is your illegitimate child. I don't believe it at all. But you betrayed me. Whoever finds out this secret will die. Princess, it's time for you to get up too. Where's there someone like you who comes back from a long journey and sleeps until dawn the next day? Please pay attention, Granny Sangon. Mama, it's not that I don't remember last night. I had a nightmare where I dreamed of fighting with a millennium-old demon. Just let me go, this poor scholar who has been drained of essence by the fox demon. No, the clothes for the spring festival banquet have been delivered. You need to get up and give it a try. Chint's way. You really caused trouble. In just 6 months, he turned a pure and innocent socialite into this girl who dares to say anything. It is said that the embroidery house didn't even finish the princess's clothes in order to drive you out. Oh, what a coincidence indeed. The people in the palace are full of respect for our princess. I don't know how many embroiderers' eyes will be injured by this outfit. The princess just said it would be fresh and simple, so they wouldn't want to become so popular. She actually made them so concerned if the princess were to wear it out, she would probably be the queen of the palace, let alone the queen. These little people know that the Lord is not favored in the Dewang mansion, yet they still provoke the princess and the queen like this. No problem, the princess is wearing this outfit and looks sideways, so what? The little prince of the capital has arrived. Moore hasn't seen you for a long time. On the surface, it sounds like we haven't seen each other for a long time. After Ziliafeng took Jinka as his concubine, I was falsely accused by the butler of killing Sahanyu. At that time, Si Lufeng believed that others did not believe me. Later, he tried to explain to me multiple times, but was rejected by me. The young prince is weak and doesn't understand the pleasures of the boudoir. Like a useless person, it's not as good as the martial arts heroes like the purple-clothed master. Not long after, I went to Luoyang and haven't been to the Dewang mansion for years. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. I heard that the little prince's illness is not yet severe and he is preparing to meet you. Moore knows from her husband that you have always been rational and considerate. Little princess Aunt Yu suddenly felt unwell. She had just invited her husband and asked the young prince to come and take a look. Your aunt doesn't need to call a doctor to come, so why bother calling me? Does I know how to treat a doctor? Little prince, this is your first child. Even if it's more expensive, there are some. If the mother consort finds out that Aunt Yu is not feeling well and is still holding you, it may not be good. As soon as Siliafeng's front foot entered my door, the quiet rain started to feel uncomfortable. This low-level trick of competing for favor cannot be ignored by the trend of being a fan. Oh man. Moore has wronged you. Tomorrow is the spring banquet, and we haven't had a small gathering for a long time as husband and wife. We will definitely accompany you to relax and not let others disturb you. It's settled with one word. Royal Hunting Spring Outing and Summer Resort in Minshan Spring Feast. Sister-in-law. You look so beautiful today. You have to compete with those shameless fox maidens. You should speak softly so that your mother can hear her. She will be angry. I don't know what the Empress Dowager was thinking, but she was so biased. Isn't Jinyu just a maid who serves anyway? I only recognize you as my sister-in-law. At that time, when Steward Qing designed to kill me, it was my sister-in-law and the purple-clothed guest who saved me. Sister-in-law, before you entered, I promised you that my brother would definitely protect you. I didn't expect it. As a female sister-in-law, I know you feel uncomfortable in your heart, so I can understand why you blame your mother and brother. Thank you, Hanyu. The dress of the young queen is indeed very beautiful for the sake of clothing. The princess no longer wants to be respected for her filial piety. Didn't you see that the dress that the mother consort is wearing today is still sewn from an old year? And you, how dare you, a lowly maid, speak to the princess like this? Don't think that having the favor of your mother's consort can make you reckless. It's not an exaggeration for me to beat you to death just because of this. The princess knows you're not satisfied. Why don't we have a competition? You won. Don't say this shirt. This county was in your pregnancy. How about not letting the little prince stay overnight at the inviting Moon Pavilion? Sister-in-law containing jade doesn't matter. Compared to what since childhood, the German queen has taught me music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and more. I asked myself, I won't lose to any wealthy lady in the capital, let alone Xiliang Mo. Let's compare our understanding and love for the little prince. Tell me about your understanding of the little prince. If you can make me believe you, I will give up. How is Grandma? Are you ready, miss? Don't worry, everything is ready. That's good. Having such a sister-in-law by my brother's side is ultimately too annoying. It's time to take her on the road. An hour later. Is that enough of what I'm saying compared to you, me, and the little prince, who were childhood sweethearts? I know him no less than anyone else. The princess admits that you have won. Analyzing the existence of Tianli sect from what Jingyu said is likely to have started from the generation of Lao Duong. So back then, Beilaking targeted the old Prince De, and the token of the Blue family was also the target of the Prince De's mansion. I believe your love for the little prince is deeper than that of the Princess Ben, so you are willing to give everything for the little prince. The princess asks herself that she cannot do it. Please keep your promise. The young princess will change into this outfit and will not leave the young prince overnight during your pregnancy. The person who knows me best in this world is actually my mortal enemy. I don't know how my sister-in-law and aunt you've talked about. Yek has a bare sister-in-law. Release sister-in-law. Xiliang Mo, why are you here? Didn't you just fall down by a bear? I've been here all along. As for the person you just saw who looks like me, is she aunt you just now? She won a bet with me, so I gave her the EU Ebe fan shirt. Coco is just now. Princess Han, you thought you were attacked by a bear. She went to save you. What? No. Tomb Jades. Sister-in-law. Hanyu, don't be afraid. Sister-in-law will take you to find a doctor. You'll be fine. But Hanyu hurts so much. Sister-in-law containing jade pain. Be good for a while and it won't hurt anymore. This place is very close to the hunting ground, so there must be someone hunting around and even a doctor. Sister-in-law, don't go to Wenbei on the 10th danger. Not dangerous, sister-in-law. Actually, she has good martial arts skills. You don't have to worry. Hold on a little longer. I will definitely save you. I must save you. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has won again. It's a fox. It seems that you must have won the first place at this spring banquet. Dog leg. There are assassins. Princess Si Hanyu of the Prince De's mansion and Princess Jinmin of the Prince Jing's mansion are here. Princess Jinmin, what are you guys doing? Prince, we were attacked by a brown bear. Hanyu is seriously injured, bleeding, and unconscious. Please take Hanyu to see Yada as soon as possible, Crown Prince. Jinmin, please accept my condolences, Princess Hanyu. I have already gone to pass away. Hanyu loves to dress brightly and beautifully. Please ask the Crown Prince to have someone clean Hanyu's wounds, change her into a clean outfit, and take her king to see the German queen and the young master. Jinmin, what are you going to do? Revenge. Princess Jinmin actually has martial arts skills. Xiaoqinzi, please report this matter to your father, the Emperor, and the German Queen with 2 people. Everyone else, hurry up and follow Princess Jinmin. Jinmin's martial arts are obviously strong, but her emotional outburst and internal breathing are very dangerous for warriors. Minshan is a royal hunting ground where there have never been any fierce beasts. That bear was intentionally released by humans. At this moment, that despicable person must be both proud and nervous. She is both excited about the success of the plan and worried that I will not die, so she will definitely stay in place to confirm the situation. Jingyu, this fetus cannot be saved. Miss, should we kill her directly? She doesn't have to survive like this, and she won't be able to win her brother's heart. Her half-dead appearance was perfect for tormenting the German queen. The German queen must have been very excited to see her 2 daughters with such expressions. Congratulations, Miss. Madam's great revenge has been avenged. Although Madam was highly favored by the old prince back then, if it weren't for the design of the German queen that caused the death of the wife, the position of the current empress may not have been in her hands. Yes, it's true that Xiliang Mo, that treacherous and despicable person, actually exchanged clothes with Jingyu, that despicable person. Otherwise, she would be lying on the ground at this moment. How does it feel to die in front of such close people? Xiliang Mo, you didn't die. Yeah, I didn't die, so it's your turn now. Can we play a game? Sister Hanxiang, you become the hunted beast, I am the hunter. If you can escape, I will not kill you. I don't want it. 15. It seems like you're just like that. It's a pity. I still want to play for a little longer. No. Moer, stop it. Get out of here. She killed Hanyu. Silly Yifeng, the wild beast cage is still behind you. Must have seen it from that direction too, right? No, brother. I just... Moer has passed away. Killing Han Xiangyu won't bring Han back to life. I can't lose 2 sisters at the same time. Silly Yifeng, you really make me sick. If I had to kill her, would you have to give me a break? Gaga. Brother, that bird. This is the ugly bird that summoned other birds to attack us in Shangyun Fong. It's her. Xiliang Mo is the person who eavesdropped on the ship that night. The old phoenix and eagle divine bird. 8888. Your whole family does the divine bird know? Wow, go away. It's actually you. Why is the person behind you? Are you the Duke of the country? Who is the person behind me, little prince? You don't need to know. You just need to know that I have to kill Si Hanxiang. You lied to me. Don't you feel any guilt at all? Originally there was, but when I realized that you're not that simple, little prince, I'll be much more confident, won't I? I'll say one last time, move aside, little prince. What kind of woman do you want? Even without someone like Si Hanxiang, she's worth protecting like this. Or do you really enjoy the feeling of being admired by your own sister? Xiliang Mo, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't forget that you are still my wife, and my husband is my wife. Don't blame me for being so reckless again. A divorce letter from my lord makes your life worse than death. Since the little prince has come up with a plan, that's great, but it's not divorce, but... He Li. I beg your pardon? You really want to be with me and leave Xiliang Mo? If you marry and enter the afterlife, you will be a member of the Dewang Mansion. If you die, you will be a ghost of the Dewang mansion. What can you do if I don't speak up? Do you think I will be threatened? Perhaps women in this world would be afraid of this divorce letter and rumors. Unfortunately, I, Shiliang Mo, am not one of them. I advised the young prince to gather and part ways with me. Otherwise, if I accidentally leak the news that you are the leader of the Tianli sect, I'm afraid your majesty will be the first to tolerate the prince's mansion. More, shouldn't I go over and treat you well? We have loved each other before, and I am willing to risk being accused of exile and betraying my heart for you. Fortunately, I pushed forward the marriage with Shiliang Dan, and you betrayed me like this. Betrayed? Does the young prince have to admit that it was so difficult for each of us to get what we needed in the first place? You don't want to marry my destroyed fourth sister, and you only turn to me for the blue family token. You and I know exactly how much love you have for me. On the wedding night, the little prince entered the room of the maid in charge. You took another concubine less than a month after Mora married into the Dewang mansion. When Mora was ridiculed by all the people in the capital, she still allowed the young prince to marry whatever he loved. She asked herself that she was already worthy of the Dewang mansion. Mora doesn't owe you, nor will she allow anyone to owe me. It seems that the king has never known the person next to him. The queen is so willful and reckless. Why don't you go back to the palace with me and rest well? Little prince, this is going to kill someone. To silence him. You know too much about me, little prince. Would you easily let me go of work? What? I won't kill you, will I? I just want you to be obedient. Mor, I admit that your martial arts have amazed me, but you are not my opponent. Found the princess. Jinming, you're not doing too well. What are you guys doing? Jinming and the young prince are preparing to leave. The little prince felt resentful and disagreed, so he took action. Prince Mor was just joking. We just saw the shadow of the brown bear appearing before taking out our swords. Mor, you really are. Just a few days ago, Duke Gua discussed important matters in the court with my husband. Do we want others to think that our husband and wife are at odds? Be careful not to let those who are unaware damage your reputation. The little prince doesn't speak in secret, he speaks openly. Today's incident was committed by Si Hanxiang, and now all the physical evidence is available. He actually used the Jinghua mansion and my reputation to threaten me. That's ridiculous. You want to preserve the reputation of the Dewang mansion, even at the cost of your own pregnancy and my life. We will meet with the emperor and ask his majesty to determine right from wrong. Shiliang Mo. Phone, please respect yourself. There are indeed many doubts about today's matter. Father Emperor is also very worried and is sending people to search for Jinming everywhere. Our palace will report this matter to Father Emperor and request a divine judgment. Jinming, as long as you're okay. Do you know how worried I was when I found out you were attacked? Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Although Jinming is fine, she has one thing to ask for. Please allow Your Majesty to allow Jinming and the young prince to leave. I also learned a little about your relationship with Lu Feng from the Crown Prince's mouth. You just figured it out. Never look back. Okay, I approve the report. You should go rest first and let the Imperial physician diagnose and treat you. I will have Duke Lian draft a letter of reconciliation and return to court to announce it to the heavens shortly. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kind heart. Mor wants to go and see you. After all, Han Yu died to save me. Han Yu, that child is indeed rare. According to my decree, Princess Yu is loyal, graceful, gentle, and benevolent, and she is a model for women in the world who selflessly sacrifice herself for others. After Princess Zhongshu returned to the capital, she was specially granted the title of Princess Zhongshu and buried in the Imperial Temple under the princess ritual system for worship. Yes. My daughter thanks Your Majesty's grace on behalf of Han Yu. This girl may seem gentle and graceful, but she is as stubborn as her mother. Yes, Princess Jinming is indeed very stubborn and interesting. It's getting bolder and bolder to be so presumptuous and leave this little fox like this, but this time I did a good job. It's just that I can't even witness such a spectacular scene of a couple breaking up with my own eyes. According to the imperial decree of the heavenly carrier, Princess Si Han Yu of the Prince's mansion, known for her loyalty, grace, and softness, sacrificed herself to save others, making her a model for women in the world. Specially conferred the title of Duke Zhongshu to be buried with princess etiquette and to enjoy the worship of the Temple King's incense. Hanyu, my Hanyu, why did my daughter die instead of Shiliang Mo? She was so foolish that she became a shield for that bitch. My queen is going to see His Majesty find out if it was that despicable bitch Shiliang Mo who pushed Hanyu out. The queen must teach her a lesson. Princess De, please pay attention to your wording. Your Majesty has granted permission to order Princess Jinming and the young prince to leave. You have no authority to teach Princess Jinming a lesson. What in departure? Even if that bitch didn't die at our hands, it should be Falmer who abandoned her. Why did she leave? Little prince, it's better to advise your mother to keep her mouth clean. I can look at Hanyu's face and not argue with her, but if she repeatedly humiliates me, I will not remain calm and say something I shouldn't have said. I'm sorry about that. Bitch, you killed Hanyu. How dare you come here? Mother consort's excessive sadness led her to speak incoherently. Someone sent the mother consort to our king's tent to rest. The little prince is a smart person who always knows what is best for himself. Hanyu, you are a rare and good girl, but sister-in-law can no longer be your sister-in-law. Perhaps this is also God's favor towards you. You just don't know anything like this. Just remember that your older brother is still the one who loves you the most. Your sister-in-law should still be your favorite sister-in-law. Mower, do you really have to leave me because you hate me so much? A couple who were born in this life due to the bond formed in 3 previous lives, if the relationship doesn't match, it's because of family grievances due to 2 different hearts. It is difficult to return to the same destination, the Central Hall of Fame, and all relatives return to the same path. May my wife and mother separate from each other and comb my beautiful eyebrows again, cleverly showing off one's graceful demeanor, selecting and appointing the leader of high-ranking officials. Let go of grudges. 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 Self-address of a wife when speaking to her husband. This is the last time I claim to be a concubine, and the atmosphere of leaving the book is excellent. I finally have a connection with the little prince, and I am waiting for this paper and farewell letter from the little prince. If I were the little prince, I would have to carefully consider how to explain to His Majesty. After all, an ordinary woman would never secretly transport a bear to Minshan Mountain. If someone with ulterior motives stirs up trouble, they might be able to charge you with treason. Are you really willing to put the De Wang mansion in this dangerous situation for the sake of Si Hanxiang? Princess Chitos is quite displeased. Okay, that's it. Tell my master that it was my fault today and I shouldn't have taken it lightly. We must not let Meichi and Meilu follow. Mama, I was wrong. I dare not be so reckless again. Princess, this is not the first time you have opened Meizu 6 and Meizu 7. Their mission is to protect your safety. Even if you don't like Chen Sui letting people watch over you, we also have to worry about the lives of the Bai family. Ju, what are you doing? Why don't you give me a massage? I'm so tired, my whole body hurts. How come you know it hurts too? Master teacher. My disciple is wrong. I shouldn't have let Meizu 6 and Meizu 7 risk their lives. It's even more inappropriate to show off and directly confront Si Lufeng. We should have asked our master's opinion. For the sake of my good looks, old monster, please don't mind. That's it. Dishonesty. Master got angry and injured himself. My disciple dared not do it again, so my master spared him this time. You little girl, master, it hurts so much. What are your plans for the future? Well, of course we're going back to the Duke of Jinggua's mansion. Otherwise, how can we investigate the whereabouts of the Blue family token? Master, why are you so sure that the token is in the hands of my cheap dad? Blue Ling hates him to the bone. How could she give him the token forged by her biological father's life? Who can say for sure whether it's true hatred or acting, but she didn't have a better choice. Everyone knows she broke up silently with Shiliang. How could I have thought that she would still hand over the token to him? That disciple must thoroughly search for it when he returns to the Jingwa mansion. Why don't you plan on getting married again? Who does the master plan for the disciple to marry? Who to marry? Are you questioning my love for you with this tone? Where is it? My master is the best to me, although he doesn't spare anyone with his words. This old monster still helped me treat the place where I was injured by the silly wind in the first time. If you were my father, then I would be content. It seems that I am still too gentle with you. Since that's the case, let's try a rougher method today. I'm sure my disciple will love it very much. Master teacher. Oh, wow. They hurt. It just hurts. Let the teacher love you. Tear you apart again fiercely. Qian Sui Yi. The crown prince is ready to come over. The crown prince, the 1,000-year-old prince, has received an imperial order to ask his aunt to work hard and come over early to visit the young lady. Hasn't this kid Qingqian already found his Liangbi? I don't know how difficult it is to receive the favor of a beautiful woman in order to visit Sichuan. Is the crown prince still young and reckless? He is always distracted by girls like Miss who are like flowers. They are all children, and no family can compare to the calm and elegant demeanor of a 1,000-year-old man. Young girl. If you were my father, then I would be content. Are you saying that my father, who is as old as that girl, is not as compatible with those children's families when he gets older? The meaning of servant is that those children and families do not understand the mysteries of male-female interaction. Miss, this unusual girl is the most suitable to stand next to Mr. Chitos. When did I say that Gon Sui Yi is like Miss Mo's father? That girl was cultivated by me personally. I finally managed to raise that withered and ugly little girl, but there are always uninspiring flies coming up. It's really fun. By the way, go ahead and have the officials from the Imperial Household Department search for various male-specific beauty secrets from around the world. I don't believe it anymore. I still look old. I'm so tired. Miss, didn't you sleep well last night? Why? You and Baiyu are both listless, as if you've been drained of energy. Hurry up and cheer up. Once the servants pack up, we can return to the capital. Baiyu has been feeling quite lethargic lately. Speaking of which, it seems like Baiyu has been up to date with Mei Lu these past few days. These two people probably won't. Miss, something happened. The Imperial physician just reported that Si Hanxiang died of severe injuries. The old slave felt suspicious and went to check when Si Hanxiang's tent suddenly caught fire. After the fire was extinguished, only a burnt female corpse similar in size to Si Hanxiang was found inside. There is still half a piece of jade that Si Hanxiang carries with her. What a coincidence! The spring festival banquet was attended by the daughters of the Dewang mansion, and it is unlikely that His Majesty will continue to plan military campaigns or even appease the princess. I'm becoming more and more curious about why Si Lufeng has to put in so much effort to keep Si Hanxiang. Si Hanxiang collects intelligence for the Tianli sect in the martial arts world under the name of Nyener's Flower Queen, but if it's just a spy, is it worth the effort of Si Lufeng to maintain it? Princess, as long as you inform Your Majesty about the Tianli sect, you may not be able to take the life of Si Hanxiang. Si Lufeng will definitely tidy up everything properly. They can hide under the surveillance of the eunuch for many years and won't be easily caught. Besides, if I owe Hanyu a favor, then I will repay Hanyu's favor from now on. The bridge and the road are no longer mutually exclusive. Let's go. We should go back to Beijing now. One day later, Jingwa Mansion. What kind of system is this? Look at what everyone outside has said about her. That girl, however, didn't know how to restrain herself and went through the streets with great fanfare. Aren't you angry that she took the initiative to divorce Prince De without consulting with you? All right, no matter what the reason is, Your Majesty's preference is there, and no one dares to say anything more about her. Ask Jinger to go to the Dewang Mansion and follow the words in the letter from the Maid Mo to bring her back in a grand manner. If we were just a small sedan chair to pick her up, it's just to announce to the world that it's Mo's fault and guilt, and she's also losing the face of the national government. Mother, you are not. Isn't the old lady not fond of Miss Mo? Even if I took care of Miss Mo in the beginning, it was just to teach Dan Our government cannot have a useful daughter. Fairy Girl has already died, Mingdan has ruined her appearance, and Harmony Moon Girl cannot anyway. Mo Girl is also your eldest daughter. Has Grandpa recovered? The young lady encountered a robber on her way to the Temple of Heaven for genealogy and naming. Robber. Currently, Mama is unconscious, and Mei Lu and Mei Chi are also seriously injured. Can an ordinary bandit seriously injure Meizu 6 and Meizu 7? Someone dares to do this little move right under my nose. It's great, great, great. Send all the people from the film department out and dig 3 feet deep to find them for this seat. Go and have Xia Lianzi inform His Majesty about this matter. Adding a sentence while speaking must have been done by someone who resented the princess for being favored and did not see the emperor happy. If you want to move this seat, let them pay the price with their blood. You shouldn't have impulsively exposed your martial arts skills. Damn it, I've already raised my hand and surrendered. Why would I just grab 5 people and knock them out? Hey, you shameless slut, how did he seduce our young master? What are his intentions? Sorry, I've seduced too many people. Who is your young master? Did I seduce you the day before yesterday, or did you seduce you the day before yesterday? You're shameless bitch, how did you seduce His Highness the Eastern Palace? Did you and little Prince He just want to seduce His Highness the Crown Prince? It's not just that I don't like the little prince anymore, so I decided to abandon him. Why only allow men to abandon women but not women? Abandon men? You are truly a shameless bitch. Who I am is none of your business. Isn't a woman human? Without a woman, who would have given birth to you? Why do you only allow men to take concubines and divorce wives, but not allow women to divorce men? You even call me a bitch, so your mother is also a woman, isn't she? Your mother is also a bitch. I said you've had enough fun, haven't you, the Royal Highness Princess of Taiping? Jinming, you have sharp eyes and a hard mouth. I just don't know if your life is as hard as your mouth. The princess wants me to die in 10,000 ways. I just find it ridiculous that the princess has always been bound by her obsession with the crown prince. But I didn't realize that everyone is using your obsession to eradicate the alien. What's even more ridiculous is that you never really loved His Highness the Crown Prince. But it's yourself. The princess was once the most beloved princess of the late emperor, but she is also considered the legitimate sister of the current emperor. You have always been the daughter of heaven. You need wind and rain. Unfortunately, everything ended when you were 16 years old. Your Majesty has ordered you to marry Shidi and marry her. No matter how much you plead, it cannot change His Majesty's mind. At that time, the Crown Prince was closest to you. You encountered refugees while hunting with him as a child, and you fled with him to protect him. You are too attached to you. So, in order to seek revenge, you lured the 12-year-old prince to share the clouds and reign with him. Do you want your Majesty to regret it? You hate this dynasty and all the men in the world, so you don't even want to remarry. How could you truly love the Crown Prince like this? You just want revenge for the pride and beauty of your lost youth. Shut up. Shut up, you shut up, shut up. Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess, you are the most beautiful royal peony in the world. Who can compare to your nobility and beauty? Why would you hurt yourself like this? No one in this dynasty can understand your suffering. They just hurt your self-esteem and pride again and again, taking advantage of you. And what about you? Are you using me, or do you want me to become the Crown Prince? Jinming just hopes to survive in your hands. If you say this is using, then consider me using you. As for the Crown Prince, you Jinming, it's meaningless since your Majesty has ruined your life. Wouldn't it be good to use a Crown Prince like a pearl to repay everything you have lost? Jinming, is Shiliang Mo really that kind of person? You really are. She is even more contemptuous of ethical rules than this palace. And her words and actions are so outrageous, but no one in this world has ever been so close to understanding the intentions of this palace. The princess wants to say, have you never seen someone as strange and shameless as me? I can believe you have no interest in the Crown Prince, but you must give me a reason. What's the reason? The reason is that I am the foodie of Qin Sui Yi. Do you think that domineering gentleman would allow me to covet other men? Cough, Moore, do you have to explain to that gentleman for me? Moore knows it was the Empress Dowager who moved your hand. I'm just curious why the Empress is so hostile towards me. Is this related to my mother Lan Ling? Just treat it as selling you a relationship. I'm afraid you've heard some things too. Your Majesty once admired Lady Lan and even invited her to the palace to show her favor. Later, when Lan Ling left the palace, she found out that she was pregnant. Counting the days, I am very likely to be the one left behind by the Emperor Chunfeng, right? You really know, see, not bad. Your Majesty wanted to appoint Lady Lan as his consort back then. However, after the fierce opposition from the Liu family and other officials, Your Majesty was forced to give up. After all, Lady Lan has a special identity, and this kind of behavior of usurping the wife of a courtier is really unethical. 99,000 years old. Kill her and clean up. Master, this is just a misunderstanding. Don't go on a killing spree. A misunderstanding. Yes, Princess Dachang is still useful. This is an ally that I have worked hard to win over. Let her go. It seems like you're living a pretty good life and don't even need to worry about your teacher. Do you think you can really subdue this ghost princess with your 3-inch non-rotten tongue without killing her this time? Where can I find it? I just used some Meiji powder when the princess approached me to make it easier for her to relax and be induced by me. Master, don't worry. The princess won't hit me again. Are you really not afraid of death and think you can always escape by chance? Do you think I don't know how you got captured? Meizu 6 and Meizu 7 exist to protect you and save them, yet you expose yourself to danger instead. The so-called dead have no meaning if they cannot sacrifice for their master. Can't you learn to be ruthless? Master, our paths are different. Not everyone is suitable to take your lonely path. Okay, then you can continue on your sunny path and I'll take my wooden bridge. Master. No, we can't let him leave like this. Master. This is an accident. After this 1,000-year-old demon, he will definitely seize every opportunity to mock me. What's going on here? The queen, this bitch. Back then, she forced me to give up on Lanner, but now even more can't tolerate it and dares to attack her. Your Majesty, don't blame the Empress. She just can't let go of being her for years. Not blaming. Fortunately, Moore is fine this time, otherwise I would have demanded that she pay for her life. During the period when you passed on the Imperial decree, the Empress has been arrogant and domineering, only focusing on competing with Han Guifei for favor and losing all her manners. Reflection in the Forbidden Foot Palace. In January, all matters in the palace, big and small, were temporarily taken care of by concubine Han. It's the princess's side. I will temporarily stay in the palace for a period of time, and I will pass the order to Moore, stay by my side. I'll see who dares to attack her. 3 days later. Xiaolu, please try the tribute oranges in this palace. Yummy. Everything that Sister Yu feeds is delicious with a glib tongue. Oh, a few days ago, Bai Rui said that some people were feeling lethargic. Isn't that quite energetic? Princess Chen Sui has just sent someone to deliver a message. He recently went to inspect the Shishan Jingji camp. If there is anything to report to you, it will be conveyed by his subordinates. Oh, is that so? What does Bailaking mean? What's wrong if I kiss him? Is it difficult, or am I just a girl who shamelessly bothers him? As for avoiding me like this. Xiao is Lu Zi. What's going on since the princess escaped from the Princess Chang? It seems that the 1,000-year-old hasn't been looking for her again. Did they argue? Chen Sui never argues with people because those who dare to argue with him have become objects like human skin drums or human skin pianos. He is indeed a 1,000-year-old man with deep cultivation, who never argues with anyone. It's not a big deal, Mr. Chitos. He just has irregular menstruation and poor blood flow. If you don't want to see it, it's best not to see it. The princess is very busy and doesn't have time to greet him. Yuera and I have an appointment to go to Princess Dachang. Yes. Miss, although she says she will one day get rid of Mr. Chitos, she actually cares a lot about him, right? And Mr. Chitos also cares about the young lady. It's not like me. Not even a person who treats each other sincerely. Meichi said that Xianer Xin woman doesn't really like her, but I was just forced to take responsibility. Ruer, I really like you. What are you saying? I don't only want to marry your beloved because I am responsible for this reason. I like your white heart. Meichi, does he really like me? Hello Rue Xin, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? 100 tips for pursuing a wife at a crematorium. Hooking up with a fierce woman at the age of 18, Zhang Qinglong's ultimate recruitment battle, recruiting students. Rice cooked, 2 ducks cooked, unable to cook. A fierce woman turns into a lascivious child. Meichi, do you think I look like a duck? It's like a duck, both fat and tender. Duck, you big devil. I never want to see you again in my lifetime. Imperial Palace Garden. That's to send a memorial to the eunuchs of Balaking in the capital camp, right? Your Majesty will enjoy it. I see that he hardly ever gets involved in political affairs and only lets the 9,000-year-old act as a proxy for the government. My elder brother has been addicted to cultivating immortality for over 10 years. Sometimes I really doubt if Nian, the ambitious forest tree, is the person who wants to pacify the 4 directions and bring all nations to Korea. But Jinmin, are you really feeling sorry for your families? Geo, I feel sorry for him. Princess, are you telling a ghost story? Report to Princess Taiping. Empress, please. Princess Yongfu fell into the water and was identified by the subordinates of Empress Han Guifei as Princess Jinmin. Subtitle note: Princess Yongfu, who is 5 years old this year, is the daughter of Han Guifei. Please go over, Princess. Could you please trouble the 2 archenemies, the Empress and Han Guifei, to let go of their hatred and join forces against me? My face is really big. Chong Kai Kai. Dang, you are here. Yes, I'm here to wait for you to fulfill your promise, Mrs. Langley. What do you think of that child? I heard you spoil her a lot, so I'm sure she should be very satisfied with you. As a gift, I must say she surprised me a lot. What, do you feel heartbroken? After all, he is his own child. She doesn't look like me at all. There's nothing to be heartbroken about. That's good. In the future, her body will face life and death. Everything is mine. Even if one day I kill her and eat her, she has nothing to do with you. See? Lam Ling, this is what you owe me. She is the most beautiful little flower that I have watered with blood and hate, and can only bloom in my hands. No one can take her away from me. If I don't get her, I'll destroy her. I said she's the fruit of my sins. If you want me to sell it to you, then that's it. But she will eventually shed the blood of the Blue family as the price of exchange, and she must bear the inheritance of the Blue family. You can arrange for her to have a child with a man from the SI royal family, and have a child with both Blue family and royal bloodline. You can use the Emperor to keep the princes in power for decades. This is what you need. If you promise, I will get it. So this is your plan. Let the child of Duke Jingwood be born to a mother with the imperial bloodline of the SI family. Even though the world is under heaven, it is both an insult to the Emperor and a retaliation against Duke Jinghua. The imperial family of the SI family has caused us a lot of blood and deep hatred towards the Blue family, which we will never forget in this life. Shiliang has silently let me down for a lifetime. I gave birth to an heir for him and fled into the void, but what did he give me? I'm not interested in your mood, so you don't have to complain to me. There's one more thing you haven't given me yet. These antidotes are enough for you and Bailuo to take for a while. You know this is not enough, Blue Feather. If I die, you won't get anything really? Don't forget about your daughter. Don't go too far. Why are you afraid that I'll suck all her blood? Look at you, Lan Ling. You're such a conflicted woman. Don't you think it's too late to show your motherly love now? You pity her and want to save her. I didn't. You'd better not have it. If you try to approach her, don't blame me for not keeping my promise. Chinger, it was me who wronged you back then. If I save LOL, would you be willing to let everything pass? You'd better not call me that. I am already a monster. What else can be salvaged or passed indifferent? I think this is great now. When the time is ripe to obtain another token, take the young lady away after the blue family's revenge is avenged. What about 9,000 years old? He won't let us take Miss away. Miss may not be willing either. Do whatever it takes to act as an intermediary, if necessary. Let the young lady swallow the Forget River water. Fengwan Palace. Shiliang Mo, you have a cruel heart. You hated my second sister for killing her and Siener, but that's not enough now. Even Yongfu from this palace refuses to let go. Okay, Princess Yongfu just fell into the water and caught a cold. It's not a big deal, Princess, you. Since the noble consort said it was Jinmin who pushed Yongfu into the water, then please provide evidence. Otherwise, whoever dares to falsely accuse Jinmin will be falsely accusing this palace. I saw it with my own eyes. Princess Jinmin passed by the garden this morning. I asked Princess Yongfu for directions, but for some reason they got into an argument. Under the wrath of the princess, Poop pushed the princess into the lotus pond. Every sentence spoken by the servant belongs to Buying O. At that time, the steward of the Imperial garden arranged for everyone to rebuild the branches of the garden, so there are many people, and everyone in the Imperial garden has seen it. That's right, I went to Yuhua this morning, but I have never met Princess Yongfu, let alone pushed her into the water. If it's framing, it's likely that we can only bribe individuals. Han Guifei and Empress cannot bribe the entire palace. But now it turns out that people from all the palaces and halls in the garden have witnessed this with their own eyes. Jinmin now has complete evidence. If you are unable to testify on your own, this palace can only punish you according to its rules for the crime of plotting to harm the Dragon Clan. I want to see who dares to touch Jinmin in this palace. Don't go too far. Your Royal Highness Princess, it's because of your different status that you are so protective of a murderer who confuses the palace. It's too disrespectful to the laws and regulations of the palace. Han Wanyu, what kind of slut do you think you are? How dare you speak to this palace like this? It's just a plaything of the prince. What if I kill you in this palace? Princess. Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess, don't fall into the trap. This palace has lost its composure, but there is clearly something suspicious about this matter, and this palace cannot sit idly by. What reason does Jinmin have to harm Yongfu over a few bickering words? I know why Princess Jinmin wants to attack the princess. So there are also follow-up moves. If there's any dirty water you want to spill, why don't you mention it together? It saves everyone's time. It seems that the Empress and Han Guifei are really afraid of me and even used the Imperial Guard. Princess, why do you pretend not to know? That day, the servant took Princess Yongfu to play in the Imperial garden. Accidentally breaking through your rendezvous with Vice Commander Lin, you now have a murderous intent. I see. Vice Commander Lin Zishuan is the legitimate second son of General Wuling, the former commander of the Northwest Frontier Army, who served under the legitimate command of Duke Jing, is a perfect match for the princess. No wonder she wants to divorce Prince De. She's just a water nymph and shameless. Someone go to Xianlin, Deputy Commander. Come and confront him. No need. I won't admit what the princess hasn't done. The Queen wants to convict the princess, so please come over. Your Majesty has to summon Satamune every day, and I'm sure you wouldn't be at ease seeing Satamune today. Hao Jinmin is truly a noble person. This palace has no way of dealing with you. Someone here lock Princess Jinmin into a violent chamber and obey your Majesty's orders. Conspiracy is definitely a conspiracy. That bitch and Lin Zishuan must be colluding together. In my opinion, they should be separated and subjected to severe torture such as torture, artillery, branding, needle punching, and skin peeling. I can definitely make them tell the truth. Princess, please calm down. Besides, it's useless. After all, the old lady and Deputy Commander Lin Zishuan saw Princess Jinmin. Are you saying that someone has been impersonating you? You rewrite since I entered the palace to accompany you. This person has been changing his appearance to mine, appearing in unexpected places and making small movements when we are not paying attention, so. Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess, it's time to clean up your eyeliner. If it weren't for the traitor around Princess Chang, how could I have my every move under someone else's control? These people are so tired of living that they dare to put eyeliner around the palace. Don't worry, this palace will naturally uncover this person, but the question is, what should we do now? It's simple. This was done by the Queen and Han Guifei in collaboration, so just breaking their alliance is enough. Do the princesses think that two people who were originally mortal enemies will sincerely form an alliance with each other? You mean? Please give this letter to Han Guifei on my behalf, Princess. Han Guifei is a person blinded by greed. She's not that great. I would really sacrifice my wealth and honor to avenge my sister and nephew. That's how it is. I know that your majesty loves Jinming, but if the important minister's concubine is not punished, how can she take control of the 6 palaces to serve everyone? What does that mean? Then it depends on what you want to do. Jinming may have been confused for a moment after saying this, but this matter has already spread widely, and the name of the palace's rebellion and murder of the royal family is not small. I heard that the people at the Imperial Censorate are already drafting memorials. Your Majesty, if you can protect Jinming, please do so. Why not personally marry Princess Jinming and Deputy Commander Lin? What? Your Majesty, as long as you show mercy to the princess and leave alone, you have long intended to bestow the marriage of Vice Commander Lin. Since it's your intention, why bother stealing? Please explain. As for pushing Princess Yongfu into the water, it's enough to say that it was just a momentary mistake during a quarrel between the two of them, and reflect on their actions. Okay, let's do as you say. Thank you for your efforts, Empress. This is all within my jurisdiction. Although the Queen has hostility towards Moore, this is indeed the best way in this situation. It's late today and the night is hard to walk. Your Majesty has prepared lotus snow fungus soup. Your Majesty, Empress, please rest earlier. I will return to the Sanqing Hall to practice. Brother, what do you mean by a lifetime of struggle, Empress? You are the mother of the world and the ruler of the harem. What you are looking for is the smooth accession of the crown prince to the throne and the stability of the country. That's right, I no longer have any expectations for the relationship between husband and wife in my life, but I still have the crown prince. It's a pity today. Seeing Taiping about to kill Han Wanyu, that fox spirit, but it was destroyed by that little bitch Xiliang Mo. The existence of the Empress Dowager, Princess Da Chang, is beneficial for the stability of the Crown Prince's position. It's not difficult for the eunuch party to change the Crown Prince at the age of 9,000, as they are now abusing their power. Don't forget that both the 6th Prince and the 9th Prince have reached adulthood. Even if their mother's status is lowly, they are not fuel-efficient lamps. But brother, you know very well that Taiping treats Qingqian, so what are you still thinking about until now? Siblings, aunts, nieces, and nephews, those who achieve great things, are not bound by small details. I have taken your request into consideration and helped you eliminate Jinming, who may be useful to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. For Princess Da Chang, if you continue to act recklessly, then I won't be able to protect your position as queen for my brother. Sanqing Hall, Chuanzhenmin, Princess Xiliang Mo. Jinming, please see your Majesty. Girl, you're suffering. I dare not say that the enduring princess has already ordered the general to rearrange the violent room. I have thought about your matter. Since you are interested in the vice commander of the Forbidden Army, Lin Zixuan, I will marry you. Your Majesty Moer doesn't even know who Lin Zixuan is, so how could she fall in love with him? Surprisingly, it is so. I knew it was someone targeting you, girl. You're about to take action, Your Majesty. Something has happened outside. Someone came to report that Princess Jinming stabbed Vice Commander Lin. The princess is still confronting the Forbidden Army over there. Your Majesty has arrived. What the hell is going on here? Your Majesty, Princess Jinming may not be satisfied with being locked up in a violent room. On your way to meet, she suddenly arrived here. I don't know why I got into a dispute with Vice Commander Lin, but I stabbed him with a knife, clearly killing him to silence him. Prevent divulgence of one's secrets. How injured is Lin Zixuan? Can he still speak up? Vice Commander Lin was seriously injured and was taken away by the Imperial Arrow Sutra for treatment. His life should be unharmed, but Jinming, wielding a knife and making noise in the palace and forest, is involved in rebellion. Yi Zhao's palace rules and national laws are all against her, Tian. Although I don't know why Jinming assassinated Lin Zixuan, if she gave me the handle, don't blame this palace. It looks quite similar, girl. What do you think? Jinming doesn't know when she gained a clone. It is natural that such a heinous act should be dealt with in accordance with national laws and regulations. Why is there still a princess? What are you waiting for? Take down the thief who impersonates the royal princess, regardless of life or death. Empress, save the servants. I don't want to die, you promised me. What shameless nonsense are you spouting? This palace doesn't even know you. Who is here to kill and silence? It's an arrow shot by this seat. Why didn't the Empress say that such rebels should be killed? 99,000. When will I Ching return? The affairs of the Jiangyi camp have already been dealt with. Wei Chen received a secret report from the Shidi border and came back to discuss with His Majesty. I don't want to come back so coincidentally and see such a good show. The Queen's courage is really getting bigger and bigger. Queen, do you have anything to say? What else is there to say in this palace? But this palace lost to the daughter of that woman. Your Majesty, since this play is over, I will take my leave first. After a tiring day, Wei Chen wants to take a break. Okay, intentionally pretending not to see me at all, right? The assassin's assault case on May 9th, 19th year of Jing Tian. It ended with the serious injury of Lin Zixuan, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, and the death of the assassin. It is rumored that Empress Lu fell seriously ill due to shock, and Emperor Xianwen relocated her to the Changmen Palace for recuperation. From then on, Han Guifei took over the affairs of the 6 palaces on her behalf. Girl, I don't think there will be fewer people coming up with your ideas like this. Do you have someone in your heart that you are more interested in? Your Majesty, Moer, after all, she has just reconciled with Li and has no intention of having an affair with her children. Let's discuss this matter further. We can't continue like this. We need to quickly find a good marriage for Moer. Xiaoxingzi, go fetch some wine. Is Master's wine good to drink? The taste is pretty good. What do you want to say? It's nothing. I just want to try what my master often does to my disciples. You're such an unlikable girl. It's just that he looks ugly and can't spit out ivory from his dog's mouth. Isn't it all thanks to the guidance of our master that we can become dogs? Isn't it true that our master is also a dog? That's for each other. Rolling. Go away, master. Don't soak for too long, otherwise it will damage your perfect image if you become a floating corpse. Yes? Wasn't it an accident just now? No. That means you're provoking me as a teacher, so what? So what if it's not? Do you think you're a virgin? I can't touch you. You are the one who deceives teachers and destroys ancestors. Since my master said I deceived my master and destroyed my ancestors more, why don't you just justify this crime and show her master what is the real way to deceive her and destroy her ancestors? Girl, you're getting more and more reckless. Yes? Is it not possible? Moer really wants to know why her master is avoiding me. Don't you like Moer taking the initiative? Why are you avoiding her? Yeah, why is that? No need to say. Some things are said to be wrong. Hachio. Wipe your nose. Look at you like that. Thank you. What's wrong? This is yesterday's wedding anniversary was tough. At least it's getting cold in late spring and early summer when you cover yourself with a blanket. Princess, what are you talking about? You're still pretending to be me. I didn't see those red marks on your neck. I didn't expect this eunuch to be so skilled in archery and horsemanship, which really impressed the palace. Where are the red marks? Princess Moa remembered that she hasn't paid her respects to His Majesty today and won't be accompanying her. Actually, there's nothing there. I just said, how could Bai Liqing accidentally leave a handle for others like this? All right, don't go. Brother Huang's strange headache has flared up again. He just took Zhang Jinren's resurrection pill. I'm going to Jing Jiayu's palace again. I'm guessing what kind of dual cultivation is being practiced to nourish yin and yang. Headache syndrome. Does your majesty have a headwind? Jinming, you are also one of our own. Let me tell you, in recent years, the prince has been caught off guard and feels uncomfortable, rolling and shedding tears all over the ground like a madman without reason. Several palace maids died by mistake under the sword of the prince because of this. The imperial physician has no way but to use the elixir sent by 90 years old to temporarily postpone his condition. Why does this illness sound like something addictive or infected? Only the elixir of Bai Liqing can be temporarily postponed. Is it Bai Liqing poisoning? All right, let's not talk about those annoying things anymore. I came here today to give you a gift. This is the beloved pet of this palace, Fang Guan. This man. Surprisingly, there are some similarities between Bai Liqing and Si Chengqian. Suddenly hugged. Please be considerate of people in this palace. No matter what Bai Liqing does, eunuchs always use jade gestures, which are not good for women. Although this farm official may not be as handsome as Bai Liqing, he still has some charm. More importantly, his sexual skills are top-notch and will surely make you mesmerized every night. Wang's good friend Yi is very grateful. Can. I knew in your palace that Xiao is not sentimental. Fangguan will borrow you for 3 months. If you want to taste the taste of being a man, you should do it early. According to my elder brother, he intends to find another good marriage for you. What I clearly refused the emperor, indicating that I don't want to get married again. The imperial decree for choosing a husband should come soon. Just wait for it. According to the imperial decree of the heavenly carrier. Today, Princess Jinming of Xiliang, who is only 28 years old, is virtuous, wise, virtuous, and beautiful. I pity him for being alone and desolate after leaving specially arranged for her to choose a husband. Any unmarried man or woman with excellent conduct can participate in the selection process. The main purpose of this county is to visit His Majesty at the Sanqing Hall. Once the princess's decree is issued, it is impossible for you to take it back. Even if you go, there is nothing we can do besides. According to Lord Qinsui's intention, you will eventually have to find another home. Oh, is that what the master meant? What does master want me to do? Who does he want me to marry? How dare I inquire casually about the intentions of Lord Qinsui? I'm so difficult. Why am I here to preach? Qinsui Yi, why are you and your wife arguing and using me to vent your anger? Okay, could you please relay the message to master, sir? If he wants me to get married, then I will get married. Bastard Bai Liqing. Surprisingly, he didn't come looking for me at all. I definitely don't want to see that bastard. I just need to ask Qingmu Mudding what he wants to do with my marriage. Your Highness, why are you here? Why can't the Crown Prince come and see his sister, whereas you may dressed up for a rendezvous with someone? Your Highness, have you been drinking? The alcohol smell on Si Chengqian's body is too strong. You are really the younger sister of this palace. There are rumors circulating in the palace that your mother had a bad relationship with this palace, while you share the same bloodline with your father. Xiliang Mobin Palace wants you to answer me if this is true. I am unable to answer your Highness's question. I am the daughter of Duke Jinghua and naturally the legitimate heir of the Duke's mansion. As for the other maidens, I do not know. Didn't you already take action against the Empress Dowager of this palace? Do you still not know? Your Highness, Your joking mower is humble, but also a life, naturally unable to be manipulated by others. People don't offend me, I don't offend. Your Highness, instead of blaming me, it's better to manage the Empress Dowager well. Get the hell out of here. Do you have the courage to kill this palace? If I wanted to kill your Highness with the knife I just made, I shouldn't just cut your arm 3 times, but directly penetrate your heart. I'm just trying to make your Highness sober up. You've kissed and touched me, and I'm sure you should know that women are just like this. After drinking too much, Shantai often doesn't know what to do freely. Your Highness is a crown prince of a country. Don't be greedy and cause trouble. If there are still things to deal with, I won't send you to your Highness. Shiliang Mo, you're doing well. I really underestimated these men. Does Emperor Bai Li Qing Si Cheng Qian really think that I am someone who can be manipulated at will? On the day of Morris' blind date banquet 3 days later. There's no need to dress up so grandly. This blind date banquet is just a formality. Do you really think I can find a husband at this blind date banquet? No, Princess, today she must outshine the crowd and not let others laugh at her, otherwise it would make us feel guilty. Let's go. We should go out. Princess. Fangguan, what are you doing? The princess instructed the princess to serve the officials wherever she went. If the princess cannot experience the beauty of male and female love, we must make Fangguan a true eunuch. Fangguan naturally needs to follow the princess. The princess's kindness is naturally essential. You can follow me if you want, but as a male pet, I feel the need for a male pet. If you do anything to betray your master, don't blame me for being heartless. Fangguan will definitely abide by his duties. Yes, who is your prince? It's Princess Taiping. I'll ask again who your master is. It's the princess. Very good. This princess at the forefront of the storm is really. It's very different from what's rumored. Interesting. There are so many people coming today. It seems that Princess Jinmin is highly favored, and even His Majesty personally attended the blind date banquet. What's wrong with being favored? I don't want to marry such a woman back. I heard that she, Yang Hua 5, had an affair with a servant behind the back of Prince De, being jealous and causing miscarriage in other rooms. I'm afraid that's not right. I've heard that Princess Jinmin is extremely virtuous. I couldn't stand the Empress Dowager's abuse of concubines, indulgence of concubines, and destruction of wives, so I resolutely parted ways with her. Princess Jinmin arrived. Your Majesty's blessings. Hurry up and wave the gift. These days, the ups and downs have made the child Jinmin even more beautiful. Is it because of your Majesty's care that these days have been comfortable? Thanks to the meticulous care of the Empress, who took care of the 6 palaces like a mother. Mower is very grateful in her heart. Is Shiliang Mo warning me? That's right, I did betray the Emperor and joined forces with her in the end, but Qian Sui Yi. This young eunuch looks surprisingly similar to the 9,000-year-old, although not as seductive as him. It is even more elegant. I don't know what the princess thought of the flute sound below. Mower is not good at music, but she can still hear the young master's flute sound, which is excellent. Princess Musin. Absurd! How could your Majesty and the Empress hold a banquet for such a despicable person as Shiliang Mo? At first, my son was concerned about the relationship between the 2 families and did not inform the world of her actions. I don't want her, but I don't know how to repent. The eunuch next to Jinmin is not a eunuch at all, but a normal man. This kind of corrupt woman who confuses the court should be stripped of her princess title and sentenced to death. Princess De, please don't speak nonsense. If it's true as you said, your Majesty and this palace will naturally investigate the truth and punish you severely. Although his identity as a male pet was exposed, it was a dead end. It's a pity to have such a superficial talent, but I can't tolerate any softening of my heart. Han Wanyu, this stupid bug. This matter should be turned into a big matter and a small matter. She deliberately responded to the request of that despicable woman, the German queen. I dare not be biased towards such a filthy person. God TM has been chaste for many years. How can we, the virtuous family members who have been chaste for many years, handle ourselves? Where is your mistress, Steward Cheen? I have never seen such a shameless person before. What will other unmarried ladies do, and where will the palace rules and laws be placed? This noble official. Since everyone hopes that Fang Guan will go for a physical examination, then let's take care of Lian Gong. Coincidentally, the princess's innocence has also been restored. Yes. Don't worry, it's just a knife, it's over. Stay in the darkroom for a month. After the wound is healed, the princess will ask your majesty to grant you a position as a second-class official eunuch. If you don't make it through, this princess will also give you a grand funeral. Fangguan is indeed a clean body. No, it's impossible. I'm also tired of the banquet. Let's call it a day. Since the noble consort enjoys liveliness, she just needs to enjoy it here. Your Majesty. Why did Your Majesty even direct the fire towards me? Look at this. The Empress has always regarded you as a delicate person with 18 senses. I don't know why you closed your mind this time. When has Your Majesty been interested in attending banquets these years? I was impressed by you today. I'm afraid this Xiangwan car won't be able to pick you up at the Empress's palace for some days. Your Majesty, please take care of yourself. Get the hell out of here. Let go of me. How to prepare to become a real eunuch. What's the taste like? What does the princess really want? If you really want to castrate Fang Guan, you can start by ordering someone to take her away from the beginning. There's no need to wait until now. The princess never shows mercy towards traitors. Eunuch, you're a good thing for throwing stones into a well and betraying the Lord, but this princess has always cherished her talents, so I'm giving you one last chance. As long as you seduce Han Wanyu and Han Guifei for me. Princess, aren't you crazy? How could someone like Fang Guan approach that one? Is that so? What do I think you were interested in that person at the banquet just now? If you don't want to, you can keep a piece of your treasure as punishment. This woman, I hope that Fang Guan will do well. As long as the Princess Shiguan is willing to do it, she is willing to do it because I suddenly realized. I have fallen in love with the princess. Your beautiful and gentle face, yet with such cold and cruel eyes, is truly enchanting. Princess Fangguan likes smart people, but I really dislike smart people lying to me and pretending to be smart. Don't do such foolish things again in the future. If you haven't completed the task, don't expect to sell your color to get away with it. I'm more than happy to show you what a real stick is. Lian Gongong just thanked you for settling this matter for me. Moore has really troubled Gongong a lot. It's just a servant's duty. Has the princess ever thought of how to deal with the German queen? The princess has also received a lot of criticism in this palace. If the German queen had just provoked me today, I would have died tragically in the palace. How does the guild think people think of me? I understand now, and I will ensure that everyone can clearly see the safe and sound departure of the German queen from the palace. Don't give them any chance to slander the princess. Then the servant should leave first. Miss, she's becoming more and more like 1,000 years old. Is this just a married couple? It's just that Chen Sui started as a eunuch. Miss, do you want to be like this? You can't even stand up to your own flesh and blood. Speaking of which, it seems like the lunar event has been going on for a month and it's difficult for me not to come. Baiyu, what's wrong with you? I'm not feeling well today. Maybe I caught a cold yesterday. Miss, can you allow the servant to go back and rest first? Go ahead. How are you and Xin Baiyu doing with question A4T recently, by Xingqin Meiqi? Meiqi is okay, but she always likes to provoke the servants. I don't know what his brain is all about, always thinking about things that should only be considered after getting married. However, I remember that the young lady's words were not given. Remember, if a man gets it too easily, he won't cherish it. Women are different from men. If you haven't truly seen a man clearly, don't easily surrender yourself, but it doesn't mean that if the relationship lasts for a long time, it won't last forever. Can emotions be so calculated, like buying and selling? That's right, this is the lifelong business of buying and selling hammers. When a man loves you, he truly loves and pities you. If you don't love, then you won't love anymore. Do you know that if these two feelings last for a long time, they won't exist day and night? It was just a poem written by Qing Guan to send away the courtesan he had promised to marry. Poor generation of famous courtesans who stopped accepting guests just for this sentence and died tragically in the end, but Qing Guan slept soundly in other brothels until dawn. But, miss, don't you and Mr. Chitos also? Of course, Mr. Chitos is different. After all, he's not even a man. Maybe we should go see a doctor if we really have this child. The princess is in such a difficult situation now, and I can never bring her any more trouble. Sister Yuer. Xiaoluzi, let go. What kind of unity can be achieved in broad daylight? Sister Yuer, it's already nightfall. Xiaoluzi deliberately waited until night to find her sister. Isn't this broad daylight? Go away. Can you stop pestering me all the time? Sister Yuer, what's wrong with you? Weren't we all fine yesterday? You still slept with Xiaoluzi in your arms. Shut up. If it weren't for you sneaking into my room in the middle of the night with a blanket in your arms and saying that you were afraid of the palace maid ghost, I would have let you stay. At first, I clearly let him sleep on the ground, but at some point he ran onto my bed. Now thinking about it, Mei Lu is an assassin from the Ministry of Rights who has killed countless people. How could he be afraid of ghosts? I pity him for being immersed in blood since childhood, but being coaxed by him so much that he inexplicably gave up his body. You go out now. Don't come looking for me again. Don't act like you don't understand anything. You can easily deceive the third sister with this kind of behavior. Humph, keep pretending. Have you been exposed today? Are you fucking crazy? You actually did such a thing to your colleague. If you still can't learn to shut up, I don't mind letting you relive how you lost to me in the Meizu competition back then. Cough. Cough, 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 cough. Grandma, give me a bowl of water for Lin, Lin and I. Female Lin? Female Ma. Shiliang speechless. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you for many years, and you refuse to take a step out of Jinglan Hall even when your daughter gets married. So, I came here to see you. The donor's murderous intent is too strong. Don't pollute the Jinglan Hall. It's better to accompany the aunties in your courtyard. Besides, didn't you not believe that she was your biological daughter back then? So why come here again and make such a scene? Lan Ling, I promised not to step into this Buddhist temple again, but we agreed on the terms at that time. Don't you understand? He already knows now. He has already met Moore. Seeing that Moore has almost the same appearance as you, I identified Moore as his daughter and yours. He hopes to be with you guys, a family reunion here. More importantly, he has begun to suspect that the token you handed over back then was counterfeit. Who is it? Only the two of you know about this. Who broke their promise? Those of you who have broken your oath, the entire clan, will perish in the north without a place to bury themselves, and will forever fall into hell without being reborn. For so many years, I don't know if it's better to call you stupid or naive. Do you really think what happened back then was seamless? Have you forgotten that there was someone else who also knew about this? Is it Lu Ziming too? Why did he clearly promise me? Why do you think he's the same Lu Ziming from back then? People can change. We have all become unrecognizable. Only you are still in these decades of illusions, unable to wake up from a dream. Empress Lu has been demoted by the Emperor to the Changmen Palace for attempting to frame that girl. Now that Empress Han has monopolized power in the rear, the 6 Imperial palaces are highly valued by the Emperor. Do you think Lu Ziming would let things continue like this? After all, he is the elder brother of Empress Lu and a member of the Lu family. Blue Ling, in order to prevent the situation from getting out of control, why don't you give me the remaining half of the token first? What do you want to do with the token? Is it really a reversal, or do you want to dedicate it to the Emperor? Just like before, keep your family full of glory and wealth. What you think? The Emperor just summoned 11 Liangjing into the palace today and said he plans to promote him to the position of Deputy Commander of the Forbidden Army. Bailaking, if you don't speak, someone will think you're mute. Shiliang is speechless. You will always be selfish and ungrateful. You have already destroyed my blue family, now you have to destroy your last vow to my father for that woman's son. I shouldn't have married you. Linger, I'm not like that. You're going to kill me. He can't die from such a slight injury after all these years. Don't you still hold on to him in your heart? I didn't. Regardless of whether you feel fortunate or not, you gave birth to a daughter that suits my heart well, which can offset half of your debt. Your wish will come true for you, but you should be well aware of the cost involved. Yeah, everyone has to pay a price for their wishes, you're right. It's been so many years and everything has changed. Chinger, I'm sorry for lying to you back then. You should say this to Belilo, a fool like you. Master, who do you want me to see in the middle of the night? Mama dragged me up and carefully dressed me up like this. You'll know when the princess goes. Okay, go ahead if he really wants to give me away. Sooner or later I will make him regret being human in this life. Princess, please. What are you doing? Insignificant skill. You're such a despicable girl, I didn't actually wear underwear. Right back at you thanks to Master's guidance, otherwise how could we have today's disciple? Your face. What are you doing? I'm scared as a teacher, knowing that you are alive and making you hit this series is considered angry originally. As a teacher, I wanted to be gentle and leave you with some beautiful memories for the first time tonight. After all, this kind of thing is always a bit uncomfortable for the first time. For the first time, what too? What did you put into my body? Poison is so painful. My flowers have reached the stage of blooming and bearing fruit. They are truly stunning in beauty. Master Ajio Shuan, little flower, come down to the moon. My teacher would feel sorry to see you shedding tears. Save me, save me. Why? Why would he have? Go away, you. Shoo, it's okay. It's the first day of the month. I can't control the manic things in my body. All I can do is try to make you slowly accommodate them. But your tears, your sweetness, your pain, it makes me unable to stop. My flower, my most beautiful flower. Oh, wow. All right, stop crying. You're crying so hard that even my teacher feels sorry for you. Damn it, do you feel sorry? Dig it out and show me you're such a fake eunuch. The shameless pervert even lied to me before that I am the body of Tianyin. I am not a celestial eunuch, it's just that many years ago, for some reason, I practiced the guarding element function, which made me look like a celestial eunuch. However, practicing this skill requires maintaining the body of the Yuanyang boy. But from now on, this skill can be considered broken. Why did you suddenly decide today this is for me? Because the time has come. By chance, as a teacher, I had the opportunity to thoroughly understand the prohibitions and residual toxins on my body. If you cannot obtain the blood of your virginity within 6 hours after taking medication and adjusting your breath, the antidote I take will turn into poison, causing the mark on my body to instantly spread and my entire blood to be broken, resulting in my death. Do you have any blood relationship with the person who planned to use me as a drug guide to give you medicine from the beginning? It seems that you are indeed intelligent. Smart, but it's just self-proclaimed intelligence. I thought it was my own ability to attract your attention and gain your support by doing everything possible. But I didn't expect it to be all my own sentimentality and self-righteousness. If I had known, no matter what I did, you would have been useful to me in the end. I should have put the effort I put into you on someone else. From the beginning, I was just a jumping clown. I have never been his opponent, and I am not qualified to be on an equal footing with him. There's one more thing I haven't finished speaking about as a teacher. Haha, there is actually a faster and safer way to detoxify a teacher. I just want you to take the medicine and your blood 49 times a day to transfer the remaining poison to you on the day when your chi and blood are depleted and you become a dried corpse. The poison and prohibitions of being a teacher will also be lifted. And there's no need to lose all your internal strength within a month like now Bailaking has lost all her internal strength now. This girl is really tough. It seems that Master really doesn't have any scammers just now. With that palm strike, Bai Li Qing's body did not have any internal strength to resist. That's right, so anyone can be killed as a teacher within these 30 days if the disciple is willing. Why not give it a try? After all, it's rare to have the opportunity to kill the current Chief Minister of Rites. That's right, what a wonderful temptation it is now. With just one blow, I can take care of him. Kill him. Kill this insult, control me, play with me, even take over my demon. Isn't this my wish? I have always hated him like this. Hate his kind of calculation without any last resort, hate the feeling of him treating me like a pet, hate his superiority and forcing himself. I hate everything that seems insignificant in his eyes even more. It seems that this wicked master of mine has truly succeeded. Even my beloved disciple, like outsiders, wishes to skin me and eat my flesh, but what's the point? What should have been untied today has been untied, and what should have been tasted has also been tasted. It's so romantic that it can be considered as peony transformation. If you really want to die, why do you have to undo the poison on your body? Isn't the method of death also very interesting? The head of the Imperial Household Department, Bai Li Qing, never accepts any threat from anyone, and even if he dies, he can only die in the way he chooses. No one can control him to kill him unless he is willing. My teacher said he would give you a chance to kill me after you're done. You can have Maid take you on a trip to the uterus. You still have Chuanong's poison crown prince on you, and he will definitely be happy to help you unlock this poison. It's not difficult to make the crown prince crazy about you with your current cultivation level. As for the imperial decree of the Minister of Rites as a teacher, no one will trouble you. Surprisingly, even the aftermath has been arranged step by step, taking over my body and arranging all the escape routes for me. Is this a slap in the face and a sweet date reward? Killing the master may sound like a long time, but your teachings are wrong. If you die easily, wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? And my disciple doesn't like the clear path you pointed to at all. I really don't have much interest in serving someone like a man, since my master has given me the power to kill you. When to use this power is up to me to decide. I didn't show mercy with my palm just now. If you don't have internal strength to protect yourself and don't want to die, just obediently take the medicine. You're still so easily softened, it's really foolish. You're not afraid. I deliberately spoke like this to save my own life. Are you giving up? This is my disciple's wish. My disciple has long sworn that one day he will slap his master's face so hard that even your mother won't recognize him. If the master doesn't want to be tortured, speak less and answer the disciple's questions obediently, such as why on earth do you favor my disciple so much? Is it because you once had a crush on my mother's empathy, or because you have already fallen in love with my disciple? We are all smart people, so there's no need to play dumb anymore. Although I don't know what your relationship is with my mother, I'm sure it's an old acquaintance. My disciple is not foolish enough to see that when you first looked at me, there was always a hint of looking at someone else. It's like the way the Emperor looks at me. In addition, today you said that the trigger for the antidote must be my blood. It means that the person who poisoned you in the first place must have a blood relationship with me. If my cheap dad could poison you, he wouldn't have been oppressed by you in court for so many years. You once said you had a foster sister. That person is my mother, isn't she? What are you trying to say? Master should ask me what I want to do. My disciple has been tempered by my master for so long, and now it's time for me to relieve the hatred in my heart. A bit more literary is called deceiving the master and destroying the ancestor, but not so literary is called fuck you. Haha, what are you going to do to the teacher with your appearance? Do you know how to do it? It doesn't hurt anymore. Master, you must maintain your childlike body in order to practice the Shuyuan Gong. Does that mean that the Shuyuan Gong was broken on my disciple? Master, you are just a child. This is my first time, and so are you. We are all inexperienced masters, so why do we have to make such an old and skilled appearance? Master, the way you used to always act arrogantly and give orders, does it look really annoying, or is it better like this now? You sit down. Not really. You shameless girl, who taught you these things? My master taught me actually. A 1,000-year-old man like this is also very cute. Cool 3. Does the master want an apprentice, so you should know what I want you to say, right? It has nothing to do with your mother, whispering softly. What? I can't hear you. I said it's a copper coin relationship with your mother, but what I want is you. Is that enough, this traitor? I'm so angry. This girl is really proud and unyielding. Master, remember what you said today. If one day I knew you had deceived me. Heart. It doesn't hurt. Why does it still hurt, even though it's not my first time taking medication? Purifying the ideals of the 1,000-year-old master is indeed great, but the reality is very fragile. It's really his uncle's pain. You're just putting in a lot of effort with your words. Girl, take pleasure in other people's misfortune. You. All right, as a teacher, I won't say anymore. You're such a girl that people can't do anything about you. It really validates that statement. This woman is the most intelligent, gentle, and pitiful. This woman hates, and deserves to be killed the most. Ah woo ah ah Gio. This world is so empty and lonely, yet I just want to gaze at you. Where can you go looking at someone so similar to me in the past? I don't know when it started, but my gaze gradually couldn't leave you. Remember what my teacher said, but you also need to remember. In your eyes, there can only be a teacher. I can no longer tolerate you leaving, I can't tolerate you not belonging to me, and I can't tolerate your eyes without me. Okay, master. Be good, eat it. This is the night fragrance bead that repairs and nourishes, which is hard to come by in gold. I'm uncomfortable. Cunning. Princess. Mama. The two lords of the county have been sleeping all night. You have been working hard every day. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on without some more things. I slept for so long. Mama, please put the breakfast on the table first. I'll use it later and go to the Sanching Hall to estimate. What is this too? Bela King, that bastard, actually intentionally. I don't know if you need to be considerate of me. Mama, these days or two isn't anyone helping me clean up. It's all Mr. Chitos, who personally brought water to scrub for you. How many years has it been since Chinsui had a biological grandfather? It can be seen that the princess is indeed different. As for your Majesty's side, Lord Kyanal has already informed me yesterday that you are not feeling well. Your Majesty was originally supposed to visit, but he was invited back by the old man under the pretext that the princess needed rest. Chinsui Yi said you have other important matters to attend to these days. Important matters, miss? Madam, she has already gone. Launcher, she's dead. Miss and Mr. Chitos have only been living the days of honey blending oil these past 2 days. After finally rounding up the house, it was immediately hit like this. Unfortunately, Lan Ling's death can almost be said to have been orchestrated by the 1,000-year-old master. If Lan Ling doesn't die, Chinsui Yi won't be able to get enough pills made from her blood to take it, once unable to completely detoxify the young lady's sexual intercourse. Really? Then I should also go see her for the last time. Miss, aren't you upset, miss? Why not even a tear shed? Why should I be sad? Just Lan Ling, a lady of heaven, with some ingenuity and wisdom, and the great prestige of the marshal's father. After winning a few battles and being appointed as a general, one cannot clearly see what it means to have one emperor and one courtier. I think I have only love in my mind. It is only natural that she will end up today. Miss, how could you say that? Madam, when your Majesty forcibly ordered Madam to enter the palace to serve you, Madam resisted in order to protect you. As a result, he was suspected by the Duke of China. Later, His Majesty said that you were his bone and blood, and he wanted to take you away. If you're not his bone and blood, you have to be killed, madam. I can only admit that you are His Majesty's bone and blood. I will escape into the void and never see your Majesty and the Duke again. That's why she dare not show you any visible care, but the servant has been secretly protecting you under the orders of the madam. Rather than saying she did it for me, it's better to say that she made this decision for my heartless father. She has always been unwilling to give up on my father, which is why she stayed here. Otherwise, she could have gone to the outer temple to become a monk, so why stay at the Duke's mansion all the time? It's just that I hate my father for abandoning his vows and marrying again and again. Are you unwilling to give up your status as the main wife, a wife who is suspicious of herself, heartless and ungrateful, innocent and indifferent, and foolish? Comes out my father and mother are truly a perfect match. Miss M.O., please don't be so disrespectful to your mother. Who taught you to be so rude and rough? Father, you have forgotten, didn't it always be your beloved Mrs. Han who raised me back then? You disobedient woman, don't stop talking. You hit it right in front of my deceased mother. She must be happy to see you beat me to death. Even death is better than decades of half-dead agony. Injustice, injustice, I shouldn't have married you back then, Blue Ling. It was me who caused you harm. Madame Guigong, she has a sentence for you. The flowers bloom on the roadside, and my concubine has passed away. Please take care of my delicate and weak child. Moore, I'm sorry. Moore, as a father, will never abandon you again. Is it my father's fault? Father. Lan Ling's death finally has some use. With her death, Duke Jinghua will probably completely let go of his guard against me. From now on, only pity and love remain. The young lady is no longer the pure and innocent young lady she used to be. Her heart was sharpened to be harder than a stone, and she would never mourn for her deceased mother. Madame's death is just an opportunity for her to regain her benefits. Madam, do you know that the young lady will become like this now? Did I find a chance to give her the Forget River water? Come back. Well, I'm back. Give chilled osmanthus sour plum soup. I made it myself. Good tasting, master. Besides making sweet soup, what else can you do? Which of the 160 Southern-style dishes in the Imperial kitchen would you like to eat? Chin Sui Yi Wei Wu, master, is indeed IKEA E. Is there anything else you don't know? There are many. For example, as a teacher, I still haven't learned how to break you, aren't you, master? Could you be more shameless? Does the girl hate me? Do you want to see me curse more, or do you want to see me cry with resentment and beg for your responsibility? No, I'm just asking if you're responsible for me. 9,000-year-old man, is this asking me for marriage? So what can you give me? What did you want? Half of the tokens from the Blue family are in the hands of my father, and the other half are in the hands of my master. Moore hasn't seen what the token looks like yet. The apprentice has such a big appetite. Should we pay some interest as a teacher first? Interest. Very beautiful. This time, my disciple will play some exciting games with my master. Master, do you dare to respond? I can't see how good you are, girl. I have to teach you this. I don't need to teach, I just need to trouble the teacher. Wait a little longer, disciple. Sir, please lie down obediently. I'll lend the card to you, disciple. I'll come back after I finish my business to honor you. If you don't like lying down like this and don't mind being mesmerized, they'll see you like this. You can also ask them to come in and help you untie the rope. Stinky girl, if you don't obediently untie and become a teacher, you'll have to endure it for a while. When did this girl steal the token from me while I wasn't paying attention? Master Moore will never break her promise. Just wait for an hour or two. If the Tianshan gold silk sword doesn't enter, don't struggle too hard. Don't go. I will feel sorry for hurting my master's delicate skin. Shiliang Mo. Linger. Father. Moore, why are you back? You shouldn't have left the palace again at this time. If His Majesty finds out tomorrow, it may not be appropriate. Father Moore came because she had already obtained half of the Blue family token from her mother's hands. What blue family token is in your hand? Take it out and give it to my father. Father forgives, daughter cannot take it out now on her mother's will. It was stated that the task assigned to Moore had not been completed. Moore dared not go against her mother's wishes. What did your mother say? What does she want to do? My mother said she wants to merge the two tokens into one in front of the ancestors' spirit tablet to inform the spirits of our ancestors in heaven. She has done her utmost as a daughter to preserve the glory of her ancestors and destroy these two tokens in front of our ancestors, not allowing anyone to obtain the symbol of the highest honor token of the blue family, so as not to cause suffering for the living. You can't do this without being a father, Shengmin. Moore, this token is extremely important for the safety of our country's government. We can't easily destroy it. Moore has learned the truth about her father's past from by Mama. You have already betrayed the blue family once. Now do you still want Moore to go against her mother's last wish? No, it's not like that. Moore, as a father, has wronged you and your mother, but being a father is also to protect the national government and safeguard our family nowadays. The situation of Jinghua Public Mansion is as severe as before. Your Majesty already knows that the half token we gave him back then was fake. If there is something wrong with the Jinghua government's nest, how can there be a complete egg? If the father only wants to keep the token for His Majesty's fear, it's not impossible. Just the father needs to take out another token and combine it with the token on Moore's body. Swear not to abuse the token in front of the ancestral and mother's spirit tablets. Okay, as a father, I promise you. Everything related to tokens is of great significance. As a father, I never even told your older brother where it was placed. Remember, not to be known by malicious people outside. Come with me as a father. This is the oil refined by mermaids captured deep in the South China Sea, and it was also found by your Blue Army Eternal for thousands of years. It will suddenly become bright when encountering wind and airflow. The Jinghua Mansion was also built by the Blue Army, commissioned by your grandfather back then. The underground tunnel leads to the escape routes outside the three cities. Even with such a rear route built, it seems that Marshal Blue is not completely unprepared for the Emperor. It's only because of Blue Feather that she ended up dying tragically. Giving birth to a daughter who died for love is truly the most unlucky thing in his life. It's better to be wrapped in a horse leather and die on the battlefield. Here we are. These are the brothers who fought alongside your father and mother on the frontier. At that time, my father has always worshipped their spirit tablets here. Since father's mother's spirit tablet is already here, we should take out a plaque to worship them. The card is actually hidden in such an inconspicuous place. This is the token that the Blue family once held the power to dispatch troops and horses across the country. After so many years, they are finally together again. Yeah, they finally. It belongs to me now. Please, heroes or bears, bless me from heaven so that I can get the precious army of the Blue family as soon as possible. Don't fall into the hands of my ungrateful cheap father and Emperor O, and in the hands of that old fox, Bailaking. Look at how successful you are. That army has become arrogant before finding anyone. Sure enough, this little trick won't be able to trap Bailaking for long. What about being reckless? Master said it lightly. For so many years, you people have held great power, but some of you haven't even touched the edge of the card. In the end, it was me, who had no power or influence, who got the token. What did you use for the old man in Shiliang? It looks good. It's a newly made fragrance that can temporarily confuse people's minds. Why does Master want to give it a try? As a teacher, I really want to try on you. Maybe I can see you dancing naked. If Master can't think of running naked over the court, he might as well give it a try. Master, stealing things from others may damage your glorious image. The style of being a teacher should also be about seizing talent. It also depends on whether you can grab it, Master. Haha, as a good teacher, I like your temperament. If I remember correctly, the other token belongs to my teacher. That was originally a token from the Blue family. Did you use any means to obtain it from my mother? At this moment, you remembered recognizing your mother. Girl, you are really shameless, but if something is in the hands of this seat, then it belongs to this seat. Any person in this world who I want is also my own. So even helping Lan Ling keep the Jinghua mansion all these years is because of her master's desire. Your Majesty hated my father to the bone back then. Over the years, my father has risen step by step, but the eunuch has openly suppressed him. Yet he has always been the top martial general in junior high school. If there is no master's handwriting in this, Mower doesn't believe it. What, are you jealous of your mother? That's right, I just don't like it when someone knows everything. Some people can only play small chess games as a casual pastime for their subordinates. Okay, since you're asking as a teacher, let me know. Your mother went into seclusion back then to save your father, this ungrateful scoundrel, because your Majesty cannot tolerate her staying by your father's side. And as a teacher once received the favor of Marshal Blue. Although I detest the useless woman Lan Ling as my teacher, I still want to protect her and the Jinghua mansion for Marshal Lan. How about this answer? The disciple is satisfied with it. It's not impossible for a disciple to have the token in their master's hand, but there is a condition for being a teacher. What conditions do you want your disciple to agree to for someone like master who can get anything he wants? You will eventually know that if you make a deal with your teacher, you will naturally lose. Okay, my father will wake up soon and see us in this state. It's really amazing. Quickly take out the things. You made 2 fake order cards, right? How can this shameless old monster be in heat anytime, anywhere? Girl, you're really calculating. Surprisingly, from the very beginning when I saw the token in my hand, I was already included in the calculation. Who let my disciple not have as many capable subordinates as my master? Time is running out, and my mother's death can only give my father a brief impact. If time drags on for too long, he will inevitably become suspicious. Master, you can work harder. All right, sir. Let's not waste our time either. You should leave quickly. My father's medicine is almost over. You wicked little girl with a black heart. Master, please leave quickly. It's my disciple's mistake. I will definitely come to your doorstep for service later. Humph. Father, what's wrong with you? Why don't you enshrine the token? My father has it always been like this? Han Kuo's daughter doesn't know what her father is thinking, but this token is for the daughter whose mother hopes to burn it. She hopes her father can use this token carefully. My father promised you. Big brother. What did you say to your father? Big brother, if you have any questions, it's better to ask your father directly. Mower is just a weak woman. What can she do? Weak woman, didn't you join forces with Dong to frame me and make my father no longer trust me? Don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night for not doing anything wrong. Sister, thanks to her worries, isn't she afraid? Yeah, my little sister did it. Thanks so much. I just feel like everyone else owes her a debt. If you don't recover 1 or 2, you naturally feel that you owe yourself a lot. Since that's the case, I have a great gift for my brother to give to my sister. Brother, what is this? Did Mrs. Li San commit any capital crime? She killed the mistress of the national mansion and played with conspiracies and tricks. Shouldn't she be killed? Brother, do you have any evidence? The Li family is also a prominent figure in the current dynasty. If the Li family dies like this, do you think the Li family will give up easily? Mrs. Li San was just robbed by a strong man on her way to the temple to offer incense. There was no further news afterwards. Why would the Li family make a scene with such a despicable woman who has lost her chastity? Since Big Brother has already come up with a comprehensive strategy, then little sister has nothing else to say. Sister, take your leave first. Shiliang Mo, you ruthless and cold-blooded girl. You actually know how to use martial arts. Mrs. Li San was killed by her elder brother. Isn't it ridiculous for you, as a murderer, to blame bystanders for lacking empathy? With your reckless nature, besides causing trouble for the Shiliang family, there is no benefit. I advise my elder brother to cultivate himself for a few more years. One day, Shiliang Mo, one day I will tear off your calm mask. As a teacher, I thought you had eloped with your big brother and didn't remember coming back. What's wrong with the girl? You are so enthusiastic that I am not used to it at all as a teacher. You said I could kill you, right? What, are you planning to deceive your master and destroy your ancestors now? If one day someone brings a head containing your head to me, I will immediately set you on fire, throw you in the toilet, have a grand banquet for guests for 3 days, and then recruit a bunch of male pets to serve you. This girl was originally uneasy because of the death of Leisure. I promised you someone in this world who could take my life with you. There won't be a second person who will do it. Never deceive each other in this life. There is an urgent report at the border of Yi. This girl. Sleep well. King. Princess, do you want to use some ice sugar snow ear lotus seed soup? It was handmade by Mr. Chitos in the small kitchen after you fell asleep. He made it himself, didn't he always accompany me? The young lady is not sleeping soundly, so the 1,000-year-old man asked someone to cook some calming soup for you. Mama has been doing it for thousands of years, but she thinks the medicinal taste is too strong. I personally went to the kitchen and made sweet soup. I didn't expect my grandfather to cook sweet soup. Although Yi comes from a noble background, he also rose from the yellow gate of the Imperial household department to become a person by His Majesty's side. Nature must be able to do everything. It's not easy for Mr. Chitos to come this far. Miss has always been a smart person who should understand. King. I also need to pick myself up again. King doesn't need my mercy. What he needs is someone who understands him and can help him deliver the people behind his back. Rue, please change my clothes for me. For this reason, I cannot remain depressed or stagnant. There's still something to do today. What about the little prince? It's been several days now. How long will he keep my queen under house arrest? What is he afraid of? The prince died for His Majesty. If your Majesty dares to touch my queen, what should the world censors write about him now? He has also sent his queen back well, hasn't he? Princess, please be patient. The little prince said he will come, so he will come naturally. I want to see Fomer and ask him to come over to me immediately. Mother, what are you doing? I should ask you what you're doing unexpectedly, the mother consort who raised you with one hand under house arrest for that cheap hoof. Didn't I do all of this to give you and Hanko bad breath? Are you really trying to vent your anger to the prince's mansion or to the Grand Steward Chin? You know it yourself. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. Do you remember, Auntie, that you killed my mother with your own hands? What nonsense are you talking about? Your mother consort was my own sister who passed away after giving birth to you. I had a miscarriage to take care of you because of my sister's advice. Afterwards, giving up ownership of the heir with the prince. If I had known you would have turned into this for a woman, it would have been better not to keep you back then. Your Highness, you don't want to have a little prince, but you have to keep him. The queen knew that you had done something to her fetus and took precautions against you early on. You can't even carry a male fetus with heavy yang energy after taking such medicine. That's why you wholeheartedly raised the little prince. The late queen has passed away, and compared to those concubines, you always have a blood relationship. The young prince, and how do you see it? These are all transactions made from strokes, aren't they? Jingjiniang, you're still alive. Yeah, you wanted my life for Jingyu, but I still survived. Right back then, my mother was the maid beside the former queen. I have never told anyone about this secret since I learned it. Because you are really good to me too. I thought I could give birth to a son of the little prince and serve you and the little prince well. Who knew you were still as cruel and shameless as ever? You, a cruel woman, killed your own sister. I still want the little prince to take care of you until your end, and you deserve it too. Shut up, shut up. If it weren't for the so-called distinction between legitimate and illegitimate, the prince would only focus on his sister. How could I have drugged my sister if she never glanced at me too much? Fomer, this is not true. After asking all the questions that the young Prince Jin Yang should ask and can ask, he will leave first. Okay, the king already knows you've been suffering these days. Go back to your room and rest. To see you later, my king. Yes. Wind, listen to me explain. Auntie, there's something I've been forgetting to tell. Master Qing did not die at the hands of his enemies in the martial arts world, but I personally sent him to Huangquan Road. You. I think it's time for you to start with Steward Qing go to hell to plead guilty for my father and mother. Princess Jin Yang has already told all the truth to the little prince according to her instructions. The little prince is very angry but also very suppressed. It seems that the little prince already knew a lot, and the German princess may not survive tonight. Very good. The prince of this county will send someone to escort you away from the Dewang mansion. Of course, if you want to stay and continue serving the little prince, you can also do so. Princess, I want to make an E. Are you sure? Even if the little prince is not your lover at all, even if he may silence you? I love him. Even if everyone abandons the little prince, I won't leave him. Silly Yufeng is fortunate to have you by his side, but it may not be your luck. I hope he won't make you regret it. So as you wish. Agio. Very sweet. Oh girl, you're so sweet. What should I do? If I really want to damage you, forget it. Shameless. Since we have also made it clear that when do you want to marry as a teacher and collude with others? What does this guy want to do? Are you planning to directly confront my cheap dad after marrying him? Then it depends on whether you have the ability to make the emperor willingly give up his beloved daughter married a notorious eunuch. Are you going back to Duke Jing tomorrow? Yeah, the old lady suddenly said she's seriously ill. Someone just sent a message saying she wants me to go back and see her. That's really rare. So as a teacher, it's even more important to seize the time to spend the spring night with your beloved disciple. Come again. The next day. What's the name of this old man? This horny fox is actually secretly practicing the evil martial arts of picking yin and tonifying yang. The princess is back. Please hurry up. There are already drinks in the Zhenghua Hall, and the Duke of the country is thinking of the princess. I haven't seen her for many days. Unexpectedly, Aunt Dong has already developed the demeanor of a mistress. The princess went to pay respects to the old lady first. Look at Aunt Dong, a courtesan from a brothel still considers herself the mistress. Just didn't see that the princess didn't even take a look at the banquet she prepared. Miss, why did Lady Lan pass away? There is no sign of mourning in this courtyard. Aunt Dong is still dressed in red and green. It's not an exaggeration for a concubine from an ordinary family to dress like this during the main mother's funeral, even if she's beaten to death. Aunt Dong doesn't even think about how she could have achieved her current status without the young lady back then. How dare you set up a sheet in front of the young lady now? The monkey without tigers in the mountains is called the king. There are no longer any legitimate main mothers in the Guogong mansion. Mrs. Honor and Mrs. Li San have both passed away. The old lady has been idle for many years and always needs someone to take care of her affairs. Recently, Aunt Dong was pregnant for 8 months and lost her child. It is said that it was the hands of the old lady. Yugonia also saw the last side of the young master Xiaoyin, and the old man and the old lady completely fell out. Damn it, who doesn't know that Aunt Dong is not pregnant at all? Only an old man like Guogonia would be deceived by her little tricks, but the hotter she fights with the old lady, the better, so that the princess can make a profit for the fisherman. Your mouth is getting more and more like a door opener. If others listen and still get it, it's because I've been with Meichi for a long time and become foolish, and now I'm married. Miss Moore has met her father and brother. They are all family members. Why be so polite? Have you seen the old lady today? The old lady said she was feeling unwell, so Moore didn't disturb her much. As soon as Moore got home, she felt a little strange. She had already gone. Why do the people in the mansion seem completely unaware? There is no news from the palace either. This matter has not been reported to the Zongjing mansion yet. As a father, I have decided to temporarily conceal it. There's nothing we can do. Your Majesty loves her sister so much. What was the relationship between Lady Lan and His Majesty the Emperor? If His Majesty finds out about Lady Lan's death, who knows if he will think about killing the heart god of the Jade Mansion again. Shut up, Northern Rebel, look at what you're talking about. If you don't give it to my father, get out. Get lost, get lost. This meal seems to be enough with my younger sister accompanying my father. Jing Wugong publicly rebuked Xiliang Jing, but in the end, he was just defending him and letting him leave because he was afraid that I would hold a grudge against him. Father doesn't need to get angry since this is my father's decision. Moore will obey him and not say too much to His Majesty. As for when I accidentally let the Emperor know, it depends on my mood. You still need to put in more effort. There's one more thing my father wants to tell you just now. Prince De visited and expressed his hope, requesting to marry your fourth sister to my father. The person Su Qing gave to Prince De was originally the fourth sister. Now that the fourth sister has a bad reputation, it's not easy to have a good family since the young prince wants to marry his fourth sister. That's a good thing. Is it the Wind of Siliu? I don't know what other plans he has. So how about you? Do you not care about Prince De because you have higher goals? As a father, I heard that my son has been longing for you and I hope to marry you as a good son. My family in Xiliang has always passed down poetry and etiquette, and my upbringing is rigorous. The crown prince is the pillar of a country, and the woman accompanying him is not innocent. More, don't lose your identity by climbing the dragon and attaching to the phoenix in Longwangshu. Father, do you suspect your daughter of seducing a crown prince, or do you think your daughter is like a mother? As the saying goes, where there is a mother, there must be a daughter. Father thinks that his child is just as shameless and disobedient as a mother and daughter like my mother. I climb the dragon and attach myself to the phoenix to gain a better understanding of Sichuan. As a father, being a father doesn't mean that. When the daughter of Prince Liangdi was selected, she told her father that she had no intention of doing so. Do you think a daughter would still be willing to compromise her position as a mere good son now? Father's words. Daughter understands. Father is busy with official duties. Daughter has left first, waiting for daughter to go and offer a stick of incense. Lanling thought Moore was a gentle person, but she didn't expect her to be so similar to you. Have you worked hard, Ma? Miss, old slave, old slave, old slave, not hard working, just a lady, madam. She's so pitiful. Back then, Princess Bluefeather and General Phoenix Wing had boundless favor, but I didn't want my mother's funeral to be so bleak today, even worse than Mrs. Honors. I wasted all my efforts to avenge my mother, but my father. I won't rely on my father anymore, Mama. I want to avenge the Blue family, restore their reputation, and retrieve the haunted car from back then. Ghost Army. Did Lady Lan actually entrust the token to Miss Madam? Clearly stated before her death that she did not want the Ghost Army to reappear, but this is clearly a genuine token. The old slave knows what the young lady wants, but the old slave wants the young lady to swear a poison oath. Miss must swear in front of Lady Ling that she will definitely seek revenge for the family and restore Blue's reputation. Otherwise, I will be trapped by the ancestors of the Blue family and have no place to bury myself. Good. If Xiliang Mo cannot restore the reputation and blood of the Blue family, she will surely be killed by the ancestors of the Blue family every day without a place to bury herself. Good old slave, trust me, miss. Madam, the old slave doesn't know if this is the right thing to do, but since it's your last wish, the old slave can only fulfill it for you. This is the token's login. If there is no login and no one can unlock the secret token, then the token is useless. But the old slave doesn't know how to unravel this secret, so it all depends on the young lady. Mama, rest assured that Moore will not disappoint your expectations. Your Majesty, the tea is ready. It's like this again. During this period, the emperor's mental state has become increasingly unstable, and sometimes he suddenly gets angry and speaks nonsense. Sometimes it can fall into a strange and stagnant state. Come. Dear disciple, come quickly. There's something wonderful about it. This is the wonderful thing you said, Master. Oh dear disciple, why are you so ignorant of emotions? Isn't this a wonderful time for infidelity? Do you dare to be a little more lascivious, Master Jiao and Master Qian? Why not 5 mouths? The person behind the emperor in the Sanqing Hall is also too. You restrain yourself a bit. I have to go to the school field to exercise my muscles later, but I can't stand your trouble, sir. If the disciple is not pleased with the dragon sign, they can also switch to the school field. After handling the miscellaneous matters for my teacher, I will go find you and let you try my swordsmanship. Don't you are the building of the country. Hurry up and get busy. It seems that it will take some time for my little fox to learn to enjoy the fun. One day, I will make her raise her fox tail and wait for her luck as soon as she sees this seat. There are hidden arrows. Are you trying to slaughter your siblings? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Ha-Si Chengqian actually attacked Xiangbi while I was practicing martial arts alone. It's been a long time since then. Brothers, I think the Duke has already conveyed my message to you. I want you to become someone. It's my woman. The Crown Prince's brother, Mingren, does not speak in secret. You know that even civil and military officials in the entire dynasty would not allow such a thing. What, is Chengqian trying to seduce his sister? Do you think it's okay to play with your younger sister just because she's no longer a sergeant? Sister, who is so smart, should also know about the blue family card, right? It's not difficult to obtain a token based on the heart and nature of a snake-scorpion beauty like my younger sister. If this palace can give you enough to make your heart flutter, would my sister be willing to obey me? Oh, what can Crown Prince give me to give me a beautiful face, a palace, 1,000 hectares of fertile land? Still master of the harem. What a big appetite. Does the head of the harem sister think she is worthy in the eyes of the Crown Prince's brother? A woman like my younger sister is just a warm bed toy with some practical value, so naturally she is not worthy. However, Prince, don't forget that your life was saved by your sister last year. Nowadays, the wise and powerful Crown Prince of our heavenly kingdom not only fails to repay his benefactor for saving his life, but also fails to do so. Do you still want to threaten your benefactor's life? She dared to hit me. Are you crazy? It's you who's crazy. Your Highness wants to emulate the Sui young women and give birth to you, but you cannot give birth to anyone else. Everything else is fine, so even my own sister wants to try the taste. Unfortunately, I have no interest in His Highness. I advise the lower body of the palace to be a jade. Crown Prince, do something wrong. Just pretend not to have heard what your Highness, the younger sister of today, said. Shiliang Mo, how dare you compare me to the incompetent ruler of Emperor Yang of Sui, this cunning and scheming woman. This scene, it's almost the same as the scene where I shot Ziliangmu with my long bow just now. What kind of assassin who has such great courage to dare to attack this palace in the palace? Such strong internal strength. No, this palace can't stop it at all. Your Highness Prince TSK, you really make me a teacher. How can we fight for the Empire on the battlefield in the future, even if we can't avoid such arrows? How did His Royal Highness see it? Why didn't he come up and pay his respects? I don't know if the Grand Tutor has shown any disrespect towards the students here. I hope the Grand Tutor can forgive me. It seems like I haven't sparred with the Crown Prince for a long time as a teacher. I remember when the Crown Prince first held a sword and practiced calligraphy with a pen, he was still taught by his teacher. So just now, Master's Lianju deadly arrow was testing my martial arts skills. Your Highness, do you look at me like this because I am beautiful? Grand Tutor, aren't you going to spar with this palace? What kind of swords, guns, swords, and halberds should we spar with? Choosing your martial arts as your teacher is not important. Good Grand Tutor, I'll give in. Your Highness's appearance is truly pitiful to my teacher. Your Highness has always had an excellent relationship with women, so it can be seen that Longyang's love is no less than that of men and women. I have felt for a long time that His Highness was born with a face of good color, which makes people itch uncontrollably. Today's scenery is beautiful, why not let me teach you something new for your Highness? Do you dare? What is there to be afraid of as a teacher? But just now, I saw something very interesting. Your Highness seems to have a deep friendship with Princess Jinming, who is indeed a beauty. Don't touch her. If she doesn't move, how about you? I have always loved to steal love from others. If your Highness is willing to replace me, Qinghuan, on this bed, we can consider letting her go. This palace won't let you touch her. Your Highness, you can try to stop me. Haha, no. No, I absolutely cannot let Bai Liqing bully her because of me. It's interesting that Lord Chitos played tricks on His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Why does the girl feel sorry for your prince brother? What kind of vinegar do you have? I just can't stand a young and upright man like the Crown Prince being played with by treacherous people. I have noticed that you have been particularly attracted to men recently, my dear. Is it because the days are too busy and I like things like hooking up 3 and matching up 4? Kaka, wow, it hurts so much, master. I was wrong. I was wrong. Look at what you said about you, you're so charming. Even though you carry on your mantle, you dare not steal your head. Didn't you just plan to have sex with your other disciple? Do your disciples have to warm up your bed? My disciple was originally meant to play. How can we make progress without playing? Of course, playing on the bed and playing under the bed, truly shameless. However, the Crown Prince could never have replaced me with his own life. It's better to say that this kind of thing couldn't have happened to any of you. For men in high positions and power, it is much easier to sacrifice themselves for death than this kind of thing. Why not? I am willing to die for what I wish, but I still hate what I hate. I have 100 deaths and do not understand my grievances. I trust you. By the way, Master, aren't you going to lose internal energy in a month? Oh, what I'm practicing as a teacher is only a second-level double cultivation technique. I want to have intercourse with you. The power of being a teacher will be restored to a layer. Can you calculate how much we owe for our partnership? This explanation doesn't sound very credible, really? Why don't you also try your disciple? By the way, as a teacher, I forgot to tell you something. What have you done again? It's a matter of mutual outrage. Well, this matter of mutual outrage is that someone will soon pack you up and give you to be a teacher for long-term enjoyment. Changmen Palace, Cold Palace. Are you crazy? You rebellious son, you have to tell your father the emperor that you want to take over Jinming. Are you crazy, crown prince of a country? You know that bitch could be you. I know, but I can't do it. Mother Bai Liqing, that traitor, wants to attack Jinming because of me. Jinming has always saved my life. I can't watch her fall into the tiger's mouth. What does this have to do with you? 9,000 years old just wants a woman to play with. Jinming is not a noble woman, an unfaithful woman abandoned by her husband. How many times can I serve a 9,000-year-old? Uncle Yi. Your Majesty, if you're tired, go down and rest first. Brother is. It's nothing. This child is just confused for a moment, Your Majesty. Don't worry, since Jiuqian Sui wants Jinmin to take care of her for you and send her to Jiuqian Sui's bed, she won't hinder the Crown Prince's great cause. Changqian, why don't you tell your uncle the truth? You care about Jinmin, don't you? My palace is just a palace that cannot let its savior fall to this point. Uncle Changqian has also come from your age and has been infatuated with women who should not be infatuated with. Just my uncle woke up early. You are the future emperor and will have countless beautiful women. When you look back and see my actions from the beginning, you will find them absurd and ridiculous. Uncle, you were also. That woman is even more dazzling than Princess Jinming. How many charming young men can be so captivating that they can even make you lose your waist? Uncle is just one of Gonjong, but red beauty brings disaster, and she also brings disaster to the country and the people. If she had obediently taken her own path back then, now the heavenly kingdom would be a different scene and your majesty would not have become the person he is today. Chengqian. I know that young people are always filled with a desire to conquer some unattainable prey. She's just a woman. If you really want a heart, let her. Uncle asked her to serve you a few times. After you try the taste, you will find that. Fong Lang, you. A queen. Fong Lang. Your Majesty is about to leave Fong Lang. Fong Lang doesn't want to go to the market anymore. Your Majesty is in a bad mood today. Jean Jiayu, that little bitch, may take another opportunity to seduce your Majesty. I need to wait outside the Sanqing Hall first. Did the Empress really make Fong Guan sad and leave Fong Guan's arms, and then eagerly return to His Majesty's side? Could it be that Fong Guan cannot match your Majesty's fierce and powerful abilities, and cannot satisfy the Empress? Fong Lang, what are you saying? What makes you so fierce and powerful is that your Majesty has grown old and not supported by elixirs. Although our palace is known as the favored concubine, your Majesty is already of advanced age. I only focus on cultivating immortality and alchemy, and the rain and dew I receive in a month are only 2 or 3 days. Besides, last month His Majesty became angry with me because of the blind date banquet in Shiliang. Nowadays, even the 2 or 3 days of indulgence are gone. If it weren't for encountering such a considerate and interesting man like Fong Guan, I wouldn't know how to relieve the loneliness in this deep palace. On that day, when I first met Fong Guan, he was just a male pet by Jinming's side. How could I have thought about being abandoned by Jinming? Is your Majesty's matters so important these days? Hasn't your Majesty been busy choosing a husband for Princess Jinming? How come you're feeling down? Haven't you heard the second son of the returning Marquis' family and the eldest son of the Minister of War's family fought on the streets for the sake of Jinming? Dead and disabled, causing a stir throughout the entire capital city for this matter. The Imperial censorate reported that Jinming did not abide by the principles of women and asked her to become a monk. Oh, the Imperial censorate is so bold in reporting on your Majesty's beloved treasure. They also pulled the eunuch of Qingtian Temple, saying that Princess Jinming's destiny is precious and ordinary people cannot bear to find her. You must choose someone with a unique and valuable destiny to be able to withstand it. Otherwise it will be a disaster to the country and the people. The funniest thing is, guess who they put on the list of the princess's husband? It's 9,000 years old. They say that at the age of 9,000, one's destiny is extremely noble and can only suppress Jinming. The marriage of the two will surely ensure the great cultivation of the emperor and the peace of the country. That's it. Your Majesty is willing to marry the pearl in your palm to someone, a eunuch. Your Majesty's greatest concern is not for his family, country, or the pearl in the palm of the world, but for his great career in alchemy and immortal cultivation. He's just waiting to ascend to immortality and break away from the mortal body. All right, Fong Langshire, please wait for me. Go back to this palace. 9,000 years old. I didn't expect my cousin to become a eunuch and have a lot of good fortune. Marry Princess Jinming. That's really interesting. I wonder if he's willing to share with that princess. Jinming, are you really going to marry someone who is 9,000 years old? Your Majesty has agreed to send over the wedding dress at the age of 9,000. Does the princess think there is still room for maneuver in this matter? Let me take you to tell the prince not to marry the 9,000-year-old. It's a foregone conclusion that it's useless. Didn't you notice that the court and the public inside and outside the harem are so united this time? Empress Han Guifei, the Imperial censorate of the Continental Imperial Astronomical Observatory, vigorously encouraged her. Even the Crown Prince and Prince Yasukuni, who were originally extremely opposed, fell silent. Balicking skills are really great. Then let's elope. It's useless to choke on even a little bit of soup. Cough, 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 cough. Your Highness, when did you fall in love with me? Please forgive me for eloping with a woman like this. Moore really doesn't have the courage. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't want you to marry a eunuch like I did for the sake of my brother, for the sake of the country and the family. If that's the case, the rest of your life will be ruined. Not to mention wanting children. Do you want to use your jade power for a lifetime, even above the bed? Besides, eunuchs love to use various methods to molest and play with cannibalistic women. The 9,000-year-old method of grinding people's whiteness is even more unbearable, and I believe you have also experienced it. Morphei's daughter naturally knows what she will face in the future, but after all, Chen Sui and I slept together for a period of time, and it was also Moore who volunteered to be our pillow. Marrying a 9,000-year-old is much better than sleeping next to a stranger. If this is fate's wish, Moore is self. Do you know what will happen if one day 9,000 years old is no longer 9,000? Of course I know. The rise of the king is defeated by the bandits, the glory of the wife is precious, the defeat of the wife is simple, that's all. Marrying Bailaking, I am no longer just Princess Jinming. Life, death, honor, and disgrace may all be entrusted to that person. That day, Bai Li Qing gave me the blue family tiger token and asked me to agree to his conditions. From that day on, he started planning to marry him. Is this the price I have to pay? 9,000 years old is indeed a master who never suffers losses. Even if on that day the crown prince ascended the throne and the eunuchs were defeated, 3 feet of white silk would hang by the neck. Alternatively, you could accompany the 9,000-year-old on this journey of wielding the emperor to command the lords. Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess, are you asking Moore as the prince's lover, or perhaps you hope Moore can be a spy for you around 9,000? Princess Jinming Taiping will always be the Taipingzi of the Heavenly Kingdom and also the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Kingdom, and the others are all unruly officials and thieves. You chose to marry someone who is 9,000 years old so that you can see that the future is bound to come. Of course I can see it. The emperor emptied his old body, which could not sustain him for several years. No emperor in power would tolerate a powerful minister as superior as Bai Yu and Li Qing. If the crown prince is in his prime and becomes a ruler in the future, he will surely be at odds with the 100-mile green tide of fire and water. And Bai Li Qing, how long can it last? If you are willing to use it for the crown prince, then if the crown prince ascends to the throne smoothly, you will be the only woman in this palace who can be recognized as favored by the crown prince. This palace knows that Chengqian has feelings for you. I know that on that night in Akiyama, you once hugged each other all night. I know that he, pretending to be drunk, hugged you in front of Chongping Hall. This palace knows that he once begged Duke Jinghua for your righteousness. This palace knows that he received a slap from the queen in the face in order to marry you. I know he has done everything for you that he has never done for me before. It seems that the relationship between the crown prince and Princess Chang is not as bad as I imagined. Your Highness knows everything but didn't kill Moore with one blow like you always do. Shouldn't Moore be grateful? Are you doubting me, Shiliang Mo? This palace has always been tolerant, not even revealing a single secret between you and 9,000 years old to Chengqian. This palace is just taking care of your heart. Worried about me, princess? Why don't you take responsibility for yourself? The princess once had 7 or 8 sisters. Now where have they all gone? Now the crown prince, due to your special status as a princess, tolerates you touching his wives, concubines, and children. Will the crown prince ascend to the throne in the future, and will Princess K of the palace kill them all? The new emperor cannot tolerate the interference in his court affairs. Can the 9,000-year-old princess tolerate you interfering in his harem? 3 feet of white silk may not just wrap around my head. You're so bold. Perhaps the princess should carefully consider the future. If the princess wants to die at the hands of the crown prince, why bother waiting until then? It's better to hold the crown prince and die together now, so that we can live together and seek revenge against the emperor. Kill Chengqian. Kill him. No, how could I think about such a thing, Jinming? What nonsense are you talking about? This palace was originally here to advise you. Since you don't want to, let's pretend that this palace hasn't said anything but No matter what your future choices are, if the 9,000-year-old loses this palace, you can come and find it. Princess, it's really pitiful that you came to persuade the princess with good intentions, but you don't want to be provoked by the princess and your relationship with the crown prince. I just don't know that the crown prince slept for half a night. Suddenly opening her eyes, she saw the princess sitting next to him with a dagger, sharpening her knife. Will Hua be scared to death? If the crown prince doesn't move, how can I provoke the princess? TSK, the crown prince wants Princess Chang to be this lobbyist. The night before yesterday, I had a one-night stand with the princess. I really feel a lot about you, Princess Fangguan. What are you doing here? It's the cup I just drank. I remember your task hasn't been completed yet. Don't be so heartless to Fangguan. Fangguan will be sad. Princess Han Guifei has already had an affair with me. Isn't that enough? Just put in a lot of effort and work. After a while, I won't be waiting for you anymore. What if I say I only want to serve the princess and only put in the effort to serve her? Then I can't guarantee if you can really walk out of the palace as a man. The princess has extraordinary intelligence. I only hope you can be so proud now. Thank you for your valuable words. If you have nothing to do, please step down. The county chief is preparing to rest. After all, tomorrow is the princess's second wedding. Linger, Moer is about to remarry. Your Majesty actually ordered her to marry Beilaking, but I am powerless to do anything about it. Interesting, you're still as hypocritical as ever. Shiliang speechless. Completely detached from pretending to be sad while being indifferent to one's own interests. Back then, you were afraid of the imperial power and abandoned the blue feather. Now, you have also abandoned your daughter. This kind of hypocritical love is really disgusting. Beilaking, what are you doing here? Since the emperor issued the decree, you have been on leave and unable to attend court. I came to visit my future father-in-law when I had nothing to do. Shut up, Beilaking. You hate Linger so much that you don't even spare me and her only daughter. TSK, daughter, that sounds really pleasant to hear. If you really look like a father, why don't you resist the emperor's decree? But with someone like you who can protect himself clearly as an XL, I'm afraid you don't have the courage. Ha ha ha, tomorrow's wedding is really exciting. This damn eunuch. Madam, what you were worried about ultimately happened. Did you know that this day would come when you would hand over the Forget River water to the old slave? Don't worry. Even if I risk my life, the old slave will protect the young lady for you. Linger. Lu Ziming, what are you doing here? How could you, a shameless person, be by her side? Can't I come and see her off on the last leg? If it weren't for you, how could Lan Ling have died? Lu Ziming, it was you who revealed to the emperor that the token was fake and forced her to death. If it weren't for your daughter's physical attack on the queen, why would that be? Don't think I don't know. Aren't you also doing it for that blue family token? So you retaliated against Moer, strive to facilitate her marriage to 9,000 years old. You won't be afraid that your Majesty won't let you go after knowing that you forced Blue Feather to death. I never thought she would cut herself. If it weren't for your protection, you would have been the one who forced her to death. Let the Emperor spare the Jingwa mansion for the sake of her death. Why did she end up on this dead end? But you, on the other hand, are afraid that her death will bring trouble and immediately hide it from the Emperor. You are not worthy of her deep affection. Lan Ling, you ultimately paid your whole life wrong. Anyway, this is the best thing for me. At the end of the day, no one knows what the Emperor will do if Lan Ling dies. Let him be kept in the dark forever. This is the rumored Wanchuan River. Lan Ling, this woman really didn't intend to keep her promise from beginning to end. Even if he dies, he will betray this seat again. How would you know at the age of 99,000? That stupid woman's acting skills are only enough to deceive the old man in Shiliang. Do you think this seat will believe her? Madam just wants to protect the young lady. Isn't it enough for you to torture madam over the years? Nowadays, even the young lady is unwilling to let go. It was that foolish woman who tormented me, and Bailero, an outsider who doesn't understand anything. Please don't give me any directions. This is the last time I'll spare your life for that girl's sake. But if you try to have inappropriate thoughts about that girl again at that time, I will let you know what life is better than death. King. If you don't want to release Miss no matter what, please you must treat her well and make her happy. Miss, this life has been tough enough. You're wrong. That girl has never been the same as her mother. She won't pin her life on one man. Her happiness will only be held in her own hands. I'm sorry. Miss, I'm sorry. Comb until the end, comb until the white hair reaches the eyebrows. 3 combs until children and grandchildren are on the ground, 4 combs until 4 silver bamboo shoots are evenly marked. Ha, what if Shilian Mo is favored by the emperor again and still wants to marry a eunuch? Congratulations, princess is she who doesn't know that the county lord married a eunuch with white hair and eyebrows full of blessings. It sounds like cursing her for a lifetime with no children or grandchildren. Thank you, your highness. Princess, don't take it to heart. Those people don't know anything, just a group of jumping clowns. They were supposed to know nothing. If you find out, it's a big deal. Don't worry about me, Grandma. After all these years, old lady, what am I saw that Mr. Chitos could have someone to accompany him. You must do well. I respectfully welcome my wife. Get up, it's time to set off. Sanqing Hall. Blue Sister. You are here. Your Majesty's blessings. I am not sorry for you, nor for your mother. I really wanted to find a good home for you, but I didn't. Your Majesty, there's no need to blame yourself. Mother in heaven must also be safe and sound. I beg your pardon? My daughter said that my mother has already passed away. Although my mother passed away for 3 years and couldn't get married, my mother lived a lonely and desolate life. My biggest wish before dying was just to watch my daughter get married, so this can also be considered as fulfilling my mother's wish. This is impossible. Why hasn't anyone told me why? Both Land and my father think it's better not to report this news for now and let you know. In addition, it happened to coincide with the marriage of my daughter. If there is a happy event before my mother's funeral, we cannot proceed. This reason may sound perfect and a bit far-fetched, but it is definitely the most infuriating to the emperor. Land has calculated so many times that I should taste the emperor's anger like Duke Jingwa. Jinmin requests your majesty to allow her to marry for a month after her wedding. Carry a portion of my mother's ashes personally to the border town of Wolfang for burial. My mother grew up there and became a proud owner of a car. This is my mother's last wish and obsession. Did your mother mention what I said when she left? Have. Congratulations, Mr. Chitos. Congratulations to the 1,000-year-old lady for being a beautiful woman. Thank you very much. The bride has arrived. I won't accompany you all anymore. I'm going to pick up my lovely little lady. Although the girl may look a bit ugly, Neye is born with the ability to regulate people. Look at it now. Although it's not as impressive as my own national charm, it's still quite like a model. My father has arrived. This person really doesn't talk nonsense. Duke Jingwa, of course he came, after all, except for our sick majesty. This time only the old man from Shiliang is a legitimate parent. Well, I hope he's still in a good mood today. Otherwise, tomorrow I'm afraid he'll be in a bad mood, especially when the emperor seeks to settle accounts with him. I exploded my lungs with anger. The old man from Shiliang probably never expected that I would meet the ear girl in his lifetime. He and Bluefeather's daughter are as beautiful as flowers and jade. And call him father-in-law, haha. So, master, you still have self-awareness. Grass old cows eat tender food. I am much younger than your father. What does it mean for an old cow to eat tender grass? Chen Sui Yi is truly compassionate and precious, it's simply vulgar and immoral, just shameless. Your Excellency, please take your seat so that you won't be two-seated when your son-in-law salutes you later. Turns out she's so suitable for red newcomer salute. One worship of heaven and earth. Or by Gauteng. Bailaking, this rude scoundrel, I won't even let Moer finish the ritual. Husband and wife bow together. Li Chang. Do you want it to be so dark outside? A moment of spring snacks is worth a fortune, madam. You shameless, I still shameless. Marrying a eunuch is already a matter of great attention to everyone. It's still dark before the banquet starts, and I'm staying in the room with him and not coming out. This is to announce to the world 9,000 years old is trying to tease me. Madam, if you run away as a husband again, you will know what shamelessness means. Believe it or not. Mother, mother. Come and call out to my husband here, sir. Listen. Husband, husband. The palace maids who helped me comb my hair are all elderly people in the palace. It's inevitable that when combing such a complicated bun, it hurts me. What about him? I am capable of handling major matters of the family and the country, and I even excel in handling even the smallest tasks of serving people. How much sweat and effort do we need to put in? Lien Gongong is well known in the palace for his knowledge, expressiveness, and versatility. When it comes to Bai Liqing, who was still the chief manager of the palace back then, he shakes his head repeatedly. It's incomparable. It's incomparable. It's amazing that one person like Mr. Chitos can come out of millions of people. Up to the palace and court, scheming and scheming, issuing orders and promoting martial arts, and down to the kitchen, cooking silk threads. What else don't you know? When you went step by step from the Yellow Gate to the Grand Chamberlain in the harem, Shanwu must have had long sleeves and a delicate face. Just no matter how you look today, you don't seem like that kind of person, a person with exquisite facial features. Who doesn't have the ability to dance gracefully and gracefully for their future recklessness. It's easy to improve cooking skills as long as you remember the amount of cold, hot, and various seasonings used for all ingredients. If you can't remember, let the hot oil burn some bubbles on your arm. If the dish doesn't taste good, use a torch to burn off the skin soaked in your hands. It's not difficult to comb the hair of the concubines. Whenever you hook a strand of your master's hair, use a whip soaked in salt water to whip your back. What can an unfeeling heart do in this world if only Shixian lives on? Sometimes I also look forward to the opportunity to become the undefeated leader of the Western Church. Traveling around is more comfortable than being confined in this rundown place. Why should my husband humble himself? I don't think there's a better place for you to stand than in this court. In the past, this path was taken by you alone, so it was natural to be carefree from now on. It seems like the two of us will be traveling together, so. Yeah, the most suitable way for Bai Liqing is to sit on the golden chair and look down on the world. My husband must ensure the longevity and prosperity of my concubine and live a life of glory, wealth, and honor. As a husband, I like smart little girls who don't have to call themselves concubines in front of me. It sounds extremely boring. Are you tired preparing for marriage? Fortunately, actually I just wanted to play with you openly and honestly in the future, so I was so excited that I couldn't sleep. I heard that Shidi has recently instigated border ethnic groups and local officials to oppose the Qin army at the border. Changed the topic. The troops of the 6th Prince have already passed, and even my father sent a post inviting soldiers. Prince Shidi was assassinated and passed away early, leaving only his grandson. Emperor Shidi dotes on the crown prince, loves the house, and the great-grandson of the Wu Emperor. The crown prince is now 1 year younger than you and has 3 adult uncles on his head. Do you want power and literature? Do I have the hands of the people? First, do you want deep military support from the court? The royal family has been in a state of chaos recently due to the issue of the throne. The second prince, who held military power, was found to be involved in the case of assassinating his brother back then. Seeing that he was about to be questioned, suddenly he started arguing with me. At this time of employment, Emperor D was unable to eliminate the military power of the second Western Emperor's many sons and had to appease them. The second prince of Shidi, with a 1,000,000-strong army in his hands, Ruoyue, will conquer cities and territories in our dynasty with one fell swoop. He is even more determined as the emperor, a girl who knows so much about political struggles between the ruling and opposition parties. Sometimes my husband doubts whether you really only have 17 and are the daughter that Jingwa Gong forgot. You're right. Actually, I'm the queen of Sidi, lurking in the heavenly kingdom as a spy. Then I will teach you a lesson. Queen Sidi, the captured female spy, is supposed to sleep with enemy generals. You let go. Didn't you say you would wait until tonight? Is it in the bridal chamber again? Have you ever mentioned it before? Five mouths, you're not good at indulging in debauchery during the day. Suppressing internal heat is the worst thing. Someone has arrived. Oh no, it must be the MC who sent you to welcome the guests. Don't pay attention to him. If he keeps arguing, I'll just strike him with one sword. Don't you really let me be a human tomorrow if I don't open the door yet. Zaya Shengzi, are you tired of living? Why don't you drag out the 1,000-knife killing thing outside and peel and bone it for me? Chinger, who do you want to skin? You eunuch, don't indulge in excessive desires. Yajing, fortunately, I dressed quickly without losing face. Have you been plotting against other girls long ago? Kid, when I saw her earlier, she was a bit weak, but now she has improved a lot from this deficiency. But if I really want to have a baby, I'm afraid I'll have to wait for another year or two. All right, after seeing the person, are you also leaving every day? It's not good to disturb people's spring dreams. You bastard, don't you know that you have a special constitution? You only broke the Yuan Gong when you locked it, little girl. With a delicate physique, how can you tolerate your lack of restraint now? Her body's excessive heat and yang are going to damage the yin yuan essence. Old man, you clearly said that my yuan yang is the most useful for people with yin deficiency. Otherwise, I wouldn't often give her night fragrance beads to block after finishing things. Can you just eat good food casually? Why don't you eat it yourself? 1,000-year-old ginseng and 10,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum cannot be eaten as food. Do you have any common sense? Why aren't you watching yourself eat your food? Of course, what men have is for women to eat. If you don't tell me, who knows? Are you also considered a man? If it weren't for Laozi's pitiful teaching of the yang guarding technique back then, you would have been castrated long ago. Is this seat the best for men and girls? That's enough. Eat your head. You guys keep going, I'm leaving. Girl, don't be angry. This stinky boy has been a eunuch for a long time, with a yin-yang imbalance and strange yin-yang behavior. If he bullies you, come to Grandpa and Grandpa will teach you how to deal with him. I seem to have a bit of yin-yang imbalance lately, and I particularly enjoy nosebleeds. I thought it was just heat and fire, right? It's really what the old doctor is saying about excessive sexual activity. If you don't come with me yet, there will be 3 generations of work for Luoer. Are you not careful enough in your work? The little spy is waiting for me to come back and take care of you. Don't think that if the old man says a few words, I will let you go. There are many ways to prevent you from eating the yuan yang of this seat. Just now, the old doctor mentioned Betrayal. Betrayal, did he get sick again? When we met 6 months ago, he looked okay. If we say that Betrayal is the tear in the corner of the Buddha's eye, the stunning young man who also possesses a stunning beauty Beilaking is a demonic mandala condensed from the evil energy of heaven and earth. That demon moves really fast. If you touch me later, I will. What are you doing here? This palace is only here to send you a congratulatory gift on behalf of the mother consort. I thought you would have a hard time, but it seems that you are doing well even in some situation. I am a eunuch. Your Highness, don't you know that trespassing into someone else's bridal chamber is extremely impolite? Why did he really touch you? Shiliang Mo, why do you have to willingly fall to the point of letting a eunuch touch you? You're not an inexperienced girl. Do you think he can satisfy you? My uncle originally planned to take advantage of Balaking's toast today to get him drunk and force Shiliang Mo to sleep with the palace attendant. I can't be ruthless no matter what, but she actually teamed up with that lottery winner. Prince, perhaps you are the one who can satisfy me. Why don't we just have sex here? It would be considered a humiliation for the 9,000-year-old stadium. Your Highness the Crown Prince originally planned it this way, right? But in Morris' eyes, even serving eunuchs, it's much better than serving a despicable man who only knows how to use a woman who loves him deeply but also belittles her. At least he's a real villain, but you're a hypocrite. S.I. Chengqian, you really make me feel nauseous. Shiliang Mo, don't toast, don't eat, and you'll be fined. Your Highness, I didn't know that you were also interested in your own master's wife. Teacher's mother Taifu Moor was originally the consort of Gongding, and we had a one-night relationship as early as the Autumn Mountains. It's really annoying, isn't it? Just a hole in the room? Why are all these messy things drilling into the waiting room of this building? Your Highness the Crown Prince has come to cause trouble in the bridal chamber. Quickly kick him out. It's not easy for us people with broken bodies to become rice, Your Highness. Please forgive me. You little fox, you're really a reincarnation of a fox spirit. Can't you just calm down a bit? You're always flirting around at night. With you here, a 1,000-year-old fox demon, I dare not arrogantly claim to be a fox spirit. I haven't hooked up with a group of ladies and gentlemen in your backyard yet. How can it compare to so many people waiting to sleep behind you? So many people. Are you the first real woman of my grandfather? Don't you know, or should I let you know for your husband now? 5 Agio, we need to go out and welcome guests. The little spy will be fine soon, just a little honey for her husband, and then she will go to meet the guests. You keep your word. Of course, I have never spoken without keeping my word. Agio. Agio, the bird is in the bed tent. Well, of course I know. Don't you like it? The little white I'm talking about is on the bed. Does a big demon only think about this kind of thing in their mind? Their intelligence in bed is indeed zero. Idiot, it's useless for a fool to be pushed off his female body. Gaga, I'm in a good mood today, and I'm telling you that someone outside is coming to rob me of money and sex. You account thing, Gaga squeezing. It's fireworks. This was also prepared by Balaking's team. On New Year's Eve, he and I watched the fireworks outside the window in the same way. That was the first time I lay in the arms of such a dangerous man and still felt peaceful in this world. This slutty guy doesn't forget his image at this critical moment. Forget it. I'm too lazy to use my internal energy to condense and attack directly in my hand with my sword. It's Fatian Thunder Fire Bullet. This is a gunpowder bomb from the western regions that can shatter people into pieces, and the price is expensive. The other party is really willing to invest money to kill me. This incendiary bomb mixed with poison, even if it can't reach people, staying here will inevitably lead to poisoning and death, but if we try to escape by flying, we will be blown up alive. Everyone was drunk, and it happened to be the time for fireworks and performances. People outside won't notice the fire or assassins here. They'll only think it's just the sound of singing a play or setting off fireworks. Unfortunately, Balaking was annoyed by someone disturbing her and just sent everyone out. Impasse. What should I do? By Li Qing 11 Liang Mo Dong Fong Hua Zhu Yi, next year today will be your anniversary. This fireworks display will be treated as a funeral gift for you all. More, you betrayed me first. Today's results are all your own fault and cannot be blamed on others. The people from the Jinyui and the eunuch have noticed something is wrong and are gathering at the whistle launching thunderbolt bombs. Ha, carved insect tricks. Silly surveillance order is set up on the internet. The lackeys of the eunuch are using blood droplets to lay a net. What's the situation? Did the thunderbolt bomb shatter the net laid by the blood droplets? If it becomes such a big explosion, the traitor will die. Congratulations, Your Holiness. The great revenge has been avenged and the eradication of traitors has been achieved. Very good, prepare to withdraw immediately. Everyone change into the clothes of the eunuch and the Jinui, pretend to be like them and get rid of those 100-mile green people all the way. What face do the eunuch and the Imperial guards, who committed such heinous crimes, still have in the court? The Emperor will definitely have them punished and dismissed. The little prince really has a wonderful idea, but is it a bit exaggerated? My good nephew actually misses my uncle so much. Sending such a big gift to me is truly touching. They are actually still alive. Even with you being a eunuch, you dare to call yourself the uncle of our king. The enmity of killing your father and taking your wife is irreconcilable. I, the king, will definitely take down your head. Only then can we offer sacrifices to the father of our king and dispel this hatred. Stealing a wife, kid, with your ugly appearance, Moore will fall in love with you. Even if I am a eunuch, I can still satisfy Moore better than you. Satisfied with your size. By the way, haven't you always wanted to know how your dead dad died? I'll tell you. An old rebel with the intention of rebellion dared to resist arrest and set traps, injuring the people in this seat. After catching him, I fed him to the crocodile. Even crocodiles disdain your father's appearance as an old thief. After eating in the water pool for half a day, your father still hasn't stopped breathing and his screams sound very ominous. King. My dear nephew, do you think you secretly took away your father's ashes? Your father fed crocodiles in the muddy pond. Who has the heart to help him restrain those bones? But I just made some pig bones and burned them, buried them casually. By Li Qing, Ben Wang is going to cut you into thousands of pieces. Tianli sect listens to orders. Kill him for the king. Are you crazy? You actually attacked this sect. This sect is your leader. What's going on here? Why are all my people rebelling? Not only did they attack me, but they also killed each other. They don't look right. King, what method did you use to control my people? They are really despicable and cruel. Humble and shameless uncle, I have always been merciful, kind-hearted, kind, and obedient. How could my nephew slander me like this? Spider silk puppet is a very interesting manipulation technique. My dear nephew, if you're interested, would you like to try the feeling of being manipulated? Withdrawal. Jiang Wu fled with sober people. It's not easy to leave, my dear nephew. Please stay alive. There's no other way. Cannot be entangled by these spider webs. Si Lufeng is indeed a ruthless person. Even the loyal guards who sacrificed their lives for him can betray him in order to escape. After dealing with the crown prince you seduced, you have to deal with your ex-husband as your legitimate husband. Today, I will punish you, this little fox. Well, tonight. Sir, can you stop talking like a prostitute in a brothel? At least you are someone with status. This is what you said. Today, I will take care of you, this little fox, and I'll only have sex with you for the rest of my life, okay? I apologize for my late arrival and rescuing the driver. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Alright, no wonder you guys got up tonight. I specially allowed most of the members of the Meizu tribe to take a break to attend the wedding banquet, leaving only a small number to guard the outskirts. Choosing to hold a wedding in the palace is due to security concerns. The palace is heavily guarded by the Imperial Guard, but I didn't expect it. However, the young prince of the Dewang mansion, Si Lufeng, attempted rebellion and committed the crime of assassinating His Majesty by setting fire and injuring others in the palace, which is unforgivable. The late King De had already harbored the intention of rebellion, and both father and son were criminals of rebellion in our heavenly court. Master Zong Buo, immediately inform Your Majesty of this matter and issue a decree to take down all the people in the Dewang mansion. The main criminals have all been thrown into prison, and a maritime arrest warrant has been issued to arrest them. Yes. Is it finally going to come to this point, Hanyu? Will you feel sad and shed tears when you see this scene in the sky? Princess, it's really great that you're okay. Woo-woo, if you have anything to do, Princess, I don't want to live either Meizu, these useless people can't protect you well waste material. Jinmin. Thank you, Princess, for coming to see Jinmin. Jinmin is fine, Princess. Don't worry. Humph, it's really unlucky. Even at night in the bridal chamber, there can be once-in-a-century villains attacking the palace. The fact that the dignified princess married a eunuch is simply absurd, and even the heavens cannot tolerate it. In fact, although Princess Chang is often capricious and vicious, but if someone is identified, they will continue to treat each other well. Unfortunately, she happened to meet Si Changqian. Princess Shiliang, the eldest son, is seeking an audience outside. Brother, just say whatever you want to say. Today, Moore is dressed in red and has black hair like a waterfall. I have never seen her so beautiful before. Why do I feel so heartbroken when she wants to marry a eunuch in her youth? I should be gloating, but why do I feel so heartbroken? Father once begged to see His Majesty for several days before your wedding, but he couldn't enter the palace gate. This matter is not only obstructed by the influence of the landlord, Empress Dowager, and Han Guifei 9,000 years old is probably also fueling the flames for my brother during this period. For you. More anyone here? What are you doing? Whisper softly. Quickly put me down. If someone sees me, will I still be shameless? If I don't come again, I'll have to be cuckolded by you. Little lady, you and your brother must have had an affair deep in this flower field. The beautiful bridal chamber was interrupted several times during the night. And even if the chamber was bombed, it's not finished yet. There's also a stinky kid who wants to confide in my wife and vent his frustrations to me. You are the one who has committed adultery. Your whole family has committed adultery. To prove your loyalty to your husband, you need to personally inspect it carefully. Are you crazy? You need to be here. My brother is still around here. More. If you want to scream, just scream. Wei Fu doesn't care about how the young man from Shiliangjing loves you when he sees Wei Fu. This big monster is almost on the brink of exploding my husband. Don't pretend it's non-negotiable. We must complete the bridal chamber project. I don't care. Just do whatever you like. I will definitely be struck by lightning and recorded in history. In the middle of the night, I will run to the flower field and join forces. I must be the first person in history to spend the most eerie bridal candle night. Don't worry, I will be very gentle. I don't know when 11 Liangjing left. I only know that the roses on that night were very fragrant, and the originally cold moonlight became gentle and hazy. The chirping of crickets, the murmuring of streams, the rustling of grass in the wind. It seems like an extremely pleasant music is lingering in my ears. There is still 100 miles of green breathing. His fingers tightly intertwined with his body temperature. His dripping sweat. He whispered softly. Like transparent threads dyed with the fragrance of roses and woven into one. Wrap me tightly inside. Almost making it impossible for me to breathe, unable to escape, and unwilling to escape. Girl, you're fine. The first time I thought a bridal chamber under the moonlight seemed pretty good. Changmin Palace, Cold Palace. I heard from the palace official that I know your favor still exists. Unable to smile, I want to exchange my sorrowful soul first. Mirror, mirrors, makeup, shadow, red shirt wrapped in tears. Zhao Yang is now re-entering and would rather dare to hate Changmin. Lan Ling, I was sent to the Cold Palace, but your daughter can only marry a eunuch and end up in a bad way. Today is your daughter's wedding day. Can you see that this is retribution? Your Majesty, be careful. Are you okay? Someone, come on. Your Majesty, don't be afraid of petty people. It's okay. It's really great that you're okay. 9,000-year-old mansion. Stealing half a day's leisure time. Indeed, marrying a capable man has its benefits. At least he can leave everything in the palace to himself and slack off. Quickly catch him not good, he went to the master's room. The madam is inside. Betrayal. Miss, be careful, Lord Luo has fallen ill and his 6 relatives don't recognize him. It's okay to have Lord Qian's way on weekdays, but he's not here today. We still have some distance to go from Lord Luo. He won't easily enter the room as long as we keep quiet and exit Lord Luo's line of sight. That's all we need. It seems that Betrayal must be a very dangerous existence, otherwise Meizu 6 and Meizu 7 wouldn't be so nervous. It's really tricky for the members of the Meizu tribe not only to not really harm him, but also to restrain him, who is highly skilled in martial arts. You wicked people can't escape. Cough 5 mouths. Sorry, Bela King, I can't let Betrayal harm the people around me. Sister Ling. You. Sister Ling, you finally came back to see Luoer. Don't leave LOL behind anymore, okay? Sob Luoer is so scared that she won't be able to find Qinger. Qinger is also very scared. Shall we go find Qinger? Sister Ling, are you angry with Luoer? That's why you used your sword to stab Luoer. Sister Ling, don't be angry. Luoer, vent your anger on Sister Ling. Are you crazy? I'm not even your Ling sister. Sister, don't deny Luoer. Don't be angry with Luoer. Sister Ling, Luoer has finally found you. It's really good. You. Bailelo's speed is too fast. I didn't have time to avoid it just now, Agio. It's okay, girl. You're okay. If you need anything, everyone in this room will be buried with you. Let Li Xingqiu from Huachentang show you later. Does it hurt? Frost Blood Hospital. What a disobedient girl, didn't I ask you to take a look at your body first? Betrayal, how is he? Baileluo was always injured because of me, and although he just mistook me for Blue Feather. Blood granny, get lost, old man. How can something like you, who specializes in researching how to poison people, cure illnesses, and save lives? For so many years, it wasn't through my poison and goo Luoer that Qinger was able to hold on until she got married. Fart relies on me, the holy hand immortal doctor. Stop making noise, don't you want to hold Baileluo and draw his sword for him? You told me that if Luoer wants to kill someone, just let him kill a few for fun. Who dared to hurt the old lady? My darling, is it this little brat? Blue Feather girl. The elder's mother is the Blue Feather. The younger generation is the silent daughter of Blue Feather and Duke Jinghua. Shiliang Mo, you can call me Moer. This bloodthirsty woman, Popo, is just like the old doctor who is extremely close to Bai Li Qing, right? And justice is really a debt that has been wronged for over a decade. Should we still repay it? Sister Ling, Sister Ling. Oh no, he's about to break through the acupoints we've created. I'll just say that both of you are martial arts geniuses with excellent roots and bones, which is the most troublesome thing. Sister Ling is here. Luoer, be good for a while and it won't hurt anymore. Sister Ling. Well done, little girl. Good reaction speed. You hold his hand tightly. I'm about to draw his sword. Fortunately, Bailelo's sword did not harm the vital points. There shouldn't be any major issues with the presence of an experienced doctor. It's just that it looks like 100 miles of green. Senior. Stinky girl, you just love being your mother's substitute and climbing onto Qinger's bed. Old lady, no matter why you marry Qinger, I warn you that it's best to leave Qinger, otherwise, what kind of woman are you going to pick and break Moore's hand and foot muscles, or peel her skin and flesh, or throw me into a pile of insects with poison to make human feed, or throw Moore into the lowest level brothel to take on the dirtiest work? Wait, why did she say it even harder than I thought? Her lines were snatched by her. What else did I say? Dompa Moore knows that you are a close elder to Agio. If you don't like Moore, Moore doesn't insist. I just hope you can understand two things. The first one, Moore, is Moore Agio. She didn't treat me as a substitute, and I'm not anyone's substitute either. There's no one or anything worth me being a stunt double for, even if that person is Agio 11 Liangma and not that cheap. The second Agio now sees me, not my mother Lam Ling. I am more worthy of standing by his side than anyone else. If one day Agio loses, I don't need my mother-in-law to say that Mo will naturally choose Gao Ji or live alone for the rest of her life. That's all. Well said, well spoken, and loud. I really didn't know that my wife was so fond of being a husband. What makes my husband so happy? Why can't this old monster, who is always elusive, restrain himself in front of others? Blood Granny Moore is right. What I'm looking at in my eyes today is only her, and tomorrow it's probably only her in this lifetime. If my mother-in-law drives her away, I will hang myself if I lose my mother. You stinky kid got married and forgot about his mother. You guys were naked with snot and tears all over your face, and when you chased after the old lady, you said you would accompany her for the rest of my life. Now that it's a young girl, you don't want me anymore, woo-woo. Come on, why are you crying, kids? When you grow up, Taiji will be able to marry a wife and have a big grandson for you. Isn't that fun? Can you still give birth to a child for Chinger? That's okay too. If you don't make an effort to get a doll to play with me, old lady, you will definitely not be recognized. You better work harder, brat, or I'll ask Luoer to help grow a baby in that girl's belly. Don't even think about my grandfather's land. Only my grandfather can plant it. Can you help me? When did my stomach turn into the ground? Whoever carries a hoe, bag, and seeds can plant scallions in it. Belilo looks much better now. Do you know, girl? Chinger initially liked your mother. My mother gave birth to me on the 17th, and Agio was only 12 years old at the time. What can a child of this age understand? It's just a naive admiration. If he really loves my mother, how could he force her to death just to get those antidote? Do you know that Blue Feather was forced to death by Chinger? How can you still obediently stay by Chinger's side? Do you want to seek revenge for Blue Feather? The so-called mother and father are just unfamiliar words to me. I've only seen her once. It's the same whether she has a mother or not. Agio wants her blood as an antidote to no longer be controlled by others, so he just needs it. That's also a debt owed by my irresponsible mother, isn't it? You can say such rebellious words out loud. You really don't have any family education if your father doesn't say anything about you. It's not like a family doesn't come into one house. Marrying a person who is 9,000 years old naturally means being on par with them. If a sophisticated woman like her mother-in-law is like a hypocritical and despicable old man in an ordinary wealthy family, I don't call myself an expert in the martial arts world anymore, even if I like those things that are superficial and brainless. This is natural. What's going on with the poison on Grandma and Baililuo? The poison on their bodies is not like ordinary poison, and it seems like time has passed. It's all my fault. I used to frequently visit the residence of General Blue. Back then the current emperor was still the 10th prince. At that time that kid wasn't like he is now. Back then he was simple and kind, even afraid of a bug. After he ascended to the throne, I thought he would become a good emperor. To help him I gave him the heart-devouring goo. This is the most poisonous goo poison in the world, the heart-devouring goo. If you have enemies that you cannot deal with but must control, you can use them on him. This goo must use human blood as the trigger. When the goo is activated, life is better than death. It's impossible to escape your control. Yeah, I'm the emperor now. Anyone who is an enemy of me should be punished. Including you and my dear sister. Sister Ling, don't blame me. If you hadn't rejected me, I wouldn't have taken action against Chinger and Luoer. I used your blood as a source of nourishment to create this heart-devouring demon. Unless you are willing to shed all your blood to make an antidote for them, otherwise they will suffer the torment of this poison until their death. Sister Ling, you know I can't bear to hurt you. I just want you to be obedient. Actually, I'm still very good to Chinger and Luoer, aren't I? As sworn sons of rebels, they are always enemies of me and should have been executed, but I gave them the opportunity to become lottery winners and stay in the palace to serve me for a lifetime to redeem myself. This is already a great gift. My father is not a traitor, but you falsely accused him on unfounded charges. I have already become a monk. Why do you still refuse to let go? You didn't let me go, Sister Ling. As long as you bring Moer and me to recognize each other and return to my side, everything will be fine. Our child is only 2 years old, which is when we need a father. Get out of here. You can't threaten me with anyone, whether it's Qing or Luo or that child. I won't be threatened by you. I've said it before. If you dare to step into this Buddhist temple again, I will die in front of you. I see my selfish mother is unwilling to sacrifice herself to save their 2 brothers, so they sacrificed their 2 brothers and only agreed to make the antidote on time for them to take. Not only that, but also your mother thinks that Luoer and Qing'er will be forced to enter the palace naked anyway, using them to retaliate against the emperor. They also added something to their antidote. Because Luoer and Qing'er serve beside the emperor, even if the emperor gets closer to them, they will gradually become confused and lose their spirits following the lure. Blue Ling retaliated against the emperor, but that thing was extremely harmful and made the poison on Qing'er and Luoer even more vicious and complex. Luoer almost couldn't survive the poisoning several times. Only my foolish mother could do such a thing. Jiao and Luoer had full trust and admiration for this righteous sister back then, but they were exploited and betrayed. No wonder Jiao resents her so much. Your mother wasn't like this before. When the old lady recognized her, she had just slipped into the martial arts world and wandered around. He is a little spirit fairy that everyone likes in the martial arts world. He is clever and interesting. It's just that your father acted this way. That's how women feel when they have a loved one. The hardest part is the emotional connection. From what you mean, you seem to have more ideas than your mother. If I were, I would marry the emperor. Abandoning that useless lover would at least not involve the death of one's own father. And then sit on the throne of the queen to strengthen the Blue Mansion and allow relatives to interfere in politics. Let the emperor never be able to control himself. If you really dislike the emperor, let him die and support your son to ascend to the throne. Stay overnight with your lover again, said of an empress. You can also enter the palace first and then proceed with the Su Su Tu Ji. There are so many beauties in the world, and the favor of kings is always cut off before their beauty ages. Just wait until the emperor loses his mind to feign death and leave the palace. You girl, are really scary. You don't look like your mother at all. All right, the old lady doesn't have any specific requirements for you. She just needs to be kind to Qing'er. He and Luoer have suffered enough in the first half of their lives. No wonder this girl is so cold and thin. A child abandoned by her mother since birth. If she couldn't learn to be ruthless, she probably wouldn't have lived to this day. Luoer shouldn't have any major problems anymore. Take good care of him, old lady. She needs to take a break for a while. Mother-in-law, walk slowly, woman. Although both were betrayed by Lan Ling, Luoer is completely different from Jiao. Jiao lives with a clear understanding of love and hate, and Luoer seems to never understand how to hate people. I have no resentment towards Lan Ling, and even to this day, my heart is only filled with Sister Ling. Why would such a kind and innocent LOL go crazy? Why? Betrayal is really clean. What the hell is going on here? Girl, you worked hard today. Blood Mama is a person from the martial arts world. In earlier years, General Blue placed us under her care. She has no children or grandchildren in her life. If we were her most beloved grandchildren, she would act aggressively and mistreat you. How much else have you not told me? I'll tell you some things when I've figured them out. Okay, I hope that in your eyes, my husband is always invincible. My husband cannot be a cowardly and incompetent man who is bound by ethics and morals, but it doesn't need to be an invincible hero. I only hope that you can walk with me side by side, rain or shine, and avoid my lifelong loneliness. Being with you always means encountering and slaughtering gods, encountering ghosts and killing ghosts. Very good, very good. I will always be free from loneliness throughout my life. Encounter gods, slaughter gods, encounter demons, kill demons. I'm always luckier than Arlo. She was by my side when I woke up from the nightmare. Grasping her firmly by my side may be the most correct decision I have made in my life. No need to be entangled, just hold tightly like this, as if you can live a lifetime without worries, fears, or injuries. How to have no self, no form, no desire, no demand. When are you planning to leave? I knew I couldn't hide it from you, but I never intended to hide it from you. Waiting for my wedding. This month has passed and I want to go first. It's not really the case to keep this matter like this about the Blue family. In fact, for over a decade, there have been people trying to find the Ghost Army, but with no results. You have some advantages as a member of the Blue family bloodline. If you can't find it, come back early. Don't make anyone worry. Proxy sales. How many years has it been since this gentleman in my family said something like this about worrying about others? It's really awkward to say. Good. Princess. Bayou, what's wrong with you? You look so dazed, and your face doesn't look good either these days. It seems like your body and bones are not very straight. Princess, I'm sorry. I'm fine. It's just that the heat has been getting a bit intense lately, so I'm not feeling well. Is that so, Bayou? If your body is always so uncomfortable, then rest for now. You don't have to follow me anymore in the future. The shopkeeper of Moxiang has just returned from purchasing spices from Nanyang recently. I think he's perfect for you. After you get married, go to Zhuangzi and become a steward lady. Princess Bayou will be fine soon. Yesterday, Li Xingqiu from Huachantang just said that she's not a big deal. Just take 1 or 2 more pills these days and don't let her leave. What do you think, Bayou? Princess, do you no longer trust me because I disappointed her? Yes, I am unmarried and pregnant, which brings shame to the princess. It's Bayou. Thank you very much for the princess's kindness. The princess treats her maidservants very well, but Bayou will not be able to serve by her side in the future. Please take more care, princess. Bayou has gone white. Jade. Madam, please don't rush Bayou away. I haven't been able to take good care of my wife these days because I feel unwell. Because she is pregnant with my child. Very good, very good. Do you dare to try hiding? Look, this seat won't strip you of your skin or bones. Lo. 5 mouths. That's how you became the guard of this princess. The guard arrived at my intimate maid's bed and even gave her a child. If this princess doesn't reveal this matter, are you two planning to keep it a secret from me for the rest of your lives or hit the child? Princess, I like Bayou and I want to marry her. Run well again, Mei Lu. Why did you marry her? Why did you pretend to be crazy and fool this stupid girl into having a child? But I didn't even give her a decent wedding and promise. You don't even know that she blames herself every day for the pain and self-blame of her unborn child. Princess, you already knew. Why didn't you say anything before? I already knew about it. I wanted to give you time to handle this matter and tell me personally. I never expected that Meizhou would drag on until today without giving you an explanation. Princess, I'm sorry. Bayou was wrong. Don't worry, White Jade will never ruin your reputation. I'm going to ask Li Xingqiu to help me remove the child today. Don't drive me away. White Jade. Yue was tricked by Mei Lu, right? You don't like him, do you? Don't worry, I'll send Mei Lu off for you. No one bullied my girl, hit me in the face, and still managed to escape unscathed. Someone took down Mei Lu and sent him to the prison of the Ministry of Rights for execution. Don't do it. Princess, please spare Mei Lu. I am Bayou and I don't know how to behave. I fell in love with him. White Jade, I was wrong, Bayou. She will never get married in this life and will serve the princess well. Please spare him. Finally speaking the truth. All right, I don't want you to be like a cow or a horse. I'm still waiting for you to give birth to a baby for me to play with. I know you've been wronged. If I'm not mistaken, Mei Lu never mentioned marrying you, did she? Even if Baiyu is just a lowly daughter of a courtesan who comes from the border and has a lowly status, I don't want to force anyone to do something they don't want to do. White Jade, I don't force it, I am truly discerning. At first, I really wanted to tease Baiyu. Our Meizu assassins have been trained as weapons of murder since childhood. I like the life of licking blood on the tip of a knife and wandering between bloody killings and rouge beauties. I have long been accustomed to the enchanting courtesans in brothels or the arrogant courtesans in brothels, but Baiyu thought I was a little brother who didn't understand anything. I tease her because I find it interesting, but I don't know when I'll start playing. This playfulness has turned into reality. That day, Baiyu pushed me away. I just realized that I had unconsciously let Baiyu stay in my heart, which left me confused and scared. I didn't understand until today when Madame promised to betroth the White Jade to someone else. Baiyu, I know you don't believe me, but what I'm saying is the truth. White Jade has long been an indispensable part of my life. Xyaluzi, I don't know which one of you is the real you in front of me or just pretending to be innocent and pure. I was too stupid to have ever noticed. You have never shown your true self to me, have you? Bairue, take Bayusin and rest for now. She's pregnant now and shouldn't be so worried. Yes. Madam, I know I was wrong. Isn't it just to teach Xyaluzi the lesson by doing such a big play? If Xyaluzi can make it through, Sister Baiyu will definitely treat her well. You're actually smart. Actually, Meizu's nature is not bad. It seems that his wandering life in the world is only because of his long life of licking blood on the edge of the knife, which makes him afraid to easily let go of his worries. But Baiyu is too calm and does not dare to place expectations on the relationship between men and women in July. That is to say, Mei Lu started with his younger brother to coax and deceive before finally unloading Baiyu's heart. These two are meant to be a perfect match, but they shouldn't be getting along like this, otherwise sooner or later, they will be heartbroken. The sins of heaven can still go against their own will, but they cannot live. You're so smart and using your face to deceive everyone. Go ahead and get her back. Princess. Cutting, sorting, and chaos are sorrows of separation. Don't let the ordinary taste linger in your heart. Your Majesty, it's late at night. Isn't a person afraid? Didn't Xia Fangzi say that you shouldn't come to this palace at this time in the future? Since being saved by Xiao Fangzi that day, he has often come to visit our palace. I shouldn't have been too close to him, but it's only with Xiao Fangzi's quiet companionship every night that I feel like the days in this deep palace are not so agonizing. Goddess, the moonlight is just right. It's better for Xiao Fangzi to accompany you to enjoy the moon and drink at a bar than to be alone under the moon and feel heartbroken. After all, no matter how much you hurt yourself, the people you care about cannot be seen. Yeah, the other party can't even see it. In the end, it's just me making things difficult for myself. The Empress's drunkenness relieves 1,000 sorrows. Xia Fangzi didn't want the Empress to show such a sad expression, so she could only pour this glass of wine for her. Xia Fangzi respects you. It's just a rare opportunity to meet a close friend. This palace will drink your cup of wine. Your Majesty, this wine was stolen by Xiao Fangzi from the Imperial kitchen and is called Daughter Drunken. Does the Empress want to know what story is going on here? Your monkey-like belly is full of various stories. I don't even know how you know so much about astronomy and geography. Can you tell me? Your Majesty, I am not a little Fangzi. You remember, my name is Fangguan. I was just passing by Changmin Palace, but I didn't want to meet the person I loved for my whole life here. Fangguan knows that he is lowly and shouldn't have imagined the phoenix in the sky. However, how can he be difficult for himself if the Empress wants to kill me? Just send someone to take action. Why? Why did it become like this? What should I do? Fang Yi. You have obtained the person. A lonely woman who has lost the favor of a man and is old and lecherous. Even if one is high and mighty, their heart is only filled with desolation. How could a chaste and virtuous woman who pretends to be chaste not want someone to comfort her physical and mental loneliness? Is Fanyi a master of flower bushes? Just will this Empress tell the landlord that terrestrial gentleman is not a good match? Humph, sir, no woman in my hands has been able to escape, yet the queen tasted such fun today and was really willing to touch me. Besides, the Liu family may not be able to really move their grandfather if they want to. Yes, but this is never our territory. You need to be more careful when acting to prevent people in our country from worrying. Okay, that's it. How did you hear about 9,000 years old and Jinming? Don't deceive with those well-known things. I don't think that princess would obediently be forced to marry a eunuch. The people around 9,000 years old have gone through numerous trials and tribulations. I haven't been able to truly enter the eyes of the 9,000-year-old lord in the Imperial household department, yet I only roughly know that 9,000 years old dotes on this new queen, but the queen always treats him lightly. Is that so? I don't think you'll have to send more people to investigate. I never believe in superficial things. If I'm not mistaken, Jinming and my cousin, I'm afraid there's really some emotion involved. What is the fetal image of the old Dr. Zhang Baiyu? She's been having trouble eating, sleeping, and frequently vomiting these days. Will it affect the child? Do you want me to make a 10 complete tonic soup to replenish it? There's no need for the 10 complete tonic soup, because Miss Baiyu has only recently been infected with the epidemic, so gastrointestinal problems often lead to nausea and vomiting. Let's have a light diet. What does it mean? Baiyu is not pregnant at all. What should I do? I still want to use my child to trick you into marrying me. Xiaoluzi, in your eyes, I'm still as easy to coax and deceive as before. I remember I just said that I don't want to see you lately. Do I, sister? You is not. I'm just too worried about you. You're not leaving, are you? I'll go. You shameless. I still shameless. Sister, you feng shui takes turns. Please cooperate with episode 110. Eat this picture. Bring the little white heart. Let's go into the palace and forget about these enemies. It seems that Baiyu will definitely not go out during this period of time after losing face like this. The Grand Hall of the Imperial Palace. After learning of Lady Blue's death, His Majesty fell seriously ill. No medicine works, relying on Zhou Jinlin's pill to regulate it. He's been in a poor mental state lately, and he's been crying and laughing at times. If you have anything to say when you enter, please report it as soon as possible to prevent Mumu from having long dreams. More understands. Your Majesty, the princess has arrived. Sister Ling. Sister Lingyu. Your Majesty, I am Jinming. More. My mother said you are my father, right? Is that what your mother told you? What else did she say? My mother has already told you everything she needs to say. Even if we were not meant to be together, you missed it. She never regretted it, but if time could go back, everyone would have a different ending. Of course, Lan Ling would never say such a thing, but only when the Emperor hears what he wants to hear. Will the situation be more favorable to me? I must use the death of Bluefeather to make the Emperor love my daughter even more. Yes, it's indeed what your mother would say. Never give up, never bow down, never regret. But it's not in vain to have her say that I've been infatuated with for many years. But why did she suddenly self-destruct? After Landu went to his mother's place that day, he said something and her mother burst into tears. Land comforted his mother and left in the middle of the night. Not long after, he walked in front of his mother, and in the back father also had a big argument with landlord because of this. What a terrestrial land! How dare you act behind my back? Also, more, after you listen carefully, don't call that man father in front of me. Your mother is right. I am your father. However, there's nothing, but you are my daughter, but this matter cannot be publicized to the public. I know that Duke Jinghua has mistreated you over the years, and I will definitely make up for it in the future. Yes, marrying me to a eunuch is your way of making up for it. Blaming all the responsibility onto Duke Jinghua is your remedy. So Moa requests her father for a personal item before the day of her mother's death. Moa wanted to take her and some of her mother's ashes to the border. Being unfilial to her daughter and getting married during her mother's funeral is the last thing Moa can do for her mother. My mother once said that no matter what happened in the past, Death knows everything is empty. Some things are something that cannot be let go of or avoided in one's life. Take this and let me accompany her to see all the wind and moon at the border. You can depart with peace of mind. I will take care of everything for you. Only tell me that you will go to Mount Wutai to pray for me, and then arrange someone to send you to the border. Or bid farewell to His Majesty. Go, my dear child. Go and persuade Lu Ziming to have that scoundrel come in and see me immediately. Yes. Madam did indeed provoke the Emperor and Land with just a few harsh words, just like Lord Qian Sui. This couple is so scary. Palace Garden. Gaga wants to go out. We need to go out. Oh, Jinming, you bird has really become a sperm. No wonder you feel so sorry for it and even begged me for that rare animal medicine specifically for it. Don't worry about it. This bird is in heat every day. Its feathers were burned out in a fire and explosion a few days ago. Even though my injuries haven't healed, I can still think about flirting with other mother birds. Later, he was chased by a group of male birds and couldn't even fly or run away. If it weren't for by you saving it, I'm afraid it would have lost its life by now. This can make me see if your penis is so powerful. The princess is not doing well. Lord Landu, for some unknown reason, angered His Majesty today and was hit on the head with an inkstone by His Majesty. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince went to plead for mercy and has now been punished to kneel outside the palace. Since your Highness Royal Highness Princess is busy, or won't bother much. Princess, let's go first. Although after that day, the princess and I tacitly pretended not to argue, but when it comes to the Crown Prince or the 9,000-year-old, we always becoming an enemy identity has added an extra barrier. The palace will leave first. What are you hiding from doing? Come out, just report anything you need. The princess's words are really heartbreaking. In order not to disappoint the princess, Fang Guan used all possible methods and finally succeeded in capturing the queen. Can't the princess be gentle with her noble officials? Fortunately, I hid quickly. This woman really wants to castrate me. What, is this an addiction to seducing married women? Do you think anyone can be teased by you? The princess has reminded you that you won't be polite next time. Princess, are you just guarding against me like this? If it weren't for serving the princess as an official, why bother so much and end up like this? Fangguan, your acting skills are truly excellent, worthy of being the top-notch character in the Heavenly Court stage troupe. No wonder he became the guest of both Han Guifei and Empress at the same time. Unfortunately, no matter how good her acting is, the princess is never moved. Being able to hold the hands of two women over 10,000 people in the Heavenly Kingdom is already enough for you, especially when it comes to the noble consort. She only has one daughter for so many years. She has wanted a boy, but your Majesty's health is not good. It's just pitiful to think about it. Do you want to confuse the royal bloodline? Are you a fool to think of Han Guifei? She always takes contraceptive pills after falling in love with me. How could that woman really be pregnant with my child? You don't have to worry about whether she will become pregnant with your child. You just need to be a man who truly admires her in front of her. The way one should look when hearing that their beloved woman is pregnant with their own child is enough. The princess will naturally take care of the rest for you. Fangguan. What's wrong, Your Majesty? You look so anxious. This bitch, how dare you hit me? You shameless thing, even that old woman, the queen, dares to touch it. Did she send you to this palace as a spy? Just take it for granted Fangguan was originally a lowly actor who could only survive on the green eyes of high-ranking officials and nobles. How can a noble person not obey a noble official? It's also Fangguan's overconfidence that he thinks he can protect the Empress. I beg your pardon? You stayed with that old woman, the queen, to protect this palace. Yes, the queen found out about my relationship with the Empress and forced Fangguan to testify against her, but how can I achieve monthly success? So I forced the queen. Now the noble and elegant Empress Lu is also having an affair with me. If she dares to expose the Empress, I will drag her down. I won't let my woman suffer any harm, even if it means using gentle language to spell out Fangguan's skin bag. If the Empress is not at ease, then she can rest assured you can send someone to collect the head of Fang Guan at any time. Don't go. You're such a lunatic. How could you do such a thing for me? Are you not afraid that the Queen will kill you? Why can this man be so emotionally involved? I have been a goddess of heaven since childhood, but after entering the palace he just became one of the 3,000 empresses of the Emperor. Fangguan is willing to risk being cut to pieces for me and drag the Empress into the water. You, my gentle words are worth everything for you. Have you reported to Madam? What did Madam say? Madam heard that you had something to do tonight and couldn't go back. She said, got it, I went to take care of Lord Luo and he didn't seem unhappy. Oh. You said she looked indifferent. What did I say wrong, Duke? I'm not worried that Madam will be angry with him for coming home late. Did I specifically inform the Madam? Madam is not angry. Why is the Duke unhappy instead? Why doesn't the lady seem to resist Luo's appearance? This may be the innocence, simplicity, and elegance of Lord Luo. Madam, after all, every day she comes into contact with cunning and vulgar people, as well as various demons and monsters, garish heart and profound red devil monster, so there is no defense against Lord Luo. Deep and bright mind, garish demons and ghosts. Swing driving. Sir, don't you still have many memorials to approve? You and Xia can finish the rest of the report with nothing else. My lord wants to go back home. Why did you come back so late? Who are you? How dare you disguise yourself and break into the 9,000-year-old mansion without permission? Who does your uncle say I am? Agio. Why are you dressed up like this without even putting on makeup? You always look so luxurious and simple. Isn't that strange? Whether it's humans or demons, say it's strange or ugly. Ain't not why know the appearance of the millennium-old demon who used to eat people is still suitable for you. Ugly. Is this a human demon or a millennium-old demon who can eat people? Oh, sir, you're back. It's really exhausting to enter the palace today. Judging from my husband's appearance, he has already taken a shower. Let's go to bed early. Go to bed. How can I sleep next to this cannibal demon in this seat? Aren't you afraid that in the middle of the night, I will peel and eat you until you're completely boneless? After sleeping in the same bed for so long, how could the mother not recognize her husband? Is it because of Fu Tai's failure or not? You bad girl, haven't slept enough. I'll deal with you later. Husband, let me pour you a cup of tea. It's better to get some sleep in the tea and disperse, otherwise this vengeful old monster will definitely mess with me tonight. Don't make any inappropriate decisions in your mind, otherwise my husband wouldn't mind letting you try out the exquisite postures carved by everyone on the rosewood doors and windows of our study. One day, I will smash all the doors and windows of that room. Actually, sir, you look great without rouge. Wearing rouge doesn't really show your charm. Is that so? Indeed, even you said the same thing. I look a lot like Arlo now, right? But what if I said I never liked this face? If possible, I wish I could peel off this face bit by bit. With a face covered in blood and flesh, this face is almost perfect and brings me the supreme glory of mountain practice, mastering the power of life and killing in the world. No one dares to steal my sharpness. How can I be willing to easily destroy it? Some people say that I am very similar to my mother, and it is probably the last memory left to me by my mother, so how can we give up? Alo's going crazy is related to my mother. I'm afraid it's also related to his appearance. That was his own fault. That fool always thinks that everyone in the world has a kind heart, thinking that his efforts moved some people who were originally indifferent to him. It was a waste of that face. Everyone has their own persistence, aren't you the same? Everyone says you are autocratic, domineering, extravagant, greedy, sycophantic, cruel. But if you are truly cruel and ruthless, why do you never levy taxes on the people and monitor officials specializing in the governance of corrupt, sycophantic, and incompetent individuals, while showing tolerance towards the tough and just individuals in the Ministry of Revenue who oppose you? You strongly advocate for the border war. Everyone says that you sign contracts with foreign countries and are willing to pay tribute without fighting, but rather surrender, lose power, and humiliate the country. But no one knew that His Majesty ascended the throne and conquered countless battles. The national treasury is empty, the country is in turmoil, and there are internal and external difficulties. I was moved by what you said. It turns out that I am so worried about the country and the people. You're not worried about the country or the people, but you're used to fulfilling your responsibilities. If a country does not have its own people, it will not have its own people. If a country does not exist, it will not have its own people. What am I playing and having fun in this arena? Balaking ultimately refused to admit that he was so conflicted inside. Even though he hates this country, he still protects it in his own way. It seems like the most absurd paradox. Even if the mains are bloody, this country, riddled with wounds, still operates smoothly in the hands of the most indifferent and hated people. Whether it's compassion or cruelty, the person I married is you. Whether it's a thorny journey or a lifetime of infamy in the future, I will accompany you all the way. Didn't you say that you won't wait for me and won't keep my chastity for the rest of your life? So I said, if you die at someone else's hands, don't expect me to have any integrity. I will marry another man and have a few more children for a lifetime of glory, wealth, and prosperity. I will never remember you again. The girl who is not tidy up. Oh, wow, they hurt. It just hurts. After all, it's what you just said, my lord. But it's a cannibalistic demon. Bear grudge. Oh no, I won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Husband, I was wrong. Madam, how could you be wrong? Madam is right, but my husband is a cannibalistic demon, of course. We need to peel off the wife's skin and bones and eat her clean. Oh, wow, Agio, you don't do it. Why is it so painful here? It seems like something has cracked open. Is it a wound? But I obediently took my medicine. Sister Ling. 9,000-year-old mansion. My husband. Oh, wow, it's been 2 hours already. Is that so? As a husband, I need to love you even more. Not good. Lord Luo is seriously injured. What's up? Don't mess around. Be careful of catching a cold. Lie down first and I'll go take a look. Ah. What the hell is going on here? Why did Luo suddenly get poisoned again? Sister Ling, Sister Ling. Luo, where is Sister Guiling? Really? Will you never leave LOL again? The poison on his body has temporarily stopped. We have all taken medicine made from blue feathers, whole body blood. Shouldn't the poison on Betrayal be detoxified like me? You all have 2 types of poison on you. One was planted by the Emperor back then, and the other was planted by the blue feather. 2 types of goo poison have existed for a long time and have mutated. The poison on your body has been completely detoxified. Perhaps because you took Mo's blood medicine on the night of detoxification, doubling its power, and the only way for Luo to solve the poison on him is one. It's about killing the Emperor and extracting the mother goo from his body. Frost Blood Hospital, Aoki. Sister, take a look. Xiaobai pooped on my clothes again. Gaga. Evil people report first. Evil people report first. Didn't you pull my tail? I can poop. It's hard for me to grow 2 hairs on my tail. How can I still seduce girls when you've taken them away like this? Sit down. You 2 are almost the same, especially LOL. How could you be so disobedient when your body hasn't fully recovered? Since the day Luo was poisoned, she has only been willing to take the medicine and food I fed her. If I don't see him every day, I will cry and cry nonstop. Now I can't live without him. Luo just wants to play with Xiaobai because it's so boring to lie alone all the time. I don't really want to pull its tail. Okay, be careful yourself and don't let me and my grandfather worry. Good. Luo knows. There is big news coming from the princess's palace. The Empress Dowager was discovered to be practicing witchcraft in the Changmen Palace. Curse your majesty, the emperor, and your noble consort. What's even more ridiculous is that the queen's palace maid accused the queen of not wanting to be lonely. There is a conflict with the witch Lv4, who is involved in witchcraft. Lu4 was born with a slender figure and had to wear the attire of a wizard when performing rituals. Looks like a beautiful young man. It is rumored that the queen became interested and hooked up with the witch. How could you say that? We think absurdity is not important. What's important is that the emperor believed it. It seems that Han Guifei had a murderous intention towards the empress for the sake of Fangguan. This time, it's hard to say whether Land and the crown prince can protect the empress. Sister, are you going out on business again? Sister, just go out for a while. LOL, please stay at home and wait for me to come back. I have seen the princess before. I heard you've caused a lot of trouble. These are rewards for you. This is new clearance documents and identity guides for silver tickets, as well as soldier tokens that lead directly to the border. It seems that the princess has already planned for Fangguan. You don't need Fangguan anymore. Let Fangguan leave, but what if Fangguan cannot bear to part with the glory and wealth here and refuses to leave? Then you can stay as long as you can afford to stay. Han Guifei will soon find out that she is pregnant with your child. Be careful yourself. Be careful not to lose your life in her hands. PX. Dr. Liu, what's wrong with this palace? I ate the wrong thing. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. This is 11 Mai. It's already the second month now. Your Majesty, it has been over 2 months since I was summoned. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your Majesty has completely lost her sacred heart and is still pregnant. As long as we give birth to a little prince, maybe tomorrow our Empress will wear the 9-tailed phoenix robe and become the mother of the world. Can such disrespectful words be spoken freely? You bastard, aren't you afraid of losing your head? I know my mistake, Your Majesty. Please spare my life. Dr. Liu, it is currently a turbulent time in the palace. The palace only wants to personally inform His Majesty of these messages, and now it's the most unstable time in the past 3 months. The Crown Prince and Land, do you know that they are trying to suppress this palace? If someone with ulterior motives finds out, I'm afraid the child in my palace's belly will be affected by petty people. Being a lower official naturally saves the Empress. Just rest assured. What should we do now? Kill all the palace maids you know. Still. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, just a little uncomfortable. Kill Fangguan. Don't you? I know you have a child. Not only that, but you also want to kill me, right? You're talking nonsense. If you want to take action, I don't blame you at all. Did I miss your future? You should have been a phoenix above the 9 heavens, right? I wanted to kill Fangguan. I am so selfish and shameless, but he never blames me. How can I handle it? I don't know Fangguan. What should we do? Don't worry. I was originally planning to come over and see how my noble consort and aunt have been lately. I didn't expect to witness such a heartwarming scene so coincidentally. Auntie won't blame Moore for disturbing you, will she? How did you break in? Auntie's expression seems to indicate that she wants Moore's life. Moore is really scared. It just depends on whether you have the ability to do so. 99,000 years old, 9,000 years old, kills the palace concubines without regard for their rank. Shiliang Mo was able to seduce him into making a move. My cousin is really enviable. Acting arrogantly, willfully, and arrogantly, one can do whatever they want. Your Majesty, I have many things to ask you when I see my beloved wife. I can't help but plead with her. Would you mind if I accompanied her over? Damn it, I'm begging so hard. I want to approve a boring memorial for a day, but you're doing such a fun thing of intimidating and threatening others alone. It's clearly this pervert who thinks it's fun and insists on following over. What do you guys really want? Moore just wants to know who collaborated with you to frame the Empress. Is it the 9th prince or the 6th prince? It's the sixth prince. What isn't he the ninth prince? As expected by this seat, the prosperity of the world is driven by the interests of those in power. Even if you have a grudge against the sixth prince for killing his mother, you will definitely cooperate. After all, compared to the ignorant ninth prince, the straightforward sixth prince is easier to control anyway. You also have enough leverage in your hands to make the sixth prince wary. I just said, how could this old monster suddenly say he wanted to bet before coming? Do you want to bet on who Han Guifei is working with if you win? I promise my husband that I won't mess with you for 7 days, but if I win, you have to promise me one thing. It is clear that he deliberately handed over the handle of the sixth prince to Han Guifei. I want to bet for my husband, madam. You must fulfill the bet agreement. Well, knight. It doesn't matter whether it's an alliance with the sixth prince or the ninth prince, because the only person you will ultimately support, your noble consort and aunt, is the 16th prince. 16th prince, are you joking? The mother of the baby in swaddling clothes is still Jin Jieyu, that lowly woman from humble origins. Why should this palace listen to you? Because Jin Jieyu came from a humble background and had no powerful relatives behind her. The 16th prince must rely more on you and the Han family to secure the throne, right? Besides, do you think you have a choice? Don't you feel sorry for this handsome and gentle lover? The palace of confusion will be castrated and then subjected to the punishment of countless cuts. No, I can't let Fangguan die like this. Okay, I promise you to support the 16th prince, but your lover is going to take a temporary trip with his niece. Don't deceive people too much. I haven't settled accounts with you for forcing my sister to death, you despicable girl. How could I possibly give such a big handle on Fangguan to Shiliang Mo? That's right, Your Highness. If you have good manners, please cooperate obediently. Otherwise, my second mother and second sister would be happy to wait for you underground to reunite. The taste of drowning in a septic tank must be good. You bitch. Ah. You bitch, this palace should have taught you a lesson a long time ago. Han Wan language. What are you doing, you bitch? It's not like that, Your Majesty. Let me explain. It's Ziliankai and Jukiansui. When did 9,000 years old leave? Mo, why don't you dodge? You clearly have martial arts skills. The Empress Dowager is Moer's aunt, and it is said that the gift of elders cannot be denied. How could Moer go against your aunt's wishes? Your Majesty, there's no need to blame her. She was unintentional. You poisonous woman. Hanshur was not good to Moer back then. You bitch and Hanshur are like birds of a feather. For the sake of your Han family's loyalty to me, I will only demote you from the position of first-class noble consort to Han consort, as a warning to others. Your Majesty, this is how you see me after serving you for so many years. I don't even have a shred of affection for treating me like this for this little bitch. Since you don't want to be stripped of the position of noble consort, that's not impossible from today on. As long as Moer enters the palace, you serve her with the night pot and gantong you. This is not good. No, holding back laughter is so painful. All right, my decision has been made to ignore this poisonous woman. This headbutting incident is much bigger or smaller. Call a few Imperial physicians to take a look. You lost. Incorrect. No. Writing a love letter like this is completely useless. It's impossible to convince father to believe in mother. The Crown Prince is still wasting his energy trying to plead with His Majesty. At this point, do you think Your Majesty will listen to what we are saying? Uncle, what do you mean? Don't you want to give up on your mother after taking care of her? She was clearly slandered by Han Guifei. Why wouldn't you, this child, take a detour and think about things? We speak without weight, but if you could force yourself to save your mother at the age of 9,000, that's different. Do you think 9,000 years old really only married Jinming to threaten you at the age of 9,000? My feelings for Lan Ling were so deep, according to my uncle's opinion. He married Jinming because of Lan Ling. He is determined to win over Jinming. And Your Majesty, the love for Shiliang Mo is based on her being the daughter of herself and Lan Ling. Rua Shiliang is clearly the daughter of Duke Jinghua and Lan Ling. It has nothing to do with Your Majesty. Guess when your majesty discovered that he had been deceived, what reaction will there be? Father Emperor is naturally cold and thin. If he finds out that Jinming is deceiving him, Jinming. Chengqian, remember that you are the crown prince and not like your father for the sake of a woman, causing harm to the country and the people, let alone if you really want Jinming, you have to eliminate all the people who hinder you. Yes. Sanqing Hall of the Imperial Palace. Late at night, Lan suddenly came to meet with someone unknown, and His Majesty sent me out as well. It's been an hour and I don't know what they're talking about. What was the sound of the glass shattering just now? Mr. Liu, this is we need to thoroughly understand what the mainland said inside and report it to Chitos. Long live Lian Gongong's hard work. He's waiting for you to take care of him inside. This time, I saw how arrogant the 9,000-year-old was. This is. Why is Xiliang Dan here? Your Majesty, the 1,000-year-old lord, invites you into the palace. Agio, where are you going? It's okay, good girl. Sleep well, my husband will be back soon. Lovely. Mr. Chitos, things are not going well this time. What's the old man up to? He's really getting impatient with life. You are here. Your Majesty, it was your Majesty who announced that the eunuch entered the palace overnight, but what's the big deal? I want Moer to enter the palace and become my concubine, granting the title of Qin Wei by Zhonggongxi. Has your Majesty gone insane? Moer is your daughter. You are all scammers. Everyone wants to deceive me. Do you think I don't know that Moer is not even my daughter? I know everything. I know everything. Lan Ling, you lied to me. You made me suffer so much. You made me think there was still a nostalgic past between us. So everything you did until your death was for that bastard Xiliang who was speechless. What's so good about him? I am the supreme ruler of the world, and I haven't done enough for you. Your Majesty, you haven't told me yet. Why do you think Moer is not your child? You just see Moer as a substitute, don't you? You, like me, can't forget Blue. Even if you can't get Blue, 9 getting her daughter is the same. Your Majesty was wrong. I don't care about Blue Feather at all, only your Majesty himself is still in the past and unwilling to come out. Moer is the wife of Weichen. If you want to move her, don't you want to use white spirit powder anymore? Is that so, Your Highness? Don't forget that under the sky, it's either Wang Tu Shui or Wang Qin by the shore of the earth. Even you, my sweetheart, are mine, my cute little brother. I remember back then. How mesmerizing are you to serve your brother in bed, no less than a woman. Chinger, you know I need white spirit powder, but don't forget what Luor needs. Lu Ling's blood has been turned into medicine for you, right? Although I don't know why, you have nothing to do after taking it, but Luor is not as lucky as you, right? I heard that he has been having more and more seizures recently. What have you done to us? Do you think I don't know that Lan Ling poisoned the antidote she gave you? Do you want to use your bed to deal with me? I just pushed the boat along and let someone tamper with that poison. Otherwise, if you take enough Blue Feather's blood one day and completely detoxify it, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Chinger, I can give you all kinds of honor and favor. I can let you kill my beloved concubines and concubines at will, and send them down to all officials and ministers. It's also better for you to follow the search for Blue Feather. And what about Lan Ling? She knew I wanted you and Luor, but they still pushed this matter forward by giving you the antidote, the current goo. This is equivalent to forcing you to enjoy my dragon bed, isn't it? You look like this. It was only when I saw you that I hated you. Having such a face is simply a demon that brings disaster to the country and the people, like your mother from a humble background. What? The group of Princess Sidi, exiled by the Heavenly Kingdom, who falsely claim to be part of the royal family. Your mother, that slut, still seduces father with her strange face. Let my father neglect my mother and even want to pass on the throne to you. Twin sons were originally unknown. Father, the Emperor is really confused. I don't know if he saw his most beloved pair of young children groaning under me like this, neither male nor female. Will you jump out of the grave so angry, ha ha ha? Cough. Have you said enough? Did I say something wrong? You mother and son are not of our ethnicity. I am only sorry that my mother did not eradicate you all at once. Let Marshal Blue and Blue Feather save you. Go to hell. If I die, Belilo won't be able to survive. Don't you want Bililuo's antidote anymore? Cough, 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 cough. Where is the antidote? Cough, 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 cough. Cough, hee hee. If you want the antidote, then send more to the palace. You're dreaming. I haven't noticed for many years that my beloved has been growing increasingly beautiful lately. If Aiching can replace more with her own life, I can too. You should be grateful that you still kept LOL alive today, so you can give birth to the next dog. Cough. Do you know that I have always enjoyed your knowledge and understanding, and I also remember your hard work as regent for so many years after Luoer went crazy. I haven't touched you again for many years. But I need you to prove your loyalty. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. Kill him, 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 kill the ground, kill him. Moore will go to the legal side to bury her mother in a few days. What did you promise her? Don't break your promise. That's natural. No matter whose daughter Moore is, she will always have Blue Feather's blood on her body. I will fulfill Lan Ling's wish for her. Why do I feel so uneasy? Why hasn't Ajio come back yet? Ajio. Why did it come out? The sky asked. Get some extra sleep early. If I don't come out, I don't know how long someone is going to stay here in the storm. Come back. Such a small hand seems to be easily breakable, but even if these hands were holding a sword, they wouldn't hesitate to be stained with blood. But at this moment, it extended towards me as if condensing the softest color in the world. I really feel helpless towards this girl. Don't you ask me why I have to stand in the rain. If you want to say something, naturally you will. If you don't want to talk about more, why bother asking for a fake answer? Girl, sometimes you're so clever that people find you annoying. Go take a shower first. Be careful of the cold wind. Hold me tight. These scars are ugly, aren't they? Yeah, it's really ugly. Back then, when you weren't so heinous, it's hard to imagine how anyone would be willing to do such a thing to you just relying on your face. You little girl, besides being so smart and annoying at times, your mouth is also so poisonous that it makes people slap you to death. There's no one else who dares to mock me so boldly as a servant of the Se Gong, except for this girl. You are a master and disciple, but I only need you to pass on your true teachings. Why don't you tell me how these injuries came about? This kind of injury is the same behind lure. In fact, the legend that was once passed down by the court and the public in the palace is true. I was able to get to where I am now, thanks to the sun, my lord. As a plaything, it is natural to satisfy all the needs of the master and make him happy. Whip, burn, needle, bayonet, cut and throw into the wild beast garden to fight against the beasts. Get a smile from the master and even pleasing the master in bed, familiar with various bizarre and skillful techniques. So the first time I saw you kneeling in front of me, it seemed gentle, pleasing, and flattering, but my eyes are full of ambition and stubbornness, which makes me feel exceptionally familiar and interesting. It was not until a long time later that I found out. What I see in you is the same self as before. Do you think I'm disgusting? Unfortunately, no matter what, you are already mine. It's not easy to survive, is it? It's okay, it's all over now. No one will be able to threaten you anymore. Ajio, we're together now. Does she mind? Girl, if you ever leave me, I will definitely drag you to hell. I'm already in hell, aren't I? Otherwise, how could I have met you, this perverted demon? Master, this girl's way of saying sweet words is really unpleasant at all. My clothes are wet. It's okay, I'll just help you take it off. Oh, Agio. The princess asked me to prepare ginger soup for Lord Chinsui. Should I bring this soup in or not? Ruer, your face is so red. Ruer, are you okay? Why are you here? I have always been by your side, Ruer. As long as Ruer needs me, I will appear. Stupid idiot, who wants you to be so foolish? Shinshiner, I am willing to become a fool for you. Great. Humph, this time I learned smart and didn't bring out the secret code, so I got caught. The 95th move to catch up with a silly woman. The foolish woman who saved the beauty with a hero is definitely a must-kill skill. Even if she's okay, she should sneak around and cause trouble, causing her to fall into your arms. Meichi, do you want to use this move? No wonder I just saw you secretly apply oil on Sister Rui's shoes. Ruer, listen to my sophistry and don't explain. One compared to egg scammers. Don't appear in front of me again. Mei Lu. This is your response to mocking me every day in front of me. I want to catch up with Bai Xinxin. Let's wait until my child with Yuer is born. I'll kill you. 9,000-year-old mansion. How about going to the law court tomorrow? Have you packed everything up yet? Everything is packed up. You can go over to the banquet of practice that the Emperor has set up for you tonight. Later, I have important matters to attend to and will be delayed. Agio, what's wrong with you? It seems strange. It's nothing, I just feel like dusk has arrived. It's time for another demon moment. Mower, please taste the seafood. I heard that you like seafood. These are all fast-paced, constantly adding ice cubes along the way. Various types of seafood urgently delivered from 800 miles by the seaside. Take a look and see if it suits your taste. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mower can come by herself. What is the Emperor today? My gaze was unusually strange and uncomfortable, and I just wanted to dig out his eyeballs. The weirdest thing is that he insists on having me sit on the Empress's throne. I'm not afraid of arousing criticism. It's really cool. Why hasn't Agio come yet? The night is extremely dark today. I have a treasure that I want to show to all the noble families. This is a wonderful dance that has not been seen for many years, but is rare to see on earth because it exists in heaven. Aiching, come out now. Long live your majesty, long live, long live. See. This is 9,000 years old. Bailey Aiching, please rise. I haven't seen Aiching wearing this outfit for many years. That's really nostalgic. Weichen is your majesty's servant. When should Weichen wear it? Weichen naturally has to serve your majesty. Madam has never seen this dance before, so today we will consider it as practicing for Madam. Has Baileking gone crazy today? Offering a dance in front of the court is equivalent to nailing oneself to the position of a sycophant. Announce to the world that he will serve the king with color. How do you know if the red thread is wrong? Thousand-fold thoughts, early green plum blossoms, accompanied by longing. The same path leads to different destinations. Forget what this evening is. The dream of a prosperous new year never rests. Looking back, it's already the end of the sky and the mountains and rivers before we can rest. Only Dan invites you to return to the place where the incense burns and the spirit of Ding is sacrificed through bones. Bonamana. Come and call me Lin in person. What the hell is going on here? The film is silent and lifeless. Agio hid the aphrodisiac fragrance between his sleeves. In the dance room, the fragrance wafted through the hall through his internal strength. Except for a few highly skilled veterans like Duke Jingwa, no one else can withstand it. It's still my vengeful Agio. The dance at the age of 9,000 is indeed a rare occurrence in the world where ghosts and monsters can captivate the soul. What does your majesty think of Wei Chen's soul-stirring dance? Baileking, how brave you are. Ha ha. Moore thinks her husband's dance is very interesting. It's so fun. It's good if Moore likes it later on. I will have Bai Li Aiching dance for us alone as long as you are happy. Your Majesty, do you have any further instructions? I need to prepare first. Without Aiching, please go down. After I finish the banquet, I will come find you. What else can I command? Just ordering him to dance once. He caused this horrifying incident. If I have any other orders, I don't know what this bastard can do. I am resigning. The princess's room has been tidied up. At the age of 9,000, I will stay overnight in the palace to narrate. With your Majesty, please rest here, Princess Jinming, until tomorrow, and then accompany her out of the country together. Okay, the princess knows what a great lodging place. That servant has left. Beilaking, what do you think of me as Shiliang Mo? I said nothing and made all the decisions alone. In your eyes, I am so unreliable. Since that's the case, please wait for me and don't regret it. Why did someone suddenly start drinking alone? It's too boring. It was Royal Highness Princess. Please raise your glass and invite the bright moon to form a pair of shadows, as the saying goes. Are you feeling sad about your elder brother and 9,000-year-old? They actually don't necessarily think that the prince would be interested in 900 years old. Princess, if you come to accompany me for a drink, I am very welcome, but if not, please come back. Jinming is still as stubborn as ever. Although she is so sad, she doesn't want to show weakness. Since she doesn't want to say anything. Haoban Palace will accompany you to the end. Not good, Chongping Hall is on fire. Jinmini. Where is Princess Jinming? The princess got drunk and slept in the hall, but she didn't escape. A group of trash. If Princess Jinming cannot be saved, I will demand that you compensate her for her life. Girl. Indulgence and recklessness. Girl. Great. Punch Quest. Your way of worrying, you stinky girl, is too special. You're so heavy-handed, delicate, I have no pity for my delicate husband at all. Husband, the next time you do this kind of thing, I don't know if it will make me feel sad. I have nowhere to vent my anxiety and fear that my husband will be taken advantage of, or if something else happens. We can only use this method to relieve it a little bit. Didn't you say you shouldn't ask? How can we settle accounts after autumn? I only know that it's just a matter of cutting and assembling. She is also my palm flower, a woman who never wants anyone to protect it. I don't know how to ask, but I haven't said I won't settle accounts after autumn if the husband has already had two intentions and wants to climb on someone else's bed or let someone else climb on the bed. He must inform the concubine in advance. I will definitely be a gentle and skilled wife who ignores or seeks help on my own anyway. It's not the first time we've been separated. For whom is this sacrifice for, and for whom is it busy? Shouldn't you be grateful, holding on to someone and feeling sad and hurt for your husband? I have the ability to handle things on my own, and no one can make decisions for me. If there are difficulties that I cannot solve on my own, I will naturally seek your help, but you have to trust me. I am not only your wife, but also your companion. Companions are people who share common core interests and goals. Everything must be solved and faced together, seeking to maximize our interests. This is what we call teamwork. Even if you sacrifice yourself today to block the Emperor's favor for me, what about tomorrow and the day after? We are one, and your actions do not represent your individuality. It will also harm our core interests. Why don't we keep talking about concubines, one by one anymore? Do you think I need to fall into the old path of being a servant of the past in order to get what I want? Where did this girl come up with these strange thoughts? Open mouth benefits. Closed mouth team is like a combat style on the battlefield. Agio, you have been the head of the Imperial Household Department and the Imperial Guards for many years. It should be understood that the excellence of a team is not determined by the strongest member among them, but the weakest person. Where did you learn these things? Don't say your father taught you. If he had such ability, the person sitting in my seat would probably be him. Where? Probably learned it in my previous life, right? Or maybe it was taught to me by immortals. No matter who taught it, as long as it's right, it's good. Stinky girl, why did you pretend not to move like a mountain and only do it yourself when you already saw something? Aren't you afraid that you might interrupt me with something important? What was suppressed by the Emperor? Or to suppress His Majesty the Emperor? That's it. No matter what you do, it's your own fault for being destroyed. Am I not personally telling you the consequences of inadequate teamwork? You little girl. Speak up, you followed that old scoundrel back to Sanqing Hall for so long, what are you doing? He is ultimately the one who can defeat all opponents and ascend to the throne of a country. Even though I have been addicted to white spirit powder for years, my willpower is not weak tonight. I used Yin Yanxiang and planned to take advantage of his confusion to ask for the solution to the poison on Aloe's body. However, I won't apologize. If not this time, there will always be another chance. Is white spirit powder extracted from plants such as millet flowers? How do you know about this type of flower? I remember it was a secret medicine given by the high priest of the Khmer people. Please call me Jianghu Bai Shaoxing. Thank you, Bai Shaoxing. What a Bai Shaoxing, why don't you guess? If your master won't be able to get out of bed tonight, tomorrow we will carry it to the border town. You should restrain yourself. I have to go to the Emperor's place to perform a scene and explain that I didn't die. I'll wait for you in the carriage. I'm leaving. Princess Janine, haven't you found anyone yet? Your Majesty, Moer. What's going on here? Moer was just going out for a break. How could the Chongping Hall catch fire? It's good that you're okay. Fortunately, you're not in the hall, otherwise. Moer's anxiety may be due to His Majesty's excessive favoritism towards Moer, which has caused dissatisfaction among others. After all, Moer's fate is not worthy of His Majesty's favor. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't worry, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. When you come back, I will give you a palace that is dozens of times more beautiful than here. Can your Majesty give me the most beautiful palace in the world? How beautiful is it? Like the central palace of the Empress Dowager? Of course, as long as it's what my daughter wants, I'll give it to her. Your Majesty's love for Moer is greatly appreciated. Tomorrow we have to leave early, so Moer will leave first. Give them all. If I want your heavenly kingdom, thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, I'm afraid you can't afford it. Agio, I'm leaving now. TSK, this road is really short. A shameless old monster. How? Very good looking. Can't stay any longer, see otherwise. I'm leaving. I will definitely be reluctant to part with it. Princess, everything is ready. I'm leaving. Wait for me when I come back. I will definitely have the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. And the power that can protect you. Princess Yi has already left. Take a look. Oh, mouth, right. If you don't want to, Princess, just say it directly. I hide myself and dare not watch the princess leave without saying anything. The princess didn't even turn her head and ran away, did she? Take it and burn it. Yes, Wu Qinsui sent his wife back, and it's so scary to mess with her. Wait, where are the melon seeds? Where have all the melon seeds by this pool gone? Have we been spoiling you guys too much lately? Your skin is itching and waiting to be peeled to make a fan. Qinsui Yi, you haven't eaten melon seeds for a long time. The melon seeds placed by the bathtub were damp, which is why they were replaced with various fruits that Madam likes. If you don't eat, you won't prepare. Who told you to do this? Bring me melon seeds and roll around. Yes, Lady Qiansui's new hobby has run away. So, Lord Qiansui finally remembered his old days, Taiwan roots, melon seeds. The good days of Mrs. Wu's marriage are coming to an end. Sanqing Hall. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Hongfu Qitian. The 9 turned golden immortal pills you ordered have come out today, totaling 5 pills. This medicine is refined from 999 kinds of precious medicines in the mountains and the essence of the mountain spirit beast, a dual cultivation method for men and women that can help users rejuvenate and become more refined. Very good, I will take a bath, cleanse myself, burn incense, and pray before taking it tonight. I must regain my strength and rejuvenate myself, so that I can match more. Your Majesty's request for a meeting on land. Another Taoist who misleads the public with his deceitful words. Your Majesty, what kind of medicine did that Taoist bring you? How can this thing of unknown origin be taken casually? The former Emperor Yi passed away after taking an excessive amount of cinnabar pills. Are you cursing me for recklessly crossing the land? Wei Chen dare not. I won't argue with you about this matter. Today, I declare that you need to write an imperial decree. I will let Jinming enter the palace and bestow upon her the title of Empress Chen after she returns. Your Majesty, Princess Jinming has already married 9,000 years old. Absurd, it's ridiculous. Is the Emperor crazy? Bailey Aiching is a celestial eunuch who has wasted the happiness of Mo in the second half of her life since Lan Ling and I cannot join hands in this lifetime. Then bestow the title of Chen Fade upon Mo. It's also a way to make up for the regrets of the past. Blue Feather is always unique. No one can replace it. Your Majesty, aren't you afraid that Blue Feather won't be able to close her eyes even under the 9 springs? I want her to be uneasy even under the 9 springs and never forget me. Besides, Moer is so similar to her in personality and appearance. Jinming is not only a second married queen, but also a legitimate wife who announced to the world at the age of 9,000. How can one enter the palace with proper justification? And the position of Empress Chen is even higher than that of the 4 consorts, with the same rank as Vice Empress. Has your Majesty forgotten the Empress? She has been with you for decades even without any merit. Taking care of your harem requires hard work, let alone being your Majesty's first wife. The Empress has lost her virtue and dared to practice witchcraft in the palace. If this had fallen on someone else's head, I would have broken it into pieces a long time ago. Now that I have spared the Empress, I have given face to your Lu family. Land has always been grateful and knows what to do in return. Don't worry, Consort Chen will always be Consort Chen. After the White Year, I will have Consort Chen buried. I will never threaten the Queen and the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has always been deeply in my heart and will naturally become the ruler of a country in the future. Your Majesty, this is forcing me. As long as I personally write the Imperial Edict as the head of civil servants, the backlash from the courtiers will not be so great. He asked me to support him in doing this on the condition of the Queen and the Crown Prince. I have no choice at all. Yuzunzi. Go and invite the Crown Prince to the Academy. Mr. Xiang is not doing well. Something happened in his hometown of Nanyang. I don't know what bandits I encountered last night. They captured over 230 people from our hometown, including their master and servants. Old ladies, gentlemen. How are they all doing? Now there is blood in the mansion, but no body has been found. I don't know yet, madam. Are they alive or dead? Why am I already so careful? Accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger, let alone the people of the 9,000-year-old Minister of Rights who hold power in the capital city. I left my whole family in my hometown of Nanyang early on. Why did they keep many martial arts masters and 800 soldiers guarding? Oh, I wonder who is blocking the way here and kneeling down. It turns out to be the land god. I don't know if it turns out that the land god is so respectful to me. Is this a kneeling welcome? It's by Li Qing? 9,000 years old. Yes, who else has the ability to be on the land of my Lu family in Nanyang quietly and swiftly, like a storm? They kidnapped all of their hundreds of people. Who else has such a grudge against me because I proved that Jinming is not His Majesty's biological daughter? Did it anger him? I have recently researched some magic techniques for the appearance of Ma Yishen. As soon as I saw the land today, I felt that your seal was black and pale in color. There will definitely be a bloody disaster in the near future. Do you believe it or not? No, you can't move double. My family is still dealing with this Tianzi #1 treacherous villain in his hands. We absolutely cannot handle it with common sense and cannot provoke him. Mr. Xian Qiansui has always been clever and admired by someone like Lu. I don't know if there is a way to turn away this bloody disaster, but at what cost? Any cost is fine as long as it can save my family. The method. This robbery cannot be solved. Beilaking. His Majesty the landlord once said that seeing this seat is like seeing him in person. Are you planning to take action against this sect and commit the following rebellion? Officials dare not calm down, otherwise you will be played by demons and treacherous people in your hands. Just dare not. I have always been a very kind person. Please wait for me to go back and flip through books. If there is any way to solve the bloody disaster, I'll let you know. If it weren't for you, prepare hundreds of coffins. I heard that the coffins at Suji Coffin Shop on Xuanwu Street are very good and can be bought much cheaper. People from the prison of the Ministry of Justice often go to buy from them. You might as well go for a stroll and maybe choose some good styles. Be gone. Pooh. Prime Minister. Sir, should we? No need. The thing that death row inmates fear the most is when the big knife hangs over their head before being chopped off. Our terrestrial lord is like a dead person at this moment. He wants to know if his family members have been killed. I'm also afraid to know that I guess every day when bad news about my loved ones will come. This painful mood is the best weapon to torment people. Send someone to deliver a blood-stained robe of his family member to the land god every day. Look at the painful expression on our terrestrial lord's face. It really makes my whole body feel as comfortable as smelling a little girl's scent. No, I don't think Madam will like your metaphor. It's going to be night again. It's a boring day. Sir, this is a matter of concern for Madam. Yeah, that girl isn't here, so I don't know what to play with. I also miss my wife very much. When will Mrs. Wu come back? Border Pass, Law Square City. Officer, sir. Vice Commander of the former Jingyue, Jinling Commander Li Mi. We are a business traveler from Shangjing, planning to go to Heyi and Sanrong to do some business. You said you were business travelers from Beijing. Take them down. This official doesn't know where the caravan led by Xiao Ku has offended you, or is there a problem with our customs clearance documents? It's unreasonable for you to act against us without any reason. Colonel Wei Qijing, you have no problem with the customs clearance documents. As for why we had to take action against you, someone will tell you when the law enforcement prison arrives. If we confirm that you are fine, we will let you go within 3 days. Completely indifferent. Everyone else seems accustomed to it, but no one is looking over here. Do we often have incidents of business travelers holding legal documents being detained here? Young master, should we take out the gold medal or the sign of the eunuch given by His Majesty? Let's follow them and sell some medicine in their gourd. If it's extortion and blackmail of good citizens, the lord of the lawful city doesn't have to do it anymore. The lord of the Law Square City is indeed a talented person. How could such a multi-ethnic mixed place be managed so orderly? 1110. That's the natural law. It was originally a border stronghold and a designated trading place for 9,000 years. Once any trouble arises, it will trigger border battles. Everyone says that at the age of 9,000, they fear dogs, dragons, and other barbarians, but it seems to be true. Why fear these barbarians? If they start fighting, just send troops to suppress them. Do you think marching and setting up formations is that easy? The people have finally found some hope to live and work in peace and contentment. In recent years, you guys have to shout at others when your mind gets hot that the heavenly kingdom can definitely annihilate the barbarians. Prioritize face over human life. How do you seem to support 9,000 years old? I don't care who is in power in the 17th dynasty, whether they are eunuchs or not, as long as we can ensure the peace and well-being of the people in the village. I will agree with anyone. I thought the reputation of the 9,000-year-old was so bad that it couldn't be any worse. I didn't expect the 1,000-year-old demon to have so many fans here. What are you laughing at? Wait until you all become spies and hang them up. Can you guys still laugh? It's because of you shameless Han Chinese borers and troublemakers that the world is in chaos. What a pity. We are not spies. You are the supervisor of the ceremonial inspection. Colonel, there's no need to be too polite. Please don't leak our whereabouts here. I was forcibly lifted up, and my internal strength is so strong. The inspector is very sorry. In recent years, many Han Chinese businessmen and merchants have caused trouble in the legal system. Attacking foreigners and local soldiers several times almost triggered a rebellion within the city, so the Lord has ordered that anyone suspicious be taken away for investigation. Your business travelers are all trained and overly clean. There's no such thing as walking through the Gobi Desert. That's why we... Colonel, where's your job? Sorry, take me to meet your Lord Han. People causing chaos. It seems that this trip to Fang City will bring a lot of trouble. I heard that the inspector from the Ministry of Rights has arrived. Lord Zhou Yunqing of Fang City, I apologize for any inconvenience caused to you. Please accept my apologies. According to records, this week Yunqing is a foreigner in his early years of business. He was robbed and almost died in the slums. He was saved by Agio and later became loyal to him. Agio really dares to use people. A grass tribe bandit named Li Mi who once made a living by robbing caravans, a foreigner lord named Zhou Yunqing. This guy is really unconventional and talented. My mother is Dashi, a countryman, and my father is a lawmaker. The supervisor took offense. I must have become wary of me as a foreigner again, seeing my appearance. Juner Zhao's mother, the lord of the city, inherits the excellent bloodline of both countries and naturally shows talent. Besides, what is the relationship between the selection of officials and appearance? This man. Indeed, it is the inspector under the seat of the Grand Duke. Please take a seat. Mr. Li hasn't been to the border for a long time. You wouldn't have forgotten us old friends by rising step by step in the Central Plains, would you? Brother Zhou, you're joking. We were all promoted by the governor back then. I've been with the law for quite some time, drinking, eating meat, killing and suppressing bandits together. How could I forget about you? But even though I am an official in the capital, I am just a senior official. The Zhou brothers are actually second-class officials in the Imperial court, and if they recognize each other casually, they may be accused of being high-ranking officials. Let's not be so literary. Lao Li cough cough. It's been 7 or 8 years since I last saw my old friends gather at the border. The inspector won't misunderstand. Don't worry, my young master is not so boring as to suspect that Lord Li colluded with border officials. They are all suspicious people who work for Qin Sui Yi. No need to use people, NHKC. Li Mi, I don't doubt it. It's just that Master M.O. is truly a generous person. Is Mr. Zhou feeling unwell, coughing, or suffering from homesickness? In fact, the Central Plains can also be considered as the hometown of lower officials. The official's health is not good and he has been coughing all along. Speaking of which, it's almost time for dinner. I will prepare a banquet with the flavor of the border for you to taste the customs of the border. By Jinmao's newly promoted maid young master, do you think there's anything wrong? I just think there are too many coincidences on Zhou Yunqing coming from a foreign country without any evidence of one's identity, and coincidentally saved by the 1,000-year-old man. Surprisingly, he is a rare genius with a solitary personality and a reluctance to talk to others. It completely meets the standards of a scout. After all, no matter how clever a spy is, they need 100 lies to make up for one lie. Moreover, speaking too much can easily lead to loopholes. I'm going to report to Commander Li about this spy who killed 1,000 knives. Please calm down for me. Silly girl, compared to me, the airborne inspector, who has no evidence of suspicion. Li Mi, of course, is a brother who trusts fate more. Zhou Yunqing has outstanding talent but also reveals strangeness everywhere. I asked my grandfather before I came to look at the information, but this is why I kept Zhou Yunqing at the border without bringing him to Beijing. I also once doubted that it was just Zhou Yunqing's performance that was too perfect. Coupled with the special nature of the legal system, I took the risk of handing over this place to Zhou Yunqing and also saw what he wanted to do. You're just trying to play with fire, you bastard. Since my lord has said so, let's act accordingly. Princess, do you want to spoil me like this? I don't even have integrity anymore. Then let's be more careful. Why did you finally let go of your shell and meet Xiaolu's young master? After the incident where she got pregnant, Baiyu hid until now because she felt embarrassed. It can be considered as coming out. Gaga Xiaoyer is hiding and not going out, and she has nothing to do. It happens to be a perfect space for me and my bird. There is a bird that comforts her every day. It's not good. Hee's raiding group has arrived. Mr. Zhou. How did the plundering group respond? We won't sign a ceasefire agreement with Hehe. Do we send them annual tribute every year? The Gobi ethnic group is inherently fierce and wild. They received annual tribute, but they didn't come for large-scale invasion. This small-scale looting has never stopped. Since the last time we sent the princess consort, she was robbed and killed by the Heksha bandits. They knew their guards were not strong enough, but after calming down for a while, they became restless again. I don't know if the lord of the city can give me the next horse to go and see together. I want to go see this inspector. Do you know that going to the battlefield is about killing people? Do you think he's going on an outing to watch the excitement? Young Master Wei can go if he wants, but he doesn't have time to lead the horse anymore. Do you mind riding with the lord of the city, young master? Sure. This week, Yunqing intentionally wanted to see me embarrass myself and fall off. The lord of the city is indeed skilled in horsemanship. Let's go. Master Mo, you are treating human life like a child's play. Don't you know how difficult it is to control a startled horse? What if someone is injured? Is that so? Just now, the lord of the city suddenly pulled the person horizontally onto the horse. I don't know if this young master, if he were a weak scholar, would he fall and get injured? You have the ability to use martial arts to save yourself. You also have superb equestrian skills that can save people. This eloquent young man. Help! Hurry up! Everyone, hurry up and into the city. The Hehe Marauder squad is coming. The city gate is about to close. Help! We haven't entered the city yet. Don't close the door. Help! There are so many innocent civilians still at the city gate, but if we don't close the city gates, once the Hehe people enter the city, it will be a catastrophic massacre. Close the city gate. Interrupt Lord Zhou. Please wait a moment before raising the city gate. I have a solution. This is. It's a vulture corpse-eating bird. Go ahead. Tear all aggressors to pieces. Help! It's the corpse-eating bird of the dead king. Run away quickly. Okay, now we can raise the city gate. Oh my God, this young master is like a divine being descended from heaven. Yes, yes. Come down, be careful of the strong wind blowing you down. The lord of the city said that my young master has excellent martial arts skills and is not afraid. Wu Gongzi's Martial Arts Course 111. Ghost Army's Tiger Token. Go back. The day is truly satisfying. Yeah, after this, how dare the Hehe people come over? Thanks to Lord Mo. Lord, where is our young master? He was with you just now, wasn't he? Is that so? Our lord has not been in parallel with the last prince for a long time. Not here, sir. Not here. Could it be that the adult left first to investigate something important? Even if the young master wants to leave, he won't hesitate to say that you were the last person. Yunqing saw the young master. Are you talking nonsense and deceiving me? This is your territory. The young master is not weak in martial arts who can silently take him away under your nose. If there are such experts on your territory, you would be too careless not to know. Lord Li Mi, do you suspect that the lord of this city has kidnapped Prince Wei? It's ridiculous that your subordinates are all top-notch experts, but no one has noticed, young Master Wei. I didn't mean it that way. Anyway, we need to find the young master as soon as possible. This is natural. The lord of this city will send additional personnel to search for the young master. Damn it. There's clearly a problem with this bastard. Wild intuition. I swear by my half-Hehe bloodline, if the disappearance of the young master has nothing to do with him, I will eat it upside down. Go follow him. If he has any problems, there can't be no flaws at all. Hiss. Qin Sui Yi, you are injured. Go down now. I'm afraid my mood is not good today. Land repeatedly stopped me on the road, which made me very unhappy. Besides, since Madam is not here, it's better to run quickly. Why do I feel so uneasy? That girl must have gone wrong, right? We can't let her leave alone anymore in the future. The little flower kept in the palm of my hand still can't run far away. Come back quickly, my palm flower. My grandfather's expression is so abnormal. He must be thinking of his wife Chen Sui. Just received news. The Crown Prince wants to see His Majesty. Last time, he joined forces with several officials but did not receive permission. Nowadays, Lord Lu has also contacted many ministers such as Chi Chi outside the Qing Palace. They love to wait. Just wait for you and don't bother with see if someone is in need of life or death. Secretly lend them a helping hand. Your Majesty also wants to see you. If you don't see him, he won't need to eat. Let me out, Bela King. Please have him come over to me. These days, Lord Chen Sui has locked His Majesty in the Sanqing Hall to the outside world. His Majesty is going to be in seclusion for cultivation, and no one will be seen. I'm sorry, but today I have to wait for someone to see Your Majesty. Your Majesty hasn't caused any trouble at all. Who let Your Majesty's mind get flooded and insist on provoking the 1,000-year-old Lord? Now it's retribution. Since Your Majesty sincerely cultivates immortals and eliminates valleys from today on, only 2 bowls of brown rice porridge and 1 bowl of water will be given to Your Majesty every day. It's better to show Your Majesty's sincerity to the Grand Master. You don't have to report this kind of thing in the future. Does this seat look so idle? All sorts of miscellaneous things need to see this seat. Yes. It turns out that Your Majesty, like me, has fallen into a mess. 3 days later. Master M.O., it's time for dinner. Why is it that the city lord personally brought dinner over today? It's truly an honor for me. There's no way Li Mi's people are staring at me too closely, so every time I can meet and confide in you, Master M.O., the time is very short. The food tastes good, but it's a bit salty. Could you please ask the chef to be gentle next time? Lord M.O. is carefree and not afraid of poisoning in the dishes. Why take the risk of kidnapping me if you want to poison me? Although I don't know how you did it, but it's not easy to create an illusion where no one else can see me, is it? I don't know what method Zhou Yunqing used that day. Just a gentle wave of my sleeve made me seem like I disappeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Lord, where is our young master? He was with you just now, wasn't he? Young master's son, what's going on? I can't speak or move. I'm here. The young master is so clever that he can tell that I am using illusions. Most people think I'm some kind of ghost or have used some poison. Illusion is really good, true, false, real, sound, light, shadow, and everything else can be used for me. It's interesting to see those self-righteous people with fearful expressions on their faces. Would you like to try the flame generated by this illusion to see if it can burn a person's skin and flesh? Doesn't the Lord just want to know about the tiger talisman of the Blue family? I was just following the orders of the 1,000-year-old Lord to search for the ghost army, which is just a replica tiger talisman. After all, it's not news that Chen Sui is interested in the Blue family ghost army, is it? Young master, are you underestimating me too much, or am I being too tolerant, using half-truths and half-falsehoods to deceive people? Do you think I can't tell if this token is real or fake? Lord Zhou, why do you say that the token is genuine? After Lady Lan passed away, so many people were unable to find any trace of the token. What? Lady Lan has passed away. No wonder you don't know, because Your Majesty, the Duke of the Land Continent, has kept this news a secret. However, since the Lord of the city knows nothing about it, then my play should be almost finished. Subordinates inadequate protection of the leader. Please punish me, young master. Impossible. How did you find this place? It's very simple. At first, Meijo and Meijo were indeed confused by your illusion. I didn't find out when I disappeared. See, however, I have a messenger to spread the message. Your little tricks are nothing in the eyes of Mr. Bird. I still want to keep it a secret from your bird master. This parrot was the one who called for vultures in the city before, right? I am a divine bird born of a phoenix and an eagle, not a parrot. I still don't understand, even though the mermaid lamp oil in this bird dungeon has been drugged, why can you move freely? There's one thing I forgot to tell the lord of the city. I also like to use poison, and I am particularly fond of fragrance-enhancing poison, so I noticed the poison in your lamp oil from the beginning is for how to detoxify. Girl, take it. This is the fruit of the acacia tree, which can bear fruit for 100 years without rotting for 10 years. Not only can it nourish and maintain appearance, but it also has the effect of reviving the dead. Consider it an old man's gift for my granddaughter and daughter-in-law. After all, the old man is the most generous, unlike some people who only bully their grandchildren and daughter-in-law, people who are not even willing to give some good things as a gift for meeting such a person. If their granddaughter-in-law gives birth to a chubby baby in the future, they may not even kiss her. I beg your pardon? Watch it out. This is the only type of insect in the world that can resist all kinds of poison, the poisonous Morocco. Old lady, I have carefully cultivated a sacred object for more than 10 years and sent it to you. How can I force my mother-in-law to give me these valuable gifts, my lord? It's okay, you can take it. Blood Granny trusts her promise the most. If she says she'll give it away, she won't ask you to go back. Since the old doctor is discussing his feelings with his mother-in-law, Moa won't refuse. I will definitely cherish it. I fell for it. I naturally have my own methods, so the Lord doesn't need to know. However, could you please temporarily leave Lu Fong City for a while? Come with me. Let's camp here and rest. You've worked hard today, everyone. Yes. Meiji, release Zhou Yunqing. Are you crazy? How dare you kidnap me? How can we know the whereabouts of the ghost army without taking you away? Even the emperor has been deceived for many years, but Lord Zhou can judge the authenticity of the token. You are filled with grief over Lady Blue's death, but have no interest in the ghost army at all. Only disdain and vigilance are willing to kill me for this. Compared to those who plot against the Blue Family Ghost Army, you are more like a pawn placed by the Blue Family Ghost Army on the legal side, monitoring all those who have plots against the Blue Family Ghost Army. So you haven't moved these 3 days, even though you were able to escape, just to trick me. Of course, how can we trap you without spending some time waiting for you to relax in the dungeon? You can infer whatever you like. Anyway, the lord of this city can't go back now. What a warm, sweet plum blossom lying. Where is Agio, a person who speaks ill of himself? Agio, what are you going to do? Summer bugs are speechless, ice. You, a commoner, won't understand. Isn't it just brewing wine? Do you think I can't understand it? You speak with a sharp tongue and say 3 words, don't be angry, don't give up. Even if it's cheap, it still sells well. You can tell from your tattered little body that you can't stand the cold wind and sand at night in the desert. When you reach the desert, you will know that you must be grateful to me. I don't know what that person is doing at this moment. Are you also gazing at the starry sky on summer nights like yourself? Appreciably, I miss his bad mouth and cold yet gentle hands. The young master's tent is already set up. Come and rest quickly, we still have to rush tomorrow. I, the young master, want to enjoy the warm fragrance of soft language tonight. Lord Zhou will work hard to squeeze the tent with the people below. Humph, debauchery, shameless. Yeah, even though I appreciate the beauty of the world below, but it's really the first time I've seen such a beautiful exotic style like you. Lord Zhou should know that male fashion is prevalent in the capital city. You'd better behave yourself, otherwise. My young master discovered that you had caused the illusion to escape once, and once he caught you, he would attack you once. Mei Lu, please greet Lord Zhou well. What do you want to do? That's right, I've heard of aristocrats in Kyoto who have a good male style in private, right? Mr. Zhou, sleep well and you'll be fine when you wake up. No. Oh dear princess, you are really malicious. I'm afraid he might use illusions to harm others, point at his cave and make him sleep, and intentionally scare people like this. Chup. Chup. You also think it's fun, don't you? It's not fun. I need to go back and rest. I'll set up a tent for you. No need. What you want, what you want. I also want to set up a tent for Bai Xingqing to sleep in. Why am I keeping watch tonight? Since I can't spend a good night with Ruir, let's try writing some love poems to relieve the pain of longing. The secret script states that girls love to listen to love poems the most. I want to kiss, touch, and hug your passion, but it still won't stop me. But the dark frog hole, with a few white teeth and 36 white teeth on it, makes me want to kiss your little mouth when you laugh. I want to touch your little hand, dear Ruir. It's done. Let's stuff it into Bai Xin's tent core later. Oh, isn't this a note someone stuffed in last night? Is there any important message? There's nothing. It could be garbage blown in from outside. Are you really going to enter the territory of Hihisha, young master? This is close to their campsite. Hihisha bandits are fierce and ruthless, always killing without blinking. They even dare to rob the Hihisha royal court. I don't know how Lord Chitos tamed those bandits. They only recognized Lord Chitos as one person. The eunuch sent others to their camp, but they all lost their lives. Perhaps it's because your grandfather and the bandits have a similar taste for each other. Isn't it our 1,000-year-old's attribute to be capricious, cruel, and cruel? Li Tong, I know you're worried about safety. We were worried that the pursuers might leave in a hurry, and we wouldn't even have enough camels with us when we left the law. If we can't find a place to exchange camels and guides, it's impossible to reach our destination. But don't worry, since I dare to go, I have my own reasons. Ji Shan is not doing well. Hihisha bandits are attacking. It seems that the heavens are favoring us. We haven't arrived at each other's territory yet, but they can't wait to deliver it to us. Ha ha ha, where did the foolish caravan come from? Go ahead and steal all their belongings. Kill the man and leave the woman behind. Silly listens and sets up formations to meet the enemy. Oh, who did I say it was? Isn't this Heikachin? I haven't seen you for half a year. Is this welcome ceremony still the same and annoying? The undead of the dead king. Daughter of the undead, spare your life. I want to see your big head tie. Let me take a walk. The people of the Death King see the daughter of the undead. It's been a long time. Hayabusa headband C. The queen of the corpse eaters, please sit down. Didn't Akron's master come with you this time? Ackland's master is quite busy this time, so why am I not welcome when I come alone? How could the children of the desert not welcome the daughter of the undead, as they are all subjects of the dead king? I just don't know what the daughter of the undead wants to do this time. It's not a big deal either. I hope the leader of Hayabusa can help me enter the Black Desert to search for the ghost army. That's right. That's why I came here. The Black Desert, the tiger talisman of the ghost army, revealed a map under the candlelight. The endpoint is this Black Desert deep in the Gobi Desert. The Black Desert is a desert named after the terrifying black storms that occur year-round. Legend has it that after the black storm passes, a sea of white bones will be revealed. All those who enter the Black Desert will be devoured by the evil spirits in the black storm, leaving only bones, becoming a drop of water in the white bone sea. The Black Desert is also called the Sea of Death. The only person who has entered the Sea of Death and returned alive is probably Suho. Why does the daughter of the undead search for the army of the undead? What, is that your army, the daughter of the undead? That's right, I'm looking for the ghost army that already belonged to me. I have the ability to reach the location of the ghost army in the winter, but I still need an old guide and supplies familiar with the Dead Sea Desert. The daughter of the undead, I, Suha, can take you into the Sea of Death, but we need the daughter of the undead to find your army of undead. Help us defeat the traitor of Hihi as soon as possible and return to the kingdom that belongs to our leader. This, the queen of the corpse eater, we know that it is the rule of God not to easily interfere in human affairs, but we just need you to come to our country and become our spiritual flag. Young Master Lord Chinsway gave you the most elite members of the Jinyui and the Shirley supervisor in the hope of your safe return. You just need to enter the Black Desert. You can't agree to Hayabusa. Do you know what the Death King and its undead daughter mean to the desert people? Do we still have a choice in Li Mi's current situation? I know Heiasa is not a simple man, but troops for the enemy, earth for floods. Let's find out the other things about the Ghost Army before we discuss them. But, young Master Good Hayabusa, I promise you. Thank you, the great dead god, for bringing the daughter of the undead, who symbolizes your grace. Thank you, the daughter of the undead. Thank you, the god of death. Thank you, daughter of the undead. Thank you to the current great god. Go and lead our best camel out. Prepare everything our esteemed guests need, and we will depart tomorrow. We can't run anymore. Let's temporarily stop and rest, not to mention by Rui and the other demon-killing gods in the Meizu tribe. They are probably reaching their limit. Sorry to have dragged you down, young master. What did the silly girl say? Let's take a break for a while and leave in another hour when the sun is not so poisonous. How did you get this magical tent in the blink of an eye? The tent was set up. You don't understand this, do you? It's a simple tent specially made by our young master. One can only sleep for 2 people. It's lightweight, simple, windproof, waterproof, and everyone can carry one on their back. It's different from your cloth tent. Even if you sleep inside, the wind won't blow away. I've never seen such a unique tent before. What's wrong with Xiaobai? Hurry up, it's a black storm coming. Hurry up. Stop here. Go avoid it first. Everyone, hurry up and tie up the camels, then go in and seal the door. No, the wooden door is broken and can't block the storm. Quickly move the stone carving over and block the door. Yes. It's blocked. Girl. Girl. How can you even fall asleep listening to the piano? Agio. MMM, 5 mouths. Why do you have a headache? Well, a bit. I seem to have a nightmare, but I never wake up in my dream. I really wanted to see you, but I couldn't. I feel very scared, as if I can't reach the end in the endless sea of sand. What's there to be afraid of, stupid girl? I'm by your side. Agio, if I don't come back on my way to find the Ghost Army, will you come find me? Then you shouldn't go. It's great to stay here with me all the time. Don't go. Yes, stay here and stay with me. Don't go anywhere in this world of only you and me. Yeah, actually that's not bad. I've been by his side all along, never going anywhere. No scheming, no harm, no fear, just you and me. However, no, this is impossible. Girl. It's a dream, but just now, Lin. Agio. It's so real. What's wrong with that girl now? Dushan Gongmaibu just received a message from Meichi because you instructed that any letter from the legal side should be submitted immediately. Zhou Yunqing is a member of the Ghost Army. That girl has already made a deal with Heiasa to borrow their people to go to the Black Desert. Calculating the time, they should have already entered the Black Desert by now also. That girl said she's going to have sex with Zhou Yunqing. Oh, my birthday, madam, what are you doing? It's all crazy and reckless. Send Xilianzi over and schedule all the urgent tasks for the next month in these few days. We can't wait any longer. Notify the Ministry of Charm to prepare to depart for Lufeng City. Just now was a dream. I am in a temple. Has the black storm passed? How are the others? You damn lackey of the court has been tapping my pussy every day now that I have broken the ban. You deserve it today. I'll take you on the road first and then send you along with your wicked little master who is neither male nor female. You despicable person. It's you. How did you wake up? Indeed, what I just had was not an ordinary dream. There is an unusual aroma in the air. Zhou Yunqing used his illusion while everyone was unconscious this week. Lord Zhou's illusions are really not good. I always thought that although Lord Zhou was not one of us, he could still be considered a gentleman. We haven't really hurt you during this period, and we didn't expect you to kill your former colleagues in pain. You don't need to put on a righteous and moral appearance to accuse me. How did you wake up? My illusion clearly allows people to see what they want the most, and no one can escape. Be unable to move just now. In order to break through the restriction, I had already injured my muscles and veins, but the internal injury did not heal, and I received another kick from him. Because the person in my dream wouldn't be like that at all. I may indeed hope that he will be the kind of gentle person and want to live that kind of life with him, but I know better. He would never say those weak words, nor would he speak in that tone. Compared to something that keeps us forever in a world without scheming or harm, I believe even more that the millennium-old demon would say, let me kill all the people who dare to play tricks with us and make fans by skinning them. I can wake up from that kind of beautiful dream. It's also thanks to the perverted and tyrannical power of that 1,000-year-old demon, which is deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Take out the antidote. Kill me, will you? Even if you die, I won't give you the antidote. How can I bear to kill you? Lord Zhou is an important clue to finding the ghost army, and with such a good color, I think. Enjoy yourself, Yunqing. How about castrating your body again? Do you dare? Why don't I dare? When I castrate you, cut off your tongue and render your martial arts useless, sell you back to the He people as a slave. They won't mind if you're such a delicate and tender person. You can moan under the He people day and night, and then become meat in a pot and soup in a pot. Kill me, kill me. It's not that simple for Lord Zhou to want to die. There are many things in the world that are more terrifying than death. If you don't want to experience such a terrible thing, hand over the antidote. I won't force you to reveal the location of the ghost army. As long as my people wake up, I'll let you go, but I won't give you water or camels. If you can walk out of the desert alive, it will be the protection of the desert god. If you really don't want to, then there's nothing I can do. I promise you, I promise you. Isn't it better this way? Earlier I still despise you for asking me to do this. Tisk, it's really disgusting. I'm disgusting. I want you to swear on the person you care about the most. As if I had broken my promise. My father will definitely be beaten by heaven, and my mother will surely die without a place to bury herself. The antidote is on my hairpin. Just give it to them and smell it. Ruir, why are you up? Your body is so soft and fragrant. Let's do it again. Don't dream of spring anymore. Get up and work. This illusion is really... Meichi, this fool, wants to take advantage of me the most in his heart. This is what he saw in the illusion. Ruir, Meichi, you stinky rascal. Ruir. Okay, since everyone is awake now. Young master, this person cannot stay. This despicable person killed our 3 brothers from the Meizu tribe, and he must pay the price. He can't die yet. We still need him for the next trip. You need to understand that the god of the desert cannot tolerate such despicable demons. We can't carry this devil either. He will take us to hell. It's not too late to deal with him when he's useless. We still need to use him to find the ghost car now. You promised to let me go. Yeah, I did agree. But now I'm going to break my promise. I lied to you, so what? Hello, despicable. I should have killed you in the first place. You will definitely suffer retribution if you make a poison oath, but don't follow it. Yeah, my poison oath will definitely come true. You can rest assured my mother has already been punished, and I don't know if there is a factory where she died. As for my father, I am waiting for him to be punished. Pooh. Pack up his things and put him in a burlap bag to camel up, ready to go. The road ahead will only become more difficult, so everyone needs to be prepared. In the following days, the journey was as expected by Ziliankai, and even worse than she had anticipated. The next day, they encountered quicksand. Several companions were engulfed by quicksand, and they also lost a large amount of food and water. On the 3rd day of the journey, several people in the team intermittently disappeared. Xiaobai searched with vultures, but couldn't find his missing partner. We can't send anyone to look for it anymore. This is the territory of the dead king. If someone gets lost, it means the dead king is searching for offerings to appease his anger. Desert terrain can change hundreds or thousands of times a day. Continuing to search will only lead to more people getting lost in the illusion of the Death King. On the fourth day, the dark storm came again. Only a few people who didn't have time to hide in the bunker were swallowed up. Half of the camels that haven't been tied up yet. The despair of partners disappearing and dying due to lack of water and food hangs over everyone's heads. Everyone is silent, just mechanically walking. It's the fourth day. According to Didong, we should have reached the center of the Black Desert. Having lost most of our supplies, the remaining water is no longer sufficient to support us out of the desert if we can't find the ghost army again. If I can't go back, will that person be very nostalgic? Perhaps it will be even more lonely than when one sat alone on the highest mountain peak in the world. Ah, Gio, can you hear me? If I cannot return alive, my soul will also travel thousands of miles to come back to your side. Look, it's an oasis. Is it really the location of the ghost army? We found it. We found it. Don't go there. It's hell. It's hell. Ah. Meizu, catch it. Xiaoluzi, please let go of me. Even with me, you won't be able to escape. If you don't want to survive, just live together. Something's really wrong. This is not quicksand at all. There are people underground. 3,000 swords battlefield, Guanhong kill. Deling. The quicksand has stopped. The factory guards listened to the order and scattered the sky and earth, setting off flames. If we were to pretend to be mischievous here, we wouldn't have any fear. There is indeed someone under the quicksand. Are you the ghost army of the Blue family? The Blue Marshal token is here. Stop it quickly. Zhou Yunzi, don't waste time talking nonsense with them. Kill them. It seems that reasoning is not enough. Without the coffin, tears will not fall. Zhou Yunqing, the lord of the Lu Feng city, who rebelled and committed his crime, should be executed here as a punishment for head correction. Stop it. You released him. Are you talking to me, sir? Before we negotiate, you need to be clear about two things. Firstly, what are you giving orders here? The second hostage and the cards are in my hands. If you are the ghost army of the Blue family, we still need to talk. If you're not, then we'll fight to the death and there's nothing to talk about. If we acknowledge the identity of the ghost army, attacking them even after this person shows their token is a breach of trust. If we don't admit it, even if we can kill someone, we will suffer heavy losses and have almost no survivors. Don't say it, do you all? I am Zhou Yunzi, the Blue family ghost army. Are you satisfied? It seems that you should be a very close brother. Could you please take us to your campsite to receive treatment for Yunqing, brother Yunzi? I feel sorry for Yunqing's appearance. Shameless. Damn it, Yunqing is in their hands. His injury cannot be delayed any longer. Come with me. Who would have thought that there would be such a secret passage beneath this 1,000-mile white bone pit poisonous insect ground? This road is filled with formations of Chimanduinjia. If it weren't for someone carrying it, we wouldn't have been able to walk over. Arriving at sea. This is the true appearance of the Sea of Death. The water and medicine you need are all here. Can I release my younger brother now? Not urgent, but for the good of Lord Zhou, I hope you don't use any illusions or similar things. Otherwise, it's easy to make a mistake and become eternal hatred. Originally, Lord Zhou would not have fallen to his current state, but he was too ignorant and used illusions against my young master. Unfortunately, my young master discovered my lack of skill and learned a lesson from it. The daughter of Lady Lan Ling, a descendant of the Lan family, is truly extraordinary. Sure enough, you know who I am. I'm sure you've been monitoring us since we entered the Black Desert. All the inexplicable missing companions in our team are in your hands. We are the Blue family's ghost car. Not bad, see, but we are under the command of Marshal Blue. Like you, a descendant of the Blue family who betrayed your ancestors and joined the enemy ruthlessly should have been cut to pieces before the ancestral spirits of the Blue family. Betrayal. Do you think you're qualified to say that word? Order to ban tiger talismans? 10,000 troops obey orders. If you see the tiger talisman but do not kneel and obey the military order, you should be punished and beheaded in front of the military camp. My ancestors sent you out of the western regions to preserve the last bloodline of the Blue family, but when you confront the descendants of the Blue family with swords and knives, it is for the rebel leader. It seems that the Ghost Army is no longer the Blue family ghost car it used to be. Are you trying to kill the only descendant of the Blue family and take their belongings as your own to establish yourselves as kings? Nonsense. It's clear that you, a despicable person, have betrayed your ancestors and sect. Watch your mouth. How dare you act recklessly towards the young lady, rebel? General Lanthers, the cavalry general under the Blue Marshal's seat, has met the young lady. I have seen the young lady before. I dare not accept the worship of the Ghost Army by the general of the cavalry. The surname of the Ghost Army is no longer Blue but Joe. Just please, General, pay more attention to my grandfather's support back then and don't drive us all to death. This wicked beast. Miss, you have such a sharp mouth. How dare Lanthers bear such a heavy crime? It's a reckless dog. They thought you had defected to the court. General Blue was killed by the Emperor. We will never surrender to the court again, so. A few words stirred up suspicion among our Ghost Army brothers. Sure enough, she doesn't look at all like the innocent and stubborn Blue Feather Princess back then. He is a ruthless person. What if I search for the Ghost Army not to help the court, but to oppose it and seek revenge for my Blue family? If that's the case, the final general will lead the Ghost Army and vow to follow to the death. I believe in your Uncle Lanthers. Miss Blue Ling, granddaughter of Marshal Blue, has met all the uncles and uncles. I dare not. Hurry up, young lady. Miss. Please settle everyone who is injured. Miss, please tell us your real situation now. The next day. Gio, aren't you a millennium-old demon? Why can't you ride the clouds and mist to accompany me in such a beautiful scenery? I heard that the flying eagles trained by the Ghost Army can transmit messages to the capital within 3 days. Did you receive my letter? Hachio. Little bastard, it's been so long and he hasn't come back yet. Let's see how I'll go over and deal with you. Why do you want me to wait here for that woman? Yunsheng's fever hasn't subsided this morning because she suffered such a serious injury. Father, it's your responsibility for the older generation to be foolishly loyal, my brothers, and I will never listen to her. Yunzi must not be disrespectful to you. Uncle Lanthers, calm down. Yunsheng's injury is ultimately my fault. I have already invited High Priest Suha to visit him. Suha High Priest's superb medical skills will surely help Yunsheng recover. Little Miss is just like Miss Lan Ling in the past. You don't need to pretend to be kind-hearted. Unlike the veteran soldiers who were loyal to Marshal Blue in the older generation, the young new Ghost Army is really formidable to me. If you like to act, you can act. I won't accompany you anymore. Thank you very much, young lady. You are so rude. Miss Lan Ling has passed away, and now there is only a young lady left in the Lan family, but the younger generation has no respect for her at all. If the young lady hadn't told us the truth, we wouldn't have known that Miss Lan Ling was forced to die by the Emperor and Land assigning Jing, this dog Emperor, if it weren't for the Blue family, which round would have allowed him to ascend to the throne. Your Majesty wants to bring me into the palace when he sees that my mother has gone. At that time, I leaned in at the age of 9,000 and he stopped the Emperor's thoughts. Shameless old thing, what the hell is an emperor? That bastard. Do you think you didn't die fast enough? Back then, Bai Liqing and Bai Liluo were still a beautiful pair of children accompanying the young lady. Unfortunately, he was fortunate enough to repay his kindness later on, but he has always been a eunuch, And the young lady will entrust her life to him. Some things are like people knowing the temperature of their drinking water, uncle. As long as you know that if someone treats me well, I will also be satisfied. Miss, General, there's a fight between the eunuchs outside and our people, and Commander Purple has also joined in. These brats, I have to break their legs. Uncle Lanthers, hold on a moment. Some things still require my personal intervention to resolve. If the falcon tamer cannot tame the falcon, he will eventually be pecked blind by the falcon, miss. These young ghost armies are the most agile and fierce eagles in the desert. You guys are useless. Who's to blame? Ha ha ha, a bunch of useless people. Fuck you, damn it. Antidote. Stop. What are you doing? Miss, those bastards secretly kidnapped many of us along the way before General Lon asked them to release people, so they fed our people poison. After rendering them immobile, they were thrown into this stone formation. These ghost armies insist that we break through that stone formation. The formation of this Chimanduinjia is not simple, but the people from the Sali Wanfong department are good at solving the formation. But this time, all the assassins following are from the Meizu tribe. We can never get through and are always ambushed by them. As long as you pass the battle, you will release the person, right? What? The young lady wants to give it a try. I think you should file a complaint with my father and ask him to help you to avoid accidentally injuring you, delicate young lady. Weird girl. Not satisfied with the dress. Despicable, you tricked me. We agreed to break through. Surprisingly, no one even broke through the formation. Why don't you talk about martial arts? Who is wasting your time with you? You only have two choices, accept or refuse. Dress X. Very good. Could you please take me through the formation, Yunzi? As long as I walk through the formation, I won, right? This woman must never provoke. Mei Chi, Li Mi, take these brothers who have been poisoned back and rest well. Bai Jin, it's over. Let's go. Princess. It's okay, don't help me. The ghost army is still watching. Don't let them find out the boxing and palm techniques I just used were taught to me by Agio. Quick, clever, and ruthless, can kill the opponent in the shortest possible time, but it can also cause internal injuries. This is the only way to deter the ghost army. But after this battle, the ghost army must not underestimate us anymore. Miss, you're so amazing. The internal energy that just burst out, can't anyone in our entire ghost army resist? And the person is also beautiful and smart, but a bit cunning. The young lady is so strong and matches Yun Zi very well. Unfortunately, she married a eunuch. The ghost army finally has hope of regaining its prestige. 10 days later. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, miss. Miss, what are we going to train today, miss? Wait and see. Today, we must defeat the monsters of the eunuch. Good morning, young lady. It seems that the princess has become the goddess of the ghost army completely. These days, you have been training and guiding them with them every day because you have been coordinating the ghost army and the charm department to get along better and better. Amo, come sit over here. There's a vacant seat here. Girl. Long time no see. Ali. Agio. Amo. Crazy girl, you don't even need any internal strength or lightness skills to jump down and not be afraid of being damaged by falling. You wouldn't be willing to let me break it. How can an ordinary person bear it when you're as heavy as a little pig and smash it like this? I'm afraid I'll flash my waist. What's wrong with your face? It took me so long to raise a withered and ugly girl to a point where she could fit in. Why is it so rough again? My lord, your mouth is indeed so cheap that people and gods are outraged. If you don't want to eat, don't eat. Whoever begs you to eat don't struggle otherwise. If you let go later, it would be unsightly for you to fall backwards in front of so many people. What did I just do? I actually threw myself into the arms of a eunuch in front of so many people, the image of a wise future leader that I have worked hard to shape. Okay, since you don't want others to look at you like this. Rolling. Damn it. Let's go somewhere else. Driving. Who is that father Imo? Would she even show such a smile like an ordinary girl? She has never smiled at me like that before. 9,000 years old, that's someone you can't afford to provoke. Don't provoke anyone I shouldn't provoke. Is that Amo's nominal husband? Come down now. Hee. Agio, what are you doing? Did the little girl miss me? Think about it. If I don't want to continue, how can I use the excuse of discussing matters after discussion? Biden Lanthers used the power of the ghost army to deliver a message to me. What a passionate girl. I love her as a teacher. Just a kiss like this is not enough. Agio, this will be by Mirror Lake someone. Don't be afraid, no one will come. Let the members of the succubus guard it. Coco is Agio. Please don't use that strange name, okay? This title seems to be deliberately reminding me that I am still his little apprentice. This strange relationship that almost violates ethics is shameful. What? Aren't you a disciple of my teacher? Serving as a teacher is already your duty. Oh, wow, good girl, let me take good care of you as my teacher. Do you miss me? I want to. You're such a bad girl who seduces people, but you'll be punished. Let me die. Ah. Shiliang Mo, when did you become as shameless as that millennium-old demon? He's shameless, and you don't want to be shameless either. First, he jumped off the terrace like a lunatic. In front of everyone, you and I, Bai Li Qing, are together. Go crazy with him all the way to the edge of Mirror Lake and take the initiative to roll on the grass. Is this telling the world how hungry and longing I am for men? Especially Mirror Lake is not far from the castle. With a monocular telescope, we can clearly see what we have done. It's still the high definition and censored version, right? Why are you crying and howling there? This lake is pretty good. I made it 3 times just now. Didn't you sweat? It's none of your business. It's all the fault of this old fairy who seduced me. 111 Blue Beauty Trouble Water. It seems that my teacher didn't work hard enough and didn't make you sweat much, did he? No, it's not too small to disturb you, so I won't go down. You take your time to bathe, I'll go first. How can this be done? Let me take a shower for you, my disciple. Cough, 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 cough. Are you trying to drown me? How can a girl take a shower while wearing clothes? Don't you know how to take a shower, Agio? Since that's the case, let me reluctantly teach you. Body emptied Lili. All right, let's go back. Can you tell me how to get back, sir? Just wear this one. It's best to let the men around you who don't have eyes see clearly that these are the clothes of this seat and the people of this seat. This size is this to announce to the world that I had a very intense battle with a eunuch. In the end, I still put it on. Miss 9000, lunch has been prepared. Expressionless face, thank you for your hard work. I'll go back to my room and change my clothes first. I accidentally saw it with a telescope just now. Cough, miss. She needs to wash up and change into new clothes. Lanthers, do not treat me disrespectfully. I believe you must remember this Central Plains idiom. No matter what you see, I believe you didn't see anything. 9,000 years old was intentionally made for me to see. He is certain that I know he is not a eunuch and will not reveal any secrets. Is it really good for someone who plays with people's hearts like this to be with a young lady? End. What are you doing, Hayasa? I heard that Ackland's master has arrived, and people from the Central Plain say that a small farewell is better than a newlywed. It seems that you are different from the cold and indifferent appearance on the surface. You are truly passionate. Is there any problem with him being my husband? There's no problem. I just don't think you're like those fidgety women in the Central Plains. It's more like us desert women. Maybe you belong to the desert more. That's enough. Do you remember what you promised me back then? I haven't forgotten, but please also make sure the leader of the Falcon Break remembers it clearly. I never belonged to the desert. No, you belong to me. You can't escape, daughter of the undead. Let's toast Mr. Chitos and thank you for taking care of our young lady, see. Isn't that right? Miss Lonling took care of him back then, and now it's Mr. Chitos taking care of his little niece. It's really difficult to even fake a marriage with the little girl just to protect her. This can be considered as repaying Lonling's care back then, and the cute and well-behaved girl has won the favor of me. For example, I have always liked to be in bed. More, is this expression because you are moved by the gentle care and concern of our audience towards you. Since you've already arrived here, why don't you take advantage of everyone's discussion on the matter of the court? I heard that Lord Chitos has already placed the Dog Emperor under house arrest. The Ghost Army truly lives up to its reputation. The melee fighters are all in formation in the first 9 parts, but their power remains strong and their sword blades remain intact. Although the Ghost Army has lost its former sharpness, but if one doesn't even know about major events in the world, wouldn't it be a shame for the Marshal's teachings back then? I just want to know if Lord Chinsway wants to establish a new emperor and continue to hold him hostage to the Lord still planning to reincarnate and reshape the global landscape, with great ambitions and a dominant position. General Lanthers, the Grand Marshal, once said that he would never do anything that would betray the royal family. Emperor Xuanwen's dog stole the marshal and died unjustly, raped Princess Lonling, and even attempted to touch the young lady. Such a wicked thief would not be able to quell the hatred in our hearts without 1,000 cuts. Emperors, unscrupulous officials, corrupt officials, and lawless refugees have been invaded by foreign tribes, and natural disasters continue to occur. The Tianli sect directly raised the banner of rebellion, indicating that the heavens will destroy the tyrannical and incompetent ruler. If it weren't for your eunuchs and Jinyui's powerful suppression with iron and blood methods. The position of the Dog Emperor is simply unstable, and the royal family with the surname Si has long fallen to the throne and destroyed the country. Oh, I forgot that Chen Sui Yi is a genuine member of the Si family. In terms of bloodline, it is extremely noble. After the legitimate royal families of both countries, it's natural that you can't bear to see the royal family fall into depravity. What about even members of the royal family for so many years? All those who covet the things of this seat have had a hard time dying. Those who try to interfere with this seat will also have a bad ending. How should this seat act without the need for others to point fingers? Chen Sui Yi is truly extraordinary. The Ghost Army will stand firm in supporting Chen Sui Yi, but the master worshipped by the Ghost Army will always only be the young lady of the Blue family bloodline. At that time, the Blue family had already produced a white-eyed wolf, and the 10th prince of the Si family must not produce another one. If we want to overthrow the world and seize power, do we need any other strength? Don't compare this throne to things like the Emperor. Uncle Lanthers, don't just talk. You see, the dishes are already cold. Miss, please use it first. I don't think you'll be hungry. What the hell? Agio, I can't eat it. Be good, don't be so insignificant. Call me Uncle Nine. Look how thin you are. Come and taste this grilled spider. Agio, please speak normally. Who is your Agio? This seat is your 9th uncle. Just now, when Uncle Lanthers said those words, you were very obedient and didn't say a word. How did you find a new backing? When your wings are hard, you want to sneak out of the field. I'm not going anywhere, I'm just by your side. Lanthers was threatening Agio just now to protect me. He loved me as an elder. I couldn't refuse his kindness and fell silent in Agio's eyes, probably thinking that I treated him like an outsider. Chen Sui Yi. I heard that Lord Chen Sui came to Yunqing specifically to apologize. Cough, thank you for taking care of me over the years, Mr. Chitos. In the eyes of Lord Chitos, I am a complete traitor. Yunqing. Hiss miss, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. I just wanted to say, Yunqing, you don't need to worry. Qin Sui Yi is not the kind of person who is petty, despicable, and shameless at first. It was just a matter of each person taking charge. This pervert actually has hands. Miss, you're not feeling well. Let me take a look at your pulse. What, girl? Are you feeling unwell? Jiushu can also be considered a rough expert in medical theory, although he cannot compare to Zhou Qingzhu's exquisite skills, but I can also give you a diagnosis. I can see that the pulse here is damp, hot, and slippery. Deep pulse moistening. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Sui Yi's pulse only has distinctions such as heaviness, smoothness, delay, reality, and so on. There is no such thing as the hot, soft, tender, and smooth ale winter pulse that you mentioned. Oh, take a closer look at that seat. Look at how tightly you grip this hand. Are you really reluctant to let go of other men? Speaking of which, as a teacher, I remember you said you wanted Yunqing, right Meichi, this straight man with a big mouth. Yunqing, I'm sorry, I'm really not feeling well. I want to go back and rest first. Uncle Gio, I'm not feeling well. Can you take me back? Or can I ask Yunqing to take me back? This little girl who doesn't know her life or death dares to threaten me, however. The girl is not feeling well. I will take her back to her room and you don't need to worry about anything else. Why is Uncle Nine uncomfortable holding you, or do you want Zhou Yunqing to hug you? Uncle Nine, are you jealous? But you're a eunuch, so everyone thinks you're taking care of me as an elder. I see you're also very enthusiastic about it. If I am truly the daughter of His Majesty the Emperor and Blue Feather, are you really my uncle? Little girl, your wings have hardened and your hair has grown thicker. Oh no, this old monster is completely angry. Ah, Gio, don't be angry. You know what I said was just a temporary measure to scare Yunqing. Next week, even if the members of the Ghost Army kiss me, I still like you the most. That's true. After all, I have personally tested it just now. It seems that your little mouth is still very honest, girl. Just shut your mouth. Shut up. Didn't you say you liked this seat? That. Tonight, let me prove it. Let me enjoy myself as a teacher. We need to find some suitable herbs to make tonic soup for the princess. The princess and the 1,000-year-old man have been tossing and turning this morning until tonight, but they still don't know about her body. Yue, it's so late. What are you looking for? Why are you running around again? Didn't I say that you have to stay in your room until your injury is healed? Because I want to see you. Didn't I just visit you yesterday? But since you haven't been here all day, I can't stay in my room with peace of mind. Yue, I know I've done a lot of wrong things in the past, but I won't lie to you again. Can you trust me again? During this period, I have been living and dying together with Baiyu in the desert. At the beginning, due to the situation forcing her to ride a camel with me on our journey, she remained silent. Since the day I encountered quicksand, I sacrificed my life to save her and injured her legs. She has become more gentle with me, but I know that I have ultimately hurt Baiyu, and the wound on her heart has not yet healed. I will visit you every day in the future. If there's anything I can't go to, I will let you know. What do you mean? All right, you go back quickly. I still need to make soup for the princess. Oh, yeah. I really like you so much. Qin Sui Yi. Is Princess Qin Sui still alive? Does this seat look so scary? Be lost in obscurity. What courage does the princess have to share a bed with the 1,000-year-old? Forget it. Go fry the purple wisteria flowers inside for a while and soak them for madam. Qin Sui Yi really loves the princess very much. It's truly enviable that such a terrifying man only has one person in his eyes. Baijian, are you thinking of getting married? Why don't you ask the princess to promise you a good marriage? There's nothing we can do about it. Who told you to have a charm? Sister Chiyu has a child named Xiaoluzi, and I'm the only one left alone. You little girl, how dare you mock me? Look at me vigorously clenching my fists. Okay, Bairui, please spare me. Don't sleep for a while. Let's take a walk around Mirror Lake. After using purple blood vine, you have to get up and walk around to let the medicinal properties dissipate. You bully me, what's the point of going to the lake at this time? Watching ghosts dance or watching you dance? Watch whoever you want to dance with. Isn't it beautiful? Every time I get tired from training, I come here alone looking at this place, thinking that one day we will grow old here. It should be the greatest pleasure in the world. Do you really like this place? No matter how beautiful the dream is, there will always be a day when it wakes up. I know LOL is waiting for you, and I have something I have to do. This is not Mumu. We will grow old together here someday. Well, together. Come on, you're going to help me with my makeup. Why don't we just forget about it? I just casually said something about dancing or something. Those dances and songs are engraved with Agio's most unbearable memories. That was the most humiliating period he represented in order to seduce his enemies. How can I make him jump? At that time, the Shidi royal family was extremely prosperous in traditional Chinese opera, and this song was not considered lowly. My mother, as the legitimate daughter of the queen, has been highly accomplished in this field since childhood. During festivals and holidays, I would offer music to my ancestors at the royal family meetings. After marrying into the Heavenly Kingdom, I realized that traditional Chinese opera had a lowly status in the court, so I only occasionally offered music privately to my father, the Emperor. My father, the Emperor, is extremely skilled in playing various musical instruments and singing with my mother, the zither and the zither. My mother once said that this dance and song should only be given to kindred spirits. Besides, Bailaking's dance is not just for entertaining enemies. I also consider myself skilled in makeup and appearance, but I have never applied makeup for traditional Chinese opera. If it's ugly, don't be angry. Agio's mother has always been the most painful and poignant part of his memory. But today he is willing to face the pain and hurt of the past with me. Then Shiliang Mo will naturally accompany her to the end. This is after my mother taught me how to sing opera, or rather, this is the first time I have sung this song again in front of someone after my mother's passing. So in this lifetime, I will only paint makeup for one person. Although I am not as proficient in musical instruments as His Majesty the late Emperor, I can still beat this drum. Then there's Mrs. Lau. Half city willow color, half flute sound, withered grass flowing horizontally towards the evening sunshine. A seat full of clothes and hats, with no memory of their appearance. Wrongly turning green wax into red jade. Mother and the late Emperor will surely be together in another world, playing the Qin and Se together. She sang the opera while he played the live Qin melody. If I had walked with my mother back then, this dynasty would have lost me, the treacherous sycophant, right? What about me, Agio? Yeah, and you, girl? It would be a pity if we missed out on such an interesting girl. I'm glad you stayed. If there is an afterlife, another life will pass by. I don't know if it will be like this time in this world again. So it's best to cherish the person in front of you. It's a lovely day. Agio, I'm planning to go over and train you with the members of the Ghost Army. What were you so horny about early in the morning? What's there to train with those ignorant little guys? It's better to lie down with my husband than spend every day with those stinky men. These days, the members of the Ghost Army have been provoking him every day, but he doesn't even care about it. For my face, I thought he didn't care anymore, but jealousy is waiting here. What's there to argue about with them, sir? Speaking of which, Hayabusa is more troublesome. He came to remind me yesterday when to go to Hihi with him. You bastard girl, you can just agree to something like this with other men. Is it because they don't have enough trouble with themselves? I had no choice at the time either. What should we do now, Lord Chen Sui and Uncle Gio, Grand Tutor? Since I know he's ambitious, don't bother with him. I will handle it with him. Are you only thinking about other men while lying here? Ah, Gio, I have to go to training early this morning. You wild-hearted girl. Oh, ah, Gio. Miss Yunzi has something important to ask for your approval. Coming. Isn't Mei Hanjo asking you to find clothes that look the best and women will like and come over? After all, this is the Sea of Death. This outfit has already taken a lot of effort to find. I heard that Madam used to like to tie Zhou Yunqing. Why don't you try tying yourself up next time? Rolling. Do you want me and Chen Sui to lead the Ghost Army and the Shirley Supervisor to battle each other? You impulsive eggs are simply killing yourself. I really thought 9,000 years old was so easy to deal with. These Agio have been giving me face these days, and I'm too lazy to argue with them. They actually want to fight first. Let's go and try what they want to compete against. There are always some people who don't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick. They have free time on this day. Just help the girl train them well. It's not impossible for them. The operation of the 9 temporary fighters of the Ghost Army, all of whom are arranged in front, has similarities with that of the Minister of Rights. If we talk about the collective combat capability, the Ghost Army is more brilliant than the Jinyui. But in terms of individual soldiers and ghost armies, they cannot compare to the killing gods of the Meizu tribe. After all, Meizu is a top assassin who has ventured through the sea of corpses and blood. Agio is unparalleled in cultivating his subordinates. Although he is currently in a state of anger, his help in providing guidance would definitely be of great benefit to the Ghost Army. Since that's the case, how about a tough battle? The young lady leads the ghost car to guard the 1,000-year-old lord, and the eunuch of the Imperial Household Department and the Jinyui to attack. Just see who took down the red and blue flag. See on the other person first. The position is chosen within the stone formation. Just be happy, more. Then I'll go check on the Ghost Army's current equipment and prepare for defense. Miss, everyone has gone to prepare in advance. I don't know if this 9,000-year-old is stupid or if it really doesn't put us in the eye. Surprisingly, he remained completely unmoved. Your Highness, the 9,000-year-old. You have something to do. Chen Sui has been very good to us young ladies. You are just pretending to be married now. I don't know what kind of husband Chen Sui plans to find for our young lady in the future. Oh, what kind of husband do you want her to have? Our young lady, Jean Zuinyu, deserves reliable people. Otherwise, wouldn't it be sad to be like Lady Lan Ling? Are you talking about yourself? You like more. I mean, Yunqing is kind-hearted, considerate, gentle, and talented, making her the most suitable match for a young lady. Zhou Yunqing, a soft-footed cat who can't even beat more, deserves more. Yunqing is better than you, the eunuch. No matter what do you think, others can't tell that you have ill intentions towards the young lady. I beg your pardon? Only the strong have the power to give orders in this world. Before you fools have the ability to defeat me. Even if this seat is a eunuch, your little miss can only belong to this seat. Don't you just want to provoke Mo to fight me and defeat me in front of her? I'm telling you now, the eye of your Kunyang formation is located at the center of the angle between the Dead Gate and the Shio Gate in the southeast direction. Du men can advance 3 times, retreat 6 times, and kill all the people guarding between them to break through the formation and leave directly. There is another faster way for me to break through the formation. I alone can defeat your entire ghost army. Do you want to give it a try? I can't resist at all. Is that man using the forbidden secret technique of soul capture and ghost control that is not passed down in the Miao region? Miss. One of the leaders of the ghost army in Japan, Chen Sui and Yunzi, got into a fight. What's going on here? Didn't we say it would be a formal match? After a while, Chen Sui didn't know what was going on and got into a dispute with Yunzi. He can deal with us alone without the need for eunuchs or other officials. Now he's fighting alone with our brothers. You guys are so full that you spend your days fighting and causing trouble. If something big happens later, you'll be happy. Really? Act recklessly and blindly. It's outrageous to bully people on our turf. Wait a minute. Miss, how can you be biased towards an outsider? It's precisely because it's my own people that I don't want you to go up and get beaten up for nothing. Your disorganized combat not only fails to save your comrades, but also involves yourself in it. The 2,000-year-old man is not an outsider. Without him, there would be no me today. First, you guys say that 100 or 1,000-year-old man is just a person, and you're so mean to say he bullies you. The young lady has a point. The key now is to save the abused companions. The big man can bend and stretch. Miss, please help us out. By Chi, you are a smart person who can bend and stretch. This is an internal conflict between us. Chen Sui Yi teaches us that it's the elders who teach the younger generations. We have nothing to be ashamed of. Just now they were mortal enemies, now they are elders. Humph, you're smart. Let me tell you a method. Let's just continue like this. Is this really possible? After all, Mr. Chitos is yours. Just because they are our own people, it's rare to have such a strong experimental subject here. Isn't it a pity not to try our new weapon? Not a fool, I'm just a young lady. I haven't discussed it with anyone. 10 number 1 shells on the east side and upwind side. 6 type 2 shells will be fired at the upwind position in the south. Insignificant skill. This smoke is I can't keep my eyes open like this. Cough cough. Eastern upper level infiltration. I want to save people. Even without eyes, this seat is enough to deal with you. The Ministry of War's Wild Goose Formation. Peep a hook. Spending a lot of effort besieging is useless. No, these attacks are being covered by others. Their true purpose. It's the one who saved himself. TSK, TSK. That's enough, miss. We have rescued everyone. We won. Did you win? If this is actual combat, do you think what you dragged out was a corpse or a living person? Shiliang MOQ. Duke has always loved beauty as his life, and he cannot tolerate any impurity in his daily life, so we still need to bring a comb, mirror, hairpin, rouge, and luckily we didn't forget today. Rolling. Sir, you know that there are no couples on the battlefield. We didn't agree that we would never release water. I was planning that he would love to be so beautiful and make such a mess. So he must not have the heart to chase after the other members of the Ghost Army, but now the person he wants to chase and kill has become me. Hee, you've put in enough water. Hurry up. Hurry up. Shiliang Mo, you stinky girl. Princess, you can hide from the 1,000-year-old lord for a while, but you can't hide for a lifetime. Hiding for a while, I don't want to be unable to get out of bed tomorrow. Although this is the secret training center of the Ghost Army, I cannot find it temporarily, but my grandfather's personality is so vengeful and terrifying, I'm afraid he will suffer even more when he goes back. If you're afraid of him, why don't you come with me to Hee? Oh, isn't this the big head collar of the Falcon break? You actually followed all the way here. Thank you for your kindness. My princess is already married, so it's not convenient for her to follow other men around. When the prince is talking to the daughter of the undead, it's not your turn to interrupt. You are no longer the prince of Hee, but the leader of Shafi, the leader of Heeso. Why speak to my princess as a bandit? The girl of the undead's daughter is indeed sharp-tongued. People with sharp teeth like this may also taste good in meat. Humph, savage and cruel cannibals are all animals. You. Big Head Leader is the legitimate bloodline of the prestigious Imperial family. Why bother arguing with my maid? Besides, did she say something wrong? Nowadays, besides beasts and Hee people, which other tribe treats people as food? Miss. I can't argue with your girl, but are you planning to break your promise to us when the Master of Akron, the Queen of the Corpse Eaters, arrives? Don't forget that for so many years, it's not us who have been restraining the Hee King's court. Do you think the law can achieve long-term peace through mutual trading? You Central Plains people are all despicable people who deceive others. You'd better know what you're doing, hey Asa, otherwise, the next time we shave our heads, it won't be your hair but your head. You don't want to be enemies with the undead army in the desert, do you? You guys. It's hard to say who deceives whom. You didn't even intend to keep your promise at first and only wanted me to be a spiritual leader, did you? How could I be so foolish as to jump in, knowing that you also dug a trap for me? Next, I'm not a deceiver either. You can do what you need to do first and then come find me. We always trade chips on an equal footing. If you can't even do this, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. The Queen of Corpse Eaters, you'd better remember the agreement we made today. Miss Hayasa was never a gentleman. He has resentment towards us in his heart. If he lets the tiger go back to the mountains, Hayabusa still has his usefulness. At least in the future it might be useful. By the way, Princess, I'm a bit familiar with the clothes on Hayabusa's body. Yeah, very familiar. Who else's clothes are so inlaid with gold, silver, and exquisite? Hayasa must have intentionally worn it to stimulate the already insane fox. I know other men saw my wet and disheveled appearance. That old monster must be waiting in the room to skin and barbecue me. Little White. Big Chest, the divine bird has sent a message. Come and reward the divine bird. Shut up, pervert bird. What letter did Princess Xiaobai send over? It was sent by Baiyu. He said that the master just received a report. The army of Sidi, led by Prince Sidi II, has officially declared war on us. Now the army is pressing on the border. The sixth prince was seriously injured in the Battle of Xuancheng. It seems that we need to return to Beijing immediately. The next day. Agio. The luggage has been packed. I'm going back today. If you want to be stabbed, stay. Of course, we have to go back. Humph. I'm really still angry. I don't know how long I'll be angry about this. Half a month later. 9,000-year-old mansion. I'm finally back. It's just. This narrow-minded old monster is actually so angry he ignored me all the way and slept obediently without touching me at night. Princess. You're finally back. I've been waiting for you here all day. The old lady is not doing well. These days, she has been lingering on the sickbed, hoping that you can come back home. The old lady suddenly thinks of me now. Jin Yu, you took care of our princess in the Guigong mansion back then. You should know that this princess hates being calculated and dislikes being deceived by others. The old lady gave me gold and jade back then, claiming to serve but actually monitoring. Pass on my words, Sister M.O. Filial and respectful from today on. Raise her monthly salary to the same level as Miss 4 and treat her equally as Miss 4. Jin Yu's character is also good, but she is ultimately an old lady's person. When I got married, I didn't take her away as a dowry and instead returned to serve the old lady. Send Jin Yu and a few big maids to serve her. We must not let her be bullied at will anymore. Miss Si, who was rebellious and unfilial, stayed in the room to copy books and reflect on herself for today's self-cultivation. Golden Jade Princess Jinyu knew she was wrong. I didn't mean to plot against you. Aunt Dong said that if the maid cannot bring the princess back to the mansion today, only the maid will be asked. Jinyu, you are a first-class girl. By the old lady's side. Aunt Dong, no matter how long her hands are, she can still control your head. I didn't lie, the old lady is really not doing well. Now the steward of the mansion is Aunt Dong. The servant served the crown prince a few days ago, but the crown prince did not intend to take the servant into his house. The maid is pregnant with a child, and the aunt made the maid drink medicine. Now the child is gone. Auntie said that once she trains me, maybe the crown prince will take over the servants. Don't cry, I'll come back home with you later. It seems that Aunt Dong is thriving in the government office and has become so reckless that she doesn't know who she is anymore. Coincidentally, I still have an account to settle with my stunning fourth sister. You need to return to the government office. Dong sure is nothing. Your Majesty learned on that day that I was not his biological daughter, and Shiliang Dan was also involved in it. It's time for me to go back and see what the government is planning after leaving for a few months. That's okay in theory. It's always not good for me, as the son-in-law, to visit my father-in-law before the new bride enters the house. I'll accompany you back home today. Agio, you need to accompany me back home. Yes? If you don't want to go back, then don't go back. Just die in bed. I'm going to prepare now. This bastard little thing is really restless for a moment. When can I be more obedient and stay by my side? 9,000-year-old prince and 1,000-year-old queen arrived. Please come to pick me up as soon as possible. I have met Lord Chitos and Princess Chitos. Is it true that the monkey without tigers in the mountains is the king? There is no longer a serious female master in this mansion, and even a simple ant comes out in gold and phoenix to welcome guests. Big sister is talking about a lowly concubine who is pregnant with her father's child. How can a concubine wear a phoenix hairpin? Although Shiliang Mo is annoying, it's not bad to use her hand to teach Dongshi a lesson, this bitch. I apologize for my rudeness. Please forgive me, Princess Chitos. Aunt Dong is indeed a fortunate person. Since she is already pregnant, please don't kneel up. Dong's ability to conceive even after being treated with the Juezi medicine back then is also remarkable. Shiliang Mo. Can you freshen up for me? I'll tidy it up. What, do you want to go see your brother, Miss Henenxiang? I don't think it's necessary anymore. Brother is very busy with such a small matter that has caused trouble in the hands of Shiliang Mo. Don't bother him with it. This bitch married a eunuch and could never have children in her lifetime. I hated everyone who could conceive a child if it weren't for encountering your master. I don't even know what kind of poisonous woman is working for, but after using me, she actually did this. How are you planning to proceed now? She is not weak in martial arts, and there is also a secret guard around her. At first, we only calculated on her alone, but 9,000 years old actually came back with her. Do you have any good plans? This is the maternal home of Shiliang Mo. What if something unexpected happened to her? What else can 9,000 years old do? There are many enemies with her in this mansion. Is it possible that at the age of 9,000, one can still kill the entire government office? My child must be the only heir of the national government. There must be no accidents. Shiliang Mo is coming back this time. I want her to stay or not. I never expected that one day I would come back to this courtyard with this old monster. Give. The courtyard will make this building hear a loud noise outside. Just throw all those lawless things into the lotus pond. Go, 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 hurry up, 9,000 years old is really scary. Don't be angry, sir, you are really amazing. Just a casual remark scared away the people in the other rooms of the government office who were originally trying to please them. Do you want me to hold it, or are you planning to stay in the lotus pond? Of course, I have to hold on to him. OL. When is this blinded my 24K titanium alloy dog eyes? Back to the county lord, that was sent by Lord Chitos this evening. See the princess. Xiao Baijing is you. At first, Baijing was chopped off and almost lost half of her left wrist, right? I sent her to Zhuangzi to recuperate from her injuries. After she recovered from her injury, I wanted to send her to Mociang to work as a steward or learn a craft, but she was unwilling. Shu thought that he would reunite with Bai Jing here. The princess's maidservants are no longer called Bai Jing. The maidservants are called Mei Jing. The 1,000-year-old sent me to the Meizu department for training. Today is the day of Meizi Gate and I will officially depart. Bai Jing, you. All of this is Mei Jing's voluntary wish. Mei Jing hopes to become someone like everyone else in the Meibu tribe. I don't want to be helpless and bullied like before. Qian Sui Yi gave me a chance, so Mei Jing hopes the princess can let Mei Jing walk the path she chooses. You fulfilled the little girl's ambition, haven't you? She's already slow to learn martial arts at her age. In order to enter the succubus and practice martial arts, she endured the pain of using the medicine of bone decay to weaken tendons and marrow for a full 981 days. Survival cannot be sought, death cannot be sought. It's not easy to catch up with Meijo 12 in just 1.5 years. It's all for you. Princess Meijing can now protect you. Meijing, have you really thought it through? Become a part of the succubus and forever become the shadow and assassin of the master. That means you will go to everything that ordinary girls miss, including your husband and children. Yes, if Meijing wanted it, everything wouldn't have come to where it is today. Since you made up your mind, I won't say much. You can go down first, yes. Why do you want Beijing to do such a dangerous thing? Meizu 6 and Meizu 7 have always been men who cannot always protect you closely. You need a more perfect guard. That little girl has a good backbone and an interesting personality, isn't she? I'll go check if the midnight snack is ready. I haven't told you before, those in power need to know how to choose between those around them and give them what they want the most, but we must make the most of them. Soft-hearted people are all useless. Only those who have been hurt too deeply would feel so insecure and always have to control everything in their hands. Agio, your control over people's hearts is unparalleled. It has almost become Bai Li Qing's instinct to make the best use of everything around her. I hope one day you don't need to calculate everything like this until the end and hold everyone in your hands. Because I will feel sorry. You know what, I used to hate people like you who were shameless and seemed to have a righteous expression, but I suddenly feel pretty good today. It's just that my heart has always been small. Placing a small fox in an unused position is enough to force it. Why do other people have nothing to do with me? They just take what they need. If I were a righteous person, where would the person who set up the Imperial censorate stand be? For this old monster, the bottom line of justice and righteousness is too low. However, in the past, I used to hate people who interfered with my life, but today I don't think I hate them as much. Is that so? How about doing something you like, little girl? We haven't had a Cold War for so long. Urgent report from Yibian Pass. Got it. Coincidentally, it was at this time. Don't go to bed so early later. Let Baijin prepare hot water. See. We must wait for him to come back tonight. It's dawn. I fell asleep. This old monster has been holding his fire for half a month, and last night he was able to resist waking me up. When I first met him, it seemed like he would never fall asleep, but he was able to sleep peacefully by my side. Splendid. Aunt Li, who is by the princess's side, is already waiting in the outer hall. So early, I don't know if my grandmother suddenly changed her mind and remembered me. Is there anyone else who has prepared a big gift and wants to see me? TX. Let her wait. We'll have our meal and then slowly pass by. Do they think I still need to maintain some hypocritical flattery today? Ridiculous. Duke, do you think we need to send someone? No need, since she doesn't want me to get involved in this boring internal affair. Let her handle it herself. The palm of my hand is not that fragile and incompetent person. The 1,000-year-old princess arrived. Miss, it's really difficult to invite you. The old lady waited until dawn this morning. You not only have no guilt, but also make such a loud noise knowing that the old lady is not in good health. Indulgence and recklessness. Is miss also something you can call? It's not appropriate to shout and shout in front of the queen. Even if these slaps make you grow dim sum, the millennial has always been very polite. If he finds out about this, I'm afraid the government will need a few more human skin drums. Cough cough, Shiliang Mo, you shameless and shameless person actually allowed the servants to bully me into my yard. Madam, please stop talking. The old lady can't listen to anyone's words now, just listening to Aunt Dong's urging and opposing the young lady. How can we continue like this? Shut up, will I be bullied by a lowly maid? Someone hasn't given me the palm of that white jade mouth yet. Yes. Dare to touch our county lord. Yeah, one killing without mercy. Old lady, you need to be careful with your words. Although you are the grandmother of our queen, the hierarchy between ruler and subject has been a tradition and rule since ancient times. The old lady doesn't even understand the rules at her age. According to the rules of the palace, Baiyu is now respected and honored. What is the first etiquette for the princess to return home and pay respects? Under the guidance of the 1,000-year-old lord, over 10,000 people only need to bow to his majesty, and even the crown prince needs to pay his respects. The rank of the 1,000-year-old princess is higher than that of the first-class princess in the palace, only half a rank lower than the Empress Dowager. Any woman who sees a 1,000-year-old queen must perform the rites of a courtier. You bastard with such a cheap life, how dare you make me kneel before you? Old lady. The old lady is indeed a first-class example in our mansion. Refer to the 1,000-year-old queen mother. Look, aren't all of this person's knees straight? When Anyam was alive, she told me that people have hierarchy. These words seem quite appropriate. If Anyam were still alive, she would definitely be very knowledgeable about the times. Shiliang Mo, this bitch, dares to mention her mother Su 008. Long time no see, fourth sister. It seems that fourth sister is living a good life in Zhuangzi now. Not only has her ruined face improved, but her temperament has also become gentle and graceful. It's really comforting to the older sister. Previously, she dared to ally with the mainland to plot against me. Now, when I mention the Han family, she can still remain calm. My 4 younger sisters have indeed grown up. Did the older sister remember that it was the younger sister's fault? Shiliang Mo has gone crazy and is too lazy to even act, completely disregarding the so-called filial piety. How terrifying. Why hasn't the Duke come yet? If Auntie is waiting for reinforcements, there is no need to waste her time. My subordinates saw that my aunt's maidservants seemed to be heading towards my father, so they left them behind. Princess Wang, the Empress Dowager. The old lady fainted. The old lady, the queen, is really not doing well now. You have always been kind, so please let me invite Lao Yajing over. Auntie Shengwan, are you old and confused after having a fight with the old doctor? The old lady no longer needs to see him in person. Auntie, the old doctor and the old lady have been close friends for many years. How is the old lady doing? The old doctor knows best. Auntie, I'm worried too much about my queen. I'm sure my grandmother won't be angry here after all. What's wrong with a longtime friend? All right, carry the old lady back to her room and go see the old doctor. Big sister, aren't you afraid that the rumors about today's events going out won't be good for your reputation? After all, forcing my grandmother to kneel in our court is unheard of. There are indeed quite a few people in our mansion who are picky eaters. Since that's the case, except for Auntie Shengwan and Jin Yu, who were originally in the old lady's room, sell all the other slaves outside and it'll be settled. If the remaining queen hears anything unpleasant outside. So don't blame my queen for being heartless. The county lord did not directly deal with the traitor Dong Auntie. Judging from her current appearance, I'm afraid she's going to go to the Duke's place and cause some trouble. Don't pay attention to her. If she doesn't want this child to help her, then that's it. They thought I had to follow their set of women fighting in private. Let these clowns play around. Our government hasn't seen any blood in a long time. Your Highness, please stay. Old slave shamelessly begs the queen to save our old lady. It's strange that Auntie Shengwan didn't guard the old lady and instead came to me, this unfilial and vicious granddaughter, to save her. The old slave knows that the queen is not malicious, but the old lady calculated against you first. But the old lady was just framed by Aunt Dong's fox charm. Aunt Dong didn't know what medicine she fed the old lady, which made her more irritable. The old lady's body and bones seemed to have improved a bit, but her face is rosy and she often faints. It's not right to press a hole in her hand and look at it. Aunt Dong even instigated the relationship between the old lady and the old doctor, and she said something that was criticized by others outside. Making the old lady distance herself from the old doctor is clearly premeditated. Oh, then you should also tell the Duke of the country. After Lady Lan Ling left, the Duke either used alcohol to drown his sorrows or buried himself in official affairs, not even returning to his mansion. Aunt Dong is in charge of the Zhongfu Guigong, and it's rare for him to come back. She always accompanies him to see the old lady. The old lady doesn't look like she's sick, with a rosy face. Dong Auntie is still pregnant and has no place for us to speak as slaves and maidservants in the mansion. As expected, he was the top performer in Jingyun's class back then. He sang this big play with great style. Of course, she alone could possibly achieve such a level of success. It's really curious who was behind Aunt Dong's scenes. Your Highness, at least the old lady took care of you for a period of time back then. There's no need to say it. Just because the old lady barely took care of me, my queen tidied up Aunt Dong. And why did the old lady protect me during that period of time? Shangguan Auntie knew better than me. I have already repaid this emotional connection today, and even if the old lady and I are clear, we can still be reconciled. Yeah, if it weren't for Miss S.I. learning to be obedient and restrained back then, how could the old lady take care of the young lady and make the way for Miss Er to enter the palace smoother? But unexpectedly, now only the most guarded young lady is willing to repay her kindness. The old lady is really a troublemaker. This gentleman has always disliked running around in unfamiliar places. Why hasn't he seen anyone today? Cough Chintz Wei Yi finished his work this morning and went fishing by the lotus pond. If you come back, just go find him by the edge of Liantong. Actually, my lord is not unfamiliar with this courtyard at all. I used to sneak in a few times while my wife was asleep at night without knowing how many times. It's better not to say that. This demon. If I were to cut the rope of the hammock and break it, that demon would. Why haven't we poured enough water last time? If you dare to move that paw, don't put on your clothes and soak in the water until it's too late. I haven't tried sleeping in the lotus pond yet. What is your husband saying, Mower? Why can't you understand? Why don't you sleep longer? I went out early in the morning. It's already noon here. Are you going to see your old lady or your heir? Do you still know if it's found? Ah, idiot. This old monster still likes to tease me so much. You're fishing. Yeah, it's a pity I caught it at noon this morning. I didn't see the fish I wanted to catch either. I originally planned to go fishing here with you, madam. Today, however, the lady has been away for too long, and the crown prince has sent people to search for her several times. The 1,000-year-old lord is not happy in his heart. Xia Shengzi, you have nothing to do when you're idle, sir. It's not because you're too arrogant that I explained it to madam on your behalf. Princess. The Duke and the Crown Prince have invited you over. Tell the Duke and the Lord that I am not feeling well and need to rest for a while. Wait until you feel better tonight before going over. Yes, Princess. Do you want to spend more time with me? What are you waiting for? You've been delayed all morning and still don't think it's enough. Okay. It's all for my wife, isn't it? I've sent away all the other idle people. I'll make a unique feast for my wife and husband later to apologize. I remember when you cook big meals, you only know how to cook in the kitchen. You can even cook tofu soup and make it burn. Who said my queen wants to make a peerless poached egg? You don't even know how to cook. Are you still a woman? Do you know how to cook? Are you still a man? Since you want to try for your husband, please prove it a few more times. My waist is about to break. The princess and crown prince have been waiting outside for a long time. I sent someone over before, but this time he came in person just now. He tried to forcefully break in and was stopped by someone from Qin Sui Yi. Let's go out and take a look. Big sister, are you willing to come out? Father has been waiting for you in the study for a long time, and your sister won't come out again, but I need my father to come and personally welcome you, the young queen. Big brother, the saying goes that etiquette cannot be abolished even if my father came to greet me personally. What would happen just now? It was shown that our country's government understands the hierarchy of rulers and ministers. Shiliang Mo, when did you become so reckless and domineering? My family in Shiliang has a daughter like you who knows nothing about filial piety, righteousness, and shame. If Madam sees you now, I don't know how sad you would be. The Blue family is full of loyal martyrs, but you collude with treacherous sycophants to act as a pawn for the tiger. Mrs. Han's son said this. Don't you think that's why my mother woke up nauseous under the 9 springs? Besides, my mother would probably be more upset about her husband. I heard that the Duke has been using alcohol to drown his sorrows and miss her endlessly, but less than half a year after her death, she made her concubine pregnant for 4 months. Since you and I don't like each other, then we just won't be in touch in the future. Let's prepare things and go back to Chitose Mansion C. Shiliang cuisine. Big brother, you don't have to look up to me too much. Guigong has always been your father, not mine, right? Morris, look at me now, doesn't even show any disguise. It's completely disgusted, but no matter what, I have to take her to her father's place today. Sister, please stay. Even if you get angry with your brother, your father will always be waiting for you. Anyway, some things will have to be told to my father sooner or later. More. Big sister, I heard that the elder sister has returned and wants to visit you, but Mr. Chitose has ordered not to disturb you again. Sister knows that I, a commoner, can't even enter the old lady's room at will, which is why I haven't been able to see you. I heard your has also reached the time of Sue's family. You and Sister Hongshire really had no time to come over, so they had someone give you a headscarf. You really like it. Shiliang Moon is quite interesting. Since I became the princess, she has frequently shown me kindness. She reminded me about the Princess Hihi. The Queen of Hihi sounds good, but after marrying the King of Hihi, it's equivalent to the meat of all the royal men in the forest tribe. The Queen, whether she is a father, brother, uncle, nephew, can enjoy it until she is exhausted and almost never survives beyond 20. But even so, she has always been obedient and not opposed to Aunt Dong, Han Shi, and Shiliang Dan as an unpopular illegitimate daughter. It is rare for her to live to this day. You don't blame me, do you? The gift from Big Sister is naturally good. Big Sister 11 Liang Dan and Aunt Dong have been getting very close lately, so be careful. It's unexpected that Ziliangdan and Aunt Dong teamed up. Since I met my elder sister I am satisfied and won't disturb my elder brother and sister anymore. Guigong Mansion. This is a conversation between the masters. As servants, just wait outside. My queen has always brought a few of her maidservants here, risking their lives several times. They are no different from my sister. Speaking of which, they are even closer than those so-called sisters in the mansion. I don't have anything to hide from them. If the Duke doesn't want to see them, my queen doesn't need to bother the Duke anymore. Just let them all come in. Wang Fei, please. Come with me. Why? No, why? I just don't like someone playing tricks in front of me, and I don't like someone bossing around in front of me. What else do you want to do after assaulting your grandmother you married by leeching and turned into someone like him? How did you live up to your mother's teachings? My mother has only seen me once in 17 years. How did she teach me? I would like to ask my father how you taught me. Have you ever read me a poem, taught me a principle of being a good person, and taught me how to write a word? If it weren't for the government providing you with a house to shelter you from the wind and rain, and giving you a bite to eat, do you still have a day here where you are disrespectful and unfilial to your own family? Did the government also provide these things to all the servants in the mansion? The lower class relies on selling their labor to exchange for food, while I rely on being a punching bag for Second Lady Han and a few young ladies to fight, curse, play, and exchange for food. I really don't owe your government anything for the 2 payments of silver and goods you. As a father, I won't argue with you about these things for now. I asked you about the 2 blue family tiger talisman that your father showed you back then. Did you tamper with it? I used to give you half of the token in order to uncover the whereabouts of the other token. The 2 tokens you have in your hands now are both fake. The real token is in my hands. Why did I clearly explain everything to you in the past? It was all your Majesty's fault. As a father, I even wanted to compensate you well. Your compensation is to keep the government and abandon me again, so that I can marry a eunuch. Ugomye, you can send your wife to the Emperor's dragon bed. Give me to a eunuch who sells his relatives and seeks glory. I don't need this kind of compensation. As for the token, it was originally a property of the Blue family. Isn't it more fluent to be in the hands of me, the only bloodline of the Blue family, than in the hands of an outsider like you? You rebellious woman. Shiliang remained silent and disrespectful to the young lady. Lanlands, why are you here? Why can't I come in? This tunnel was originally designed and built by Ghost Rider back then. I'm afraid you can't compare to me in understanding it. Shiliang has been silent for many years, and I haven't seen you, but you have become such a miserable appearance. Princess Longling was really blind back then. Uncle Lanthers, if you have anything you want to ask him, just ask him. I'm not interested in talking too much to him. I'll go out and talk to him first to avoid disturbing Marshal Blue. I will personally come over later to offer a stick of incense to the Marshal and Princess. Princess, let's go out first. I don't know why, but I always feel a little uneasy. It's tongue oil. Mei Jing. We need to break off the clothes and hair stained with tongue oil. I'm all right, Princess. Leave quickly. Don't make a sound. Your injury is too serious by you. Take off your coat. There's still some water in the vase over there. Pour it on top of the clothes to cover Mei Jing. If it weren't for Mei Jing pushing me away just now, I'm afraid it would be me who is now severely burned. This girl has never cried out from beginning to end after suffering such a serious injury. How much more excruciating pain did she suffer in the past? What should the princess do now? The fire in this tunnel is getting bigger and bigger. The exit ahead is blocked by fire, and we can't get out. Our people are all on the ground. With such a big fire, they must have already discovered it and are trying to rescue it. This tunnel was built by the Ghost Army back then, and there must be a water source inside to go inside. Yes. Stop. Here. It's a live water pool. First, wet everything on your body. This place is really not suitable for staying for a long time. There's someone in the water. Princess, I am Baichi. Your little cutie suddenly appeared. It's you, kid. How did you find this place? This tunnel was originally built by our fathers. I don't know how many similar tunnels there are under the Mirror Lake Castle. When we were children, we used to be places for fun and naturally knew how to get in. This thing can be pressed on the face and breathe in the water for a moment. If someone doesn't have access to water, they can still swim out along the waterway. It's not advisable to stay here for too long. Let's go out as soon as possible. Princess, we finally came out smoothly. What's this place? Have all the people from the ZHAZ department arrived? We need to find someone to treat Mei Jing as soon as possible. Don't worry, miss. We're all here waiting for you. Yunqing, you are all here. I'll have someone wash all the dirt off this guy's body first to avoid infecting the wound. Mei Jing is a girl. She did it to protect the princess. That's how he looks. Then I'll go find another female doctor. No need, just look at it like this. Yunqing, you don't need to be too shy about going to see the Meijing's parents' mental health doctor first. Yes, miss, what are your plans? Let's sneak back to the city and return to the government office. I heard that 9,000 years old has already gone to Guigongya's place. I don't know what the situation is now. 11 Liangma, that wild seed, still carries the name of a father and daughter even if she were burned to death here at the age of 9,000, would she still have the entire family punished for it? It's just a plaything with a higher status. When the time comes, let my father send my Yuer over and give it to 9,000 years old. The knocking sound is from him. You're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Your Holiness the Pope. If you have a child in your belly, there is no need to bow. Your Holiness, the doctor said the child is very good. You don't have to worry. Although I was just taken a step ahead by Shiliang Dan earlier, but I know better than a child like Shiliang Dan what kind of woman is most attractive to men. Go in and have a seat. You all performed very well today. It's all thanks to the good fortune of the prince that we were able to eradicate the Western cold dishes in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, we were unable to introduce the 9,000-year-old into that tunnel, otherwise it would have been a permanent solution. More, are you sure she's dead? Don't worry, Your Highness. I heard a genuine secret from Aunt Dong serving my drunken father. Dan had someone quietly go down and draw a map of the tunnel, but the water source was sprinkled with tung oil, and she couldn't escape it. Shiliang Dan repeatedly mentioned how I served Duke Jinghua and instigated my relationship with the Pope. This little brat was useful to me when I brought the Pope to her, but she repaid kindness with ingratitude. The Duke of China is just a useless concubine. He is the bone and blood of the Pope, but in the future, he will call others fathers. Whenever I think about this, I feel heartbroken, but as long as I and my child are still useful to the Pope, it is enough. Your child is also the first child of this Pope. As long as you obey, the Pope entrusted him with the inheritance of his noble title in the future, and his wealth and honor will be endless. Who knows if the seed in your belly belongs to the prince, and how do you know that your father's body is useless? If the mother had still picked out this prostitute's tendons early and thrown her to the front yard's register, getting rid of the wild seed in her belly still allows her to act recklessly. My humble concubine was drugged by Shiliang Mo and almost couldn't have a baby. It was the help of the prince that helped her relieve the poison on her body, but the Duke of China is not so lucky. Honor's wife gave him a considerable amount of medicine. Can the Duke give birth? I still need to ask the second lady. You shameless thing betrayed my father and caused trouble outside. I have a wild seed in my belly, and I still dream of replacing my brother's position. Your Holiness, what I have in my belly is not a wild seed. Prince Dan didn't mean it that way. The people of Daner are all under the protection of the prince. Perhaps, as the rightful wife of Daner, Daner is always thinking of the prince. Dan, have you really decided to help me? As you said, the crown prince is after all your brother, the duke of the country, and your father. I wouldn't find it strange if you help your own family. The water spilled by the daughter who marries out is naturally meant to help her husband. After the prince ascends to the dragon throne, he can give his brother other officials and titles, right? What noble lady is more shameless than us brothel ladies for the sake of a man? He even betrayed his own brother and father before he even got married and had a private affair with someone. No wonder the young prince chose Shiliang Mo, a woman whose appearance and background were not as good as yours back then. All right, you don't have to argue anymore. Have you figured out where the real token was hidden by Shiliang Mo? Since you really want to know where the token is, why don't you just ask me directly? The little prince hasn't seen you for a long time. It's you didn't die, Shiliang Mo. The dignified young prince wandered into the rivers and lakes, becoming a bandit and being chased by the government everywhere. It's really embarrassing. Speaking of which, I've even met the German queen. The little prince is actually a cruel and ruthless person who can also deal such heavy blows to his own aunt. It's the first time I've seen a real person. I think when I told the young prince about Empress LV's method of punishing Lady Qi, you took it to heart. You already knew why you didn't tell me. Because it's not necessary at all. Brother, hurry up. It's S.I. Hanxiang. Not good, S.I. Lufeng. This smoke is toxic, Bai Qi. Go chase after it quickly and don't let Silly Yifeng escape. Yes. No, Jinsi Hanxiang's martial arts skills were not very strong originally. How could there be such terrible progress in such a short period of time? S.I. Hanxiang, is it worth loving your brother with your own life? He didn't even think of you when he was entwined with other women. What do you know, Shiliang Mo? If it weren't for your brother, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. Receive the move. Miss, I'm sorry. We couldn't catch up with our boss. Lu Feng led many Tianli believers to ambush and set up mechanisms around us. After cracking the mechanism, the partners of the formation unit chased after them and disappeared without a trace. Don't blame yourself, Silly Yifeng, as the leader of the Tianli sect for so many years. Being able to evade the pursuit of the eunuch is a natural means. How should we deal with this woman, Hamo? Sister Si is truly infatuated. She sacrificed herself just now to let your beloved escape. Unfortunately, he didn't even glance at you in the end. Bitch, if you dare to touch my father and big brother, they won't let you go. Is that so? I don't know if big brother hears that his beloved sister colluded with the rebels. Will he still love you, my little sister, even if he intends to assist a bastard concubine in taking away his crown? Open the door of the tunnel. Fourth sister, this tunnel is another entrance and exit to the secret room of the Jinghua Palace. You see, the big gift you originally prepared for me tonight is still inside. The scorching air is so hot that even my chest and lungs are burning uncontrollably with just one breath. When the skin is contaminated with tung oil, even the fire cannot be extinguished. The skin first emits the aroma of grilled meat. Then it emits a burnt smell, and every step it takes feels unbearable pain. If you don't escape, you'll be burned alive inside. Isn't that a good feeling? Big sister, I know I was wrong. I don't want to die. Please let me go. I still want to be the wife of the little prince. The little prince promised to marry me. You are actually a devoted person. It is said that the world is the most pitiful and infatuated. In that case, I'll give you a chance. If you can stay in the tunnel for 15 minutes, I will make you immortal. Don't do it. Si Lufeng devoted himself wholeheartedly to seizing the token of the Ghost Army, fearing that he was trying to seize the position. Now that the situation between North Korea and China is unclear, it is a good opportunity to seize power. The sixth prince was seriously injured and there was no general at the border. Prince Bailihan of Shidi has always been known for his bravery in attacking and conquering. Leading a massive army of 500,000 soldiers to cross the border. It's been a quarter of an hour. I think that woman is probably not doing well anymore. I promised to spare her life and release her. You have the ability to kill me. No, I will let you live well. It's just that your mouth keeps saying things you shouldn't say. Hands are also cheap, do things that shouldn't be done. Fourth sister, please don't speak, right, walk. It would be better to lie quietly and remain silent for a lifetime. I'll leave Shiliangdan to you. I hope to see the obedient and peaceful fourth sister, but I don't want to see a corpse. You know what to do now. Yes, the young lady is really ruthless. Do you think I'm cruel, Zhao 20001? This is completely different from killing someone in the desert, but this is a place where conspiracies and bloody darkness coexist. It is a place that tests the darkest side of human nature. There will be more cruel things in the future, and women will definitely not be as delicate as you imagine. They can be the gentlest comfort or the sharpest knife tempered with poison. So we can't be soft-hearted or hesitant otherwise. The next person in hell will be myself and my companions. The patience of the silent Sikh in Shillong is limited. If no one is seen again, every quarter of an hour I will have 10 heads in the government office fall to the ground. The next group of people who will die will be your brothers, old mother, and son. Is the princess of this seat really in that tunnel or not? Big brother, please hand over the queen quickly. Shillong is speechless. You bastard allowed your concubine to kill his legitimate daughter. Is this going to make that despicable woman Dong completely cut off our Shillong pulse? The 1,000-year-old lord indiscriminately kills courtiers without considering their fate. Aren't you afraid of being impeached by officials tomorrow? This person, he looks so similar to Chen Sui-Yi. Kill him. Let go of me. Has Bai Li Qing gone crazy? He really wants to kill at all costs for a woman. 1501. Chen Sui-Yi, don't you want to kill even this palace? Royal Highness Princess, help us. Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess, we are innocent. Please help us. Beg for mercy. At the age of 9,000, you can't be so indifferent to right and wrong. Black and white. All official interrogations must be approved by His Majesty and handed over to the people of the Dali Temple to determine whether they are guilty or not. Bailaking is so scary. Is he really going to kill everyone today? But I can't help but step forward. Since your Royal Highness Princess is so devoted to your male pet, it is touching. Then let's do it together. Cough, cough. What's going on here? The film is silent and lifeless. Miss, you have finally returned. Chen Sui-Yi is so scary, sobbing. After hearing your words, Baiyu and I have long wanted to inform Lord Chen Sui that you are now safe. Unexpectedly, before you could finish talking about being locked up in the tunnel, the master let someone out. And then I never had a chance to approach the factory again. The body of the 1,000-year-old lady has already returned. I made you worried. Let's go back. So painful. Shall we go back? Dispersed. I narrowly escaped death, but it seems that my father is not very happy. But rather than being wary of my father, be more careful of the person next to you. Madame Han is skilled in handling things, so it's better for her father to find a doctor to take good care of his health when he has time to avoid raising children for others without realizing it. Gongye's concubine body. My wife saved our child. Will we really have children? Moer doesn't need to deceive me at all. My body belongs to me. I just need to consult a doctor to determine the truth or falsehood of the matter. Moreover, the Han family has a vicious temperament and it's not a big deal for them to poison me in order to protect Jinger's crown. My grandfather, Today, rebels broke into our country's government office. Aunt Dong is scared. I'm afraid the child in her belly may not be safe. Let's take her down. The child of the 5th Company's mistress is yours, right? Today, the princess risked her life to save Shillong, leaving no words in her heart. My elder brother is seriously ill now, and I cannot help but prepare more options for myself. Duke, please forgive me quickly. After hearing the news, I rushed over immediately. I originally just wanted to deal with the Guigong mansion. I didn't expect Bailaking to not give me face for making Duke Jinghua owe me a favor. On the contrary, I owe Moore a favor again. Do you know that the Crown Prince is critically ill? I don't know, but I have only heard that your Majesty is in seclusion for cultivation. This old fox is still acting like a wallgrass mountain. Now you know that the Duke of the country has always been a smart person. You must know what kind of path to take for the future of the country and the country. Is the princess planning to give up the pawn of Duke Jinghua like this? If the Duke of Jinghua is so easily won over, the Crown Prince and Land won't have to worry so much. My elder brother is seriously ill, and the 6th Prince is seriously injured. It is necessary for him to inherit the throne. Now at the age of 9,000, he holds the reins of power in the court. The killing of the terrestrial family and the 9,000-year-old have completely torn apart their skin in order for Chengqian to ascend the throne smoothly. I must bring the powerful Prince Jingwa under my command, but why did you take the initiative to provoke 9,000 years ago? Aren't you afraid of death? Serving the master is the duty of a noble official, isn't it also the duty of a noble official to sacrifice for the princess as a pawn? Come on, the actor is ruthless, the bitch is heartless. Don't think I don't know that you're scheming in the palace. You're already capable of climbing onto the bed of the queen, and noble consort Fangwan is just a plaything of the princess, not for anyone else. Humph, you'd better not play any tricks, otherwise this princess will make your life worse than death. Life is worse than death. Now why can the person with the same blood flow live and die like this? Anyway, soon everyone will be living worse than death. Agio, you. Get out. Agio, you should know that I didn't do it intentionally. I asked Rui to inform you, but that girl is not reliable in handling things. Get out. As you wish. What do you really want? You're hurting me. I'm afraid if I can't control my strength, I might hurt you. But if you leave like this, some people may hold a grudge against me for a long time, right? Who is better at holding grudges than you, my lord you? Don't look so ugly. Don't look at me like this now. This awkward old monster doesn't want me to see his ferocious face. If I had died in the tunnel at that time, would you bury me in cold soil or cremate me to ashes and carry me with you? I don't know. If the flower in my palm withers, I will let the flowers in this world never bloom again. Let everyone suffer the loss of their loved ones, and let everyone feel worse than death. Flames spread across the mainland, smoke spreads throughout the world. Bones form mountains, blood flows like rivers. Starving people fill the land. I'm just kidding. For Balaking, are the ethical principles that can bind ordinary people in the world useless? Because he had long been deprived of the perception that a normal person should have, and was forced to practice these things to survive, he only cares about the people and things he considers important. Perhaps just to admire the flowers blooming in the mountains overnight, he could slaughter all the beasts in the surrounding area and relocate the people for 100 miles perhaps. As a promise to his former benefactor, he could also support the empire he despised the most. If one day there are no more things that bind him in this world, perhaps he will truly become a demon. Is this fortunate or unfortunate? His biggest obstacle now is me. What are you trying to do with that lecherous gaze towards me, se long lascivious? Zhang, try it out. You have a clear vision that you want to do something inappropriate to become a teacher. Do you dare to say that there is no passion for being a teacher? Actually, I've been coveting your beauty for a long time. I just feel exhausted today and can't force myself on you. I will definitely bow my head to you, Overlord, another day. You're lying. Look at your eyes, your face, your rosy complexion, and your heart-wrenching expression. It's clear that the wolf's heart is in a state of great agitation, yet it still behaves in such a dignified manner. I have seen strong and virtuous women, but I have never seen those who force others to do so. I'm not unwilling either. I still have injuries on my body. The tunnel is full of fire. Although I haven't suffered any major injuries, it's impossible for me to be completely unharmed. I didn't want him to know, but Agio, I'm fine. This is just an ordinary minor injury. The person with the character part said it won't leave scars. Don't leave me, okay? Calm down, she's already tired enough today. We can't let her go anymore. It hurts a bit, hold on a bit. Agio, are you giving me medicine or causing trouble? You ignorant girl, this is a priceless ghost hibiscus blood, and I only have two according to legend. It is the blood of the Tibetan god king that has transformed, decomposed, regenerated, revitalized, and rejuvenated. There is no medicine in the world that can compare to it. Agio, such a rare item, you shouldn't waste it like this. It's up to me to decide whether to waste the waves or not. Does it hurt a lot? Can I help you? Agio, the medicine seems to have taken effect. I don't feel so much pain anymore. Can you untie my acupoints? Ah, is it okay, girl? He has never seriously sought my opinion before. Agio is feeling uneasy because of me. Good. Girl, you are such a good teacher. Agio, you don't worry, it's very warm, come on, good girl. Girl. I'm here. I'm here. What are your instructions, Lord Chinsway? Hot water, Mama he. Aki, go and call Mama. That's for me. Take a journey from the Sea of Death, where the 5 demons and 9 demons have died and suffered injuries, and if it weren't for Meichi's desperate protection, I wouldn't have been able to survive from there. I finally understand that life is unpredictable and has an end. If someone misses it, they will never hold hands again. Don't overthink it, I really like the purse. Thank you. My thoughts turned out to be what Meichi was watching. Then I'll go first. K. The medicine of Chinsway Yi is too miraculous. The princess's skin is delicate, smooth, and tender like peeled eggs, with no visible pores. This life-saving medicine is too wasteful in this place. Chinsway Yi still feels sorry for you. He ordered the eunuch to guard outside early this morning. Say they will be with you no matter what today. Okay, just follow along. Let them stay away. Father. The queen is polite. I dare not accept the bow of a queen who is only half a rank lower than the Empress Dowager. The Guigong mansion dare not have a daughter like you who is ignorant of propriety and righteousness. Today, Danner was found lying in the tunnel with burns all over her body, limbs, and tendons. And Aunt Dong, who just lost her child, is also missing. Father cares a lot about his 4th sister. It was me who was almost burned alive. It seems that my father really hates me until he gets rid of it. I don't know what it feels like to be told by your beloved mother underground. My father was equally anxious and worried when he was in the tunnel without you, but Danner is your sister. Why can't you repay kindness with kindness? Did Shiliang Pill sisters ever treat me as my sister? If I don't do it, the next person to die may be me. How can I repay kindness? You really don't look like your mother at all. Father really hopes that his daughter will endure hardships for a lifetime like his mother did, watching his beloved marry another woman. He lived a miserable life and died tragically. It's just that you're not here today to discuss these matters with my father. Since you asked that, my daughter should just say it directly now that the 6th prince has been assassinated and His Majesty the Emperor is seriously ill. The 2nd Prince of Shidi is leading a 500,000-strong army to suppress the border. Both civil and military officials in the entire court know that you are the first general of the Heavenly Court, after Marshal Lan. The next person to lead the troops into battle is none other than you. The situation in the court is unstable. The future is bound to be a struggle between the Crown Prince and the 16th Prince, supported by 900 years old. Being a father and being 9,000 years old are already at odds with each other. You want me to help the enemy who only massacred in the mansion yesterday. You don't have to look too high at yourself. Back then, you abandoned the Blue family and your mother. We don't expect you to make any other acts today either. My request is only for you, Father, to remain neutral and not obstruct us. After returning from the desert, the Ghost Army and I, along with all the forces of the Blue family, stood behind 9,000 years old. This was also Lanther's request to seek revenge on the Emperor back then. The Crown Prince is young and radical, just as suspicious as his father. Emperor Xinwen once crazily expanded his territory, but in the end, the people were struggling to make ends meet until the age of 9,000. He was able to regain control of the government and recuperate. Behind the Crown Prince is an ambitious relative of the Lu family at the age of 9,000. No matter how influential the court and the public may be, they are nothing but eunuchs without successors who can maintain the most basic balance. More than a decade later, the new emperor will grow into a ruler with unified power, which one will dominate the world? It's better for our government to make your own decision. The daughter has said everything and hopes that the father has already figured it out and given her a clear answer. Come back watching you feel much better and more interested. I went to your father's place early to become a lobbyist. What are the results? Father-in-law, are you willing to help this son-in-law who almost chopped off his head yesterday? Although using martial arts may not be my strong suit, such scheming of people's hearts will never be inferior. Just wait for the news. Little fox. Let's go back to the palace tomorrow. His Majesty the Emperor really wants to see you. The Emperor wants to see me. What do you want to do, traitor? Of course, it's what treacherous ministers should do. Sanqing Hall. Cough, cough. Water, give me water. Before it was time to deliver the water, I was punished by kneeling for a day after I gave you some water last time. Today's bead, even though it was only water that you gave to the servant because of the last incident. Please wait for another half an hour, Your Majesty. Someone will naturally bring you rootless water. Cough, cough, beast. How many days have passed? My body has been used as a breeding ground for insect eggs, nurturing countless insects. Accompanied by the sound of insects devouring their internal organs every day, I can't sleep and lie in feces and urine. I never know when the endless agony will begin. Smelling the gradually decaying scent of corpses emanating from his body, that person always stands by the bed, smiling and watching me suffer so much. That beautiful face, like a demon, was filled with resentment and darkness in its eyes. Yeah, he hated me for so many years. It's fate. Whoever holds the power has the ultimate decision-making power to determine life and death. It was me who made him grow up to such an extent that he would ruin his imperial career. Now I'm almost following Sister Ling, right? Sister Ling, you have tormented me for half of my life, and I have tormented you for half of my life without knowing the way to the underworld. Can you walk slower and wait for me? Are you here to pick me up? Gina, have you been doing well these years? I can't bear to worry about you. How could you be good? There have been countless women sobbing and moaning on your dragon bed. You said you remembered me. I did it because they all have your shadow on them. I'm just looking for your shadow. Ha ha ha, searching for my shadow. Why didn't you die at the beginning and wait for me in hell? I'm sorry, but you forgave me. Is it the way to the underworld? I'm glad you came to pick me up. Do you think you can stay with me forever in the underworld? A person like you who has committed all sorts of evil deeds can only forever be lost in the waters of the river of forgetfulness, enduring all kinds of torment in the infernal hell. There will never be a day of rebirth. Can't you hear? The brothers who were killed by you are waiting for you to suffer together in the treacherous waters of the river of forgetfulness. This is heaven and hell. The last time we meet, we will never meet again. What do you have to do to forgive me, Linger? Only then will you forgive me. How can I forgive you? Can you repay the debt I owe in this life? Can everyone be liberated? Fathers Chinger and Lures. So many people's debts, you can't do it. Sister, don't leave. I can do it as long as you forgive me, Sister Ling. This is the bone bead refined from my bone blood. Aloe will get better after eating it. I have returned everything to Chinger and Lure. I have paid off their debts. Really? Since that's the case, my niece, I would like to thank Your Majesty for the meat-cutting reward. You, how could it be you? From the beginning, she was your niece, because even if you die on the underworld road, Blue Feather won't come to see you. Why do I love you so much? How do you hurt me? I am granted the title of Chen Fei to serve my mother in bed. Your Majesty, your father and son really make me feel disgusted. Would you like to look in the mirror and see your filthy and disgusting appearance, as if you were a demon? What did you just say, Cheng Qian? Laozi and his son have the same perspective. Does Your Majesty know how long your well-behaved son has been coveting this girl? If you really let the girl go to bed with your consort, you should still be on the sickbed. I'm afraid you'll have to climb onto your own mother's bed. However, back then, her mother didn't choose you, and she wouldn't choose to mess with your middle-aged son, Bug. You're a natural performer. I should have used a knife in the first place. I'll kill you with a knife. Has your majesty heard of Empress Dowager Zhuangxiang of Qin and his wife? Note that in history, she once disguised herself as a eunuch and entered the palace to have an affair with her concubine, giving birth to 2 sons. No, it's impossible. Do you like it? This kind of taste that you will never get watching the person I care about the most whisper softly in the arms of another man, haha. Our goal has been achieved, let's go. Why bother talking nonsense with this sinner who is about to go to hell? Don't sink all the way in this darkness anymore. Some things end when some people part ways. The 7 sins of empty forgetting, true dreams, past lives. Vast and illusory, flashy and worldly, with a heavy nose and deep hell. Lost in confusion, the 99-year-old blue lamp covers the mottled varnish and the red door. Looking forward to the extravagance of the world and mourning the past and present. When do we hope to return to our door? The blue lantern in our hand is dragging. Go back, Aloe is still waiting for you. He needs you to see. Have you tidied up inside Lord Lian Agio? Go back and detoxify Luo, or first I have to clean up the remaining troubles in the palace for him. Madam, don't worry, the old slave has already tidied up everything. Jinmin. You're here to see the prince in your attire. It looks a lot like my deceased mother, right? That's why your majesty wants to marry me at all costs. Maybe I will soon become the illegitimate mother of the crown prince. No, maybe it's the legitimate mother. It's impossible. How could the prince have such thoughts? Aren't you his daughter? It's not important whose daughter I am. What matters is always your majesty's own opinion. I always knew who the prince was. He was so crazy that he couldn't do such a thing. Jinmin's main palace is the princess of this dynasty. Even if I don't like my brother anymore, this palace will not allow anyone to plot evil. Is your highness guarding this heavenly kingdom or the crown prince? The heavenly kingdom belongs to the Si family, so as long as the prince has pure bloodline, anyone can sit in this kingdom, can't they? If there were any internal turmoil in the heavenly kingdom, the ambition of Shidi to invade the central plains for many years would be realized. As the former Empress Dowager of Shidi, you wouldn't be unaware of the situation within the Shidi royal family, would you? Instead of causing chaos in the court for the sake of the throne, it's better to have a little baby sit in this seat. Jinmin, are you persuading me to give up supporting His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? I'm just planning for each other. The more power a man has, the harder it is to control him. If the Crown Prince loses his wings of power, he can only rest by the princess's side forever. Isn't it also a wonderful thing? Leaving aside anything else, this palace is here to meet with the prince at the age of 9,000. No one is allowed to see the prince. You must go to this palace to meet him today, your highness. There's no need to be so angry. You'll see your majesty sooner or later. And the person you brought to meet the emperor has already secretly entered, hasn't he? Huh. Father, I have never allowed anyone to come to see you at the age of 9,000. I sneaked in to see you. Your body is better now. Huh, hee. Who is father the emperor? Did that demon Beilaking make you look like this? Is this monster really the father emperor? No, father, you can't just go like this. The traitor Beilaking spread rumors to the public that you have the intention to depose the crown prince. Because of my lack of moral integrity, I have repeatedly made mistakes in administrative matters, even blaming me for Sixth Brother's injury, saying that I embezzled food and supplies. At present, the civil and military personnel of the Manchu dynasty are in a state of panic, and rumors and gossip continue to spread. Father, you need to think about our country's welfare and show your son a way forward. Father, have you been looking at the bronze mirror? Did something put on it? Wait a moment, my child. I'll go take a look now. There's indeed something inside. It's a testament. With a decree in hand and a legitimate name, no matter what tricks Beyliking may have, I will definitely inherit the throne. Father Emperor. Father Emperor, father is dead. Father, I won't let go of the traitor Beyliking. I will definitely use his head as a sacrifice to your heroic soul. Go and see if His Majesty the Emperor has ever woken up. Oh no, Jinming and the others have come in. I have met your Majesty. Your Majesty, the princess has come to see you. What's going on here? Why did the prince die so suddenly? It is rumored that those broken Taoist priests will come into this palace and have their heads chopped off. Your Highness is overjoyed. Your Majesty, this has already been dismembered and ascended to immortality. Nonsense. How could ascending to immortality leave such a tragic situation? Your Majesty, as a conqueror, naturally has vengeful souls and resentment. Your Majesty was originally meant to cultivate immortality. To Your Majesty, the primordial god is the purple star. Primordial god in the sky. Today is already a great day, so it's natural to celebrate the passing of Your Highness and not punish him. There is no one who dares to violate the Yang Qi and Zheng Qi of heaven and earth. Now that Your Majesty's spirit has returned to his throne, his physical body will be corrupted by vengeful ghosts. Jinming, do you also believe in the nonsense of these scoundrels? Why don't you believe that Your Majesty has been cultivating immortality for many years and is only half a scattered immortal? How can ordinary people like us know about the affairs of the immortal family? We must always invite the Imperial physician to conduct an autopsy. Your Highness, please handle it yourself. Only those Imperial physicians who can see the Emperor's illness have ghosts. However, after His Majesty's ascension to immortality, all matters must be handled by someone on his behalf. The Empress has been sent to the cold palace, and only you and concubine Han are the most suitable to sit in the palace. Otherwise, if someone wants to take advantage of internal and external troubles and plot evil, it may lead to a major disaster. This is natural. The funeral of Prince 1110 cannot be left to those unscrupulous women to handle. Madam, letting the princess sit in the palace is a clever move. Princesses have different prestige, special identities, and have always supported the crown prince. She presides over His Majesty's funeral affairs, so no one will criticize her anymore. If the princess and crown prince want to find evidence of Your Majesty's sudden death, let them stop searching. The aftermath is a handle for any mistakes that may occur in the future. Under their leadership, it can actually drag them all down from the land. Madame Mingjian, Madam is indeed as cunning as Duke, and the two of them are truly a perfect match for each other. Princess, you have returned. Master Luo detoxified today and looks good. Shocking JPG. I'd rather not disturb you in this situation. Agio, you. Agio, what are you crazy about? Five mouths. It hurts, girl. You don't know how to be gentle. I'm still in pain on my body, but you, the culprit, cried out in pain first. You who are so angry and don't know, think you haven't touched a woman in your 3 lifetimes. Get out of here. I won't. How much alcohol do you smell like after drinking? I am the least fond of drinking. Especially after this heavy moon, I feel extremely strong after getting drunk, so I dare not drink sea again after drinking it once. I had a few drinks before and woke up the next day. I just realized that I was sleeping with Agio in the Huatsong. Madam, you were really enthusiastic last night. Although my husband is beautiful and pleasing to eat, the eternal wife doesn't need to be so thirsty. I didn't expect the lady who revealed her true feelings after drinking to covet her husband's beauty so much. It's completely the past that's hard to look back on. Well, not much. Girl, my good girl, I'm happy today. Aloe's poison is about to be detoxified. You don't know how tall I am. It wasn't him who went crazy back then, it was me. Aloe took good care of your younger brother back then, right? Aloe is the kindest person in the world. No matter how much torture he has experienced, he tolerates everyone's unbearable feelings. I keep laughing at him for being a stupid bug. Even when Brother Tin cruelly forced us to castrate and sleep with him, he was willing to forgive Brother Tin and their sister Ling who poisoned us. He knew that Sister Ling was just using him. It's just that if it weren't for him, he would always pretend to be me and take care of me and endure torture. Perhaps the first person who couldn't bear to go crazy was me. If I hadn't selfishly let Arlo bear those inhuman tortures for me, perhaps Arlo wouldn't have gone crazy. Arlo is the older brother. He deeply cares for his younger brother, which is just his nature. Nature, it is said that twins are two sides of good and evil. Arlo's nature is so beautiful, my nature is cold and despicable. But God gave him so much pain that I no longer believe in goodness in this world. It's me, this despicable and disgusting person, who should go crazy. We are all despicable people, but it is precisely because of truly kind people like Arlo that we can believe there is beauty worth guarding in this world. There are always people who want to do despicable things. Gio, you have already worked hard and endured no more hardship than Arlo. You at least kept his hands clean and free from any despicable filth. 9,000-year-old mansion. I actually slept like this all night. My leg is about to break. I'm awake as a teacher. I will reward you well for your hard work all night. Sir, please go ahead and stop messing around. No matter how much you mess around, I still feel half paralyzed. Where did you think of going? I'm helping you massage your acupoints. If you're so numb, you can't even walk, pushing the uterus and promoting blood circulation will make you feel more comfortable. Bela King seeks the ultimate in his work. He can help me massage 9. It must be a sign of manual dexterity. Then there will be a husband in need. This girl has made me addicted to serving her. When will we officially propose to crown the 16th prince? The 6th prince is also on his way back to the capital. He will fight against Shidi. His injuries are too serious and he may be on the verge of death. Not urgent. It's also okay to announce it when the funeral of the late emperor is over and the memorial tablet is enshrined in the temple. Delaying until the crown prince can no longer wait is better than taking preemptive action, which may not necessarily be a good thing. In that case, I have a good idea. Changqian. My Changqian. The Prime Minister, His Royal Highness Princess, and the Crown Prince have something important to discuss. You'd better not go in. The Crown Prince is truly a filial son, as his father and his aunt were shameless just after his death. I wonder how the Emperor would feel if he saw his sister and son do such a thing before his bones were cold. Fongguan, who exactly are you? The Fongguan next to this princess said it's a male pet. But it's just a male pet. How could we know that His Majesty is imprisoned and critically ill, and still try every means to pass on the message to us? I once sent someone to investigate all the noble families who were once exiled, but I haven't found anyone related to you. Fongguan is a person from Shidi and comes from a declining aristocratic family. Fongguan has already let go of the past. Why keep pressuring the Prime Minister? You only need to know that Fongguan is loyal to His Highness. Uncle, how could you be here? Your Highness has already come out, so I will leave first. Changqian, you have become mature. Uncle is very happy. Now that the princess is in charge of the overall situation, as long as we firmly grasp her and add her will, only then can you sit firmly on the throne. It's just that if someone with ulterior motives finds out and spreads the story between you and the princess, it will be troublesome. Uncle, you always knew. Even achieving great things without regard for details, Uncle Zhang remained silent because he understood you. This matter is not important. Uncle came to see you today because of a more troublesome matter. The 6th Prince, Si Chang, will arrive in the capital the day after tomorrow. I heard that his injuries are gradually recovering. What? It's impossible that the 6th Prince's injuries are so severe that the Imperial doctors say he won't be able to endure the journey back to the palace. This matter is probably related to Jinming. The last time Jinming went to Mount Taishan to pray for the Emperor was a cover. When our people found out that it was a fake in Mount Taishan, she's probably already gone to the border and found the Ghost Army. Jinming's acquisition of the Ghost Army at the age of 9,000 is like adding wings to a tiger. The Ghost Army that could kill 100 with one fell into the hands of Jinming. So this is what you need to stop. After all, 9,000 years old is a eunuch and you have had a romantic relationship with Jinming. As long as you take over her body and have a child, if she doesn't like it anymore, it will still be yours. There is no other way for a woman like Jinming to either kill her or take her as her own. Yes. 9,000-year-old mansion. Sixth Princess I Chingyin, Your Highness, we are going to enter the palace tomorrow. Are you ready? Born and died in this golden cage, used as a coffin, it's not a waste in this world. There's nothing to complain about being defeated by a successful king. Your Highness's mother, although only a palace maid combing hair beside the queen, but you still have His Majesty's blood flowing from you. It's normal to have ambitions to achieve great success and achieve great unification. Even if you lose, you are still a true hero. Your achievements in guarding the border for many years cannot be erased. Why underestimate yourself? After my king was granted the title of Dingyuan King, no one dares to talk about the mother's background in front of me anymore. The Chitos princess, like the Chitos lord, has a straightforward personality. If I had met you before, I would have had the insight of a 1,000-year-old princess with such a character. Maybe it won't end up at this point. The once spirited king of Dingyuan, I won't look down upon just an unloved daughter of the national government. I would never be a concubine with anyone either. How many people in the world have thought about the shocking steps behind my daily glory? Besides, my malicious agio is the most unique existence that no one can replace. You don't have that fox spirit. You're pretty, vicious, slutty, and flat. You don't have much appetite at first glance. How could Amo possibly be interested in you? Yeah, everything is just fate. At the age of 9,000, the Grand Tutorin taught us, and everyone loved the lessons of the 1,000-year-old master. Because he is extremely casual in class and likes to listen and not listen. He only wants to talk about himself. Looking back now, I think what Mr. Chitos said back then makes perfect sense. It's a pity that I didn't really listen to the lectures of Mr. Chitos back then. I want to hear it now, but I no longer have the chance. The sixth prince still has a childlike heart, and the 1,000-year-old lord knows about it. A 1,000-year-old princess, I have a request to make. I still have a young son. The older one is 4 years old and the younger one is only 3 months old. I hope they can recognize the 1,000-year-old princess as their adoptive mother. I promise you that as long as I stay in this world for one day, just to ensure the safety and prosperity of the 2 young masters and the queen of Dingyuan. Sister, how many shrimp did I catch? Sister, your favorite food is shrimp. Let the kitchen make it for you. Maybe it will taste better than the shrimp that Brother sure brought you. Since Luo are detoxified, the kind of unpredictable frenzy caused by nerve stimulation from toxins has not occurred again, but he stayed forever in his childhood. After a while, Auntie asked the small kitchen to cook shrimp. What shrimp are you eating? Are you crazy? Why bother in the garden? The bitch who likes to eat shrimp is already dead. What else is there? 10 brothers and all of them are dead. She didn't die, did she, Aching? Why do you say they're dead? You knocked over my 15 shrimp. You're the one who's crazy. He's just getting better. Aloe, be good and don't cry. Sister likes to eat the shrimp you brought. No one died. Don't pay attention to your brother. He's jealous that you caught so many shrimp to bully you. Then give my shrimp to Aching. Don't be angry with me. I'll go later. Wipe your face full of snot and tears. It's disgusting. Be good, don't cry. Sister is right, isn't that right? Your younger brother is just envious, jealous, and resentful. Sister likes children who don't cry. If Arlo is good, wouldn't sister like Arlo more than Aching? Yeah, of course Auntie likes children who are more obedient. I don't like children like Aching who are stubborn and stingy. A naughty girl. When is this? If you don't discuss important matters with everyone inside and are in the mood to procrastinate with this by Ji Luoer, you go to the small kitchen first. After sister finishes her work, she will go find you. Do you have to be so awkward? I know you feel sorry for Aloe who was hurt so deeply, but you still miss your enemy. But can't you be gentle? I have always been so fond of holding grudges. It's clearly a twin aloe is so clean that no filth can leave any mark on him. Even Lan Ling from back then favored him, so I always feel jealous. Why isn't Ajio going in yet? Everyone is waiting for us. This guy has been showing a trend of being a bit sentimental and developing towards the melancholic faction lately. I can't afford to hurt my husband at home. It's okay. The person in front of me is willing to hold my hand. I only need her warmth. Chin Sui Yi and Miss, this is the message sent by the person in charge of monitoring the wind department just now. Prince Jinning, Prince Jinbei, and Prince Dongyang lead a fleet of 9,000 carts not following the previously reported direction towards the West D border, but heading towards Jiangidang. Landlord really has the ability to persuade 3 feudal lords, and I don't know how much sweetness he gave now that the border is in danger. It has given them the opportunity to do such stupid things. Bug C. Prince Jinning, Prince Jinbei, Prince Dongyang, and several other feudal lords are all titles of the ancestors of Emperor Xuanwen's uncle Emperor Xianwen did not rightfully ascend to the throne. Fearing that several feudal lords would rebel against him, he ordered them to pay tribute and find an excuse to strip off their fiefdoms when they were not allowed to return to the capital city in their territory. Later on, the feudal lords also gradually aged and a new king ascended the throne. Because these new kings were not outstanding figures, Emperor Xianwen was relieved. The next day, the late emperor will suspend his spiritual activities for 49 days. And all officials will pay their respects and send off their spirits. The feudal lord leading strong cavalry to the capital will arrive in the future. Although the military strength of the Jiangyi garrison is sufficient, most of the soldiers have never been to a real battlefield. However, the Jinyui excels in small group combat and finds it difficult to directly confront the enemy's elite troops. The heavy troops stationed on the border must not be allowed to move. Otherwise, once internal strife breaks out, Sidi will take advantage of the situation and enter. The idea behind the land invasion is that we cannot send heavy troops to resist it. Yeah, the land hate has poisoned me. I just want to drag down my revenge. Do you remember any family, country, or world? If he can't get the world, then he might as well destroy it. So there's only one choice left. Let me lead the ghost army soldiers and fighters to confront them. Even the girl who knows me, go ahead. Let me see if your ghost army is truly invincible as rumored. Let me see the man-eating flower in my palm showing its fangs. The combination of military skills and combat skills is only about 700 people, and this pair of 9-strong cavalry is formidable. So at this point, we need to use some small tricks. These 2 foxes are so scary. How many troops do they have to deal with? It's the opponent who's really unlucky. Tianyang Pass. General, Yangguan is too dangerous this day. Let's take a different route into Beijing, otherwise if someone ambushes here. General, under the newly appointed Northern Prince, Duke of Durai, didn't you hear the news just sent by the scout on the 3 main roads leading to the capital? 9,000 years old dispatched the Jiangyi garrison to guard it. Although the military strength of the Jiangyi camp is not to be feared, it will take time for us to break through these heavy troops. At noon, the announcement of the new emperor's accession will be made. If we don't arrive before then to assist the crown prince in ascending the throne, all our efforts will be in vain. Besides, the mountains here are steep and ordinary people can't climb them at all. If it were City's mountain cultural soldiers, there might still be one more possibility wherein an ordinary army can so many martial arts masters climb up. Hell Ghost Gate opens, asking when will you return to our door. What the fuck, there really are troops crawling up and ambushing. Help, quick escape is a thunderbolt bomb. Using crossbows. Better than expected, almost half of the people were able to escape the thunder and fire formation. Sure enough, it's not that easy to hit with just one strike. I heard that the king of northern Jing went to great lengths to train a group of brave mountain soldiers to deal with the Shidi people, which is really difficult to deal with since it is so. The rest will be handed over to Yunqing. Climbing the mountain is already difficult. They couldn't have brought so many grenades and ammunition. They must have run out of them. The whole army launched a surprise attack and killed them. General, what is that? What a ghost. Shut up, what the hell is going on? Someone must be pretending and playing tricks. Who dares to shake the morale of the army for me? General. Yunqing and Baiqi are playing pranks again to scare people. It's really boring. This carefully planned ambush and killing battle was almost perfect. First, let Mr. Chitos pretend to send the Kyotai Tian X battalion to station on 3 routes to lure the enemy to change course, lead them to this ambushed front line. Thunderfire illusion technique. All the experiences that Ghost Army and Jinyui have been exchanging with each other in recent days come in handy at this moment. Amo and Qiansui's control over people's hearts and the strength of their military tactics are unparalleled. You can go over and tell them about it later, and I want to be a living prisoner. Remember, we are soldiers, not butchers, easy to fold due to excessive rigidity. The young Ghost Army is like a knife. If this knife gets used to seeing blood without fear, it may one day lose someone's heart and hurt itself. The young lady is really thoughtful. Sanqing Hall. The 6th Prince has arrived. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please forgive me. My younger brother has been injured and unable to bow recently. It's already uncomfortable for my brother to see you so seriously injured. Why bother with these empty formalities when the Emperor's funeral is about to begin? Has Lu Di's injury really healed? He has ambitious ambitions for the throne and will never surrender to me, but this time he only brought 3,000 elite soldiers back to the court, which makes it difficult to figure out what he wants to do. The Crown Prince's discomfort is due to concerns that his younger brother's health is recovering too quickly. What does 6th Emperor brother mean? Does Father Emperor's spirit mean that even you have to argue with brother? Second brother, do you know that the person I envy the most in my life is you, and the person I am most dissatisfied with is also you? My mother is your mother's servant, so I can only be your servant for the rest of my life. Even if I risked my life to fight on the battlefield and win glory for my father, the Emperor, in the eyes of the Emperor, you are still the person he values. Feng Wang sent me far away to Tian Dadian to warn me not to have delusions. God knows I've never been interested in the throne. I worked so hard just to get my father to take care of my mother more. Let the scheming and cowardly mother consort live better, but she still died. Why is it that the Empress cannot tolerate us mother and son so much? I begged you to help me protect my mother, but you're just like your wicked mother. After the death of my mother, there is only one meaning left for me to survive. I want to destroy you and your wicked mother. Si Qingyan, are you crazy? Yeah, I'm crazy. I'm going to hell, but... Get the hell out of here, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness Lu. Don't put on airs. I didn't exert much force at all. Killed the Crown Prince, killed the 6th Prince. Why, Your Highness the Crown Prince? I'll wait for you in hell when the golden spring falls. It was Si Qingyan who designed me. He wanted to use his death to destroy me. It's not me. I didn't kill you, Si Qingyan. Even if you die, will you still design me? Wake me up. Brother, sure, is there a better sacrifice than this for your funeral, where the Emperor personally sacrifices his blood with his heart? Kwai Tai medicine. Prince, please don't do this, Crown Prince. His Royal Highness, this knife hit the lifeline, and the 6th Prince has already... What nonsense are you talking about? Your Highness will never kill the 6th Prince. 9th Prince Si Qingyu. Just now, everyone was able to see that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince killed 6th brother. Besides, that dagger was clearly given to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince by his father when he was 7 years old. The dagger that was not made by this palace was lost a few days ago. I also don't believe that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince would do such a thing. If Your Highness really wants to take action, there's no need to publicly attack the 6th Prince. Isn't this putting oneself in the most unfavorable position? At the final moment of His Majesty's funeral, it is not impossible for the Crown Prince to take action in anger to protect the throne. The 6th Prince has made outstanding military achievements, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has made repeated political mistakes recently. It is said that His Majesty has the intention to depose the Crown Prince. It is too cruel to kill one's younger brother in order to compete for the position of Crown Prince at the funeral of the father. Not to mention that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has never committed such evil deeds. Even if the sixth prince really died at the hands of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, it would still be a matter of death for the Emperor. The testament of the late Emperor is here: long live, long live, long live. Why don't you kneel down to welcome the testament of His Majesty, who is 9,000 years old? Landlord, are you old and confused, or are you complacent and confused? 10 years ago, with the personal permission of His Majesty, there was no need to perform a grand ceremony in front of me. Why do you still have to kneel and kowtow 3 times for your broken piece of paper? When the Crown Prince ascends to the throne, there will be a time to deal with him sooner or later. According to the Imperial decree of the Heavenly Carrier, the Crown Prince's virtue and righteousness are intertwined with the Tao Zi and Lu Feng, following the will of heaven, following the will of the people, and responding to the will of heaven, following the will of the people, can be done after my great mission. The succession of the throne to Emperor Fengzong Tao in accordance with the order of ethics is governed by the old regulations and also by the respect for the deceased husband from the perspective of virtue and virtue, to the reliance on relatives and wise people, and to jointly seek new governance in Qingzhou. How does Your Highness the Crown Prince now ascend to the throne for the new monarch? Your important ministers have died, but I can barely survive. That means Land acknowledges that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince killed the sixth prince. 9,000 years old, now in front of you is the new ruler of the Heavenly Kingdom, one emperor, one courtier. Even if the former emperor could tolerate your recklessness and rudeness, do you think the new emperor can also tolerate you? I advise you to be more clear. Before the new ruler ascended to the throne, your uncle began to pretend to be powerful and threatened to attack the old minister. It seems that on the way to the throne, besides the blood of the sixth prince, there are more people who will use their blood to offer sacrifices to the new monarch. Since there is a testament from the continental land here, there is also a testament from the late emperor here for you to verify 2 posthumous edicts. One of the 2 edicts must be false. Please have the 9th prince's grand historian and the people from the Imperial Sensory come to inspect together. Who would be punished for forging a will? I don't know how to punish it. You see, this character is unique to Your Majesty's writing style. Well, there's something wrong with this horizontal line. The Millennial Lord, His Royal Highness Princess, the Prime Minister has a result. Oh, how about which testament is real? The testament in the hands of Lord Qiansui is a true testament, although both edicts appear to be in His Majesty's handwriting, but the testament in the hands of the 1,000-year-old master was written by top-notch Huema. Your Majesty has always enjoyed adding condensed stone fragrance to the ink of Huizhou. However, the testament in the hands of the Prime Minister was written in ordinary Huizhou ink. More importantly, the jade seal imprint on the edict in the hands of the Prime Minister is too clear, and the Imperial jade seal, which has been used for many years, cannot have such clear marks due to wear and tear. You are the role set up for this palace by you. No wonder I was able to easily break into the Sanqing Hall, which so many experts couldn't break into before, and so smoothly obtained the will. Everything is a trap, and Jinmin is Beileking's accomplice. She ultimately chose this eunuch to betray me. Bring those traitors up. Tell everyone everything you have confessed to. Who exactly instructed you to harm Your Majesty? Fortunately, Princess Dachang had already taken down these Taoist priests and tortured them to extract the truth. I don't believe Bai Liqing can still be so arrogant as long as he exposes the true 2 characters who killed His Majesty. Your Majesty, I am a necromancer who ascended to immortality. Please don't force me and other cultivators to frame others out of conscience. Master Xiang, spare your life. How could this happen? Uncle, from the beginning, the evidence we have is the trap they set up. The traitor from Beiliking is forcing us to cut off our own way out. Killing younger brother, forging testament, framing others. Do you have any other means that you haven't used yet? Just use them together. Traitor, you are scheming to help the 16th Emperor's younger brother ascend to the throne and continue to hold the Emperor hostage in order to intimidate the princes. This palace will never let you succeed. Too big for her skin. Ah. Crown Prince. Ah, help! Take down those traitors who are plotting rebellion, regardless of life or death. Jinbei King Camp. Seninjiu, the new generation of King of Northern Jin General Duri, has returned. Uncle, you're back. We've been waiting for you for a few hours. No, Uncle's demeanor doesn't seem right. General Du, didn't I send you to besiege the capital? Why did you come back in such a miserable state? Do you know that it's already past noon and you have delayed the important matter between our king and the Prince of Jining and the Prince of Dongyang? Report that Prince Mo will be attacked by a 9,000-year-old horse and horse at Tianyang past 9,000 years old. I don't know where to find so many martial arts masters climbing up the cliff and setting up a thunderbolt formation. We used thunderbolt bombs and our people were all ambushed. It's already a stroke of luck to be able to save a life and report it to you. Ambush Uncle, did you bring back something unclean? What unclean thing? Even the group of jumping clowns dare to cause trouble in front of our king and take them down. TSK. You've actually been recognized, Zyabeki. It seems like your skills have improved a lot. It's impossible. How could there be any flaws in my craftsmanship? These two people's leather masks should be perfectly torn off from their living faces. It's really fake. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and catch them. They even pretended to be the deputy general next to their uncle and sneaked in. What kind of trickery has my uncle been manipulated by? After 7, he looks like a puppet. Ah. It turns out that when the king of Northern Jin discovered an abnormality, he reacted cleverly. He still uses secret codes to notify people to come over, but he doesn't want to. He's actually a fool. Are you humans or ghosts? What do you want to do? Robbery? This mountain is mine to drive. This road is mine to drive. If I want to leave people and wealth behind from here on this time, our king is here to rob you of both wealth and lust, which is your 300,000 strong army. Well, forget it. You're not as good looking as the king yet. Judging from your androgynous face, it's highly likely that you're a eunuch of the Imperial household department. You want a 300,000 strong army of my king and 2 other uncles with just a few hundred troops dreaming. I will never let you succeed. With you as the bandit leader, can't we still hold him hostage to make the group of thieves if the king of Northern Jin is unwilling to cooperate even if he dies? Coincidentally, my king and his subordinates all admire a man like you. Let's all have fun before you die. Aki heard that you have always been exceptionally talented, and you are sure to make the prince feel ecstatic. Ah, I'll listen to you. Listen to you, miss, is really perverted, sobbing. It's really great that the king of Northern Jin can be so discerning. Because the outcome of not being able to recognize appearances is not very good for you. Has the Prince of Dongyang and the Prince of Jining, the Prince of San Francisco, already been eliminated by them? How did you guys do it? It's simple. General Duri led the 9,000-strong cavalry. Most of the remaining troops now are your strong cavalry from northern Shanxi. We took them to visit the military camps of Prince Dongyang and Prince Jining. Unfortunately, we couldn't reach a cooperation agreement and had to ask them to leave their heads behind. If my king's people leave letters in the camps of Jining and Dongyang again warning the people of Jining and Dongyang to obediently follow you and seek refuge in Juqianshui in northern Shanxi. So guess what will happen tomorrow morning? This is clearly blatant framing and threats. These people impersonated our Northern Jin army and stormed into the barracks of 2 Wang uncles to do such a thing. Even if Uncle Wang dies, how many young heirs are there under them? The people of Jining and Dongyang camps will regard Jinbei as their mortal enemy and start fighting when the time comes. Don't say that forcing the 9,000-year-old to ascend to the throne by entering the capital is just dealing with the civil war and being caught off guard. What do you really want from me if I lose? Uncle, didn't you say that the king of San Francisco would bring people to serve him? Now day and night have passed, but not a single figure has been seen. We were forced to retreat here by the traitor Balaking, and we have no way out if the reinforcements don't come again. I'm afraid they won't come. Are you saying they were recruited by the 9,000-year-old, but we still have 15,000 soldiers guarding Autumn Mountain, so we may not necessarily lose? I heard that Duke Jingwood led his family to Mount Xiu. I originally thought that Beileking and Jingwood Gong had a grudge and would never help Beileking because of Jinmin. He was able to give up Blue Feather back then, and now he can give up Jinmin, so his neutral stance can be considered reassuring. It seems that I ultimately lost to Beileking. Our people in Qiushan haven't arrived yet. It means Beileking has used other methods to force Jingwood Gong to help. If I lose to that despicable person in Beileking's hands, I'm just begging for my life. What are your highness's plans? This Qingjin sword has been following me for quite some time. It has swallowed many enemy lives on the battlefield for hundreds of years. Now that it has swallowed my life, it can be considered as adding another stroke to its legend. Your Highness, death is easy, but life is difficult. But if you die, your Highness must live. Didn't King Gojian of you suffer the same hardships as when he lay on his salary and tasted gall, and later repay King Wu 100 times? But uncle, do you want me to live alone? The army of the feudal lord has arrived. What, it's really a large army of feudal lords. It saved Prince, we are saved. Indeed, there is no end to the path of heaven, and man God ultimately blesses the royal family, and the Orthodox will never allow the demon of Beileking to do whatever he wants. Look, Crown Prince, you're still dreaming of the spring and autumn period like this. Are you so sure that the San Francisco Kings are all your loyalist reinforcements? Beileking. What do you mean? If the San Francisco King doesn't come to support me, will he still be able to turn to you? Isn't that right? It's Xiliang cuisine. Moore has met His Royal Highness the Crown Prince here. Bitch Blue Ling, you bitch, you haven't harmed your majesty enough. Do we still need to give birth to a witch to harm His Highness the Crown Prince and the people of heaven? Uncle. Your Highness, you must remember Uncle's words. You are the most perfect heir to this dynasty. You are the most esteemed Crown Prince of the Heavenly Kingdom, and your mission is to one day ascend to the throne. All right, Marshal has already left. Blue Feather has also left, and His Majesty has also gone. It's time for me too. It's time for me. No, Uncle, please wait. Uncle E. In the future, 1. How come I have such a good mood to come out and see the moonlight? Not tired. It's nothing, I just suddenly felt a strong desire to try the feeling of standing at the pinnacle of power and overlooking sentient beings. Do you like this feeling? Do you remember the first time you knelt in front of me at the Chinsui Mansion AK and said those words? Please, no one can bully me, humiliate me, or oppress me again. Those who deceive, humiliate, and oppress me are all worthless and unattainable, that's all. Please, no one can bully me, humiliate me, or oppress me again. Those who deceive, humiliate, and oppress me are all worthless and unattainable, that's all. Now you have achieved it. I have already accomplished it. Han and her daughters were all killed or injured, with no bones left. Duke Jinghua had to bow down to me and cooperate, and the Xiliang family was completely destroyed. The Empress was deposed and fell from a building. Almost all the women who bullied and humiliated me did not have a good ending. Why aren't you happy? Because there's too much bloodshed, you're not happy. Why not happy? Just suddenly there was no one pressing on his head, and after breathing smoothly, he felt anxious about gains and losses. That's why people all over the world want to be emperors, and the emperor's suspicion is also the most common reason in the world. Really? You little power enthusiast, you've been thinking about becoming the queen for a while now. If I want you to be my wife, then Anmi can be my husband. Ha ha ha. If you really have that ability, maybe I will consider it. Yes, how do you deal with the queen? There are still many forces behind her. The Empress has voluntarily chosen a good place to be buried. Han Guifei refused to follow the late emperor, so she became a nun and had her hair shaved off. The Empress was infatuated and proposed to be buried with the emperor. Such deep affection was not yet intertwined with Fong Guan back then. It can be seen that people's hearts are really changeable. I won't say these anymore. You look much more tempting in men's clothing than in women's clothing. Are you praising me or damaging me? 1,000-year-old Princess Taiping requests to see you. Let her go. Princess Taiping must have something important to attend to. Although she supports His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, her status has always been special. You should go take a look. Got it. Don't put bandages on them anymore. Don't you feel sorry for me? Do you still feel sorry for me? That's the only reason why this building is so heavily compressed. You're the only one asking. This shameless old monster. Taiping seeks to meet the 1,000-year-old master. If the 9,000-year-old refuses to see this palace, he will kneel and die here. Taiping seeks to meet the 1,000-year-old master. Your Royal Highness Princess, why are you so carefree to come here to worship the moon? Qin Sui, have you come? Your Royal Highness Princess, you are a noble royal family. How can you kneel down and kowtow like a eunuch? Your Highness the Crown Prince hates to bow to me the most. Aren't you afraid of compromising the dignity of your royal princess? The non-ceremonial ministers kneeling in the Qinggong Palace of this palace are hundreds of miles away. Qin Sui has forgotten the name Si Ningqing. He is also a member of the Imperial family with the surname Si, and his mother is the legitimate princess of Queen Shidi. If it weren't for that unexpected event in the early years, he would have been qualified to sit on the throne. Is what I said wrong, Brother 15? Ha ha. Ah. I'm so sorry. I can't help listening to the jokes told by Her Royal Highness Princess. You're really good at telling jokes. Chitos Lord, I know that you hate your mother, Queen, Prince, brother, me, and everyone else, but do you also hate Father the Emperor? Father has never mistreated you or your mother in his entire life. It's just that he was too biased. If it weren't for his mistake back then, he would have forced his mother into a dead end. How could the Empress Dowager harm your mother's consort? You also avenged yourself, didn't you? All the palace concubines who mistreated your mother were skinned and boned by you back then. Even after becoming the Empress Dowager, the mother did not have the opportunity to experience the heavenly comfort. Heart child survival cannot be sought, death cannot be sought. Now that you have avenged yourself, what else do you need? Father, how many grandchildren do he have under his knees now, besides the Crown Prince, who was also the 2 children of the Dingyuan Palace? I only hope that you can see the blood of your father still flowing on your body. Leave Chengqian with his life and his status as a prince. He is so proud that if he loses his identity as a child, he would probably rather die. Oh, what does that have to do with this building? He will die, and perhaps this throne can still bestow upon him the title of Crown Prince. At least it preserved the Crown Prince's title. If this is what you want to tell me, Your Royal Highness the Long Royal Highness Princess can go back. Of course, if you want to kowtow and die, it's not impossible anyway. There is never a shortage of blood from the ministers here. Nowadays, having multiple princesses can be considered a legend. 15 Brother, don't you want to know how the Empress Dowager died? Although it was the hands of the Queen Mother and others back then, but that's because someone in Shidi betrayed the noble consort, the Empress Dowager, and she was found by the Queen Mother. This world is in your hands, but Shidi's side is watching closely. I stayed in Shidi for 10 years and had those connections back then. I'll give you the Bu Fong Dong Tong Tong that I stole from Emperor Shidi. Why did you come to this seat instead of begging Jinming? Isn't it better to beg her than to beg me? Because she is my only friend. This is the only girl in my life who can look at me with pleasure. This seat can spare Si Chengqian from death, but only from death also, if you're still in charge of Si Chengqian, that little rabbit heart child with complete hands and feet. Don't call me randomly. There has never been any sisters here. I also feel that I am not worthy of calling Qian Ge Sui 15C anyway. Thank you, Mr. Chitos. The throne of Prince Chengqian ultimately cannot be retained. Is it worth it? Shidi's network and defense map have been the foundation for Taiping's survival for many years. I didn't expect her to really hand over these for Si Chengqian. Not worth it is always not worth it. It's just that a person's life will be spent to some extent on those unworthy people and things, and it's hard to calculate. Once calculated, that would be a Buddha without sorrow or joy. Stupid bug. I am ultimately powerless to turn the tide, but the throne is finally in the hands of the SI family. I still live up to my father's name and the name of the eldest princess. The king of Jinbei is waiting for me. I have already done as you requested. Now the army of Dongyang and Jining has been taken over by our king, but you also know that this kind of integration is based on the two people you sent out to disguise themselves as Prince Ning of Jin on the basis that the counterfeit goods of Dongyang King are sick. When will you release me back outside the city? Why worry, Your Highness? Both the Prince of Dongyang and the Prince of Jining are your uncles who are already old. The journey is long, and there may be disasters. No one can guarantee that there will be accidents on the road. You want Prince Jining and Prince Dongyang to die of serious illness, but they both brought their sons with them. These two young masters are both capable of recruiting and fighting. It is impossible for the king to recruit these 200,000 people. There's no need for the prince to worry about it. The Jin Northern Army will eventually be yours, Prince. Please rest here peacefully for a while. Do you think 9,000 years old can dominate in the capital? Can we use the same set on Jining and Dongyang? Never mind. I will sooner or later strip this androgynous monster of his clothes and give him a severe beating. Ah, Fanglang, please be gentle. Ah, my good person, do you see new Maid? Who else can match my heart better than my delicate beauty? Jin Jiao Jiu, the birth mother of the 16th prince, compared to the lowly beauty of Han Guifei. What is the comparison between the person who wants to become the Empress Dowager and the woman who wants to become an ant? Just Jiao. Have you ever thought about being controlled by 900 years old and Princess Jinmin for the rest of your life? The power of the 9,000-year-old is at its peak. If it weren't for the usefulness of this palace to him, there would be little success. How could he choose Shenner? But when Shenner grows up and wants to take charge, that's another matter. He's just a eunuch who always wants to delegate power. My emperor is the most prestigious new emperor in this empire. How come, Fanglang? You seem to dislike 9,000 years and Princess Jinmin very much. No, it's nothing. Just Jin. A few days ago, Princess Jinmin hopes that I can serve her for a period of time. Why did you agree? Princess Jinmin is not much better than us widows. Her different status is much more important than me, the future puppet Empress Dowager. Since Jiao wants me to go, I will go on my own because my beloved is so contemptuous of me. Why should I suffer for offending the powerful Princess Jinmin for someone who belittles me? Anyway, I'm just a performer and a plaything. Who doesn't play? What's wrong with you? Why do you turn your face? I'm just asking. Ask you all, women need me the same. When I need you, speak and smile gently. If I really make you give up your glory and wealth, who would be willing to wander the world with me? But instead of slandering me for having an affair with someone else, I fulfilled your wish. Fang Guan and I were just taking what we needed to see him enjoy. How much resentment did Han Guifei feel in her heart? I just casually seduced him. I didn't expect him to have such a deep affection for me. Is it easy to wander the world? Does Fang Guan really want to serve Jinmin? Isn't it enough for Jinmin, this bitch, to have supreme glory and power? Why do you still want to take away my warmth? Why isn't the room light on Agio? What's wrong? Did Princess Taiping say something unpleasant? Since Agio doesn't like the lamp, he doesn't want others to see his appearance. She called out, 15 brother. Princess Taiping, I'm afraid she's foolish enough to recognize relatives randomly. You are just a brother and a wife. How can you be a sisters? Who doesn't know that the late emperor had a pair of most beloved, beautiful twins? When they reappeared in front of everyone as eunuchs, but no one dared to speak up for them. Even the princess hasn't recognized each other for so many years, watching them suffer so much. Does Princess Dachang understand that she is now coming to recognize Si Chengqian? This sound of 15 brother will make Bai Liqing angry and resentful. Taiping wants to use her connections in Shidi and Shidi's defense map to exchange the life of Si Chengqian. I asked her if it was worth it, and she said, Not worth it is always not worth it. It's just that a person's life will be spent to some extent on those unworthy people and things that are not worth considering. If you figure it out, then it will be the Buddha without sorrow or joy. So, haven't we all become Buddhas? Every bit of grudges, emotions, and grudges can be considered as such a clear wood. Even if we are Buddhas, we are joyful Buddhas. I have heard of the great sage joyfully embracing Buddha in heaven, freely engaging in sexual intercourse between men and women, joyfully meeting Buddha, entering Buddha, and achieving Buddhahood. Don't even mention that you are quite similar to the cruel King Panaya. According to legend, King Panaya, who revered Brahmanism, cruelly killed Buddhist Shakyamuni, sent his beautiful disciples to seduce the night side of Pina to have sex. Vinaya was ultimately conquered by a beautiful woman and converted to Buddhism, becoming the immortal king, while the beautiful woman became the Mingfei. Well, then you can become the Mingfei of King Benpanaya and use all your tricks to serve and make King Benpanaya happy. How about if I only get drunk and don't go on a killing spree around you? I'm afraid Xiaoko won't be able to greet me. How can we know without trying? Although I didn't move, Ming Wang thinks that Ming Fei's kung fu is gradually improving. Someone is peeking. I know you don't need to pay attention to that stupid king of Jinbei. He probably came to see what we were doing late at night. Let Meizhou and the others drive him away. Ah, are you crazy? Don't be a human. I still want to be a human. This pervert likes to do this kind of perverted thing the most. Girl, do you think it's so easy to seduce the female saint of Panaya? How can you cultivate a great realm without the awareness of serving the tiger with your own life? If you don't want people to hear your sweet and soft voice, then don't make a sound. You bastard, are you teasing him or me? X is nauseous. These disgusting dog boys and boys actually relied on climbing a 9,000-year-old bed to achieve their current status. This disgusting little person dares to threaten me with such despicable means to help 9,000 years old. I will eventually repay him 1,000 times the humiliation I have suffered. The war in the palace lasted for several days and nights, with blood staining the gray walls red. The people of Shangjing are all locked in their doors, and no one dares to step out of their homes. Dong 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 dong. Until that day, the sound of gongs and drums echoed throughout the entire capital. The new ruler ascended the throne and issued a decree of favor, and all the people listened to the decree. That was a proclamation sent by the Shentian prefecture magistrate upon the accession of the new emperor. Carrying drums and gongs, I knocked on the streets and alleys. Jin Jieyu, the mother of the new emperor, who was under 2 years old, ascended to the throne as the Empress Dowager title. Emperor Shun's new policy of changing the Yuan dynasty. Due to the young age of the new emperor, the former emperor conferred the title of Empress Dowager Jin to oversee the government, and 9,000-year-old Bai Li Qing is the chief assistant political prince. At the same time, a special guard named Tianyu Gue Wei appeared in the formation of the Celestial Empire Convoy. It is independent of all command systems and follows the orders of 9,000 years old, or rather, the mysterious little lady by the side of 9,000 years old. Reward announcement. That idiot Chengqian is really useless. The proud and legitimate crown prince actually took away the throne. Can't you speak a little quieter? It's because you don't have enough lackeys from the eunuch. Your Holiness, don't be angry. These are all our people here. Look, I just knocked out 2 constables. I'll have the subordinates take it back to practice for you later, okay? How are you doing with the things that Si Hanxiang has taught you? The inner alchemy chi required by this seat needs to be crossed every 3 days. When do you plan to procrastinate this time? Your Holiness, I don't want to serve other men anymore. They make me sick. Shall we practice in other ways? I just want to serve you. Isn't this my first time serving you, brother? Who allows you to call me that? I only have one younger sister who is innocent and kind, but she has already died at your hands. Your Holiness the Pope. Why does my brother turn a blind eye when I love him so much? I clearly regret killing Si Hanyu back then, but I am still trying my best to make up for it. How many precious medicinal herbs and sacred objects did this temple spend on you to make you the cauldron of alchemy? The more you engage with men, the more you absorb their chi and blood. and the heavier the Dan Qi in your body. If you don't even have this usefulness, what qualifications do you have to stay by my side? Your Holiness, it's not that Chanel is unwilling to practice alchemy for you. Great, then you can practice here. I beg your pardon? I suggest waking up those two Yamen officials and practicing here. Didn't you say our people were watching from outside the alley? And even the beauty potion is prepared for you in this seat. Everything according to your instructions. Si Hanxiang, this little bitch, actually wants to serve me. I don't even look at how dirty my body is with 1,000 people sleeping and 10,000 people riding. I didn't kill her in the first place to avenge Hanyu because she shares the same bloodline as me. Oh, wow. She killed Hanyu and caused even more harm to me, Jinming, and Li. She will never be able to get better in this lifetime. Your Holiness the Pope. Okay. If you can't cultivate the inner alchemy energy in 3 days next time, the number of guests you receive at Mutant Pavilion will double. Siam your nose. Idle people avoid the Flying Feather Guard and are ordered to go to the Temple of Heaven to offer sacrifices. That's the Flying Feather Guard who leads the newly established army, the Flying Feather Ghost Guard. I heard this person is 9,000 years old. More. Ziliankai, you bitch, why do you have to fall into the dust despite your current glory? Even my brother remembers you, the bitch who ruined everything for him. One day, I will make you kneel at my feet, cry, and shed tears. Life is worse than death. Busy all day, exhausted. The Ghost Army has just begun to expand, and currently the power of the Flying Feather Ghost Guard is still insufficient. It will take some time to strengthen. Agio. It's rare to see you come back so early and wait for me. Is it difficult? If I don't see my husband for a day, I won't be able to let go of my concubine. I'll wait here to become a husband on the cliff. Since Bai Li Qing became the chief assistant minister and encountered a turbulent autumn, there have been more memorials every day on weekdays. When I fall asleep, he is busy with reviewing memorials. Let me ask you, did you give all the information about Shidi and the Qinzi Ju to old man Xiliang? Today the Duke invited me over and asked about these things. I thought they were also going to defend their country and would go on a campaign the day after tomorrow, so I gave it to them. Oh, you're actually kind. What's wrong with this gentleman? He's so sorrowful. Yu Gongye originally came to Qin Sui to ask for the defense map of the Western D. Emperor Qin Sui has been waiting for Guigongyi to exchange something without giving it. You're still angry with the Duke of China. I don't know your plan either. Now that everything is over, why are you angry? I dare not be angry with our Flying Feather Guard. You are a busy person. These days, I've been watching my wife's drooling pig sleeping face every day, and I'm afraid it will be in a while I would forget that Madame's appearance should actually be like a person, not a pig. I just said, how could this guy be angry about something like that? So you're just annoyed with me? Oh, I don't have time to spend time with him. Agio, the expansion of the Flying Feather Ghost Guard has been completed. These days have passed quickly. How about we go to Qiushan Mountain Resort for a few days of leisure? You can go to the summer resort with those people who use the 9-character formula and make them your husbands. I started my summer vacation with the wife's company in the backyard. Agio, the ladies and gentlemen in your backyard have all colluded and become traitors. Why bother disturbing those lonely mandarin ducks? If you insist on me and the people of the 9-character formula going to escape the heat, I will go anyway. There are also many beauties in the 9-character formula. Little fox, dare you? Why don't you dare? Aren't you ignoring me? You ignored me, so I went to cool off with someone else. You little fox is becoming less and less interesting. I've been watching you work hard every day and at night, but I can't bear to touch you. I saw you always running towards the military camp, so I asked you to go to the temple to relax. You might as well go back to your Flying Feather Ghost Guard camp and even sell such adult affection to the speechless old man in Xiliang. Do you know that I originally wanted to exchange that map for a group of shipbuilders in his hands? What kind of shipbuilding work do you need? Shidi relies on mountains and faces the sea. Shidi people are good at water warfare and mountain warfare, and are more skilled at traveling abroad. As merchants, it is inevitable to launch a sudden war and travel to the enemy's waters to engage in a battle for air routes with them. The old man from Shiliang had fought several battles with the Shidi people in his early years and once captured a large number of boatmen from the Shidi people, gave them many favorable conditions to entice them to build ships for our Grand Canal. Even if we receive temporary training from these people to become soldiers capable of fighting naval battles, how can we compete with the soldiers of Shidi who roam the sea all year round? Who said I was going to form a navy and engage in a naval battle with them? I need to build a ship. As long as it can make their route less smooth and supply less, then it's a success. Shidi has many enemies. The pirates on the surrounding islands are often angered by the Shidi navy. Their naval combat experience may not be inferior to that of the Shidi navy, but they are struggling with equipment and manpower. As long as we provide them with good boats, Sid Dike will have a headache. Since it's such a good thing that you let my father give you the person, why bother so much? Your father is not a fool either. He wants to keep the shipbuilder in his hands to personally implement the plan. Give your big brother the power to resist me. Agio, I was wrong. I didn't know you had so many plans, Master Ren. You punish me. Good girl. 3 days later, Duke Jingwu led a 100,000-strong army to the border to stop the attack of the Western Fire. The crisis of the war situation has been alleviated, but the Anukawa kingdom has begun to experience horse plague that can infect humans. Because this disease is different from the common human plague, no one has ever experienced it, let alone been treated by a doctor, almost dying from illness. 9,000 years old immediately ordered the border to be sealed off, and no one was allowed to have any further contact with the inn in Rome. Whenever an infected person is found within the territory, they will be quarantined in a centralized manner. If you can cure, then cure. If you can't cure, then wait until after death and burn it with fire, sprinkle lime and bury it. A border county town under strict measures. At the age of 9,000, the epidemic within the country has gradually subsided. Protector, please spare my daughter. Isn't the Tianli sect guiding us into paradise? Don't arrest my daughter. What are you panicking about? Your daughter has contracted a disease, and naturally, people from the Tianli sect want to send her for treatment. My daughter did not contract the horse plague. Obstructive killing. Mother. Good child, obediently go and stay with these dog-grown people who died of illness for a while. Hand over all your children to this protector. Protector, the children have already been given to you when you came to this county. The old man also built an altar for you to preach and spread the Dharma. Please spare the villagers for the sake of the old man's face. I shouldn't have believed in the lie of the Tianli sect that stored Tianli into a fairyland in the first place, and worshipped Tianli sect in the county. I thought Lu Yuan Wai was a smart person and wanted to use you well. Lu Yuan Wai, do you know what will happen if you deceive me and the Tianli church? I heard that at the age of 9,000, I enjoy skinning people alive. The most peel off the skin little by little, from head to toe, ensuring there is no crack at all. Protector, spare your life. I'll say it, those children are all hiding in my cellar. You guys from the Tianli sect can't touch our children. You old bastard surnamed Lu actually betrayed us. Indulgence and recklessness. Since we know the whereabouts of the children, these villagers are useless and won't keep any. Yes. Protector, you clearly promised to release me. You are so loyal to the Tianli sect, and of course, this protector will reward you well. I'll reward you for digging out the tongue of our official Lu. In the future, you only need to communicate with God with your heart and no longer need your tongue. Take the bag and put that little girl in it. Later let her be locked up with those little things that were caught, and we'll take them away immediately tomorrow. The Dharma protector will look like there is a rainstorm. Do you want to burn the bodies of these people? The decaying corpses of the Inu people were brought in from the source of infection by Inu people. Carrying it with you for too long is always dangerous, and coupled with the strict investigation led by the Jinyui and the border troops, we can only choose this remote village at the border of the two countries to take action. There is a spring on this mountain that is one of the water sources in the nearby county. We threw the body into the water. Let these Inukin people play their final role again. The downfall of Hihi Kingdom will inevitably be accompanied by demons. Border City Tower in the future, rice. It's going to rain again in bad weather. I heard that the rice in the neighboring county is rotten in the fields nowadays. There is not enough food stored and many people have fallen ill due to such weather. Is it possible that an epidemic has been transmitted? What nonsense are you talking about? Border towns are heavily guarded. How could someone get sick when even flies can't fly and stop? What do you guys do? Please let us in. We encountered a robber. The identity guide and money have been stolen, and the children are almost starving to death. There are orders above that prohibit anyone from entering the city. Captain Liu, these few are just children and appear to be from innocent families, not like being sick, not like a merchant, and not like a dog warrior. Why can't we let them in cockcrowing? I'm going to the city for dinner. I'm so hungry. These Jinyui suddenly came over and took over the command. What are you saying? At the age of 9,000, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Even such a young child cannot tolerate it. No, fate is a command. Are you guys from the Jinyui so ruthless? Yeah, going up to the peak means having orders and laws, but it's not about personal relationships. Who would bring a child to do business today? We'll just let these kids in. What's the matter with us? Okay, just this once. It won't happen again. Why am I so uneasy when there's really nothing abnormal? I hope it's just my groundless worry. Eat up, eat up. All right, we're on our way. I'm sorry, I have no choice but to listen to them. I'll die too. You have all been infected with horse plague. Even if I don't kill you, you won't survive for many days. I'm sorry. 1 month from now, the governor of Jidong County has come to report the discovery of a person infected with symptoms of horse plague in the 12 counties of Jidong. The prefectural governor of the newspaper pavilion has discovered signs of the spread of horse plague in the 7 counties of the newspaper pavilion newspaper. The development of the epidemic in various places and the petitions for rescue from the old man are almost flooding this palace. When did you come to a conclusion that this is horse plague or human plague? You brat, if you're not big or small like this, just get out of Dongwon Pavilion. Grandpa, please don't pay attention to that idiot Agio. He's just too impatient. Moore has recently discovered some strange things and is planning to discuss them with you. Oh my good girl, Grandpa, listen to you. You see, these are all places where epidemics broke out, although the epidemic began to spread in Lunian County, which borders Samrong. But spreading like this within a month is inevitably too fast. The incubation period of this plague is very short, and within 7 days after the onset of the disease, there will be internal bleeding and death. But precisely because the disease course is short, it should not spread so quickly. Moreover, this disease is transmitted through contact and requires contact with the other party's bodily fluids, or drinking infected water sources can lead to infection. This disease of internal bleeding and death is too similar to my previous life's Ebola virus, but in this era, there are no epidemiological investigations and no special effects. The old man also thinks it's a bit strange. We are already trying various drugs. Some formulas have some effects, but it may take some time to develop truly effective drugs. So now we can only control the speed of infection first. Now that there are no illnesses south of the Yangtze River, I plan to send troops to use this as a boundary to separate the two places at the same time. Block the news to prevent the instability of the army fighting against Sidi. It's better to let the soldiers ahead know the truth than to block the news. Tell them that under the epidemic, there is an urgent shortage of mugwort growing in the territory of Sidi. Inspire the soldiers' courage and prevent any trouble for those with ulterior motives. You treacherous girl. You two look exactly the same. You're really a father and son. Who is father and son to him? Watch out, Yun Xiang. Why has Yunxiang been restless since you received something sent by your sister from outside the palace? Even if you walk well, you can still fall down. This clothing is meant to be sent to the Empress Dowager, but if it's damaged, you'll get hit with a board. I'm all right. I just heard that my sister passed away recently, and I feel sad. I wonder who can collect her body and when she can go to worship. Girl, please mourn. We have entered the palace as palace maids before leaving at the age of 25. Everything outside the palace has nothing to do with us anymore. Yes, Yunxiang will be careful. Thank you for the guidance from Master Si. I heard that the recent horse plague outbreak has been extremely severe. I don't know if Lord Chen Sui has any countermeasures. If it spreads into the capital, what should we do nowadays? The emperor is young and physically weak. If the Empress Dowager has any thoughts, feel free to share them. The grieving family thinks that there is no news of any plague in the Jiangnan Summer Palace now. If I could go to the Jiangnan Summer Palace. By the way, bring the plague to Jiangnan so that the soldiers on the southwest border can be greatly demoralized, or can they simply fall ill and die, leaving the seedy people unimpeded? If it weren't for my knowledge, Empress Dowager Jin's ancestors for 16 generations were all from the Heavenly Kingdom. I really thought you were a spy from Seedy. Are you joking? How could the AI family be Sheedy's spy? Chen Sui Yi is just joking. Empress Dowager doesn't need to take it to heart. This horse plague is not contagious with the wind. If you are really scared, take your majesty to the Autumn Mountain Palace. Let the Imperial guards block all the roads up and down the mountain, that's all. Yes, then thank you very much to Lord Chitos and Princess Chitos. Lu Siji from the Imperial Palace Bureau of the Empress Dowager has led people to deliver clothes to your majesty, and you announce 0. Empress Dowager, this is a newly made autumn garment. Let me explain it to you in detail. Your Majesty's Heavenly Dragon Descending Cloud Robe and your Peony Gathering Gold Group have good connections. Okay. Your Majesty, do you like this dragon robe made for you? Please feel it. Don't let your Majesty touch that thing. Cough, cough. The dagger, this bitch, actually intends to assassinate your Majesty. Someone, there's an assassin. Your Majesty's dragon robe is hidden with a poisonous needle that can move at any touch. You're bold. Who instructed you to assassinate His Majesty? Red dot. Agio, be careful. Don't move. The palace maid who exploded was infected with horse plague. Everyone, stay still. Animal death. You dead, girl. Who made you rush forward? Who made you rush forward? Fortunately, there was no bloodstain on Agio's body. Oh my god, what the hell is going on here? Lian Gong is not allowed to come, and all people in Sinang Palace may be sources of infection and are strictly prohibited from entering or leaving. Immediately notify the Imperial Guards and the Imperial Household Guard to take over the defense of the palace from the Forbidden Army. Ask Thai Hospital to prepare mugwort lime and strong liquor. All those who have been stained with blood should wash their clothes and not stay behind. Wait a moment, don't stay here in this palace. Princess Chitos, you need to arrange for our palace and your Majesty to go to Akiyama first. From now on, all matters in the palace shall be governed by the orders of the Queen. The Queen has the right to do whatever is convenient. Conspiracy against the Queen and other conspirators. Take the Empress Dowager and your Majesty into the inner palace to bathe and change clothes. Your Majesty is resting in the west warm pavilion of the Sinang Palace. Sue's wet nurse, 2 clean-headed palace maids, and an old doctor are approaching every day. Clothes must be washed and ironed with cold water before they can be worn. All food is cooked in the small kitchen. Everyone is not allowed to move. She has hidden weapons on her body, which looks a bit like a trap mechanism used by hunters. After triggering, it will quickly tear apart prey with tremendous power. It seems that her weapon is actually herself. I didn't expect someone to use suicide-style human flesh attacks. Since the spread of the plague, the Jinyui has been closely monitoring the situation around the capital, so there is no plague in the palace. The illness on this palace maid seems to have just been contracted not long ago. Has there been anything unusual about her recently? Yunxian's only sister passed away recently. I don't know who sent her something, but she became a little strange. I heard that her sister became a young lady at the Qinsui mansion. Presumably, Yunxian's sister died at the Qinsui mansion and was used by someone with malicious intent to attribute the cause of death to Bailaking Yunxian died, and in anger, Sui Wei's sister used her physical body to make this biochemical weapon. All right, go get some lime and sprinkle it on the body. Wrap it up and send it to the back of the yard for burning. The 1,000-year-old princess's herbal water is ready. Everyone, go wash immediately. Category 1 high-risk infected individuals must be separated from Category 2 infected individuals. Those who have been infected with Yunxiang's flesh and blood and live in the west courtyard, and those who have not been infected, should also go to the north bedroom to wash and use medicine. The Jinyui is responsible for guarding the Sinang Palace. No one is allowed to walk around without permission for 10 days before leaving, otherwise they will be shot dead. Yes. Qinsui Mei has gone. Say goodbye to the Duke at this point. You go ahead, don't worry about what's behind you. Mei Qianni knows that Zhang Sui has never mistreated our family. From now on, Kumei can no longer be by your side. Agio, don't worry too much. It's Yunxiang's bloodstain. What's up? Nothing much, just suddenly remembered something else. I think Yunxiang can grasp our whereabouts so accurately, I'm afraid we have other people's eyeliner around us. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Do you still want to touch me even though you know I'm a high-risk carrier in the first category? Agio, your sensitivity is really annoying. I'll stay in the East Wing room from today on. All government affairs will be sent to the Eastern Prime Minister's office for processing. If there is anything that cannot be decided and this seat is unable to handle it, it will be handed over to the Chitos Princess for disposal. You and I don't know how to handle any government affairs at all. I believe you can do it. Agio. Hold her. Agio, if you want to help me, go find a cure for the plague. Maybe it's not me who got sick, but you. Why do you have to make such a life and death separation? Let's settle for our own destiny. Perhaps it's not you, but me who may have contracted the plague. Please cherish each other's destiny and do our best. I will not disappoint you. Okay, I'll wait for you. Agio, you must wait for me. 5 days later, more and more people have recently fallen ill. All the people living in the west courtyard of Sinang Palace have fallen ill, and 2 people in the north courtyard have also fallen ill and moved to the west courtyard. Although the news in the palace has been blocked, rumors are spreading outside. Thanks to the foresight of the young lady, the border soldiers heard that the epidemic was intentionally caused by the seedy people. The urgent shortage of mugwort grown in Shidi in the capital has actually boosted their spirits, blocked the entire army of Shidi from advancing. What does this have to do with me? It's Dulei assisting assigning you, that idiot. In addition, Yunzi's ability as a forward and general is what makes things so smooth. Yunzi has outstanding talent. He gave us the face of Captain Fei Yugui Wei. You will eventually become a myth more worthy of being passed down by the world than your ancestors. Don't worry, young lady. We won't let you or your father down. It was the little sister who excavated us and led us out of the desert to explore this world. How fortunate I am to follow her if she is no longer with me. Miss, it's already the 5th day now. I don't see any signs of a plague outbreak on you, so everything should be fine. Don't worry too much, even Mr. Chitos will get better. If you don't speak, no one will consider you mute. Miss, I'm sorry. I'm just. It's okay, you don't need to worry about those rumors and troublemakers who were caught a few days ago. Many of them are disciples of the Tianli sect. Most likely, they are the culprits behind this epidemic event. You and Mei Jing must find their insider in the palace. Starting from today, any remaining members of the Tianli Church who dare to spread rumors will be secretly arrested and executed. Yes. Miss, please take care of me. I'll come back tomorrow. Princess, everything will be fine. After that day, all the people infected with Yunxiang blood were infected with the plague without exception. The earliest to develop symptoms were some physically weak palace maids and eunuchs. Next is the charm that has been stained with the most blood. Finally, there is Mr. Chitos. Most of the infected people have already passed away, leaving only Maid, who continues to vomit blood supported by a strong physique, but it's only a matter of time. Why do you want to stay here with me on that day in Sinang Palace? You clearly waited outside the palace gate with even the Duke. The princess is our master. Since the day we followed the princess, we have sworn to live and die with you. Princess, we are not afraid, and neither are you afraid. If you give birth to us, we will give birth to you. If you die, we have nothing to cherish in this world. You guys go, let me be alone and quiet. Agio. Maybe it's not me who got sick, but you. Why do you have to make such a life and death separation? It's just a matter of fate. Is it true that you and I are all part of the same destiny? Perhaps that day you knew that you were inevitably going to get infected. That's why I promised to defend this world for you. I have seen from afar the bodies that were carried out and transformed almost as if melting from the inside. It is extremely tragic. How will Agio, who cherishes his appearance like me, face it again? But I can't even hold your hand, Agio. How long has it been since the old lady came here? Why hasn't anyone come up yet? What's the old man shouting about? You're in a hurry, old lady. I'm not worried about my own grandson. You're worried about a ghost. It was you who taught Chinga those crooked things in the first place. Make him have a big change in temperament, just like you, with a strange and bizarre personality. Now I still have to soak in the poisonous blood that can poison 10 cities in this pool, without knowing my life or death. It was me who taught Chinga those evil spells, just like you who kept them in captivity. It remains to be seen whether Chinga will survive until today. Besides, without my mother-in-law's blood, Chinga can hold on like this. Come out here. Where is Xiao Jin's precious grandson? Has he not woken up yet? Chinga, how are you? Let me say something. What's going on? This broken plague god is stuck on my grandson and won't leave grandma. I have already exchanged 3 sets of blood for him. Don't say that the poison on Xiao Jin's body has already melted into his blood. Use poison to fight poison. Why is there still bleeding even after using ghost Furong blood? Take out the last ghost hibiscus blood, give it a push, maybe we can get through it. Old man, do you also have a day of fear? When I asked you to forcibly take Chinga and lure away from the palace to prevent Chinga from staying for revenge, you refused. If Chinga cannot survive, it's all my fault. Old man, let's do everything in our power to obey fate. Is there not much time left for me? At least in the end. Take me up there. Princess, let's go back. You stood here all day yesterday. You'll be guarding here during the day and pretending to be Qinya to criticize Prince Ning. If Qin Suiyi finds out that you don't take good care of your body like this, I'm afraid it will stir up trouble. I know I can't see him, but... Agio. Qin Suiyi can be considered as coming out to see the princess now, but why doesn't the 1,000-year-old man speak? Agio, you look so ugly. Don't look at me like that. I really hate it. I have something to tell you. That kind of gaze is so gentle that it doesn't have the repulsive taste of parting like Agio's. If you can't make it, I'll have your child call someone else's father. Never tell him that such a person existed in his life. My lord. Why don't you believe it? It's okay, believe it or not. Anyway, I'm not a good woman in the first place. It's not impossible to kill him either. Agio, this idiot. Qin Suiyi people infected with the plague will experience bleeding from their 7 orifices in the later stages, and their skin will bleed outwards. But he was wearing a white shirt. Although I have always disliked white the most, I put it on to make me feel at ease. Even if all the clothes inside are soaked in blood, and even if you speak, you will vomit blood. If it weren't for the terrible situation, how could he have lost control like this? So I can't turn back. I don't want him to be reassured. I want him to keep thinking of me and never be able to leave with peace of mind, struggling to survive. Miss. People with the character Je have discovered the source of infection. They used young children as the source of infection to ensure a smooth road. We have intercepted the earliest batch of infection sources and are currently under interrogation. It's just that the leader is mute and it's difficult to get useful intelligence from them. Immediately arrange for the Empress Dowager and Your Majesty to be sent out of the palace, only saying to the public that they will be sent to Chilshan to avoid trouble. I'll go with you to meet them. Do you have any children? Children are treasures in the hearts of their parents. No one thought their child would fall into the trap of becoming a drug source or a tool. I think Lu Yuanwei will see his only beloved son fall into the trap of being a lackey for the Tianli sect. Admitting a thief as a father is probably going to hell, and I don't want to see you again. Do you think so, Lu Dagwan? Perhaps you have already become accustomed to it. Cut the child and let their blood spill and their body fall into the cold well to exchange for the antidote to the poison that Tianli sect has given you. You tell yourself it's okay because they've all been infected with the plague and will soon die. Sometimes you really want to die but don't have the courage. You want to survive, even if you live like a dog, but you're just deceiving yourself, pretending to be a dead rabbit and a running dog. You knew that after all these children died, it would be your turn. Wanting to be human has always been something one strives for. Only slaves and dogs would pray for their master to give them the opportunity to become human. You can choose to be a person or a dog as long as you say everything. I will save you from the poison on your body. We can detoxify those children and they won't have to suffer anymore. I said save me. Put down the official Lu and prepare paper and pen. I asked you, the Tianli sect introduced horse plague into our territory in order to overthrow our dynasty. It was they who knew that Shidi was going to attack the court and had no time to distract themselves. Rumors spread that the heavens were already dead, the principles of heaven were great, and at the age of 9,000, they caused chaos throughout the world. The gods descended a plague, and believing in the Tianli religion can save one. As expected, no wonder rumors have been circulating recently. But if they introduced horse plague into my court, wouldn't they be afraid of infecting themselves too? They drew a knife on their wrist and asked the senior elder to drip blood from their fingertips onto the wound. It's for blessing. After repeating it 3 or 4 times, you won't be infected with the plague again. Those who have been infected can also recover after multiple blessings of divine blood, so they have many followers. If the noble wants to cure the plague, just bring the elders of the Tianli sect to collect blood. Isn't taking blood similar to the principle of modern vaccination? How is this possible? If blessing and taking blood can cure the plague, how could it be that all the elders happen to have divine blood? Yunqing went to fetch 2 silver syringes and a transparent crystal bottle, boiled them in boiling water, and brought them over. Find a few survivors who have survived the epidemic and come with Lu Dagwan to check their bodies. Miss, what are you doing? Draw the blood of the gods. Miss, can this blood really save lives? Madam, Qian Sui's condition is not good. Blood Granny asked me to inform you as soon as possible. Send over any prescription you have. Grandpa, the things inside are called serum. There are 4 bottles in total. Ask Blood Granny to find a way to directly inject the contents of this into the blood vessels of Qian Sui and Maid. The oral effect is not good. Madam, would you like to go with Lao Nu to see Qian Sui? He allows me to go see him. Yes, Lord Chatos said he wouldn't allow his wife to see him. Violators will be killed without mercy if he can't hold on. Just burn him up in a big fire and scatter him in the wind. He would rather have no bones left than have his wife infected with the plague while crying. Old slave, immediately deliver the medicine to Qian Sui. Let's go. We need to make some necessary preparations to send the Empress Dowager and your Majesty to Autumn Mountain. Agio, I'll wait for you. Congratulations, Your Holiness. Your divine skill has reached another level, and now it has become a gathering of 3 flowers. Well, I won't forget your contributions. How about the people in the palace delivering messages? Yes, as we expected, the informant came to report that today the Ministry of Rites will send the Empress Dowager and Emperor Shun to Qiushan to avoid the epidemic. As long as we ambush on Qiushan Road to bring back the Jin family and Emperor Shun, what else does Balaking, that demon, bring to the world? At that time, we will have Kim write down the charges against that demon to proclaim to the world is the legitimate side of the Qing ruler. Wait for Emperor Taiping Shundi to write another self-punishment edict, relinquishing the throne to His Holiness the Pope. You can regain the throne and comfort your father's spirit in heaven. Great, thank you for coming up with this plague plan and practicing for me. After the matter is resolved, I will naturally not mistreat you, brother. It's better to know me now. What position should I bestow upon my elder brother when he becomes the supreme ruler of the 9th 5-year plan? They put in a lot of effort for you, you dirty little bitch. Do you still want to be a goddess? You're delusional. What is the position of an empress of the Imperial Palace bestowed upon you? Brother, are you joking about the next life? It's enough for my younger sister to have an identity like Princess Taiping in this lifetime. My brother's gaze towards me is still so cold, it's not working yet. I can't push my feet any further, otherwise it will only make my brother annoyed. My sister's requirements are not low either. The identity of Princess Dachang is more than 10,000 people under one person. Isn't this sister you where I heard you had another miscarriage a while ago and finally got pregnant? Why aren't you resting in bed? Jingyu, this bitch is clearly the illegitimate daughter of the German queen and the Qing steward. The German queen killed her brother's biological mother, but she still has the face to stay by her brother's side. But my brother cared about her miscarriage and served her from a young age, so he kept her. Be careful, after another miscarriage, you will never be able to conceive a child. After all, you only have the purpose of having children if it weren't for your design of containing jade that caused me to have a miscarriage. You bitch. Shut up, are you guys just jealous and competitive all day long? Why are these women all around me? They can't be like more. All right, pass on a few hall leaders to discuss the ambush. It smells so bad. Oh, this body looks so familiar, but why are there men with treasures in the palace? Did I have hallucinations after guarding my grandfather for 9 days without sleeping? Wake up. My lord, I'm not dreaming. Are you okay, sir? Don't foolishly rush towards me. Are you also grieving? Han has servants. This is happy. I'm going to inform the old doctor and blood granny. Now get back here. What orders does Lord Qiansui have? But what discomfort is there in you? What about Madam? Madam has escorted the Empress Dowager and Her Majesty to Mount Autumn. Escort the Spring Bug L to the Autumn Mountain Bug L. Okay, if you don't prepare water for this seat to take a shower, is that going to be a death? Yes, sir. Please wait a moment, Zia Shengzi, let's go and fetch the water. All the hot water is readily available. Empress Dowager, it's getting late. Just walk a little further ahead and we'll reach the post station. How about we take a rest there? Well, let's do it this way. Rise. Help. Ambush. It's true that the Forbidden Army was formed by some spoiled children who settled in the capital city with a bunch of wine bags and rice bags. If I had known it was these straw bags escorting the mother and son out, why would I have put in so much effort? But it also makes it clear that if we want Li Qing, I'm almost exhausted. Shiliang Mo, that bitch, will panic and not choose a path. Empress Dowager, please come out with your majesty, otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Oh. I don't know how second sister is going to be upset with me. Shiliang Mo, aren't you Empress Dowager Jean inside? Oh no, It's Shiliang Mo's trapped. The soldiers who just died have come back to life. Get the hell out of here. The tricks of the company, do you think it will still be useful? The princess's decision on whether or not to let the servants go is up to her. The princess's arrow is a specially designed hook-fish arrow. When the arrow enters the body and encounters resistance, it immediately bursts open. Extend the hook up and down to pierce through the enemy's flesh and bones. Si Hanxiang was hit by an arrow, and the more she used her internal strength, the more she would be injured and unable to escape. Isn't it cheaper to capture her so early? Consider it as walking a fish. After all, it took a long time to catch this cunning piranha. Don't go too far with it. The chaotic group of Tianli sect is not the strong cavalry of the three kings who cannot withstand your fun, miss. Don't worry. Small. Let's go catch fish today. Why is there such a surge? What exactly is the origin of this arrow? It seems like even the bones have been snapped. This is here. What? I haven't run far at all. This fishing game is too boring for my divine bird. What is second sister running for? Long time no see, sister-in-law. I have a lot to say to you to catch up on. Sister-in-law Xiamer knows she was wrong. Xiamer shouldn't have harmed Sister Yue, but I have no choice. You were also working under the Han family to make a living back then. How could you not understand the pain in Xiamer's heart? My mother was killed by the German queen, and she is still struggling to forcing me to marry the playboy Prince Ku on behalf of Sister Yue. And Sister Hanyu may seem innocent and pure, but she can wander between the Empress and the noble consort. Where can a woman who gains favor go without any scheming? At first, Sister Yue wanted to cancel the engagement of the Duke of Nak County, so she forced me to marry her. Now that she's dead, can you still wholeheartedly seek revenge for her, or are you even willing to break up with your brother? You sound really pitiful. But what does that have to do with me? I just wanted to kill you and let you try what it feels like to live better than to die. Shiliang Mo. Does the younger sister know that this technique is used by the eunuch to extract confessions in order to prevent the prisoner from falling into a coma? Now that I have stripped you of your skin and bones, you will not faint again until all the blood has flowed out. Shiliang Mo, what are you going to do, you bitch? Not much, just to let my sister experience it. What's the taste of being pulled out of bones? This is the life you owe Hanyu. This is what you owe to the innocent deaths of 136 children at the border. This is what you owe to millions of innocent civilians who died in the plague. This is what you owe me and Agio. Agio, haha. You actually fell in love with that lottery winner. Is it because he's very beautiful or because he's pitiful? He's almost dead, right? That's why you're so excited. You're really pitiful. You don't have to worry about seeking quick death. I won't let you die until I catch that cowardly and despicable man, Silly Feng. Mei Jing, I'll leave this woman to you. Don't let her die, princess, rest assured. No, we can't kill Si Hanxiang yet. We must obtain the secrets of the Tianli sect from her. I can't kill her now for the sake of the big picture. There are assassins. Still like to murder your own husband, you little girl. Agio. Ali Agio. Why is a silly girl crying for her husband? Isn't that okay? Oh, wow. I've cried enough. Without a girl as my teacher, even clothes can sell salt. You're the most despicable as a teacher, you are so fragile. How could you still act? This place hurts you so much. Are you trying to deceive your master and destroy your ancestors? Why does it hurt so much? Where does it hurt? But during treatment, I injured my chest. Don't be nervous. As a teacher, I just find your appearance very interesting. The calm and composed Princess Jinming, who has made a decisive decision, also has a side of losing her composure. Can't you calm down a bit after recovering from a serious illness like this? Millennium-old demon, how is your body, Michi? What's the situation in the palace now that you're out? Who's sitting there? Zaya Crybeo asked so many questions at once, how should I answer as a teacher? All right, I won't tease you anymore, good teacher. Your serum is very useful. As a teacher, I have encountered a lack of poisonous blood and the blood granny, and they are all doing their best to treat me. I used ghost fur on blood again and recovered quickly. When Maid takes medication, she only has one last breath left. Thanks to Blood Granny and the old doctor protecting his heart, he was able to pull him back from the brink of hell. It's just that his vitality is greatly damaged and he recovers slower than me. Then you shouldn't come over immediately after recovering from your illness. Agio has lost a lot of weight. If I wasn't worried about you, how could I rush over after recovering from a serious illness? Why are you so reckless to personally teach those rebels how to hurt the child in their belly? What should we do? What's up? There are no children. Say it again, I beg your pardon? I said I don't have children. Why did I say that? You should know better than me. Really? Lady Qinsui Si Hanxiang has confessed to the whereabouts of Si Lufeng and the location of the headquarters of the Tianli sect. Please hurry up and join the ghost army, as it may be too late for the thief to escape. Si Hanxiang is willing to sacrifice her life and shed her blood for the sake of the little prince. Why are you willing to betray him so easily? She said she knew she had no hope of surviving in our hands. What's more, my body has turned into this disgusting worm-like appearance, and my brother wouldn't want me to be useless anymore. He abandoned me, and there are more women. I didn't do so much for my brother just to let other women enjoy it. Since I can't get my brother, why not let my brother accompany me to be a mandarin duck with the same fate underground? This is in line with Si Hanxiang's personality. Is this a love tainted with death and despair, or an endless hatred, or maybe it's just a human desire? All right, let's go. Don't think this is over and just wait for the girl. I won't admit that I'm wrong, My stomach hurts so much. Madam Jingyu, could you please be more patient? The Pope has said so we need to transfer our base tonight, otherwise we'll be in trouble if the eunuchs find out. The Pope is also truly ruthless, knowing that Lady Jingyu's fetus is unstable, but it still made her so bumpy. Mrs. Jingyu, I'm afraid this fetus won't be able to survive again. Lady Jingyu behind the Pope doesn't seem to be doing well. Don't worry about her. Didn't you see the message sent by the spy risking his life? Beilaking, the lottery winner, did not die. He has now come to his senses. Are we waiting to be shot like hedgehogs by the arrows of the eunuch if we don't transfer anymore? Wait a moment, stop. No, why is the team missing so many people? What's wrong with you? Don't you even know that there are fewer people? I'm going to count the number of people now, but... Your Holiness, why did you only realize this now? I've been waiting for a long time. What the hell? There's a ghost. Help, hurry up. Let's break into the gates of the underworld. Who dares not act openly and only uses such pretentious tricks? Good nephew, long time no see. It's just that I don't want you to become uglier and act foolishly. Beilaking, you're still alive. It's all thanks to Moer. She's a surprise to any man, isn't she? How can you be considered a man, Shiliang Mo? This is between you and me. My woman just needs to sit and watch. Okay, then whine, as you wish. Let that foolish woman know that she chose the wrong person. Your Holiness, save your life. Xuanji's magic skill cannot be imagined. Back then what your stupid father stole from this building actually fell into your hands. I don't know which stupid woman made your training cauldron. I'm afraid in 1 or 2 years, that woman will be useless. Since you, nephew, are so fond of this magic skill as an uncle, let me also demonstrate it to you. Don't worry about others saying that I bully the small with the big. I'll just accompany you to the end. Xuanji magic skill, how could you? Beilaking's skill is not something I can match at all. Good nephew, let uncle teach you how to use this magic skill. Finished. Little Prince. Quiet Rain. Fortunately, Jingyu shielded me from this blow. Oh no, my right shoulder is also injured. Si Lufeng, you are really disgusting. 1501. More, you don't have the right to call me that. Only my husband and friends have the right to call me that. As for your despicable use of a woman's intentions to fulfill your ambitions, a bastard who doesn't even hesitate to harm his own flesh and blood is not qualified to call me that. Can't you see what your woman and children have sacrificed for you? Don't cry like a cat or a mouse here. If it weren't for you and that person of mine, there would be false compassion. How could Jingyu have a miscarriage? At this moment, she should be living a luxurious life in Wangfuli. Isn't it you traitors who caused our family to perish and wander the rivers and lakes? Silly Yifeng, you are really a useless person. If you fail, you will only blame the heavens and others. You can easily give up Jingyu and the child, but it's because you feel that she and the child in her belly are not worthy of your noble bloodline and status. You don't love anyone or me, you just think I'm like a better sword. Not only can it add to your magnificent glory, but it can also help you overcome obstacles, right? You've seen through everything, so what's the difference between you and me? Forced to become enemies, you also have to be submissive and happy. Aren't you also dirty and disgusting? First of all, I need to correct one thing for you. It's not that Mr. Chitos is forcing me to become a cannibal, but 3 years ago, I took the initiative to seduce Lord Chen Sui and voluntarily offered myself as a sacrifice. I have no regrets, especially after becoming your wife. You made me see clearly what the gap between men is. In the end, I never deny that I am a woman with deep scheming. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived until now, but I haven't lost my most basic humanity yet. This is the biggest difference between me and you. 3 years ago, you hooked up with Bai Li Qing, you shameless bitch. Before marrying me, you caused the downfall of our royal family, and even if we go to hell, we won't let you go. Nephew, don't overestimate yourself too much. I saw this stupid girl and wanted to be a queen who only lived quietly in the inner house. I just followed her wishes and let her marry you, so she can hit the southern wall. Now she knows that this is the only first-class building in the world. Only an unparalleled appearance in the world can match her. The unparalleled appearance in the world. Ah ha ha ha, it said that you're not a daughter anymore, Shiliang Mo. In this lifetime, even if you follow that eunuch, you won't taste the taste of any other man, which can be considered as upholding our king's chastity. Uncle, please keep an eye on this little bitch. She's only 18 now, and if you can't hold on to her. She took away her power and was able to betray herself to you in order to climb up. If you can't satisfy her desires, she'll be able to lie down on someone else's bed tomorrow. Silly Yifeng, my first man wasn't really you, and from beginning to end, I only had one man. What are you saying? It's impossible, it's impossible. Your first man was clearly me. Shiliang Mo, you despicable person has been deceiving me from beginning to end. I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Why do you talk so much to him? He's just a dead person. Ah, hey. She just wants to die with that man. Even children underground need a father, don't they? Thank you. All right, since you've also spoken up, let them die together. Over my dead body. Brother, we will always be together, just you and me. No, you go away, crazy woman. Ah, ah, ah. It is the Western region's fire dragon oil that burns upon contact with air. But it can only touch objects for a short distance and burn without exploding. Just if you touch something and don't burn everything that can burn on it, the fire won't go out. I'm sorry, young lady. I was careless because I belonged to the lower level. I thought she couldn't even sit up, but I didn't expect her to be able to run over. If Jingzhou is lost again, don't blame me for being unkind. Yes. Si Hanxiang is a worm-like person without ribs. Surprisingly, he was able to firmly grasp Silly Yifeng and go to hell together with his crazy beliefs. And Jingyu resented not being able to die with Silly Yifeng until her death, perhaps. The saddest thing for women is not loving the wrong person, but it's knowing that I love the wrong person, yet I keep making mistakes and losing my life and soul. Let's go. The horse is ready. Why don't you follow the ghost army and walk back? Isn't it impossible to walk? It's a bit uncomfortable because I used Xuanji magic skill. By Chi, hurry up and call Ross over in the Ghost Army. Ross's medical skills are the most important. Fortunately, I brought him here this time as well. It's okay, I have medicine on hand. Didn't Grandpa Blood Granny say long ago that the Xuanji magic skill was practiced by women? Does it hurt Cultivator Yuan Yang so much that you shouldn't use it in the future? This good spider silk puppet doesn't need you to use the thing that was eliminated by the old monsters. Senior, if there are too many injuries, Yuan Yang, you will truly become. Are you living impatiently, little brat, or do you mind having multiple tongues in your mouth? Women's training, women's training, women's training, women's training. That requires frequent use without replenishing chi to cause mutations in the body. Oh, is that so? I remember you practiced child skills, right? That's called Shuyuan Gong. Put away your filthy imagination. Even if I were to become a man, it would be a waste of effort. So from the beginning until now, I have only slept with you, this stupid girl, because I can't use other women as cauldrons. That's also why Blood Panpa doesn't let me use it again after practicing Xuanji demon skill. Okay, I don't care what you use, as long as you don't become the real unbeaten Dongfang. Isn't invincible in the West our reputation in the martial arts world? What? Is there any other meaning? Oh no? Where is such a prestigious name? Of course not. We must never let him know the true meaning of Dongfang's invincibility, which is to save my waist. Ross, why are you standing there? Come here to diagnose Chen Sui's pulse. Chen Sui is just a little unstable in his internal organs, and he hasn't eaten for 2 days and has some stomach bleeding. Just take good care of it for a while. So this person is so hungry that he vomits blood. Well, to some extent, it can be said that it is. Miss, I'll take my leave first. Cough cough, let's go down the mountain and get you some food later. Master, if you're hungry, you should say it. You're so hungry that you're spitting blood. It's not filial piety, my disciple. Yeah, I'm really hungry as a teacher. Can't you feel it, girl? Since you have such filial piety, I'll have to rely on your cute little mouth below to spit out more honey and feed myself as my teacher later. This shameless old monster in heat anytime, anywhere. Get on the horse. Agio, what are you doing? Be good, don't move around, be careful. Be careful, what's difficult? Do you have a habit of performing in front of so many people in the Spring Palace? Okay, since my disciple is so shy, I'll let you go this time. Bastards like to take others' discomfort as their comfort. Build your own happiness on the pain of others. The Tianli sect quickly disintegrated after that night. Only a few restless and fanatical remnants remain, chased by the people of the Jinyui like lost dogs. And the epidemic gradually came under control, and the court began to recover into a semi-dormant state. This is a book slip sent by people from the 7 states of Yin. About 2/3 of the serum we use is effective, and the rest is not very effective. Fortunately, the various prescriptions developed by the hospital have temporarily reduced the mortality rate. That's pretty good. It's definitely better than the almost 100% mortality rate before. This is probably because there is a rejection reaction between the human body, which is already a viable solution. Serum is not omnipotent and there is a risk of rejection. When I used it for Agio and his team, it was like using a dead horse as a live horse. Doctor, it's also because Beileking and Meiming were heavily infused with ghost hibiscus blood that there hasn't been any rejection. Don't worry, every plague won't last long and will eventually pass. Chen Sui Grandpa and Blood Granny just received news that they are going back to Miaojiang once. She said she should find some medicine to regulate the wife's body so that she can prepare early to carry the child. The child said that this girl lied to me about having a child and hasn't settled the account yet. Cough, you rest. I'll go check how the medicine is cooked. Where do you want to go? Wow. What, girl? Are you eager to come and apologize? Why is this scene so familiar? I didn't do it intentionally. The girl has been too busy these days as a teacher and forgot to calculate this account with you. Don't be so rude, let go of my hair. Don't hesitate to talk about him, otherwise you'll only know what rudeness is later. Girl, a few days ago, pretending to be pregnant took a lot of effort for my teacher. The stench from the blood pool of Sheeta's newly recovered illness has not been completely washed away. I ran to the foot of Autumn Mountain to find you, afraid that something might happen to you. As a teacher, remember that you said you wanted our children to call others fathers. Well, I still want to have my child aborted. I didn't mean to. You know why I said that. As a teacher, I know nothing. I only know that for your sake, as a teacher, both my body and mind are injured, and now I urgently need to replenish myself. Don't you think you should be a bit proactive in expressing yourself? Hey, is this asking me to take the initiative to serve him? But I really don't seem to have taken the initiative. Being a teacher is not someone who is unreasonable if you are also willing to wear this beautiful eye mask on your head and go out for a month as a teacher, you will also be happy. If I am happy as a teacher, my health will naturally improve. I will not care about my beloved disciple's words or intentions. This demon is still holding a grudge. I calculated about him wearing a bra back then. You know, if I'm in a bad mood as a teacher, then we need other ways, such as collecting yin and supplementing yang, to recover our body as a teacher. You are also extremely filial to your beloved disciple. I must be very willing to contribute your body to help my teacher collect yin and replenish yang for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days and 3 nights. That's right, Master. Since you have such interests, I naturally want to satisfy you, my disciple. I'd rather take the initiative than spend 3 days and 3 nights. Once born, twice cooked. As a married woman, I am destined not to be a cook under the bed. It's better to risk everything, such as chastity. Life doesn't matter. Girl, why is your face so red? Why are there so many problems now that you said I should take the initiative? Agio. What's going on here? Bailaking, what's going on? Cough cough, Agio, this person has made mistakes, and made mistakes don't mind. As long as you're not interested in other women or men anymore, I don't even care. Call me Master or Uncle Nine, whichever you choose. Hurry up. Can your uncle be a bit more perverted? Do you want me to call you Godfather, who would intentionally use such a perverted term to arouse their sexual interest? This millennium-old demon thinks our relationship is particularly enjoyable, right? Hurry up, don't talk nonsense. You can call it that way if you want. Uncle 999. Well, be good. Molly. What's going on? Agio, please rest. I'll go get the medicine first. You're too tired and need to take care of yourself. This feeling is really annoying. Shouting to stop halfway is really annoying. Try again. I don't believe in this evil anymore. I've been thinking about it in my heart, but there's no response. 15 minutes later. Don't think about it anymore. This is the last time. Understood. The princess will no longer accompany me. Incorrect. Girl, when did your reaction become so sensitive and intense? What nonsense are you talking about? You can have a look. Why do I look so eager and dissatisfied? What's going on? Did someone drug me? Then he also gave me medication with the opposite effect. What? Do you think someone has the ability to poison me without me noticing? Anyway, this situation is really not right. Let's go see Grandpa. No, neither you nor the little girl showed any signs of poisoning. This is impossible. Have you really seen through you, mediocre doctor? Who are you blaming for being a quack? You're not good, kid. It's not your fault for indulging in excessive indulgence on a daily basis. If you continue like this, sooner or later, an iron pestle will be ground into a needle. I beg your pardon? Enough. Can you shut up? Can you listen to Grandpa first? Do you want to live like this forever? Sir, what's going on here? We cannot become like this for no reason. You really show no signs of poisoning. Just looking at this pulse, you have a strong fire and a deficiency of yang. Not excessive fire or true deficiency. This was originally a common pulse condition in both men and women, but it's a bit strange to see them all on you at the same time. It looks a bit like a sign of madness. Grandpa Moore, listen to you. I am currently practicing authentic Taoist martial arts solely for the purpose of regulating breath and regulating qi. Back then, Bela King expended the essence of the Yuan Jing Qi in her body to unblock the Ren and do meridians for me. My internal strength will soar by 1,000 miles every day. But because the martial arts practiced by Bela King are too mixed, my physical foundation is weak, so there will be occasional difficulties in the sea of Qi. That kid used to learn a bunch of demonic and crooked skills from the old monster, relying on the old man's teaching of the Shuyuan Gong to regulate the evil and delusional energy in his body. But that kind of evil and delusional aura in your body can forcefully help you achieve great power, but it also makes it difficult for you to make great progress in martial arts. This kid has malicious intentions. It seems that he has suffered a great loss by absorbing his 3 successes, but in this lifetime, you will be subject to him. These 3 powers of success will eventually burst out in your body, and you will have to beg him to regulate them for you. Fortunately, it's not too late for you to meet your grandfather and learn what he taught you, so you don't have to be constrained by him. Grandpa Moore already knew about this. It was Moore's voluntary acceptance of what she wanted, what she couldn't possibly not give. Besides, it's enough that Agio and I are doing well now. I won't pursue the past of mutual exploitation and calculation. We are not saints, and we all had our own plans in the beginning. If it were me who had the upper hand in the beginning, I would have used the same control measures against him after being together. Agio suddenly took over the job of Himama and personally took care of my body. At that time, I knew things were not easy anymore. He is making up for the damage caused by the control tactics he used against me in the first place. What kind of dog poop luck did this brat have to get such a good wife? However, practicing martial arts is not my expertise as an old man. We have to wait for the old witch who is good at crooked ways to come back before we can have a conclusion. See, girl, you've been on fire lately. Don't get too close to this stinky kid, because this brat hasn't been doing well lately. I'm afraid he won't be able to defuse the fire. Shut up, you stinky old man. I don't need you. Let's hurry up and bring back blood, Granny, you impolite brat, when you came to beg Grandpa for me. Miss Wu has chosen the food that the princess loves as per your instructions, and the chef is currently preparing it. That's fine, big sister. It's rare for her to come back home once, so she must take care of everything. It's just that. Although both father and elder brother have gone on a campaign, but according to big sister's nature, she always goes to the 3 treasures hall without any problems. It's just that big sister came back. Why did third sister come back with her? It's so annoying. Miss Wu's words cannot be said to the end. Miss San is now Lady Yumph. What should a down-and-out lady care about? 9,000-year-old mansion. Agio, can I trouble you with something? Say. Take your fox paws out of my clothes. That's not dough for you to knead and flatten. This old fox has been using different methods to tease me since he realized he couldn't lift himself. He didn't even allow me to wear a bra just to make it easier for him to move around. The problem is that he fanned the flames. I can't put out the fire yet. God knows how many refreshing and calming herbal teas I've been drinking recently. Didn't you say you wanted to help treat your husband's illness? I always have to try how to arouse sexual interest for my husband. What's the point of getting sick? It's just that your addiction is unbearable and you can't satisfy your hand addiction, but you also need to satisfy your heart addiction. Otherwise, this period of time would be like when I hadn't slept with you before. Don't do it. I said I'm going back to Yugong's mansion. We'll still be separated for a while before Blood Granny comes back. Grandpa said your old trick is not good for me like this. You're such a boring girl. I'll see where you can hide. Princess Chinsui, Miss Wu, has come to pick us up. Sister Wu's life is much more comfortable now than before, as if she's a different person. Since the last time I returned to the government office, the power of the government office has been greatly damaged, and Aunt Dong has disappeared. Shiliang Dan has been abolished again, And not a single female master is willing to come out and take charge of the entire government office. I didn't expect Zilianjiu to take over the butler's job and manage the Guigong mansion in an orderly manner. Big sister, you're too generous. There are no tigers in the mountains now, that's why you wear this monkey is called the king here. Where can a girl from a family say she's a monkey? Aren't you going to find a trainer's husband's family in the future? Big sister loves to make fun of Yuer. Fei Yuer went out early today and personally bought many things that Big Sister loves to eat. I even set up some decorations at the Huxin Pavilion, waiting for my sister to come back. Then I must enjoy it well and not disappoint Yuer's kindness. Big sister, look at this lotus root that Yuer personally purchased. The broth was hanging on the stove overnight. You used to love lotus root the most. Try it out and see if it tastes good. Yuer is really chilling. The same sisters who went back to her parents' home. You just waited for the 1,000-year-old princess and didn't wait for me. The 1,000-year-old princess seldom comes back. After our sisters get married, it's even harder to get together. Is it that difficult for you to notify third sister? I have met the 1,000-year-old princess. Come on, let's get up. We seldom get together at home. Are we sisters or sisters? It seems that after marrying Marquis Yu, Xiliang Shuang's life was still so difficult. I don't know how much effort she put into preparing this old-fashioned outfit. Three sisters dare not joke with the queen so hastily. The princess has a noble status. A few days ago, she went missing because of her disappearance. Qin Sui Yi turned the entire Guigong mansion upside down and killed so many people. I don't want to accidentally be accused of disrespect by the 1,000-year-old and end up living a life worse than death. Let's call you the queen. Third sister, if you come to find fault, don't blame your sister for not giving face today. My younger sister invited my elder sister to dinner, but I never invited you. You guys are really sensitive. Of course, I'm here for the reunion drink. How about this? Let me apologize for this glass of wine. The 1,000-year-old princess, please spare me this time. I don't know what third sister is doing here. A good meal, just drinking there and still drinking like this. Big sister, I'll send third sister back. Yuer, we'll meet again tomorrow. You go ahead, I understand. A letter has fallen from the frost in Xiliang. This is language. Han Guifei, not Han Taifei's letter. A day without seeing a girl feels like 3 autumns apart, but she wants to be her husband. You. What are you dressed up like? Where is this old monster playing again? What, isn't this what Madam likes? I have been abstinent for so long because my husband has been sick, but now that she has just recovered from her illness and has suffered so much injustice, doesn't Madam feel sorry for her weak husband? Sir, this is the latest trendy dressing style in Beijing. This ear was invented by Madam in Maoxiang Pavilion and is now popular in major brothels. Madam definitely likes it very much. Sir, think about it. You usually have a strong style, and this little animal dresses pitifully innocently. You suddenly have a different feeling and are recovering from a serious illness. Madam, if you see it, you might really feel pity and everything will satisfy you. Madam, you have such a cruel heart, you heartless little thing. Ah, Gio, can you stop messing around like this crazy person? I know it's not good, but I insist on rubbing and grinding me. Who would believe this pitiful old monster? Your body is so soft, it's so pitiful. As a teacher, how can I see my little heart so uncomfortable? Why don't I use other methods to help you vent your anger? If you continue like this, you'll be fine, and I won't go back with you. Good girl, as a teacher, I listened to you just this time. Let me give my teacher another hug. You may feel uncomfortable on your body, but your heart feels tight. Damn it, why is this old monster suddenly acting so soft and coquettish? You promised just hold on for a while this time. Everything natural depends on you. Temple. Nowadays, there are not many people left in the court who oppose the 9,000-year-old. On that day, the late emperor mourned and said that the crown prince's palace had changed. and the crown prince had been captured and fell from a building on land. All other senior officials of the crown prince's faction have been executed. 9,000 years old is truly ruthless in his methods, capable of ruthlessly killing so many loyal ministers. Han Shangshu, you don't need to be angry, Yuho. This is the end of the line. Lord Shangshu, although we may not have the upper hand now, we are still brave and loyal soldiers. It must support orthodoxy. Heaven will not allow traitors to hold onto the government forever. When we accumulate enough strength, we will definitely be able to drive away all the bandits and eliminate them. Your Highness, you are truly a wise and brave bilingual child who admires you greatly. The Empress is too modest. She is also a chaste beauty. She will do anything for the sake of the former emperor's legitimacy. As long as the Marquis likes it, it's good for you and for both of us, isn't it? If the Crown Prince can ascend the great treasure again, you will naturally be the first meritorious minister. Once this incident erupts, it will be a crime of treason. Let me think about it again. I can get you the tokens you want for entering and leaving the border tomorrow. But should I show some gratitude for taking such a risk as a goddess? By the way, Yuho, you have to be careful. Is your wife Shiliang Shuang surnamed Shiliang? Don't worry, she has long hated her big sister when she didn't want to marry me and search for life and death. It was the Chitos princess who personally tied her to a sedan chair. On the night of the bridal chamber, the flowers and candles were tied with ropes for me to ascend. My wife might come in handy in the future. That's good, then let's take good care of our future heroes. Little sister, brother, there's still something to do in the backyard. That's natural. Go back home. It's almost dawn. Marquis Yu has already left. Yue, you have suffered. Brother, our Han family was originally the royal servants of color supply. Yue has never forgotten her responsibilities, and she is unwilling to spend her life on Mount Taishan. You can accompany any man you want me to, but you have to tell me. What are our chances of overthrowing 9,000 years old? It is conditional for me to let go of my pride and self-respect and accompany that disgusting and filthy old man. It was Prince Shidi who sent someone to contact me, saying that they were willing to lend us a helping hand, but after the matter is completed, they will cede 100 cities on the border to them. I don't care what agreement you have, all I know is that we can't let Shiliang Mo, that little bitch, be arrogant. She promised me when she crossed the river and dismantled the bridge that she would preserve my lifelong glory. Now I have sent my concubine with daughter to Mount Taishan. I must make her pay the price for deceiving me by practicing with those despicable women who are not favored. If it weren't for Han's brother, Yue wouldn't actually want to take risks. It's just that 9,000 years old is too arrogant and even wants me to retire and return home. Recently, if we don't take action soon, we're afraid the Han family will really lose. And don't worry about that Fangguan all day long anymore now that he accompanies Princess Taiping every day in the palace. I'm afraid he has already forgotten about you. Brother, I should help you naturally, but you don't need to interfere with my affairs. Fangguan dares to use me to betray and deceive anyone who deceives me. I won't let anyone go. That old woman shouldn't be here, right? Hey, where have you been? Madam, you're going to scare me to death. As a woman, why do people care so much? Why is this old woman like Shiliang Shuang so haunted? Do you think I really don't know where you went? Did you just go to my aunt's place in the outskirts of the city again? Do you feel particularly excited about being served by your nephew and aunt? I still feel proud to have the woman I used to dare not look directly at, so I am very proud. Aren't you afraid of the eunuch discovering it? Madam, what did you hear? You don't need me anymore. Don't you trust me? Madam, what are you saying? Of course, your husband loves you the most. No matter how annoying the frost in Shiliang is, as long as Duke Jinghua does not fall for a day, if Shiliang Mo is still Lady Chen Sui, I must hold this woman in my palm. Is that so? Well, then I want you to sell the smoke and rain and fragrant RUO from Dongyuan to the lowest possible kiln. If you can do it, I'll help you get closer to Big Sister. It was these two sluts who framed me in the first place that made me stay in this mansion suffering from the contempt and rumors of others. Even my children are because of them. All kinds of humiliations come from those two sluts. Okay, as long as Madam is happy, anything is fine. What if this vicious woman sacrifices 2 concubines for the sake of future plans? What do I want when something big happens? No, woman. Husband, you're back and tired. Go take a shower and rest quickly. Madam, why don't you take a rest? I'll have dinner with you later for my husband. This is just the beginning. I will take back the humiliation you have caused me, all of you. Miss, are you inside? Miss. The princess is probably reading a book inside. Sometimes when she's mesmerized, she can't hear the knocking sound. A few Egypts went to the XIN small kitchen and came back later. Thank you. On weekdays, it's also this time to discuss matters with the young lady at the government office. Oh my God, this matter is quite urgent. I'll wait for the girls to come back. Miss Yunzi and her team have urgent battle reports on the front line. You should take a look. Miss, something happened. Miss, what's wrong with you? Miss. No, Miss has always been vigilant. How could she not wake up no matter how much she shouted? You can't just focus on the prevention of men and women and ignore the danger of the young lady. The pulse is not a big problem and very stable. It's just that the young and fire are a bit strange, but there are no signs of poisoning or injury. How could one fall asleep and not wake up? Agio, don't mess with me. I can't take it anymore. Yunqing, I'll wipe one. I don't know, Mr. Chitos just left. I knocked on the door and called for someone. I thought something had happened when no one in the room promised me. Is it morning or afternoon now? The battle report sent by Yunzi and his team this afternoon has arrived. God, his mother said yes, just hold it for a while. A man's promise in bed is indeed farting, especially for someone like the 9,000-year-old Royal Highness who is completely unscrupulous. The pungent and sweet smell in the room is something that everyone knows exactly what happened. If it weren't for Yunqing coming over alone today, he would have brought Bai Qi and the others like yesterday. Didn't I lose face and throw the whole car as the head coach? He actually indulges in debauchery until he can't get out of bed. I didn't even know there was such a big commotion when someone came in. Miss, I have checked your pulse. Your pulse is a bit strange due to yin deficiency and excessive fire, which is why you are prone to fatigue. And if he sleeps without waking up, should we let Ross come over and show you? Yeah, yin deficiency and fire excess. Who else would make my 11 fire even more intense besides that bastard? I got it. Yunqing, go back first. You didn't see anything today. I didn't see anything. I don't know that Lord Chinswei is also with you at the Guodong mansion. You and your husband are together. It's not intentional. Yunqing, you go out first. I have something to discuss with Mr. Chitos for a while, and I will send someone to find you. Yes. What do you want to do, Bai Li Qing? Stop for me. Don't do anything. It's just that some people should keep their eyeballs when they see things they shouldn't see. Are you crazy? Yunqing only came in because he was worried about me. As a teacher, no matter what the reason is, don't forget that you have already sold it to my teacher. Your soul is a teacher, your eyes, nose, and lips, your whole body is a teacher. Anyone but my teacher who sees you and touches you will die. Baileking, do you have a problem? You are my master and husband. It's good, but that doesn't mean you can distinguish right from wrong. If it weren't for you not listening to Grandpa, you wouldn't have been able to control yourself from teasing me again and again. How could my situation be so serious that I sleep like I'm unconscious in broad daylight? You're so damn good. Why do you want to dig Yunqing's eyes? Why don't you fucking cut off your own hand? This bastard has been busy with so many things in front of me, yet he still tortures me like this. Do other men think I'm happy when they see me in such a naked and disheveled state? Girl, don't cry. It's all my fault. Don't cry. Don't touch me. Whoever you want to gouge out their eyes and break their hands and feet, go ahead. After you go, don't fucking come back anyway. if you gouge out their eyes, I'll gouge out my own. If you break one of their hands, I'll give up my own. Is this dead girl sure about me? It's damn to have to sacrifice everything for other men. However, be a good teacher and not pursue further. You don't touch me. You're not allowed to touch me until Blood Lady returns. Get out of here. Wherever you touch me, I'll take a knife and shave off my skin. Shiliang Mo, don't go too far and push your feet too far. For me, it's just going too far. I'm just taking advantage of everything. How about you go? You go out for me. I really don't want to see you now. Don't get angry for a while. If you get angry again, sit down quickly. I don't want you to worry. Girl, your nose nosebleeds. Taya. Don't worry, get out of here. Okay, I'll go out now. Okay, how long has it been in my life since I apologized to someone? The people who dared to let me go last time have probably been reincarnated and brought up to call me uncle now. But now I can only endure it. Go and bring the soup made in the small kitchen for your master. Go to the Thai hospital again and invite Mr. Yagyoshi to see. You still have the audacity to call me grandpa. Get out. Sir, please go back home first. Waiting for the princess to calm down, the servant will go and tell you. Wow, only the princess dares to throw such a big tantrum at Lord Chitos and call him out. Meichi, you damn bastard, aren't you going to roll over to the tree and wait for death? If it weren't for the fierce threats from Madame just now, Lord Chitos would have chopped me up long ago instead of the tree branches. Yes, just letting me throw a dog and eat shit is already cheap for me. Just heartless life. Madame cannot be beaten or scolded. That 1,000-year-old man can only torture me to vent his anger next. Zhou Yunqing, you ungrateful bastard. Xiaoluzi, what are you doing with me? I'm worried that you might not find your way and accidentally break into your daughter's boudoir. You're such a stupid kid. The princess ordered me to follow, afraid that something might happen to you. No matter how foolish I am, I won't continue to do such rude things. You can go back now. Hey, Yunsheng, are you so angry, embarrassed, and uneasy? Are you still a child? A gentleman asks questions and doesn't ask questions. Don't go too far. Hee, it turns out he's really a child chicken. No wonder he looks like this. He's feeling uncomfortable now. This is really a very small mistake, miss. I'm sorry. Princess, please have a drink first to clear the fire. This is a fire-reducing tea specially ordered by Lord Qinsui early in the morning. You were still sleeping, but he woke up and personally cooked for you. The small kitchen is like a 1,000-year-old man who loves cleanliness and attention to detail, but he's sweating a lot. I know what you're trying to say, but if you don't teach him a lesson, he'll give it a try. Allowing him to act recklessly, I'm afraid that those around me will have a hard time in the future. If he only thinks that your young lady is a vegetarian, what would I look like every day? I also think about his body. But Qinsui really annoyed Meichi. The servant knew that Meichi had neglected his duties, and in a fit of anger, the 11,000-year-old master punished Meichi. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare. I have already said that if he excessively harms others, I will compensate myself. But if you're worried, you can take my token to the sheriff's office to have a look. After all, it's your future husband, so naturally you should be nervous, princess. Shirley Prison. Duke Lu, what level of punishment should be used when you see that a person has reached the point of being punished? Lord Qinsui. Lao Lu, the more you live, the more you go back. There are only a few methods that come and go without any novelty. Qinsui Yi, please speak. It seems that Mr. Chitos has come up with a new way to deal with people again. 11111 Meichi is probably doomed this time. Meichi, it's such a great honor that you have received the plea of the madam. The death penalty can be avoided, but the death penalty cannot escape. Therefore, I will not let you suffer the physical pain. It's just that. Sir, please spare Meichi. Meichi knows she's wrong. Please, you should still resort to physical punishment. Meichi, if you accidentally kowtow and leave blood marks for the madam to see, so your sentence will be extended. It's over. Everything's over. What is Xiaoluzi Meichi really like? Supervisor of rites, how did I meet the Minister of Rites on the way? As soon as someone else found out, I came to see Meichi. They all look strange. Did he suffer a lot of punishment and be severely injured? Here we are. You can see for yourself. You'd better be mentally prepared. One day. Like flowers and jade, I admire the country and the city. I saw that the thing on Meichi's neck doesn't have the words Bairui embroidered on it. It seems that Bairui's chest is a bit small, but she's not as big as the flower girls with red sleeves. Stop talking. Didn't you see a girl visiting Meichi over there? I guess this is Bairui. Sister Rui, Meichi still needs to kneel here for 7 more days. You guys talk slowly, so I won't disturb you anymore. Ruer xin. Ruer, listen to me explain. I really don't have a problem pretending to be a woman. Qin Suiyi said I made people feel light and thin. Madam just want me to experience the pain of a woman being exposed to light and thin, so that I can learn more about her memory. The problem is that Madam was only watched by one person, but I have to be watched by everyone in the eunuch's office. Compared to this kind of cruel mental torment, I would rather suffer the punishment of being torn apart by flesh and tendons. Although the lady said we were punished, she followed suit and punished herself, but the 1,000-year-old master clearly anticipated that the lady would never receive such a humiliating punishment to the death. Where did Meichi's little clothes come from? Both Bai Yu and Bai Zhen used the bellyband invented by the princess for easy differentiation during washing and sun drying. I even embroidered my name on my bellyband. Why am I so clumsy? My millennium-old man wants me to wear this kind of bellyband to kneel. I couldn't find it for a while, so I brought yours. Hee Meichi, why are you so smart? Why don't you fucking cover your underwear over your head? Kneel here until you die, you pervert. As expected, the maid by the lady's side is so terrifying. Heart to heart. You've seen what I gave you. I just looked at Sister A. I don't understand why you're doing this. You have always been proud and arrogant. Even though I already hold power, you will not want to see me again, but intentionally dropped the communication with Han Taifei and told me so much news. What I'm saying is true. Shidi's surprise attack on the army will lead to an attack on Zhongjing, and both Yu Ho and Han Taifei colluded with the Shidi people, providing information to help them enter the capital. If you don't believe me, I'm afraid it will bring bad luck. You don't have to worry about why I did this, just make sure it doesn't involve me. I will monitor the movements of Marquis Yu for you. Once the matter is resolved, I will naturally offer you compensation. Sure. You're not afraid of me speaking loudly. Where can a clever person like my younger sister go when she speaks loudly? When did Shiliang Mo develop the aura of a superior? It's chilling. Shiliang Mo, remember what you said. If you dare to break your promise, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Yunqing, what do you think? This matter is 9 out of 10 true. We just need to ambush on the road to deal them a heavy blow. So even if this matter is false, it's okay for us to mobilize our troops and save the air. It's just a waste of time. The minions of the Minister of Rites are spread all over the world, and a foreign army can cross mountains and valleys without revealing their whereabouts. I'm afraid the eunuch may be a traitor. Miss, please rest assured that this battle will be entrusted to us. The Flying Feather Ghost Guard has now expanded by 3,000 soldiers. This battle is just a training exercise. I was thinking about it too. Let me take a look at your training results also. Please send someone to protect my 3 sisters. Don't let that woman get killed before digging deeper. Miss. How were Chinswei and you that day? Great, you don't need to remember this anymore. It was just a misunderstanding. Do you like the princess? Meijing, you're being too lenient. I'm just reminding you not to seek your own demise for the sake of my colleagues. Chinswei cannot tolerate anyone who covets the princess. A few days later. Yuho Prefecture, 9,000 years old, this heavenly killer. All day long, they only know how to force us to take out the money. I finally gathered 800,000 taels and sent it up, thinking it could ease the appetite of the 9,000-year-old. I don't want that eunuch to come and demand money again in just a few days. If you force me again, I will rebel. I was wrong, I dare not rebel. Brother of the Imperial Household Department, please don't kill me. You're the only one who dares to rebel. Only the eunuchs of the Ministry of Rights have no time to monitor you. What do you, a woman of virtue, know? The eunuch is omnipresent in the court, and every move is under their control. I am being careful. I don't understand. I went through a lot of trouble to get you this thing. Do you want it or not? Madam, how did you get this kind of thing? Something that is 9,000 years old is not so easy to obtain. It wasn't until I took my life that I got into a fight with my older sister and Mr. Chitos in the Guigong mansion these past few days. I only acted as a persuader and took advantage of their lack of time to quietly obtain the rubbings printed on them. Pretending to comfort my older sister again, she went to her room and put the original one back. I took my life to get this. If you betray me in the future and carry a concubine into the house again, I will never spare you. That's natural. How dare I let my heart and liver be sad again, sweetheart? This is risking her life to help her husband. I didn't give you this security map for free. I need you to promise me that if I get pregnant again, my son is the crown prince, and in the future, the title of Marquis will be inherited by my child. This tiger has already grown up and become a crown prince. Perhaps after a long time, you will eventually become the heir apparent, who is the eldest son of my primary mate, and he should naturally inherit the title. Really? Don't forget that I have something else in my hand. If you don't agree, who am I running around for? Has it become your son who doesn't consider me a mother? Okay. I just promised, madam. It's just other things. For example, important customs clearance documents and identity still require the wife's attention. Okay, just remember. I'll naturally find a way to get the other things for you. Shiliang Mo is right, Yuho. This old man won't easily believe that I can get troops to defend against the winter. I negotiated with Yuho and offered a sky-high price that he couldn't accept in order to gain his trust. When you wait for me to achieve great success, you'll have to endure it, bitch. Anyway, we need to send out this security map first. With this heavenly defense map, this time I will make 9,000 years old kneel before me and beg for mercy. The foolish owl hasn't knelt down in front of this divine bird yet. Give me what you're hiding on. Squeak. Gaga. Come back, let me see what kind of partner you brought back. I don't think I saw any letters on its feet. The mailbox is here. You are here. After staying at the Guigong mansion for a few days, Ajio didn't come back because he was afraid I would get angry. Indeed, it was the map that I asked Shiliang Shuang to bring to Marquis. This paper is truly a masterpiece. This paper is called Qianjin Zhang. The materials used are extremely time-consuming and expensive. 1,000 pieces of gold is usually only affordable for the imperial family and the wealthy. Baijian, go get a set of makeup tools. Here we go. Xiaobai came to this paper and soaked your phoenix urine. Princess Xiaobai peed on it. How many bruises did she get on this map? Your master thinks that rouge powder looks easier to color on this paper than ordinary ink, but there was a floral scent that revealed a flaw, which allowed that stupid bird to pee on it. This heiress Zhang is the family heirloom of the richest man in the world, the Zhao family. The secret system is not afraid of fire and water, otherwise, how can it be worth a fortune? I really want to beat him up, but I dare not do anything. Who is the stupid bird? You worm or the spring bird? Your worm family is all stupid birds and worms. We need to use the original techniques of the seedy people to put things back, otherwise, the other party will also discover that this thing has been tampered with. You are quite familiar with the techniques of the seedy people. Did you forget? Look for half the blood of the seedy people flowing in your blood because of my mother's consort. I have also studied the customs and traditions of Shidi. That's also your mother's homeland, Ajio. Don't you want to go back? When I was at my wit's end, I also thought about it, but later on, I realized that this idea was really amazing. Shidi's maternal grandmother passed away before his mother. Even though his maternal grandfather loved his mother even more, why did you offend the former emperor who was in high spirits at the time for a grandson you had never met before? Later, Emperor Shidi ascended to the throne. It is even more impossible to offend the ruler of a country in the heavenly kingdom for the sake of two never-seen cousins. Grandpa Yasho once said. After the death of the imperial noble consort, Marshal Blue once sent the Bai Li Qing brothers back to Shidi through the imperial examination. I also contacted the Shidi people. Unexpectedly, the Shidi people betrayed them and turned around to sell the news to Emperor Xuanwen's mother, resulting in the pursuit of their two brothers. You don't have to look at me like this. Heaven and earth are vast. If there is no place for me to live, I will tear open a place in this world with my own hands. I won't say these anymore. You just said that the Zhao family is the one who once married their only legitimate daughter into the Xiliang family. You rewrite. I remember when the Xiliang family was wiped out and raided. Hello, please let Zhao Feng and her son go. People always leave themselves a way out to kill those they shouldn't kill. Back then, Feng Jie lost her sincerity and promptly sent me the news about the Xiliang family. Princess, there's no need to test me. My cigarette has been destroyed, and even my daughter has been ruined. But in the end, it's all their own fault for daring to resent the princess. I don't just ask the princess to spare me and my only remaining son for the sake of my good looks. She played a significant role in the downfall of the Xiliang family. Madam is overthinking. Besides, the Xiliang family has never treated her well. She has already harbored resentment towards the Xiliang family, so why bother me? Later, Feng Jie left me a token. He said that if one day he needed her help, he would go find her. She will help me within her ability. The Zhao family's business is spread all over the world, not only in the Western Di dynasty but also in the Western Di dynasty. Both He and Sanrong have their caravans. You girl will find a way out for yourself. When you dared to sell yourself for a good price in front of me, you probably had already planned out a way out, right? Surprisingly, he leaned against the Zhao family. This kind of merchant tycoon spread all over the world is the most difficult part for the court to control. Even if the Jinyui is good at spying, it's still easy for them to hide someone. At the age of 9,000, with such a big head, as a seeker of fame, I naturally have more opportunities for retreat. Can you still run? I told you when we got married, if you betray me, I will take your life. You also promised to give your life to me, and naturally I won't escape. You cruel girl. I am just so vicious, so I have to leave Beijing later. You can wait alone at home for Blood Granny to come back. Feiyu Guiwei is also ready for this ambush battle. I'm really looking forward to it. Their first expedition. I, the commander of the guards, always want to go and take a look. You need to take your little ones out to forage and leave me behind. Since you're leaving, I won't comfort your husband. Husband, you have a big fire on you. If I have nosebleeds again, don't even think about touching me in your lifetime. You really need to tidy up, girl. You're better off now. Is this person spoiling this girl too much? I said I wouldn't let her touch it and endured it for a week, which made me extremely depressed. However, I still couldn't help but come and probe her taste. Be good and wait for me to come back. I forgave him for being so well behaved during this period. This crazy girl, it's really bad. It's like using a feather to tease people's hearts, making them so weak that they can't get angry. Only the young lady can subdue the 1,000-year-old master. Yeah, the 1,000-year-old and the princess have such a telepathic connection. That day there was so much noise, and now both of them seem to be fine. Bai Rui, you should also learn from the princess. This is called Irokugang. You were arguing with Ie Meichi as if you were going to demolish the house in Dongri. That's a stupid man you've never met before. After you meet me, you will know why my temper has become like this. Who is like you, Hedong Lion? Princess Chantian, why are you here? The Empress Dowager is not feeling well and will not be seeing any guests today. My queen will be leaving Beijing for a while tomorrow. Go to Mount Taishan Mountain to offer incense and pray for your majesty, and come here to report to the Empress Dowager and your majesty. Since the Empress Dowager is not feeling well, the queen naturally wants to visit her. Why are these two palace maids so flustered and secretive? Princess Chitos, you cannot enter. The Empress Dowager and your majesty are both resting. You cannot intrude without authorization. Meizu, I don't like someone blocking my path. Oh my! Who is so bold as to dare to break into the sleeping quarters of the grieving family? Who is AI Jiadao? It turns out to be our 1,000-year-old queen. No wonder they are so reckless, even ignoring the orders of the grieving family since the outbreak of the plague. The grieving family has been unable to sleep at night at that time. The 1,000-year-old princess did not want to let the mourning family go to Akiyama. Now, does it disturb the mourning family's rest? The Empress Dowager may be in a bad mood, but she still looks like powder and her eyes are full of spring. It seems that someone in this palace is there to comfort your lonely soul. How could there still be such great resentment? Jinmin, how dare you tarnish the reputation of the grieving family? Didn't you want to kill the grieving family and your majesty back then? Now this vicious idea has arisen again. Jinzi is trying to force our mother to death so that you and 9,000 years old can take control of the world. Still hiding inside and not coming out. Don't you feel itchy on your skin? I want to go to the Criminal Investigation Bureau for a visit. Princess Jinmin is really sharp. It's been a long time since we last saw Princess Fangguan, and it's really heartbreaking to miss her so much. Princess Jinmin, who is still so elegant, really wants to see her without a single strand, with whip marks all over her body, and cried pitifully and painfully beneath me, and that look must have been even more beautiful. Fangguan, you are becoming more and more capable of seducing the Empress Dowager and causing chaos in the court. He instigated the Empress Dowager to take some actions that were detrimental to the court. It seems that you have turned a deaf ear to the princess's warning. I think it's already polite to him for the sake of Princess Chang. I didn't expect him to make Empress Dowager Jean, who was originally quite obedient and well-behaved. N's anger towards both me and Agio is truly impressive. Princess, you are really good at joking, Fangguan. However, a male pet wouldn't have such great abilities. Don't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Someone gave me 100 court staffs. Princess Chitos, you can't be so sad about your family and his innocence. If you want to slander the AI family and Fangguan AI family like this, then go on a hunger strike to clear your name. Jinmin always thought Empress Dowager Jean was a smart person, but unexpectedly, I still couldn't see through the appearance of this Tenjiang soft red and pink skeleton. Stupid. Does she really think that neither Agio nor I can touch her? Since Empress Dowager Jean intends to emulate the late Emperor Chugu in cultivating immortality from today onwards, take your majesty to Hanyu Temple, and let Princess Lu take care of him temporarily. Only a bowl of kanji is given to the Empress Dowager every day. When will the Empress Dowager obtain the cultivation method of immortality and come out with a bowl of water? No, you can't separate me from your majesty. Your majesty is my only hope. Why should I oppose Shiliang Mo? Why do you think that becoming the Empress Dowager means you can compete with them? If I had known, I should have obediently been a puppet like before. Drag Fangguan down. You are really ruthless. Everyone says that 9,000 years old is unpredictable, cruel, and terrifying. I think the 1,000-year-old princess is no less impressive. Release me, I will walk by myself. 14:15. Whoosh. Why can't I bear it now that it's only the 15th board? Hee, someone like me can attract the attention of the princess. It's truly my honor. People know that if they become arrogant and think it's their own ability, they become even more arrogant. After all, it's just a dead end paved by oneself for the sake of Taiping's face. I won't let anyone tamper with me. Whether you survive or not depends on your luck. But even if he survives, he will still be a useless person who needs someone to take care of him. Shiliang Mo, you're really tough, really tough. Surprisingly, it really took my life. 111. Stop it all. Release the person and send them to the Thai hospital Lien Gongong. This is the person that the 1,000-year-old princess ordered us to deal with. Don't make me repeat it again. Our family said to send someone away. Can't you hear me? Half a month later, 1. It's truly a prosperous capital. What do you think? Zhang Lauer Ge Laozi's is so delicious. Thank you, Lord Duwei, for inviting us to dine at the first restaurant in Zhongjing. Zhang Lauer, you scoundrel, you still know that this is Captain Wei. I think you know the roasted goose on that plate. Mr. Bai, don't you think this is because we've been hungry for several days? It's better to be greedy and accumulate strength to work. These trainers are all like ghosts. Back then, I was also a famous pirate from all over the world, but for a moment, I was short of money after being chased by the government again. He entered the Flying Feather Ghost Guard for the high cost of recruiting soldiers and paying for food. Who knew that the subject of training after entering was actually tomb raiding? We new recruits were all kicked into the Imperial tomb and chased by floating corpses and ghosts. We practiced for several months before passing the assessment and graduating. Lord Dewey said he would take us to try the knife, but the result is... Surprisingly, when I arrived in the capital, I still dug graves. Let's dig up all the tombs of unknown feudal states near Zhongjing. Your shopkeeper is not clever. Do you know who you're talking to and dare to be so presumptuous? Someone is causing trouble. We need to go take a look. It seems that the person we were waiting for has arrived. Gentlemen, please calm down. When we open the door and do business here, we are talking about integrity. Even when the 9,000-year-old arrived here, he was already taken care of by someone. Why don't you come this afternoon? We will definitely give you a 30% discount. Moreover, the group of beggars upstairs looked fierce and vicious. If I dare to let people in, I'm afraid I'll have to demolish this restaurant. Long Suyen, do you think we lack money, or do you look down on us, Long Sewer? Unfortunate heart, Linyun Tower has been taken over by us. A few of you, please leave quickly. Don't disturb my young master's elegance. If necessary, please come early tomorrow. What kind of thing do you dare to speak in front of me? If I have to go into this restaurant today, how will you stay? No matter what, it's just a lesson for those who don't understand. What a pity if such a beautiful face were cut. You're acting recklessly poisonous on the sword. At such a young age, he acted so cruelly that he even used poison. It seems that I can't help but teach you well. Brothers, someone has come to smash the field. The wind is blowing tightly. Damn it. What the fuck? Hurry up and chase. Don't worry about them. Let these little brats move around, and their hands and feet are just right. They ate us just now, but we were still hungry. Let's celebrate our perfect first meeting with the seedy envoys. Miss, you're not afraid that these guests won't even recognize our identities? Seedy people shouldn't be that stupid. Can we just beat them up again if we can't recognize them? Brother, have you gone crazy? We were chased by those beggars today and ran all over the city in a miserable state. I was just planning to burn a few stinky beggars to death, but you stopped me. Can you grow some brains? Do you think those people are beggars? Is the person who fought with you today a beggar? The leader has a sharp sword-like aura on his body, which is not an ordinary ruffian leader at all. The weapons they use are the Luoyang shovel and bone-digging hook, which are the most commonly used by tomb robbers, and they are all insiders, just wearing the skin of beggars. Are they not beggars, or are they thieves? That's right, they are the ones we've been searching for a long time. 66 Ali Dad Tomb Robbery Gang. Anyway, we have already formed a feud with this group of tomb robbers today. They definitely won't help us lead the Shidi army to take a detour and attack Zhongjing. That's not necessarily bustling. Everyone in the world is here for profit. Besides, they dig up ancestral graves, kill people, and steal goods. With money, they are naturally willing. Earlier, we secretly investigated the way of this army, although a successful small-scale attack proved that the map sent by Marquis Yu was real. But deep into the enemy's territory, a guide is still needed. What other person is more suitable as a guide than a thief who only knows money? Sewer, don't worry, my brother will naturally record this account. Don't keep those lowly people in your heart and wait for them to be useless. Brother, let you handle them. I can temporarily consider the bigger picture, but I have to let out this feeling in my heart first. I want to kill all the people in that restaurant to vent this resentment. The moonlight has ominous signs of the bloody and evil arrival of the Crimson Lord. Tonight, there will be a distinguished guest at the door, despite the absence of the evil ghost and the corpse. I just don't want this distinguished guest to turn out to be an acquaintance. Since you are willing to let us in, the leader of the Ghost Gate, I must also know what we're here for. Why do I care about you guys coming in? It's hard for me to put in so much effort to bribe so many people for you connect with us as a major antique buyer. Unfortunately, I only let you in for one purpose. Just chop down all the things that dare to offend our sect leader and make them into food and drink. Master, we are seedy people and we have another big deal that we need to trade with you. Oh, seedy, this is quite interesting. If you don't give me a reasonable reason, seedy people, the fish took the bait. I'll make you into dried corpses and hang you as meat skewers as appetizers. You can't be in a hurry with this injury. Don't always think about getting out of bed. Is the flesh and skin injury on the buttocks secondary? There are also internal injuries in your organs. The board caused bleeding and displacement in all organs and viscera. If you're not careful with your care, you will fall ill, let alone your lower body. If you don't plan to castrate yourself as a man and become a father-in-law in the palace again, I can help you. Go on. He pulled and changed the mattress again, otherwise he'll get infected and inflamed again. Why do you have to defecate and urinate endlessly all day? Our family has already instructed you not to provoke the Chateau's princess, but you still refuse to listen. All right, after you recover from your injury, don't stay in the palace anymore. What? Is my cousin planning to kill the rabbit and cook the dog? He's afraid that his sister-in-law will get angry and wants to send me away. It seems he hasn't told me about her yet. Who is Fangguan really working for Chen Sui Yi? It's not that you don't have so much free time, and you can't take care of everything small if you want to die. Our family can give you a ride. I want to see Mr. Chateau's, otherwise I won't leave. Nowadays, Empress Dowager Jean is no longer useful. Her reputation for debauchery has spread throughout the palace and the court. It's hard to come up with anything in the future. If you stay in the palace forever, it's not easy for Lord Chateau's to explain to the court, the public, and the inner palace that if you don't want Lord Chateau's to be in trouble, you can only leave. This farm official also looks up to himself too much. He didn't mention it to his wife, but it's just because he's not worth mentioning. Dealing with him like this now is already worthy of him. Our family will report to Mr. Chateau's, but if Chen Sui Yi can't see you, then it's not something our family can handle. So I'm just an invisible thing in your eyes. Hee. You and she both think so, don't you? What's going on? Why is everyone kneeling here? Grandma has returned, and the old blood doctor has also returned. They are all inside. Chen Sui has lost his temper. It's been a long time since he last lost his temper. It's frightening. Then we should leave first and come back later when my grandfather is in a better mood. Lian Gongong, how could you leave Xia Shengzi alone and run away? My lord instructed me to let you in when you come back. 1,000-year-old man, 10,000 blessings. I don't have much on weekdays. Today, my lord is in a bad mood. It's important for me to bow and offer a full set of gifts to save the dog's life. You're becoming even more cunning, old man. Shouldn't I praise your loyalty? I just don't want to make Chen Sui Yi's mood worse. If the master is happy, I don't know what reward to give to the servant. So, Xia Lianzi, you old kid, dare to talk to me like this. Today, I went to Fangguan's place and said that I wanted to send him away, but he didn't want to leave and even said he wanted to meet his grandfather. Seeing the work of this person, even when he first came to find this person is already particularly grateful to him. If he continues to be so ignorant, then kill him anyway. The corpse-eating wild dogs in the mass burial mound behind the cold palace have been lacking food for a long time. That person doesn't know how to be interesting. He's not worth being a grandfather because he's annoyed now that Empress Dowager Jean is useless. Shun Emperor has lost his relatives, and it's not just a rabbit in her hand. How to live depends on my grandfather's mood. The matter with Fangguan is that he has caused trouble, only because he has angered the madam and caused trouble for the lord. If he cannot bear to part with the glory and wealth in this palace, let him continue to stay by Taiping's side. Mo girl's place. She looks soft and actually stubborn, and for some reason she dislikes Fangguan so much. No need to tell her the details, just say that Fangguan threw one of our chess pieces. She always understands, just don't let Fangguan appear in front of her again. That blood granny has also returned. Is there any recurrence in your condition now? Could it be that the situation is not good enough and I will become someone like me for the rest of my life? I guess everyone will be doomed for the rest of their lives. No. Why exactly is that, madam? Please come back quickly. It doesn't hurt anymore. If you whoosh, it won't hurt anymore. Chinger is not angry anymore. Chinger's angry expression is so pitiful and makes me feel very sorry. What else would you do besides being pitiful, you idiot? Everyone in the world is pitiful. Can you bear to be pitiful? If Luoer is not a person with 1,000-mile eye and a smooth ear, then Luoer should pity herself for being able to see, right? Just like Chinger, your fingers are bleeding. It's so pitiful. You're the one who's pitiful, you idiot. Why did she go there again? The ugly handkerchief embroidered by the woman is still not willing to return it. This flower is so ugly that it's terrifying. I don't know whose embroidery worker is so bad that they dare to embroider like this. This is what Sister Ling embroidered for me in front of the Buddhist temple a few days ago. I don't even want to use it on weekdays. You need to wash it clean and return it to me. It was Miss M.O. who embroidered it for him. Chinger, you look so scary. All right, after washing it clean, I'll give it to you. Who cares about it? It's so ugly. Shiliang M.O., this stinky girl, actually has this hand. You have been frequently visiting Hushin Island recently. Sister Ling said there are many small animals here that I can be friends with. Although the eunuchs always smiled and played with Luoer today, Luoer felt that their laughter was tiring and she was not happy. So Sister Ling said that playing with Little Bird and Little Raccoon would make them happier. The girl once said that aloe is pure white like the pure water in Guanin's hands, so it can better reflect the darkness of human hearts. Although the eunuchs were respectful to him, they played with him and served him carefully, but it's not from the bottom of my heart, it's just completing a task. Sister Ling and Xiaobai went out to the Buddhist temple to offer incense again, but I don't know when they will come back. Luoer made many nests for the sparrows in the mountains waiting for Sister Ling and Xiaobai to come back. We can see many chicks raised in the nest. A little chick with a mother and father won't be bullied like us. No one in this world can bully you anymore. I said you don't need to worry anymore. Well, I will also protect Chinger and Ling from being bullied by others. Everyone's wife lives a peaceful and happy life. Did Madame M.O. tell you to live a peaceful and happy life? Sister Ling said that the most important thing in being a person is to be happy. Sometimes, it's not bad that someone like Aloe doesn't remember anything and doesn't know anything. The Luanyao and Bai Yuli, your bird poop dogs need to eat poop. Birds need to poop too, Chinger. Don't be angry, I'll help you wipe it. Wipe your fart, it's all over your hair. Get away from me, you disgusting guy with bird droppings all over your body. Where did Xiaoxingzi, the thing that killed Xiaoxingzi, go? Whoa, why is it always me who gets angry? I can't see that you, the leader of Tomb Raiders, can even play the flute. I can't see that beneath your beautiful face lies such a cruel and vicious heart. I heard that there has been a family massacre in Linyan Building in the city recently. From the shopkeeper to the resting assistant in the back, the cook and chef all died tragically. Everyone died by opening their mouths and stomachs, causing the officials to vomit. At such a young age, he is so ruthless and cruel. Even the innocent Linyan Building can be your punching bag. Our sect leader really has to worry about leading the way for you to attack the capital directly. Will you shitty people make us also become an outlet for the souls of the dead under the knife? I want whoever offends me to look good as for you. If you're afraid, just obediently do things for us. Maybe after we get it done I'll let you off the hook, young master. Sewer, stop talking nonsense. Master, please laugh. My younger brother is immature and my family is used to spoiling him. Please don't take it to heart. General Long, there's no need to be polite. You are the mighty General Shidi, and naturally not on the same side as us bandits. Since I promised you, I will naturally complete what needs to be done. But because of your brother's threat, so I think it would be better to increase our guarantee silver from 30% to 70%. I will have someone go to your place to collect the money later. How about 70% satisfaction? Such a large sum of silver is already all the wealth we have brought with us. Brother, are you too easy to bully him? We have to give him whatever he says. Even if we give them silver now, their ability is to have a chance to take it in the end. Although that's the case, you've been paying too much attention to Mo Liangshi in recent days. I can warn you that we are about to depart. Don't bring your bad habit from China with you. Delayed a big deal. My mother won't spare you, okay? I have a sense of propriety. When the matter is resolved, leave it to me to handle the matter. I must make him survive, not die, not die. In a few days, 1. Beyond this cliff lies the Stop Cloud Mountain. The sect leader is really powerful. The originally 10-day itinerary only took 3 days to arrive here. Just how do we cross this cliff? Rise. This is weaving a net. These tomb robbers can actually cross cliffs like flat ground with their skills, even weaving this huge net with ease. All the safety ropes of the gatekeeper have been tied up. Are you playing with me? How can I cross this bridge? If I fall, can you afford to compensate? That's why I said that stopping tomb raiders is as useless as mud. Do you dare to hit me? I don't mind cutting off your mouth and feeding it to the dog, no matter how cheap you are. If an outsider doesn't understand, just keep your mouth shut. This rope is made of silkworms, golden thread, water and fire that do not melt, and knives and weapons that do not penetrate. It may seem light and thin, but in reality, it is the most durable. Not to mention a few people, your 100,000 strong army can easily pass through. We naturally believe in the abilities of the Ghost Gate. Why don't you let your people pass by first, Lord? We'll follow behind. If your 200 subordinates cannot pass smoothly, how can we rest assured that our 100,000 strong army of Shidi will pass through this cableway? That's okay. I need you to personally take me there at the end. Whatever by Chi, lead the people over first, okay? Okay. Big sister, boldly move forward. You damn it, waiting for you, my dear brother. I'll do it. It seems there's no problem anymore. Why does this cableway sway? This is a cableway, not flat ground. When the mountain wind blows, there will naturally be shaking. Oh, while the wind is strong. Go to hell. Well deserved. Haha, how dare you hit me? Since childhood, no one has been able to beat me up. Is it? Welcome to Guimin Huanquan, young Master Long. Sewer. Long family kid, are you skilled? Let Grandpa Bai come and meet you. This battle is known as the Longguan victory in the history of the Celestial Empire. Help. And Shidishir called it the tribulation of stopping clouds. There's a ghost. This is the first battle that Tianyu Guiwei participated in as the official military organization of the Celestial Empire. Hell Ghost Gate opens, asking when will you return to our door. It was also the first time that the legendary woman, Captain Fei Yu, stepped onto the stage of history as a guardian in this battle. More than 30,000 people died in the deaths of Zhongxi. Only over 10,000 people actually died at the hands of Tianyu Guiwei. The remaining 20,000 people trampled and crowded into the steep cliffs, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. The Shidi Legion, which had completely lost its fighting spirit, suffered a fatal blow in the Longguan Mountains. Unable to launch an attack on Zhongjing for a month, the offensive abruptly came to an end. Has it already started? It's a familiar bloody smell. What's wrong with Uncle Duke? Military acceleration. I hope we can still catch up. Mo Liangshi, you despicable and shameless bastard, I will definitely not let you go. My young master must have skinned and boned you and fed you to the dog. Let you watch helplessly as your intestines are eaten by a dog, but still alive. When you fell, your right arm was broken. You were hanging like this and still had the intention to argue with me. You do have a bit of backbone, young Master Su'er, or His Highness the 18th Prince. What are you saying? I don't know. Oh, so you're not the 18th Prince of Shidi in my intelligence since you're just a playboy from the dragon family, it's of no use, Bai Chi. Master, I heard that boy's blood and boy's whip are the best tonics with excellent taste. Let's take out some of his intestines and try the taste. How about making a bloody sausage or baking a child whip? After washing the living human intestines clean, that's a good idea. Go get a big pot. What are you guys doing? Wow, it looks quite tender. You're so small that you're not even a man, are you, Captain Wei? Compared to my ninth uncle, this child is really not worth watching. Don't lift, don't lift. You don't need to follow here, it's him. He's here. Agio. You are here. Five mouths. Agio, I can't breathe anymore. Agio's kiss was more aggressive than usual, and even more predatory. Agio, why are you here? It takes 7 or 8 days to travel from the capital to the central capital, but what's the big deal? If I'm here to relieve your anger, can you believe it? Who believes that at the age of 9,000, we have traveled thousands of miles to dedicate ourselves? Well, I should praise you for being smarter. I did come to you today to discuss important matters with Tencent. I heard that you defeated the army of Sidi last night and captured the leader among them. What happened to the person you captured? The 9,000-year-old, who regards human life as worthless, cruel, abnormal, and extraordinary. Why suddenly became concerned about the safety of the enemy leader since you have such high regard for being a teacher, girl? Why doesn't a teacher show off their ferocity, abnormality, and abnormality? Can't you be normal, you demon? It shouldn't be reckless. The smell of this girl was originally provocative, but I had to hold back because of something. It's also myself who suffers from the misfortune of being stuck halfway down the road. Okay, don't move for a while. I'll hold you down. Have you returned, Bobo? What's wrong with this woman's illness? It's a long story. As a teacher, let's first solve some more important things with you. This time we caught a big fish, so I took the lives of Long Suyen and Long Suer. However, half of the 100,000-strong army managed to escape, and the Flying Feather Ghost Guard also injured dozens of people and killed 6, dealing with a group of soldiers whose psychological defenses have completely collapsed, yet still experiencing such a great failure. Your casualties and battle losses have reached a ratio of 10-1. When did you become so harsh, girl? Even the earliest batch of ghost armies in the Blue family were tempered and refined, and we have never seen Marshal Blue as strict as you. Only by giving soldiers the strictest requirements and forcing them to unleash their maximum potential can we have a chance to survive on the battlefield. Alright, you little girl, are you really a security guard? However, this battle is already a great victory. Long Suer is the youngest child favored by Queen Sidi. Long Suyen is nominally the adopted son of the dragon family, the first general of Shidi, but in fact, he is his half-brother Si, who is of the same mother but different fathers. They also have someone holding a heavy army above them, the most popular prince, the first and second prince. Same mother, different father. How could the Sidi royal family appoint a woman who has been a biological child as their queen? The Shidi people are fierce, and the royal family was originally born as pirates, and they have no regard for propriety, righteousness, integrity, or shame. I have more news to tell you than this, teacher. 10 days ago, I received a ceasefire letter from Sidi. They are willing to marry the princess and marry her what? At the beginning, the army of Sidi was unstoppable, but since Yun Zi and King Jinbei led the armies of 3 feudal lords to block their attack, the army of Sidi didn't go smoothly. In addition, Prince Jinghua and his son went on a military expedition. Jinghua Gong was a disciple personally led by Marshal Blue T, who forced the main army of the prince to collapse. No matter how much I hate Xiliang, I have to admit his military talent. Queen Shidi is not a fuel-efficient lamp. She loves this young lady the most. Emperor Shidi is seriously ill, and all power is in her and the second prince's hands. Naturally, she must do everything possible to protect her own son. Thanks to you, the chips are now in our hands. It's up to us the final say how to stop the war. How do you know that I will definitely win or capture them alive? What if I accidentally kill them? Because it's you, I believe you will definitely win. It's okay to kill him, it's just one of the purposes. The oldest woman said she wants to take back your body. It's already a good way to relieve blood and heat toxins this hooligan. Don't touch me, or I'll have another nosebleed. There are many people inside, so Suer and the others are ahead you. Interrupt Mo Liangshi, you despicable bitch. A despicable waste like you should be killed with 1,000 knives. Don't let the young master live if you have the ability, otherwise I will make you suffer humiliation and die the most miserable death. Cough. A despicable child who does not know how to elevate oneself. How could this seat not fulfill you well, as you enjoy dying in humiliation so much? Stop it, he is by Lishuer, the 18th Prince of Shidi. You cannot treat him like this. You want to kill her. She even pushed her down the cableway. No, Agio's demeanor doesn't look like his usual self at all. Agio, stop it. I'm fine, aren't I okay? Don't be angry, we can't let him really kill Balisuer. All the despicable members of the seedy royal family deserve to die. We still need to keep these sluts, don't we? It's cheaper to let them die easily. They keep it for greater benefits and make it more painful for them. Bitch. Suer. Long Suyen swears to heaven that today's hatred and humiliation are as great as ever. All right, shut up. You fucking despise your little brother, haven't you died yet? The little beast actually fainted, but he's a well-behaved one. Let's go, forget about them. Let's go rest. Agio, are you hungry? Bai Chi and the others caught some deer to eat, some roasted deer meat. Where did you get such a big wooden barrel? This is what I asked Maid and the others to do with Xia Shengzi after they arrived here. Agio, do you want to get up? Come over and help wipe my husband's back. I don't know how old the Princess Shidi married this time is. Who does Agio want to pick up this hot potato? Who else could be gentle and mature? Are you referring to His Royal Highness Prince Ning, the 9th Prince? Is this appropriate? 9th Prince Si Qingyu. Prince Ning is not someone who wields power. He has always been obsessed with poetry and books, and has no interest in political affairs. Let him marry Lord Sidi, I'm afraid. Why can't I bear it? You're eating vinegar again. Then prove it to my teacher. Prove what? Wow. Prove that you remember to be a teacher from here. Come here. Agio. Disgusting and not eating. I thought my superior prince would die tomorrow without knowing how or what. Dogs it. The crown prince will always be the crown prince. As a member of the royal family, no matter where I am or what situation I am in, I am not something that you, a servant, can insult. Princess, spare your life. I only said a few words when I saw that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince refused to eat. I am also considering for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Is it okay to call the Crown Prince? After all, Lord Chitos has not issued a formal edict to depose the Crown Prince, so this prince can still be considered a prince, right? Roll down. If we hear any disrespectful words towards the Crown Prince again, we will take your dog's life. Xian, you're feeling better now. Xian, take a look at me and see if Auntie is okay. Are you still blaming me for not coming to see you? A few days ago, no one was allowed to visit you. I took the opportunity to come and see you when I was 9,000 years old. Don't blame me, okay? Chengqian, can you ignore me? Don't you even plan on ignoring your own children? Although the crown princess did not have a legitimate son, Chengqian still had 2 illegitimate sons. Sure, how are they doing? You finally agree with me. If you come back and let me see you, I'll tell you. You've seen enough to answer my question. I can't see enough, it's never enough. Sure and Lure are doing well. 9,000 years old didn't touch them, just demoted them to commoners in the name of Emperor Shun. As expected. It's just that Sure and Lure were not demoted because of their status as illegitimate sons of the crown prince, but rather it's because their mother, the 2 palace maids who were supposed to serve you, were accused of having an affair with the guards. And he also wants to escape from sea with the adulterer and his 2 children. Xian, don't be like this, you're okay. I'll go call the Imperial physician over. Baileking, you are truly despicable. How could you come up with such shameless methods to humiliate me? This is equivalent to announcing to the world that I am a proud Taizi and have been wearing a green hat. It also dispelled the idea of the rebel party, trying to raise a banner of rebellion in the name of my sons. You're so satisfied now that you killed my children, watching me fall into this state of ruin, except for those two illegitimate sons. Taiping did not let my other children survive. It also makes the outside world speculate that I am unable to impregnate a woman. A crown prince who cannot give birth to an heir will not receive the support of the courtiers. Xian is not. I don't have an aunt. It's not intentional. I am jealous of those women who can openly accompany you and give birth to heirs for you, but I just want you to take one more look at me. Get lost, get out of here. Isn't it enough for you to harm me? I have become the laughingstock of the world thanks to you. Xian, wait for me. No matter what you think of me, I won't let you be insulted again. I will take you out of here. I will repay what I owe you. Princess Mansion. Princess Dachang's maid Manhua. Princess, don't worry. Drink some mint and luan to calm your nerves. Manhua, did this palace make a mistake? Your Highness has already presented the map of City and your network over there. If you don't release anyone at the age of 9,000, what can we do? You can't confront Lord Chitos. Why don't you go and beg Princess Chitos? Shut up. Shiliang Mo is Shiliang Mo. 9,000 years old is 9,000 years old. If this palace uses more in a despicable way and doesn't mention it, it won't be possible. This palace and she won't even be friends. Don't bring up such things again in the future. The bright moon is also for the good of the princess, Your Highness. There's no other way, is there? The princess is becoming increasingly useless and unable to recognize the bigger picture. No matter how much I try to persuade her, it's useless. If she continues, she will eventually pull everyone out of the crown prince's dangerous puddle. I knew that person wasn't that easy to deceive, but this palace is not so easy to deal with either. With these real things here, it's always possible to exchange them for a lifetime of peace. It's always possible. Shouldn't we find a way out for ourselves earlier with the crazy appearance of the princess? Fongguan, why are you in my room? You injured your shoulder. It has nothing to do with you. Let go of me. It's the Royal Highness Princess. It hurts a lot. Hasn't the princess ever seen the life and death of us servants in her eyes? She probably went to the crown prince's place today to save him. Our master's affairs are not something we can ask. Don't move, I'm helping you with the wound. Manhua, don't be foolish again. If the princess does anything foolish for the crown prince, we all have to bury her with her. But after all these years with the princess, does the Lord really have to treat us this way, sir? Don't be afraid, I will find a way to protect you. Just listen to me obediently. 9,000-year-old mansion. Agio. We should get up now. I'm going to enter the palace soon. Today is the day when Feiyu Guiwei officially accepts your reward. What does it look like for Xhuizi to be idle here? Well, isn't that afraid of you having nosebleeds? It flowed in 800 years. This old monster is hiding in the study during the day and not doing anything good. This time, the whole journey in Beijing is not about riding a horse, only about riding a carriage and causing trouble for me. It's not enough when I returned to the capital, he locked me up in a room again and called me rest. Today, I have serious matters to attend to and will not give up. Lady Chinswei is not doing well. Vice Marshal Long Suyin, Shidi, had an accident and was just found dead in the post office. What? Who's gone? Come in and say. Long Suyin was beheaded and died in the post office, with his head missing. It seems that some people don't like our ceasefire with Shidi very much. I'm afraid the envoy who sent the letter to Shidi will soon find out about this news. Shidi, that old bitch, knows her son is gone and doesn't know what kind of madness she might have. Bailey Seward should be taken to the 1,000-year mansion for safekeeping after recovering from his injuries in the Imperial physician, so as not to be tampered with again. If you have good chips in hand, don't waste them. He still needs to be a hostage in our country for a period of time. No, If you're afraid he's in danger, then throw him into the sheriff's prison. Thank you for always thinking that people in that place would go in vertically and lie down and come out. That kid went in, according to his temper. He might just come out as a corpse. Anyway, it's not possible. The rule of this place is that seedy people and animals are not allowed to enter. Okay, since my husband doesn't want it, Moore will find another way. This troublesome old monster. 9,000-year-old mansion in the future. The princess asked the maidservants to convey to Lord Chinsway that since the sheedy people and animals are not allowed to enter, she had no choice but to take the sheedy person and the animal Xiaobai back to the government residence, temporarily for a few days. Where is that stinky girl? The cough princess said she wanted to be separated from her husband in 2 places without thinking about tea and food. My body and mind are exhausted and sad. A day without seeing each other feels like 3 autumns, and I am not obedient so much so that accumulated labor leads to illness and heavy internal injuries. So she decided to stay in bed and close the door, refusing anyone to come or go, mourning her tragic life alone. Love. Have no shame surprisingly using this trick. But since she said she loves me, I'll reluctantly forgive her. Never mind, it's better not to tell the master that his memorial has been reversed, right? 111. Is Madame really going to take over Bélazir's things? Chinswei said he wouldn't let Prince Shidi live in case he touches Ye's scales. Although this dragon has reversed scales and feels comfortable following its scales, it's the same. I'll show you the dragon whip when I flip it over. Don't worry, just let someone pack up his things and carry them back to the house. Mo Liangxi, please let me go. I don't want to go to the place where that perverted demon lives. Children, if you want everyone to see how Prince Sidi ran naked, you can jump out of the car or scream and curse on the way for a while. Are there 100 ways I can make you happy if you are obedient? You shameless. I didn't see anything, Xiaolianzi. If the Lord finds out that the madam is flirting with the young prince, then we can all forget about living a peaceful life. Agio. Why does it hurt? Does it hurt? Seeing my husband naturally relieved my heart. Why don't you touch it? Humph. Agio, I know you don't like outsiders coming in, so I arranged for him to stay in the outer courtyard. What do you think? That sentence this morning surprisingly had an impact on this millennium-old demon. Until now it seems that his shamelessness index has decreased and he has become more innocent. Agio, don't ignore me. They will feel sorry for me. Agio. Agio, this is. Blushing, I'll confess that I actually reduced the shamelessness level of this shameless 1,000-year-old demon, the #1 in the world. He even blushed because of the cheesy words. He's really sorry for not playing for such a fun opportunity. Agio, you are my heaven and my earth. I love it so much. I love it so much. What's wrong with you today? If you're feeling overwhelmed, just tell me what you want to do anyway. You've already let that little kid live in. Don't let me see him. Good, but Agio, you haven't responded to my confession yet. Do you want to know why we couldn't do it a while ago? Do you remember when I faced Siliafing and used the Xuanji magic skill that his father stole from me? That magic skill is practiced by women. If a man wants to practice it, he needs a woman as the cauldron for refining yang qi. I used to refine the yin and evil energy of the Xuanji demon technique by relying on the guarding element technique, but now that the Shu Yuan Gong has been broken and the magic skill has been used, the yin cold qi has merged into my martial arts veins. I was originally practicing the yin Xia faction's martial arts, so there was no sense of dissonance, but this magic skill will swallow yang and carry some of my yang energy into your body. Yin and yang cannot be reconciled, which is why they have become like that. You became extremely sensitive with my yang energy, but I lost my yang energy and 66 couldn't. We shouldn't have killed Siliafing, that bastard, back then, but rather castrated him. It was originally a self-inflicted sin that cannot survive. Are you finding fault? Let's change the topic then. What do you think about what I asked by you to convey to you? How about this topic? Are you feeling embarrassed? Sorry, I'm not sorry, okay? If you say no, then there won't be any. Am I your first love? What kind of rouge is first love? Am I the woman you fell in love with? Secret love doesn't count. Agio, are you shy? There is none in this seat. You're too shy to look at me anymore? Don't put such foolish and ridiculous words on my head in the future. You stinky girl, are you trying to tease me, or are you just playing with me? How dare I? Good girl, it seems like I'm my teacher. I've been too indulgent with you lately, and it's my teacher's fault that you can't get out of bed. Today, as a teacher, I must teach you a good lesson. 9,000-year-old mansion. The envoy of Xiliang learned about the news of Long Suyen's death 3 days ago. Now they are clamoring to bring Beilazir back. This is also expected. Qin Sui must have a way of handling it. Miss, I think you still need to be more distracted about this matter. Qin Sui's attitude towards Shidi is not quite right, and his hostility seems too strong. He doesn't even seem to care about going to war with Shidi again, but we need a ceasefire to recuperate. It is customary for two countries not to execute envoys during a war, but the envoy angered Lord Chitos today. Fortunately, Prince Ning tried his best to protect that person, otherwise the 1,000-year-old would have publicly executed the envoy. Is there anything else Agio hasn't told me? I used to think he had a strong hostility towards Beilazir. Even Zhou Yunqing and his team have noticed something is wrong with him now. Mo Liangxi, get out of here. You're so perverted, you're actually wearing women's clothing. Bailey Sewer, please don't be rude to the young lady. Miss, you're a woman. I thought you were a man. What's your name, Mo Liangxi? You used to tease me every day before, you know, no shame. That sounds like nonsense. What were you up to just now? What nonsense are these guards talking about Suyan's brother? My brother is dead. What have you done to my prince's Suyan brother? Your brother died, but it wasn't us who did it. We are also looking for the culprit who wants to sabotage the peace talks between the two countries. It was you who killed my brother, right? The people of the Heavenly Kingdom are truly despicable and dare not admit it. I promised my second brother and mother not to touch us back then, but now we have turned our backs and killed my Suyan brother. My prince surnamed Mo swears that one day I will chop off the heads of you and that demon to worship brother Suyan. What are you doing? What are you hiding from? Don't you want to die? I happen to fulfill you, so you don't think I really dare not touch you. Don't take yourself too seriously. Even if you are the most beloved child of Queen Sidi to us, it's just a hostage. No matter how powerful Sidi is, your second brother will not value your life and death more than his throne. Even if you die, your mother and second brother will still marry your sisters. Very scary. If you still want to die, you don't have to rush to me. Just jump down from the lake in the backyard. No one will stop you from dying. Miss, aren't you afraid that if the medication is too strong and the child can't accept it, will they really do something? If he can't even recognize this fact, why was he born into the royal family as a prince? One must have this kind of consciousness. No matter how arrogant the prince may seem, they are always more mature than ordinary children and have an unimaginable resilience. Only in this way can they survive in this cannibalistic palace. Miss, Princess San is seeking an audience outside the mansion. Please invite her in. Greetings to the elder sister. My sisters, don't mention it. I was thinking it was time for my sister to come. This time we captured the prince of the kingdom of Sidi and returned victorious. My younger sister deserves some credit. What does she want? Since the older sister spoke up, the younger sister was not polite. I hope that in the name of the Holy One, my sister can bestow upon her a peace letter. In the name of the princess, I want to become the princess and be on equal footing with Xiliang Mo. 9,000-year-old mansion. These three ladies are crazy. They want to compete with our master everywhere. Not only do they want the Book of Heli bestowed by the Holy Father, but they also want a first-class princess with a lion's mouth wide open. She also wants to be on equal footing with our princess. It's not difficult to leave the book, but it's more appropriate for the Empress Dowager to give it to her sister for so many years. The competitive nature of the third sister has not changed at all. Sisters thinks it's better for younger sister to have a more restrained personality, don't you think? Of course, big sisters and sisters dare not be equal to you. After all, you are married by one person. No matter what kind of lucky sister she is, she cannot compare to the thousands of people. I don't even want the blessing of marrying a eunuch as a gift for me. Oh no, I went too far. Sister, don't mind if your sister speaks loudly. Not to mention before, my younger sister risked her life to gather information for her sister. Just saying that the death of General Long Suyin, the Grand General of Shidi, is strange. Now sister, don't you want to know who killed him? It seems that the third sister knows the inside story of this unsolved case. That day, I accidentally saw that there was still a bright light in the dead man's room of Marquis Yu in the middle of the night, and there are hidden sentries around, so I think there's a problem. He had a tunnel in his room and went straight to his sister, then quietly entered the tunnel to eavesdrop. Just that the visitor had already finished talking to Marquis Yu, I only vaguely heard some words from the envoy Sidi about cutting off his head. And the next day, General Nasadai died in the end. Do you think it's a coincidence? My sister provided this information, which is indeed very useful, but it's probably not enough to just want the position of princess. Based on this, you have always been a smart person. I think this matter is not just about Marquis Yu. I'm afraid our Han uncle and aunt can't escape. It's related. Sister wants me to continue investigating this matter and bring them back directly, relying on the methods of the eunuch. Are we still afraid that they won't confess? Let me continue to investigate this matter. What if I'm in danger? Those seedy people are not vegetarians. It's possible to catch them back, but we suspect that seedy spies have infiltrated my court. If we catch someone and startle the snake, we may not be able to eradicate the root cause. Sister, you can rest assured to give it a try. If this fact doesn't yield any results, my sister's princess status will be downgraded by 1 level. Okay, I promise my sister. Miss Sand, please princess, even if Miss Sand can hear the news, can her words be trusted? If Long Suyin was really killed in revenge, why cut off his head? Maybe Long Suyin didn't die. The girls around the young lady are becoming more and more insightful, almost catching up with half of the strategists. Lord Bai Chi, please don't make fun of me. Where am I telling the truth? External thieves are easy to catch, domestic thieves are difficult to guard against. It's okay, after all, which country doesn't have spies? What I'm more worried about is that someone will tamper with us and Sidi to keep the war going. That's right, I just received a new report. Yun Zi and his team have already blocked the West Dixie Line Corps in the Longwan Mountains. He is confident in annihilating them within 7 days, but now in this situation, Yun Zi asked if we should cease hostilities with the West Dixie Line Corps. The terrain of the Longwan Mountains is steep, and we have lost contact with Yunzi, unable to deliver the news of preparing to negotiate a ceasefire and marriage with Sidi. We have no idea what Yunzi did because he was not subject to military orders while abroad. Who knows when the Sidi people will turn against each other again and not recognize each other? Only fools would miss this opportunity if they could annihilate them with great force. It's Miss Ming. What are you pretending to be? You have no intention of letting go of the meat of the West Dixie Line Corps. Oh, it's all thanks to the young lady's leadership skills. Okay, I believe Yun Zi will also have her own decision. No matter what, when he returns this time, his name will definitely be on the grand ceremony of enfeoffment. Our Flying Feather Ghost Guard will surely become a legend that shakes the world. In the first year of the Taiya reign of Emperor Shun, the king of Northern Jin and the Flying Feather Ghost Guard Dragon Cavalry General defeated the Western Front Army at Longwan, completely annihilate over 50,000 Shidi soldiers, and capture less than 10,000 prisoners. Captain 11 Liangma of the Flying Feathers led 3,000 Flying Feather Ghost Guards to capture the commander of the Shidi Western Front Army, Long Suyin, and achieved a great victory at Longwan, the 18th Prince Long Suer. The 100,000-strong army of the Western Frontier Corps was completely annihilated. The Battle of Longwan, which is recorded in military books, is a classic example of a few victories over many. Ambassador Shidi and the 1,000 Army Commendation Ceremony have begun. Long live the Lord to the 1,000-year Lord, long live the Emperor, long live 1,000 years, long live 1,000 years, long live 1,000 years, long live 1,000 years. All the ministers remain calm. Hu Ji, the envoy of Shidi, accompanied Princess Jinyuan of Shidi to pay respects to His Majesty Emperor Shun and His Highness the 9,000-year-old. Princess Jinyuan of Shidi. Princess Shidi Jinyuan pays tribute to Emperor Shun and wishes him 1,000 years old. Beautiful, where is the beauty? This outfit is simply frivolous and shameless. This Princess Jinyuan is truly stunning. This is Princess Jinyuan, who is coming to marry me soon. Granting the throne. The Shidi royal family has always been known for their beauty, and I am already renowned in the palace and even spread overseas, known as the Pearl of the South China Sea. But this 9,000-year-old is even more beautiful than me, and he's a man or a eunuch. What's wrong with your Royal Highness Princess? Don't you think that the stool of our heaven is not as good as that of Shidi? It makes you restless. Shidi envoy Hu Ji 1,000-year-old, don't blame your highness. He just gave you time to choose a good stool just now. Everyone was stunned. Don't accidentally choose a broken stool that makes people laugh. The court's hospitality is not good, and it's embarrassing. Ambassador Hu Ji said that you and your Highness Royal Highness Princess have already been seated. Please take your seat. Qian Sui Yi, do you think the award ceremony can start now? The Chitos Princess specifically instructed me to balance between the Chitos Lord and Shidi, but this situation is too difficult, isn't it? Since the envoys of Shidi are all here, let me show you the grand ceremony of rewarding the army. It's also a welcome to everyone. What does it mean? It's like we're all insignificant figures. This 9,000-year-old is too arrogant. Calm down, don't provoke any more trouble. Fei Guiwei was in theft and listened to the announcement. This girl. Fei Yu, Commander-in-Chief of the Guard, 11 Liangma, leads the Ghost Guard to see you. Long live, may longevity be with the heavens. May the 1,000-year-old Master Hong Fu be with the heavens. May our heavenly court prosper endlessly. May longevity be with the heavens, may the 1,000-year-old Master Hong Fu be with the heavens, and may our heavenly court prosper endlessly. A woman who is only beautiful is ultimately just a plaything of men, causing the king to perish, and our little lady is like a peerless sword, magnificent, sharp, bloodthirsty, but the pursuit of all kings is also a symbol of imperial power. No matter how beautiful Princess Jinyuan is, how can she compare with our little miss? Get up. Oh my God, Captain Feiyu. Surprisingly, Shiliang Mo is the only descendant of the eldest daughter of Duke Jinghua who still carries the blood of the Blue family. The female leader was only as elegant as Princess Blue Feather. More than 10 years ago, Princess Lanling's daughter is more like a soldier than Princess Lanling. Moer is even more lively and dazzling than before. This announcement of achievements is equivalent to giving us a demonstration. Even though our two countries have already ceased hostilities, they are still pursuing our Western Front Corps and causing the complete annihilation of the Western Front Corps. The heavens are all despicable people who break their promises, so we shouldn't have come. This is His Majesty's resolution. Are you going to disobey His Majesty's decree, doubting the decisions of the Empress and the second prince? Besides, no matter what happens to Shiliang Mo, she's just a woman after all. Wherever I have always been, no woman can steal my limelight. Shiliang Mo, right? I've recorded this account. We'll see. What are you guys up to? The princess has envoys from another country coming today. You can't let Princess Jinyuan compare you at the banquet later. It's just that princess dressed so badly that we have to dress up in an elegant way. You see, Bai Qi and those lecherous people actually said they were going to sneak a peek at that princess. You don't have to do this. I'm not trying to wait for people with my appearance. What's there to care about? Go help me retrieve the newly made clothes from yesterday. Flying Feather Commander's guard arrived. Look at that young master, he's really handsome and charming. Lo, that's a woman who hasn't seen those eyes. They look very charming. This flying feather guard is really dazzling and eye-catching. Madam, you have worked hard today. I'm just joking. It's never been any hard work. It's actually the hard work of all the shady envoys who came from afar. I heard this is the commanding officer who captured my little brother and the young master of the Long family at Longwan. I thought he was a talented young man from Tianzong, but he turned out to be Maid. Your Royal Highness Princess, you are so lucky that the General Qinglong and the 18th Prince gave way to each other. Princess Jin Yuan remained calm and did not inquire about Long Suyan's tragic death at the post office. I wish she could always be so obedient. Why pretend to be drunk if you're not drunk today? I have already endured those CDJE people today. It's better to stay with my girl than to waste time with them by giving up and wasting time. How could someone as beautiful as Princess Jin Yuan find it difficult to accompany me? I think someone like Prince Ning, who is pure-hearted and has few desires, also drink a few more glasses with the company of Princess Jin Yuan today. Beauty, but that's all. Can it be more beautiful than this seat? Although this guy is smelly, beautiful, narcissistic, and despicable, it's hard to refute his words. Why does my ugly girl care about other women? Are you jealous of dressing so uniquely today, or are you planning to seduce me and tear off your clothes? People are people. His mother demons are his mother demons. For me as a person in life, this appearance already satisfies me a lot. Nature cannot be compared to other monsters. What's wrong? Are you saying that being a teacher is a demon beast? The little girl has sharp teeth and is not afraid of being chewed on your little tongue, Agio. In the future, this seductive appearance can only be displayed clearly in front of my teachers. Some monsters are jealous. It's really surprising that even though Chitos is not a man, he still loves the queen so much. I don't know, but I thought Mr. Chitos was a normal man who could be a good match, right? Royal Highness Princess, what does this have to do with you? It's not you who married Millennium. Why bother saying some sarcastic words here? It's a loss of identity. Tianchao people are really interesting. In order to gain power, they give their own sisters and daughters to eunuchs as wives and concubines. Are you afraid of people saying cold words now? Princess, please respect yourself. 9,000 years old and 100 miles of green are truly remarkable. Release me, release this prince. Our envoy Shidi has arrived. The prince must behead all of you scoundrels. What nonsense, prince? Since you have already entered the backyard of the 1,000-year-old lord, just like us people, it's just a plaything. Even the prince was sent as a plaything. Little thing, you don't even think about which young master is respected in this backyard. Qian Sui Yi has never been fortunate enough to hire you. It's not me who takes care of you these days. You can't even afford to eat, prince. Even if you are a prince, you must obediently serve my young master. You bunch of heavenly thieves, you can't even touch a hair on this prince's back. Even if the prince dies, he will not allow you to insult him. Little bitch, if you toast and refuse to eat, you will be punished for drinking. Today, you have a seductive face. Look how arrogant you are. Who is doing such a trivial thing there? Mrs. Chitos. Roll down. Yes, yes. Are you going to lie on the ground pretending to be dead and wait for that beast to come back and continue enjoying you? This Bailey Sewer has become spoiled and has been crying for the rare people around her, calling her father and mother. A few days ago, I simply threw him away to live with those young masters in the backyard. It's also a lesson for him. It seems he can recognize his identity this time. Why don't you kill them? How dare they bully the prince? So what? They are my subjects of the heavenly kingdom, and you are just an ordinary enemy prince. Why does the commander-in-chief teach his own people a lesson for the princes of other countries? Your sister Jin Yuan has arrived, and I will return to the mission soon. I won't let you thieves go. You killed Brother Su Yan. They've been 7 or 8 days, haven't they? If your Jin Yuan sister and mother really value you so much, why hasn't it been brought up yet to take you back to the post office? I heard that your second brother has been in a difficult situation recently, both in court and in public. Many pieces of physical evidence indicate that he was the murderer of the former Crown Prince Sidi. Now the 12 gold medals in Shidi's country require him to return to the capital and confront the Senate. Shut up, shut up. Okay, that's it. I'll take you back to your room. 9,000-year-old mansion. Don't let anyone enter this yard casually in the future. Don't do it. What? Are you telling me not to leave? I didn't. Am I crazy? Why did I just grab her clothes? Wipe your nose and tears clean. Woo-woo. Princess, why are you holding that stinky kid? If Lord Chinsui finds out, he might get angry again. Be confident, maybe you'll get angry again. I have my own reasons for doing this. After all, children are sensitive and capricious. Giving a whip and a candy is the best way to get along. If we can tame Bailisuer, it will be beneficial to us to some extent. Bailisuer is a prince of another country, and if he is not of our kind, his heart will be different. How could he betray his own country, mother and brother to help us? I don't intend to use him for anything big, I'm just laying a line. It's just a small effort, and it's best if there's no significant impact. As for where it is now, it's not a big problem. Are you planning to betray your master? Me? If the servant sells, no one will sell the princess. Are you planning to betray me, Meichi? If he betrays the princess, she can marry Bairue to someone else. There aren't too many bachelors in the Ghost Army with top-notch skills, enough to compete with Meichi. Meichi didn't see anything just now. Princess Mansion. Excuse me, please slow down. I can't take it anymore. Ah. Why is Fang Yi leaving? Why did you beg for mercy just now and now you don't want to? It's really cheap. A slave is cheap, doesn't he? Like the cheapness of Manhua. Fangguan is my first man. If I give him my body, he becomes his own person. I have long endured the loneliness of this deep palace. If there is no official in the future, how can I endure it? Yes, I like your lowliness. It's just that you haven't fulfilled what you promised me. I'm afraid in the future, we'll all have to accompany the princess to her funeral and talk about whether we like it or not. Fanya Manhua has tried it, but the princess hid that box. I really can't find it. Since that's the case, I can only look for other ways. Manhua, it's not that I don't want to take you away from the palace, I just can't even protect myself, so naturally I can't take care of you anymore. Fan Yi, can you try again? Manhua, the crown prince will soon be exiled to the border. Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess will take out the contents and exchange them for the prince. Okay, I'll trust you again. Manhua, just take care of everything and I will definitely take you away. Fanya Manhua will work hard for you. Be good, that's how you listen. Stupid bug. Princess Mansion. The people from the Bailey family are becoming less and less capable of teaching others. Don't you know how to knock on the door when entering? Granddaughter Jin Yuan meets Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager is 1,000 years old. When Princess Taiping married our Shidi Jin Yuan Emperor was already of advanced age. Even the deceased crown prince was much older than her. I'm not even 10 years older than Princess Dachang. When I counted up just by seniority, she is indeed my grandmother. Why does Bailey still recognize the Empress Dowager of the AI family? The Empress Dowager joked that your name is still on the genealogy of the Shidi royal family. You will always be our imperial grandmother, Empress Dowager. Shall we? Do you plan to be buried in the heavenly court in 100 years? Even if you are willing, I'm afraid according to the rules of the heavenly kingdom, it's not possible to bury them in the imperial tomb. You secretly sent someone to contact this palace just to say these dispensable nonsense words. You can go now. Empress Dowager Jin Yuan came today on behalf of Empress Dowager. I hope you can help the people of Shidi. Don't forget that even if this palace is Empress Shidi, the blood flowing deep down is still the blood of the heavenly kingdom. This palace is the princess of the heavenly kingdom. Don't dream of spring and autumn. Assist the seedy people in stealing intelligence from the heavenly kingdom. Sell out the army of the celestial empire and let them annex it. The Empress Dowager was too concerned about Jin Yuan to be so foolish. The Empress only hopes that you can demonstrate your support for the second prince as Empress Dowager. Shall we, after all, if Sidi falls into the struggle for the throne, he will surely suffer great suffering and blood will flow everywhere. Second Prince Beilihan. That's right. Of course, if the Empress Dowager could lend a helping hand, she wouldn't mistreat you either. I heard that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of your country was defeated in the battle for the throne. I heard that you have a deep affection for this nephew. You definitely don't want to see him become depressed, do you? What have you heard of? Do they know about what happened between me and Chengqian? Jin Yuan won't say much, she just represents the Empress Dowager to provide you with a path of cooperation. You're not in a hurry these days. Please think it over carefully. Yes, there's one more thing. Today, at the age of 9,000, my appearance is exceptionally beautiful. Vaguely, it seems that there is a three-point connection between the Shidi royal family and us. Jin Yuan accidentally remembered that Emperor Zhenqing had a favorite legitimate princess back in the day. It is said that the great aunt is stunningly beautiful and her voice is like a heavenly melody. Guanyin, also known as Miaoyu, later married into the heavenly kingdom and left behind a pair of twins as his consort, but later there was no news of the twins. I don't know if there is any connection with this person, who is over 9,000 years old and under 10,000 people. You're overthinking and the palace is tired. You should step down now. If there is anything you need to know, our palace will send someone to notify you. It's all because of Jin Yuan disturbing the Empress Dowager's rest. Empress Dowager, don't blame Jin Yuan for leaving now. You keep claiming to be the messenger of the queen, always considering Beilihan and her. Since that's the case, shouldn't you call her the Queen Mother? The Empress Dowager is the supreme presence in the heart of Jin Yuan, so Jin Yuan dared not call the Empress Mother. The ancient saying goes, in troubled times, autumn is truly not deceiving me. Although we were unable to fully understand the conversation between Princess Taiping and Princess Jin Yuan, please report to the Duke. But now people have been closely monitoring the movements of the Sidi people. It's just that external thieves are easy to catch and domestic thieves are difficult to prevent. Do you want to see Princess Taiping's side? There's no need. Since the Sidi people like to play, let's play with them and see what kind of tricks they're planning. Qin Suiyi said that playing is definitely more troublesome and terrifying than saying that it will make people die. I will tell my wife not to rest so early tonight and ask the hot spring room to prepare bathing supplies. I've been arguing with these annoying things from Sidi every day these days, and it's been a long time since I've enjoyed my own maid. Qin Suiyi, why don't you wait until tomorrow or the day after? It's rare for you to finish your official duties today. Why don't you let Xiaokunzi and the others come in and help me relax? Recently, they went to a teacher's father's place to learn martial arts, and the steward felt comfortable and refreshed all over. I see that you little brat is getting bolder and fatter. You have itchy skin and need someone to loosen your bones. I still feel that the methods of the eunuch are not sufficient, so I plan to test myself and practice some new torture methods. Excuse me, sir. It's really because Madam isn't resting in her room these days. Madam, she has been resting in Master Luo's room. I beg your pardon? Mr. Luo fell into the water for some unknown reason 2 days ago and developed a high fever after being rescued. When Madam went to take care of the visit, Master Luo refused to let her go no matter what. In a semi-comatose state, he still tightly held onto his wife's sleeve. Later, Madam stayed there to rest with young Master Luo because you have been too busy these days. Madam doesn't want us to bother you with this matter. She takes care of Master Luo on her own and also wants to share your worries. Go to Frost Blood Hospital. Qin Suiyi, why did the master come? He clearly asked Xiaoxingzi to keep it a secret. His face looks uncomfortable. How is Alo? Master Luo's body hasn't been doing well since he broke the goo, and he's prone to contracting wind cold and playing tricks badly under the care of the princess these days. The fever has subsided tonight. Go and take a look at them. Madam, in order not to disturb your official duties, I have been taking care of Master Luo tirelessly for several days. She was a little tired just now, so she leaned against the young master's bed and slept. The servant didn't bother her anymore. I hope Mr. Chitos won't get angry. Madam is the one. I know now. When did that girl grow up to look a bit like a mother? If we also have children, would she be the same as guarding two children like this? Bailey Suyin was injured and his wife kindly treated him twice, but he became entangled with her and refused to go to the backyard. People drove him away. But Master Luo liked to play with him and begged his wife to keep him and live with him. Madam couldn't argue with Master Luo, so. May, throw the annoying thing below at this seat. Yes. Chinger, you. Agio. Chinger, it's very late. Ling and Luo have both gone to bed and will come to play with you tomorrow, okay? You're holding her down, she'll feel uncomfortable. Really? But Sister Ling didn't say she felt uncomfortable. She said Luo is very obedient and her sister's arms are soft and comfortable. Chinger, do you want to sleep? Let's see. You make me sleep and she watches well. Fang Yanling, sister, is very big and gentle. She wouldn't mind sleeping with multiple people. My husband and wife are tired. You can take your wife back and rest, my servant. How about accompanying Master Luo to rest? I don't want it. I want Sister Ling to sleep with me. Chinger can also sleep with us. Why don't you guys want LOL? Why don't you all want Luo? Everyone doesn't want us, not even Sister Ling. Belilo, why does this state seem a bit like poison? All right, Mommy all of you step down. I will rest here today. Yes, the concession made by Lord Chinsui to the princess's possessiveness is almost astonishing. Only Master Luo can be tolerated like Lord Chinsui, right? If you crawl into her arms and press her down, she won't sleep well. I'll throw you out and sleep with that stupid bird named Xiaobai on the tree outside. Got it. After much effort, I finally got Sister Ling to accompany me for a few days. Chinger has been dominating Sister Ling all along. Why can Chinger hold Sister Ling? Because I slept holding her instead of sleeping on her. I wouldn't press her down and make her uncomfortable. Luo can also hold her sister. I'm my brother, I'll hold her. Don't even think she's mine today. It was because you were sick that I gave you some advantage. Don't take advantage of me. If you keep arguing, get out. Chinger big bad guy. Be it so. Anyway, she belongs only to me personally. Frost Blood Hospital Bone Wood. What are you two doing? Shoo. Mama, let's wait for Grandpa and his team to call before going in. Yesterday was quite unusual. I'm afraid it might be inside a bloody incident occurred. Meow, meow. Oh, Wildcat, get the hell out of here. Why are you so domineering? Don't lick me, haha, you're so heavy. You move aside. You just stepped aside. This is my territory. So heavy. Help. Call. Get lost, both of you. I'm suffocating. I'm sorry. Good morning, girl. The demon is truly a millennium-old demon. Why did you come last night? Don't you have to be busy anymore? If you don't come soon, you'll have to change your pillow, mate. What nonsense, isn't it because I care about you that we work so hard? Do you think it's easy to coax children? Who am I doing all this back pain for? Sister Ling, Chinger, it's Luo who made you unhappy, isn't it? Why do you suddenly say that? Are you feeling unwell, Sister Ling? Luo's chest is empty and painful. Why? Is Luo going to die? Luo, be good. You didn't make your sister and Chinger unhappy. Does your sister like Luo's sister? Let Grandpa Asian come and show you where you feel uncomfortable. Baijian is going to invite an old doctor who is currently on his way. Chinger, can you give me Sister Ling? I will give you many, many treasures. See. Ching Ching or why is Chinger so scary? Calm down, he's aloe. Stupid, if I say I can give you everything I have, can you give up your Ling sister and give her to me? It's not possible. So my answer is also no. Aloe, you know that if you want anything, I can do everything for you to achieve it because this cold world has always been just you and me. We have gone through such a long time. I think if one day I go, I will also take you with me. She looks very special, like a small flame. It's easy to burn people, but warm if you hold it in your hand. You will feel a warmth in the stiff veins of your body. Aloe, you have lived in your world for so many years, but I am a little tired in this world. Do you know that it's too cold in this world? Green fields. What are you two doing in bed here? Get up and wash up. The old doctor and grandpa are coming soon. My lord. Got it, let's go. My head hurts so much. This is, Princess Jinyuan. No, it's impossible. Last night, how did you get here, Your Highness Royal Highness Princess? What happened last night? Last night, my subordinates dragged me to this actor's workshop to drink. I always think of Moer and Jioqian's appearance in my heart, which made me feel even more frustrated and indulgent for a moment. But last night, I just called out a female actress. How could she become Princess Jinyuan? General, there's no need to worry about everything. It's just Sadamoto's own fault. I just don't want Jinyuan to end up like this after being playful once. Princess, you put on your clothes first. What's going on here? Go over there and check if the princess is there. Oh no, the Shidi people are coming over. If someone finds me and Princess Jinyuan here, is it too coincidental that everything is over? Your Highness Royal Highness Princess, whatever happens, I will bear it if the princess wants to use her life to repay your innocence. Just speak up. It's just that if you have any other intentions, I'm sorry, but I can't obey your orders anymore. The palace said that the general doesn't need to worry. All of this is just self-inflicted by Jinyuan. You are responsible for staying here. Master, where did you go? We spent the night searching. It's been said that we are not familiar with each other in this world, so why do you insist on watching foreign songs and dances now missing all night? This is going to spread. All right, I was just drunk and slept all night in this flower boat. Let's go, don't say too much. If this news spreads, you should know the consequences. Yes. Is all of this really a coincidence? After all, the exposure of this matter is not a good thing for Princess Jinyuan. How did she marry into the Heavenly Kingdom after her reputation was damaged? However, what should I do next? A few days later, the news of Princess Jinyuan's disappearance overnight faintly spread. The court is filled with rumors and gossip. It wasn't until the age of 9,000 that the matter was gradually calmed down. He's with us. He cares a lot about his enemies. How could he achieve a marriage and die in front of the Hall of Hell? All right, come down now. Sister Jinyuan didn't take it seriously at all. It's rare for someone to sing for you so attentively. Tomorrow, I'm going to pick up my little brother. I heard that these days he's having a tough time in his 9,000-year-old mansion. I don't want you to be able to gather information about the 9,000-year-old mansion, but it seems like your message is a bit late. Vegetarians are not really vegetarians. Now he has attached himself to the Flying Feather Guard, who holds a strong army. Life is flourishing, and I'm afraid I can't bring myself to be happy anymore. That's why this palace plans to bring him back. Now that Long Suyin is dead, there's no need to worry about him causing us any trouble. Speaking of which, that Flying Feather Guard is truly a peculiar woman. She must have had some means to get to where she is today. By daring to marry and being able to marry at the age of 9,000, I don't think her talent is inferior to yours, Sister Jinyuan. You two are also destined to have similar titles. She is Jinmin and you are Jinyuan. You don't need to sow discord. Since you want a place in front of me, it's also time for you to show your skills. As for if you provoke that Flying Feather Guard, everything is my own responsibility. but it has nothing to do with Sister Jin Yuan. But it's really a pity. When I first met Captain Fei Yu, I thought of such a handsome young man it would be a good thing if I could get some pleasure from it a few times. Unfortunately, this is a daughter's family. It's really extravagant. Don't make the old habit of wanting to get a pillow when you see someone who looks good. The Flying Feather Guard is ultimately a lady who is 9,000 years old. Most likely, they are descendants of the witty Guanyin, who can be considered as cousins. Why are you only allowed to play by yourself, Sister Jin Yuan? I can't think about it anymore. That day, General Yuman Binglang tasted good, didn't he? I heard that you came back with injuries all over your body, which shows that he is exceptionally brave. You should thank me for not choosing the wrong person for you. I will definitely try it myself next time. Indulgence and recklessness. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, don't bother me. Just leave. Yeah, look at that green ring, blue sky, on the mirror, flower water, under the moon. Who dreams of the glorious legacy of the Emperor in the Golden Palace for thousands of years? 9,000-year-old mansion. Feed. Your Highness is going back to the post office. If you want to see Your Highness may consider staying with you for a few more days. You've been sneaking around for so long just to say this sentence. How do you know? Princess Jin Yuan has been waiting for a long time to pick up your men and horses. If you don't go out again, they probably think I'm going to hold you and prevent you from going out. I asked you, am I beautiful? Not bad. I will be even more beautiful when I grow up. You can visit Chen Sui Mansion as a guest during this period, but I hope you don't do anything disrespectful to LOL. After all, he really regards you as a friend. Otherwise, you'll take my life, right? That's right, I just used Belilo. How about that? If you have the ability, just kill me. I finally got rid of this troublesome little devil. Why are you hiding behind and eavesdropping? How can you seduce foreign princes here, but not allow your husband to listen? Meichi has learned to wear a backpack in front of others. If Bai Ruixing dares to secretly report to Agio, she should teach him a lesson. You're already restless, don't blame anyone else. My husband is not weak enough to rely on you, my maid, to sell your beauty and seek a way out. Alright, Belisur is just a child. I only thought that maybe it would come in handy in the future. Agio really doesn't like my contact with the Shidi people anyway. Now that he's gone, there's no need to pay attention to him. It seems that you have also realized your mistake, girl, but it's also strange that my teacher has been too busy these days. But it's unbearable for you, girl, to be alone in an empty room. Fortunately, it's okay to cultivate oneself, cultivate one's character, live a long life, have many children, and be blessed. Yeah, having more children brings more blessings. If I don't work hard as a teacher, how can I expect you to have many children? What if someone comes in during this broad daylight? Tisk, it's truly a top-quality warm jade that's irresistible and fragrant. Well, that's the scent of white roses and green peonies. I have put in a lot of effort as a teacher to transform your small and skinny body into this exquisite creature. Today, even the most dilapidated thing can be turned into a masterpiece if a teacher is willing to do so. This shameless person was just about to say how he changed his sexual orientation, sweet words praising my good skin and fragrance. Originally, it was just to praise himself. My lord is quite capable. If it weren't for this first-class and exquisite item, I wouldn't have been worthy of warming up my bed. That's the truth. Have you ever seen things around my teachers that were so despicable? I haven't seen you, so my disciple feels that he doesn't match your good taste and has gone on his own. What did you do to my pussy? It's not a good thing to leave after rubbing the fire. Didn't my teacher ever teach you? Sorry, I'm not in the mood anymore. It's okay. This kind of thing should naturally be left to my teacher to worry about. You don't need to worry, girl. The princess's lunch is here. Princess. It's already been an hour since mealtime. No need to eat anymore. I'm afraid the princess and the 1,000-year-old will both be hungry, but don't put that. Yes. Wow. I'm leaving. What's up? It's nothing, it's just that the princess is working hard. Ah, Baizhen saw the princess and Qin Sui. We probably all know that Grandpa likes a slightly rough and unrestrained way of enjoying love, but for a naive child like Baizhen, this should be too stimulating. Hey, it looks like a little girl who doesn't know anything. That's a girl's hobby. You'll know when you have a husband. Don't dare to make fun of me with your face. These two people are really a happy couple, but they don't know. But it's also good that we have been following the princess for many years and we all have a good home now. Can we live like this? We are truly happy? I'll ask you again, do you do it or not? You are deaf. If your highness says not to do it, then he will not do it. Besides, who do you think you are? Bailey Sewer, do you remember that you are the Prince of Shidi and Shiliang Mo is an enemy of the Empire? Are you going to help the enemy now? Your Highness, of course, is a noble prince, so no one should try to force my Highness to do what I don't want to do. You're just a dog at your mother's feet. Just serve the man well. It's best not to point fingers at my Highness. Don't think I don't know that you haven't come to pick up your Highness for so many days. Isn't it just to make your Highness suffer more? Now you're hypocritically picking me up just to take advantage of your Highness. I'll tell you 2 words, don't even think about it. Where are you going? It's you. Why are you here? Yeah, it's me. Sister Jin Yuan, why are you talking so much to him? That doesn't have to be done by him. Can I do better than him? Well, there's no need to rely on this kid. He's been wandering outside for a long time. Even if I were to pick it up all these years, I wouldn't be able to change the dirty language spoken in the streets. Sewer, please sleep well and let me complete the task on your behalf. Miss, Princess Jin Yuan said that the 18th prince always feels a little uncomfortable after he returns home. I don't know if you have become accustomed to the days at the 1,000-year mansion and feel uncomfortable with the local environment. She proposed to Qin Sui to send Belisur back to the mansion, but was temporarily pushed away by Gan Sui. What do you think? That kid definitely has bad intentions. Maybe he came to steal our intelligence. Just because he doesn't have the ability yet, he can steal intelligence from the hands of this guard, but since Mr. Chitos has refused, there's no need to consider it. Sister Ling, look who I brought here. Sister Ling. Belisur, why are you here? I didn't expect it. Did I? Princess Taiping and Prince Ning expressed their feelings for me, saying that my poor health cannot continue. Don't make people think that the Heavenly Kingdom can't even accommodate a child 9,000 years old. Promised to let me stay temporarily, so I came over immediately. If that's the case, then tidy up the courtyard where the 18th prince used to live. Please ask your Highness to stay back again. Princess Taiping and Prince Ning Jin Yuan are indeed capable. It seems that she was able to persuade these 2 people to intercede for her in less than a month in the Heavenly Kingdom. Jin Yuan has already made the Prince Ning completely bow down at her feet. This time, His Highness will be staying in the front yard. What the hell is that? Your Highness is going to live in the front yard. Sister Ling, why don't you let Sewer live in the front yard? It's also convenient for Luoer to play with him. Miss, this Bailey Sewer is probably a tricky one, I know, but let's have a look at the troops for the enemy, Earth for floods. Since the 18th prince requests it, let's do as you wish. 9,000-year-old mansion 5 days later. During this period, the 18th prince has been obedient and has not caused any trouble. Just, Princess, don't you think he's too fixated on you? Almost every day, he comes to find you. Now everyone in the mansion says the 18th prince harbors ill intentions towards you. I know those rumors are just my own considerations. Don't worry. Sister M.O. You see, this is the fabric produced by our Shidi side. This fabric is extremely beautiful. If it were to be used to make a men's outfit for your sister, it would definitely be stunning. It's indeed an excellent fabric, but I don't need it. You should take it back. Sister. What do you do? Bailey Sewer, as a prince, do you not know what education and etiquette are? Is it your upbringing as the Prince of Shidi to be so insane and shapeless? Is this the gaze of Beiliger? I just want to hug Sister Mo. Lure can hug me, but she can't. I also like Sister Mo. Just now, Belazur's terrifying eyes, is it my illusion? Sewer, come over here, let me see the injury on your face, princess. Okay, then you can't hit me. Don't randomly use some tea with a cooling effect to reduce swelling. You don't want to grow up and be disfigured into an ugly monster, do you? If I disfigure, Sister Mo will be responsible for me. I am already married and my husband is 9,000 years old. What are you planning to replace it with? Sister Mo. I will have someone send the 18th prince back to retrieve my white jade skin lotion and apply it to His Highness. Yes. You can't eat spicy food if you use it, otherwise your face will turn even redder. I'll go over later to see His Highness the 18. Who wants you, this stinky girl? To be insincere, I hate you the most. I don't want to see you anymore. The 18th prince is indeed just a spoiled and willful child. How could such a stubborn child just now show that chilling look? It's probably my imagination, right? Princess, the 18th prince has been sent back. What are you doing here just now? Bailey Sewer clearly wanted to flirt with you, but you still treat him so kindly, not to mention what that kid was thinking in his heart. If the 1,000-year-old master knew to follow his temperament, I'm afraid. Just now, I was trying Bailey Sewer. You didn't notice Bailey Sewer coming back this time. Is there anything different from Bailey Sewer who used to live here? Do you suspect that this Bailey Sewer is fake, so you just wiped his face with water? Do you suspect that this person used disguise techniques? Yes, but I didn't notice anything wrong. It was indeed his own face. I believe in my intuition and judgment, but if there is no problem with my face, then why is that? Are you starting to suspect that my face is fake? Should Shiliang Mo say that you are smart or stupid? Look, you've been out training with those stinky men from the Ghost Army again for a day now, and sometimes this behavior becomes as rough as a man's. After all, the Ghost Army is still young, so I naturally have to worry more about them. They are still far away from the King's army. I would hope that the Flying Feather Ghost Guard can become the soul of the army and the melting furnace for military leaders. Only then can the military soul remain steadfast for 100 years and see. I can't tell that my little girl is actually a wolf with ambitions to become the top of the world. In the previous dynasty, there was also Empress Dowager Zetian who ruled over the world. If I hadn't met you this morning, maybe I would have gone to the palace to marry and become the Empress Dowager. Try walking along the road where the Empress Dowager once lived. Isn't it also great now? You can be considered the ruler of the world. Being like this seat has made you surpass it several times. At night you are naturally the ruler of the world. You're full of evil thoughts, kid. What, did this seat say something wrong? Princess, something happened. Sister Baiyu is missing. What's missing? Please explain it clearly. Aren't these 2 days the end-of-month inventory day for Moxiang? You have led the Ghost Army out these past few days, and Sister Baiyu is responsible for the accounting. Sister Baiyu also went to Moxiang Pavilion as usual. Last night she didn't come back home. We thought it was because there were too many accounts that were holding her back, so we didn't pay attention. She's still fine this evening. I'll send someone to ask at Moxiang. I just found out that Sister Baiyu left Moxiang Pavilion and returned home early yesterday. I immediately ordered someone to patrol around, but there was no result. Go check again and call the people from the 6 ministries and the Ministry of Rights. We must find out the whereabouts of the White Jade. Yes. 9,000-year-old mansion 4-5 days later. Still no news. The young lady has already dispersed, including those who made the previous decision, but there has been no news. My subordinates and others are not doing their job well. Please punish me, miss. Okay, this matter is very suspicious. Not only that, but the person who made the decision in front of us is also the person in charge of the Imperial Household Department. The golden time for rescue is within 48 hours of the victim's disappearance. It has been exactly 5 days since Baiyu went missing. Now, if the other party planned to extort, they should have sent someone to deliver the message a long time ago, but half of Japan has no news from anyone. Mei Lu, have you received any updates from your people? Madame Bayou has a gentle nature and cannot offend anyone outside. The kidnappers were able to wipe the trail clean in the hands of the former script and the eunuch. I'm afraid someone with such ability has to deal with more than just her maid. I know when it comes to sure, it's very likely that this is an action against me. I will continue to send people to look for it. You don't need to be on duty today. I have magic crystals here every day. Go back to the Imperial Household Department and wait for the news from the Wind Department. Thank you, madam. Where are you going? You're on duty today. Madam, let me go. Mei Lu, do you still remember your identity and duties? How can the shadow of the master leave the master's side without authorization? When will it be your turn to teach the senior a lesson with something that can't even rank in the charm part? Besides, Bayou treats you like sisters. Is that your performance? I can distinguish between responsibilities and emotions. What about you? Are you still worthy of being a death squad member of the succubus? You. What is this about getting angry and wanting to take action? Qian Sui Yi. I originally wanted Mei Jing to remind you of your identity and responsibilities, but I didn't expect you to still be such a seed of infatuation. This is already your second time making a mistake. It seems that you are not suitable to stay in the succubus anymore. Go and hand over your token and knife. After receiving the punishment, go to the rolling mill hall. After passing the knife hall, you need to make another shadow and follow the masters. Every day you can go find your white jade now. Becoming the killer god of the Meizu tribe has been my designated direction since birth. I don't know how much blood I shed and how many battles I went through to gain a place in the succubus. Becoming a killer god is the glory of the dead, but you are. Thank you for your grace, thousand-year-old lord. My head feels heavy. Here is. It's the groom and the white feather beside me. Oh, this is really waking up. Just now, the person below informed me that I still don't believe it. It seems that the Ya under the command of Captain Fei Yu is also extraordinary. Hee. Who are you? I don't even have any internal strength left in my body, and I've managed to exert a little bit of it. If you really don't have the foundation of internal strength, you can't stand this 9-inch fragrance for several days. You're lucky enough to have some internal strength to survive the 9-inch fragrance poison. Why do you look at me like this? As soon as possible, you fought fiercely and protected your lord, but now you don't recognize me anymore. Yeah, you are so forgetful, but you teach slaves to break their hearts and minds. Get the hell out of here. It's you. Balisuer Ding. Bailisher's face is fine, and we can all confirm that he is a man, but this actor's curves are clearly a daughter's family. It's better for you not to move or speak, which is more pleasing. It's really amazing that a girl has such a body and skin. For the sake of your body, I will temporarily forgive you for the offense. No, don't do it. Mei Lu. Master, is this a satisfying experience? What's wrong? Envy. Of course, he is the master, but men and women cannot tolerate men killing us. It would be great to have the beauty in that room serving you today. All right, I'll give you a taste of the beautiful woman in that room who looks like a greedy cat anyway. She's not a teenager anymore. Don't be polite. Thank you for the reward, master. Beauty, be obedient. Ha ha ha. This delicate skin and tender flesh really deserve to be a lady from your family. I'll give it to other brothers to taste after I'm done. White Jade. The princess has been haunted by nightmares. You prepared Ning Shenqing Xin Lu and used a little bit of it. Sister. Sister, are you feeling unwell? You took care of Luo all night and she's so tired that she fell asleep without knowing. Let me make you some warm tea. No need, I'll have Baizhen and the others come over to take care of them. Is it another illusion? I'm thirsty and need to go drink water, so I'm just helping you by the way. Although Sister Yuera is no longer here, it's for the sake of staying in your mansion. I can help you make tea during this time. How can you serve people? The prince said it's okay, it's okay. 3 months later. It's almost the end of the year. Last year at this time, I had Maid beat up fat rabbits and grilled them in the backyard. We piled up a pot again and cooked chicken soup. Bayou laughed at us for being greedy. But he still cooked soup for us with his own hands. That skill is really good, yes. The craftsmanship of white jade has always been excellent. Sister Mo, it's cold outside and I've prepared this for you. Let's go watch the play of Function class. It's not always available. It's just a servant girl. If she disappears, she disappears. Why does she talk about it all day long? I don't know, but I thought it was your master who ruined Sister Mo's good mood for nothing. You okay? The carriage is ready. Let's go. Can Princess Jinyuan go this time? Princess Jinyuan suddenly started vomiting and diarrhea in her second month here, saying that she was not accustomed to the local environment. She has been recuperating for 2 months, and her marriage to Prince Ning has been delayed. She's been sick for 2 months now and probably won't go this time. Don't mention her. Today is my 13th birthday, not the birthday of Sister Jinyuan. Luower is getting impatient waiting in the carriage. Xiaoluzi, please get up. I have already told you that the eunuch and the people of the 9-character technique have done their best. And so far, the people who have mastered the Qinzi Ju have not given up on their efforts, but whether it's the Minister of Rites or the 9-character formula, it's impossible to keep putting all your strength into searching for the white jade. Please, Princess. Why are you such an ungrateful slave? Are you here to threaten your master that white jade hasn't been seen for several months? What's the use of you staying here? Let's not pay attention to him. Why bother? Do you think people like the princess would really treat us servants like humans? I told you earlier that the masters have offended others and suffered, but it's just us servants who suffer. I don't know if Bayou has been ruined when I think about its current appearance. If you still want to save your white jade, this is your last chance. Sister Mo, thank you for taking the time to invite the Function class to sing for me. Chiner, there's no need to be polite. What kind of drama am I doing? Is it really exciting? I'll go have a drink with other young gentlemen. The princess doesn't seem to be right. Don't you think it's too stuffy here too? Naturally, it's stuffy. Although it's winter, these doors and windows are tightly closed. Meijing, protect Luower well. Do you still have time to worry about others now? I don't want the Qingyi girl who holds the top spot in Fengxiang's class to be so skilled. I'm afraid you're not singing about the female lead, but about the female lead. Being able to make Lord Duwei remember the slave is truly a source of great joy. Let the slave serve you. Ah. Shiliang Mo, you are so despicable. Unexpectedly, the pillar of the Fengxiang class that drove countless men crazy in the capital, the beautiful woman in green, turned out to be a man. Of course, perhaps from this moment on, you will no longer be a man. Man, I'm not that disgusting thing. Shiliang Mo, you will definitely regret it. Anyone who dares to disrespect me will regret it, just like the slut next to you. Hand over the white jade. Kill her and give me this bitch. The princess and the others have all taken poison. Surprisingly, not a single survivor was taken. You don't need to stay here anymore. Meijing Meichi, come back with me to Qinsui Mansion. The others stay behind to clear the crowd. 9,000-year-old mansion. It's indeed you. Sure enough, what? I'm sorry, the fire just started and I was pushed into a corner by someone later. I saw those actors wielding knives and killing them all the way. I was scared to death, so I followed the crowd and ran back to the kitchen. I originally wanted to go back and save you, but the fire was too strong and I couldn't get in. It's okay, as long as you're okay. It seems like you're also injured. Let sister give you some medicine. Take off your clothes first. If you don't clean your burns, you might get infected. I clearly injured that actor's shoulder. Just let the people below do it. Why are you still shy in front of Sister Mo? Who said I'm shy? It's just that men and women don't get married. You don't care what I have to mind. He only has a slight burn on his upper body. If he were injured on his lower body, he wouldn't be able to stand like this. Why are you staring at me like this? It's nothing. I'll give you some medicine, right? Almost all the officials and their families inside the building were poisoned and died. The dozen or so people who survived didn't squint their eyes or hurt their minds. And among the people who died this time were the envoy of Sidi and 2 members of Sidi's envoy. The Sidi people are really tough this time. In order to design this game, even Huji was willing to give up, probably because he felt that he couldn't bear to let go of the child and couldn't trap the wolf. Why are you scared of this gambling big girl? I still don't know how to write the word scared. How are you planning to hand me over to them? Maybe if you don't listen, I'll sell you. Sell it. I'm afraid you won't succeed. TSK, you're such a stubborn girl. Are you reluctant to say even a few sweet words now that you are favored by your master? My heart is filled with those little girls and boys around you. I don't know where you left this husband as a teacher. After the theater fire, many wealthy families in Shangjing hung up mourning flags overnight. Amidst the court, there was a mournful cry. On that day, most people were invited to attend the birthday banquet of the 18th Prince of Shidi, and the theater troupe was invited by the 1,000-year-old princess. Every household suffered casualties, except for the 1,000-year-old princess and those around her who remained unscathed. Therefore, rumors spread and people began to demand a strict investigation of the Chitos princess. Please give us an account of the Shidi envoy. At the age of 9,000, Captain Feiyu invited our Lord Huji to attend the banquet, but they perished in the flames along with the families of officials from the Heavenly Kingdom, except for Lord Feiyu, who remained unharmed. If it were a thief, Jin Yuan would never accept it. Shidi needs your country to give us an explanation. Otherwise, I would think you intend to break the contract and declare war on Sidi. Chen Sui Yi, you have never been friendly to the Sidi people. Everyone knows it. Nowadays, everyone is saying that you intentionally hosted a banquet with the intention of putting the Sidi people to death only by connecting the families of many important ministers. If you don't investigate thoroughly, you may not only be unable to explain to Princess Jin Yuan, I'm afraid I can't explain it to the courtiers either. That's right, my lord doesn't like the Sidi people, so what? Although you have a high status, Lord Chen Sui, you are not alone. Many of the people who lost their families this time were the ones who supported you all the time. Are you planning to chill everyone's hearts? Please investigate this matter thoroughly, Lord Chen Sui. After all, this matter arose because of Mora's life, and she is no longer qualified to serve as the commander of the Flying Feather Guard. Our palace believes that Mora should be suspended and banned from walking until the case is clarified before making a decision. As for the Ghost Guard, it can be temporarily managed by Lord Yu. Is it? Since Princess Taiping is so thoughtful, let's follow her instructions. I only hope that after July, there will be no regrets. 9,000-year-old mansion. Princess, please hand over the Ghost Guard's token. Really? It's hard for Big Brother and Father to plan for so long. Finally, they can take over my Ghost Guard. We are not the ones who calculated against you, but rather those who abandoned your 9,000-year-old. When you went to great lengths to find the Ghost Army for him and block the threat of the Sidi people facing the enemy, but he trapped you in a cage and used it as his shield, never even seeing you to explain. No need to say much. I'll just come with you guys. She's just a plaything to Bela King, doesn't she understand? The 1,000-year-old princess has dined. I don't know why the queen still looks so calm now. Everyone is spreading rumors that 9,000 is going to push her out as a scapegoat. There's an issue with the food. Hey, are you awake? This prison cell. You finally woke up. It's you, Balasur. How could you be here? Aren't you in the 9,000-year mansion? The person you saw in the 9,000-year-old mansion is not me. I've been locked up here since the first time I followed that bitch Jin Yuan out of the 1,000-year mansion. Oh, who is that? I do think that Bailey Sewer is a bit strange, so I tested it, but there were no signs of any movement on that face. She is my twin sister. At this point, will you still keep it from me that day I clearly injured your sister's lower body in the theater? How could a woman have a man's treasure? And on that day, when the theater fire broke out, the person I returned to Chinsway Mansion to help administer medicine must have been you, Bailey Sewer. Are you protecting your younger sister or brother? You can relax anyway. I will save you from here and not let you suffer any harm. Hee, you're already struggling to save yourself. How can you be a hero and save the beauty? Bailey Leonard, you should let me go at once. You said you just wanted her to be locked up for a few days, let someone take away her military power, and let that bullshit 9,000-year-old retire her. Why did you still bring her here? I promised to go to the 1,000-year mansion to help you conceal that you are the mastermind behind the attack on the theater. Do you want to break your promise? Oh, I forgot, brother. Do you know I have a bad memory? Do you like this flying feather guard? Shut up, you bastard monster. Yeah, we're all sons of bitches. It's just that bitch favors you a bit. If it weren't for that bitch doing too much wrong, how could she have given birth to a monster like me? Do you like this person? Good taste, both masculine and feminine. Unfortunately, she is not really a man and her taste is never as good as that of a man, but I don't mind trying her taste for you first. It seems that Miss Leonard has recovered from the scar and forgotten about the pain. I doubt if you can still be humane. But it seems that you enjoy being a woman more than a man. My knife that day must have made you very satisfied. That day, my shoe-tip knife penetrated 3 inches into the flesh. Even if I didn't directly cut off that object, it is also certain that the other party's injuries will be extremely severe and cannot be alleviated by just resting for more than a month. You bitch, don't be arrogant. The last time the bitch next to you slapped me, the consequence was lying there serving everyone. Even if I can't make you my slave at the moment, there's still a way to make you the lowest slave, like a female dog in heat, begging all men to have sex with you. Where did you hide the white jade? Humph, that woman is more discerning than you. At first, he even sought death, but later he taught me a lesson and obediently came to serve me after a few days. Since she is obedient, there is naturally a good place for her. Is that so, Meizu? Mei-Lu, you kidnapped me here. It is also impossible for them to enter the prison of the Ministry of Rights freely. Madam, I'm sorry, it's just that Baiyu is in their hands. Ultimately, she ended up in this situation because of you. I thought Captain Feiyu was very capable, but it turned out to be nothing more than that. Even the guards around you betrayed you. When you become the most lowly female slave serving men, I'll hang you naked above the gate of the capital city again. And let the people of the Heavenly Kingdom come and see how capable you are. Bailey Leonard, if you dare to touch her foundation, I will cut you to pieces. If you plead for her again, I will make her even worse off. The more you like someone, the more I want to make her feel worse than dead. The more painful you are, the happier I am. TSK Sewer, your sister's sweetheart is actually you, don't you know? Bitch, shut up and don't think I can't move you, so you can talk nonsense. I'm going to make your life worse than death today. Leonard. Why? Stupid, do you really think Meizu would betray us so easily? You deliberately allowed us to sneak into the Ministry of Rights and pretended to be tricked. Mei-Lu, leave Bailey Leonard and the 2 survivors at your disposal. Yes. Madam, we have found the place where Baiyu was imprisoned, but we have not found her person according to the label you mentioned. Only 1 letter left by her was found. Bairue, did you read this letter for Yuer? Princess respectfully requests that her maid Baiyu be imprisoned in a place of confinement. Shameful bride, when we meet in the next year, we have no grudges or personal relationships. We feel deeply sorry for breaking off our relationship. I only wish you a happy marriage. Fortunately, I was fortunate enough to have a mortal relationship with Mei-Lu. Now that I am born in the mother's camp, I am accustomed to the coldness of the world and the thinness of the man. In the future, I will bear the consequences of my own hatred. I don't have to worry about the jade face. I bow respectfully and leave here to seek justice for myself. Please, my master. Now that the jade is broken, I will never be ashamed. I will teach you to strive for self-improvement. I am ashamed and not ashamed. I am fortunate enough to follow the princess for several years. I have abandoned the jade and feel ashamed. I should self-isolate myself from the world. I won't let my master cause trouble. Thank you. The master is inseparable from his relatives and friends, and is not humiliated or humiliated, which also brings shame to the master. His relatives and friends are worried, and Bayou knows that she acted recklessly and was banned by many people here. Bayou has left. Why is she so foolish and unable to open up? We've been looking for her for so long. It's not her fault. No one will look down on her. She's so good. How could Xia despise her? Yue is the oldest, gentlest, and proudest among the three of you. She didn't leave to escape, nor was she afraid of anyone disliking her. She's just doing what she thinks is right. No, I don't believe it. Xia. No. Mei Lu, don't escape. This is the last letter left for you by Bayou. She has already said everything she wants to say. You can make the choice you think is right. I wait for her in this lifetime, and she can only be my wife, my only wife. One Miss Mei Lu is going on a killing spree inside. If the crazy tiger goes crazy, we won't be able to stop it. Let him go. They're all idiots. 9,000-year-old mansion. Plum blossom petals and green plum sugar brewed to warm the body. Lianer is my sister. Although no one can say for sure whether she is a girl or a boy, she considers herself a girl, but she has both a girl's body and a boy's treasure. Back then, in order to keep the secret of giving birth to such a monster, my mother executed all the palace maids and midwives who delivered her babies. Later, my mother accidentally lost her while going to offer incense and pray for blessings, so I raised her like a boy, and I was adopted by a pirate leader for 10 years. Until he found me and let me take the position of the 18th prince directly, causing the original 18th prince to disappear completely. Lianer has become one of my shadow commanders, serving as the top secret guard for the queen. So Lianer hates me for not being stingy with anything that makes me sad, and she always thinks of herself as a girl or a princess. You already knew that the person in the mansion was not me, yes, although Bailey Lianer looks exactly like you, but no one can completely become another person, and the biggest flaw is, although you may be arrogant, you are still a child. Your eyes have never had desire previously. In order to take care of Luo by Li Suer, who fell into the water, we shared a room together for several nights. He's as innocent as a spoiled child. But Bailey Lianer is different. She tries every means to resist, but still seduces and flirts with others. I can only use the trick and let him act coquettishly in front of me without refusing. Because I am certain that Bayou's disappearance is related to him, I can't just arrest him for the sake of a moment of pleasure and end Bayou's life. I don't know how much effort I put into appease Agio. I want to meet Lianer. I know we are enemies now. If there are any conditions, you can tell me. I want the hidden stakes and chess pieces that the seedy people have planted on my path this time. This damn thing is just a lion's roar. Second brother has put in a lot of effort to install people on the Heavenly Kingdom's food supply road. Suer, you're still a child and should have been taken care of in the palm of your hand. You shouldn't have been involved in too many conflicts if you think about it. Come find me. Princess, you have calculated that Suer will agree sooner or later. Actually, Bailey Lianer has the biggest flaw that you didn't mention. The 18th prince never calls you sister because he admires you and doesn't want you to be his sister. Here we are. This is Lianer. Lianer is only 13 years old, but she's still tall. Don't you think it's too cruel? Lianer has been raped before and has received so much punishment. Yes, she is only 13 years old, but she understands what kind of harm is enough for a woman to survive and seek death, but she cannot understand subversion and slaughter. Do you know about the big fire in the theater building? Those who were killed were unarmed women and children even younger than her. If I hadn't been prepared for this situation, it would have been me, wouldn't it? Lianer, wake up. I'm here to see you. I'm here to save you. I don't need you to pretend. Why did you come? It's not enough for you to take away what I have. how important my status is. Even my mother's cold and false gaze towards me has been completely destroyed by you. You were already pushed down the cliff by me, and my mother couldn't find you without you. My efforts finally caught my mother's attention. I even gave up the idea of becoming a woman, however. But why did you come back? As soon as you came back, I had nothing left. Why is it just because I am a young person and because I am a monster? You're not a monster, you're my lover. You're my favorite sister, Leonor. I'm sorry. I really didn't know you were so upset. Mother said you voluntarily became the commanding officer of the Shadow Guard. She said you're tired of the days of Gonrier and me cheating, and would rather be a free shadow in the night. If I knew the truth, I would leave with the fleet and never return to the palace. Since childhood, my mother's gaze has never fallen on me. Every time she looks at you, she is filled with tenderness, but when she looks at me, she is filled with defense and disgust. Do you know why I'm called Leonor? Dewey's mother felt very pitiful for giving birth to such a monster. She said I'm a monster. I'm not her child, but your shadow and slave. Ha ha ha. Sorry, Leonor, you are not my slave. I have never thought about it this way. I don't even know my mother. What should I do for you? I'll help you out, okay? I'll go beg Ziliankai. What do you really want to do for me? Then kill me. Leonor, you're so ruthless. Now you're quite satisfied. Are you satisfied? Do you know I know how envious I used to be of you, always thinking that replacing you would be enough, but it's because you're my brother. Under the moonlight at dusk, I flirt with you. I just took a pair of phoenix mirrors and bought them early. Don't leave the ship. I cried so much that the maple forests on both sides of the strait were covered in lovesickness and tear spots. Leonor. 9,000-year-old mansion. Agio. Why do I find myself locked up like a salted fish when I take a nap and fall asleep? Why did you lock me? Girl, have you forgotten what you promised to be your teacher at the beginning? Let me think. Agio, don't do this. You'll get drunk. Well, just a few. I'm already drunk. It's better to be drunk than to worry too much about calming down. As a teacher, try these fun games tonight. What the fuck? Children are not suitable for props. No, I'm not drunk. I'm very clear-headed. Okay. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have risked my life to let Meilu take me to Bailey Leonor's underwater dungeon without telling you, but if it weren't for this, we wouldn't have been able to rescue you as soon as possible. Besides, if it weren't for my presence, how could I have dug up all the people who planted Sidian on the graying path? You know that being a teacher won't allow you to personally take risks, but you insist on going your own way. It's just that I have no choice but to take care of you. You know I always regard you and her as sisters. So what about me? Do you know what I most want to do? What I wanted to do the most from the moment I truly got you. It's about building an unmanned prison and locking you inside. No one can see, no one can touch, no one can harm you and make you completely mine. As for me, your medicinal fruit is so strong that it's too foolish to think make you forget who you are and rely on me like a child depends on a father. Every time you leave, such thoughts will constantly emerge like ghosts, entangling you endlessly. It's scary, isn't it? Reason tells me that if you are like this, you will no longer be you, and there is nothing worth my effort to imprison your heart, but that thought has never left my heart for a day. Agio. Shoo, don't let me see you scared. No, I don't know what I'm doing to see. Agio, I'm sorry. Can you hug me? Aren't you afraid? Why should you be afraid? I knew who you were from the beginning. Agio, I'm fine. I will always be with you and won't go anywhere. My Agio is so powerful and unshakable. The deepest place in my heart lives with someone who always loses everything they care about the most. Therefore, paranoid children who have not grown up and lack a sense of security. Agio. Long time no see, Royal Highness Princess. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. As soon as we met, you came to tell me that you were going to put this palace under house arrest here. I thought the princess would know very well that it's better for you to stay in this hall at this time. Even if we are not close friends, we can still talk. I know who the princess is. I also know that you were asked to say those words that would lead to my military power and house arrest. It's because someone has instigated something behind their back. Jinming knows everything and knows that I helped others design her. Your Highness, don't forget you are always a member of the Celestial Empire, not the Shidi people. Don't let anyone take advantage of you. Princess, do you just let Royal Highness Princess go? What if she really colludes with the seedy people to betray the country in the future? The princess is even more loyal to this country than you and me. It's just that some people used some inappropriate means to seduce her, causing her to lose her way for a while. She should always be given a chance to think it through. Oh, it turns out to be the queen. Did you come out to see the plum blossoms after the snow stopped? The female official beside you has a terrifying expression. It's a pity to hear that you lost a female official who has been following you for many years. Yeah, I lost an important person. So it's just that I'm not in a good mood. Princess. Shiliang Mo. Oh, I remember now. You seedy people come from a pirate background and have good water skills, right? Shiliang Mo, this crazy person really wants to drown me. Oh, help. No, don't, princess, there's no need to be polite. I'm just returning the big gift you've given me. This is not enough to show my respect for Royal Highness Princess. You're not afraid of this matter spreading. Did someone see something when it spread? Princess Jin Yuan accidentally fell into the water. The 1,000-year-old princess disregarded her safety and reached out to rescue her in the cold weather. I saw the governor saved our Royal Highness Princess. Look, your Royal Highness Princess even says that to your loyal maid. Do you think anyone else saw something? I'm very dissatisfied. I don't mind giving back more to the princess even if I wait for you to continue fighting. I think there are many princesses in City. If you contract a cold before marriage or fall into the water and die, Queen Shidi will definitely marry someone more sensible. You. What to do to deal with spiders that foolishly extend their claws to test the bottom line? It's better to directly cut off her claws with a knife. I am looking forward to the response of Royal Highness Princess. She either obediently puts away her fangs or she will wildly counterattack. Wasteland quickly revealed the news that I fell into the water to Prince Ning. What did someone do? Please be smarter and don't make it too clear to me. Cough, 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 cough. It said that His Royal Highness Princess Jin Yuan slipped and fell into the lake. I brought the Imperial physician here and the princess is doing well. His Royal Highness Qingyu. It's okay. I'll have the Imperial physician show you later. You only scared Fong and thought it was the Chitos princess who pushed you into the water. I guarantee with my life that the 1,000-year-old princess will never push you into the water. Your Highness. How can you be sure that you are not the commander-in-chief? We had some disagreements before because of her house arrest. Jin Yuan, I don't think you know the Chitos princess well. The 1,000-year-old princess is not someone who disregards the overall situation due to personal grievances. I don't want you to be misled or misunderstood by others, as it may affect your friendship. The prince has a point. Perhaps it was because I was too nervous when I fell into the water today. I was blinded and mistook the 1,000-year-old queen who saved me for the one who pushed me into the water. Prince Ning trusts Ziliankai so much. If I have no evidence, if you insist on proving that Shiliang Mo is the one who harmed me, he will definitely become suspicious. You must have been greatly frightened when you fell into the water on a cold day like Jin Yuan's. I have invited Mr. Yasho from Taiha Hospital to personally diagnose your pulse. Oh, I see she's fine. She fell into the water and got a little damp. Male, don't use so much petty calculation. Someone will use hot water and mugwort leaves to soak it up. Just drink 7 or 8 bowls of ginger soup. If the girl saved this princess but attacks her everywhere, then she deserved to fall into the water. If the girl really pushed her into the water, then she must have done something wrong to the girl, so she deserved to fall into the water. Thank you very much, old doctor. Why is everyone biased towards helping that bitch? Raise a toast and invite Manhua to drink with 3 successful people, but today there is no bright moon, no shadows, and falling snow, leaving only a realm full of heavenly meaning. What are you doing here? Non-local palace needs to be entangled. I'm just here to tell you that. I have it. By the way, let me ask you something. Since you were planning to crack down on Jin Yuan that day, why didn't you just let it go? Do you think everyone is as easy to kill as you are? Besides, now Jin Yuan is under our noses. If someone else were to come, who knows what more tricks to play with? I heard that Prince Ning is very sorry for Jin Yuan Company, who sends people to boil medicine and deliver it every day. Since he cares so much about Jin Yuan, he did not come to this seat to seek justice for Jin Yuan. At first, I approached Prince Ning hoping to communicate with the messenger of Shidi. Please ask him to do his best to protect the Shidi people and maintain peace between the two countries. When you are angry, so Prince Ning doesn't believe that with my overall concern, I would directly harm Princess Jin Yuan. You have frequent contact with Prince Ning. Not very often, it's just a few letters exchanged. When you encountered something wrong with the Shidi people, you don't have to pretend to be angry either. Didn't you already know and enjoy the way I worry about you? My first time eating roasted sweet potato dumplings, it was made for me and LOL by my mother's aunt when we were 4 years old. At that time, while peeling sweet potatoes, my mother told me and Luo about Shidi's customs and human relationships. I think Shidi, the homeland spoken by my mother, is the best place in the world. Even if Shidi refused to provide shelter for me and LOL later on, I just feel disappointed and disheartened. It was not until I went to Longwan that I learned from Princess Taiping that my mother's whereabouts had been leaked. It was the messenger of Shidi who did it. When my mother was skinned and boned, the people from Shidi Post Station were watching from the side. I took a hairpin made from my mother's hand bone and brought it back to China. No wonder Ajio hates the Shidi people so much. I see. It's actually like this. Ajio, how can my Ajio suppress himself? He gave up the opportunity to attack and seek revenge while taking advantage of the chaos in Sydney, but it's all for the sake of keeping the promise made to Lan Dayuan back then, to maintain peace in this dynasty, and also for my own safety. It's just an old story from a past life now. That's the most important thing. I don't care anymore. At the age of 9,000, he is indeed a man. Lady Chinsway has become prosperous. Bring some warming soup and medicine over later. Change your master's clothes and let her rest well. Chinsway Yi, what are you? No need to wake her up if there's nothing to worry about. Just crushing a few noisy insects that don't know how to live or die. Oh no. Discovered. Oh, wow, woo woo. This man is so scary. May, take action. All right, don't let those dirty blood stain the water in this seat. Yes. With so many secret guards, they are no match for the eunuch. No, I can't die here. It's poisonous. No need to chase, just let those people outside open their mouths and let them run away. Yes. Cough, 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 cough. You're feeling better, Your Highness. I didn't expect to be discovered even with a telescope at such a long distance. Did we make a mistake? Today can be considered a great harvest, but it's always worth it. Sure enough, my guess was correct. 9,000 years old is not a eunuch at all. He is a genuine man and an extremely cruel and dangerous man. However, when such a man faces the woman he loves, surprisingly, he also showed such a gentle and profound expression. If the person he falls in love with is me, this is the perfect man I have never seen before. I must conquer him. This winter, I went hunting in the deep mountains. What else can they hunt when their animals are hibernating? Come on, you lazy girl, don't you just want to stay indoors and not go out? You need to move around more in this cold weather. Don't be so ungrateful. I still disdain taking others to the autumn mountains. Every day, I eat in bed, sleep, and eat. Don't you want to raise pigs? Don't come here. Didn't you bring others too? It's also strange that this guy has a habit of being high profile and arrogant. When Jin Yuan heard the news that 9,000 years old was going hunting, he said he wanted to come out and relax. When she mentioned Prince Ning and other ministers, She foolishly followed suit and agreed under his impatience. Agio made a gesture and casually agreed, but he didn't expect everyone to really follow him out. Qin Sui heard that you have extraordinary arm strength, and I don't know if you dare to compete with Jin Yuan. Why are you jealous? Did you forget your identity, sir? What is vinegar? Moore hasn't eaten it before. I don't want to be a joke about being jealous of a eunuch in public. Really? Since your Highness Royal Highness Princess wants to hunt, I will accompany you. This stinky girl is actually not jealous at all. Qin Sui, let's compete to see who can hunt the most prey within this hour. Up to you. Qin Sui, please wait for me. That stinky girl watched me and other women go hunting without even bothering to follow along. That's really despicable. This man completely ignored me and went hunting on his own. I have to make tough moves to create opportunities. Got it. Just use that bear. Help! Qin Sui, save me. Maid took some bear paws today and gave them back to the chef. It's been a long time since I've had a taste of bear paws. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chitos. My horse is missing and my foot is twisted. Can we ride together? No, it's too dirty. How could there be such a man who directly rejects me? Wait a minute. It's true that even a man can't be without tenderness and care for Jade. As long as we fall into a trap together and get stuck, we have a chance to get close. Humph, carved insect tricks. Oh, wow. Qin Sui, please come off my back quickly. I'm in a lot of pain. No way, this place is very dirty, with animal feces and fur everywhere. Don't you think you're going too far? What do you mean it's dirty here? Does he mean I'm relatively clean? Do you want me to make a mat? Is this really a man? Is it really not a eunuch? Is it true that your Highness Royal Highness Princess will do everything possible to get me out of this dirty and smelly trap? Isn't it to confide in me now that I am in a rare good mood? I have shown mercy and fulfilled your wish. If you have anything to say, please feel free to do so. Qin Sui, what did you say? Jin Yuan doesn't understand. Okay, since that's the case, I don't insist on this seat either. Qin Sui. All right, the troublemaker has disappeared. Let's go back to camp. So, don't provoke me. It's better to go to jail 10,000 times than to be treated as my lord's punching bag. Qin Sui, how could you abandon me? 100 miles of green. Damn girl, you're still sleeping and not getting up. As a teacher unexpectedly completely ignoring the kindness and instructions of this seat. Bringing her out to play is just to let her move her muscles and bones. But she is so blatantly submissive and disobedient. Who brought the feces here? Hurry up and take it away. It smells so bad. Shilian cuisine, you dead brat, are you getting impatient with life? Sir, take a look. It's been half an hour since I washed it, and it's already very fragrant. It's time to get up, right? However, some people used to dislike the stench of this seat as if it were dirt. Didn't I wake up? Why did you jump into that trap and mess around like Jin Yuan? My hands are almost useless. I'm not in a good mood and I want to change my footrest to step on, especially the ugly woman who thinks she can deceive the world and make everyone look foolish with just one face. Jin Yuan probably never dreamed that in Agio's heart there was no one more beautiful than him. For someone who thinks they are incredibly beautiful, he only wants to stomp on them, make the other person recognize who is the most beautiful woman in the world. You didn't wash some places down. Where hasn't it been washed yet? Should we even clean the fox fur on your fox roots one by one? If a disciple has such a consciousness as a teacher, it is naturally difficult to stop them, and they will come down. Sir, there is an urgent report. The spy from Shidi's side has received news that second Prince Bailihian has ascended to the throne. Princess Mansion. Your Highness Royal Highness Princess, you are becoming more and more disappointing. All officials and courtiers are aware of it. It was you who wrote a will to the second prince of Shidi to help him quell the internal strife and ascend to the throne. Nowadays, there is much discussion and debate in both the court and the public. Don't you think you should give us an explanation? This palace was originally the Empress Dowager of Shidi. It was my elder brother who married me to Shidi, and he forced me to marry him. What's wrong with this palace? Is that so? If you were the Empress Dowager of Shidi, it wouldn't be appropriate to call you the Empress Dowager now. Why are you still standing on the land of this dynasty, accepting the offerings of the people of this dynasty? Don't you feel ashamed? Your Highness, this is the last piece of advice I will give you as a friend. I know you traded with the seedy people for the sake of Si Chengqian, but if you repeatedly sell H because of a man's betrayal of the country, don't blame me for being heartless and causing you to stop thinking about Si Chengqian. What do you mean more? What are you going to do to Chengqian? I'll treat you like a friend and you'll repay me like this. Shiliang Mo. No, I can't let them attack Chengqian. Absolutely not. Upon the decree of Emperor Shun, the exiled criminal Si Chengqian was sent to Lu County. Why can't 9,000 years old resist dealing with this palace? How did Taiping get in here? Your Highness, it's time for you to hit the road. Why do you have to save me? This action can be traced back to you within 3 days by the eunuch falsifying orders from 900 years old, pretending to be a eunuch and taking me away. Anything will attract a 9,000-year-old woman. You don't have to worry about that. I will always be the eldest princess of the Heavenly Kingdom and the Empress Dowager of Shidi at the age of 9,000, even if I know it was me who let you go. So what? Also, Auntie, you have a special identity. No matter what, Beilaking wouldn't dare to touch you easily. I just don't know when I'll be able to return to Beijing again after saying goodbye. Perhaps we will never be able to see each other again in our lifetime. Okay, take care of yourself. This is the last thing I can do for you. You also take care. Chengqian Ancient. Your Royal Highness Princess is really the seed of infatuation. Since that's the case, why not wander the world with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? What are you doing here? Royal Highness Princess, we have an appointment. Fangguan will take care of these bloody battles for you and eliminate those Jinyui who are following the Crown Prince. You will give me the Shi secret line that you have truly ambushed in your hands. Fangguan has been the queen of Shidi for 10 years. I didn't even notice that there are talented people like you in the Shidi royal family who can bend and stretch. Being a male pet by my side is really making you lose your talent. But what you want? There is none in this palace. What do you think you are? Everything there at the age of 9,000 is fake, let alone your exquisite work by Shidi. This palace will always be the princess of the Heavenly Kingdom and will never betray our own country. How dare a bitch tease me? Women are truly untrustworthy. You bitch, just stay here and wait for your death. If I had known, I shouldn't have left all the guards outside the valley just to bid farewell to Chengqian alone. Why? I've always been doing things that I regret in my life. I try my best to support my pride, but I always lose miserably time and time again. Always pushing the people they care about away. Gradually, I thought I could hold everything in my hands, but love, hate, anger, delusion, and resentment are all like sand between my fingers. The tighter I hold them, the faster they disappear. I devoted my whole life only to receive a soft side before he left. Chengqian, I will never hear you call me little aunt again in this life. Can't I get a moment of the warmth you gave me anymore? It's so cold. It's the winter of the Heavenly Kingdom. 9,000-year-old mansion. Is that so? Taiping, is this the only thing left for me in the end? In the end, she handed over the list of intelligence network members who truly stayed in Shidi to you. When Taiping's body was found, it was already frozen to death. Everyone believed that Si Chengqian killed her in order not to reveal her whereabouts. I always feel like it couldn't be Si Chengqian's hand. Just you said she would regret it. Autumn wind doesn't understand the longing. This life is sent to the wind and night. Even if it means 9 deaths, there will be no regrets. Cheer, you know I don't ask for anything. I just wish I could stay forever. Well, stay together for a long time. Princess Mansion. Manhua, where do you want to go? Why did you leave me behind? Did you deliver the things for Shiliang Mo on the princess's orders? You really disappoint me. You promised to give it to me first, but instead, you gave it to 9,000 years old in exchange for your own escape. Fom officials are not like that. The princess treated me well. This is her last wish. I cannot. TSK. Women are truly the most despicable thing in the world. I used to think that a virgin might be cleaner, but it turned out to be equally disgusting. Don't let go of me. Shoo, be quiet. Help who can save me. All those who deceive and tease me will die. 9,000-year-old mansion. Manhua is dead. Yeah, he was strangled to death and violated before his death. I learned about it and withdrew all of my positions as night watchman last night. Let them learn the art of purification. From the father-in-law of the purification room, the slightly embarrassed eunuchs of the Imperial household department have also gone to Huanbi Lake to catch fish. Take me to see the corpse with Agio's ability. Intentionally letting Manhua go would really make someone kill Manhua under his nose. No need. I have already asked you to investigate this matter. Compared to this, there's new news coming from Sidi's side. After Betrayal ascended to the throne, he proposed to continue forming an alliance with the Heavenly Kingdom and not to invade each other. It seems that Betrayal is not the radical person we imagine. The temporary rest and recuperation is only for the purpose of advancing towards the Central Plains and unifying the world. But our new ruler ascended to the throne and the plague passed through. We just fought a few big battles with them. If we can cultivate and thrive, it will only benefit us. What do you think? If he wants a temporary ceasefire, then rest is for the back. Just relying on the mere Betrayal to covet the throne of the Heavenly Kingdom will naturally let him know what overconfidence is. Hi, sweetheart, come and mate with me. Where did Erlang Z come from? How did he walk? Did his eyes grow to his brain? Oh, isn't this Lady Baijian? It's also my fault for not paying attention. Suddenly, a small ball in front rolled to my feet and hit me. Are you saying I'm short, Bai Chi? Oh, actually I meant to say, female official, your face looks as pink and beautiful as an apple. It looks very delicious. Do you dare to belittle me? TSK, you're so rough. Who would dare to marry you? It seems like you can only be an old girl for a lifetime. Calling your mouth cheap, calling your mouth immoral, waiting for my aunt to beat you up and make you unable to take care of yourself, so that you can understand why the flowers are so red. Hey, Baijian, don't go too far. Who cares about you? You. Bai Chi, you disciple, stop for me. You also need to be more professional when fighting field battles. Why are you so clueless? It's not just you two taking care of others under this tree, okay? Why do you want to see Mr. Chitos again? I just have something to say to my cousin, can't I? Fangguan, it's not that our family doesn't want to help you. You know your identity, but you insist on provoking your wife. Have you ever betrayed Madame's intentions? It was already very kind of me to let our family save your life under Madame's command. Don't do anything boring anymore. You said that Mr. Chitos saved me, which is the first time he went against Madame's wishes. What's wrong with you? It has nothing. Fangguan really has something important to discuss with Qian Sui Yi. Could you please help me pass on the message again? What's up? I just finished approving the paper and I feel very tired. Fangguan heard that Shidi's new emperor intends to establish a relationship with Qian Sui Yi, so I'm here to inquire with Mr. Chitos about your intentions on this matter. Betrayal is cunning and treacherous, and also a treacherous person. The 2,000-year-old master must be more cautious of him this time. He suggested that Jiaming may not be sincere in his intention to explore you. If that's what you want to say, then you can go now. Cousin, you should know that I disregarded Sidi's identity as the deputy leader of the Black Dragon Society, the first spy organization. Why did you take the risk to join you if you form an alliance with Sidi? Wouldn't you betray the promise you made to Fangwan back then? You're questioning me. I've been doing this double-sided work for a long time, and now I've forgotten what I'm doing. I haven't pursued you yet for pleasing both ends, and being a wallflower. You also forgot that when Xia Lianzi asked you for the map of the Shidi Bu army, you pushed back and forth. Don't think that I don't know about your private actions. Do you feel that you have done everything seamlessly in Taiping? No one knows. Cousin, you. TSK, this face looks really annoying. I thought you would be smarter and kill Si Chengqian, that idiot. After Taiping, I didn't expect you to waste the opportunity this seat gave you. No, it's impossible. If you had known earlier, why bother using me? You just need to kill the Crown Prince and Princess Taiping yourself. I have to admit that Si Chengqian is a hot potato if he dies in prison like this. I'm afraid some old-fashioned loyal ministers will cry to death and refuse to be used by this seat again, and Taiping is the only one who has some relationship with the girl. If she dies in the hands of this seat, the girl will feel sad in her heart. But if she died in someone else's hands, then it's not my fault, is it? So you did it intentionally. No wonder I was able to successfully lead Si Chengqian out of prison that day. I knew Taiping was injured in the snow, but I didn't save her. If I hadn't killed her back then, you would have had someone frame me for it. You're just trying to use me as a shield so that Xiliang Mo can't discover your terrible thoughts. Aren't you afraid that she will leave you when she finds out you're such a monster? Because of your presence, this seat can make Moore feel at ease. Actually, Moore doesn't need any friends or family at all. Just having me in her eyes is enough. It's just that I can't bear to let her go and feel sad. If you behave well and don't cause trouble, I can allow you to stay under my command. I just hate it the most when others point fingers at me, especially your face, which makes me feel even more disgusted the more I look at it. Why? Although we look so similar, we share a similar bloodline. I have experienced all the humiliations and resentments you have experienced, cousin. Why can't I get close to you when you're so protective of Betrayal? I am that kind of person. So deeply in love with me, respected me, infatuated with me. But you know what I really hate? My face. Although it is as beautiful as Arlo, this seat is dirty and evil. You can have anything you want, cousin. Just let me stay by your side. I can give you my heart. Then let me see if your heart is as loyal as your words. Lady Chinsway brought supper over. Rolling, no one is allowed to come in. Xiao Xingzi. What's going on? There's an assassin inside. Madam, Grandpa is not doing well. Go in and take a look. Only if you go in can you feel better. I'll go in and see if the old doctor and Blood Granny are going out of the palace to collect herbs. Please send someone to retrieve them immediately. No one is allowed to come in before they arrive. Agio. Agio, I'm coming in. Fangwan, why is he here? This is Agio. What, girl? Are you afraid of me? Am I really scary? I'm not afraid of you, I'm just worried about you, Agio. I made a midnight snack today. I heard from Xiao Xingzi that you probably don't have time to come over. I originally wanted to come over and accompany you, but I didn't. Why does Agio look completely different from usual, so cold and hollow? Unexpectedly, I saw a demon eating people, so I was scared. I told you not to come in. Why didn't you listen? Are you scared, silly girl? Don't talk. See, I can't make any sound. I can't move him. He tapped my hole. Anyway, whether you're scared or scared of me, I will never let you leave me, never, even if. Agio. Blood Granny, old doctor. You guys, go inside and take a look. Our young lady has been inside for several hours now, and there hasn't been any movement inside. I wanted to go in, but I was stopped by these two idiots from the succubus. All right. Princess. Qin Sui Yi has fallen asleep. Grandpa, Blood Grandma, please go in and take a look at him. I'm a little tired. Let's go back first. Miss. Fortunately, there is some disorder in the pulse, as if there is some qi decline and exhaustion. Although I have suffered some injuries, they are not considered severe. Are these all made by 90 years old? That's how he treats young ladies. Young Master Yunqing, thank you for sending the princess back to her room. You should be out now. We're enough here. Okay, then I'll go out first. I'll have Ross come over and take a look at the young lady later. Sir, he's too much. On weekdays, he even looks like he can't bear to bounce a young lady's finger shell nowadays. I have spared no effort to ruin my young lady. The thing at the head here is a rare and precious item given by the Snow Mountain Ghost Mother for 1,000 years. Put it in the water and let the girl soak for 2 hours. She will recover soon. Blood Granny, do you remember the last time something like this happened? How could I possibly forget? It was 17 years ago. Luo was given the Forbidden Army Tianchi camp by Emperor Xinwan and was carried back. After 7 days of unconsciousness, she woke up and went crazy on that day. Qinger mastered the demon-slaying technique. I gave him the technique of dispelling demons and unleashing corpses can only be practiced with the pain of 10,000 gu devouring the heart, making it easy for practitioners who cannot move easily to become possessed and unrecognized by their relatives. That night, he became obsessed with the apocalypse camp and overnight, neither chickens nor dogs survived. He came back covered in blood and collapsed next to Luo. Today, it seems that the Lord's anger is really related to the escape of Fang Guan and Si Chengqian a few days ago, but the servant always thinks it's not that simple. Fortunately, today is different from 17 years ago, and there are no more large-scale massacres, probably due to the princess's reasons. The princess is the knot in his heart. Today, she has suffered. Hopefully, this will be the last time. Agio. Master, you're awake now. What about Grandpa? How's Grandpa doing? My first words when I woke up were exactly the same as you. Only you called him. He called you. He's not seriously injured. The old doctor said he went into a frenzy and now he's back to his usual appearance and heading to court. He's been so ruthless and hasn't come to see you these past few days. It's just too much. What do you think he's doing? He hasn't been here before. Is Agio avoiding me? Miss, you're feeling better. Why did you come out? Don't worry, I'm much better now. Miss, do you want to go see Mr. Chitos? Well, that's right. Yunqing thought that if he could watch his crush live, well, he would also feel happy in his heart, but I never thought about what to do if I saw her being hurt and not doing well 5 days ago. When I saw my beloved unconscious in my arms, I suddenly understood what to do. I should take her far away and let her live a relaxed and happy life. You don't have to be trapped in intrigue every day. You don't have to fight for anyone. You don't have to worry about anyone. And you don't even have a chance to be a mother. She deserves to have a better one. Miss, would you be willing to give Yunqing this opportunity? Compared to Agio, perhaps Yunqing, you are indeed a good son-in-law, but perhaps you overestimate me. Or perhaps you only see my beautiful side, but not my ugly side. I was the one who sought refuge from Lord Qin's Wei in exchange for one night's protection. Do you want me to live a light and happy life? Do you know if I like this kind of scheming and fighting day most important of all? I am willing to be with Qin Sui Yi, and the person in my heart is him, so all my joys and sorrows are his. Even the most relaxed days are not what I desire. Yunqing was abrupt in the eyes of the young lady. She can only see that person. So why aren't you avoiding me here? If I don't see you, will you have to fly away with another man? It's Mr. Chitos who doesn't want to see me. Do you think the taste of that night was addictive because you didn't show your face for 5 days and decided to go hard? This bastard hasn't seen me for days. His first words to me were not caring, but rather sarcastic. Girl, don't do this. Sorry girl, forgive me as a teacher. This idiot. 9,000-year-old mansion. Everyone in the mansion knows that the Chitos Lord and the princess have a cold war. The two of them seem to discuss matters as usual, having meals or even sharing a bed together, but apart from that, there was nothing else to say, treating each other with courtesy and respect. Even the new year in Chito's mansion is extremely oppressive, and everyone is cautious under long-term nervous tension. Rue has become increasingly irritable. The farther away the farmer is from the old lady, the better, you idiot. Why smash things randomly? Even if they don't hit anyone, it's not good to smash flowers and plants, and this is a gift from me. You complained to me the other day that the urinal was broken, so I immediately customized a golden urinal for you. The avatar above was carved by myself with great effort. You carved me on the urinal and said that the person on it doesn't look like a human, a ghost, a grinning pig, or a dog. It's not like me, I am not. I'll go carve another urinal for you. Who wants your peapot? Why would the old lady like you, you idiot? 9,000-year-old mansion. Today, when Rue saw this bouquet of flowers, her aura immediately dissipated, and she asked me to find a vase to put in until she returned to her room. Maybe she will still agree to my proposal today. Is that so? It's just a bouquet of flowers. Is it that powerful? What do you know? This is an extremely rare Mercury orchid. Only these few plants in the entire capital city bloom in winter, and I spent a lot of money buying them all. The princess told me that there are no women who don't like flowers. Just listen to the princess. That's right, the princess taught you. Yeah, right. No, why am I telling you so much? Who are you? Kiankiansui Yi. If it's useful, go to Xylianzi's place to receive rewards in the future. If it's useless, you understand. Ruer even asked me to go to the treasury room to find a matching vase, but the flowers are gone. What should I do? This is for you. Girl, what are you going to do to avoid getting angry? Tell me, I will definitely teach you how to be happy. Thank you for your effort, sir. Shiliang Mo, haven't you played enough yet? What if you haven't played enough yet? Then just play whatever you want. This is what you said. Don't be evasive. You're always so stingy, this girl. So no matter what happens in the future, you must not hide from me or hurt my heart. I don't care what you've done, but I care if you're willing to face it with me or not. Good. You agreed to accompany me on a date tonight and visit the Yuan Lantern Market. But why do you play the role of the young master and I play the role of the little SI? Do you think you look as beautiful as me, or do you have a more imposing aura like a young master than me also? Keep your stinky thing away. Why don't I try this stinky tofu string? It's delicious. A naughty girl. Tianchao people are really bored. What's there to see in this market? The accent of seedy people when speaking. Adults with extensive knowledge are naturally not interested in these worldly things. Let's go. We still have to meet the head of the household today. As a noble and ordinary person, if you can't see me, please take good care of him. Han Wanyu, I'll tell you why she's been so obedient lately, and sure enough, she's still flirting with the shitty people. Didn't you just want to set a long line and catch big fish by not dealing with her? Since I came out to play today, why don't we play something exciting? Let's go with her and investigate separately to see who has more information. The loser must obey the winner's demands for the next month and cannot refuse anything. Agio is not the kind of person who is willing to humbly hide his identity and figure for such a small matter, and his temper would erupt at some point. Instead of letting him cause trouble, it's better to lure him with a gambling offer. The girl you mentioned. Sir, please let me go. Okay. As long as you serve me comfortably, I'll give you whatever you want. By the accent, almost all the men here are seedy. Han Wanyu actually helped the Shi people abduct women. It seems that she has lost even the last bit of self-esteem as a human being. I don't know where Agio went to investigate the news. If we were to rescue all the imprisoned women here, it would probably startle the seedy people. The head of the household has arrived. See you, big boss. Get up. It's just that our small gathering seems to have unexpected guests. Oh no. This is poison. Where are the people? Have you found them? The subordinates searched the entire Wind and Dew courtyard, but did not see the figure of Madame. It seems that the Wind and Dew Pavilion was designed by a master, and there are many strange door armor decorations in it. It took our people some time to crack some of them, but we found this. It seems to be Madame's handwriting. This girl is truly wild and fearless. When will she be able to stay safely by my side? Fengcheng Wei Lane search. Since the big boss is here, why don't you come and sit down? Drinking a glass of wine can also warm up in such cold weather. I didn't expect you to make these wild creatures. Although it's a wild thing, it tastes good this snowy day, paired with a little bit of alcohol, tastes the best. Wanfei Duwei is not only a charming woman, but also extremely skilled in her craft. Flying snow, even the sky, wintering plum blossoms, fragrant red sleeves, and adding tea will not disappoint my hard work on this trip to heaven. You're just so indifferent that you know we lost our biggest and most powerful stronghold in Shangjing because of you at the age of 9,000. I broke through my stronghold and had to burn it to the ground to escape here and never do business at a loss. If someone makes me lose a penny, I will definitely make them bleed heavily. Just lost the biggest stronghold. Don't you think the most cost-effective deal in the world is to capture the 1,000-year-old Princess Feiyu as the commander-in-chief? You rewrite. I heard that you are the most capable warrior at the age of 9,000. It seems that his vision is good. Is it just that Qing Bin, a beautiful woman, has never considered finding another Mingzhu due to your appearance and talent? I never thought about it, but I would rather have a partner than find a master for myself. Even if you give me the title of queen, I'm just a noble servant. I don't need one person to surpass 10,000 others. I just need to be the only one in my husband's heart, always on equal footing with him. The head of the household does not believe that pleasing oneself is the most important thing in a short few decades of life. In the eyes of the secular world, women who are jealous have already lost their cuteness. If they continue to openly pursue power, it will be even more contemptible. And how dare she bluntly express such shocking and vulgar remarks? You're very interesting. Perhaps you can call me Yun Yi. Yun Shiliang Mo was just telling some jokes, but you don't have to waste any more time testing me. I don't like being betrayed, nor do I like betraying anyone. Really? 9,000 years old is an outstanding politician, but I don't think he's a qualified husband. I've said before that I never engage in buying or selling without any returns. 9,000 years old destroyed an important stronghold that I have been managing for many years. What should I give him in return? For example, what about the head of his beloved queen? The seedy people just have no knowledge. That girl must be thinking about my beauty again. If I have ever seen someone accidentally drop a penny on their own, they will plunder the beggar who found the penny until there is no bone left. I just found out what a skinned iron rooster is. Master, you are too polite to that woman. She has now been drugged and her internal energy has been suppressed by us. As long as we use torture to interrogate a weak woman, why worry about not being able to uncover the secrets of the heavenly kingdom? People like Shiliang Mo are not easily submissive to punishment. You underestimated her, but she was right about one thing. Life is only a few short decades away. Why do you have to sacrifice yourself for too many things? I just want to see what northern snow looks like. Qin Sui Yi, our people went down and saw that tunnel. It existed many years ago. At least 100 years of history is not something that can be achieved overnight by human labor today. We don't have a map, and in order to prevent us from digging any information out of the tunnel, the other party gave up the entire stronghold and blew it up with lightning. Nowadays, its collapse is very serious. If we have to wait until the bottom is cleaned up before searching for the whereabouts of the young lady, I'm afraid. We have tortured all the survivors captured by Fenglu Pavilion, but they all know nothing about the whereabouts of that big boss. Probably just low-level officials. The person who has captured the lady has not made any demands yet. They must still have something to ask for. First, go check the origin of this authentic source. The ancestors of the former Shidi royal family were also nobles of the previous dynasty. Let's see if there are any clues left by Li Li. This girl is really worrying. This is already the third time, isn't it? Since the day he broke his skin with Yun Yi, he never came over again. This kind of thing never ends. Bring over some spoiled food that has been soaked in the pavement. Are these women only using these boring tricks to come and go? Little bitch, do you think this is still the palace where the eunuch is protecting you and allowing you to act like a tiger? The head of the household will no longer protect you. Today, I want to make you look good. Someone here. Go get that bucket of good water for her to drink. Don't miss a single drop. This is our princess's precious dinner for today. It seems that Han Wanyu's improper use of the Empress Dowager's methods of disciplining people has further regressed, and this foolish approach has also led to the emergence of "Do you think I have lost my inner strength and you guys are in control? You idiot. What are you doing? Let go of me. Oh, wow. Help. Yunyi, don't blame me. If it weren't for your woman provoking me first, I wouldn't have done this. Go save people. Madame Han, the head of the household, has already gone. It's probably due to the waste in the spoiled water blocking her mouth and nose. Traitors are obtained by everyone and executed. If Yunyi uses other ways to force me to use it for you instead of letting this foolish woman be the knife in your hand, I'm sure she can still warm your bed tonight. Those who provoke me have no good ending. Do you believe it or not? You will soon die tragically like her, hanging naked on the gates of this capital city. Yeah, I naturally believe it. You take care of yourself. Do you want to provoke me and beg for a one-time solution? Unfortunately, I won't let you die so easily. There are plenty of torturous methods in this world. Lock her up in the dungeon room. I ate something. Third sister, I went to great lengths to get into this prison just to meet you, and you only gave me this to eat. I want to eat meat. Just forget about not eating Shiliang Mo. Do you think you're in the 1,000-year mansion or the Imperial palace? I'm going to pretend to be a maid and sneak in. Do you think it's easy? All the dishes I send you need to be inspected. How can I give you big fish and meat? Can you also take credit for seeing off my aunt on the road today? Third sister, if it weren't for her thinking that your niece would be willing to share her husband with her, wouldn't it be over? I'm not fighting and jealous for a dirty man like you, ho. He's not worthy. Shiliang Mo, are you deliberately mocking me to make me angry? That's why I said I hate Shiliang Mo the most. To what extent she can still mock me, it ticks me off. Okay, I got it. I feel wronged. Third sister, if you keep doing this, I'll leave and you'll have nowhere to cry. Let Yun bring you back to Shidi and see what you can do. Speaking of Yunyi, why haven't you figured out a way to climb onto his bed? Speaking of which, you are much younger than your aunt. Who do you think is like our aunt? It's really shameless to sleep in someone's bed. Yunyi simply used her to hang her without even touching her finger. I dare not get involved with someone as cunning as him. I think Yunyi is a bit special to you. If you want to climb on his bed, your chances are greater than Han Wanyu's. Te is JPG up and down. Take a closer look. Climbing onto a person's bed is enough for just one attempt, but it can lead to a complete loss of life. Shiliang Mo admitted that she actually turned over by climbing onto a perverted bed like the one at 9,000 years old. Are you crazy? That's 9,000 years old. If it were me, I would rather die than go crazy. Alright, let's get back to the main matter. There are experts in this mountain villa who have set up a barrier eye technique using the Chimen Duenjia technique. Those inside the technique are unable to leave, and those outside are also unable to enter. I am a prisoner, and your actions are more free than mine. Now we need to find a way for you to have the opportunity to go out and contact 9,000 years old. After all, only you know the situation of this La Mei mountain villa. I don't know what kind of strange gate or armor it is. You can't even make me run out of here alone. Even if I could walk out of the gate of this mountain villa, I wouldn't be able to climb down the mountain and return to the capital alive. It's okay. I have a solution. If you can't leave alone, then let the seedy people personally escort you out. This chicken leg is delicious, and that pig's trotters are also fragrant. Agio, my honey sauce pig trotters have run away. Why are you so hungry? If Yunyi also came to taste the food here, he would know why I reacted like this. I'm just curious about your intentions behind sneaking into the heavenly kingdom and getting you into this dilemma. I can't escape, and you can't leave the villa either. You're the second person to ask me that. If I say I just want to see this northern snow, can you believe it? Really? Ghosts believe. You always think of 9,000 years old in your dreams. It seems that your relationship is closer than I imagined, but it's just a lottery winner. Even if noble blood has once flowed through your body, it's just tainted. Is it worth cherishing like this? Yeah, how can it compare to your nobility if we talk about the bloodline of the 9,000-year-old emperor? Baileyhian's body flows with the legitimate bloodline of your Shidi emperor. By calculation, he has more inheritance rights to the throne of Shidi than you do. It's ridiculous that you're just lucky enough to say such shameless things. How dare Agio, who despises me, pretend to be nothing, and even pretend that I don't know your identity when I don't pretend anymore. Indulgence and recklessness. My man is the lifeline of a warrior's wrist. You should be grateful that I no longer have internal energy, otherwise I would have to teach you what to regret. It seems that 9,000 years old didn't teach you don't provoke a man with your self-righteous intelligence. Women are born to submit to men, especially in war. Don't you know what happens to women who are enemies? If he didn't teach you this lesson, then let me teach you. Get the hell out of here. It's strange why I still have internal strength, because the Sangong San, which is made by combining shark oil and cold bitter grass, is a formula that has been eliminated by the ghost guard of this governor's guard for 800 years. But if you hadn't underestimated the enemy, even if I had internal strength, it would have been extremely difficult for me to successfully launch a surprise attack. It hurts almost to death now, right? I've never dared to use this muscle twisting technique. You're the first person to enjoy it. Please, Your Majesty, take us on a journey out of the mountains. As a token of appreciation, I can invite you to visit the Imperial Household Department in Shangjing. Release Your Majesty, shameless person. If you harm Your Majesty, we will definitely kill you and your 9 clans. Tisk 10 million, be careful of swords and knives that don't have eyes. There is a deadly poison on this hairpin that seals the throat at the sight of blood. If you want to collect the body of Your Majesty, block my way. Secondly, this is the territory of the Heavenly Kingdom. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to execute my 9 tribes yet. If you understand, just obediently show me the way and let us go. Anyone who leads her will be punished with treason and executed to the death. Baileyhian, are you crazy? Do you think I dare not kill you? Baileyhian never accepts threats from anyone. You can try to see if they listen to you or me. Even if I'm in your hands, you still can't get out of here. Is that so? Then I'll give it a try. Don't do it. Move aside and let her out. Long day, have you forgotten what I said? Are you trying to betray the country? Your Majesty cannot let you stay here for a long time. The people of Shidi need you, Empress Dowager. We also need you. As long as you return safely, I am willing to die for a long time. I forgot that I am not alone. After all, my life and death have never been decided by myself. It's time. Third sister, come out. Big sister, I'm here. I know how to get there. I'll take you with me. Going that way will get you to the side door. Big sister, you can't forget what you promised me. Got it? Isn't it the position of princess? As long as you take me away well, I won't mistreat you. I clearly remember that the intelligence said that their sisters had a very bad relationship. Does Lady Yu wish she could kill Shiliang Mo? Is everything fake? And clearly, this road is not the way to leave, right? Someone, take down Shiliang Mo. Why? My biggest wish, rather than the so-called benefits you gave me, is for you to die. Shiliang Mo, I won't be a bitch pinned down by you for the rest of my life. Your Majesty, shouldn't you have killed her? What I want to do doesn't require anyone to intervene. Your Majesty, this woman is a scourge. You should kill her. I can help you obtain the Ghost Guard Sky Token, allowing you to leave the Heavenly Kingdom without any obstacles. I beg your pardon? I've been helping that bitch Ziliankai for some time now. I managed to get a way out of her mouth and figure out how to obtain the token in order to leave a way out. As long as you send someone to take me out, I can help you get the token. Jinghua Public Mansion. I only know that there is a hidden layer in Shiliang Mo's cabinet, but you need to find where the specific switch is in the room yourself. No, there's a fragrance in this room. Qian Sui, where can I find her? It hurts so much. Xiliang Shuang, this woman is really ruthless in her actions. She is definitely seeking revenge for her actions. When I proposed this plan, she put on a bad expression, but what was the result? But she should have already met Agio and the others by this time. You slept soundly for almost half a day. After all, I am a prisoner and have a lot of free time. Since you're free, come over and help me change my dressing. Master, this wicked woman has ulterior motives. It's okay to go out, yes. I thought you would rather die than surrender, but you wouldn't be willing to help me with medication faced with a naked stranger. She didn't even have the shyness that a woman should have. Do you want to see my heroic and sorrowful appearance, and then find an excuse to give me a harsh lesson? Unfortunately, whether I can help you with medication or not has nothing to do with my own stance. And I don't owe you any credit for smoking. I'm sorry if I didn't see the scene of loyalty and bravery for the country that disappointed you. It seems like you have no remorse or fear at all. Should I praise your boldness or mock your ignorance and fearlessness? Her skills are quite proficient, as if she's used to treating wounds. The wound has been treated. If there's nothing else, can I go back to my room now? Living in a dungeon isn't very comfortable after all. By the way, it's better to trouble with the food. Even the seedy people are so poor that they can't afford meat. Go back now, come over every day and be responsible for changing my dressing. Oh Agio, if you don't come to pick me up soon, I'll starve to death. 5 days later. Look at that flying feather guard. He went to medicate his master again. I don't know if she put some medicine on her master last time she acted, but it made her insist on serving him. The women of the heavenly kingdom are really cheap. Maybe they serve their masters in bed with great care. Isn't the flying feather guard the 9,000-year-old queen of the heavenly kingdom? No matter how powerful a eunuch is, how can they meet the needs of women? No wonder I don't know when we'll have a chance to catch this kind of junk. What do you two think? Why haven't you spoken? Because we were wondering what kind of death method would suit the taste of our eunuch. Why does your wound heal so slowly compared to an ordinary person? It doesn't look like you're in poor health. I don't know why I always feel restless today. It seems like something's wrong. It's too quiet. No, something happened in Maid. Go out and check the situation immediately. Agio. Girl, you've had enough fun. I'm starving. You deserve it. I want to eat meat. If I don't have meat, I'll eat you. Agio lacks integrity in private, but in front of the public, he has to show off his utmost authority and dignity. He's so angry. Shut up. It turns out that the person who was supposed to leave Lame Mountain Villa from the beginning was not you, but your 3 younger sisters. Xiliang Shuang, she's the spy you want to send out. This is all one game, isn't it? That's right. Only when everyone's attention is focused on me, the main target, will the remaining person have a chance to leave. Although the Lame Mountain Villa is well guarded, the technique of escaping armor through the mysterious door is advanced, but I believe that the Ghost Army and the Minister of Rights will definitely be able to crack the secret of Lame Mountain Villa. Oh, hey, I should have killed you in the first place. Release the monotony. Hee hee. Please enter the house at the age of 9,000. I haven't seen any distinguished guests for a long time. Please serve me good tea. You follow Li Mi and Yunqing out as teachers first, and you'll be out soon. What, you really don't want me to go in with you? I have been here for some time and have a good understanding of Beilehain. You don't need to rest outside. Just rest well more familiar. Why did Agio seem to be in a worse mood just now? It seems that some of the things the young lady did must have made His Majesty the Emperor of Shidi very angry. The treatment of poison and handcuffs and shackles also shows the importance that the Shidi people attach to you. Yunqing, when did you start learning to say these cool words at the age of 9,000? We've been sneaking in here for quite some time now. I couldn't help but want to say some sarcastic words when I saw you wrapped your bare clothes and bare hands around Lily Hyun. Even I have such a reaction. I think you may need to think about how to appease Mr. Chitos. Okay, thank you for reminding me that when men get jealous, they become more like explosive animals than jealous women. Just what kind of agreement do they really want to reach? On that day, at the age of 9,000, he had a secret conversation with Emperor Sidi for several hours. No one knows what agreement was reached between the two, but Bailey Hyan stayed at the palace as a guest openly and honestly. I really miss Gio's plum blossom crystal cake. I don't know if he's really too busy lately or if it's because he's still annoyed that I always refuse to do it. How come you know I'm annoyed with you? Gio. That's the taste. It's really delicious, you little girl. Don't bother me, okay? I just feel that the opportunity is rare and I want to take the chance to kill Bailey Hyan. Unfortunately, this old fox sent 30,000 Navy soldiers to the mouth of the Grand Canal. If anything happens to him, the 30,000 Navy will immediately invade the Grand Canal from the sea outlet and cut off the passage for transporting grain from the south to the north. All of them are the scoundrels of Emperor Xianwen. From his reign to now, he has been so incompetent and prone to death, leaving behind a mess. If it weren't for the lack of grain reserves in the north, we could easily kill Bailey Hyan. The Bailey family has indeed produced various vicious and annoying perverts. Is that so? It seems unfortunate that my teacher also has the surname Bailey. Yeah, aren't you the leader among the vicious and perverted by the Lee family? Don't worry, since he's here, as a teacher, I always want him to leave something behind. It seems that my nephew and cousin both enjoy going to war with me. I guess I don't have much kinship or fate in this mortal world, but rather a killing and killing fate. If you have a marriage with me, you can forget about everything else. You're right. Having you is enough. Princess Jin Yuan has arrived. What's she doing here again this cold day? You go to the house to use dim sum. I am not foolish enough to let someone who covets my husband openly seduce him. 7 is good. Jin Yuan came here hoping that the 1,000-year-old princess could preside over the grand wedding between Jin Yuan and Prince Ning. Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess, did you think it out or did you suddenly change your mind? Jin Yuan just gave up a dead end. A man like 9,000 years old is unpredictable, and if he cares about him, he will still have a good life. But if he doesn't take it seriously and sticks it up eagerly, he might step on it and slowly grind it on his feet, allowing you to crumble under your feet, blood and tears blending together. Yet he only feels that your painful posture is excellent. The princess is indeed a clever person who knows the character of the 1,000-year-old man very well. I just don't know if you will be the Ning princess of our heavenly kingdom or the Jin Yuan princess of Shidi after you marry over, or do you want to be someone who takes care of both your parents' and husband's families? What if I say I don't know? That's why I came to the Queen's place for advice. Why give me a reasonable answer? Because I am not even the so-called confidant of Empress Dowager Mingxiao, but just a pawn in her hands. She is the murderer who killed my mother since I was in Sidi. She has been secretly giving me to men who are obsessed with my beauty and extremely disgusting in order to win over those generals and ministers. You told me your secret. If I tell Prince Ning, do you think you can still marry him? An impure princess. The 1,000-year-old princess is a smart person who knows what is more important. I can help you achieve your wishes and be an insider and guide for your people in Sidi as long as you help me kill Bailey Hyan. He is the pillar of Mingxiao. Without Mingxiao, he won't be able to sit in that position for many years, and Bailey Sewer is a useless person who is not to be feared at all. I can be your officiant. As for everything else, it's just talk without evidence. I'll wait and see how you can help us. Send these pomegranate seeds to the 1,000-year-old man inside. He loves pomegranate seeds the most. Qin Sui Yi is in the hall. He heard everything I just said, including the fact that I have been played with by countless men and have long lost my virginity. Is Ziliankai intentional? What's the problem? Your Highness really doesn't want him to hear what you just said. He is the person I have admired before. I never want to appear so unworthy in the other person's heart. Since Mr. Chitos is here, I will take my leave. Princess, do you really believe her? I always feel that her purpose is not that simple. Yes, the ambition of the Royal Highness Princess is not as simple as she said. It's just the people who want to hurt themselves who pay the price. I'm afraid not all the promises made to Empress Dowager Cixi back then were forced by her. It seems that you know these people better than I do. You actually ate everything they peeled so hard that you couldn't even eat a few. If I had known, I wouldn't have sent the whole plate of pomegranates over just to stimulate Jinyuan. I'm annoyed. I'll let you taste it 5 mouths and 1. According to the Imperial decree of Tianqing, Marquis Yu Weifu conspired with enemy elites to assassinate Princess Taiping and collude with them for personal gain. It is reasonable to confiscate homes and exterminate families. Men over 16 should be executed by beheading, and men and women under 16 should be registered as slaves and exiled for 3,000 miles. My lord did nothing, and all of this is because someone is falsely accusing me. Madam, you are the sister of the Chitos princess. We are relatives of the Chitos lord. Hurry up and go to the 1,000-year-old princess to plead for an investigation and find out who is falsely accusing her husband. How dare you be disrespectful to Princess Huixian? When was my wife crowned as a princess, princess? Hee. Shiliang Frost, third lady of the Shiliang family, third country mansion. Today's book is about Princess Huixian, Jingshen. Her character is pure, graceful, delicate, and sensitive, and she discusses various aspects of her life. 1,000 taels of silver, 1,000 acres of fertile land, and 100 taels of gold are bestowed upon the princess's mansion. Okay, Marquis Yu, please sign and stamp on this letter of departure. Shiliang Frost, you bitch, you betrayed me. How dare you use such despicable means to harm my family? Yeah, that's your family, not mine. When you forced me to drink abortion pills and personally killed my child, you should have thought that you would all have this day. The seed yields the fruit, and everything is your own fault. The mother of the child avenged you. Oh, hey. Wipe away your tears. After crying enough, stand up again today. You are no longer a commoner of the Guigong mansion, nor are you the concubine of the Marquis of Yu, who has 18 concubines. You are already the noble and proud Princess Huixian, aren't you? Never let a second person see such a disheveled appearance again. You don't need to be insincere and gentle. We're just clear money. If it weren't for you tying me up in a sedan chair, why would I be in trouble today? Every time I feel embarrassed, I am seen by Shiliang Mo. Captain Wei, it's getting late. Chintz Wei Yi is still waiting for you. Go back to the government office and stay for a while. Can it still be considered a good place for you to settle down now? Nowadays, there is no decent hostess in the Guigong mansion, and Shiliang Shuang has the identity of a princess. No one would dare to show her face when she returns home. 11 Liangyue is sure to take good care of her. See. There is a scent of Shiliang Mo in the handkerchief. I didn't put it away because I didn't want to lose it. Prince Ning held a wedding with Princess Jinyuan of Shidi, and after the first spring rain in March. The ceremony of welcoming the bride with a seal is as grand as the scene of conferring the title of Empress in a book. Then she became a witness to the marriage, and the 1,000-year-old princess and flying feather guard personally visited the Prince Ning's mansion. Emperor Shidi, the uncrowned emperor of the Heavenly Kingdom, was said to be 9,000 years old. Ning Wanfu Garden during the lively banquet. Why is your majesty alone here? So easy for me to find. It's just that the banquet was too noisy, so I came out for some fresh air. Did Lord Feiyu come to find me with something to say? Of course it is. There is something very important. I never expected the 1,000-year-old princess to have such a habit of tearing men's clothes. Even if your husband, who is not a man, cannot satisfy you, it would be too frightening for you to embrace him directly like you do. Why haven't you recovered from the place where I injured you last time in Meizhuang? Someone like you, who has top-notch personal medical professionals and drug insurance, has delayed a small injury for so long. It's really unbelievable. It's better to pay attention to one's own reputation than to my injured 1,000-year-old princess. If you want a man, just look for a few young generals among your flying feather ghost guards to become male pets. Your Majesty, even if you avoid answering, it only makes me more confident in my answer. Your strange injury reminds me of a strange illness. This disease will cause the patient to bleed continuously and the wound will not heal for a long time. People who suffer from this disease will gradually weaken and eventually die from bleeding wounds or other complications. That is to say, modern leukemia. Captain Fei Yu is indeed an extraordinary person. His sharp vision and profound knowledge truly make me deeply admire him. I didn't expect Beilihan to admit it so candidly, but leukemia was incurable in ancient times. You're not wrong. I do have a special illness on my body, and the symptoms are as you said. So far, Chinese Imperial medical institutions have found patients with such anemia no one can ultimately be cured. So Beilihan had long known that he was suffering from a terminal illness. I feel a little guilty about exposing a scar. Perhaps there is a way to treat the vastness of heaven and earth, but we are simply unaware of it. You are ultimately the ruler of a country. If you want people to find medicine, there may be no way out. Isn't it appropriate for Lord Dewey to joyfully share good news with 9,000 years after hearing such news? As an enemy and politician, I must admit that the results of today's investigation are beneficial to our country. After all, it's good news for us that without you, there's a big threat lurking on the side. What I like is the frankness of Lord Dewey. As an enemy, I completely understand your thoughts. So what if Beilihan is just a friend to Lord Dewey? As a friend, I think I would still feel sad about such news. If we can be considered friends, but we can't be enemies. I think if we don't count the unpleasant days after the dungeon, we can still get along quite happily. So I think you are my first friend in the heavenly kingdom. Why did you tell me about your illness? If I tell Lord Chen Sui about this, you will be at a disadvantage in the negotiation situation. Does Beilihan still genuinely consider me a friend? How could he possibly have come this far? He is definitely not someone who would soften his heart for such feelings. Even if I keep it from you, I still have the ability to eventually find the answer, and I don't think this thing can change anything. Even if you knew about my condition and intended to use it as a threat, I would not accept your coercion. Oh, that's right. Perhaps our opponent still has a long time to do it. I have never dared to underestimate your Majesty. So, as a tribute to our friendship, would you be willing to listen to a song with me? The prince greeted the nobles and officials ahead. Princess, please rest for a while. Tonight is your wedding night, and you still have some work to do when the prince comes back. Yeah, today is my big day. But I don't have any joy at all. Although I shouldn't have, I still think of that person who could have his green eyes on such a perfect man, who can receive his subtle favor, who can hold onto his cold fingertips. It's him. I'm going out for a while. You guys keep this place safe and don't let anyone in. Princess, send someone over to keep an eye on Beilihan. If there's anything, remember to report it as soon as possible. Don't worry, sir. Since the grandfather brought his wife to the venue, he has been muttering to himself that Beilihan's gaze always drifts towards her, although they haven't even glanced at Madame Yi. This vinegar jar is really a troublemaker. Chen Sui Yi.